The family was astounded. As soon as the young man set foot on the island, he swiftly dispatched the werewolf captain with an air cannon, leaving even the vice admiral in utter disbelief. It turned out he had traversed into the world of One Piece, consumed a devil fruit, attained enlightenment, and even mastered the art of cellular respiration, effortlessly excelling in his journey. This time, he showcased his newfound skill with remarkable prowess, aspiring to join the Navy. What would happen next? Who among the family truly understands? Just moments ago, I was in a standoff with the vice admiral, and then bang. With a single blast from my air cannon, I obliterated the werewolf captain. Yes, I mean obliterated. The two vice admirals, Peach Rabbit and T-Pig, were left wide-eyed in shock. Goodness, the atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. Want to know how a mere novice like me managed such a feat? Allow me to recount the events that transpired just days prior when I first opened my eyes. Upon awakening, I was utterly bewildered. A beach, the ocean, surrounded by water on all sides. Goodness, it was the quintessential beginning of a deserted island survival scenario. As I stood there in disbelief, a notification pinged in my mind. You have traversed dimensions. This is the world of One Piece. Hey Race, a top-tier talent for you enjoy. My expression resembled that of an elderly subway rider engrossed in their phone. What on earth? I had traveled dimensions? Was it truly because I had casually remarked the night before that the later battles in One Piece were somewhat unbalanced? Did it warrant my actual presence being summoned here? Well, since I was here, I might as well embrace it. After all, I stood at a respectable height of 6 feet 3 inches. I needed to maintain my composure. Perhaps this was my destined opportunity to uphold love and peace in the world. I steeled myself and began to wander about the desolate island. To my surprise, the flora here exhibited peculiar charm, with round, plump leaves resembling inflated balloons, delightfully bouncy to the eye. After several hours of exploration, guess what I stumbled upon? A devil fruit. Let me tell you, the appearance of that fruit was nothing short of abstract. It was a mesmerizing blend of green, white, red, yellow, and brown, resembling a rainbow lollipop, adorned with concentric rings reminiscent of tree growth rings. In the world of One Piece, one must remember a fundamental truth. The more whimsical an object appears, the more extraordinary it is. Without hesitation, I plucked it and popped it into my mouth. Wait, hold on. Wasn't it said that devil fruits tasted akin to excrement? Yet, as I took a bite, the texture was rich and velvety, melting effortlessly in my mouth, transforming into a refreshing stream coursing through my body. Each cell felt as though it had indulged in a spa treatment, sending delightful shivers throughout me, and I instantly shed any lingering fatigue, feeling as though I could fell a bull with a single blow. This surge of energy was astonishing. I could even sense every cell in my body breathing, celebrating in jubilation. At that moment, another notification chimed in my mind. Through your formidable mental prowess, you have sensed your cell's respiration and thus attained enlightenment. You have mastered the art of cellular respiration. I was left utterly speechless. What? Is it really that simple? Who among the family comprehends this? I did nothing extraordinary. I merely tasted a fruit, and it granted me a new skill. This top-tier talent is beyond absurd, its absurdity personified. I attempted to hold my breath, refraining from breathing through my nose or mouth. To my surprise, it was utterly effortless. My entire skin felt as though it were absorbing oxygen, an exquisite sensation, refreshing and exhilarating. In a moment of excitement, my heart raced and blood surged through my veins, causing my body to emit wisps of white vapor as my temperature soared. Goodness, wasn't this akin to a youthful version of Luffy's second gear? Moreover, I was experiencing a green, eco-friendly variant, while others required a boost to enter their second gear. Similar to a wind machine, I was controlling it purely through will, opening it at my leisure. Suddenly, clarity struck me. The substance I had consumed must undoubtedly be a fruit of cellular origin. The 5 distinct colors corresponded perhaps to the 5 major types of cells: nerve cells, white blood cells, red blood cells, mucosal cells, and skeletal cells. This was indeed a stroke of professional insight. As this thought flashed through my mind, I heard a chime. You have recognized the fundamental abilities of the cellular fruit. You will soon comprehend both the optimization and degradation capacities of cells. I exclaimed in astonishment. Wasn't this akin to the skills possessed by the valiant warrior? As long as I grasped the underlying principles, I could replicate the abilities of the cells. This was astonishingly powerful. Just as I was reveling in this realization, my stomach rumbled. Naturally, I was directly parachuted into this body, which paled in comparison to the monstrous physiques of the pirates in this world, who seemed to possess an innate advantage akin to having half their life restored. After all my exertions, I had long since depleted my energy. Thus, I set out in search of sustenance. Strolling along the beach, I gathered a bountiful assortment of stranded seafood. Me fortune seemed to be smiling upon me. Upon returning, I prepared to start a fire by friction, only to encounter an awkward setback. My intellect was at its peak, yet my frail physique was woefully inadequate. After rubbing my hands together for what felt like an eternity, I had yet to produce a single spark. Just as I was on the verge of despair, another chime echoed in my mind. Through repeated attempts at creating fire by friction, you have successfully deduced the principles by which accelerated motion between cells can generate heat through friction. At that moment, I found myself amused. So, this was the connection between theory and practice? I immediately activated my cellular abilities, allowing the cells at my fingertips to engage in fervent friction and acceleration, dancing with vitality. Then, I snapped my fingers at a pile of dry kindling. In an instant, flames erupted. Ha ha ha! I must tell you, the fire fruit has truly become an electronic pet. Even Ace would be left speechless. As a wielder of cellular abilities, I now wield fire with greater finesse than he does, requiring no beginner's tutorial. After relishing a delightful seafood feast, I lay contentedly on the beach, basking in the sun. Then, to my astonishment, my body seemed to have its own intentions. Another chime resounded. You were being bathed in the scorching sunlight. Your body instinctively initiated cellular respiration to dissipate heat, thereby mastering photosynthesis, even converting light energy into thermal energy to be stored within your cells. Goodness, a human solar-powered charging station? This would even save me from needing to eat. I felt an explosive surge of power coursing through me pure bliss. I resolved to simply lie here, and upon awakening, I would surely be invincible. Then I truly fell asleep. Upon awakening, I found myself submerged in the sea, the tide having risen around me. As a user of a devil fruit, wasn't this a certain demise? Yet in my mind, I heard two more dings. You have been submerged in seawater for 3 hours. Your botus instincts have undergone multiple responses, enabling you to activate the water-breathing technique. As a devil fruit user, affected by seawater, your body has endured 3 hours of weakness. Your physical instincts have helped you develop methods of devouring, immunity, and assimilation. In an instant, I sprang up from the water like a carp leaping. My friends, I took off right then and there. Upon awakening, not only had I mastered the art of underwater breathing, but I had also conveniently immunized myself against the debilitating effects of seawater on devil fruit users. This was extraordinary. I swam around the ocean with the ease of returning home, casually collecting some seafood for a late-night snack. Early the next morning, as hunger gnawed at me, I was abruptly awakened by a thunderous cannonade. I quickly concealed myself and peered out, only to witness 2 warships bombarding a pirate ship relentlessly, the spectacle resembling a fireworks display. The pirate ship was swiftly reduced to splinters, and a dozen pirates leapt overboard, swimming desperately towards my island. However, the Navy displayed no honor, unleashing another barrage that sent several unfortunate souls to meet their end in the depths. As the remaining pirates clambered ashore, they were surrounded by over 100 naval officers. The leader, a one-eyed captain adorned with a wolf tattoo on his chest, appeared quite fearsome. His crew, displaying remarkable loyalty, charged forward to shield him, only to be met with a volley that rendered them utterly defenseless. Upon witnessing the loss of his comrades, the one-eyed captain's fury ignited. He transformed into a werewolf, unleashing hundreds of quills that pierced several naval officers. Seizing the chaos, he sprinted towards my direction. At that moment, a bent-over naval expert swiftly appeared beside the werewolf, extending 2 fingers towards its head and, with a resounding bang, unleashed an air bullet. The werewolf was sent flying several meters, its head bursting upon impact. I observed this with clarity, and, concurrently, I heard another ding in my mind. You have witnessed Vice Admiral T. Pig's fingergun technique and successfully comprehended the cell compression fingergun. The greater the compression, the more formidable your fingergun becomes. My heart swelled with joy indeed. As long as it pertained to martial arts, a mere glance allowed me to replicate a supreme version of it. The werewolf, dazed from the blow, scrambled to its feet and charged straight towards me. Ah, when heaven offers no path and hell presents itself, I shall seize this opportunity to test the power of my new technique. I could also earn favor with the Navy, perhaps persuading them to escort me away from this wretched place. I extended my right index and middle fingers, emulating the earlier demonstration, fervently compressing the cells at my fingertips. I could feel an overwhelming power coalescing, my fingers heating up and emitting wisps of smoke. Aiming at the oncoming werewolf, I unleashed my attack. Bang! With a thunderous roar, A visible wave of white energy surged forth, instantly piercing the skull of the werewolf captain. I was momentarily taken aback, such ferocity. Just moments ago, the Admiral's finger gun had merely wounded him. Who is it? The Admiral, known as T-Pig, cast a piercing gaze like a knife toward my concealed position. Well, it was time for me to make my entrance. I raised my hands high and stepped forward, feigning innocence. Do not fire. I am one of you. I am not a pirate, but a well-intentioned soul in distress. I have always aspired to be a noble member of the Navy. You see, I just assisted you in vanquishing him. Might you grant me the opportunity to join your ranks? T-Pig squinted at me, clearly skeptical. He snorted coldly. That move you executed earlier, was it the finger gun? The Navy's 6 dials, where did you learn that? I scratched my head, adopting an expression of Navet. Finger gun? So that technique is called the finger gun? Oh, how amusing. Upon my candid admission that I had only just glimpsed the technique and had mastered it instantly, the naval soldiers surrounding me regarded me with expressions of incredulity, as if I were deranged. Do you take us for fools? They seemed to say. One merely glances at the Navy's Rokushiki and comprehends it. Such mastery requires a decade or more of rigorous training. Chatuan, in particular, was both amused and exasperated. Really? You think you can simply learn it at a glance? Who do you think you are? At that moment, a stunningly beautiful woman approached, her presence commanding, arms crossed, exuding an undeniable aura. My heart raced as I recognized her. This was Tao Tuji Yuan, even more striking in person than in photographs. Chatuan recounted the situation to her, and Tao Tu, with keen interest sparkling in her enchanting eyes, smirked. If you claim to have learned at a glance, why not put it to the test? Should you dare deceive us, I shall personally interrogate you. With that, she vanished in an instant, as if teleporting, reappearing right before me. Now, let us see you replicate that technique known as shave. I could hardly contain my laughter. Was she truly offering me another skill? A sudden epiphany surged through my mind. You have observed Tao Tu Jiang's execution of one of the Navy's Rokushiki techniques, shave, and have derived super shave. Harnessing my cellular abilities, the cells in my feet began to resonate wildly. With a mere stomp, the ground reverberated ominously, and accompanied by a sharp sonic boom. I vanished from my original position, reappearing several meters away, even faster than she had been. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. The naval personnel gaped at me, as though encountering a specter. Tao Tu and Cha Tuan exchanged astonished glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. Tao Tu approached me, her curiosity piqued. You wish to join the Navy? I nodded fervently, yes, for the absolute justice of the world. Very well, she declared, I shall grant you an opportunity. Board my ship and start as a deckhand. Relief washed over me. Finally, I could escape this wretched island. I had assumed that given my prodigious talent, I would be groomed as a key recruit upon boarding. Yet, to my dismay, I spent 3 consecutive days performing menial tasks, washing clothes, cooking, cleaning, and the most humiliating of all, scrubbing toilets and washing a mountain of foul socks. One day, as I lamented my fate to a corpulent fellow named Da Xiong, Tao Tu herself approached, holding a few of her intimate garments, which she handed to me. How have you been adjusting these past few days? She inquired with a charming smile. My heart raced. Was my probation period nearing its end? I quickly replied, it's been manageable. I endure with diligence. Good, she continued. Separate these for washing and deliver them to my quarters. Then, with a playful tone, she added, oh, and no sniffing or engaging in any peculiar activities with them. Otherwise, I shall toss you to the sea to feed the fish. I felt a chill run down my spine. Was this a test of character or a trap? Her teasing laugh echoed as she observed my serious demeanor. Ah, if you were to indulge, I might find it in my heart to forgive you this once. With that, she sauntered away, leaving me bewildered. Resolutely, I washed the garments and approached her door, knocking softly. Come in, her voice beckoned from within. Upon entering, I sensed an unusual tension in the air. On the 3rd day aboard, I found myself in the chamber of a striking female superior. Was the narrative advancing too swiftly? To my astonishment, Tao Tu's voice emerged from behind screen. Ayuluan, please have a seat. I am bathing and will attend to you shortly. I thought, what a coincidence. Though the screen obscured her, the alluring silhouette was discernible in the muted light. I quickly averted my gaze, mentally reciting, "Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form." This was undoubtedly a trial. I must remain composed. As I lost myself in thought, her voice called again, "Owen, I have left a clean garment on the chair. Please fetch it for me." I turned and saw a set of pink attire folded neatly. As I grasped it, I couldn't help but sneak another glance at the screen. My mind raced. Tauta was indeed mischievous. Such trials would bewilder anyone. Fortuitously, I employed my cellular respiration technique, entering a state of focused calmness to avoid embarrassment. I handed her the garment, mustering my courage. "Tauta Jiang, I have brought it. Please wear it." Do refrain from testing me further. My mind is as still as water. A light chuckle emanated from behind the screen. "Very well. Have a seat. I shall emerge once I am dressed." Before long, a radiant Tautu, her hair damp, emerged from behind the screen, barefoot and clad in the attire I had just presented. Her figure was accentuated exquisitely, captivatingly seated across from me, her long, fair legs crossed elegantly, gazing at me with sultry eyes. My very cells seemed to scream in delight. "Tautu Jiang, do you have any tasks for me?" I quickly inquired, fearing that silence might betray my composure. "Not just yet," she replied, leaning forward slightly, her lips moist. "You have observed for a while now. What do you think of me? Am I not enticing?" I stammered, "Tauta Jiang, your allure is timeless, and your beauty is unparalleled, naturally captivating to all. So, you have indeed found yourself drawn to me?" She teased, her smile deepening. "However, your calm demeanor suggests my allure may not be as potent as I presumed." "In earnest," I responded, "I am self-aware and do not indulge in daydreams." Though I spoke with conviction, internally, my emotions were tumultuous. To my surprise, Tatu accepted my words. Her expression one of satisfaction. She praised my composure and diligence over the past 3 days, declaring me a promising candidate. Then came the pivotal moment. She announced that I would no longer serve as a mere deckhand, but would be promoted to her aide, receiving her focused training in the Navy's Rokushiki and hockey techniques. My heart soared. The fortune I had long yearned for had finally arrived. Externally, I remained composed, while internally, I was jubilant. Yet, the narrative was far from over. As she spoke, she shifted her posture, her long, fair legs drawing my attention once more. In that moment, I felt an electrifying surge within me. The system notified me of a newly awakened skill, hormonal cell factor release. Essentially, I could emanate a pheromone-like charm through my breath, exuding an irresistible allure. I couldn't help but grin. "Tao Te Jiang, you favor using your beauty to test me? Let us engage in a mutual challenge." I discreetly activated this newfound skill, ready to turn the tables. The effect was instantaneous. The previously composed Tao was visibly flustered, her cheeks flushed, fanning herself, clearly affected by my presence. Her gaze shifted, filled with an intensity that almost overwhelmed me. "Are you unwell, Tao Te Jiang?" I feigned concern, knowing full well the effect I had on her. Unable to withstand the intensity, she coughed lightly and dismissed me, instructing me to return to the base the following day for further instruction. I chuckled inwardly. Her attempt to test me had backfired spectacularly. As soon as I stepped outside, I encountered my roommate, Daxiong. He cautioned me to be wary of a certain General Chachuan, who is the most devoted admirer of Tower Abbot and cannot tolerate any male presence near her. I must tell you, his words were as if they had been anointed with magic. Scarcely had he finished speaking when a messenger from Chachuan arrived, saying the general wished to see me. Upon my arrival, I was met with a gaze reminiscent of an interrogator. As he squinted at me and inquired whether I had spent an extended period in Taya Rabbit's quarters and if I had assisted her with personal matters. He warned me not to harbor any inappropriate feelings towards her, claiming that Tower Rabbit would eventually belong to him. At that moment, I nearly burst into laughter. Just him? An ultimate sycophant? I laid my cards on the table, informing him, "I apologize, but General Tower Abbot has already decided that starting tomorrow, I shall be her aide. She even mentioned that my talents are extraordinary and my future accomplishments will rival hers." You should have seen the expression on his face. It was as green as a bitter melon, utterly astonished. Undeterred, he attempted to recruit me to his side, professing his intention to nurture my abilities. Just as I was pondering how to decline, Tower Rabbit appeared with an air of dominance, swiftly approaching and seizing my shoulder, casting a cold glare at Chachuan. Jiaji, what audacity you possess! You wish to steal away someone I have chosen? Without further ado, she whisked me back to her ship. The sense of security was unparalleled. Later, she inquired whether Chachuan had troubled me and remarked that she could see I was concealing my true potential. I thought to myself, what a splendid opportunity this is. I seized the moment to divulge my consumption of the devil fruit, concocting a name for it, the self fruit. Naturally, her curiosity was piqued, so I fetched a fish from the kitchen and performed a live demonstration. I first utilized cell degeneration, and the once lively fish was rendered a bloody mess. Then, employing cell optimization, you wouldn't believe it, the fish not only healed instantaneously, but also leaped about even more vigorously than before. Taya Rabbit's eyes widened in amazement, and she immediately concluded that my ability possessed healing properties, dragging me to the ship's infirmary without hesitation. Once there, I treated each injured sailor with remarkable finesse. Though severed limbs could not be restored, the speed of healing was astonishing. As I continued, I suddenly realized that the process was rather slow. Then, as if struck by inspiration, I developed a group healing ability within a 10-meter radius. An AoE skill, if you will. Tower Rabbit regarded me as though I were a monster. I even boasted a little, claiming that a 10-meter range felt somewhat limited. Upon hearing this, she coughed, likely overwhelmed by my display. Subsequently, she requested that I assist on Chachuan's ship. I wasted no time and unleashed a powerful AoE skill, resulting in all the wounded sailors being restored to full health in an instant, leaving them all astonished. Their gazes shifted from skepticism to reverence, addressing me as Lord Allen, with one gentleman even offering to introduce me to his daughter. The following day, we returned to the Navy headquarters. Tower Rabbit immediately took me to the personnel department, where her good friend, General He, was in charge. Upon seeing us, General He began to gossip, teasing Tower Rabbit about our apparent romantic involvement and urging her to marry and start a family soon. I must tell you, Tower Rabbit's face turned as red as an apple. She insisted, "It is not as you imagine," yet upon exiting, she unconsciously took my hand. Family, who understands? This was an implicit acknowledgement, wasn't it? I thought to myself, if this continues with a bolder approach, perhaps my beautiful superior might even grant me maternity leave. We walked quite a distance before she realized she was still holding my hand and quickly released it, stubbornly saying, "Ahem, Alan, do not take my sister He's words to heart." What could I say? I could only nod and assure her, "Rest assured, General Tower Rabbit, I understand." Yet, to be honest, I was thrilled. Upon hearing my words, Tower Rabbit appeared momentarily taken aback, likely not expecting my directness. She took a deep breath, as if having made a resolution, and suddenly smiled. "All right then, as long as you are not upset." She waved her hand, but the glint in her eyes betrayed her. However, I must tell you, such an opportunity is not to be taken lightly. Do you know how old I am? Revealing it might frighten you. What was this? Was she beginning to feel age anxiety? Afraid I might truly fall for her only to discover she is my elder and subsequently flee? I thought to myself, "Sister, do you perhaps misunderstand your own allure?" Intrigued, I asked, "If I may be so bold, General Tower Rabbit, how old are you?" 37, she replied, approaching the threshold of 40, with an air of resignation. Upon hearing this, I nearly laughed aloud. 37, family, who understands? I had thought she was at least in her 50s, considering she referred to General He as her sister. 17 years my senior? This was hardly a matter of concern. This was merely clearing the final hurdle for our deeper development. I could no longer contain myself and showered her with compliments. "No way, sister. Are you serious? I thought you were at most 27. Just look at your condition, your skin, your figure. It's astonishing. I would believe you were a recent graduate." Women, after all, rarely resist kind words. Tower Rabbit feigned annoyance, claiming she was an old woman, yet the corners of her mouth were nearly reaching her ears. I seized the moment. "My gaze sincere. I am being earnest." Her heart likely raced again, and she quickly coughed to mask her embarrassment, then delivered the ultimate counter. "Ahem, enough of that. Little one, if you wish, I can consider you as my younger brother." "Younger brother? Little one?" I initially wanted to protest, wondering where I appeared small. But upon reflection, at a height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, I certainly resembled a mere accessory beside her towering legs. Fine, y concede. However, I was not worried. I am a self-fruit user. Controlling my height is a trivial matter. Once I master it, who knows who the little one will be? Seeing me silent, Taurabbit likely thought I was hurt by her younger brother remark, sighed, and said no more, directly leading me to the dormitory area. She informed me that as her aide, I could have a single room. I thought to myself, splendid. Ideally, it would be adjacent, as proximity breeds affection. However, upon reaching the dormitory management office, a bespectacled Aunt Zhang informed us that no rooms were available. She explained that numerous influential individuals had recently arrived, including relatives of Admiral Akainu and General He's granddaughter, Conke, who had occupied all the single rooms. Upon hearing this, I was taken aback. Conke? Is she not the future beauty of the sword unit? The one with the whip fruit? How intriguing. Just as I was lost in thought, Aunt Zhang suddenly spoke with surprising gravity, addressing Taurabbit. Fairy Taurabbit, isn't your dormitory the largest? 3 rooms and a hall? Perhaps your aide could share with you? Otherwise, he would have to sleep in the barracks with the recruits. Both Taurabbit and I were momentarily stunned. I quickly declared, General Taurabbit, it's no trouble. I can sleep in the barracks. I have long been accustomed to sleeping under the open sky on deserted islands. The more I insisted, the more Taurabbit seemed to realize she was overreacting. She likely thought, indeed, this is the Navy headquarters. As a general, could I truly fear a young man taking advantage of me? Moreover, what is wrong with giving special consideration to someone I have chosen? Forget it, come with me. At that moment, I felt fireworks explode in my heart. Oh heavens, which divine sister sent me such assistance? Living with my beautiful superior, fortune had finally smiled upon me. I pretended to follow her casually, while secretly plotting how to win her over. Upon entering her dormitory, I was awestruck. Over 120 square meters, 3 rooms and 2 bathrooms, impeccably clean and fragrant, all suffused with that subtle scent unique to Taurabbit. She invited me to take a seat and remarked, you don't even have a change of clothes or daily necessities. Later, I will take you to Xiangbidi Chuandao to buy a few sets. At that moment, I felt as though I had unwittingly stepped into a script about being kept. My days of living off a rich benefactor had seemingly been sealed. However, it appeared that Tao Tu had seen through my thoughts, as she promptly added, don't get the wrong idea. The expenses will be deducted from your salary. Don't think you could take advantage of me. Oh, of course. In an instant, my nascent dreams of being a pampered young master came crashing down, transforming me from a wealthy heir into a wretched worker burdened with debt. After a 15-minute boat ride, we arrived at Xiangbidi Chuandao. Tao Tu suggested treating me to a meal as a reward for rescuing so many injured soldiers. We found a bustling restaurant and ordered an array of seafood. Just as I was savoring my meal, I felt 2 pairs of eyes upon us. Upon glancing up, to my surprise, I spotted 2 beautiful young women not far away, whispering and pointing in our direction. One had fiery red hair and wore headphones, while the other sported a cutesy seagull hat, both exuding an alluring innocence. Suddenly, it dawned on me, they were Conke and Yunk. Truly, the moment was uncanny. Seizing the opportunity while Tao Tu went to the restroom, the girl named Conke approached my table with a bright smile. Hey there, what is your relationship with Ji Yuan Jiejie? I wiped my mouth and replied nonchalantly, I am her capable assistant. Her tone, however, indicated disbelief. Before I could elaborate, she hastily pulled Yunk away, fearing Tao Tu might catch her. Outside, I overheard Yunk gushing. Wow, Conke, your brother-in-law is so handsome. I'm a little smitten. Conke instantly exploded in indignation. What brother-in-law? He belongs to my sister. If you have any thoughts about him, we're done. After our meal, Tao Tu took me shopping, and I donned a brand new suit, feeling as if I could step onto the stage. However, upon turning around, I noticed the 2 girls stealthily following us. Yunk's starry-eyed gaze nearly melted me, while Conke wore an expression of excitement, as if she had uncovered a monumental secret. Unfortunately, their tracking skills were subpar, and soon enough, Tao Tu caught them red-handed. With her arms crossed, she stood before them like a queen, exuding an air of authority. Once caught, Kong-K immediately adopted a playful demeanor, apologized, and then, undeterred, leaned towards me and whispered, "So, how about it, brother-in-law? Two gorgeous girls accompanying you shopping. Doesn't that feel splendid?" I was taken aback. "Ahem, Miss Kong-K. You are quite mistaken. I am merely an assistant." She rolled her eyes at me and ran off to gossip with Tao Tuesday, growing weary of her inquiries. Tao Tu explained he is someone I picked up from an uninhabited island. He has great potential, and I'm nurturing him as my younger brother. He is only 20. I could be his sister. Upon hearing this, Konk's eyes lit up. I could read the 8 characters of her thoughts. The best water should not flow to outsiders. She shot a glance at Yunk, whose cheeks had turned as red as a teapot, wearing a wary expression as if guarding against a friend as betrayal. As we made our way back, Kong-K suddenly issued a challenge. "Aaron, tomorrow Ji Yuan Jiejia will teach you the Navy's 6 styles. Let us see who learns faster. The loser must unconditionally grant the winner one request. Are you in?" I thought to myself, how generous of her to practically deliver herself into my hands. My innate ability, compared to her learning? Before I could respond, Tao Tu interjected, "Aaron, agree to her challenge. It will be good to temper this girl's arrogance." Well, since my superior had spoken, I had no choice but to reluctantly comply. All right, it's a deal. Back at the dormitory that night, I lay in bed, reveling in the sensation of my cells strengthening at every moment. It was utterly exhilarating. However, there was a side effect. My body's hormones seemed excessively exuberant, constantly reminding me of the formidable beast, Fan Ma Yang Zyro. The next day, I overslept and was jolted awake by Tao Tu's knocking. I emerged from my room with disheveled hair, only to find she had already prepared breakfast. I intended to sneak into the bathroom to resolve my morning predicament. But as soon as she turned, her gaze landed precisely on the one area that should not have been seen. The air thickened instantly. "Thou tu es fast flushed, crimson." Her eyes darting around awkwardly, stammering, "Ahem, you should wash up quickly. After breakfast, we're heading to the training ground." I felt so embarrassed that I could have used my toes to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. I splashed cold water on my face in the bathroom, desperately trying to regain my composure. After enduring the most silent breakfast in history, we made our way to the training ground. Upon arrival, we spotted General Hua Xiaoshan overseeing the new recruits. The moment he saw us, he beamed and approached General Tao Tu. "It's been a while. What brings you to the training ground today?" Tao Tu, arms crossed, smiled nonchalantly, her gaze sweeping over the recruits who were starry-eyed at the sight of her. General Hua Xiaoshan cleared his throat awkwardly. Then, unable to contain himself any longer, he grinned broadly and remarked to my superior, "I've been struggling to find a reason to give these new recruits a thorough lesson." How perfect! Just as he finished speaking, 3 figures appeared in the distance. Led by a stunning beauty, Kong-K, followed closely by Yunk and a golden-haired prince. "Ji Yuan Jiejia, we're here." Well, lively scene. My superior, without a moment's hesitation, tossed aside her cloak of righteousness, preparing to personally engage. While she spoke of how some of the little ones were too arrogant and unaware of their limits, her gaze practically bore into Kong-K's very soul. Kong-K, unyielding, whined that my superior looked down on her. My superior, dismissing her entirely, turned to me with a piercing gaze. "Aaron, are you ready? I will demonstrate only once. If you cannot grasp it, I will have to reassess you." What could I say? I had no choice but to assure her, absolutely. Then, before our eyes, she swiftly executed the iron block, gale kick, paper drawing, and moonstep from the Navy's 6 styles in one fluid motion, elucidating the principles behind each move without even taking a breath. When she finished, she fixed her gaze on me, silently inquiring, "Did you understand? I will only teach once. If you fail to learn, you will be optimized." Even General Hua Xiaoshan was taken aback, exclaiming, "General Tao Tu, isn't this a bit too much? It takes countless trials to grasp this skill." Kong-K wore a disbelieving expression, thinking to herself that this was impossible. Even with exceptional talent, one could only comprehend the theory. Surely, one's body could not instantly understand it as well. However, let me tell you, my cellular prowess was akin to an official cheat code. Iron block. ISNT that merely accelerating blood flow to activate the muscles? For me, it was simply a matter of controlling my cells, a task I could accomplish in seconds. Moreover, I pondered that being completely rigid would be rather unrefined. It wouldn't be stylish at all. I decided to focus on localizing the hardening. With a thought, the cells in my right foot rapidly converged and solidified. I struck the ground with a resounding thud. The thickly laid Qiangang stone floor cracked open, creating a fissure spanning 5 to 6 meters. The entire arena fell silent in an instant. Those who understand would know the exhilarating feeling of complete silence that follows such a display. Kong's jaw nearly hit the floor, while the golden-haired prince stubbornly questioned. "That's not right. With iron block your body should be immobile. This defies logic." I simply chuckled, "Sorry, my friend. Not only have I mastered it, but I've also seamlessly upgraded it to version 20. I call this localized iron block. It allows movement while enhancing damage." How does that feel? As I spoke, I clenched my right hand, my muscles instantly tense like steel. With another punch, the ground cracked once more. At this point, they were completely speechless. Xiao Shan's eyes gleamed with admiration, repeatedly declaring me a genius, a monster. My leader, Tao Tu, was visibly pleased, her smile stretching from ear to ear. Later, I explained that this was a result of my cellular abilities, and finally, they understood, realizing that it was indeed a cheat, which made it perfectly reasonable that they could not replicate it without feeling embarrassed. After Tao Tu sent away my defiant sister-in-law Kong, Kay, and the others, I remained to continue my training. The Yu Bu and Lan Jiao techniques were simpler for me. It was merely a matter of explosive power. Once I unleashed my cellular energy, I could launch myself from a standstill. However, the paper drawing technique required a partner for practice. I enlisted Xiao Shan as my sparring partner, and guess what happened? As we trained, an epiphany struck me. I comprehended an even more formidable move from the paper drawing, named Ultimate Discharge. In essence, it allowed me to nullify the force of incoming strikes. At that moment, I felt like I was truly destined for greatness. I instructed Xiao Shan to strike me with all his might. As he threw a punch, I twisted my body to dissipate the force, causing a significant portion of his strength to vanish. He was utterly bewildered and, in disbelief, reinforced his punch with armed color, striking again. This time it genuinely hurt. I could only nullify half of the force, leaving the other half to sting painfully, compelling me to absorb that energy using my fruit abilities. At this point, Xiao Shan was thoroughly convinced and insisted on learning from me. I thought it wasn't a skill limited to cells, so I taught him. However, it turned out that his talent was rather lacking. After several hours of practice, he could barely nullify 20% of the force. The emphasis was clearly on participation. Afterward, I returned to my dormitory and discovered that Tao Tu had left me a meal, which warmed my heart. After eating, I pondered my height of 9 meters, which felt utterly inadequate in a world filled with giants. I had to grow taller. My cellular fruit could easily control bone cells, right? Without hesitation, I concentrated and manipulated the osteoblasts and osteoclasts, initiating a rapid growth spurt. My body shot up to 2 meters, and I optimized my muscles, resulting in a rock-hard six-pack. However, a significant drawback emerged. Each time I deeply developed my abilities, hormones surged within me like a floodgate opened, making me feel as though I might ignite. I quickly used my abilities to expel this excess, but this time, the volume was overwhelming, creating a visible red mist in my room. I sensed impending disaster, and, as fate would have it, Tao Tu chose that moment to enter, likely to call me for training. As she opened the door, the room filled with the dense red mist, enveloping her entirely. Let me tell you, the scene was something else. As a middle general, she instantly succumbed, her gaze hazy, breath quickening, and she lunged at me. Initially, I intended to help her calm down. But you understand her immense strength, right? Hours later, she slowly regained consciousness. I feigned sleep, peeking at her through my eyelashes. She wore a complex expression, both shy and angry. Yet seemingly not truly upset. I quickly pretended to awaken, putting on a sincere demeanor, and said, "My apologies, Tao Tu. It is entirely my fault. I will take responsibility." Can you guess her response? Her cheeks flushed, and with a huff, she declared, "Well, given the circumstances, you must indeed take responsibility." She then collected the bedsheets, claiming it was to keep evidence, lest I deny it later. Friends, she is a 37-year-old woman, still a virgin, and I felt like I had ascended to divine status in that moment. She was exceptionally gentle, measuring my new height and waist with a tape measure, stating that she would have several tailored suits made for me. She also told me not to call her Tao anymore, as it felt too distant. Instead, I should refer to her as Ji Yuan. Upon exiting, she bumped into the T-Pig middle general, who had pursued her over 100 times. He still wished to invite her for a meal, but Ji Yuan coldly replied, "I'm busy. Don't bother me again. I have a man I like now, and if you continue like this, he will not be pleased." The T-Pig was momentarily stunned, refusing to believe it, and followed her to the tailor shop. Ji Yuan, likely fed up with his persistence, unleashed her aura, staring at him impassively and stating, "Humph, can't you see the changes in me today? Let me tell you." The expression on the T-Pig's face was priceless. First bewilderment followed by a thorough examination of Ji Yuan, and suddenly he understood. The radiance of a happy woman is impossible to conceal, and he shattered like glass, realizing his own folly. His heart broke into a cue code, revealing, "I am the clown." But what could he do? He could only watch as Ji Yuan gracefully turned and walked away, completely ignoring him. I assure you, Ji Yuan had no time to deal with this heartbroken man. She greeted the tailor shop owner, requesting an expedited suit, and then turned to find shoes for me. She was already daydreaming, imagining how splendid I would look in a burgundy suit paired with matching shoes. Friends, who understands this? A woman in love is filled with pink bubbles, walking with a spring in her step. Meanwhile, Aaron, was also reveling at home. After showering, I noticed Ji Yuan had yet to return, likely quite late. I had to impress her. I dove into the kitchen, clattering about to prepare dinner. Although my culinary skills weren't exceptional, I could manage a few home-style dishes with ease. Around 8 in the evening, Ji Yuan finally returned, carrying the freshly made suit and shoes, placing them before me. "Here, as an urgent set for you. Make do with this for now. More sets will come in a few days." I was deeply touched. How thoughtful of her. I quickly replied, "Dinner is ready, just waiting for you." Upon catching a whiff, her eyes lit up. "Hey, you can cook? It smells delicious." As we sat down to eat, the happiness radiating from her was palpable. She mused to herself. Having a man at home seemed quite nice. After dinner, just as I was about to wash the dishes, Ji Yuan firmly pressed my shoulder down, saying, "Enough. A grown man shouldn't wash dishes. Leave it to me." Goodness, her thoughtfulness nearly overwhelmed me with sweetness. Once she tidied up the kitchen, she returned with a plate of grapes, and then came the main event. With a blush, she looked at me seriously and said, "By the way, Aaron, why don't you sleep with me tonight?" I was utterly stunned. She continued, "Given the nature of our relationship, we're both adults. There is no need to hide it anymore. Besides, with your high testosterone levels, it must be uncomfortable at times, right?" Wow, what a divine sister. What a top-notch statement. I gasped, my breath quickening, and after a moment, I stammered, "Ji Yuan, you are too good to me. Shall we rest early?" And then, the next morning arrived, and those who understand know what transpired. By dawn, Ji Yuan, still drowsy, awoke, propping herself up with a hand on her waist, both amused and exasperated, glaring at me. "You, what a terrifying fellow." Meanwhile, I was scratching my head and grinning foolishly. I can't help it. The abilities of the cellular fruit enhance my strength during activity. Hith. I may have gotten a bit carried away. I thought to myself, what an excuse. Who would believe that? Ji Yuan shot me a glance, but her face glowed with a dewy sheen, reminiscent of a ripe peach, radiating vitality. "All right, I suppose I can't hold it against you. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been utterly exhausted by you." I quickly seized the moment, showering her with sweet words. Yet in my heart, I thought, just wait until you realize my prowess. Hopefully, one day, you'll beg me to find you a sister as well. Just as I was reveling in my thoughts, Ji Yuan saw right through me. "Hey, why are you smiling so mischievously?" Aaron quickly cleared his throat, saying, No. I was just thinking about how happy I am that we can continue tonight." Ji Yuan's face turned crimson, her arms crossed defiantly over her chest. If you wish. I'm off to breakfast. As they arrived at the cafeteria, each slurping down a bowl of ramen, Aaron expressed his eagerness to be promoted, wishing to escape the whispers surrounding him. Dawn, ever supportive, decisively declared, "This is simple. Under my name, I'll help you take on a few hundred new recruits. You can train them, and then I'll get you a warship. Lead them on the Grand Line to earn your merits. As long as you have the capability, you could contend for the rank of Rear Admiral, or even Admiral." Aaron felt a rush of excitement. This was akin to having a VIP pass. With Ziwan's connections and her elder sister, the chief of staff, backing him, the path ahead seemed remarkably smooth. Just then, General Huashao, Sean approached with a bowl of noodles, jovially calling Aaron his brother. "Aaron, that technique you taught me yesterday, I practiced all night and feel much improved. Shall we practice together later?" Ziyuan, intrigued, asked what technique. Huashao Sean couldn't help but tease. "Are you serious, Ziyuan? You're so indifferent to your subordinate that you didn't know about such a significant event yesterday?" Ziyuan thought to herself that she had indeed invested herself into it. Huashao Sean laughed heartily, recounting how Aaron had created a new martial art, praising it extravagantly. Ziyuan looked at Aaron in astonishment as he nodded and casually remarked, "Do you want to learn? I can teach you tonight." Huashao Sean, mid-sip of his noodles, nearly choked at this revelation. Aaron quickly clarified, "I meant, if I have time later." However, Ziyuan seemed unfazed, smiling gently. "What are you so timid about? If it's tonight, then it's tonight. Just teach me well." Huashao Sean, witnessing the exchange, nudged Aaron with a knowing glance. "Aaron, you've got potential. Keep it up, and let us hope your superior grants you some time off soon." Aaron coughed, nearly choking on his soup. It turned out that Huashao Sean was quite the jokester, but he was genuinely pleasant to be around. Ziyuan, upon hearing this, made no rebuttal, silently contemplating the possibility of a break coming sooner than expected. After finishing their meal, Ziyuan proceeded to outline a promotion plan for Aaron. Meanwhile, Aaron followed Huashao Sean to the training grounds, only to be confronted by the disgruntled Chachuan, who glared at him. Upon seeing Aaron in the tailored suit Ziyuan had arranged for him, Chachuan's eyes turned red with envy. That suit was something he had long desired, and now was worn by someone else. He approached with a sarcastic tone. "Well, Aaron, look at you, stealing my favorite person right away. I heard you've even created a technique. Come on, as your senior, I'll help you test it." A crowd of onlooking admirals, including Dao Bowman and Gue Jiju, quickly gathered. They all understood that this was not merely a test, but a rivalry that could escalate dangerously. Aaron, undaunted, replied with his hands in his pockets. "Since General Chachuan has time for practice, I'm more than willing. However, I must warn you, my technique is newly developed and lacks precision. If you get hurt, please don't hold it against me." The crowd was taken aback. This newcomer was audacious enough to challenge a prospective admiral directly. Chachuan, infuriated, scoffed, "What nonsense! You think you can hurt me?" As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished, launching a surprise attack. A burst of energy shot towards Aaron's forehead. Aaron did not evade. Instead, he hardened a portion of his body, using his forehead to absorb the impact. The force sent him staggering back several meters, yet he remained unscathed. The spectators were astonished. What was this technique? Absorbing a blast with his head? Seeing his initial attack fail, Chachuan charged at Aaron, unleashing a barrage of strikes with blinding speed. The sound of impacts echoed as Aaron's bones were seemingly shattered repeatedly. Yet, true to his resilient nature, he endured while fervently activating his cellular abilities to heal. In the midst of this excruciating cycle of breaking and mending, something remarkable occurred. Aaron experienced an epiphany. With a mental clarity, he mastered the power to control bone fractures. Suddenly, an array of bone spikes erupted from his body, forcing Chachuan to retreat. The warm-up was over. Now it was Aaron's turn. With steam rising from his body, he stepped forward, employing a silent, rapid technique that placed him directly above Chachuan, delivering a thunderous punch. "General Chachuan, I call this technique ultimate relaxation, infused with all the strength you just used against me. Care to catch it?" Chachuan felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. The punch appeared slow, yet the surrounding air seemed to warp. In a split second, instinct propelled him to evade. The impact of Aaron's punch created a massive crater, 5 meters deep and several meters long, fracturing the surrounding ground like a spider's web. The crowd fell silent. Hua Xiaoshan rushed in to diffuse the tension, while Chachuan, his face pale, muttered a harsh remark before retreating in disgrace. In that moment, the admiration in the eyes of the surrounding admirals shifted toward Aaron, filled with respect. Deo Bowman and other high-ranking officers approached him warmly, eager to learn his techniques. Without hesitation, Aaron declared, "Of course, I will not only teach you, but I will also share this technique with the entire Navy." This decisive action demonstrated his understanding of social dynamics. He began explaining the principles of his technique, even engaging in demonstrations with Hua Xiaoshan, showcasing the effectiveness of leveraging power, leaving the admirals in awe. At that moment, General Gui Zhizhu, known for his ability to manipulate multiple blades with his hair, posed a critical question. "Aaron, does your technique work against weapons?" With a confident smile, Aaron replied, "Of course." General Gui Zhizhu, "You may try it yourself." Without hesitation, Gui Zhizhu activated his technique, unleashing 8 blades that danced like a spider's web, rapidly approaching Aaron. In that critical moment, another realization struck Aaron. He grasped the ability to awaken his cellular potential. With him as the epicenter, he developed a 360-degree awareness within a 10-meter radius. Was this not a simplified version of a domain expansion? "Come, General Gui Zhizhu, I am ready for you." Aaron took a deep breath, his cells buzzing with anticipation, entering a heightened state of combat readiness. This sensation was exhilarating. Within a 10-meter radius, no subtle movement escaped his perception. Gui Zhizhu, relentless and skilled, wielded his 8 blades with incredible speed, creating a dazzling display of light. Yet when the blade struck Aaron, he merely smiled, as their force dissipated against his body, like water against stone. Undeterred, Gui Zhizhu intensified his assault, but the outcome remained unchanged. The spectators, activating their observation haki, were eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. After witnessing the exchange, they were left speechless. It was astounding. Aaron's body seemed to possess a sixth sense. He simultaneously neutralized the strength of all 8 blades without sustaining a scratch. His reflexes were inhuman. Even the most skilled practitioners would struggle to achieve such a feat. It resembled an instinctual response of his muscles, regardless of how he accomplished it. The effectiveness of ultimate relaxation was undeniable. If this technique could be implemented within the Navy, it would significantly reduce casualties. The generals, both Zhongjiang and Shaojiang, began to indulge in their fantasies, contemplating the incredible battle prowess their soldiers would possess if they mastered this technique. It would be a harmonious blend of offense and defense, rendering them invincible in combat. Just as they were lost in their daydreams, Aaron suddenly exclaimed, "Everyone, watch closely. What follows is the ultimate release of power." With a series of resounding thuds, the knives wielded by the ghost spider were effortlessly flicked away by my hand, shattering several of them into fragments. This astonishing display once again left the onlookers in awe. The explosive force of the ultimate release was indeed terrifying. The ghost spider, not one to be foolish, quickly retreated to maintain distance, jokingly remarking that if he delayed any longer, all his knives would be reduced to dust. Of course, losing a few knives was not a concern for him. It was merely a jest. Apologizing for my momentary immersion in the scene, I expressed my regret. "No harm done." The ghost spider chuckled nonchalantly, adding that he was grateful for the demonstration of the ultimate absorption and release of power. "Brother Aaron, your mastery over your self-created techniques is truly exquisite. If I do not unleash my full strength, I fear I may not breach your defenses." His words rang true, as he had personally experienced the extraordinary resilience of Aaron's physical form and the unpredictable nature of his absorption techniques, making them exceedingly difficult to counter. General Huishan, with his boisterous demeanor, stepped forward, stating, "All right, enough of this mutual flattery. From here on out, mastering the absorption and release of power will depend on our own training." With that, he pulled me aside to practice, asserting that this approach would facilitate mastery. The ghost spider and the others seized the opportunity, pairing up for combat practice on the training field. It was the weekend, and everyone had no pressing tasks. Over the next few hours, I guided them while engaging in practice. These generals were seasoned veterans, their physical capabilities having long surpassed human limits. Thus, under my tutelage, they grasped the principles of absorption and release quite well, with the remaining mastery reliant on time and dedication. At lunchtime, we all gathered in the cafeteria for a meal before dispersing. Upon returning to my dormitory, I discovered that Ji Yuan was not home. I took a shower and awaited her good news. The date was April 1st, 1520, in the Haiyuan calendar, with just over a month remaining until Luffy set sail. I intended to take the soldiers I had trained to the East Sea to confront some pirates before Luffy's departure. This would allow me to quickly accumulate merits, while simultaneously honing my own abilities, ultimately preparing me for stronger adversaries in a new world. I even indulged in a brief fantasy of rapidly ascending to the rank of admiral, perhaps even contending for the position of fleet admiral. Such aspirations were not entirely out of reach. Before long, Ji Yuan returned. Spotting me seated on the sofa, she gracefully settled beside me, removing her hairpin as she spoke. Your application for new recruits has been approved. You may head to the recruit camp at any time to select 500 or 600 new soldiers for your training and to form your own squad. Additionally, Admiral Sengoku has heard of your creation of 2 powerful techniques and holds you in high regard, directly awarding you the rank of colonel. Ji Yuan wrapped her arms around my neck, her breath warm against my face. Upon hearing this, my heart soared with joy. Everything was progressing splendidly. Moreover, starting as a Navy colonel meant I had circumvented several years of arduous challenges. It was worth noting that Smoker and Hina, both disciples of Zephyr, had only recently attained the rank of colonel after emerging from the Navy headquarters. Of course, I recognized that my elevation to colonel was significantly attributed to Ji Yuan's influence, followed closely by the contributions of my ultimate absorption and release techniques. I resolved to express my gratitude to Ji Yuan today. Besides, she was sitting right beside me, an irresistible temptation. With a sudden motion, I lifted Ji Yuan and made my way toward the bedroom. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and she offered no resistance. Though she playfully protested, "Wait, I've been running all day and am covered in sweat. I need to freshen up first." Her voice was simply enchanting. I smirked and replied, "Very well, I can help you wash your back." Ji Yuan shot me a playful glare. "Just don't get carried away." The night passed in a gentle embrace of intimacy. The following morning, bright and early, Ji Yuan was still soundly asleep while I was already up and invigorated. As a user of the self fruit, the more I engaged in physical activity, the more energized I felt, utterly unaware of fatigue. If I ever did tire, I could draw upon the energy stored within my cells from photosynthesis. After rising, I indulged in 2 bowls of ramen, consumed 4 eggs, and drank several glasses of fresh milk, adhering to the adage that one should consume what one wishes to replenish. Although the previous night's exertions were manageable, I prefer to be well prepared, never lax in my diligence. After all, I would not be facing only Ji Yuan, but many others who required nurturing. Thus, maintaining my physical condition at its peak was imperative. After my meal, I sought out my good friend Ashion, who had shared in the trials of washing stinky socks with me. "Brother Aaron, from this day forth, you are my elder brother. You are simply remarkable." I had heard whispers that he had made a name for himself, mingling with the admirals and generals at the Navy headquarters, and now I stood before him. The truth evident. You've even attained the rank of colonel. Dashion was a towering figure, standing at nearly 2 meters tall, residing in an 8-person dormitory, where the lingering scent of aged, pickled vegetables was unmistakable. Now, witnessing my arrival to rescue him from his plight, he was nearly brought to tears. A true comrade forged through shared hardships. "All right, gather yourself. From now on, you'll be my aide. We will select 600 new recruits. I will handle the training while you manage the other details. Is that agreeable?" I grinned as I clapped Dashion on the shoulder, establishing a bond of camaraderie. "Colonel, you can count on me. I assure you the task will be completed," Dashion proclaimed, thumping his chest with conviction. Together, we made our way to the new recruit training grounds. Hey, Brother Aaron, back again to train with your older brother? General Hewishan's eyes lit up upon seeing me approach, and he greeted me with a smile. Today is not the day for that. I am here to select 600 new recruits. Did you hear that I was promoted to colonel by Admiral Sengoku yesterday? I couldn't help but feel a touch of pride. Huh, incredible. But you, my friend, are destined for greatness. General Hewishan was not overly surprised by my promotion. Having contributed 2 significant techniques to the Navy headquarters, attaining the rank of colonel was only natural. Come on, feel free to choose. We have over 3,000 new recruits assembled here, he enthusiastically declared, summoning all the recruits to gather. Standing before the throng of 3,000 recruits, I solemnly announced, I believe you all know who I am. Aaron, the creator of the ultimate absorption and release techniques. Now, in my capacity as a colonel in the Navy, I seek to select 600 individuals who are hardworking and possess strong willpower. Those who can endure training for 48 hours a day without faltering. If you can persevere, I am confident that within a month, each of you will possess a physique that surpasses human limits and master formidable techniques. As I concluded my speech, excitement rippled through the recruits. They held me in high esteem, revering me as a powerhouse capable of shattering the training grounds within a 500-meter radius with a mere punch. Furthermore, many had witnessed their peers learn the Navy's 6 styles within a single morning, achieving advanced proficiency. Faced with the words of such a formidable individual, they naturally believed in my promises. After all, who among those at the Navy headquarters did not wish to grow stronger? A month to achieve such transformation, while perhaps hard to believe, filled them with anticipation and eagerness. In no time, over 600 recruits stepped forward, eagerly expressing their desire to follow me and pleading for acceptance into my ranks. Excellent. From this moment onward, I will train you. In a month, I will lead you on missions to capture pirates and establish your legacy. I proclaimed passionately, my words resonating with sincerity. Beside me, General Hewishan mused, Brother Aaron, you're positively electrified today. Youthful energy is indeed boundless. Although my aspirations might seem overly ambitious, one could hardly wait to see how these 600 recruits would transform in a month's time. Next, we embark on your physical training. I have no further demands. Simply run around the playground until you collapse from exhaustion. Yes, sir. The recruits encircled the 10,000-meter track, enduring the scorching sun, sweat cascading down their bodies. Meanwhile, I reclined in a chair, appearing quite at ease, yet engaged in a form of cellular photosynthesis, storing energy within my cells. As my energy accumulation reached a certain threshold, my body became intensely heated, simultaneously enhancing cellular strength. As my cells grew stronger, my overall prowess and various abilities would elevate correspondingly. Thus, basking in the sun, performing photosynthesis, and storing energy would enable me to rapidly augment my strength. 3 hours later, brother, the recruits have been running for several hours, and now they're starting to collapse one after another, Deshiong remarked as he dashed over. Fear not, I assured him. I shall rejuvenate their spirits and have them rise to continue running. I intended to employ my cellular optimization abilities to relentlessly tap into their potential. By the way, Deshiong, you must join in the training. Trust me, after a month, you will undergo a transformation. At that time, taking on 10 elite sailors will be a trivial task. I patted Deshiong on the shoulder and spoke with a slight sternness. Yes, brother, I believe in you. Deshiong nodded earnestly, feeling deeply moved. Had he not encountered me, he might still be a mere lowly intern soldier. Do not slack off, even if you are fatigued. You must persist in running. And those of you lying down, do not think you can evade the ordeal. Now, let me witness your potential. I approached the scene, tending to the soldiers who had collapsed from exhaustion, optimizing their cells for recovery. Instantly, those drained and powerless soldiers felt a wave of comfort, as if their cells were rejoicing, and they rapidly regained 70% of their vitality. Colonel, I feel invigorated. So do I. This is incredible. I no longer feel that fatigue. The once exhausted recruits were astonished by the methods I employed, finding them utterly remarkable. Enough, continue running. As long as you adhere to my directives, within a month, I guarantee each of you will be capable of taking on 10 elite soldiers." "Yes, Colonel." The recruits rose and resumed their long-distance run. The recruits, still running, discovered that their colonel possessed a means to eradicate their fatigue. Consequently, they ran with renewed vigor, unencumbered by any lingering concerns. Only those unwilling to grow stronger would dare to slack off. Otherwise, they would resolutely choose to endure hardship and train relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, 28 days had passed in my training of the recruits. During this time, the recruits slept merely 5 hours a day, dedicating every moment, aside from meals and hydration, to relentless training: running, push-ups, swimming, weightlifting, and paired combat. Among these, paired combat was the most crucial training, representing the fastest means for the recruits to enhance their combat capabilities. Of course, this was all under the premise of rigorous training. I utilized my cellular optimization ability to unlock their physical potential and expedite injury recovery. Additionally, I strengthened their osteoblasts and osteoclasts, resulting in sturdier bones and further augmenting their combat prowess. Simultaneously, under my guidance, each individual mastered techniques for energy conservation and release. Many even grasped one or two forms from the Navy Six styles, including pointing finger, iron block, moon step, gale foot, paper drawing, and shave. Among them were dozens of strong men who, after having their potential squeezed, exhibited extraordinary talent. Within these 20-some days, several cultivated Busashoku Haki, or Kinbunshika Haki. Although their hockey abilities were still in their infancy, as recruits of the Navy headquarters, they surpassed the combat strength of most elite soldiers. Over the course of this nearly month-long period, I became a legendary figure within the Navy headquarters. Naturally, I acquired the moniker of the Devil Instructor. The training demands were exceedingly rigorous. The recruits under my command trained day and night, resulting in a level of competition that rendered a day's achievements equivalent to others' week-long efforts. Numerous instructors expressed a desire for their soldiers to train similarly, eager to grow stronger rapidly, yet those instructors could only respond with helplessness. News of my abilities had spread, revealing my mastery over the powers of the devil fruit related to cells. The capabilities I had developed could assist students in maximizing their potential, alleviating fatigue, healing injuries, and fortifying bones and meridians, hence the extraordinary results. Others, however, lacked such abilities and could only train diligently as before. In the high-ranking conference room, I was summoned to meet Fleet Admiral Sengoku, clad in a wine-red suit, adorned with a white cape emblazoned with the word justice. I entered the conference room, my posture straight and my countenance resolute and handsome. Within the room were only Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru. I greeted them respectfully. Both Sengoku and Tsuru expressed satisfaction with my performance, nodding appreciatively. "Colonel Allen, the reason for summoning you is to inquire about your intentions. After nearly a month of embodying the role of an instructor, your accomplishments in training the recruits have been nothing short of remarkable. Presently, the 600 recruits under your command possess combat strengths that far exceed those of most elite soldiers in the headquarters. Given your extraordinary capability to train such exceptional soldiers in a short span, I sincerely hope you will remain as the chief instructor for new recruits at the Navy headquarters. What do you think?" Sengoku, having heard from Vice Admiral Tsuru that I would soon lead my recruits to the East Sea for training, was eager to engage in maritime pursuits against pirates. He pondered whether it would be a waste of such specialized talent not to retain me as an instructor to continue training recruits, deeming it a significant loss for the Navy headquarters. Consider this. If I could elevate a group of recruits to the level of elite soldiers in a month, then should I remain to train them continuously, the Navy headquarters could potentially increase its elite soldier count by 6,000 to 10,000 within a year, dramatically enhancing the fighting strength of the lower ranks. Upon hearing this, I was at a loss for words. Did they wish for me to remain as an instructor? Would this not confine my freedom? Moreover, there was a cautionary tale to be learned from the past. For instance, Admiral Zephyr was once an instructor at the Navy headquarters, yet his subsequent fate was rather tragic. The three admirals had a seamless operation of issuing orders to eliminate him without a hint of compassion. Furthermore, my aspirations extend far beyond the rank of admiral or fleet admiral. Should the opportunity arise, I yearn to ascend to the position of Gorosei, or exceptionally, join the Knights of God. More importantly, I wish to experience the romance of capturing pirates. Fleet Admiral, to speak candidly, I found myself quite exhausted over the past month. In my efforts to ensure that my soldiers can safeguard themselves while accompanying me to pursue pirates, I have overextended my own vitality in helping them unlock their physical potential and grow rapidly stronger. Therefore, I expressed my difficulties and gently declined the offer. Sengoku regarded me intently, seemingly attempting to discern my true intentions. However, Vice Admiral Tsuru interjected, expressing concern over the notion of exhausting one's life force to teach those recruits. How could that be permissible? I still hold hope for your relationship with Sister Gion. Sengoku understood the rationale, but, given his position, prioritized the greater good. Yet, upon hearing Tsuru's plea, he naturally opted to take a step back. Let us proceed, Aaron. You shall temporarily assume the position of chief instructor for the new recruits at the naval headquarters, but there is no need for such concentrated training. In the future, should any recruits from various departments display exceptional talent, you may take over their training. How does that sound? I understand that I cannot refuse any longer. Very well. I shall not withhold any promising candidates from you. I will dedicate myself to unlocking their potential. Ah, splendid. Here is a set of insignia for the chief instructor of the new recruits at the naval headquarters, including shoulder boards, badges, and cap insignia. General Jean Gua expressed his satisfaction as he presented me with the prepared insignia. Thank you, Lord Jean Gua. Becoming the chief instructor of the new recruits at the naval headquarters is an unexpected delight. I believe this rank must be considerably higher than that of a colonel. After all, even a lieutenant general, such as Hua Xiaoshan, while training recruits, holds the position of a mere instructor. Upon exiting the office, I encountered the two young ladies engaged in a spirited debate with that unfortunate prince. I must say, the prince was quite the dramatist, wearing a woeful expression, as if he were about to perform a monologue lamenting being sold by his family. He pointed at the peacock, expressing his grievances. Hey, peacock, how could you be so unjust? You dragged me onto the ship, and now I'm being targeted while you sit here and enjoy the show? The peacock, that charming little sprite, covered her mouth and giggled uncontrollably. Oh, Prince, what is wrong with a man enduring a bit of hardship? This is called training. Do you understand? The colonel is providing you with an opportunity. In a month, you will be the Prince of Neo-Hulu. The lark beside her nodded vigorously. Yes, I believe in Colonel Aaron's arrangements. Goodness, these two were harmonizing so well that the prince was left utterly bewildered, even beginning to question himself. Could scrubbing toilets really make me stronger? Unwilling to give up, he sought companions in his plight, asking me, Colonel, what about those two? You cannot show gender bias. It must be fair. I couldn't help but chuckle. I assured him, rest assured their tasks are not light. From now on, they will be responsible for attending to my daily needs. Upon hearing this, the peacock and the lark were momentarily stunned, their faces flushing with delight. The prince, noticing their expressions, immediately broke down. Colonel, you are mistaken. You are rewarding them. Rewarding? I thought to myself, they will soon discover whether this is a reward. This task was once so arduous that even Sister Ji Yuan begged for mercy. But how dare this lad call me mistaken? My expression soured. Are you instructing me on my duties? When I first started, washing socks and scrubbing toilets was commonplace. Did I ever complain? Bring me a soldier. A soldier promptly entered, and I commanded, take him away. He must attend to both socks and toilets, without exception. Thus, the prince was forcibly escorted away, looking utterly bereft of tears. Once he was gone, the peacock approached me, her voice sultry as she asked, Colonel Aaron, are you truly going to have me and the lark take care of you? I must admit, her tone sent shivers down my spine. I feigned seriousness. Do you think I am jesting? Then, I shifted the subject. By the way, you lost our last bet and agreed to fulfill any request of mine. You haven't forgotten, have you? She nodded eagerly, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. Of course I remember. I'm a girl of my word. Splendid. Remember, it is any request. You want to believe what she replied. She covered her mouth, her cheeks flushed, and said, any request. So even if you asked me to be your girlfriend, I could do that. Goodness, she knows how to play her cards. The lark beside her gasped, covered her mouth in shock, likely thinking, Sister, you are quite bold. How unfair, I was here first. I clear my throat, regaining my composure. Be careful not to play with fire. I warned her, had it not been for the lark's presence. I would have pulled this little sprite into my embrace to see if she dared to tease me further. The lark, ever the peacemaker, quickly interjected, Colonel, do not be angry. The peacock merely enjoys joking. She cast a guilty glance at the peacock. I waved my hand dismissively. Enough of that. Your task is simple. You will prepare my meals daily and be at my beck and call. Right now, my back aches. Who will give me a massage? I will. They both chimed in unison. The lark, slightly bashful, attempted to defer to the peacock. I decisively declared, All right, both of you shall assist. The peacock will massage my upper back, and the lark will handle my lower back. Upon hearing this, the lark's face turned as red as an apple, likely feeling favored. As for the peacock, her eyes sparkled with intrigue, undoubtedly thinking, This man has grand ambitions. He intends to have both. Let me tell you, the massages from these two young ladies were heavenly. I mused to myself that if General He and Admiral Chi Quan were to discover their precious gems were kneading my shoulders and thighs, they might very well sail through the night to confront me. The peacock leaned close, her breath warm against my ear. Colonel, is the pressure adequate? I felt elated, maintaining a calm facade. Yes, quite satisfactory. Continue to work diligently. I shall not treat you unfairly. After all, I am merely helping you develop your physical potential. This is my forte. As soon as I uttered those words, the two young ladies' thoughts wandered, their faces blooming crimson, likely envisioning a romantic drama. What physical development? How wicked! Days swiftly passed, and I had been enjoying a rather idyllic existence. By day, I soaked up the sun, engaging in a bit of photosynthesis, and simultaneously devised a new technique called cell bomb. In simple terms, it involves expelling my cells, resulting in an explosive effect, quite effective for catching fish. The two young ladies dutifully arrived each morning to assist me in dressing, their service impeccable. Naturally, every time they saw me shirtless, they couldn't help but blush and feign casual touches. One morning, Lieutenant Deschion reported from outside, Colonel, we have arrived at the EC. Upon seeing that we had reached the EC, I calculated the date, May 2nd, 1520, in the High Yuan calendar. Goodness, that rascal Luffy is about to set sail. We must head to Windmill Village. I pointed at the map. We must stake our claim. I intend to capture the future Pirate King and perhaps enjoy a few drinks at Makino S Bar. After enjoying the breakfast prepared with love by the two of them, the peacock tenderly wiped my mouth. My spirits soared as I said, You both have performed admirably these past few days. I am prepared to reward you. Upon hearing the word reward, their eyes lit up, their cheeks flushing with anticipation. I thought to myself that this was all due to my infuriating charm. The hormonal essence within me was continually radiating, making it no wonder they were captivated by me. Come, extend your hands, I smiled. They both shyly extended their delicate hands like timid little rabbits. I grasped their hands, feeling their softness. They trembled slightly, wanting to withdraw, but my strength held them firmly. I teased them. Do not worry, I mean no harm. Did I not promise to help you develop your physical potential? Today, we shall begin by reinforcing your bones. However, I must caution you, the process may be quite pleasurable. Do not utter a peep in my room, lest others think I am mistreating you. As I finished speaking, I activated my ability. Instantly, they felt an intense warmth enveloping them, a tingling sensation radiating from their very bones, a delightful yet ticklish feeling, leaving them longing to cry out, yet too timid to do so. I observed their flushed faces, their bodies softening, and I playfully warned, Hang in there. If anyone lets out a peculiar sound, I shall spank them. Ultimately, they could not withstand it, their eyes brimming with tears, evoking my sympathy. Indeed, girls are quite sensitive to such sensations. I decided to conclude the session for the day. As I withdrew my power, they collapsed onto the floor, drenched in fragrant sweat. I left them with the words, Take your time to recover, and proceeded to find that unfortunate prince. The young lad was simultaneously washing his foul socks while grumbling to himself. As I approached, I overheard his lamentations. "Oh heavens, who will come to my rescue?" I longed to return home. I cleared my throat, startling him into a shudder. I clucked my tongue twice. "Look at you. So feeble after merely washing socks for a few days? Never mind. I shall fortify your sinews." Upon hearing this, his eyes immediately sparkled. "Really, esteemed colonel? Indeed, perform well, and rewards shall be ample." With a flourish of my hand, I set his training in motion. However, this was no gentle experience for him. It was an onslaught. The prince felt as though his very bones were being disassembled and reassembled, howling in agony. "Ah, colonel, it hurts. My bones are breaking." Minutes later, the lad fainted from the pain. I ceased my efforts, somewhat troubled. Alas, the bones of boys are indeed troublesome. I summoned a soldier, instructing, "Wake him up and have him continue working." The soldier slapped the prince awake, chuckling, "You lucky dog. Our colonel's gifts are not bestowed upon everyone. The pain in your bones is a normal reaction. Once you adapt, you'll discover the joy therein." The prince, skeptical yet intrigued, clenched his fists, and in an instant, his pupils dilated. He felt an explosive surge of power coursing through him, at least double his previous strength. Incredible! Is this the power of enhancement? His excitement was palpable. The nearby soldier demonstrated, exerting force that burst the seams of his sleeves. The prince immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Wow, brother, that's impressive." He was instantly invigorated, entering a fervent mode of productivity, unstoppable in his eagerness. Upon returning to the deck, Conque and Yunk had finished bathing and donned fresh garments, approaching with delightful scents. They sincerely expressed their gratitude, their gazes brimming with admiration and affection. I merely replied, "Yes, once you acclimate, I shall assist in developing your bodies." Both blushed again, softly murmuring in agreement, likely lost in mischievous thoughts. Soon, the ship arrived at Fengche village. I changed into casual attire and entered the village alongside the two lovely ladies. We strolled leisurely until we discovered Makinuo's bar. I must say, Makinuo is a stunning beauty, gentle and kind, with an enviable figure. Upon entering the bar, Conque noticed my gaze drifting towards the proprietress, a hint of jealousy flickering in her eyes, pondering, with two beautiful ladies by your side. Why gaze at the village flower? As we settled in and ordered drinks, a straw hat-clad lad burst in, grinning widely. "Hee, Makinuo's sister. I'm here. I'm setting sail to become the Pirate King." Goodness, the very embodiment of Luffy. Conque and Yunk exchanged glances, their eyes asking, "Should we catch him?" I smirked. "Indeed, we must capture him. However, it cannot be a simple apprehension. He requires a profound ideological awakening. But first, let's enjoy our drinks." While we were imbibing, a sudden crash echoed as Makinuo collapsed at the bar. The establishment erupted into chaos. I swiftly rose, parting the crowd. "Make way, I have some medical knowledge." I scooped Makinuo into my arms and carried her to the back room. Conque and Yunk observed with envy, Conque likely considering Makinuo her primary rival. I laid Makinuo gently on a bed, and before all present, I grasped her hand, activating my cellular optimization ability. A flash of golden light enveloped her, and the illness dissipated, her complexion brightening. Luffy's eyes widened, perhaps believing I possessed some devil fruit powers, already scheming to recruit me onto his ship. Upon awakening, Makinuo noticed my hand still clasping hers, her cheeks flushed with color, heart racing. I did not release her hand. Instead, I solemnly inquired, "Mistress, how do you feel?" "The treatment continues." Lowering my voice, I delivered a precise diagnosis. "If I'm not mistaken, you are experiencing your monthly cycle, causing your weakness and fainting spells, correct?" Upon hearing this, Makinuo's face turned crimson, and she could only nod shyly. I nodded in understanding, my tone earnest indeed. "However, all is well now. It would be wise to drink plenty of warm water to aid your recovery. After all, my advice to drink more warm water is of immense significance, as those in my circle would attest." At that moment, Makinuo could hardly contain herself, her cheeks aglow, gazing at me with admiration. The surrounding patrons, reveling in the spectacle, began to cheer, Mistress, you work too hard alone. It's time to find a man. Indeed, indeed. You may choose any of the fine young fellows in our village. Oh, please, those unrefined lads are hardly worthy of our Makinuo. Makinuo cast a furtive glance my way, then addressed the crowd with grace. Thank you for your concern. I will consider suitable prospects. Meanwhile, I discreetly returned to my seat, but no sooner had I left than the patrons began to gossip. Who is that gentleman? He is quite the catch, a perfect match for our proprietress. Alas, did you not notice the two lovely ladies accompanying him? He is likely already taken. This conversation reached Makinuo's ears, extinguishing the flicker of hope that had ignited within her. Her countenance fell, surely thinking, alas, surrounded by beauties. How could a humble tavern owner like me ever capture his attention? Yet, she quickly regained her composure, generously announcing, to celebrate my recovery, everyone shall receive a complimentary beer tonight. As I settled back into my seat, Conke approached with a mischievous grin. Mr. Aaron, do you have your eye on that proprietress? I smiled gallantly. A virtuous lady deserves a gentleman's pursuit. Conke burst into laughter. Oh, how profound. But I fear you shall never become a gentleman, will you? Her eyes clearly conveyed the message. This beauty has you in her sights. Dream on if you think you can remain chivalrous. Yunk, seated nearby, felt a wave of melancholy. She assumed I favored gentle, demure types, leaving her quirky personality at a disadvantage. Her mind was already spinning a tale of loneliness, envisioning a lifetime of solitude. Just then, Makinuo returned, bearing 3 glasses of beer, her cheeks still flushed from my 3 guests' complimentary drinks. And thank you, sir, for earlier. The opportunity presented itself. I boldly stated, it was but a trifling matter. In truth, I felt an instant connection with you, Makinuo. If you wish, you may call me Aaron. I must say, pursuing a lady necessitates a proactive approach. After all, my family has tasked me with bringing back several companions to alleviate their burdens. I am merely fulfilling my commission in courtship, unafraid. Makinuo was momentarily taken aback, wondering if I was professing my affections. The earlier disappointment melted away, and she floated on air, mustering the courage to reply, "Thank you, Mr. Aaron." Like a startled rabbit, she darted away to serve other patrons, her steps light and buoyant with joy. Conke, witnessing this, simmered with jealousy, her smile betraying her irritation. "Oh, Mr. Aaron, your charm is indeed remarkable." I retorted, "What are you saying? What do you know, young lady? Drink. Am I not grown?" She shot back, "I'm 18 this year, not a little girl." Her eyes glimmered with reproach, as if to say, "How could you be so foolish?" As we were engaged in our playful banter, the spirited figure of Straw Hat Luffy bounded towards us. "Hee, I heard everything you said." In a fit of annoyance, Kong cast a disdainful glance, retorting, "So what if you did?" Luffy, scratching his head with an innocent expression, replied, "I just wanted to say that Sister Makino is really nice. Mr. Arlong, do you like her? I could ask her for you." With a sly shift in his tone, he revealed his ulterior motive. "Of course, if I do that, you should consider joining my crew and sailing the seas with me. I aspire to be the pirate king." At that moment, both Kong and Yun were rendered speechless. Who would understand? This lad was truly a chosen misfortune, inviting a colonel from the Navy to become a pirate right before us. This was not merely digging his own grave. He was excavating a Mariana Trench for himself. Such audacity was tantamount to a reverse career background check. Kong, unable to contain his amusement, chuckled. "What an amusing little brat." "I'm not a brat. I will be 17 soon," Luffy declared, hands on his hips, his seriousness palpable. I found his antics amusing and asked, "Why do you want to recruit me?" "Because you are amazing." Luffy's eyes sparkled. "The way you treated Sister Makino earlier was incredible. You must have eaten a devil fruit, just like me." I thought to myself, while he possessed some keen insight, it was rather limited. I smiled faintly and replied, "I will not become a pirate." "Why not? Being a pirate is a man's romance." "It's simple," I began to educate him. "Being a pirate means constantly being chased by the Navy, hiding and running. What is so appealing about that? It's better to be a Navy officer." Upon hearing this, Luffy's rebellious spirit ignited instantly. "Wrong. Being a Navy officer isn't freedom. As a pirate, you can do whatever you want. If the Navy comes to catch me, I'll just knock them all away." Just then, Makino approached, gently tapping Luffy's head. Luffy, don't disturb the customers while they drink. Your supplies are ready. Hurry and take them. Luffy, noticing the towering pile of provisions, immediately forgot us, scampering over to collect them. He turned back and shouted, Mr. Arlong, I'll be back after I put these away. You must seriously consider sailing with me. Haha, kid, you can forget about sailing for the rest of your life. I smiled slightly. No rush. I will stay here a few more days. Indeed, in the following days, I spent my time at the bar, drinking and flirting, while Luffy, like a diligent employee, came every day to invite me to join his crew, and I rejected him each time. One day, Luffy arrived with an unusually serious expression. Mr. Arlong, I'm setting sail tomorrow. This might be my last invitation to you, so think it over. His determination left Kong and Yun in awe. Over the past few days, they had discovered that this Straw Hat Kid was actually the grandson of Marine hero Vice Admiral Garp. Goodness, with a grandfather like that. How could the grandson loudly proclaim his desire to be a pirate? If Garp found out, his blood pressure would surely soar. Calmly, I replied, don't worry. I've thought it through. When Luffy saw that I was unyielding, he pouted and left. As soon as he departed, my opportunity arose. I called Makino over and got straight to the point. Miss Makino, you don't have someone you like yet, do you? I've been waiting here for several days. Why must I be the one to take the initiative? Upon hearing this, Makino blushed furiously, instinctively glancing at Kong and Yun beside me, hesitating to respond. I understood immediately. I waved to Kong and Yun, you two go back to work. Kong huffed, her expression one of indignation, but she still took the dejected Yun away. Once they were gone, I reassured Makino they're just my subordinates. Makino visibly relaxed, whispering, I don't have someone I like at the moment. Oh, I leaned forward, gazing intently at her. Then what do you think of me? Mr. Arlong is very nice. Is that all? I pressed on. Is that all you have to say? I think I possess quite a bit of masculine charm. Handsome, strong, stable, overflowing with a sense of security. Makino was taken aback by my self-praise and hurriedly nodded. Yes. Yes. Not just that. What you just said is precisely what I wanted to convey. Understanding dawned on me, and I chuckled, then posed my ultimate question. But I find it puzzling. Since you think I'm so great, why don't you like me? The moment the words left my mouth, the entire bar fell silent. All the patrons craning their necks, eyes wide with anticipation, eager to see how Makino would respond. Makino was flustered, her heart racing, her face crimson, stammering, Mr. Arlong. I can be quite timid at times, and I didn't know those two were your subordinates. Excellent. Not rejecting was a victory in itself. I nodded in satisfaction and boldly declared, I see. Now, I want you to be my woman. Will you? Boss lady, just give in. Yes. This young man is quite the charmer. The atmosphere in the bar ignited instantly, with the patrons more excited than I was. Makino was nearly in tears. Although she was 1,000 times willing in her heart, this was all happening too fast. Mr. Arlong, I like you, but is this too quick? Shouldn't we get to know each other better? I took her hand, looking deeply into her eyes. No need no more. In my eyes, no one understands how wonderful you are better than I do. I'm a traveler. I know your profile better than you. Makino finally surrendered, and I pulled her into my embrace, feeling her soften against me. After a moment, she murmured shyly, Mr. Arlong, there are still customers here. Can I go back to work now? I released her, gently blowing on her ear, whispering, go ahead. However, I'll want to be returning tonight, so be prepared. Her ears flushed a deep red, and without a word, she buried her face and hurried away. I must say, the girls in this pirate world are incredibly innocent. It was all too easy to manage. That night, I certainly did not return to the warship. As for the details, let us not delve too deeply into them. The next morning, when Makino discovered my true identity as a colonel in the Navy, instead of being frightened, she felt even more satisfied, believing she had struck gold. While having breakfast, we suddenly heard Luffy's voice outside. Everyone, I'm setting sail. I will definitely become the Pirate King. Makino took my hand, her eyes sparkling. Brother Arlong, let's go take a look. All right. We rushed to the port, where we found Luffy standing on a small, rickety boat, excitedly bidding farewell to the villagers. Upon spotting me, he waved enthusiastically, Hee, Mr. Arlong, since you're not coming with me, I'll be off. I smirked, stepped forward. and called out to his small vessel, Luffy. Before he could register, I instantaneously appeared on his boat, grabbing his shoulder and, with a graceful step, returned him to the shore in front of the astonished villagers. "What are you doing? Let me go. My boat is going to drift away." Just then, a massive Navy warship slowly approached the port. The Navy soldiers on deck saluted in unison, calling out Colonel Arlong. Kong and Yin disembarked, personally fastening the striking justice cape around my shoulders. Luffy was completely dumbfounded, his mind racing to comprehend. "Mr. Arlong, you're in the Navy? You came to catch me, didn't you?" I was left speechless. His reaction time could circle the earth 3 times. "Luffy, you truly are talented. Daring to invite a Navy colonel to join you as a pirate repeatedly. If I don't capture you, who should I capture? Bring him aboard for ideological education." The unfortunate Luffy was thus taken onto the ship, his dream of becoming the king of pirates grounded merely 3 minutes after setting sail. The villagers on the shore stifled their laughter while calling out, "Luffy, make sure to reform yourself. It seems you're not cut out to be a pirate. Perhaps you should return home and serve as a marine." I embraced Majino to bid her farewell, gently caressing her head. "I will visit you often. Take care of yourself." Upon returning to the warship, I gazed at the nautical chart, my finger resting on a specific location. The next destination, Kiki Xia Village. As soon as I boarded the ship, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped me. The girl, Konkei, wore a perpetual frown, exuding an aura of displeasure that I found quite irksome. Yunk was similarly despondent, resembling a wilted eggplant. I playfully teased them. "What is the matter with you two? You both seem so listless. Would you like your captain to heal your spirits?" Konkei shot back, "Humph, Colonel Aaron, perhaps you should concern yourself with your village flower. We are hardly worthy of your attention." The bitterness in her tone was palpable. I could sense her jealousy from miles away. It was evident she was upset over my closeness with Majino. Was it truly necessary to react so? After all, both of them would eventually belong to me. So what was the rush? Seeing their pitiful expressions softened my heart, and I sighed. "All right, I understand what you were thinking. How about this? Both of you come to my room for a moment." Immediately, the 2 girls exchanged alarmed glances, a mix of anxiety and anticipation as they followed me into the room. I sat on a chair, resolved to drop a bombshell. Let me lay my cards on the table to dispel any notions you may have of me being a scoundrel for getting together with someone I barely know. I paused, observing their anxious faces, then presented my core argument. But in truth, I have no choice. The ability of my devil fruit comes with side effects, necessitating that I have many girls willing to be with me throughout my life. If you do not mind, I can take you both as my women. However, should you object, I shifted my tone to one of subtle menace. I must caution you to keep your distance. I fear that if I lose control, I may abandon you without a second thought. As my words hung in the air, both girls turned crimson, yet their reactions diverged entirely. Yunk appeared flustered, stammering, while Konkei, true to her lineage as the granddaughter of General He, displayed remarkable boldness. With arms crossed defiantly, she challenged me. "Humph, what do you mean by backlash? I'm not so easily deceived. If you dare to trick me, then I will simply lose interest in you." I chuckled, recognizing the bravado masking her trepidation. I turned to Yunk and remarked, "Yunk, your father is a Kainu. You must carefully consider this matter, lest your father seek vengeance on me." Upon hearing this, the young girl panicked, her mind racing as she muttered, I don't know. I waved my hand dismissively. Enough, go outside and calm down. This may be a bit overwhelming for you." Yunk nodded, dazed, and exited, likely regretting her decision to leave, but too shy to return. Now, only Konkei remained in the room with me. I stepped closer, lowering my voice as if sharing a secret. "I will ask you one last time. Are you truly ready to see? This is no jest. Once you witness the truth, there will be no turning back." Konkei, chin held high yet betraying her nervousness with sweaty palms, retorted, "Do not underestimate me. I want to see what you are truly capable of." "Very well. Consider this your own choice," I replied with a smile. In the next moment, I activated the ability of my self-fruit. Those familiar with me would understand that the hormonal factors within me surged forth, transforming into a red mist, thickening the air in the room. It felt as if an entire sauna had been filled with 1,000 bottles of concentrated energy drinks. Conke was instantly taken aback, her eyes widening in shock, her breath becoming erratic, her legs trembling. I sauntered closer, whispering in her ear, "Do you feel it? This is the backlash of my devil fruit. My desires are over 20 times that of an ordinary person. Imagine the burden I bear." As my words settled, she seemed to lose all strength, collapsing into my embrace. And thereafter, well, let us say, certain activities ensued that would require a subscription to view. A few hours later, Conke emerged like a drenched kitten, comfortably nestled in my arms, softly calling me Brother Lun, professing an understanding of my struggles and expressing no objection to my other relationships. I felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. This girl had been thoroughly won over. Having personally experienced the extent of my power and realizing there would be no escape for me henceforth. By mid-afternoon, our ship finally arrived at Kikishia village. Conke insisted on getting up, but as soon as she stepped out of the room, she was caught by Yunk, who, with her keen eyes, immediately inquired, "Sister Conke, why you look so soft and unsteady on your feet?" Konk's face flushed as she retorted, "Am I? No, not at all. I merely have a bit of numbness in my legs." "Humph, do you think you can fool me?" Yunk leaned in closer, lowering her voice. "You were in there with Colonel Aaron for so long. Did he awaken your physical potential? You cannot keep it all to yourself." Remarkably, after a few hours, Young seemed to have embraced her own naivete, openly expressing a willingness to share. Conke turned beet red, only able to mumble affirmatively before hastily dragging Young to witness my landing. Meanwhile, I had already disembarked with Daxiong and the others. Daxiong, still bewildered, asked what we were doing here. I feigned seriousness, inhaling deeply, and with an air of mystery proclaimed, "Daxiong, do you smell that? The air is thick with malice and cries for help." Daxiong was left flabbergasted, likely pondering if my nose was more acute than a dog-ass. Ignoring his confusion, I issued orders. "Let us proceed with the protocol. Gather the villagers at the village entrance. I must ascertain the situation." In truth, I was well aware of the troubles plaguing this place. This was merely a facade to make my report to headquarters more presentable. Before long, hundreds of villagers gathered, and upon seeing us, they cried out as if we were their saviors, recounting tales of a band known as the Evil Dragon Pirates, notorious for their ruthless pillaging. Even worse, they had allegedly bribed the local marine detachment, led by a colonel named Lao Shu, who, having taken their coins, turned a blind eye to their atrocities. Hearing this ignited a fire within me. My fellow Marines behind me were equally outraged. The villagers fell to their knees, pleading for justice. I quickly approached a familiar face among them, a girl named Nuo Chigao, the sister of Nami. Standing before everyone, I declared with righteous indignation, "Rise. Since I am here, whether pirate or complicit Marine, rest assured, I shall execute them all. You will have justice." The villagers wept openly. Nuo Chigao grasped my hand, weeping and imploring me to rescue her sister Nami. I reassured her with a gentle pat, "Do not worry. Leave it to me." After inquiring further, the villagers only knew that the evil dragon pirates were lurking in these waters, yet no one could pinpoint their exact location. With a clear objective in mind, I led my team directly toward the 16th Marine Branch. In under an hour, my warship reached the gates of the 16th Branch. Report. Colonel Laoshu, Headquarters warship has arrived. A Marine rushed into the office in a frenzy. The colonel, true to his name, was munching on a roasted chicken when he heard the news, and panic ensued. Without giving him a moment to react, I kicked the door to their office wide open, sending it crashing past his head. "Who are you?" "Colonel Laoshu stammered, dropping his chicken leg. I glared coolly at him. "So you're the rat?" "Why, yes, what do you want?" He stuttered, visibly shaken. I had no patience for idle chatter. Simply sneering, "You are scum, unworthy of being a Marine." As soon as the words left my lips, I pointed with a swift motion, and a compressed air bullet erupted with a sharp sound, piercing directly through his forehead. His eyes widened in shock, and he collapsed straight down. Allow me to clarify my approach. I champion efficiency in law enforcement. Summon assistance. With a grand gesture, I commanded that all ill-gotten gains in this place be confiscated. Find someone knowledgeable to guide us to the evil dragon paradise. Daxiong and the others stood in stunned silence, likely pondering how this colonel could be so ruthless, executing without any investigation. Meanwhile, Kong K and Yunk, their eyes sparkling with excitement, shouted in approval, "Well done." Upon hearing this, Daxiong thought to himself that a colonel's soldiers ought to share such fervor and joined in the chorus. Well done. Such a death is not to be mourned. The sailors of the 16th Division remained as still as statues, watching in disbelief as we dispatched their commander and emptied the treasury, too terrified to utter a sound. Only after we departed did they tremble as they picked up the phone bug to report the incident to their superiors. This matter quickly reached the ears of Marshal Zhanghua. Not long after I had left the 16th Division, the phone bug in the room began to buzz incessantly. At that moment, I was affectionately holding Kong K, a true enchantress whose presence was intoxicating. The ringing of the phone was a most unwelcome interruption. Kong K glanced up at me, her cheeks flushed, and said, "Luin Ji, please answer it. The phone bug is about to explode." I chuckled softly, tightening my embrace, just remained silent. The phone bug had already manifested the furious visage of Zhanghua. I leisurely picked up the receiver. "Who is this?" "Colonel Aaron, are you particularly busy with your affairs?" The thunderous voice of Zhanghua erupted. I feigned surprise, as if just realizing his identity. "Ah, it is Marshal Zhanghua. My sincerest apologies. I was indeed preoccupied with pressing matters. What brings you to contact me? I've heard you have seized the 16th Division in the East Sea and even executed Colonel Mouse." "Oh, that matter," I cleared my throat, embellishing the villagers' lamentations and Colonel Mouse's corrupt dealings, concluding with righteous indignation. "Marshal, every word I utter is the truth. I only executed him. That was my utmost mercy. Should we spare such naval scum to celebrate the new year?" Zhanghua fell silent on the other end. He recognized the veracity of my claims. Yet my actions were utterly devoid of organization and discipline. Ultimately, he could only suppress his rage and declare, "Regardless, you have violated regulations. I shall deduct 3 months' salary from you. Should there be another incident, you will train new recruits at headquarters and will not set sail again." With that, he hung up. I let out a cold laugh. Did he still think he could control me? It was too late. I was now a wild stallion, free from any restraints, and no one could impede my path. Meanwhile, in Fengshe village, the naval hero, Vice Admiral Karp, had returned. Upon hearing that I had captured his precious grandson, Luffy, he did not react with anger, but rather laughter, overjoyed. "Ha ha, well done. That little brat Aaron is not bad. Let Luffy suffer a bit in his hands." Later, as he visited Makino's bar for a drink, she blushed and informed him that I had become her man. Karp choked on his drink upon hearing this, but, regaining his composure, found a newfound admiration for me. Coincidentally, Zhanghua also called Karp to report my actions. After listening, Karp burst into laughter. "This kid has the flair of my youth. He is not wrong." Infuriated, Zhanghua instructed Karp to keep a close watch on me. Karp promised compliance. Yet in his heart, he thought, "My grandson is still in his hands. Why should I care?" Returning to Luffy, I had him shackled in sea prism stone handcuffs in the ship's hold, where he howled in hunger but stubbornly refused to renounce his pirate ways. His spirit remained unbroken, but I had plenty of methods to break him. At dusk, my warship finally arrived at the Evil Dragon Paradise. "Colonel, we have arrived." "Excellent," I ordered. "Let us greet them with cannon fire." Boom, boom, boom. A barrage from over a dozen cannons rained upon the so-called sea paradise. The fishmen inside, thinking it was Colonel Mouse returning for money, emerged cursing. The leader, the sawtooth-nosed Arlong, stepped to the entrance only to see a surge of Navy personnel flooding in. The 10-centimeter thick steel gate they took pride in had been effortlessly melted by my palm, creating a gaping hole. I shook off the residual heat of molten rock from my hands and said nonchalantly, "TSK, your hearing seems impaired. You couldn't hear the cannon fire, so I had to come personally to invite you." Arlong's expression shifted, and he asked in a low voice, "Who are you? Where's Mouse?" I smiled, my gaze turning icy in an instant. "It seems you miss him greatly. Very well, I shall deliver you to him." Before the last word left my lips, the air beneath me erupted, and I vanished, reappearing behind Arlong, delivering a crushing blow to the back of his head. With a resounding impact, Arlong had no time to react. his face pressed firmly into the ground, causing the earth to shatter beneath him as he coughed up blood and lost consciousness. I rose to my feet and commanded my ravenous subordinates. Capture a few alive for questioning. Leave no one else. Kill them all. The soldiers surged forward, and chaos ensued. Among the crowd, I spotted a girl with orange hair. Nami. I immediately called out, "Wait, do not touch that girl. She is a victim." Nami, who had been thoroughly disillusioned with the Navy, stood frozen at the sight of the devastation unfolding before her, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. I approached her, offering a handkerchief, and gently said, "Do not cry. It will not look good if you continue." "You must be Miss Nami?" She took the handkerchief, gazing at me with gratitude, but there seemed to be something more in her eyes. That something more erupted the very next second. Goodness, this girl named Nami, holding the handkerchief, wiped her eyes a couple of times, and suddenly broke down like a malfunctioning faucet, sobbing uncontrollably, her tears cascading down as she collapsed into my embrace, using my pristine Navy uniform as a makeshift tissue, leaving me momentarily stunned. Those who understand know that this newly issued uniform was now drenched. Before I could process this, I glanced up to find my two little sidekicks, Konkei and Yunk, their gazes sharp as daggers, glaring at me. The jealousy radiating from them was palpable, and I could smell the sourness from meters away. When Nami finally cried enough, she blushed and shyly retreated from my embrace, mumbling an apology and offering to clean my clothes. I thought to myself, what is the big deal? But I could not say that aloud. Instead, I smiled and removed my jacket, handing it to her. I generally do not refuse a beautiful lady-yes request. My words left her speechless, her face turning as red as an apple. At that moment, Da Xiong approached to report that we had thoroughly searched Arlong's lair and uncovered a substantial amount of money. I waved my hand and instructed him, "Distribute it all back to the villages they robbed. Not a single cent shall remain." Nami, overhearing this, looked at me with eyes that seemed to shine brightly, likely considering me a beacon of righteousness. After sorting out these matters, we returned to the warship. Nami was truly earnest. As soon as we boarded, she took my jacket and sought a place to wash it. Along the way, we encountered the prince, whose expression soured upon seeing Nami with my jacket, likely feeling that someone had stolen his chance to impress her. However, Nami paid him no mind, her heart and eyes solely focused on my handsome figure. After washing the jacket, she departed, probably not even glancing at the prince. A few hours later, we returned the money to Kokosai village. The villagers were ecstatic, showering me with gratitude, offering oranges, and even proposing their daughters, leaving me both amused and bewildered. I accepted the oranges but declined the rest. Just as I was about to leave, Nami approached, her cheeks flushed, mustering the courage to ask if I could eat the meal she had prepared before departing. Upon hearing this, I could not possibly refuse. I instructed the peacocks to return to the ship and wait, while the little girl sulked, stomping her feet in jealousy, yet she dared not voice her discontent. I must tell you, after those two returned, they whispered to each other, likely plotting something in their room as Konkei sensed Young's displeasure. Regardless, before long, they were giggling again, primarily focused on keeping the good fortune within our circle. Meanwhile, Nami's sister, Nuo Chi-Gao, busied herself in the kitchen and saw right through Nami's little scheme, promptly sending her out to join me. Nami led me on a leisurely stroll through the orange grove, and as we wandered, she quietly suggested I visit her room to see her navigational charts. Ah, what a clever maneuver! Upon entering her room, the delightful fragrance enveloped me. As she unveiled her drafts of the navigational maps, which were quite impressive, I seized the opportunity to inquire about her dreams, to which she replied that she wished to create a map of the entire world. The moment had arrived. I boldly proposed that she join my ship as a navigator, promising to take her on a journey around the globe. The girl was momentarily taken aback, her joy evident as her eyes sparkled, and she inquired if she could occasionally return home. I assured her, absolutely. Here, you have all the freedom you desire. And thus, our agreement was sealed. After we dined, Nami bid farewell to her sister and boarded the ship with me. In front of everyone, I announced, "This is Nami. Henceforth, she shall serve as our ship's navigator, though she is my personal navigator." The crew exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of the implications. Shortly after our departure, a scout reported the sighting of a pirate ship ahead. I peered through my telescope and exclaimed, "Isn't that the vessel of the self-proclaimed most beautiful woman of the East Sea, Yalita?" I promptly commanded, "Accelerate. Let's pursue them," as per our usual protocol. Our warship charged forward like a rabid dog, instilling fear in the hearts of the pirates who found their legs turning to jelly. Before they could react, dozens of cannonballs rained down upon them, incapacitating their ship. A group of my naval brothers appeared on their deck in an instant, executing swift strikes that cleared the area of those minor henchmen. Yalita, the plump woman, stood in shock, likely wondering when the East Sea Navy had become so formidable. Ultimately, faced with no other option, she surrendered, discarding her weapons. When brought before me, I scrutinized her. With a bounty of 5 million, I mused that she was hardly worth the trouble. I ordered her to be cast into the sea while clutching a wooden barrel. My subordinates were bewildered, unsure of my intentions. Could I confess that I was fishing for a devil fruit? I commanded the ship to maintain a safe distance, instructing the soldiers to keep a vigilant watch, lest she be consumed by a sea king. The following morning brought unexpected delight. Daxiong excitedly shouted from outside, "Report, Colonel. A devil fruit has been spotted on the surface." I rose from my bed, with Conque and Yunk still slumbering behind me. Upon reaching the deck, I was astounded to see that we had indeed hooked a slippery fruit. Without hesitation, I summoned my strength and stepped onto the water, creating ripples beneath my feet as I walked effortlessly across the sea surface. The crew, including Nami, stood in awe, their eyes filled with admiration, nearly melting my heart. I approached Yalita, retrieved the fruit, and brought her back aboard to confine her. This fruit was meant for my future endeavors. We sailed at full speed toward Sirtsi town, arriving by afternoon. Upon entering the town, I sensed something amiss. The townsfolk regarded us with the same terror one might reserve for a ghost, hastily retreating, as I instructed Daxiong to gather information. A commotion caught my attention from the street. Upon investigation, I discovered a green-haired swordsman, Zoro, surrounded by a group of 10 or so Marines. Nearby, a well-dressed young man with golden locks pointed and berated Zoro, while his subordinates threatened a mother and daughter with firearms. Left with no choice, Zoro reluctantly lowered his sword. The golden-haired man, reveling in his power, commanded his men to strike. Fury surged within me, and I bellowed from a distance, "Stop!" As I approached, the golden-haired man foolishly inquired about my identity. Without hesitation, I delivered a powerful slap that sent him flying several meters, rendering him unconscious. The Marines, seeing my insignia, trembled in fear and immediately saluted. Upon questioning, I learned they were subordinates of a colonel named Manka, who had terrorized the town, punishing anyone who dared to defy him. The townspeople, emboldened by the sight of my authority, began to voice their grievances against Manka's tyranny. I declared, "Bring Manka to me for a public execution. Those who resist shall be dealt with ruthlessly." After addressing this matter, I turned to Zoro and remarked, "You seem promising. Join me." He responded nonchalantly, "I have no intentions." He turned to leave, inciting Kong's frustration. Amused, I revealed a powerful incentive. What if I could arrange a duel with the world's greatest swordsman? In an instant, Zoro's demeanor shifted, and he turned back, seriousness etched in his eyes. "All right, I will join. But if I wish to leave, no one shall stop me." Not long after, my men easily apprehended Manka and brought him before me, where he defiantly scoffed, claiming I lacked the authority to judge him. My soldiers promptly delivered a series of kicks to his iron jaw, nearly dislocating it. Despite his predicament, he remained unrepentant, glaring at me with malice. I chuckled coldly, snapping my fingers. For those unwilling to confess, I never allowed them an easy end. In the next moment, Manka's expression turned to one of sheer terror as he witnessed his own body begin to dissolve before his eyes. His skin and muscles visibly melted and decayed, transforming into a grotesque mass of putrid flesh. He screamed in anguish. "What have you done to me?" I replied with a sinister satisfaction, "This is my doing." His hands melted away like ice cream on a summer day, and his face disintegrated piece by piece. The scene was so horrific that even the thought of censoring it seemed futile. Manka crumbled under the pressure, his earlier bravado evaporating as he sobbed for mercy, pleading for forgiveness. The soldiers holding him, now pale with fear, recoiled as if avoiding a plague. Manka attempted to flee, pushing against the ground, only to realize his hand had vanished. As he tried to stand, his legs too were gone. This was a true embodiment of being caught in a desperate struggle for survival. Ultimately, he broke down, begging for a swift end. The townsfolk, originally drawn to witness the spectacle of justice, were now paralyzed with fear, holding their breath in disbelief. My methods were undeniably harsh. Even Nami and the newly aboard Zoro appeared wide-eyed with shock. I sensed their thoughts, pondering the darkness of their captain's powers. However, I thrive on contrasts. As he disintegrated completely, I flicked a small fireball towards him, incinerating him instantly, leaving only ashes in the wind. I cleared my throat, swiftly transitioning back to my role as a righteous naval officer, delivering a speech that flowed with eloquence. Justice may be delayed, but it is never absent. Do not lose faith in the Navy. My demeanor radiated with integrity. I must say, my acquaintance Aaron truly understood public relations. With a seamless series of statements, I transformed the atmosphere from an R-rated horror scene to one of uplifting positivity. The townspeople, once terrified, shifted to expressions of gratitude, with a small girl approaching, declaring her desire to become a Marine one day. I gently patted her head, and there you have it, a resolution achieved. That evening, we enjoyed a meal in town, ensuring everything was in order before setting sail once more. However, can you believe it? After 2 days aboard, Daxiong reported that Luffy, confined in the hold, had gone without food for 3 or 4 days and was on the brink of starvation. In my focus on deepening my connections with Konkei and Yunk, I nearly allowed this future emperor of the sea to perish at the starting line. I hurried down to check on him. The boy, shackled with sea stone, looked gaunt, his face sunken, yet he stubbornly refused to concede, adamantly declaring he would not abandon his pirate aspirations. I pondered that this situation was untenable. The venerable Kapu's subordinate was truly at death's door, and I found myself at a loss for how to explain his condition. Thus, while I infused him with a modicum of cellular energy to restore some of his vitality, I contemplated how to remedy his plight. The moment he regained some strength, he began to bellow his unwavering ambition to become the Pirate King. At that moment, my gaze was drawn upward, where I noticed a gaping hole in the sail, a result of Zoro's sword practice. Inspiration struck. I promptly instructed Daxiong to hoist him up to the mast, utilizing him as a patch for that breach. Daxiong was momentarily taken aback, likely thinking my thought process was far too brilliant to be wasted on mere competition. Thus, our future Pirate King, Luffy, with his limbs elongated like a kite, was suspended from the mast, becoming a human patch. When Nami and the others emerged to witness this spectacle, they were utterly astonished. Who would have thought such a thing was possible? The ship swiftly arrived at Orange Town, the territory of the Clown Buggy. As per our usual protocol, we dispatched personnel to clear the area, with Zoro eagerly joining the fray. Buggy's minions, mere fans with a singular mindset, upon hearing of the Navy's arrival, howled with excitement, eager for a brawl, boasting of their captain's prowess. However, Buggy himself, peering through a telescope at our ship, wore an expression reminiscent of a stockholder witnessing a disastrous portfolio in 2025, one of sheer horror. Not only did he realize we were a battle vessel from the Navy headquarters, but he also spotted that familiar straw hat dangling from a mast. Buggy's spirit fled, pondering which vice admiral had come to wreak havoc in the East Sea. Without a second thought, he retreated to his quarters to gather his treasures in preparation for flight. Meanwhile, his subordinates, still lost in their fantasies, declared, truly, Captain Buggy is unflappable, facing calamity without a hint of fear. This is merely a chance for us to hone our skills. And so, they charged forth with reckless abandon. The outcome was predictably disastrous. My troops were elite forces from headquarters, and facing these petty thugs of the EC was akin to a dimensional assault, effortless as slicing through vegetables. Zoro found himself engaged with the acrobat swordsman Kabeji, their swords clashing in a cacophony of metal. I roamed above, my eyes locking onto the red-nosed figure attempting to sneak away with treasure. Buggy, spotting me, was so frightened that he nearly disintegrated, bolting away in a panic. Arlong had long since seen through Buggy's facade, recognizing him as a cunning trickster who feigned weakness while plotting escape. Indeed, cornered in an alley with no escape, Buggy, seeing his predicament, hugged his legs and attempted to leap into the sky to flee. Such a naive thought. I had already stealthily attached countless microscopic cells to him. With a snap of my fingers, a series of explosions erupted, transforming Buggy into a firework, enveloped in smoke as he plummeted to the ground, unconscious. 2 soldiers approached, swiftly securing him with stone handcuffs. With Buggy dealt with, the affairs of Orangetown were concluded, and we resumed our voyage, setting our sights on Syrup Village. Did you think Arlong could act with such impunity without oversight? Not at all. He had substantial backing. Just as we departed, Vice Admiral Kapu arrived at Shellstown. Upon hearing of Arlong's exploits, he was not only unperturbed, but erupted into hearty laughter, finding the young rogue to possess a certain audacity and sense of justice. Subsequently, Admiral Sengoku's call came through, questioning Kapu regarding the situation. I must tell you, Kapu is truly a protective figure. He lambasted Sengoku and the East Sea Commander Jonathan for their ineptitude, asserting that they had allowed the East Sea to descend into chaos, while Arlong was merely cleaning up their mess. After his tirade, he hung up the den mushy, exuding an air of dominance. Jonathan, receiving Kapu's scolding, dared not utter a word, resigning himself to a promise of reform. Meanwhile, aboard our ship, on the deck, Zoro was fervently lifting weights. Luffy, suspended from the mast, was not idle either. He audaciously called out, "Hey, green algae head, do you want to join me in becoming a pirate? Stick with me, and I'll teach you even more formidable sword techniques." Zoro regarded Luffy with the same disdain one might show to a conspicuous troublemaker attempting to incite rebellion in a police station, utterly ignoring him. I reclined in my chair, basking in the sunlight, eyes closed, amused, and casually remarked, "Luffy, do spare us." This stubborn lad huffed defiantly. "Just you wait. Someone will come to rescue me." I chuckled softly, choosing not to respond, instead rising to observe Zoro's training. This young man exhibited commendable perseverance. I had to concede that he was a formidable fighter. However, I approached him directly and stated, "Brother, your training method is rather rudimentary. It is akin to forging steel through sheer brute force. Look at my crew. Which of them is not a physical powerhouse? If you continue this way, you 1T catch up in a decade." Zoro, though proud, was not foolish. He had long realized that my crew members were like monsters in physical prowess. In comparison to the lackluster fighters of Shellstown, they would easily outclass them. He paused, panting heavily, and asked, "What should I do then?" Had I not been eager to confront my hawk, with Zoro's stubborn nature, he would never have asked for assistance. I smiled and replied, "No need to rush. Let us start with a warm-up. Use your strongest move and strike at me a few times." I thought to seize the opportunity to engage him directly, intending to thoroughly dismantle his arrogance and impart the lesson that there are always greater heights to aspire to. No sooner had I spoken than I activated my abilities. To my astonishment, I heard a cacophony of cracking sounds from within my body as countless pristine, white bones erupted forth, instantly coalescing into a massive skeletal armor. The design would befit the final boss of a horror film. Zoro stood there, utterly dumbfounded, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Luffy, that fool, still suspended from the mast, cried out in excitement, "Wow, you grown bones. Did you eat the bone fruit? Dogs would surely adore you." I was exasperated. Even at such a moment, he found time to jest. I could hardly muster the energy to lift my eyelids, merely gesturing towards him, using my powers to forcibly fuse his vocal cells together. The world was suddenly blissfully quiet. Zoro, observing this, was likely in a state of awe, thinking, "Well done. This ability is extraordinary." I nodded towards him. "Now, Zoro, unleash your utmost strength upon me." Without hesitation, he complied, wielding Wado Ikamanji between his teeth, his hands grasping his blades, executing a three-sword style attack. What was the outcome? With a resounding clang, his 2 inferior swords shattered into fragments, while the white blade remained unscathed. As for my skeletal armor, not a crack, not even a faint mark was visible. Remarkably resilient. Zoro, rendered speechless, wore an expression akin to witnessing Godzilla performing acrobatics in Tokyo Bay. He must have been contemplating, is this truly bone? It's 100 times harder than steel. That was precisely the effect I desired. I calmly addressed him. Do you see? This is the hardness of bone. My current bones are 100 times harder than steel. Now, I can enhance your bone density by a permanent factor of 10. Zoro's eyes lit up instantly. A tenfold increase. Those who understand, particularly a swordsman, recognize it as a gift from the heavens. He immediately inquired, is it temporary or permanent? Belmano. In that case, please strengthen me. His tone was imbued with genuine respect. This was the moment I had awaited. I placed my hand upon his shoulder, activating my power. I must say, the sensation was exhilarating. Zoro felt as though thousands of needles were simultaneously piercing through his bones, sweat pouring down his brow. Yet he remained silent, gritting his teeth and enduring for 3 minutes. Once completed, I patted his shoulder. You're all set. Now you possess bones as tough as iron, 10 times harder than steel. Go back and diligently train your muscles. Do not squander this fine physique. Thank you, Colonel. His gratitude was heartfelt. As I walked away, the soldiers aboard the deck immediately surrounded him, each offering their own insights and lessons. What a peculiar colonel, who, in his quest to enhance you, is willing to expend his own life force. This colonel, a martial arts prodigy, has devised formidable techniques that are simply extraordinary. As I listened to the fervent praises, I couldn't help but chuckle at these youngsters who, in their eagerness to recruit me, some subordinates, spun such fanciful tales. Nevertheless, their efforts bore fruit. Zoro was so moved that he immediately doubled his training, fueled with an enthusiasm akin to being invigorated by a jolt of energy. During lunch, Nami unexpectedly served me a plate of beef, claiming it was her own handiwork. She then hesitantly inquired, Colonel Aaron, could you help me unlock my latent potential? Nearby, Peacock and Skylar chimed in, yes, Aaron, please assist Nami. We are now the best of sisters. Upon observing their expressions, I instantly understood the situation. It was not Nami seeking their assistance. Rather, they had brought her as a reinforcement, likely believing that I alone would be insufficient to bear the burden of their joyful troubles. Ah, my infuriating charm. I gazed at Nami and teased her. Very well, come to my room tonight, and I shall slowly assist you in your development. To my surprise, her cheeks flushed crimson as she replied, all right. That evening, Nami arrived fresh from her bath, wrapped in a towel. I was savoring a cup of goji berry and jujube tea gifted by a fellow villager, which was indeed delightful. She mustered her courage and said, Colonel Aaron, I am ready. Her demeanor was a mix of anxiety and anticipation. With a smile, I asked, Peacock and Skylark sent you, didn't they? Her face reddened further as she nodded. Then, as if steeling herself, she confessed her feelings, stating that she had long harbored affections for me and sincerely wished to thank me for saving her and the village of Kokoyashi. Who could withstand such a confession? I approached and embraced her, saying, as for unlocking your potential, I have 2 methods. One is gentle but requires several hours, while the other is swift, taking mere minutes. Yet it is excruciating. Which do you prefer? Without a moment's hesitation, she declared, I choose the first. Hours later, Nami lay languidly in my embrace, her fingers tracing circles on my chest as she blissfully exclaimed, Ron, you truly did not deceive me. I am so happy. I laughed heartily. As long as you're happy. However, the development of your potential has only just begun. Nami froze, her face as red as an apple. At that moment, she likely grasped why Peacock and Skylark had brought her as a backup. The following morning, I awoke feeling rejuvenated and ventured onto the deck. After a night of assisting Nami, a brilliant idea struck me. Could my self-fruit enable me to develop a power akin to none from Hunter x Hunter? To control my aura and unleash techniques akin to the Buddha's palm or the 100 styles of Guanyin? The more I pondered, the more feasible it seemed. Thus, I began to practice my punches on the deck, seeking that elusive sensation of harnessing my energy. At that moment, our ship arrived at the village of Silubo. I instructed Zoro to accompany me ashore while the others remained on standby. Peacock attempted to follow, but was promptly denied. I was determined to pursue Lady Kaya and did not wish for the presence of two beauties to complicate matters. I intended to enact a classic tale of a valiant hero triumphing over childhood rivals. Upon entering the village, we encountered a panicked lad with an elongated nose, shouting, "Pirates are coming! Pirates are coming!" The villagers were startled, but upon recognizing Zoro and me in our naval uniforms, they breathed a sigh of relief, dismissing the boys' claims as mere fabrications. I greeted the villagers amiably, explaining that we were passing naval officers conducting a safety inspection, and then proceeded to the largest estate in the village, that of the Kaya family. On the way, I informed Zoro, "You will handle the pirate Captain Kuro inside. Leave one alive." Zoro paused momentarily, but refrained from questioning further, eager to test his newfound strength. Upon arriving at the estate, Zoro knocked on the door, and the guards, mistaking him for Usopp, almost struck him. However, upon seeing us, they were left bewildered. I had no desire for idle chatter and strode inside. When the guards attempted to block my path, I merely focused and they collapsed, rendered powerless. Once inside, I sensed the positions of all individuals present. I pointed upstairs, instructing Zoro, "Second room on the left, go." Zoro dashed up, while I stealthily approached the innermost room on the right, only to find the door locked from within. I knocked and announced, "Open up. We are the Navy, and we need to investigate the pirates hidden within your estate." Meanwhile, Zoro had already confronted Kuro, who quickly discerned Zoro's identity as a pirate hunter. Their verbal exchange was brief before they engaged in combat, crashing through the window and into the surrounding forest. As for me, I exerted my power and forcibly dismantled the door to Kaya's room. A butler with a goat's head instinctively shielded Kaya, pleading for me not to harm her. I revealed my naval uniform. "Look closely. I am a naval officer." Kaya, lying on the sickbed, peered at me with a frail expression. I delivered the startling truth. "I am Colonel Aaron of the Navy headquarters. I have learned that the killer of your parents 3 years ago is none other than your butler, the pirate Kuro." What? Kaya and the butler, Mary, were instantly stunned. Given Kaya's already frail state, the shock was too much for her, and she fainted, her eyes rolling back. Mary cried out in alarm, "Miss." I sighed and approached. "Step aside. I have some medical knowledge and can help her." I activated my cellular optimization ability, enveloping Kaya in a gentle light. Her pallid complexion visibly flushed with color, and she seemed to be rejuvenated. Mary stood in awe, likely believing she was witnessing a miracle. Kaya slowly regained consciousness, feeling an unprecedented vitality. Initially grateful, her thoughts turned to the betrayal of her parents, and tears began to stream down her face. My heart ached at the sight. I gently wiped her tears away, using the softest tone to comfort her. "Do not be sad. A beautiful girl like you would not look good while crying." At my words, Kaya's face bloomed with color, her heart racing. The gaze she directed at me was as if she had glimpsed the light. Yet she still sobbed, expressing her emotional turmoil. Alas, I cannot bear to see a beautiful girl cry. Taking a deep breath, I said, "Let me assist you today in rediscovering the meaning of life." How presumptuous. Presumptuous? I must tell you, this Colonel Aaron has taken it upon himself to lift Lady Kaya into his arms. Oh my, such a delicate figure. Perhaps it was the surge of hormones. But Kaya found herself completely bewildered, momentarily frozen in place. The servant Mary grew frantic, her expression nearly screaming, "Colonel, what are you doing? And do you know what Aaron said? What is wrong with a hug? You want me to be responsible? Very well, I shall marry her." Oh dear! This domineering declaration nearly made me burst into laughter. Upon hearing this, Mary felt a tumult of emotions, thinking her lady was unworthy of such a man. Yet, upon reflection, considering Aaron's extraordinary abilities, she speculated that he might indeed cure Kaya's affliction, and thus she retreated from her earlier objections. In a remarkable display, Aaron soared into the air with Kaya in his arms. Mary watched from the window in terror, fearing for her mistress's safety. 300 meters above ground, Aaron inquired of Kaya, "Have you come to your senses? Do you wish for me to take responsibility?" Kaya's face turned beet red, her heart racing as she began to contemplate baby names. Yet, it must be said, Aaron's embrace was undeniably warm, and the scent was intoxicating. Kaya hastily shifted her focus, stammering her desire to descend, but Aaron playfully reminded her of their height, causing her to cling to him even tighter. Oh my, the drama was palpable. Once Kaya regained her composure, she realized she was actively wrapping her arms around Aaron's neck. Ah, the musings of a young heart. In haste, let us delve into the narrative. Aaron's simple invitation to explore the world left Kaya utterly moved. It was her first realization of the world's beauty, compelling her to resolve to live life to the fullest. She inquired of Aaron what constitutes happiness. His response, concerning the union of man and woman, rendered her speechless. Aaron, secretly amused, led Kuya to the hillside to appreciate the scenery. Gathering her courage, she expressed her gratitude, to which Aaron boldly proposed, "Let me dedicate myself to you." This audacious declaration left Kuya momentarily stunned, yet she surprisingly acquiesced, confessing her affection for Aaron and her willingness to embrace the relationship. The pace of this unfolding drama was nothing short of meteoric. Aaron proclaimed, "You shall henceforth be my woman," and embraced Kuya, retreating into the woods. Meanwhile, Pirate Kuro found himself at the mercy of Zoro, having lost an arm and questioning his existence. Zoro, with a hint of arrogance, remarked that had the captain not ordered him to spare Kuro, he would have already met his demise. Kuro attempted to sow discord, only for Aaron and Kuya to descend from the heavens, causing Kuro to kneel in defeat. Aaron queried whom Kuya believed in, to which she shyly replied, "I trust my husband." This swift progression left Zoro bewildered. Kuro, resigned to his fate, confessed to murdering Kuya's parents, prompting her to weep inconsolably. In a fit of rage, Aaron exacted revenge on Kuro, leaving him in a state worse than death, yet allowing him to live to collect a bounty on his head. Upon returning to the estate, Kuya boldly declared her intention to elope with Aaron, prompting Mary to promptly address her as Madam. After paying respects to her parents, Kuya eagerly pulled Aaron back to their chamber. Hours later, she melted into a state of bliss, professing her newfound understanding of happiness and her desire to accompany Aaron wherever he went. Aaron confessed to having many women, yet Kuya surprisingly expressed her lack of concern. As night fell, Aaron intended to depart with Kuya, who playfully claimed she could not walk. Without hesitation, he lifted her onto his back, his heart brimming with joy, enamored by the sweet aroma of love. I must tell you, the scene when I brought the new girl, Kuya, aboard the ship was nothing short of spectacular. The crew greeted me with salutes, exclaiming the return of their esteemed captain, though their eyes were filled with curiosity. Surely each one pondered, how is it that our leader not only possesses extraordinary strength, but also excels in matters of the heart? It has been but a short while, and he has already ensnared yet another exquisite beauty. They were likely already scheming to introduce their sisters and daughters to me. I instructed them to set sail towards the maritime restaurant. Nami, that little enchantress, cast a flirtatious glance my way, stating she would arrange the course and return later to tease me. My, how she has grown wise, understanding the value of timing in a crowded setting. I gently set Kuya down and explained the dynamics aboard the ship, assuring her that these men were my trusted brothers and that she should feel at home. The young girl was utterly obedient, sweetly addressing me as husband. I introduced her to the sisters, the Peacock and the Skylark, saying, "This is Sister Conque, and this is Sister Yunk. You shall be good friends from now on." I had anticipated a scenario reminiscent of a harem drama, yet Kuya transformed into an immediate sisterly figure. She politely bowed and expressed her affection for me, requesting the sisters to look after her. The Peacock and Skylark instantly took to her, calling her Sister Kuya, vowing to avenge her should anyone dare to bully her. The Peacock led Kuya to rest, casting a playful glance my way, implying I had surely mistreated the sweet girl. I quickly clarified that she had been unwell, and I had just treated her, prompting the Peacock to chuckle, dispelling any hint of jealousy. Before departing, Kuya mustered great courage, blushing as she bid me good night, calling me husband. My heart melted. After so long in this realm, I finally grasped the essence of opulence. Just as I sent one away, Skylark, the little clingy one, latched onto my arm, shyly asking if I wished to bathe, offering to massage my back. Who among us can withstand such charm? I surely can. However, you might not believe it. But later in the night, Nami stealthily crept in. The following morning, I resumed my routine of practicing punches on the deck. The sensation was akin to unlocking the flow of energy throughout my body. I summoned all the energy within me, channeling it into my fists. With a single strike, the air erupted in a cacophony, distorting the very fabric of space. The surrounding soldiers were left in awe. It was at that moment I received a notification announcing that I had created a new technique, the wave punch. How splendid I felt. In the midst of my triumph, a subordinate rushed in with news of a naval warship approaching from behind. I turned to see a striking figure on the bow, clad in a magenta suit, long legs crossed, arms folded, exuding an aura of authority. This was none other than Captain Jiraiya. I ordered the ship to slow, awaiting her approach. Upon her introduction as Captain Jiraiya of the G5 branch of the Navy, a disciple of Zephyr, I greeted her with a smile, revealing my own title as the newly appointed captain and chief instructor of new recruits, Aaron, a pupil of Vice Admiral Guion. Her eyes sparkled with recognition upon hearing my name, expressing that she had long been aware of my reputation, concerned about sharing credit for capturing pirates at the maritime restaurant. I generously proposed a division of glory should we succeed. Her expression reflected gratitude, and she even inquired if her age would deter me. I chuckled inwardly, thinking only a fool would mind such a triviality. Of course, I humbly declared it an honor to befriend a senior like her. Delighted, she shared intelligence about the notorious Kuro pirate crew potentially appearing at the restaurant. Feigning surprise, I urged immediate departure. With a swift motion, I accelerated my warship, outpacing her vessel by threefold, disappearing into the horizon. It was clear to all I was far ahead. Her crew likely grumbled about my duplicity, yet my strength spoke volumes. Upon reaching the maritime restaurant, the atmosphere was vibrant. To avoid alarming the pirates, I instructed most of the soldiers to conceal themselves, entering boldly with Nami and the other three. The motley crew of pirates, upon seeing me flanked by lovely companions, mistook me for a frivolous naval officer, their gazes rife with envy, entirely dismissive of my prowess. Their amusement would soon turn to astonishment as they learned why the flowers bloom so brightly. As we entered the grand hall, a cacophony of clattering drew my attention to the upper floor, where another naval lieutenant, named Finn Beauty, was being pummeled by a curly-haired chef. The onlookers reveled in the spectacle, jeering at the Navy. My expression hardened at the sight. I had been seeking a worthy position, and fate had presented one. As I ascended the stairs, a chef resembling Popeye attempted to block my path, claiming the upper floor was full. I cast a piercing gaze, revealing his past as a pirate, causing him to cower and obediently lead us upstairs. In the second-floor private room, the curly-haired chef, Sanji, was delivering a kick to Finn Beauty, then courteously offering a cigarette to Finn Beauty's female companion as an apology. Spotting me, Finn Beauty crawled over, crying for my assistance. I frowned, embarrassed by his display, and with a swift kick, sent him flying several meters, rendering him unconscious. Sanji dared to challenge me, accusing me of breaking the rules. I dismissed him with indifference, swiftly delivering a kick that sent him crashing out of the second floor and into the restaurant courtyard. While he was still airborne, I teleported above him and delivered a crushing blow to his abdomen, burying him into the ground. KO. 2 swift moves, and his combat capability was obliterated. A throng of chefs rushed out, brandishing weapons, ready to fight. However, an elderly one-legged man, known as the owner, Redfoot Zeph, quelled their fervor. He recognized my strength, and, although his expression was grim, dared not utter a word. Standing over Sanji, I coldly addressed Zeph. My men, regardless of their capabilities, are not to be touched by a civilian. The dignity of a navy is not to be trampled. Consider this a warning, should there be a next time. This restaurant will not remain open, and you will all be consigned to the sewing machine. Zeph had no choice but to acquiesce, likely cursing Sanji for his ill fortune. Having settled the matter, we returned to the private room and indulged in a delightful meal. I must admit, the cuisine here was truly exquisite. As I was enjoying my meal, a sudden, resounding explosion echoed outside. A colossal pirate ship was cleaved in two by a formidable sword aura. Peering outside, I was astonished to see the legendary Mihawk seated upon a coffin-like structure. The moment had arrived. I swiftly sent out a signal, and my 600 Navy comrades immediately surrounded the entire floating restaurant, rendering it impenetrable. Mihawk's expression shifted. He had originally come to hunt down the Curacao pirates, but was evidently taken aback by my display. Particularly, he noticed the Jolly Roger of Luffy on my warship and the straw hat adorning Luffy's neck. He seemed bewildered, likely pondering. "Shanks, you wagered an arm on something like this?" I approached him with Zoro, greeting him with a smile and expressing my admiration for his reputation. However, he remained aloof, not even lifting an eyelid, and coldly remarked, "You are merely a colonel. It is best not to bother me." Or else, just as he was about to finish his sentence, I vanished in an instant. In the next moment, I reappeared at his neck, whispering in his ear, "Brother Mihawk, would you grant me a favor? After all, we are both serving the world government. We are on the same side, so let us not be so confrontational." At that moment, I could feel his entire body stiffen, the shock evident in his gaze. He must have thought that the East Blue was filled with nothing but weaklings. Unaware that he had encountered a formidable opponent, he sensed that my speed was no trivial matter, far beyond that of an ordinary Navy officer, and finally regarded me with a serious expression, inquiring about my intentions. I smiled. This was the reaction I desired. I gestured towards Zoro, who was practically ablaze with determination, and explained, "You see, my subordinate has an obsession with challenging the world as strongest. He has nearly lost his mind over it. Would you consider granting him a duel? Life and death aside, just help me curb his obsession. In return, I will owe you a favor." To my surprise, he declared with an air of superiority, "Not every Tom, Dick, and Harry is worthy of owing me a favor." Well, it seemed he still looked down upon me. Unperturbed, I pressed on, "Then, Brother Mihawk, what would it take for you to engage?" My persistence piqued his curiosity. He scrutinized me, likely pondering the source of my audacity. Finally, he spoke. "Very well. You shall take one of my strikes. If you can withstand it, I will grant him the opportunity." "Deal." I agreed with utmost resolve. Without delay, we prepared to clash on the deck. Mihawk, when serious, was truly awe-inspiring. He effortlessly drew his massive black sword, Yoru, from his back. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, darkening the skies, and the onlookers fell silent, paralyzed with trepidation. Zoro, standing nearby, was wide-eyed with excitement. The boy was indeed a battle fanatic. I, too, could not afford to be lax. I activated my cellular perception to its fullest extent, sensing even the minutest movements within hundreds of meters. Clenching my right fist, I summoned my Busashoko Haki, enveloping it in a gleaming black aura. After all, my body was already over 100 times harder than steel, and with this additional layer of Haki, I was prepared for absolute defense. He moved. Gripping his sword with both hands, he unleashed a simple yet devastating slash. The speed and force capable of slicing through the very fabric of space. I did not shy away. Instead, I met his strike head-on with a punch infused with high-density energy. The impact was deafening. The deck of the floating restaurant erupted in a shower of splinters. Several small vessels capsized from the shockwave, and onlookers were blown back several meters. Mihawk regarded my fist with incredulity. He must have been baffled as to how I could withstand 6/10 of his power without the use of Haki. What he did not realize was that my strength stemmed purely from physical prowess. Moments later, we both instinctively withdrew our attacks. He looked at me and nodded. "You are quite strong. I acknowledge this favor." With that, he ignored me entirely and approached Zoro. "Young swordsman, are you prepared?" "I shall not hold back." Zoro, brimming with excitement, assumed his three-sword style and bellowed his signature attack, rushing forward. Yet for those who understand, it occurred in an instant, so fast that my cellular perception could only capture a series of afterimages. By the time we realized what had happened, Zoro bore a deep gash across his chest, and both of his swords lay shattered. The crowd fell into stunned silence, utterly bewildered. Was that it? Mihawk regarded Zoro with a newfound admiration, asking for his name. "Roronoa Zoro." Zoro managed to shout, clinging to his last breath. I could see that although the wound was grave, it had awakened him. making him aware of the chasm between himself and the pinnacle of the world. Mihawk left him with a parting remark, "I will remember you. Strive to surpass me," before gracefully boarding his small vessel and departing. I approached Zoro, inquiring if he needed medical attention. This tough lad declined, stating he wished to keep the scar as a constant reminder. Very well, I allowed him to assist in cleaning the battlefield and capturing the remaining pirates. By the time we concluded our tasks, Konkei and Yunk had already secured the Curacao pirates. The girls were ecstatic, exclaiming how powerful they felt. Konkei even flirtatiously approached me, promising to reward me later that evening. I checked to see if they had sustained any injuries, but to my disbelief, all three simultaneously complained of pain, pointing to their chests. I was left speechless. Were they attempting to provoke me? It was broad daylight. Must they be so brazen? Just then, Hinai's ship finally arrived, swaying gently in the water. I instructed Konkei and the others to return to the ship, while I privately invited Hinai to the restaurant for a chat. Upon her arrival, she jested about my solo invitation, suggesting I had ulterior motives. I thought to myself, is this not an opportunity presented to me? I laid my cards on the table. Indeed, I have intentions towards you. She, of course, was skeptical, believing I was jesting. I wasted no time, offering her half of the captured pirates. She was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting my generosity. Her gaze toward me transformed, and she subsequently inquired if I could assist in training her subordinates. I declined, citing a lack of time. However, I dangled a tempting offer. However, I could help you enhance your personal combat capabilities significantly. Her breath quickened as she questioned the price I would demand. I adopted a serious demeanor, stating there is no cost, but during the process, your body may exhibit certain primal reactions that you will need to control with your willpower. After a moment's hesitation, she succumbed to the allure of strength, gritting her teeth in agreement to proceed to her cabin. Following her inside, I assure you, I was genuinely focused this time, solely using my cellular abilities to enhance her physique. Yet, astonishingly, her body was excessively sensitive. As I began, she could not contain herself and emitted those unmistakable sounds. I was taken aback, exclaiming, "Sister, please try to hold it together. If your men hear you, they might think we are up to something." Her face flushed crimson, mortified, as she stammered that she wished to control herself, but her body simply would not comply. The sensations were overwhelmingly pleasurable. Thus, amidst the complex emotions of the entire Navy crew, after a brief period, I finally completed the enhancement. She lay on the ground, utterly spent, as if she had just emerged from the depths of the ocean. I hastily made my exit, fearing I might succumb to temptation myself. Upon returning to my vessel, Konkei immediately sensed my state and, with a mischievous grin, pulled me into the cabin. The following morning, during breakfast, the usually demure Kia suddenly blushed and expressed her desire to grow stronger. Naturally, I obliged, retrieving the slippery fruit I had acquired previously. "Behold, consume this, and you shall acquire extraordinary abilities." Kia, overflowing with joy, eagerly accepted it and took a small bite, her cheeks instantly flushing a radiant red. The curious lark beside her also took a bite, only to find herself blushing as well, casting a shy glance in my direction. I began to comprehend that the flavor of this fruit was likely indescribable. Clearing my throat, I hastily explained the fruit's powers, which would render one's body slippery, negate physical attacks, and enhance beauty. Upon hearing this, Kia attempted to activate her ability, and a layer of transparent, slick liquid immediately emerged from her hand, showcasing her remarkable talent. This left Lark and Nami utterly envious, their eyes sparkling as they surrounded Kia, clamoring that good friends must become slippery together, insisting she join them for a bath to test the effects. Truly, the joy of young ladies is simply that uncomplicated. When something delightful is discovered, it must be shared. Observing their animated chatter brought me a sense of happiness as well. Naturally, I was also contemplating that someone ought to assist in verifying the effects of this slippery fruit. For the sake of scientific rigor, after breakfast, I ascended to the deck, ready to practice. The clash with Hawkeye yesterday, a fierce exchange of techniques, had undoubtedly opened my understanding of none to new heights. Previously, it had felt like an elusive energy, but now I pondered whether I could give it a tangible form. Without hesitation, I began my training, channeling my energy throughout my body. At the moment of impact, I compressed and shaped it. Guess what? It worked. A crimson energy fist, resembling fire, shot forth from my hand like a cannonball, soaring several hundred meters before erupting into a towering column of water upon striking the sea. The crew on deck stood in awe, jaws nearly touching the ground, their breaths heavy, eyes filled with stars, their expressions betraying a yearning to learn from me. Indeed, this spectacle far surpassed the 6 styles of the Navy. It was a manifestation of remote physical prowess. The trio of clowns aboard, Prince, Johnny, and Joseph, were utterly flabbergasted as if they had seen a ghost. The prince lamented, pounding his chest in frustration, bemoaning that their arrival had stolen the glory of his hard work, pondering what treasures he might have acquired otherwise. Even Luffy, who was drying in the rigging, appeared transfixed, muttering something about Ace coming to rescue him, though his eyes revealed his envy. At that moment, Hinai from a naval ship approached us. Ever since I had fortified her muscles yesterday, she seemed transformed today, exuding an aura of confidence. Upon boarding, she first congratulated me on my self-created technique, then, without warning, aimed a kick at me, saying, "Colonel Aaron, how about you test my skills?" Well, it appeared she sought a sparring match. Very well, I would oblige. A smirk crept across my lips as I employed my ultimate energy absorption and release techniques. Her kick, though seemingly powerful, was rendered almost powerless upon reaching me, dissipating into a gentle touch. With a deft counter, I used her momentum against her, spinning her in circles as I dominated the match. Remarkably, even with her enhanced physique, she remained resilient, enduring hundreds of exchanges, only to surrender out of breath, lamenting her inability to gain any advantage against me. Observing her drenched in sweat, I approached with a smile, conjuring a red rose with my newfound ability and presenting it to her. This was a fresh skill I had just mastered. I reassured her, "Do not be disheartened. Your current strength is commendable even among the rear admirals. Here, accept this flower and cheer up." The surrounding soldiers were left in a state of disbelief, likely pondering the smoothness of my charm. Hinai was momentarily taken aback, accepting the flower and inhaling its scent with surprise, remarking on how it carried a hint of her own fragrance. She inquired if I often gifted flowers to girls, to which I candidly replied, "Not at all. You are the first." Upon hearing this, Hinai's face flushed a deep crimson, her heart racing as she likely pondered why the first flower was bestowed upon her amidst the presence of the 4 peacocks. The reason was quite simple. It was a skill I had only just learned today, thus making it a first-time gift. However, could I explain this to her? Absolutely not. Let her imagination run wild. Before long, we arrived at Roadtown. The local naval officer, Smoker, sent a lieutenant named Dasky to receive us. Upon laying eyes on her, I was struck by her striking resemblance to Zoro's childhood friend, Kuna, leaving Zoro himself momentarily dumbfounded. I clapped him on the shoulder, saying, "Come, brother, let us procure some fine swords." Dasky, upon hearing our intent to visit a weapon shop, enthusiastically insisted on guiding us. Upon reaching the town, the peacocks could hardly contain themselves, tugging at me to shop for clothes. I acquiesced, advising them to exercise caution. Hinai also took her crew to gather supplies for the evening's grand feast. We agreed she would handle the dishes while I would procure the beverages. After all, having recently raided several pirate dens, I was quite affluent and felt generous. Once separated, Dasky escorted Zoro and me to a weapon shop. I instantly recognized it as the very establishment where Zoro acquired the Sandai Kitetsu in the original story. I instructed the owner to present the finest blades available. Yet Zoro found them lacking. I pressed further, and the owner, discerning my expertise, mentioned a cursed blade that would be given as a gift if we could tame it. Just what I had been waiting to hear. However, at that moment, a soldier burst in, breathless with urgency, reporting, "Colonel Aaron, trouble. A strange wind has swept through the ship, and Luffy, hanging from the rigging, has vanished." I was well aware that, at this moment, the Revolutionary Army's dragon was undoubtedly in Roadtown. Seeing his son in such a predicament, how could he refrain from intervening? I waved my hand, dismissively, ostentatiously sending several hundred men to search, while specifically instructing them to disregard it if he could not be found. After all, he was merely a misguided child who could not be lost. Meanwhile, Zoro had his sights set on the cursed sword, Sandai Kitetsu. He was now far more formidable than in the original tale, easily capable of subduing a cursed blade. Indeed, as soon as he grasped it, the sword became docile. The owner watched in agony, but could do nothing but accept his fate. Zoro then casually selected another fine sword, Yuki, and I tossed the owner a bag of gold coins, leaving him elated. Emerging from the shop, we prepared to procure some wine, only to find the peacocks encircled by a group of ruffians. It was no surprise. The girls were simply too striking and without naval uniforms. They attracted the unwanted attention of troublemakers. However, I was not the least bit concerned, for leading the commotion was Peacock, whose whip was no trifling matter. By the time I arrived, the gang of 20 had already been subdued. Peacock stood with her arms crossed, coldly regarding them, while the disheartened thugs knelt on the ground, slapping their own faces and chanting, "We were wrong, we'll never do it again." Such was the power of the whip fruit. Those struck by her whip were forcibly enslaved. Just then, reinforcements arrived for the thugs. A green-haired man with a rooster comb, accompanied by over 100 followers, stormed in, barking orders and declaring the Bartolomeo Club was in charge, demanding outsiders to scram. I recognized this rooster-headed fellow. It was Bartolomeo, the future second captain of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet. Upon seeing the sorry state of his subordinates, he was about to unleash his fury when he caught sight of Zoro and me, as well as Dasky in her naval uniform. His face blanched as he seized the nearby soldier who had delivered the news, exclaiming, "Didn't you say there were no Marines?" The soldier, utterly bewildered, stammered, "There truly weren't any just moments ago." Bartolomeo struck his head with a slap, exclaiming, "You bastard, that is a colonel. Are you trying to get me killed?" I had no intention of engaging in trivial talk with them. In a flash, I appeared before Bartolomeo, standing my ground without even unleashing my conqueror's haki. Merely through the force of my presence, his 100-odd subordinates collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Bartolomeo was left dumbfounded, cold sweat streaming down his face. I looked at him and smiled. "Are you Bartolomeo? I have heard you were their leader." He displayed a sense of loyalty, stubbornly replying, "They're not ruffians. They're my brothers." Quite bold, I like it. I patted him on the shoulder, offering him a chance. "Join my ship as a Navy officer along with your brothers. Otherwise, none of you will leave here on your feet today." Bartolomeo was taken aback, likely not anticipating such an opportunity. I promptly appointed him the rank of lieutenant and instructed him to gather all his brothers, giving them a few hours to assemble at the port. However, upon returning to the ship with several hundred barrels of fine wine and everyone in tow, trouble arose again. Smoker, in a fit of misunderstanding, had arrested all of Boyac and his crew. With a cigar in his mouth and an irritated expression, he remarked, "You ruffians do not deserve to be Navy officers." I quickly grasped the situation. He felt I was poaching his men on his territory, thus undermining his authority. Dasuchi, distressed, hurried to explain, but Smoker was unyielding, insisting on taking them away. I approached him with a smirk. "Colonel Smoker, are you disregarding my men? Very well. Today I shall teach you what true strength is." Clearing my throat, I reintroduced myself, Colonel of the Navy Headquarters and Chief Instructor of new recruits, Aaron. "Your combat skills are lacking. You overly rely on your devil fruit powers. Today, I will give you a lesson on behalf of Zifa Sensei." Before he could respond, I launched a punch that sent him flying like a cannonball. Smoker, with his infamous temper, responded impulsively, but was met with a barrage of strikes before he could even transform into smoke. Within seconds, he lay battered and bruised on the ground like a defeated dog. I couldn't help but taunt, TSK, too weak. You can't even defeat the soldiers on my ship. You are dragging down the average level of our colonels." Smoker coughed up blood, fainting from the anger. I ordered someone put sea-prism stone handcuffs on him. "Bind him. I shall take him back for some proper training." Turning to Dasuchi, I said, "Lieutenant Dasuchi, you need not linger in Lokujan any longer. Come with me, and I promise to cultivate your strength." There was no reason for her to refuse, and she eagerly nodded in agreement. At that moment, Nara returned, observing the chaotic scene with a smile, teasing, "Colonel Aaron, if you keep this up, the higher-ups will punish you." I shrugged nonchalantly. What is there to fear? I am nurturing talents for the Navy. Fleet Admiral Sengoku would be delighted to hear this. Besides, I was throwing a party and building camaraderie among the Navy brothers, raising their morale to new heights. Surely, he would commend me for it. I declare this is settled. Enjoy the food and drink, and do not stand on ceremony with Smoker's crew. We are all part of the same system. We may have to fight side by side in the future. The atmosphere was exuberant, akin to an early celebration feast. Oh, and a humorous interlude. While we were reveling, you won't believe it, Luffy was actually kidnapped by his father, the mysterious leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. What an extraordinary parental gesture, sending his son out to sea to fend for himself. Dragon is quite the character. He even sent someone to investigate my background, probably due to my significant activity in the East Blue. Without dwelling on their father-son relationship, the next morning, as the effects of the alcohol wore off, I headed to the deck to stretch my limbs. After the satisfaction of landing punches the previous day, I was determined to push myself even further. As I channeled my energy, a thunderous roar erupted, catching the attention of everyone aboard the two warships. I can tell you, the spectacle was astounding. A vibrant, fiery dragon, dozens of meters long, spiraled around me and soared into the sky. The scales and might of that dragon were simply magnificent. I felt invincible at that moment. Pointing at the sky and commanding go, the dragon dove into the sea like it had received a royal decree. Boom! A colossal wave erupted, soaring dozens of meters high, causing both warships to sway dangerously. The deck fell into an eerie silence, with everyone frozen in shock, mouths agape, as if they had been struck dumb. Smoker's face, I must say, was as dark as a pot's bottom, finally realizing why I had the audacity to strike him. Our combat prowess was not even on the same plane. The girls, including Cookie and gazed at me with starry eyes, while they wore expressions of pride that nearly lifted their tails to the heavens. However, I must admit, this technique drained my energy significantly. I felt utterly depleted and quickly employed the cell breathing method to replenish my strength. Clear my throat, I addressed the astonished recruits. Do not be awestruck. You cannot learn this. It is a devil fruit ability. However, do not lose heart. As long as you work diligently, I will personally help you unlock your potential, and your combat prowess will soar tenfold. Badalao went wild with excitement, his eyes brimming with tears. Colonel, you are my idol. Who needs to be a pirate when I can follow you? Smoker, witnessing this from the side, rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath about my exaggeration. I paid him no mind, directly arranging for someone to recruit chefs in Lokajun. I recalled that Sanji's little apprentice, Kam, was around here and must be brought aboard. Efficiency was at its peak, and in no time, I returned with dozens of candidates. I immediately set my sights on Kamun and two other lovely young women. In front of everyone on the ship, I promised them not only a world tour to discover wondrous ingredients, but also to enhance their physical abilities, boosting their combat effectiveness tenfold. The three beautiful chefs were utterly captivated by my charm, their faces flushing with excitement. Then, well, you know how it goes. The usual drill, unlocking potential. I summoned my powers, surrounding the three with a veil of eerie white bones. I reassured them, fear not. This is to protect your privacy and prevent you from feeling too, exposed during the process. I am a considerate person, employing a gentle approach to unlocking their potential. The results were remarkable. I could hear their delightful cries for mercy through the white bones, evoking all sorts of intriguing thoughts. Outside, no one could hear anything, only witnessing Smoker's expression turning increasingly green. Minutes later, as the bones dissipated, Conan and her companions emerged, drenched and blushing, barely able to stand, their heads lowered in embarrassment. I smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. No one heard anything. Upon hearing this, their faces turned even redder, implying that only I had heard them. After assembling the culinary team, I commanded, set sail. Our destination is the Grand Line, specifically Whiskey Peak. This area is the territory of the warlord Crocodile, and Princess Vivi should be there as well. I plan to capture a few of Baroque Works miscreants, seize the princess, and deal with Crocodile. Such achievements should surely earn me a promotion to Rear Admiral. The Navy took the VIP route, reaching the Grand Line in less than a day, heading straight for Whiskey Peak. This place is essentially a den for bounty hunters, filled with Crocodile's men, engaged in nefarious activities, while the nearby Navy branch dared not utter a word. However, they dare not provoke me, yet I am fearless. The soldiers aboard my ship have transformed into formidable warriors, each exuding the strength of 100 men, a mere 600 capable of the power of 6,000. Standing at the bow of the ship, I gestured assertively and declared with commanding authority, "All hands, disembark, seize control of this island, capture everyone, regardless of who they are. If any man dares to resist, dispose of him on the spot." Bartolomeo approached and inquired, "Colonel, why only kill the men?" I earnestly fabricated a response. "You see, many women are victims coerced into their circumstances. We must offer them a chance for redemption." In truth, I feared my subordinates might inadvertently harm Princess Weiwei. Bartolomeo was so moved he wept and vowed lifelong loyalty to me. Smoker, handcuffed with Seastone, scoffed, "What a sycophant." Genii, unable to bear it any longer, stepped beside Smoker and earnestly advised, "Brother, cast aside your petty pride. Have you not witnessed Colonel Aaron's prowess?" With that, she gracefully executed a moonwalk, soaring elegantly toward the town, leaving Smoker in utter astonishment, for he distinctly remembered that Genii had not possessed such skills a mere fortnight ago. At that moment, Whiskey Peak had descended into chaos. My fierce crew was akin to wolves among sheep. Those so-called bounty hunters, who typically ruled with impunity, were now reduced to wails of despair. The town mayor, Icolum, attempted to defend himself, but was silenced by a few well-placed words from Lieutenant Dacium. As my men prepared to apprehend them all, two peculiar individuals descended from the sky, a lowly holding an umbrella and a bespectacled man with an explosive hairstyle. None other than Mr. Five and Miss Valentine from Baroque Works. The bespectacled man wasted no time, pulling out a device and scattering its contents. Icolum shouted in terror, "Take cover! It's mucus bombs!" I was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the absurdity of such a weapon. How could mucus cause an explosion? This was a repulsive ability. I resolved to protect my men from such a grotesque fate. In a flash, I appeared in midair, standing on nothingness, and unleashed a powerful wave of energy. Boom! 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 The mucus bombs had not even reached the ground before they detonated in a series of massive explosions. The bespectacled man's expression twisted in rage as he shouted, "You scoundrel! Do you dare oppose our organization?" I found amusement in the spectacle, hovering above them and gazing down. "You two little clowns dare to bark at me? Not even your boss, Crocodile, would dare challenge me, understand? Fool!" Upon hearing this, Princess Weiwei, concealed among my ranks, turned pale, while the two above were paralyzed with fear, struggling to comprehend how a naval colonel could know their most guarded secret. Peacock, observing below, scoffed, "What arrogance! He is merely a former warlord, and he dares to act like a wolf in front of our brother Aaron." Yin Xiao chimed in, "Exactly. Does he truly believe we fear him?" The duo was left utterly dumbfounded, standing on the umbrella, their faces shifting from green to pale as they witnessed our unpredictable madness. Jem, the explosive man, whispered to the lowly beside him, "What now? Should we retreat or fight?" Fleeing would surely incur their leader's wrath. Just as he spoke, a fellow on a giant eagle shouted that new orders from their leader mandated an immediate retreat to avoid capture. Jem and Machida were overwhelmed with relief, having expected to be used as cannon fodder, but their leader still cared for them. They had prepared to risk their lives, but upon hearing they could escape, they wasted no time. However, as Jem prepared to leave, he couldn't resist the urge to show off, tossing a disdain bomb toward Aaron while shouting retreat. Machida and the others turned and fled at lightning speed. But who was Aaron? He chuckled softly. "Think you can run?" "Not without my permission." He waved his hand, causing a flurry of transparent spheres to materialize, encasing the bombs. Another wave sent forth hundreds of glowing, heat-emitting spheres, resembling dandelions in chaotic bloom, hurtling towards Jem and his companions. They turned back, bewildered. What on earth is this? The next moment, the answer was revealed. Boom! 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 A series of explosions illuminated the area as brightly as day, engulfing the welcome town in light. Those at the center of the explosions fell as if severed from their strings, smoke billowing from their forms, barely clinging to consciousness. Bartolomeo, quick-witted, urged his comrades to bind the captives. Lieutenant Daxiong reminded, the colonel said to use sea-stone handcuffs for those with abilities. Bartolomeo, eager to learn, acknowledged, "You're right, Lieutenant. I'm gaining knowledge." Witnessing the chaos, the townsfolk, realizing Aaron's monstrous strength and his ability to traverse the sky, surrendered en masse, kneeling in submission. After securing these miscreants, Aaron leisurely approached Princess Weiwei and Ikelim. He began with a bombshell revelation. "I know your true identities. Princess Weiwei of Alabasta and Captain Ikelim, correct? It's impressive to have infiltrated Crocodile's lair." Ikelim, taken aback, quickly apologized. "My apologies, Admiral. I had no idea you were aware. I was merely trying to protect our identities." Princess Weiwei was in tears, pleading, "Admiral, please save my country. Crocodile is wreaking havoc, endangering my father and my people." At that moment, Sister Peacock approached, gently supporting Weiwei. "Oh dear, Princess Weiwei, you are so beautiful. Please do not cry." Weiwei was bewildered. How could this naval officer, who had just insulted Machida, now be so warm? The rapid shift in demeanor was akin to a masterful performance. Yet she politely replied, "Thank you for your concern, Sister Peacock." Peacock chuckled. "You need not call me naval officer. Just refer to me as Sister Peacock from now on." Then, she pivoted to a more serious tone. "Princess Weiwei, the truth is capturing pirates is our mission, but apprehending a warlord poses significant challenges, as they are protected by the world government. We cannot act recklessly." Pausing for effect, she presented the core issue. "However, if you were to forge a strong alliance with us, we would have sufficient justification to assist you." Upon hearing this, Aaron's eyes sparkled, his breath quickening with anticipation. Marvelous! Sister Peacock sought to assist him in acquiring a bride. Truly, she was his most astute ally. He cleared his throat, sending the onlooking soldiers to tend to the battlefield. Only a few of us remained. Jinai and Dasky stayed, likely believing there was no harm in listening to a conversation among women. Ikelim sensed the tension and hastily asked, "Do any of the esteemed naval officers have suggestions?" Peacock wasted no time, presenting a direct proposition. "To be candid, our Colonel Aaron is immensely powerful. Even my hawk cannot contend with him. Dealing with Crocodile is certainly within his capabilities, but he requires a reason to act, does he not? Thus, I propose that Princess Weiwei become Colonel Aaron's consort. This would provide us with the necessary grounds to intervene." Before she could finish, Ikelim erupted, "Admiral, isn't this taking advantage of the situation?" Princess Weiwei found herself utterly perplexed. After much contemplation, she realized the implications of the situation. Stealing a glance at Aaron, she noted how this man, illuminated by the moonlight, exuded an extraordinary presence and undeniable charm, stirring her heart in ways she hadn't anticipated. Yet, the swiftness of it all startled her. Was she to become his woman without any prior courtship? Aaron feigned embarrassment, scratching his nose while inwardly reveling in joy. Yunk and her companions were visibly thrilled, nearly applauding the unfolding drama. They were eager for more sisters to share the burden of affection. Only Hinai and Dasky remained, their expressions a mix of astonishment and intrigue. Was this truly permissible? And Aaron, surprisingly, did not object. Did this imply his tacit approval? The two women found themselves in a whirl of mixed emotions, pondering why the Peacock had not sought to recruit them as well. Was it their lack of beauty? In the blink of an eye, they scrutinized Princess Weiwei with keen interest. Having observed the scene long enough, Aaron cleared his throat, feigning disapproval. "Cough, cough, peafowl, is this really appropriate?" The peafowl shot him a piercing glance. "Brother Lewin, matters among women are not for you to meddle in." Aaron promptly conceded, realizing he couldn't provoke her. He retreated, leaving the battleground to the peafowl, confident that her eloquence would soon win over Weiwei. And I, quick to follow, inquired, "Colonel Aaron, you're not going to intervene? You can't possibly have taken a liking to that beautiful princess, can you?" Her tone bore a hint of acidity. Aaron laughed heartily. I must honor the peafowl's intentions. However, if she truly possesses the ability to persuade, I shall not hold back. Hanai crossed her arms, feeling a twinge of jealousy. It seems Colonel Aaron has a penchant for exotic beauties. Not necessarily. I am not picky. As long as she is beautiful. I am fond of her, Aaron replied, his words intentionally directed at Hanai. With newfound boldness, Hanai blushed and asked, "May I inquire, during our last session, when you unlocked my potential, what were you thinking? Did you ever consider doing something more with me?" Aaron felt a surge of excitement. He had hooked her. What a sudden question. He feigned surprise. "I simply wish to know you better." Hanai maintained her composure. Aaron grinned mischievously. "To be honest, at that moment, I genuinely wished to take you right then and there. Your voice is irresistible to most men. If I weren't so honorable, you would have been mine long ago." Hanai's heart soared at his words, realizing her charm had not been lacking. Rather, it was Aaron's restraint that stood in the way. If she took the initiative, perhaps it could flourish. With this thought, her cheeks flushed deeper as she boldly declared, "Colonel Aaron, to be frank, I have feelings for you. Shall we pursue something together?" Aaron was taken aback by her directness, but internally delighted. "You don't mind my companions?" And I smiled confidently. "Are you referring to those little ones?" "Honestly, I believe I surpassed them." Aaron thought to himself that she was blissfully unaware of his relationships with them. However, he offered no explanation, stepping closer to take her hand and pull her into his embrace. "All right then, let us pursue this. Though I prefer a more straightforward approach without the romantic pretense." And I initially considered resisting, but quickly decided against it. She was no longer a child and preferred directness. It could simply be a way to express gratitude for his help in unlocking her potential. Consequently, she melted into Aaron's arms. In the next moment, Aaron swept her off her feet in a princess carry. "Aaron, what are you doing?" she exclaimed in surprise. Aaron responded with a questioning look. "Koronedine. When I said we should pursue something, I meant more than just holding hands." And I panicked, yet felt a hint of anticipation. What else could it entail? "Cough, cough." "You'll find out shortly," Aaron replied, carrying her toward a nearby grove. "This grove is perfect for a rendezvous." And I, oblivious to the implications of a rendezvous, protested. "Didn't you say you dislike childish romantic gestures?" "Rest assured, it's not a date," he assured her. At this point, Hanai felt utterly flustered, sensing that resistance was futile. However, Aaron's presence was intoxicating, leaving her powerless to resist. He declared, "In my homeland, we practice a custom of marrying before love." Without waiting for her response, he sealed her lips with his own. Here, 3,000 words are omitted. When they emerged from the grove, the peafowl and her companions were searching for them. Upon spotting the two, the peafowl noted Hanai's flushed complexion and slightly unsteady gait, and she smirked knowingly. "Wow, how did you two end up from that grove? We thought you had returned to the ship." Aaron maintained his composure. "Just taking a stroll. By the way, have you arranged everything here?" The peafowl leaned in, wrapping her arms around Aaron's. "Everything's set, but Brotherlin, the princess said she needs to think overnight." Aaron playfully flicked her nose, feigning seriousness. "I'm not inclined to criticize you, but please refrain from taking advantage of situations. Do you doubt my charm?" "I understand my mistake. I was merely anxious," the peafowl admitted sheepishly. With a wave of his hand, Aaron instructed, "All right, everyone return to the ship. I can handle my own affairs." And I, feeling guilty, sensed that her secret was exposed. She bid Aaron farewell and hurried back to her warship. Finally, Aaron turned to inquire about Princess Wei Wei. Nami informed him, "Wei Wei is in her room. I sense a strong wind tonight, making it unsuitable to depart." Aaron nodded, smiling as he asked, "Will you be staying on the ship tonight or here?" Yunk, startled, quickly waved her hands. "We'll stay in the rooms, each in our own." She feared Aaron might return to the ship. Aaron chuckled. "What are you worried about? I want to return to the ship tonight. With such splendid accommodations, why not enjoy them?" Upon hearing this, the peafowl and her friends gleefully exclaimed, "Oh, then we'll return to the battleship." They all dashed away. Aaron shook his head in bemusement, realizing they had left him with a bit of PTSD. He slipped into a room still aglow with light, where he found Wei Wei and Icolum sitting on the sofa, looking troubled. He overheard Icolum urging, "Princess, perhaps consider other options." You need not sacrifice yourself for him. He is merely a colonel, unworthy of you. Aaron pretended to cough twice, eliciting a startled reaction from Icolum, who appeared thoroughly embarrassed. Ignoring the awkwardness, Aaron calmly stated, I simply wish for a comfortable bed. Do you have one available? Wei Wei mustered her courage and stood up. Icolum, you should rest. I will take care of Colonel Aaron. She led him to her room. Colonel Aaron, you may sleep here. It's clean and comfortable. Once arrangements were made, Aaron suddenly adopted a righteous demeanor, declaring, what just transpired was mere folly from the peafowl. Do not take it to heart. A mere warlord of the seven seas is no match for me. In my eyes, justice surpasses all status. Wei Wei and Icolum were profoundly moved, feeling ashamed for their hesitations while Aaron, a naval officer, stood unyielding in the face of tyranny. Wei Wei promptly responded, Colonel Aaron, I apologize for my previous indecision. Shall we give it a try? I can be your fiancé, if that is acceptable. Aaron waved his hand dismissively, exuding confidence. There is no need. It is merely a matter of eliminating a warlord. My sense of justice prevails, and my superiors would not demand my life in exchange for another. With that, Wei Wei was completely captivated, her admiration for him soaring. The following morning, the peafowl and her friends arrived to assist Aaron with his morning routine and breakfast, attending to him with utmost care. Observing this, Wei Wei felt immense regret, reflecting on her selfishness the previous day. How could she have hesitated with such a remarkable man? After breakfast, the main group prepared to embark. Aaron stood upon the deck, his energy coalescing within him. Lo and behold, he manifested a colossal red dragon, several hundred meters in length, upon which he perched, grinning down at the astonished girls below. Who wishes to join me for a ride? He called out. Me. Yunk and the others clamored to ascend. With a grand gesture, Aaron beckoned, come aboard. The girls, Konke, Yunk, Nami, and Kia, leapt onto the dragon's back. Vivi, watching from below in envy, was soon invited by Aaron, who smiled warmly. Princess Vivi, why not join us as well? Surprised, yet delighted, Vivi climbed aboard. And I, more direct, gracefully landed on the dragon's back, exclaiming, hee hee, I've yet to experience riding a flying dragon. Aaron burst into laughter. Are you unaware of my prowess? Hold on tight. The seasoned driver is about to take off. The dragon soared into the sky, eliciting excited shrieks from the girls. Suddenly, Aaron's eyes lit up as he spotted a massive island floating in the distance. Is that not the legendary island ship of the Golden Lion Shiki? He mused. What fortune! Just as I pondered where to acquire a mount, the Golden Lion himself appeared before me. This old rascal, once a formidable rival of Roger, now sauntered upon a flying island, perfectly positioned for me to seize. His subordinate, a creature resembling a scientific monstrosity named Indigo, peered through a telescope and shouted, Captain, there are people on that dragon. The Golden Lion, once arrogant and dismissive, had become cautious after serving 2 years in Impel Down, courtesy of Carp and Sengoku. Squinting, he grumbled defiantly, whoever they are, I shall claim that red dragon for myself. How could I allow such insolence? I directed my energy-infused dragon right toward his face, soaring 8,000 meters high, the wind howling around us. I grinned. Is that not the infamous pirate, the Golden Lion? What luck for a mere captain like me to encounter you. I was exhilarated. This was a walking legend, the first to disrupt the Navy headquarters, the first to escape Impel Down. Surely, this capture would elevate my rank. The Golden Lion's expression darkened as he bared his yellowed teeth. You little brat, your fortune ends here. How dare a mere captain challenge me? I couldn't help but laugh. Captain, you truly lack experience. If I dared to pursue you, it is only because I have ensured your demise. His laughter erupted. Such bravado, is it derived from that dragon? Don't get ahead of yourself. It will soon belong to me. This proclamation not only amused me, but also caused Hinai to stifle her laughter. The Golden Lion's face turned a deep shade of green. What are you laughing at? Is it because I lack legs? Or perhaps because I have a steering wheel protruding from my head? Who could fathom such self-deprecation? Hinai, unable to contain herself, replied, Forgive us, Mr. Golden Lion, but we are laughing at your lack of perception. That dragon is a manifestation of my captain's abilities. It is not real. Do you comprehend? Huh. The golden lion's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, bewildered by the notion of a mere illusion. He quickly pointed at me. You sly boy. Are you pretending to be a tiger? Has the Navy become this formidable? Even a captain possesses such strength? I shrugged innocently. No, it is merely that I am exceptionally powerful. As the words left my lips, I charged the dragon directly towards his decrepit island. Startled, the golden lion swung his two swords, unleashing arcs of sword energy towards me. I cannot be bothered to evade, instead countering with two explosive punches that shattered his attacks into a dazzling display of sparks. Hinai, Conke, deal with the lesser foes, I commanded, instantly teleporting before the golden lion. My speed left him stunned, barely able to react as he stumbled back, launching more slashes. Yet I danced effortlessly through his strikes, my clothing untouched. Once poised, I dramatically removed my captain's coat and tossed it aside. I clenched my fists, my muscles crackling with energy, my skin glowing red and radiating heat. The pressure I exuded was palpable, sending chills down the golden lion's spine, likely reminding him of the terror he felt under Carp's iron fist. Despite his bravado, he growled, "You young pup, do not get cocky before me." With all his might, he unleashed the lion's 1,000 cuts, a colossal cross-shaped energy slash aimed at me, the sheer force threatening to cleave the sea in two. I scoffed, "Old man, your era has passed." I didn't even bother to activate my hockey. I channeled all my strength into a single, straightforward punch. The impact resonated through the sky. His sword energy, though fierce, merely grazed my fist. Yet, my cellular abilities surged forth. My fist obliterated his energy attack. Flames ignited upon my knuckles from the friction. The golden lion stared, utterly dumbfounded. To engage me unarmed and without hockey, did he mistake my strength for mere luck? I shook my hand, my minor wounds healing within seconds. Casting a smirk at him, "Golden lion, perhaps your blade has dulled," for all it did was tickle me. Enraged, he attempted to play psychological games. Merely blocking my foot attacks. What is there to boast about? My gaze turned icy as I snapped my fingers, unleashing a strengthened finger gun. The projectile whizzed forth like a bullet, barely missing him but leaving a gash on his face. The shot traveled thousands of meters before detonating with a thunderous explosion. The golden lion, stunned, thought, "What is this? A finger gun? No. This is akin to a handcrafted cannon." Realizing that continued confrontation would yield no favorable outcome, he growled, "If you dare, face me," and retreated to his stronghold, seeking to utilize the terrain to his advantage. Would I allow his escape? I opened my mouth, inhaling deeply, causing the surrounding sunlight to be absorbed into my being. The area plunged into darkness, akin to a solar eclipse. Then I expelled this energy from my feet. Boom. I rocketed forth like a missile, the sonic boom ringing in his ears. The golden lion turned, startled by my astonishing speed, and hastily unleashed more sword energy. But this delay allowed me to close the distance. I delivered a punch directly to his face. "Ah, my teeth," he cried, blood spilling from his mouth as he spun away, sent flying several hundred meters. I advanced, walking through the air as if it were solid ground, the space beneath my feet resonating with each step. The golden lion, utterly bewildered, pondered the nature of my powers, capable of conjuring dragons, spewing fire, absorbing sunlight, and now walking in the air. I regarded his disheveled state, proposing, "Surrender now, lest I inadvertently strike you down." Yet he remained defiant, determined to return to his lair, known as Wire Mayu, for a decisive battle. Very well, I would gladly oblige. Arriving at his floating islands, the old rogue still clung to hope, commanding a horde of mutated beasts to attack me. I unleashed my domain. As those creatures entered my 1,000-meter radius, I merely thought of their obliteration, causing them to explode in a crimson mist, the surrounding flora going berserk and ensnaring the remnants of his beasts. The golden lion's eyes widened in disbelief. How could his pets self-destruct without my intervention? Enough of these childish antics. I was growing impatient. "Come forth. Let me witness your strongest attack, the lion's prestige." At this juncture, he found himself with no retreat. Resolutely, he unleashed his power, lifting the ground of half the island and forming 3 colossal lion heads, each several hundred meters high, with gaping maws lunging towards me. Now this was more like it. I chuckled and resumed my photosynthesis. The surrounding area plunged into darkness within mere moments as all light converged upon my fist, transforming into a luminous point even more blinding than the sun. The golden lion, intimidated, gulped nervously, yet he was beyond the point of no return. The 3 lion heads bore down upon me like a tempest. With a slight smile at the corner of my mouth, I gathered all my energy into my fist and casually struck the ground beneath me. In the next instant, an explosion of boundless light erupted, consuming everything in its path. The 3 lion heads did not even have time to emit a sound before they evaporated entirely. When the radiance faded, the island that had been suspended in the sky was gone, leaving no trace behind. I effortlessly held the golden lion, now resembling a drenched chicken, who was left in a stupor, trembling and unable to utter a word. Concerned he might perish without value, I utilized my cellular ability to mend his injuries, rejuvenating him to the point where he appeared several years younger. His first words upon regaining composure were, "Who exactly are you? What fruit ability do you possess?" I clarified, "Paramecia, cell fruit. I can manipulate the cells of all living organisms." Yet, he remained perplexed. "Then how can you absorb sunlight?" I chuckled. "Plants can photosynthesize. As a higher organism, what is so extraordinary about my ability to do the same? Is it not rather elementary?" The golden lion was utterly speechless, regarding me with the eyes of one who has encountered a monster, muttering, "The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous waves away." I took him to his lair and seized his trove of gold and silver treasures, returning to the ship with a sense of satisfaction. When Renai and the others saw me returning with the golden lion, they were astonished. Princess Wei Wei, having sustained an arm injury in the previous battle, I swiftly healed her, the wound visibly mending without leaving a scar, which left the young princess blushing with gratitude. As night fell, Renai discreetly summoned me to her ship, claiming she had matters to discuss, and insisted I examine her old scars. Ahem, this exchange was rather profound, and the following day, her gaze towards me was undeniably affectionate. Our vessel continued its voyage, destination Alabaston. As we passed a small garden, Wei Wei mentioned that many officials from Baroque works were on this island. Without hesitation, I decided to deal with them. I instructed the main force to spread out while I wandered alone. As expected, those self-important individuals, including Mr. 2, the flamboyant Bon Clay, and Mr. 3, the waxy Galdino, mistook my solitary state for an opportunity and quickly surrounded me. Bon Clay, performing a ballet, pointed at me and exclaimed, "Ha ha, you're finished, Navy Colonel. Soon, I shall eliminate you and assume your form to dispose of your subordinates." I couldn't be bothered to engage in conversation and simply asked, "Are you finished? Who is surrounding whom?" I barely finished my sentence when I vanished from their sight. In less than 2 seconds, when I reappeared, all of them lay sprawled on the ground, their faces a canvas of confusion, asking, "Who am I? Where am I? What has happened?" I signaled to the heavens, and when my soldiers arrived, they were greeted by a scene of fallen adversaries. One soldier, elated, kicked Galdino mockingly, taunting, "You lot are pathetic. You thought you could ambush our colonel? Our esteemed colonel single-handedly surrounded you all. Do you comprehend?" Galdino and his companions were left in despair, utterly questioning their existence. How could a Navy colonel dispatch their elite cadre with such ease? Surely, he was far more formidable than their leader, Shichibukai Crocodile. However, upon recalling their leader, Galdino quickly asserted, "You must be mistaken. Our boss is the Shichibukai Crocodile." Spare me your pretense. You are already aware that we targeted your associates in Welcome Town, are you not? Aaron grinned. Given their cunning nature, it was impossible for them not to connect the dots. After all, the executioner and those who consumed the bomb fruit had yet to return. Was it not abundantly clear what had transpired? As the soldiers brought the pirates back aboard the warship, Galdino and the others recognized Princess Wei Wei and Ikarim on the deck, and everything fell into place. "So that's it. You betrayed us? You scoundrels, you will regret this. Our boss will not let you off easily." Galdino believed their leader, Crocodile, held the status of a Shichibukai and that they would soon be exonerated. This was the privilege of those in power. What could the Navy do? As long as their boss remained untouched, these Navy forces could do nothing to them. "We shall see, you despicable pirates." Wei Wei glared at them coldly, devoid of any pity. It was this group of ruffians that posed a threat to her nation, leading to the brink of civil war. The instigators of this chaos were none other than Crocodile and his subordinates, who frequently conspired in Rain Base. "Colonel Aaron, thank you so much. I never expected you would capture so many of these vile pirates in a single move." Princess Wei Wei expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Colonel Aaron had specifically come to assist her, and thus she felt compelled to express her appreciation sincerely. "It was nothing, a mere trifle. I assured you. As long as I intervene, you need not worry about Crocodile. He is truly inconsequential in my eyes. I can easily subdue him upon encounter," Aaron proclaimed with confidence. Simultaneously, he contemplated strategies to counter Crocodile's abilities. "Thank you." Princess Wei Wei felt deeply moved, never having experienced such emotions before. She found Colonel Aaron to be a trustworthy individual, which only deepened her affection for him, causing her to gaze at him with a shy yet enchanted expression. If this continued, she feared she might completely lose herself. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Ikaram noticed and hurriedly interrupted her reverie. He had discerned a serious issue. The beautiful maidens aboard the warship shared an unusual bond with Colonel Aaron. It was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. It seemed as though they were all Colonel Aaron's women. He could not be sure of this thought, yet he dared not dismiss it. If that were the case, he could not allow Wei Wei to fall into such entanglements. It would be utterly frivolous for a princess to endure such indignities. "Oh, I'm fine, really," Wei Wei responded nervously, finally realizing her own flustered heart. Aaron returned to the cabin, sharing laughter with Peacock and the others for a while before ascending to the deck. He began to exert his telekinetic powers over the sea. As the master of the cell fruit, capable of controlling cells, why could he not manipulate water molecules with a bit of effort? Moreover, given that his body consisted of at least 60% water, manipulating cells equated to controlling a significant portion of his body's moisture. It was merely a matter of not having paid close attention before. Now, he could shift from a macroscopic understanding to micromanaging a vast number of water molecules. Is it not equivalent to the ability to manipulate water? Upon realizing this, Aaron activated the cellular awakening, exerting delicate control over the seawater within a radius of 2,000 meters. With the assistance of the cellular fruit's capabilities, while others perceived mere seawater, he discerned the hydrogen and oxygen elements, which are invisible to the naked eye. After several minutes of manipulation, a sound indicated that the master had analyzed the structure of the seawater, successfully deducing and separating hydrogen and oxygen. As the system's prompt echoed in his mind, Aaron understood that he had successfully manipulated the water through this principle after a few minutes of experimentation. Immediately, he intensified his output, fully harnessing his cellular abilities to control the water molecules, namely the hydrogen and oxygen, to extract them in a frenzy. Following the 21:1 ratio, he could naturally recreate water. Soon, mist began to rise from the sea's surface, which, under Aaron's guidance, merged and coalesced into a water dragon. "Ha, it worked!" Aaron couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The soldiers on the deck had grown accustomed to such phenomena, but still instinctively shouted praises for their colonel. However, Colonel Smoker stood in stunned silence, astonished. What kind of monster is this? How could a user of a cellular fruit manipulate seawater? Moreover, he just created mist, which resembles the abilities of the smoke fruit. Cough, Colonel Aaron, I must admit, your development of abilities is truly extensive and far surpasses our understanding. I am utterly convinced and humbled. I feel I must humbly accept everything in your presence. Oh, have you finally let go? Aaron was surprised that this proud individual had finally submitted. Yes, you are indeed powerful, and in terms of teaching others how to grow stronger, you possess far more methods than my own teacher. To be honest, I also wish to grow stronger, to have the heart to grow, accepting it without awkwardness or shame. Right? Smoker was resolute. Ha ha, it is good that you think this way. Someone released the sea stone for him. However, Aaron did not grant him the opportunity to unlock his physical potential deciding to wait for a while. Half a day later, the group arrived at the coastline of the Alabasta Kingdom. Upon landing, they encountered a group of small manatees. The ship's cook, Miss Carmen, brightened up at the sight and prepared to catch a few for a meal. However, these manatees exhibited remarkable intelligence. Aaron recalled from the original work that Luffy had taught this group of manatees martial arts, and they had learned quite well, ultimately setting sail with a group of little brothers. Chapter 72. Vivi wishes to help, but feels awkward. This demonstrates that these small manatees possess considerable martial talent. Little ones, come aboard my ship, and I shall bestow upon you a grand opportunity, Aaron proclaimed, first employing his cellular optimization ability to stimulate their cells to grow rapidly. These initially small manatees began to grow visibly larger, each reaching a height of 2 meters. This was merely the beginning. He would further enhance their strength. The manatees, possessing considerable intelligence, fully understood Aaron's words and sensed the benefits of their physical transformation. They trustingly climbed aboard the warship, and soon over 100 manatees had boarded. The surrounding soldiers were left in awe. This was nothing short of a miracle. Not only had the small manatees grown larger, but they could also understand human speech. Why do I have a strong feeling that these manatees will become formidable in the future? Indeed, if they wielded 2 blades, practicing a dual-wielding style, they could be both offensive and defensive, truly formidable. Haha, it appears our colonel is preparing to develop a manatee battle squad. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. Ahem. Lieutenant Dacian, you will take half the crew and accompany Icolum to the capital. I will proceed with Princess Vivi. Peacock, you all stay aboard the warship. The desert's wind and heat may be too much for you. Understood. Peacock and the others nodded obediently, feeling a warm sense of camaraderie. Rise. Aaron activated Cellular Awakening, extending his abilities over the sea within a radius of over 2,000 meters, and began to manipulate a vast number of water molecules, subsequently conjuring a water dragon in the sky. It measured over 1,000 meters in length, leaving everyone in astonishment. This time, the dragon was more than twice the size of previous creations. It dawned on the crowd that those earlier displays were not even close to Colonel Aaron's limits, and perhaps he was still not at his peak. To be honest, it is truly difficult to gauge the extent of Aaron's power. He is growing stronger every second. After all, he has adeptly developed the capabilities of the cellular fruit. The stronger his cells, the stronger his physical form. If this world had a concept of spiritual energy or emphasized physical prowess, then Aaron's constitution would undoubtedly be akin to that of a solar deity, growing stronger under the sun. After all, in this world, nothing possesses more energy than the sun. Therefore, as long as one can harness this energy, the light of this world equates to one's strength. However, Aaron's cellular fruit has yet to awaken. Once it does, the speed at which he absorbs solar energy will likely accelerate, making him glow even while walking. At that moment, Aaron grasped Princess Vivi, who was entranced by him, and leapt onto the massive water dragon. Placing one hand on the dragon's head, he released energy from his cells. This energy, transformed from solar absorption and concentrated within his cells, would be emitted as a form of gas, serving as propulsion. Princess Vivi, hold steady. If you feel unsteady, you can grasp my clothing. Then, indicate the direction to your rain city. That should be the base of Crocodile. Yes, I will, Princess Vivi replied, her cheeks flushed. After all, being so close to Colonel Aaron made her heart race with anxiety, and she couldn't help but let her thoughts wander. Aaron, too, felt overwhelmed by hormones, unable to completely contain them, allowing some to escape naturally. As Aaron accelerated the water dragon's speed, Princess Vivi instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist from behind. Her first impression was of his solid, muscular form, radiating warmth. Realizing this, she hurriedly spoke. I didn't mean to. It was just too fast, and I couldn't maintain my balance. It's all right. You may hold on however you wish, Aaron replied, feeling a surge of joy at the soft touch against his back. Princess Vivi, as a princess, undoubtedly lived a life of luxury, resulting in a figure that was both remarkable and voluptuous, exuding a dreamlike quality with a delightful bounce. Princess Weiwei held onto Aaron's waist tightly, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. She felt an overwhelming sense of security as they stood atop the water dragon, a romantic sensation enveloping them. Colonel Aaron, why did you summon the water dragon? Is it because you fear the heat? Princess Wei Wei inquired, eager to converse with Aaron. Not exactly. The primary reason is that I discovered a method to restrain the abilities of Sheikh Lakir, he replied. Water, you see, he can manipulate sand. And in the endless desert, he is quite agile. However, when confronted with water, his powers become ineffective. Soon, I shall present you with a spectacle of the water dragon stars, a unique display of fireworks. Aaron recalled the old man from the assassin family in the world of Hunter x Hunter, who utilized his nun to coalesce into a nun dragon, ultimately dispersing into a multitude of dragon stars for a wide-ranging assault. The impact was immensely powerful. I am exceedingly excited, Princess Wei Wei softly expressed. After a while, she felt her body growing warmer, her thoughts becoming increasingly shy. Aaron sensed her rapid breathing behind him and, with a hint of helplessness, performed a full-body cellular respiration technique to quickly cool her down. He then enveloped her in a protective cellular shield, akin to the air bubble that protects individuals in Fishman Island when submerged in water. This shield effectively prevented her from inhaling the potent hormones emanating from him. Thank you, Colonel Aaron, she stammered. It's nothing. It's actually for my own sake. To be frank, my fruit ability has a backlash, causing me to emit a rather overwhelming scent of hormones at all times. Generally, girls like you would feel weak after inhaling it continuously, so this barrier is quite beneficial, Aaron remarked nonchalantly. Princess Wei Wei suddenly understood, realizing the torment Aaron must endure. Colonel Aaron, is it difficult for you to bear the backlash of your fruit ability? She asked, her cheeks flushing. While the desire is strong, I can control it, so it's manageable, he replied with a faint smile, pleasantly surprised that Wei Wei expressed concern for him. It seemed she was on the verge of succumbing to his charm. However, thereafter, Princess Wei Wei fell silent, internally wrestling with her desire to offer assistance, yet feeling too shy to voice such sentiments. Approximately an hour later, Aaron arrived above the City of Rain. The inhabitants were predominantly affiliated with Sheikh Lakir, essentially a collective conspiring to overthrow the king alongside the old man. As a colossal dragon appeared thousands of meters above, the entire city erupted in astonishment, with countless heads turning skyward. In the palace of Rain City, Sheikh Lakir emerged, a cigar clutched between his lips, his eyes narrowed in surprise. Chapter 73. Well, I wish for you to be my consort. Aaron and Princess Wei Wei immediately spotted Sheikh Lakir standing majestically on the high platform outside the palace, exuding an air of grandeur. Colonel Aaron, that is Sheikh Lakir, Princess Wei Wei declared, her gaze filled with disdain for him. Fear not. If he does not flee upon seeing me, he is as good as finished, Aaron asserted with formidable confidence. Princess Wei Wei felt a surge of emotion at his words, realizing that Aaron was indeed the man who provided her with an unwavering sense of security. Otherwise, she would never have dared face the pirate Sheikh Lakir. In Rain City, a multitude gazed upward, whispering among themselves. Is that a dragon? A legendary existence? Yet, it seemed someone was standing atop it. Meanwhile, Sheikh Lakir, eyes narrowed, recognized the figure atop the dragon to be a naval colonel draped in the cloak of justice, alongside a member of his Baroque works. He quickly deduced the identity of Princess Wei Wei. Ah, so this foolish princess has summoned a savior, he mused, calmly removing the cigar from his mouth and elegantly shaking off the ash. However, the individual you have summoned is indeed a fool, merely a colonel. And I am one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he derisively stated. Aaron, undeterred by Sheikh Lakir's arrogance, called down to the city. You rascals of Rain City, I grant you 10 seconds to surrender. Should you refuse, I shall eradicate you all. His voice resonated throughout the skies of Rain City, yet the inhabitants dismissed his threat, laughing scornfully. Surely this man is a fool? He believes he can take us all on alone? He is seeking death. Sheikh Lakir's strength is unparalleled. Who could possibly defeat him? Indeed, merely seeking death. How dare he threaten us? It's utterly laughable. These individuals had witnessed Sheikh Lakida's might firsthand, a ruler of the desert, wielding the power of wind and sand, an entity not to be defeated in this realm. Huh, did you hear that, Naval Colonel? You have ventured to the wrong place. I can grant you 10 seconds. If you do not leave, do not blame me for being merciless, Sheikh Lakida sneered. Aaron, however, paid no heed. Moments later, he began counting. 8, 9, 10. Now, my dear friends, meet your demise. Aaron's aura shifted dramatically as he struck the water dragon with his palm, infusing it with countless cells. Dragon stars. The immense water dragon erupted in the sky, dispersing thousands of slender water columns. These columns descended like icy spikes upon the city of rain, akin to falling meteors. What? Good heavens, so densely packed? Panic spread among the masses below, their pupils dilating in shock as they felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. They could only watch as the sky rained down these piercing projectiles, each imbued with terrifying power. In an instant, chaos engulfed Rain City, and the populace erupted in disarray. Sheikh Lakida furrowed his brow, sensing the provocation. Was this audacious naval colonel truly launching an attack against him? Such audacity! Yet, this colonel seemed to possess extraordinary strength. And he was unfamiliar to Sheikh Lakida. Was he a reckless newcomer to the Navy? Regardless, Sheikh Lakida was exceedingly confident. He swiftly manipulated the surrounding sands, conjuring a protective barrier within a radius of several hundred meters. Yet, he was soon bewildered. These water column attacks were exploding. The devastation wrought in Rain City left countless individuals bloodied and battered. As the water columns detonated, a torrential rain began to pour upon the city. Damn it! Shacklochter could not help but curse under his breath. The incessant rain hindered his ability to manipulate sand effectively. However, he remained unperturbed, convinced that this downpour would soon cease, perhaps within 2 minutes. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Aaron descended from the void, cradling Princess Vivi's delicate waist with one arm, each step resonating with a sound that reverberated through the air. Upon witnessing this, Shacklochter was suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming sense of pressure. This individual was formidable, undoubtedly a threat to his existence. Who are you? Are you truly a colonel of the Navy? He inquired, his voice laced with caution. If so, you need to reconsider. My identity is... Yet before he could finish, Aaron tossed Princess Vivi into the air. In 10 seconds, I shall have you on the ground, he declared. With a thunderous boom, Aaron vanished from sight. Shacklochter felt a chill run down his spine. He had disappeared? No, he was behind him. Instantly, Shacklochter transformed into sand, attempting to evade the imminent threat. However, Aaron's fist, imbued with hockey, struck him squarely in his half-sand form. Shacklochter screamed, his body propelled forward, blood spilling from his lips. Aaron reappeared above him, executing a swift kick that sent Shacklochter crashing several meters underground. Curse you! Shacklochter roared from beneath the earth, summoning a sandstorm that spiraled upwards, lifting debris hundreds of meters high. Aaron frowned slightly, taken aback by the man's resilience. Glancing at Princess Vivi, he noted she had 5 seconds before she would fall. Tom was on his side. In an instant, he teleported high above, channeling all his strength into a powerful punch aimed at the swirling sandstorm. A massive red fist descended like a mountain, crashing down with a cataclysmic noise, creating a vast crater in the ground. Shacklochter lay beneath, gasping for breath, feeling as if every bone in his body had shattered. The force of that punch was terrifying. With a graceful turn, Aaron caught Princess Vivi as she descended. Well done. You weren't frightened at all, he praised. Blushing, Vivi gazed up at Aaron with admiration, her heart racing. I believe Colonel Aaron will catch me, so I'm not afraid, she declared. Aaron gently set her down, stating nonchalantly, I've already defeated Shacklochter. The relentless reign of Rain City, influenced by the Dragon Star Cluster, had significantly hampered Shacklochter's abilities. Moreover, without control over hockey, he stood little chance against Aaron, whose mastery of both armament and observation hockey had reached an intermediate level. Additionally, his shave technique was over 10 times faster than the Navy's 6 styles. As Aaron's physical prowess increased, so did his speed. The Navy's 6 styles relied on the strength of the user's body to amplify their power and damage. Thank you, Colonel Ahon. I think I might have developed feelings for you. Would you consider being my prince consort? Princess Vivi finally confessed, unable to restrain her emotions any longer. Are you certain? Will your father approve? Aaron replied with a smile, genuinely pleased. He had refrained from expressing his feelings to Vivi earlier, hoping to see her confess first. I will speak to my father. He will certainly agree, Vivi asserted, her cheeks flushed. She thought to herself that even if he disagreed, they could make it work. Well then, let us see, Aaron said, not one to refuse such an opportunity. Just then, Aaron vanished from sight, reappearing behind a pillar of the palace. I seem to have struck lucky. It appears I have encountered the child of the devil. You're Miss Nico Robin, are you not? He asked, crossing his arms as he approached her. Nico Robin tensed, her hands instinctively crossing, ready to unleash her powers if necessary. How did you find me? She stammered, panic rising within her. She had thought she was well hidden, not having moved an inch. I am not like Shacklochter, a mere weakling. Everything within a 2,000-meter radius is now under my perception, Aaron chuckled, appraising her figure. She looked stunning, albeit slightly sunburned from her time in the desert, which only added to her exotic allure. Feeling a sense of hopelessness, Robin realized the Colonel S might rival that of a Marine admiral. Just as despair settled in, Aaron smiled. You are quite remarkable. Would you consider becoming my woman? I can offer you protection for a lifetime, freeing you from the need to hide. What? Robin was taken aback, questioning if she had misheard. I said, come be my woman. I will protect you, Aaron reiterated earnestly. Robin's eyelashes fluttered. She had envisioned many outcomes, but never had anyone spoken to her in such a manner. So you cover my body? She thought, resolute not to barter her body for safety. Not entirely. My devil fruit bears a dreadful backlash, and I require the assistance of a woman. Furthermore, I find the world government's actions during the O'Hara incident utterly reprehensible. I empathize with your plight, and my sense of justice compels me to protect you, he explained. Robin felt a stir within her. It was that one statement that resonated deeply with her, acknowledging the injustice she had endured. Yet, doubt clouded her mind. But how can I trust your so-called sense of justice? You just attacked the entire city, resulting in countless casualties. I offered them a chance. That is not my fault, Aaron replied succinctly, providing no further explanation. However, should you choose to become my woman, I will be responsible for you. Not only will I safeguard you, but I can also assist you in realizing your dreams, such as discovering the true history for free interpretation. Robin found herself torn. Refusing would likely lead to her capture and imprisonment in Impel Down, where her identity would afford her no mercy, and she could very well face execution. If I agree, it means I must become his woman. Furthermore, I am uncertain whether he can truly offer me protection. Although his strength appears formidable, I am a target that the world government is eager to eliminate, and you are merely a colonel. How could you possibly safeguard me? Nikiluo bin Ernesti Inwirit. Aaron leaned against a pillar, gazing intently at Ni Kaluo bin. I have stated before that as long as she is my woman, I will exert every effort to protect her. Even if the world government dares to lay a hand on my people, I will rise against them, Aaron declared with great authority. This is no jest. Traversing into this world, growing stronger, and acquiring status. All of it is ultimately aimed at seizing my own destiny. Naturally, I refuse to be controlled. Anyone who dares to suppress me will find me rising in rebellion. Upon witnessing the unwavering determination in Aaron's eyes, Ni Kaluo bin felt a stirring in her heart. He is indeed a man of character. Perhaps we could give this a try. However, should I become your woman, I require at least a month to consider. After a month, I shall provide you with a definite answer. Is that acceptable? Nikiluo bin Askid Ernesti. During this time, should I discern any untrustworthiness in you, I would rather die than compromise my integrity. No problem, Aaron readily agreed. He held great confidence in his own charm. A month is ample time to thoroughly captivate Ni Kaluo bin, even if he already has numerous women. However, is it not quite natural for a strong man to have many wives? As long as he can satisfy the needs of each wife, what grievances could they possibly harbor? At that moment, Princess Wei Wei appeared nearby, having overheard Aaron's words to Ni Kaluobin. Her eyes quickly filled with glistening tears. It felt as if she had experienced heartbreak, yet not quite. I apologize for interrupting you. Upon seeing Aaron approach, Wei Wei felt a sudden pang of anxiety and hastily spoke. Aaron stepped forward, embracing Wei Wei and leading her into the palace. Ni Kaluobin, you are now responsible for controlling Sha Kuluo Kuda heir, who has already lost the will to resist. Ni Kaluobin frowned at this, perplexed by the situation. Where is he taking Princess Wei Wei? Does he not have just one woman? In Aaron's arms, Princess Wei Wei felt entirely weak, rendered speechless by her nerves. Her mind was a blank canvas, yet she instinctively knew what was to come. Several hours later, Princess Wei Wei lay in Aaron's embrace, her hand tracing letters on his chest. Aaron, you clearly stated your intention for Ni Kaluobin to become your woman. Why then do you treat me this way? Of course, I harbor no resentment. I merely wish to understand why. Princess Wei Wei's complexion flushed with warmth as she spoke softly. After several hours of fervor, she had undeniably become molded by Aaron. Deep down, she harbored a profound affection for him. The answer should be clear to you, Aaron chuckled lightly. What? I do not understand, Wei Wei replied, bewildered. Is it not impressive that I am so formidable? Are you certain one person can adequately care for me? Had it not been for your pleading for me to spare you, you would know the consequences. Upon mentioning this, Princess Wei Wei's cheeks turned crimson as she realized the implications. Apologizing, I am sorry, Aaron. I must have disappointed you. Ha! That is hardly the case, Aaron laughed heartily. Therefore, you should rest for a while, and then we shall continue our exchange of knowledge. Wei Wei was immediately filled with trepidation. Chapter 75. Uncovering the secrets of old Sha after several hours of discourse, Princess Wei Wei found herself utterly speechless. One word, exhausted. 2 words, so weary. Once they paused, she swiftly succumbed to drowsiness and fell into a deep sleep. Outside the palace, Ni Kaluobin had successfully subdued Sha Kuluo Kuda heir. Yet, as she waited for several anxious hours, Aaron did not emerge, causing her growing distress. To her dismay, several of Sha Kuluo Kuda heir's subordinates had survived and were now encircling her, watching her with predatory eyes. Ni Kaluobin, are you betraying us? Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? You wretched woman, release our captain immediately, otherwise you shall meet your demise. Dasboines and Sarah threatened fiercely. They were loyal crew members of Sha Kuluo Kuda heir. Despite facing a formidable enemy, they chose not to flee, but rather to take the risk of rescuing their captain. You would be wise to keep your distance. Otherwise, I shall certainly kill him. Feel free to test my resolve. Ni Kaluobin had no choice but to utilize her abilities, tightening her grip around old Sha's neck. Should they dare to act, they would only seal his fate. Dasboines and Sarah dared not move recklessly, yet they deemed Ni Kaluobin foolish. You are the offspring of a demon. Both the world government and the Navy are after you. Yet now you are engaging in a profoundly foolish act. Is it not laughable that you have chosen to assist that Navy colonel against your own kind? Dasboines, a burly man, could not fathom such absurdity. Sarah furrowed her brow and said, Ni Kaluobin, you cannot possibly have developed feelings for that colonel, can you? He may appear handsome and charming, but he will undoubtedly capture you and deliver you into the hands of the Navy. Enough. Regardless of what you say, I will not easily change my decision. As for you, if you wish to live, you should consider fleeing. Colonel Aaron will soon emerge, and even Sha Kuluo Kuda heir is no match for him. What right do you have to oppose him? Nike Luo bin stated coldly. Damn it, Dasboines found himself at a loss. Their captain was too weak now, and Ni Kaluobin could easily kill him. Thus, they truly dared not act recklessly. Furthermore, recalling the strength of the emerging Navy colonel, they felt utterly uncertain facing him. What shall we do? Sarah inquired, looking to Dasboines. I shall not flee. I am loyal to my captain in life and in death, Dasboines asserted resolutely. Therefore, I will return to seek out that Navy colonel. Very well. If that is the case, I shall not flee either. I will accompany you, Sarah replied, equally loyal. as strong partners who had faced numerous life and death situations together. They would not abandon each other in dire moments, having forged a profound friendship. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, Aaron emerged applauding. I did not anticipate that Shah Kaluo Kuda Air still had such loyal subordinates. It is truly remarkable. In the original story, Old Shah could be described as a brutal pirate. Without hundreds of lives on his hands, he would not be worthy of the title. Yet, this group of subordinates remains unwaveringly loyal to him. You could have seized the opportunity to flee, yet you did not. The colonel expressed profound admiration for your unwavering loyalty. Therefore, I shall grant you a chance for survival. Surrender now, and you shall be spared from my wrath. Should you dare to resist, your demise is inevitable today. Aaron stated with an air of indifference. Very well, we surrender, Dasbones replied, appearing as a formidable figure, yet exhibiting remarkable composure, unclouded by anger. I too surrender, Sarah declared without hesitation. Interesting. Have you two perhaps forged an unspoken bond akin to that with Shacklock Dar, wishing not for the same year, month, or day of birth? Aaron scrutinized Dasbones and Sarah before glancing at Old Shah. That is none of your concern, Dasbones retorted with a hint of personality. Ignoring them, Aaron turned his gaze towards Robin with a sense of relief. Apologies for the wait. You have truly impressed me by not seizing the opportunity to flee. It brings me great comfort to say that you have captured a moment here, grasping the essence of the future. Now, I shall take care of the forthcoming matters. Our first destination is Albana, the capital of the kingdom. However, before that, I need you to wait here for a moment. With a smile, Aaron pulled Old Shah away from Nico Robin. Aaron had long harbored a curiosity regarding Old Shah's true identity. He intended to verify it personally, leading Old Shah into the palace and removing his garments. Just then, Old Shah awakened from his stupor, startled upon seeing Aaron close by. What are you doing? He exclaimed, realizing his lack of clothing. Old Shah's pupils widened in panic, and he instinctively recoiled, only to find himself devoid of strength, as if every bone in his body had shattered. Why are you afraid? I have no intention of consuming you. I merely wish to ascertain your true identity, Aaron said with a faint smile. Observing the fear in Old Shah's eyes only fueled Aaron's intrigue. It seems Old Shah harbors an unspeakable secret. Perhaps this individual is indeed a transgender person. You pervert! You best not touch me. Otherwise, I shall never forgive you. Old Shah glared at Aaron with fierce intensity. Yet, the more he resisted, the more Aaron felt compelled to unravel the mystery. You have a secret, do you not? Aaron grinned. Old Shah, in a state of panic, attempted to maintain a facade of calm. What secret? Who said that? What secrets could a man like me possibly have? Oh, I see. You are undoubtedly curious about my purpose in the kingdom of Alabasta, are you not? I concede your strength. I am genuinely impressed and acknowledge my hopelessness here. Very well. If you wish to know, I shall divulge it, but please refrain from your perverse demeanor. I am a man of stature, not one to engage in such depravity. Old Shah asserted with utmost seriousness. What I know is not a secret. The secret I refer to is the truth of your gender. Aaron approached, coldly locking eyes with Old Shah. Old Shah's gaze faltered, panic evident on his face, yet he feigned ignorance. I do not understand what you are saying. Ha! You shall soon comprehend my meaning. With swift precision, Aaron removed Old Shah's disguise. His eyes widened in astonishment. By the heavens! What is this? The East African Rift? Chapter 76. Is Old Shah the Empress of Nine Snake Island? Good heavens! You truly are a woman, Aaron exclaimed, unable to suppress his embarrassment. Old Shah, still reeling from the revelation, hurriedly lifted his hands to shield himself, but the truth had been laid bare before Aaron's eyes. In a fit of rage, Old Shah spat blood and fainted. Observing this, Aaron utilized his cellular optimization ability to aid Old Shah in regaining consciousness. Moments later, Old Shah awoke, hands clutched to his body once more. You beast! Are you truly that depraved? Old Shah seethed, his expression darkened, seemingly ready to confront Aaron. Yet, he lacked the strength to rise, every bone in his body feeling as if it were shattered. What a revelation I have just encountered. Wait, no. What I meant to say is that you are indeed a pervert. However, I must confirm, were you originally male or female? Aaron stifled a laugh. Old Shah, infuriated, spat another mouthful of blood, his face paling dramatically. Aaron, seeing this, infused Old Shah with a surge of revitalizing energy, alleviating some of his injuries. Do not resist. At this juncture, it will be wise for you to confess your identity. Otherwise, I might inadvertently reveal your secret to others, and that would indeed be amusing. Old Shah inhaled deeply, recognizing that the humiliation he faced was unparalleled. However, given the circumstances, he could only hope that his secret would remain concealed. Even in death, he wished for no one to uncover this truth. Very well, it appears you possess knowledge of my identity. I shall tell you. My true identity is that of a citizen of Nine Snake Island, and I was once its empress. The reason for my transformation into a man is due to certain circumstances, and I am here in search of ancient weaponry. That is the extent of what I can share. I trust this satisfies your curiosity? Old Shah begrudgingly confessed. Indeed, that is quite an unexpected revelation. I had no idea you were the empress of Nine Snake Island. It seems one should never judge by appearances. You have hidden this well. Now, please dress yourself. We must prepare to head to the capital, Aaron said with a light smile. Upon discovering Old Shah's true nature, Aaron's curiosity was thoroughly satisfied. Yet he was astonished to learn that Old Shah was also the empress of Nine Snake Island. It seemed that leaving Nine Snake Island and altering his appearance to become a man was a strategy for better concealing his identity. In the original narrative, there were rumors that Nine Snake Island was established by Lily, who shared an extraordinary connection with the true mastermind of the world government, Sama. There appeared to be an underlying bond akin to that of Lily's. Furthermore, Lily was an ancestor of the kingdom of Alabasta. It became evident that Nine Snake Island held secrets regarding ancient weaponry, as Old Shah could not have known of Alabasta's ties to such matters otherwise. How intriguing. It seemed Aaron had stumbled upon a significant secret. The situation was growing increasingly fascinating. Do you possess any discernment, or are you utterly oblivious? Lousy lacked the strength to wear it. My hands felt as though their bones had shattered. Just as Aaron was lost in thought, Lao Sha suddenly roared in anger. I had almost forgotten. However, considering you possess a woman's body, I shall pardon your impudence this time. With a casual wave of his hand, Aaron initiated a certain degree of cellular optimization on Lao Sha. Lao Sha was taken aback. The methods of this rascal were formidable. The shattered bones within her body began to heal rapidly and astonishingly without any cost. Moments later, Aaron declared, "All your fractured bones have mended. Yet, I hope you possess the wisdom to understand that should you contemplate fleeing or resisting, you can certainly imagine the consequences." Aaron's gaze darkened as it bore into Lao Sha, his words laden with threats and warnings. Clenching her fists, Lao Sha felt a surge of indignation. Her greatest secret had been unveiled, and she now found herself thoroughly threatened by Aaron. Rest assured I know what to do. However, I hope that if you still consider yourself a man, you shall refrain from divulging today's sordid affair to a third party. Otherwise, I shall haunt you even in death. Abuinot. Such matters are typically beyond my discourse. Now, you should wait outside. Aaron strode into the palace, where Princess Wei Wei still slumbered, and he needed to awaken her to depart. However, Princess Wei Wei was in a deep sleep. Upon rousing her, she expressed her exhaustion. Hearing that they were to head to the capital, her cheeks flushed. "Aaron, I feel so much pain. I cannot walk. If someone sees me, it would be terribly embarrassing. Could I perhaps rest for a day in the rain?" Fear not. You are now my woman. I can assist you in developing your physical potential. Aaron prepared to utilize his cellular fruit ability to enhance Wei Wei's physique. Yet Wei Wei hesitated, fear evident in her eyes. "No, I'm afraid." She assumed Aaron intended something else, causing her to retreat. "No, it is not what you think. Developing physical potential simply means enhancing your body. The soldiers aboard my ship have all undergone physical enhancement. We refer to it as developing physical potential." Aaron gently explained, stroking Wei Wei's head. "Is that truly the case?" Wei Wei gazed up at Aaron with wide, innocent eyes, appearing quite pitiful. "It must be true." "Oh, then please proceed." Wei Wei blushed shyly, slightly embarrassed as she realized her earlier misconceptions. Yet, she also felt a sense of happiness and fulfillment, despite her fear. Minutes later, Wei Wei's body had been strengthened. She felt invigorated, the previous fatigue washed away, and she sensed her physique had grown by more than tenfold. Aaron, you are so annoying. You just want to see me embarrass myself, don't you? If you had enhanced my body sooner, we might have been. Cough, cough. Shouldn't such moments of happiness leave a lasting impression? All right, let us hurry. There are others waiting outside. Understood. After dressing, Wei Wei grasped Aaron's arm, saying, Aaron, I am now yours. Should I call you husband or something else? That depends on you. Very well, then I shall call you Luangu from now on. Princess Wei Wei declared blissfully. That works. Upon emerging, Aaron activated cellular awakening, absorbing sunlight from a radius of several kilometers in mere seconds, storing it within his cellular structure. He then released this energy, conjuring a red dragon. Let's depart. Everyone climb aboard. Chapter 77. Wedding with Princess Wei Wei. Upon arriving in Alabasta Kingdom's capital, Albana, Cobra felt relieved to see Princess Wei Wei return safely. After learning the full circumstances, Cobra expressed his gratitude to Aaron. Yet, one of Aaron's remarks left Cobra utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Princess Wei Wei blushed profusely beside him. Father, Luangu, I shall return to my chamber now. With a rosy complexion, Wei Wei hurried away, eager to freshen up, hoping to spend some quality time with Aaron later. She wanted to be fragrant. Cobra regained his composure. Colonel Aaron, what did you just call me? I addressed you as father-in-law, for I must confess, Princess Wei Wei is now my woman. So calling you father-in-law is not an offense, is it? Aaron said with a friendly smile. Cobra was left in shock, questioning his very existence. You two are truly together? To what extent? Cobra steadied himself. Having seen Wei Wei's reaction, he understood the mutual affection between them was genuine and not coercive. Aaron, aware of Cobra's concern for his daughter, felt no need for concealment. A confident and charming man need not worry about subsequent issues. If all goes as expected, she should soon bear my child. Cobra was taken aback by this revelation. Do young people progress so swiftly these days? How did you come to know Princess Wei Wei? How long have you known each other? How long have you been together? Cobra bombarded Aaron with questions. Aaron, feeling somewhat helpless, recognized the concern of a father for his daughter's future. He patiently took the time to explain everything to Cobra. Upon hearing this, Cobra was stunned, realizing that it was indeed Princess Wei Wei who had taken the initiative to develop feelings for Aaron. Furthermore, Aaron had willingly taken risks to assist the Alabasta Kingdom in overcoming its present crisis. Colonel Aaron, I understand. You have worked hard. I shall arrange a lavish state banquet for you both. Cobra said warmly. After all, with the situation as it stood, Aaron was now Wei Wei's partner, and he could not afford to slight him. Later, Cobra approached Princess Wei Wei. Wei Wei, it is your father. Do you have a moment? I would like to see you. He lingered outside her door. Yes, I am free. Wei Wei had just finished her grooming, looking exquisite in a blue and white long dress, and opened the door. Father, are you here to inquire about my relationship with Aaron? She asked shyly. Faced with her father's awareness of the situation, she felt embarrassed since her relationship with Aaron had progressed so quickly. Cough, cough, more or less. However, rest assured, since it is your choice, your father supports you. I merely wish to ask what your future plans are. Observing his daughter blush at the mere mention of Aaron, Cobra recognized that Wei Wei was genuinely smitten. It appeared that his daughter had indeed fallen deeply in love. What future plans? Wei Wei was taken aback, realizing she had not given it much thought. Indeed, it pertains to your relationship with him. Ah, I have become his woman. No. What the king means is whether I should assist you further, taking this opportunity to formally celebrate your marriage within the kingdom. Kabura believes that without the solemnity of marriage, all love appears rather dubious. Moreover, as the princess of a nation, if she does not hasten to wed, what will happen if she suddenly finds herself with child? This could tarnish Wei Wei's reputation. Oh, is that permissible? Does my elder brother consent to this? Princess Wei Wei felt a tightening in her heart, yet it was filled with longing. She is quite enamored with Aaron and naturally wishes to wed him. As long as you deem it acceptable, I believe that lad will not refuse. My father also thinks well of him. Kabura chuckled softly. Princess Wei Wei felt a surge of pride, thinking that Aaron must indeed be a commendable man. However, should her father learn that Aaron will have many women in the future, she wonders how he might react. Yet, such matters are to be addressed later. For now, one must focus on the present. Very well, father, I shall heed your wishes. Wei Wei lowered her gaze, speaking shyly. Haha, that is splendid. Rest assured, I shall take care of everything. Kabura, observing his daughter's deep affection for Aaron, felt that Wei Wei had indeed found her true love, which brought him joy in his heart. Subsequently, he sought out Aaron. Aaron, I have something to discuss with you. There is no need for such formality, my future father-in-law. Since you have not opposed my union with Princess Wei Wei, we are already family. Feel free to ask me any questions directly. Aaron responded with great candor. Indeed, I share your sentiments. Haha. Thus, I plan to conduct your wedding tomorrow. What do you think? Kabura placed a hand on Aaron's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Wei Wei is my only daughter, and with her mother having passed away early, as her father, I can only do these things for her. Naturally, Aaron would not decline and joyfully replied, That sounds wonderful, my father-in-law. Let us proceed as you suggest. Rest assured, Wei Wei is my beloved. I will take responsibility for her and protect her diligently. With your assurance, I am both relieved and delighted. I shall make arrangements immediately. By the way, Wei Wei is currently in her chamber. If you wish to see her, I can have someone escort you. Kabura said supportively. Thank you for your unwavering support, my esteemed father-in-law. Aaron was pleasantly surprised by Kabura's understanding. Soon, the capital of Alabasta was adorned with celebratory announcements. Princess Wei Wei would wed Colonel Aaron of the Navy tomorrow, and the entire city would join in the festivities. Nico Robin, did you hear? Colonel Aaron is marrying Princess Wei Wei. Crocodile and his two subordinates were gathered in a room, with Nico Robin present as well. And what of it? It does not concern me. Nico Robin replied coldly, sensing that Crocodile seemed somewhat amiss. Huh? What are you pretending for? I have heard whispers of your dealings with Colonel Aaron. Did he not propose that you become his woman? And your silence was tantamount to agreement, was it not? What? Daz Bones and Polly exchanged astonished glances with Nico Robin. Robin, you have hidden your intentions well. I did not expect you to escape such a predicament. However, given your alluring figure, it is understandable that you might resort to a bit of charm to preserve your safety. Silence. My affairs require no commentary from you. Moreover, be mindful of your current status. You are prisoners, while Colonel Aaron and I are united. Nico Robin was well aware that her relationship with Crocodile and his companions was merely utilitarian. She harbored no affection for Aaron either. Her path was dictated by necessity. Thus, she felt no particular emotion regarding Aaron's impending marriage to Princess Wei Wei. At most, she considered Colonel Aaron to be rather unrestrained. Of course, she also acknowledged that he possessed remarkable fortune, being able to wed a beautiful princess with the king's fervent support, while the princess was utterly infatuated with him. It must be said that Colonel Aaron was indeed fortunate. Chapter 78. Renai felt distressed and wronged. Truly a foolish woman. To become his woman sooner or later. Do you not wish to strive for more? If you do not prepare for the future now, I fear that even when you become his woman, you will not hold the same significance in his heart as Princess Wei Wei. Old Sand, akin to a seasoned individual, spoke to Nico Robin. Old Sand, it appears you possess considerable insight. Did you perhaps experience similar matters in your youth? Aaron's voice suddenly interjected. He then entered the room with Princess Wei Wei. Old Sand's face darkened, filled with trepidation. Aaron now knew her greatest secret, leaving her no choice but to submit. Do not speak nonsense. As a grown man, I have no interest in women. How could I have experienced such matters? Then why do you frighten Nico Robin? Also, do not presume to understand my thoughts. Your kind is hardly capable of fathoming my intentions. Aaron cast a cold glance at Old Sand. Old Sand lowered his gaze, unable to meet Aaron's eyes, and dared not utter another word, feeling an immense sense of frustration within. Sister Robin, regarding your relationship with Aaron, I bear no ill will. I have come to seek your assistance as my bridesmaid. Would you oblige? Princess Wei Wei felt quite anxious about facing the ceremony without someone to confide in. After all, it was her first wedding. Certainly, Nico Robin did not refuse. Since she was currently working under Aaron and Wei Wei was his woman, she had no reason to decline. Excellent. Sister Robin, let us proceed to my chamber to select some beautiful dresses. After all, a man like Aaron is not suited to assist me in such matters. Very well. Robin followed Princess Wei as they departed. Aaron then patted Old Sand's shoulder. As I marry, I shall not hold this against you, but you must remain compliant. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Aaron remarked casually, leaving without a hint of concern that Old Sand might flee. Boss, why are you so afraid of him? Moreover, it seems you have abandoned the thought of escape. What is the reason for this? In truth, his arrogance, coupled with his current wedding preparations, presents us with an opportunity to flee. Daz Bones expressed his confusion. Old Sand felt it impossible to reveal that his secret had been exposed. Cough. Escaping is no easy feat. Their strength is formidable, seemingly tailored to counter my abilities, thus I am left with no choice but to surrender. Otherwise, should I attempt to flee, you would all meet your demise. Old Sand suddenly made this declaration, unsure if he was revealing his true feelings. Yet Daz Bones and Sarah were deeply moved. Indeed, their leader was still concerned for their safety even at this juncture. It appeared that they had become nothing but a burden to him. Without the two of them, the leader might have successfully escaped. Rest assured, boss, we are with you no matter what. Even if we are imprisoned in Pushing City, I believe that one day we shall escape and rise again. Indeed, boss. Lao Sha felt a sense of comfort. These two subordinates were truly loyal to him. However, the notion of escape seemed futile. With secrets held, he would be bound by them for a lifetime. It would only be when Aaron perished that they might truly taste freedom. The following day, at around 10 in the morning, on an auspicious day, Aaron wed Princess Wei. At this moment, Aaron's soldiers had just arrived in the capital that morning. Renai was among the crowd. Seeing Aaron marry Princess Wei filled her heart with jealousy, and her eyes misted over. She had long regarded Aaron as her man. Although she knew of his many women, she had accepted it, even feeling that she had outshone the others, having claimed the man they adored. Yet now, it was impossible for Renai not to feel hurt and on the verge of tears. Aaron's bride was none other than Princess Wei, which meant that Wei had achieved a happiness that surpassed theirs, acquiring a rightful title and becoming Aaron's legitimate wife. Those who had not married Aaron could only be regarded as fleeting lovers. Renai began to feel somewhat selfish, thinking that Aaron should not have agreed to marry anyone. If that were the case, they could continue their relationships as before, maintaining equal status in his heart. However, reality was far from ideal. Unable to comprehend this, Renai felt despondent and chose to leave the capital with her troops. Her soldiers, aware of her feelings for Colonel Aaron, found it unbearable to witness him marry another woman. Alas, Colonel Aaron was truly foolish. As such a charming man, why marry so early? It appeared that he had not passed the test posed by Princess Wei. This also reflected the prowess of Princess Wei, despite the multitude of women around Aaron. She was the one who had taken that significant step first. Unbeknownst to Aaron, Renai had departed. After the wedding ceremony and the banquet, he spent the wedding night with Princess Wei. 3 days later, they finally emerged from the chamber. There was no denying that Princess Wei's enhanced physique was quite impressive. However, those 3 days had thoroughly satisfied her desires, and now her eyes were filled with love for Aaron. Kobula, seeing Aaron and Wei finally emerge, felt a sense of helplessness. Nevertheless, it was acceptable for young people to indulge in their passions. Aaron, Wei, seeing you both well brings me peace. By the way, Aaron, it seems your soldiers have something to discuss with you, but you have not appeared these past few days. Understood, father-in-law. However, I am currently occupied with official matters and may not be able to remain here with Wei. I can only return to see her when I have the opportunity. What do you think? Aaron inquired about Kobula's opinion. Should he have any objections, Aaron would seek a reasonable method to arrange matters. Kobula, being understanding, replied, Aaron, you can discuss this with Wei. If she has no issues, then I fully support you. Very well, Aaron nodded, stroking Wei's head. She had long been conditioned to submit to him. Although she did not wish to part, she supported his work. She simply hoped that Aaron would return to see her whenever he could. She promised that once she assisted her father in dealing with the internal strife of the country, she would go to the naval headquarters to find him. Now that Wei was Aaron's legitimate wife, She possessed the courage and audacity to not feel guilty about seeking him out. At the city gate, she said, "Husband, I think of you every day. I will return to find you." "Yes, I too shall return whenever I can." Aaron nodded with reassurance and departed the capital with his soldiers. "Colonel, 3 days ago." Colonel Renai left and seemed to be crying. Lieutenant de Xion quietly mentioned. "I see," Aaron replied, surprised to learn that Renai had cried. However, he felt that it was not a significant issue. There was nothing that love could not mend. Chapter 79. The Call from Gion. Missing Aaron, by the way, Colonel. 3 days ago, on our way to the capital of Alba, we encountered Luffy. He was with another individual marked by the Whitebeard pirate's insignia. We dispatched personnel to pursue them. But those who returned reported that it was Fire Fist Ace who possesses some skills, allowing them to escape, Lieutenant de Xion reported. "It matters not. Since Luffy insists on being a pirate, the next time we encounter him, I will not hesitate to capture him and send him to Pushing City." Regardless of Vice Admiral Carp's reputation, Aaron smiled coldly. So those two brothers have joined forces. I wonder what will transpire next. In the original tale, Ace pursued Marshal D. Teach, ultimately facing him in a decisive battle on Banero Island. Unfortunately, he was no match for Teach and fell into his hands, subsequently being sent to the naval headquarters. How intriguing. I wonder if there's still time to prepare for a grand capture. Aaron pondered this in his heart, knowing that Teach and Ace would clash on Banero Island, and that he could seize the opportunity to prepare for a thorough apprehension. Thus, in terms of timing, Aaron still had the chance to visit Sky Island. Inaru was indeed a talent worthy of cultivation. If he could recruit Inaru, it would significantly bolster their strength against the pirates of the New World. As the camel caravan advanced swiftly, they reached the shore before dusk, returning to the warship and setting sail from Magic Valley Town. Gonke, Junke, Geya, and Nami had not seen Aaron for 3 days and were feeling restless, yearning for him. Aaron began by recounting everything that had transpired during those 3 days. The four women did not blame Aaron for being distracted or for his affections for roadside wildflowers. Instead, they felt happiness for him, believing that it was Aaron's charm that had led to his success. Previously, Konkei had engaged in prolonged discussions with Princess Weiwei, who had shown great reluctance and resistance. Aaron was deeply gratified by the understanding and maturity displayed by the four women. He believed in fairness. Since they were all his women, he would naturally take responsibility for them. The next day, the atmosphere was filled with happiness, fulfillment, and contentment. However, early in the morning, Lieutenant de Xion received a call from the telephone bug. "Colonel, Vice Admiral Guillaume for the naval headquarters is calling." "Understood," Aaron replied, surprised that Guillaume had finally reached out. Upon hearing that Guillaume was on the line, Kong K grew tense. She, Yunk, and the prince stealthily departed from the Navy headquarters without any notification, effectively concealing themselves aboard Aaron's warship. It is likely that Shiwan Jiejia has already discovered their presence on Aaron's vessel. Thus, it wouldn't be a surprise if they were commanded to return to the Navy headquarters immediately. If that were the case, it would surely be quite disappointing. After all, they could now enjoy a blissful life with Aaron, akin to a romantic honeymoon. However, returning to the Navy headquarters would certainly curtail their freedom to engage in such delightful activities. The mere thought of those joyous moments made Konkei blush, realizing how adept Aaron was at leading them astray. Previously, they were quite naive, and the various peculiar methods he employed had significantly broadened their horizons. Rest assured, they wouldn't be returning to the Navy headquarters anytime soon. Perceiving Kong's concerns, Aaron offered reassurance. After all, Shiwan was his primary partner, thoroughly trained to be compliant with his wishes. If they were to return to the Navy headquarters, it would solely be due to her longing for him, not because he wanted Konkei and the others to leave. "Aaron, have you arrived at the Grand Line?" Shiwan's voice came through. The phone bug had a rather charming mimicry feature, exhibiting a shy demeanor. Konkei and Yunk, witnessing this, were taken aback. How could Shiwan Jiejie be so coy? Was she being overly tender towards their Aaron? "Well, I've reached the Grand Line. What is the matter?" Aaron inquired. "Is anyone nearby?" Shiwan asked in a hushed tone. "No one is here. I'm alone with the phone bug," Aaron replied earnestly. In reality, Konkei and the others had just awakened and were quietly eavesdropping. That's good. Let's get back to the point. Aaron, you've been away from the Navy headquarters for quite some time without a word from you. Don't you miss me at all? It's infuriating. I've missed you dearly. So how long until you return? If you don't come back soon, I might have to go on a mission in the New World, and it could take months before I make it back to the headquarters. Shiwan's voice carried a sense of melancholy, yet it brimmed with affection for Aaron. Conke and Yunk exchanged glances, feeling like they were witnessing a juicy revelation. They seemed to communicate. Didn't Shiwan Jie say she had nothing to do with Aaron? What does this mean now? It appears their relationship has grown quite intimate. Haha, my apologies, Shiwan. I've been rather busy lately, Aaron replied. But rest assured, I miss you too. Once I finish my matters here, I'll promptly return to the Navy headquarters and notify you in advance. That's more like it. I'll forgive you this time. But you must tell me just how much you miss me, Shiwan playfully demanded, yearning for Aaron's affection. Conke and Young couldn't help but find the exchange quite cheesy. Yet, they had to admit that Shiwan's coyness was utterly charming. Her voice, when teasing, was incredibly soft and delightful. It seemed they should seek Shiwan's guidance in the future to learn how to navigate such tender interactions as inexperienced young women. Of course, I miss you immensely, Aaron stated, somewhat awkwardly, as he wasn't particularly skilled in such sentimental exchanges. His forte lay in taking decisive action, always ready to confront any challenge head-on. By the way, during my time away, have you found any sisters for me? Shiwan inquired with concern. Yes, quite a few. What? How many? Shiwan's composure faltered. Just don't find too many. Two at most. Well, I've become stronger recently. As for how many, I expect there will be a dozen or so by the time I return to the Navy headquarters, Aaron chuckled, sensing Shiwan's nervousness, realizing she might regret her earlier statement. But don't worry, you will always be my number one. Initially, she contemplated scolding Aaron for being reckless, but his words softened her heart. You'd better be strong, for when you return to the Navy headquarters, I will personally assess your progress. If you haven't improved and still have so many sisters, just wait and see how I handle you. By the way, are Conke and Yunk on your warship? Shiwan casually asked. Yes. All right, as long as they're not missing. However, I've heard that some people at the Navy headquarters are starting to express their discontent with your recent actions. So, if possible, you should tone it down a bit, Shiwan advised gently. I understand, but I assure you that everything I do is with a clear conscience. So there is no need for concern. Well, regardless, I will always stand by your side. All right, I'll hang up now. I miss you every single day. Shiwan's voice was soft as she ended the call. Aaron felt a surge of joy within him. Such concern from his primary partner was indeed a delightful feeling. After ending the call, Conke and Yunk stood up, gazing at Aaron with curiosity. Brother Aaron, what did we just hear? You better confess. Just how far have you and Shiwan Jie progressed? Conke queried, hands on her hips and a playful smile on her face. Well, had it not been for Shiwan helping me mitigate the backlash from my fruit powers, I would have truly suffered, Aaron feigned a sigh. Upon hearing this, Conke felt a pang of sympathy. All right, we understand. But it's fortunate that Shiwan Jie was there to assist you. Otherwise, what would you have done back then? Our relationship was not close at that time, and we wouldn't have helped you. But now we're here for you, Conke exclaimed cheerfully. And so am I. Kaya and Nami chimed in immediately. Thank you, you all are so wonderful to me. But remember, you pleaded last night, Aaron teased. The four of them suddenly turned bashful. Brother, we're sorry, it wasn't our fault. Exactly, it's not our fault. You just become so much stronger. Why don't you find us a few more sisters? Nami said with yearning eyes, recalling her sister Nojiko from Kokoyashi village in East Blue. She regretted not bringing her along on this journey. All right, I'll do as you wish. I'll continue until you tell me to stop, Aaron readily agreed. Yes, that is satisfactory. The four of them nodded enthusiastically. Upon reaching the deck, Nico Robin lay on Aaron's previous chair, engrossed in a newspaper. How is it? Are you adjusting to my worship? Aaron inquired. Yes, it's quite comfortable and gives me a sense of security. That is good to hear, Aaron replied, thinking that it would be strange if she didn't feel secure, given that the soldiers aboard were formidable martial artists. Even if Akiji came, they would ensure her safety. However, Aaron was curious to know her thoughts upon realizing the presence of so many women around him. But since Robin didn't broach the subject, he chose not to press further. After all, winning Robin over was rather effortless. At least no woman can spend time with him without being captivated by his charm. It is simply a matter of the overwhelming hormone factor. Prolonged exposure can be lethal to the opposite sex, yet it fosters an addiction. Thus, Nico Robin will inevitably and subconsciously develop feelings for him, becoming unable to part from him. This is one of the abilities of the cellular fruit. The next day, the battleship arrived at Mogu Town. Aaron encountered Rena's warship there. It was evident that Rena had previously left in jealousy, but could not bear to stay away completely. Thus, she lingered in Mogu Town, awaiting his arrival. Mogu Town is a haven for pirates. However, upon Aaron's arrival, the townsfolk were remarkably compliant. Clearly, Colonel Rena's presence had instigated a crackdown on pirates, apprehending quite a number. The current Colonel Rena is not the same as before. With Aaron's assistance in enhancing her physical potential, her combat prowess has increased tenfold. After all, a strong foundation is bolstered by a significant muscle reinforcement, which exponentially enhances both physical techniques and the power of her fruit abilities. How could the pirates of Mogu Town possibly contend with Rena? Furthermore, pirates generally avoid confrontation with the Navy unless they are reckless like Jack the Drought. Inside a bar, Aaron observed Rena inebriated inside. How could Rena be more envious than the others? It appears he must find a moment to demonstrate his prowess, so she understands there is nothing to be jealous about. Why is my dear Rena so unhappy? The hotel was reserved, and with the Navy present, the pirates dared not approach to drink. At this moment, Rena felt she had finally awaited Aaron and was elated to hear him call her wife. Instantly, her previous jealousy and grievances vanished. In truth, the days apart had been painfully hard for her. She missed Aaron dearly. Without him, life felt meaningless, her thoughts and heart consumed by his image. Aaron, I miss you so much. Now that you're here, I feel I can truly live again. With that, she leaned in for a gentle kiss. Peacock and the others had gone shopping, understanding Rena's mood and wishing for Aaron to comfort her. Thus, they graciously provided the couple with space. After a while, Rena finally released Aaron, gazing at him with a hint of anxiety as she asked, "You don't dislike this version of me, do you?" "Nonsense. How could I ever dislike a beauty? Besides, you are still my woman. However, it is my fault for making you feel this way. I intend to make it up to you, ensuring you won't feel this way again." Aaron, preferring action over empty words, lifted Rena into his arms. She became flustered yet tightly wrapped her arms around his neck. "During the days you were away, I stayed in this hotel upstairs," she said, burying her head in his embrace. For her, Aaron's allure was simply irresistible. In other words, she had become thoroughly addicted to her affection for him. The following day, Rena was revitalized, her spirits soaring, no longer feeling wronged or unhappy. Peacock and the others were equally delighted, welcoming another close sister into their fold. "Let's go. Today I will take you to the skies." Aaron returned to the battleship. The previous night, during their conversation, he had inquired whether she had encountered Marshal D. Teach and Firefist Ace in Mogu Town. Rena responded that Marshal D. Teach's group was formidable and evaded capture, while Firefist Ace had completely fled, seemingly in pursuit of Marshal D. Teach's crew. Rena expressed her desire to wait for him, which is why she had not pursued Ace's group. Presently, time was of the essence. Aaron prepared to swiftly reach Sky Island, aiming to recruit Enel and simultaneously capture conies from the island. Dashiong, Smoker, bring out the Golden Lion Shiki. Soon, Golden Lion Shiki was presented. Golden Lion, use your abilities to elevate our battleship to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Are you joking? We are adversaries. Why would I assist you? Shiki replied expressionlessly, feeling that he had been pushed too far, having gone days without a meal, utterly devoid of strength. Yet they wanted him to use his abilities. Observing Shiki's feeble demeanor, Aaron infused him with a cellular optimization ability. Shiki immediately felt revitalized, astonished by the terrifying technique. Is this sufficient? However, do not entertain any treacherous thoughts. Otherwise, I will ensure your suffering is profound. Aaron's gaze turned fierce. Shiki felt a chill run down his spine. This man was truly a devil. If I've fallen into your hands, I just have to accept my misfortune. Shiki, now captured, was further burdened with the expectation of assisting. Chapter 81. Cellular Devouring. Enel's lightning power after ascending from Mo-Gu Town to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Everyone aboard the two ships was astounded. There were indeed dwellings above, constructed in an intriguing manner, seemingly made of clouds. What is this place? Nami could not help but ask, as she suspected Eren had prior knowledge of this existence. This is Sky Island, rumored to be the lost golden city from centuries ago, but beyond that, I am not well informed. Nevertheless, we have someone among us who is keen on exploring this area, right, Robin? You must conduct thorough research. At this moment, Nico Robin had already donned her backpack. Intrigued by the civilization at such heights, the islands appeared reminiscent of the legendary Jaya Island, suggesting the presence of invaluable historical documents awaiting interpretation. However, Robin was not a woman of simplistic thought. She immediately deduced that this expedition was orchestrated by Colonel Eren specifically for her benefit. Previously in Alabasta, Eren had promised to help her realize her dreams. She felt a flicker of emotion, realizing that Eren had indeed been truthful, taking her aspirations seriously. Yes, I will. Once I have conducted my research, I shall share my findings with you. Robin nodded gently, her demeanor warming. Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement. Eren, is the Golden City filled with gold? Her obsession with wealth remained unchanged, and she had taken charge of the ship's finances, managing the expenses meticulously for the crew. Indeed, if fortune smiles upon us, we may uncover a great deal of gold. Eren smiled, recalling the presence of some gold above, particularly that golden bell. Upon returning, they could take it for themselves rather than letting it fall into others' hands. How wonderful! Peacock, Yunk, you must help me search for gold. Certainly, they replied. The bond among the sisters has grown remarkably strong. Colonel, I too wish to embark on this journey, as there are bound to be numerous rare ingredients there that we wish to collect, spoke the beautiful chef Cayman. Very well, when we approach the island de Xiong, arrange for a few of your brothers to ensure Cayman and the others' safety. Understood, Colonel. However, rest assured, Miss Cayman and her companions possess exceptional culinary skills, preparing delicious meals for us daily. We soldiers have come to revere them as our ancestors, and we shall ensure they encounter no danger, de Xiong pledged earnestly. Cayman felt her cheeks flush as she gazed at Eren, her heart swelling with gratitude. Colonel Eren is truly wonderful. How she wished to bear his child. Yet, the allure and excellence of Colonel Eren, surrounded by many women more beautiful and accomplished than herself, placed immense pressure upon her as she sought to draw closer to him. Nevertheless, Cayman was undeterred. The more elusive the outstanding man, the more invigorated she felt. Though she did not possess the enchanting beauty of the other girls aboard, she believed she could win Colonel Eren's heart, and even his body, with her exquisite culinary creations. Unbeknownst to Eren, Cayman's feelings remained concealed. All right, I shall proceed to investigate the island ahead. With a leap, Eren soared over 100 meters, landing gracefully upon the Divine Island. His decision to venture alone was primarily influenced by the presence of Enel, a formidable foe wielding the power of the Heart Net, capable of executing divine retribution upon anyone within its range. Eren's grand entrance into the Divine Island immediately captured Enel's attention. With a resounding boom, a bolt of lightning struck Eren, who merely felt a slight tingling sensation. This is the power of lightning? How feeble! The intensity is utterly insufficient. As the lightning coursed through him, he activated his cell fruit ability, quickly developing immunity while simultaneously engulfing the energy within his cells. This meant that the more lightning he stored, the more thunderous power he could unleash later. What a pity, this lightning is far too meager. If only I could absorb all of this fool's thunderous might. My physical form would undoubtedly undergo rapid enhancement, and I would wield formidable lightning power, significantly augmenting my combat prowess. With this thought, Eren felt a surge of impatience. Enel, sensing something amiss through his heart net, was perplexed. He could not perceive the thoughts of this intruder. For the first time, Enel felt bewildered. His heart net and electric waves seemed ineffective against this individual. However, his arrogance blinded him to the possibility that the intruder's strength might surpass his own, rendering him unable to easily discern the other's thoughts. Yet, he could detect Aaron's enigmatic smile. How dare this being continue to thrive under the divine retribution of this thunder god? Is this the audacity to intrude upon my domain? While Enel could sense Aaron's every move, he could not see him clearly, failing to connect the dots that the intruder had emerged from the sea below. Oomph. A fool who overestimates himself. I shall see just how much you can endure. Aaron activated his cell awakening and combined it with the power of observation hockey, instantly expanding his perception within a 5-kilometer radius. To his delight, he discovered that these abilities could be layered in such a manner akin to discovering a new world. Previously, Aaron believed that the range of his cell awakening exceeded that of observation hockey, hence he had never attempted to combine them. Now, however, driven by the desire to uncover Enel's hiding place, he realized the efficacy of this dual layering. With his enhanced perception, every subtle movement and the trajectory of living beings within the range became apparent to him. In that moment, his body functioned as an amplified lens, magnifying everything within a 5-kilometer radius. This sensation made him feel like an undisputed master of that expanse. Now, Aaron began to grasp that it was not merely Enel's eccentricity on the Sky Island. Rather, the activation of his heart net granted an overwhelming sense of control over a vast area, akin to possessing a divine perspective capable of adjudicating all with a mere thought. Thunderous roars echoed as several bolts of divine retribution surged from Enel's hands, striking towards Aaron. Anticipating the attack, Aaron did not evade. Instead, he extended a finger to draw on the lightning, determined to absorb every last spark into his cells. Enel was incensed. This audacious fool dared to calmly absorb his thunder, a provocation the likes of which he had never encountered as the thunder god of the Sky Island. He was eager to discover which insolent individual dared to challenge him. Within a ruined palace, Enel transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing above Aaron in an instant, accompanied by a thunderous crack. Chapter 82, Bone Spike Eruption, Devouring the Power of Thunder Fruits. Enel, adorned with several taiko drums bearing the emblem of a hooked jade, radiated an aura of formidable presence. Yet his expression was dark and unyielding. "You insolent wretch, who are you?" Upon arrival, Enel furrowed his brow, realizing that his divine retribution had inflicted no harm upon the intruder. An overwhelming sense of humiliation washed over him, igniting a fierce desire to eliminate this adversary. Aaron remained composed, stepping into the air until he was level with Enel, refusing to allow anyone to speak from a higher position than himself. Enel observed Aaron's fluidity as he walked upon the air, sensing the terrifying force in his movements that caused the very void beneath him to tremble and resonate. The mastery of his power allowed him to maintain stability in the air. This one is rather impressive, Enel thought to himself, feeling a chill of apprehension. Yet, he remained unperturbed, believing that a threat to him was far from realization. Thus, he disdainfully regarded Aaron. "Aaron, you best not be so arrogant in my presence, where you shall find yourself begging for mercy." Aaron grinned menacingly, convinced that his opponent was courting disaster. "What did you say?" The Thunder God did not catch that. "Could you repeat it?" Enel paid no heed to why Aaron knew his name, as being the god of the Sky Island meant that everyone was familiar with his title. Aaron's eyes narrowed, releasing a chilling aura, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, causing a shiver to run down Enel's spine. Fortunately, his heartnet power was formidable, instantly elementalizing his body into a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on the other side, evading Aaron's strike. "Is that all?" Enelu continued to boast with utmost arrogance. Boom! However, Aaron's missed punch detonated hundreds of meters away. Enelu was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the might of that punch. Aaron sneered, "No wonder you, who have consumed the sound thunder fruit, are so swift. But today, you are destined for misfortune, for you have encountered me, and I possess many ways to toy with you." Snap! Aaron nonchalantly snapped his fingers. Under the influence of the heartnet and electric waves, Enelu finally sensed the impending danger. To his shock, The entire area within a 5,000-meter radius was fraught with peril. A flicker of panic coursed through Enelu. There was no time to flee, and he could only elementalize his body. Boom! Boom! Above the island of gods, the sound of explosions echoed continuously, enveloping the area within 5,000 meters. These were the cellular bombs unleashed by Aaron, imperceptible to the naked eye, only detectable when the cells began to expand. In that instant, they would burst like spores, releasing terrifying, explosive energy. Typically, at such a moment, those who are not users of natural-type fruits would find it nearly impossible to escape, facing certain obliteration. After several minutes of relentless explosions, Enelu, appearing somewhat disheveled, revealed himself, though he had not sustained severe injuries. Merely a few superficial wounds marred his body. Aaron, observing this, was not surprised. The wide dispersion of the cellular bombs diminished the explosive power, rendering it insufficient to threaten an elementalizer, a natural occurrence. Heh, Enelu, is that all you can manage? I barely exerted myself, and you're already in disarray? Aaron scoffed, deliberately provoking Enelu, eager for him to unleash a powerful move so that he could absorb more thunder. You bastard, you're courting death. This thunder god shall reduce you to ashes. Enelu's eyes bulged with fury as he forcefully struck the two cursed drums on his shoulders, releasing a torrent of thunder that formed a colossal thunder dragon. The electric current surged at 60 million volts, and with a push of his hands, the devastating thunder dragon charged forth with blinding speed. Aaron licked his lips, extending his palm to activate his cellular absorption ability. Enelu's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the thunder dragon, over 60 million volts, effortlessly absorbed by his opponent. Were you? How can you absorb the currents of this thunder god? Panic gripped Enelu. His thunderous abilities, his greatest reliance, were being disregarded by the adversary, who assimilated his electricity into his very being. Haha, this purity is decent, but this amount of current is still too little. I require more. After consuming the thunder dragon's energy, a more potent current began to manifest around Aaron, invigorating him and augmenting his power attributes. His gaze fixated on Enelu, a flicker of fervor igniting within his eyes. Yet, he felt slightly challenged by Enelu's speed. With the capabilities granted by the sound thunder fruit, maintaining a significant distance would only allow someone like the yellow monkey, who wields the flash fruit, to keep pace, but even he might struggle to capture Enelu. This fellow S-Heartnet combined with electric waves endowed him with formidable perception. In the original narrative, when facing Luffy, Enelu's overconfidence and arrogance led him to underestimate the rubber fruit's ability to counter his powers, clinging to disbelief. Enelu, feeling scrutinized by Aaron, experienced an unsettling sensation. An indescribable dread burgeoned within him, as if he had become an object of desire for his opponent. Enraged at the thought, Enelu's fury surged. How could he, the god of Skypiea, be intimidated by such a being? I am the true thunder god. You dare to revel in the absorption of thunder? Allow me to show you the true power of lightning. Enelu unleashed boundless lightning, its brilliance overwhelming, rapidly enveloping him and transforming him into a colossal embodiment of a thunder deity, towering hundreds of meters high, exuding an awe-inspiring presence akin to a genuine thunder god descending. The oppressive aura emanating from him rendered Aaron seemingly insignificant. Aaron released the absorbed lightning, instantly vanishing from sight. You have absorbed the lightning, and having observed Enelu's elementalization, you have comprehended and mastered the thunder body technique, the brilliance of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from his previous location, leaving only a fleeting shadow of electric light, reappearing right before Enelu. Enelu, startled, registered Aaron's astonishing speed. To his shock, Aaron had even utilized his thunder body technique. Enelu's anger reached a boiling point. The rampant lightning surged around him as a massive thunderous fist hurtled toward Aaron. With a sinister grin, Aaron retaliated with a punch of his own. Buzz! The collision of two formidable forces unleashed a powerful wave of energy, altering the very sky within a radius of several thousand meters. Yaha! You bastard, keep absorbing. Enelu, sensing Aaron's cessation of absorption, believed him unable to continue, and his confidence surged anew. Foolish. Now, let's see how you escape. Aaron chuckled. Enelu could no longer easily retract his assault, and he still had yet to reveal his full arsenal. Countless bone spikes erupted from his body, resembling thorny vines that ensnared the massive thunder deity, swiftly enveloping him in a dense mass of bone. Enelu's scalp prickled in terror. Are these bones? How can they withstand 200 million volts of electricity? Enelu unleashed a torrent of lightning, yet it proved futile. Before long, he found himself encased within a colossal sphere of bones. Absorb. Aaron activated his cellular absorption ability, connecting with the released bone spikes, voraciously consuming the thunder deity formed of condensed lightning, as well as the abundant electricity within Enelu's body. The very essence of the sound thunder fruit's power. Upon realizing this, Enelu fell into utter panic. The current coursing through the thunder deity rapidly dissipated, and his form began to fade, showing signs of disintegration. Even more terrifying was the realization that the power within him was vanishing, and he was powerless to halt it. Chapter 83. Miss Cornice offers herself after half a tea's time. Enelu endured an eternity of unimaginable terror. He lay on the ground like a heap of mud, occasionally convulsing, frothing at the mouth, dizzy and disoriented, feeling as if all his strength had been drained. Meanwhile, Aaron, enveloped in boundless lightning, crackled with energy. His body, composed of over 6 billion cells, continuously absorbed the electricity, storing it within. As he ingested vast amounts of electric energy, Aaron, a user of the cellular fruit, experienced a terrifying enhancement of his physical strength. Retrieving the released bone spikes, Aaron transformed into a streak of lightning, seizing the utterly defenseless Enelu, and departed from the island of gods. In the blink of an eye, they returned to the warship. Some soldiers had already ventured into the island of gods, engaging in battle with the 4 divine officers of the island. Aaron was not overly concerned about their safety. After all, they were merely 4 divine officials. Confronted by soldiers possessing formidable physical prowess, they were destined to suffer defeat. The soldiers themselves were not in a position of superiority. They needed to endure life-and-death battles to truly mature, ensuring that one day, even without his presence, they could stand firm on their own. Across the azure sea, numerous angels adorned with delicate white wings arrived. The prior battle between Aaron and Enel had drawn a considerable crowd, leading many to gather and observe. Even the warriors of the Sandia clan had come nearby in their formidable vehicles. Witnessing these individuals from the Qinghai, the waters below, who had managed to vanquish the merciless thunder god Enel of God's Island, they felt both astonished and relieved, with some even shedding tears of joy. The leaders of Angel Island, headed by Gonfouer, did not dare to be neglectful and immediately approached Aaron with utmost respect. Benefactor, we thank you for defeating Enel and granting the people of Sky Island a bright future. All of us on Sky Island will be eternally grateful to you, wishing you peace throughout your life. However, Aaron glanced around the warship, noticing that Kong K and the others were absent, which caused him some concern. He wondered if his heightened desires were a consequence of absorbing too much lightning power. Despite practicing the cellular respiration technique, he could not calm himself swiftly. The overwhelming hormonal surge felt as if it might erupt like a volcano. Aaron's gaze then fell upon Conies on the beach. He disregarded Gonfouer and appeared before Conies in an instant, radiating an intense aura of desire. My dear lady, would you be willing to assist me? Conies clasped her hands nervously in front of her chest, uncertain about what this person, who had bested the thunder god Enel, might require of her. Although puzzled, she felt an inexplicable attraction toward him and did not wish to refuse. Was this what her father had spoken of, that upon growing up, she would encounter someone who would make her heart flutter? They would grow closer, eventually becoming partners, and perhaps even marrying and having a daughter? Meanwhile, Conies' father, a kind-hearted man, only recognized that this individual had helped their entire Sky Island community by defeating Enel. Thus, he believed one should always express gratitude and did not ponder what assistance Aaron might be seeking. He quickly regained his composure and gestured to Conies, indicating that she could help. Seeing her father encouraging her, Conies felt a surge of confidence and mustered her courage. Her cheeks flushed. Sir, what do you need me to help with? Aaron smiled reassuringly. How about you pledge yourself to me? What? Coney's was momentarily taken aback. The surrounding angels and warriors from Sandia were equally stunned. What was happening here? Did this benefactor find himself captivated by Coney's beauty and wish to claim her? The atmosphere turned romantic, filled with admiration and envy from the nearby female angels. Coney's father felt awkward, having only suggested she assist, but never expected it would lead to such a request. Do you refuse? I truly need you. Aaron maintained his composure, aware that if he let his desires run wild, he might unintentionally force himself upon Coney's. Coney's glanced at her father, seeking his guidance. However, Aaron continued with a smile. Of course, you may decline, and I shall seek out other beautiful maidens. Yet, from my observation, you are the loveliest maiden on this sky island. This statement intensified Coney's anxiety. Did he really consider her the most beautiful? This exhilarating feeling made her inexplicably joyful. If this is how I can assist you, I am willing, Coney's replied, lowering her gaze, her face radiating warmth, acutely aware of the many eyes upon her. Such a proposal felt sudden. Had it not been for the genuine need for assistance, she would never have consented in such a public setting. Coney's father was left speechless. Had his daughter truly agreed to this? Thank you. Then from this moment forth, you shall be my woman, and I require your help, Aaron declared boldly. He embraced Coney's and, utilizing his lightning-fast ability, vanished from the spot. Coney's, where is your home? We are about to enter a world for just the two of us. Coney's felt her entire body soften in his arms, relishing the sensation of being held, utterly captivated by Aaron. Was this truly love at first sight, her destined partner? She could hardly contain her excitement for whatever Aaron might do next. On that cloud island ahead, facing the azure sea, there's also a garden, Coney's replied softly. Aaron's lips curled into a smile. Coney's was exceptionally cooperative, indicating his charm was indeed potent. Surely even the Empress would be ensnared by his overwhelming allure. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Coney's home, entering her room, where Aaron initiated a transformative experience for her. The onlookers left on the beach exchanged glances. Gonfuer approached Coney's father, offering reassurance. Regardless, Aaron is our benefactor, having helped us defeat Enel. We cannot refuse him, nor would we dare. Your daughter has grown up. Her understanding and willingness to agree should alleviate your worries. Moreover, Aaron has publicly stated that Coney's is now his, which holds significant weight. Maintain a positive mindset. I see that Aaron possesses remarkable charisma, and it appears your daughter has fallen for him at first sight, unable to resist. You ought to take joy in having such a powerful son-in-law. Gonfuer chuckled lightly. Chapter 84. Zoro takes action. Practicing only one sword technique, Coney's father felt resigned. Yet, primarily, he sensed that Aaron had a kind demeanor, not resembling a villain, which fostered some understanding. He could only hope that Aaron would indeed take responsibility for Coney's. If not, regardless of his formidable strength, he would have to confront him. Hours later, a group of soldiers returned to the warship, accompanied by the defeated 4 divine officials. Cough! Such weaklings dare to challenge us, one scoffed. Indeed, they're pitiful, claiming to be messengers of the gods. They nearly made us laugh out loud. The 4 divine officials bore bruises, and one had even lost an arm, utterly powerless. At this moment, they could only rely on their master, Enel, to intervene. Humph! We are the divine messengers of Enel. You shall regret laying hands on us. Another threatened. Yes, you better release us immediately, or you will face dire consequences. However, once they were confined in the ship's cell, they abruptly halted, incredulous. Could this truly be the revered Lord Enel? No, it must be some rogue who merely resembles Lord Enel. The naval soldiers escorting them were unsparing, delivering a hefty blow to each of them, causing several teeth to be knocked out. What do you mean? That is none other than the individual recently apprehended by our colonel, known as Lord Enel. The 4 priests immediately began to plead for mercy, pointing at the fallen Enel. Gentlemen, we were mistaken. It was this rogue who coerced us into such actions. Hey, someone come help us. We have returned. At that moment, Miss Carmen the cook and several soldiers frantically fled towards the shore. Yet behind them slithered a gigantic python. What is that? The Lord of the Sky? Those watching from above the ship were suddenly startled. What Lord of the Sky? Is it a name too grand for a mere snake? The soldiers aboard the warship were unimpressed. Hey, who among you will confront it? We must not allow Miss Carmen and the others to be harmed. Just then, Zorro leaped from the warship, instantly executing a three-sword-style attack towards the Lord of the Sky. Each of his three blades was renowned, including the famed Yuru, Sandai Kitetsu, and Shusui. The most expensive sword displayed by the shopkeeper in Road Town was Shusui. The formidable cutting force unleashed at that moment was over tenfold stronger than before, the displayed swordsmanship becoming increasingly sharp and explosive. In an instant, he cleaved the Lord of the Sky into 3 segments. Zorro, you've outdone yourself. No wonder Colonel Arlong holds you in such high regard. Indeed, you are exceptionally strong. Ever since witnessing the swordsmanship of the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, you seem to have leveled up tremendously. The soldiers praised him with newfound admiration. Zorro humbly acknowledged their compliments, quietly returning to the warship to resume his sword practice. It was a simple routine. Wielding his weapon, he focused on mastering a single strike, just a slash. This was advice imparted by Arlong. Swordsmanship need not be overly complex. Mastering one cut suffices. Zorro held this belief with unwavering conviction. Observing this, Gonfor and the others felt an urgency not to lag behind. There were far too many powerful individuals aboard this vessel. Gentlemen, nightfall approaches. Why not rest at our Angel Island? Old man, we shall pass. However, should those esteemed individuals emerge from the island, feel free to invite them. Of course, if you wish to express your gratitude sincerely, you may present us with some gold. Bartolomeo recalled how Miss Nami had a fondness for gold, and there were legends of a city of gold nearby. Gold? Understood. Godfrey nodded and promptly ordered that anyone possessing gold could present it as thanks to their benefactors. Haha, I didn't expect you to be so generous. Bartolomeo felt satisfied. My dear sir, you may not know that gold holds little value on our Sky Island. The true treasures are the various shells. Gonfor earnestly explained. What? Gold is worthless? What kind of shells do you have? Bartolomeo inquired, astonished. A warrior from Skypiea stepped forward. These are the shells in question. If you require, we can certainly gift you some. We Scipians are also grateful for your assistance in vanquishing Lord Enel. Bartolomeo accepted a shock shell and a fire shell. Following their guidance on how to use them, the soldiers aboard the warship gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated these small shells to possess such formidable power. Ha ha! This is a splendid item. We shall not hold back. Please provide us with more. Bartolomeo was unreserved in his request. As Nami and her companions traversed the island, accompanied by numerous soldiers, they discovered several ancient ruins, unearthing gold and a massive golden bell. Notably, they located the ruins of Lord Enel's palace, which contained a substantial amount of gold and a remarkable flying ship, primarily constructed of gold. Nico Robin was completely absorbed in the joy of deciphering the ancient texts. As twilight approached, they had no choice but to return to the warship. Upon their return, they were invited to visit Angel Island. Angel Island featured houses constructed from artificial clouds. Nami and her companions were captivated by the beauty, eager to spend a night there and experience its comfort. Naturally, upon learning that Arlong was receiving assistance from an angelic woman, they felt no jealousy. Rather, they began to blame themselves. They recalled Arlong's words. The more one utilized their fruit abilities in battle, the greater the backlash. It seemed the recent tumultuous conflict on the island had taken a significant toll on Arlong. However, with everyone having gone to the island, no one remained on the ship to assist Arlong in a timely manner. They resolved to apologize to him first thing the next morning. The following day, Cornus nestled in Arlong's embrace, utterly blissful. She had not anticipated that being together could bring such happiness, deepening her affection for him. She willingly became entirely devoted to Arlong. Cornus, would you like to leave this place and come with me? Arlong gently inquired. Brother Arlong, do you truly wish to take me with you? But I feel quite useless, Cornus replied, a hint of guilt in her voice. What do you mean by useless? Did you not assist me this time? Therefore, If you desire to come, I shall take you with me. May I first discuss it with my father? Of course. Just then, the voice of a peacock echoed. Brother Arlong, it's bright and sunny. You may rise now. And Cornus, I heard that there will be a beauty pageant on the Sky Island today. Would you like to join? The peacock was eager to discover who the most beautiful woman would be. Chapter 85. Contemplating the Sun, Creating the Method of Nuclear Fission. On the ethereal Sky Island, cloaked in mist, the sun shone with an even more intense brilliance. While Nami and the others participated in the Sky Island beauty pageant, Arlong ascended to a man-made cloud, absorbing solar energy while closely contemplating the sun. Several hours later, a terrifying heat radiated from Arlong, distorting the air around him. Ding! Your contemplation of the sun's heat reaction has revealed that the sun's interior is continuously undergoing nuclear reactions, producing flames. You comprehend and deduce the thermal reactions of the atomic nucleus, creating pure solar flame. A smile spread across Arlong's face. With his extraordinary insight, as long as he could formulate a theory, he would not falter. In an epiphany and experimentation, Arlong activated the abilities of the cell fruit, mastering the nuclei within specific cells, gathering them within a certain range, and then instigating a momentary self-destructive fission of the nuclei. At that moment, it equated to the degradation of the atomic nucleus, generating an exceptionally high purity of heat, manifesting as powerful flames around him. Ding! You have unleashed your lightning ability, merging it with flames, and have acquired an even more formidable lightning flame power. At this moment, Aluo was not satisfied with the terrifying pure yang flame that ignited within him. He unleashed the lightning stored in certain cells of his body. The pure yang flame, measured at 21 units, fused with the blue lightning. As a result, the pure yang flame around Aluo underwent a transformation. Its crimson flames turning into a purple lightning flame capable of scorching space, seemingly creating black holes in the void. This power was truly formidable. A flame of destruction and devastation, far surpassing the mere pure yang flames by several magnitudes. This was what fire truly was, unlike the worthless heat produced by the burning fruit that even a dog would scorn. As a fruit user with cellular abilities, I have conjured such a remarkable flame. Who else could achieve this? With a roar, Aluo clenched his fist engulfed in purple lightning and unleashed a casual punch, instantly distorting the surrounding void like a mirror, tearing apart into a black hole. Hiss! He gasped in astonishment. If he were to augment this with armament hockey, he could potentially create a black hole with a single punch. Should he awaken the Conqueror's hockey and engage in a binding technique, one punch could render him invincible against all. At that moment, on the battleship of the Bye-Bye High, countless soldiers shielded their eyes from the sun's glare. Gazing toward Aluo, they beheld a truly horrifying sight. A pitch-black aura surrounding Aluo, resembling a black hole. Hiss! What terrifying ability has our Colonel Aluo developed? The pressure was immense, the void around him twisting into a black hole. There was no question. Colonel Aluo was a monster, his abilities transcending anyone's comprehension. Not long after, Aluo concluded his training and returned to the battleship. Colonel, the soldiers respectfully called out, "Do not be lazy during training," Aluo remarked before descending to the lower cabin. In this confined space, Jin Shitsi, Ainalu, Baki, and Lao Sha were all imprisoned. Upon seeing Aluo, fear filled their eyes. Today, Aluo seemed to have grown even stronger, emanating an instinctive aura of danger that oppressed them. Aluo had come specifically for Ainalu. After a night of recovery, Ainalu appeared less feeble, yet the sea-stone handcuffs rendered him powerless. Upon seeing Aluo, Ainalu was filled with overwhelming dread, akin to encountering a demon. The arrogance that once adorned his face had vanished entirely. The memory of Aluo devouring his powers cast a long shadow in his mind, instilling fear within him. This man was indeed a monster. Ainalu, I offer you a chance at survival. Will you join me? Aluo's gaze held a hint of amusement. I am willing, Ainalu replied, desperate to live, unwilling to die just yet. Very well, a wise man knows when to yield. You possess some insight. Aluo opened the door and had Ainalu's sea-stone handcuffs removed. Immediately, Ainalu felt a surge of strength, able to utilize some of his powers once more. Remember, Ainalu, you have only this one opportunity to prove yourself. If I detect any ulterior motives, your demise will be swift and brutal. Aluo placed a hand on Ainalu's shoulder, activating his cellular absorption ability as a warning. Terrified, Ainalu broke into a cold sweat, hastily responding, "Fear not. I would never dare. From now on, you are my true god, and I am but a false deity. I will heed your every command." "Excellent. Should I witness your sincere submission one day, I shall generously enhance your power tenfold." "Understood," Ainalu replied, though fear gripped him, fearing he might be drained of his abilities once more. The others in the cell heard Aluo speak of a tenfold increase in strength and the promise of freedom upon submission. Jin Shitsi, Baki, and Lao Sha were all taken aback. Baki, ever shameless, exclaimed, "Colonel Aluo, please release me. I am willing to submit. I swear I will never betray you." However, Aluo ignored Baki and departed with Ainalu from a cabin. Trusting Baki's vow was akin to believing a pig could climb a tree. "Ha ha, Baki. You truly are a clown," Jin Shitsi scoffed. "How pitiful. You emerged from Roger's ship, yet now you have abandoned all dignity and pride. Get lost. What do you know? Can dignity and pride keep me alive? Can they fill my stomach?" Lao Sha interjected, his expression dark and impatient. "Indeed, Aluo, that scoundrel has left us starving. Having been captured for over 10 days, I am on the verge of starvation." Baki feigned fear of Lao Sha, immediately softening his tone. "Ha ha, Baki. You truly are a coward. What are you so arrogant about? Once I escape, you shall be the first to perish." Jin Shitsi glared at Lao Sha, his temper flaring. "Humph, do you think you can kill me? Are you planning to escape with all your limbs severed?" Lao Sha scoffed, dismissing Jin Shitsi's threats. The idea of escaping from Aluo was nothing more than a daydream. "Or do you think you can slip away from under Aluo's watchful eye?" This statement left Jin Shitsi momentarily speechless. Escaping from Aluo? Forget it. The man was a demon, capable of shattering a 10-kilometer-wide sky island with a single punch. Chapter 86. Qing Ji blocks the way. Aluo shows no mercy. The beauty pageant on the sky island concluded perfectly after a morning of competition. The rankings were as follows: Kuya, Ku and IC, Yinkei, Konkei, Name, Dasichi, Rinai, Luo Bin, and Kamen. This outcome left Konkei and Na Mei feeling quite disheartened. It seemed that the inhabitants of the sky island favored petite and adorable girls above all else. The cutest and smallest were deemed the most beautiful. They, with their alluring figures and long legs, found themselves overshadowed by those who were merely cute. "I am at a loss, sisters. Among our group, I must say, Rinai and I, Kaluo Bin are definitely top tier, right?" Miss Kam Min crossed her arms, equally unwilling to accept the results. While she may not surpass Kuya and Kuinai C in facial features, she was undoubtedly confident in her sensual physique. To her surprise, after the contest, she found herself at the bottom of the rankings. Oh well, Rinai thought, realizing that the people of the sky island simply did not appreciate her kind. Though she remained silent, she felt an intense sense of injustice. Was her charm truly so lacking? It was worth noting that aboard her own ship, the soldiers were often mesmerized by her alluring presence, unable to distinguish east from west. While I may not hold much regard for this beauty pageant, I must admit that my skin has recently darkened somewhat. Nico Luo Bean leaned against the side. Although she had only spent a few days with everyone, she gradually found an unprecedented sense of security, no longer feeling anxious as before. This sensation allowed her to relax. Indeed, there was some truth to it, yet their admiration fell short when they remarked that her complexion resembled that of the Shandia people. However, I believe that a touch of sun-kissed tin only enhances one's allure, making one even more captivating. Konk stifled a laugh behind her hand. "I apologize, Sister Luobin. We inhabitants of Tianjito have had some unpleasantness with the Shandia people. Perhaps that is the reason for their remarks." Kenny's quickly interjected with an apology. "Do not worry. I possess the abilities of the Hua Hua fruit," Luinga stated. "Using the slick substance produced by my fruit can whiten your skin, rendering it tender and delicate. Therefore, if you do not mind, I will be happy to share it with you all." Kia, having secured the title of the beauty pageant, felt a surge of joy and was determined to comfort everyone. Indeed, my increasing cuteness is largely thanks to the support of my dear friends. You surely do not know that every time my sister Kia bathes, I sneak in to use the slick substance she brings out. It is truly miraculous. My skin has become much fairer and smoother, no longer rough, and it even helps eliminate excess fat. Yunk immediately provided an escape for everyone. In fact, it does feel that way. Really? Cayman's eyes brightened. Her skin had become somewhat coarse due to her frequent cooking. Yes, truly, we are all good sisters. How could I deceive you? Then please, Miss Kia, you must help me, and I shall treat you to a meal in return. Of course. Kia smiled and nodded. I wanted to, Name said as she pulled Kia closer. All right, let us all do it together. At that moment, Yalowin arrived to escort them. What are you discussing? Upon seeing the group of beautiful women, Yalowin felt a deep sense of satisfaction, though human desires are vast. Seeing beautiful women makes one wish to possess them all. Thus, he could only temporarily satiate his desires. Lunga, we were just talking about how lovely and soft Kia's skin is, Conk responded. That is only natural. Kia wields the superhuman ability of the Hua fruit. I have long said it can whiten skin and eliminate fat, making one even more alluring. Yalowin stepped forward to gently touch Kia's small hand, even pinching her cheek lightly. Indeed, it is exceptionally soft, making one reluctant to let go. Kia's fair face flushed with a radiant glow. She felt like a charming little pet being adored by Yalowin in front of her many sisters. However, as long as Yalowin enjoyed touching her, she was quite content. Kennies, have you discussed things with your father? Yalowin inquired. Yes, we have come to an agreement, but Luinga, will we be able to visit the Sky Island to see my father often in the future? Of course, he replied. Then I can rest easy. Kennies felt resolute in her decision, having previously worried that she might not return. Upon their departure, the people of the Sky Island and the Shandia people presented Yalowin and his companions with ample gold and several chests of shells as tokens of gratitude. All the gold was entrusted to Name for management, while the shells were primarily distributed among Name, Kia, and the other girls. Naturally, they also took away Enelu's flying ship. This vessel requires only lightning to operate. Whether it be Yalowin, Enelu, or Name, they could all directly navigate the ship. Yalowin then gifted this flying ship to Name. Enelu felt an immense pang of loss, but dared not voice his reluctance. He harbored a deep-seated fear of Yalowin. During their return to the sea surface, they once again utilized the abilities of the Golden Lion. Golden Lion, given your performance, I can assure you a comfortable life in Impel Down, Yalowin chuckled. The Golden Lion wore a gloomy expression. Stop with the empty promises. Can you at least provide me with some food? I'm practically starving here. Ha, Cayman. Arrange a meal for him, Yalowin instructed. All right, Colonel, Cayman replied. The next day, as Yalowin and his group journeyed towards Water 7, they encountered Admiral Akiji. While riding a bicycle on the sea, he noticed Nikolua being aboard Yalowin's warship. In an instant, he froze a vast area of the sea, forcefully blocking their path. The soldiers, realizing it was Admiral Akiji, promptly halted the ship. Colonel, it's bad. Admiral Akiji has inexplicably obstructed our way. Upon hearing this, Yalowin approached the ship's bow and confirmed it was indeed Admiral Akiji, who appeared as if he had just awakened. On the deck, Luabin felt a surge of anxiety upon realizing that Admiral Akiji had come to apprehend her. Admiral Akiji, what is the meaning of this? Why are you blocking our path? Yalowin asked calmly. What does it matter what rank he holds? He has blocked our way, and if he does not show respect, it is a provocation. Yalowin, not one to hold back, decided to act. Having just developed two new abilities, one being Pure Sun Flame and the other Lightning Flame. The clash between the ultimate flames of destruction and Akiji's extreme freezing would surely be fascinating. Akiji exhaled a chilling breath, gazing at Luabin on Yalowin's deck before leaping onto the deck. The area where he landed instantly froze, showcasing his formidable aura. Yalowin frowned. Admiral Akiji was showing him no respect, completely ignoring him. Yalowin placed his hand on Akiji's shoulder, displeased. Hey, I'm talking to you. Akiji, maintaining his aloof demeanor, merely turned his head to glance at Yalowin. Remove your hand and do not touch me. The atmosphere became palpably tense. Nearby, Rina expressed concern that Yalowin was being too impulsive, as Akiji was indeed an admiral. Yalowin, this is Admiral Akiji from the Navy headquarters. Teacher Zifa has mentioned that he tends to be reserved and taciturn. Yalowin dismissed her words. I know, but Rina, your current demeanor disappoints me. We have at least gotten to know each other. Do you not understand what kind of person I am? Rina, hearing this, felt a rush of panic and hastily explained, Yalowin, Rina is merely concerned for your safety. Remember, I do not wish for next time. Since he does not show respect, you best stand by my side. No matter what I do, you must support me. Suddenly, Yalowin exerted force and directly hurled Akiji away. The soldiers aboard the ship were momentarily stunned. The colonel is truly formidable, disregarding even Akiji, one of the Navy headquarters' strongest powers. Chapter 87. Had it not been for Luo Bin, Akiji's leg would have been broken. The moment Akiji landed on the frozen sea, a frigid aura erupted from him, sweeping towards the entire warship. In response, Yalowin released pure sun flame from his entire being, stamping his foot on the deck. The terrifying flames of the sun clashed with Akiji's visibly freezing power. The extreme heat and extreme cold were momentarily evenly matched, and the two forces ultimately soared into the sky. The soldiers, upon witnessing this scene, felt a surge of tension and excitement coursing through their veins. Could it be that their esteemed colonel was evenly matched with one of the Navy headquarters' strongest admirals? In this light, it appeared that their colonel truly possessed the strength of an admiral. Instantly, they were filled with pride, envisioning the accolades they would receive upon returning to the Navy headquarters. Their colonel was no ordinary officer. He was an individual capable of standing toe-to-toe with a Navy admiral. However, Nico Robin's feelings were somewhat more complex. Admiral Akiji had previously spared her life, yet he kept her under constant surveillance, ready to take her life should she falter. Thus, when he suddenly intercepted them and engaged in combat with Colonel Aaron, it was evident that Akiji found life increasingly burdensome, resorting to enduring humiliation and seeking refuge with a mere Navy colonel. In accepting her, Colonel Aaron likely caused Akiji to feel that he had inadvertently harmed her, which displeased him. Nonetheless, Robin felt a deep sense of gratitude, for Colonel Aaron was truly willing to confront an admiral, especially one of such formidable strength. At this moment, Akiji finally turned his gaze toward Aaron, surprised that such a seemingly insignificant colonel could contend with him on equal footing. The depth of Aaron's power was indeed unfathomable. Although he had heard of Aaron's training of new recruits while at Navy headquarters, he had not given it much thought, believing that such matters were beneath an admiral's concerns. Thus, he had assumed Aaron's strength was merely on par with a mid-level rear admiral. However, Akiji was now grappling with the realization that he had underestimated a colonel, causing offense. Yet Akiji himself was also displeased. As an admiral, he expected other Navy personnel to obey his commands during encounters at sea. Why should he have to explain himself? It was Aaron who blatantly disregarded the Navy headquarters hierarchy, daring to challenge an admiral. Was he preparing to rebel? With this thought, Akiji felt no need to justify his actions. Regardless of the circumstances, the affront to his authority was unjustifiable. A cold breath escaped Akiji's lips, heralding the onset of the Ice Age. Suddenly, a more potent freezing force erupted from his body, swift and relentless. The soldiers screamed in alarm. This was one of Admiral Akiji's most formidable abilities, the Ice Age. It was said that once frozen, one would require at least a week to thaw. However, their colonel was truly impressive, having compelled Akiji to unleash his full power so swiftly. Do you think me easy to bully? You resort to your grand technique against me? Aaron scoffed, as a tempest of lightning began to surge within the warmth of his fiery aura. In an instant, the flames and thunder merged, transforming into a purple blaze. The surrounding void twisted into a black hole, and at that moment, the temperature and destructive force escalated dramatically, rendering Akiji's freezing powers nearly inconsequential. As the achievements of the Ice Age began to melt away, countless strands of dark flame shot forth like bolts of black lightning towards Akiji. The soldiers recoiled in fear, sensing the overwhelming power, fearing they would be torn apart. Akiji's pupils widened in shock, experiencing such devastating force for the first time. He quickly conjured 2 ice swords, enveloping them in armament haki to counter the purple flames, though it proved to be quite a challenge. The relentless assault of the purple blaze, imbued with indomitable destructive power, clashed against Akiji's weapons with resounding echoes. Seeing this, Eren felt a sense of satisfaction that his technique was enough to put even Admiral Akiji on the defensive, while he remained composed, capable of further amplifying his power. Moments later, Eren withdrew some of his strength and appeared before Akiji, delivering a powerful punch. Akiji, sensing the surge of haki, reacted instantly, wielding his ice blades to strike Eren's fist engulfed in purple flames. The collision of their formidable powers unleashed a terrifying display of purple and blue energy, shaking the very void with a thunderous roar. The potency of Eren's assault was evidently more overwhelming, while Akiji's freezing technique struggled to withstand the might of the purple blaze. Even with his ice swords enveloped in haki, they began to splinter and melt under the onslaught. As they continued their rapid exchanges, each clash resonated with terrifying force, with Eren maintaining the upper hand. Yet Akiji, though clearly at a disadvantage, demonstrated remarkable resilience. Not one to engage in lengthy dialogue, Akiji refrained from explaining his motives for obstructing Eren's vessel. Nevertheless, Eren understood Akiji's intent. Admiral Akiji, I am aware that your target is Nico Robin, but she is currently under my protection, so you cannot harm her. This statement finally prompted Akiji to respond. I do not know why she is on your ship, but your actions will endanger her. The world government and Navy headquarters will not spare her. What are you afraid of? She has done nothing wrong. You know she is innocent, yet you hesitate to uphold your convictions for fear of the world government. Do you not? Eren retorted disdainfully. Unfortunately for you, I'm not like you. My sense of justice is absolute. I protect only that which is just and will not uphold the world government's agenda. Akiji fell silent, but he poured more strength into their clash. Convinced that he was in the right, the ice beneath them shattered, and the weather in the surrounding area became chaotic, fluctuating between extremes of cold and heat. Shrouded in mist, on the warship, Nico Robin felt that this situation could not continue. Everything stemmed from her presence. She had to intervene. Suddenly, she leapt from the ship, landing on the fractured ice, moving closer to the battleground. Colonel Eren, Admiral Akiji, please stop fighting. I implore you to cease hostilities. If someone like me were to become part of the Navy, I would only bring you unnecessary trouble. Therefore, I will leave. Robin had always longed for a stable refuge, but that wish seemed unattainable. Her identity as the Devil Fruit's offspring condemned her to a life of evasion. What nonsense are you speaking? Eren suddenly appeared beside Robin, firmly wrapping his arms around her waist. Do not forget, you are my woman. Tonight, we shall settle this matter. Robin was taken aback, feeling a profound emotional stir. Colonel Eren truly cared for her, which was why he was so earnest in protecting her. Tears welled in Robin's eyes as she choked out, "But I will bring you trouble." "What trouble? You are my woman. If anyone dares to harm you, I will strike them down." Robin's tears flowed freely, as for the first time, she felt the intense sensation of being fiercely protected. A wave of security washed over her. "So do not worry. And why did you come down here? If you had not leapt into the battlefield, Akiji would have already suffered a broken leg in my hands." At this moment, Admiral Qingji approached with a slight limp, his gaze fixed on Robin rather than Eren. "Nico Robin, is this truly your choice? I had thought you would distance yourself from the Navy's scrutiny and live a peaceful life. Yet, I did not foresee you mingling with the Navy. This must be a profound torment for you," Qingji expressed with evident ire. "If your existence has become so burdensome and you find yourself at a dead end, I might as well grant you release by ending your life. After all, it was my decision to let you go that has subjected you to such despair." Qingji was convinced that Robin, feeling trapped, sought refuge aboard the battleship amidst the depths of her suffering. Nico Robin wished to assert that she had initially relied on her own efforts to survive, but her encounter with Colonel Eren had left her with no other recourse. As for now, Robin found herself believing in Eren's ability to protect her, despite the potential troubles it might invite. "Hey, Admiral Qingji, Robin is my woman. Her affairs are my concern, so your interference is unnecessary." Aaron interjected with a mocking tone, refusing to yield to Qingji's lofty demeanor. Until now, no one had dared to disregard him as Qingji had. Seeing the tension escalate between the two, Robin hurriedly clarified, "No, it is my own choice to remain aboard the ship. I have developed feelings for Colonel Aaron, so he is correct in saying that I am now his woman." Robin understood that Aaron's temper surpassed that of Admiral Qingji, and she had no option but to align herself entirely with Aaron. Thus, being Aaron's woman was a reality she had to embrace, as she felt undeniably drawn to him. Upon hearing Robin's declaration, Aaron's heart swelled with joy, prompting him to hold her even more possessively. However, Robin instinctively recoiled, for she was not yet truly Aaron's woman. Their initial agreement stipulated she would stay aboard for a month before deciding whether to commit to him. Aaron, respecting this arrangement, had refrained from taking advantage of her since her arrival, although he now made an exception for Qingji's benefit. Unbeknownst to him, Qingji perceived Robin's reluctance and became increasingly convinced of two possibilities. Either Aaron coveted Robin's beauty and had forcibly retained her on the ship, or, more likely, Robin was genuinely at her wits' end, seeking refuge with the Navy, all the while suffering internally. After all, the Navy had once destroyed O'Hara and claimed countless lives there. Reflecting on this, Qingji felt a pang of guilt. Had he known this would unfold, he would have never let Robin go. He should have ended her life than to spare her the agony she now endured. Clearly, he believed that Robin's presence in the Navy's gaze meant her survival was untenable, and the world government would not allow her to exist. Thus, he contemplated the notion of returning to the beginning, taking responsibility as the one who had let her survive for so long, by ending her life himself to grant her liberation. In a commanding tone befitting his rank, Qingji addressed Aaron, "Colonel Aaron, mind your attitude and words. I am an admiral of the Navy. I hereby order you to hand Robin over to me and depart. I can overlook your previous offenses as if they never occurred." Upon hearing this, Aaron swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Qingji's face. The impact was so sudden that even Qingji was momentarily taken aback, as was Robin, who stood in stunned silence. The soldiers aboard the battleship were equally astonished. Colonel Jinai, Colonel Smoker, and others were left dumbfounded. This slap was undoubtedly more damaging than a simple confrontation with Admiral Qingji. In an instant, it became evident that the impending clash would continue unabated, yet none had the authority to intervene or persuade them otherwise. To be honest, even Aaron was slightly taken aback by his own impulsiveness. Why had he not restrained himself from delivering that slap? Was it possible that his hand had developed a mind of its own? Furthermore, why had Qingji dodged? The sound of the slap echoed loudly, leaving Aaron's palms stinging. At that moment, Qingji's icy demeanor erupted. He had never anticipated that Aaron would strike him, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Colonel Aaron, you truly lack decorum." With that, the sea for thousands of meters around them instantaneously froze, and numerous ice spikes emerged from the surface. Aaron regarded this with disdain. Having already slapped him, he had no intention of apologizing. "What decorum? Do you think I require your permission simply because you view me as just a colonel?" Aaron declared, determined to make Qingji understand that despite his rank, he deserved the same respect afforded to Vice Admiral Garp. Moreover, he found Qingji's mindset absurd. Expecting him to surrender his woman to him, Aaron's fury erupted. Resolute, he decided that if Admiral Qingji insisted on confrontation, he would serve as a stepping stone for Aaron's emergence within the Navy. With a casual gesture, he hurled Nico Robin onto the battleship and, in an instant, activated his self-fruit ability, causing his body to swell to a height of 100 meters. The overwhelming presence of his transformed form caused Qingji to look up in shock. "I hear you possess a paramecia-type self-fruit ability. Is this the power you have developed to attain such giant strength?" Faced with the towering figure of Aaron, Qingji could not afford to underestimate him. The might of a giant was formidable, with unparalleled destructive capabilities. Indeed, but this mere giant strength is not my ultimate goal. A thunderous roar erupted from Aaron as terrifying flames were unleashed from his being, their power immense enough to distort the very air around him. Qingji's chilling aura posed no threat to Eren. Yet, the flames were merely the beginning. A surge of lightning erupted, merging with the flames to create a devastating purple inferno. The intensity of this fire was magnified exponentially. With a single breath, Eren caused the air to shatter, warping into a ring of black holes. Qingji was incredulous. How could a mere colonel wield such formidable power? Even he felt the weight of defeat looming over him. Nevertheless, Qingji remained undeterred, channeling his full strength as his twin swords merged, enveloped in armed color hockey, infused with chilling power as he charged at Eren. In response, Eren unleashed a powerful punch. The armed hockey enveloped above was further shrouded in the power of thunder and flame, unleashing a destructive force that transformed the void it traversed into a black hole. In this instant, the attack of Qingji appeared somewhat feeble. The ice blade he had cleaved forth was instantly shattered, and he was engulfed beneath the destructive force of the colossal fist. As the frozen ocean met the thunderous flames, an explosive reaction ensued, akin to the incompatibility of water and fire, with endless steam and heat rising. This rapid expansion enveloped the surrounding area of several thousand meters in a haze, obscuring the events within. However, under the awakening of the Eluan's cell, all within a 3,000-meter radius was laid bare before his divine perspective. Although Qingji plummeted into the sea from the force of Eluan's strike, he erupted with a terrifying, freezing power upon contact with the water. Everything around him was swiftly encased in ice once more, as if the awakened fruit's power imposed absolute freezing upon all it touched. The freezing force was far more formidable than the previous ice age, at least 3 to 4 times greater. Chapter 89. Qingji's Severed Arm, Carp's Descending Fist. This overwhelming freezing ability, however, still posed no threat to the thunder and flame emanating from Eluan. Eluan commanded the bone bud cells within his body to unleash numerous bone spines, each one over 150 times harder than steel, aimed sharply at Admiral Qingji. Naturally, Qingji, employing his Kinbunchika haki, sensed the impending threat and reacted swiftly. With a casual wave, his formidable absolute freezing ability ensnared the bone spines in midair. At that moment, the environment surrounding him transformed entirely into a realm of absolute ice and snow. Qingji attempted to forcibly shatter these bone spines with his freezing power, yet he found himself thwarted, furrowing his brow in disbelief and astonishment. How could these apparent bones within the body be countless times harder than steel? The freezing power capable of cracking steel plates could not even be compromised, though he managed to freeze them completely. Qingji exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful for a moment's respite. The instantaneous release of his absolute freezing ability had consumed a significant portion of his vitality, a truly terrifying toll. As a manifestation of his awakened fruit, this power granted him the ability to alter the climate of an area indefinitely. However, such capabilities came at a considerable cost to his stamina. Eluan's bone spines were frozen, or rather, the bone bud cells within them were immobilized, restricting his control over the spines. Yet, this did not deter him. The thunder and flame coursing through him transmitted to the frozen area. The terrifying lightning flames, possessing absolute heat and destructive power, began to melt through the so-called absolute freezing, causing cracks to emerge. Seeing this, Qingji's expression darkened. He had encountered this purple flame before. It was indeed formidable, exuding not only intense heat, but also possessing the destructive power akin to thunder. Soon, Eluan extricated the frozen bone spines and continued his offensive against Qingji. The two engaged in combat once more. After a day and a night, their battle raged on, now expanding the battlefield to a radius of 10,000 meters. Eluan had returned to his normal form, as maintaining his enlarged state consumed excessive energy. Furthermore, fighting upon the ocean's surface amidst rising mist obscured the sunlight from penetrating the battlefield, hindering Eluan's ability to effectively absorb solar energy for replenishment. It seems the Admiral is not so formidable after all. Your stamina is depleting faster than mine, Eluan remarked confidently, showing no regard for Qingji. The latter's gaze turned cold, exuding an icy aura. The prolonged battle had indeed drained him significantly, Yet while he was fatigued, Eluan appeared to grow stronger. Qingji was oblivious to the fact that Eluan, as a cell fruit user, thrived through motion. As long as he moved, he would fortify his body and grow increasingly powerful. Thus, Eluan was strengthening with every passing moment through two avenues, absorbing heat and invigorating his cells. In Qingji's eyes, Eluan's apparent vitality amidst exhaustion seemed utterly absurd. This provoked a sense of dread within Qingji, as he began to ponder the possibility that this fiend might indeed sever one of his arms. Eluan, however, spoke no empty threats. His acute perceptiveness allowed him to discern Qingji's every move throughout the day and night of battle. He possessed absolute confidence that regardless of whether Qingji chose to strike or refrain from doing so, one of his arms would surely be severed. No one could intervene to prevent it. In an instant, Eluan vanished from sight. Simultaneously, he awakened the cells within a 3,000-meter radius, manipulating the mist molecules to coalesce into multiple apparitions of himself. Qingji, sensing Eluan's disappearance, was startled to find several figures of Eluan materializing around him. These phantoms were indistinguishable from the real Eluan, and they launched an assault upon Qingji. Utilizing his ice spike ability, he shot them forth to freeze them, yet he found it utterly futile, as he could not determine the true body of Eluan amidst the illusions. At that moment, Eluan's true self had already appeared behind Qingji. In the instant he vanished, he had stilled all signs of life, rendering himself undetectable, his heartbeat and the movements of his billions of cells coming to an absolute halt, merging seamlessly into the battlefield. How could Qingji possibly perceive him unless he possessed the ability to foresee the briefest moments of the future? Therefore, while Qingji continued to attack the illusory figures of Eluan struck decisively, launching a surprise attack. Though Qingji instinctively sensed Eluan's strike at the last moment, his pupils widened in horror and cold sweat trickled down his back. He attempted to evade, but it was too late. One of his arms was severed, blood splattering and crystallizing in the air. Eluan, with a smug grin, looked on with no hint of compassion, simultaneously wielding his control over the cellular power to disintegrate Qingji's severed arm before his horrified gaze. Fury surged within Qingji, plunging him into a state of rage, unleashing an unprecedented wave of chilling energy, as if he were expending his very life force. The chilling winds howled, and the environment within several thousand meters transformed into an even more frigid expanse of white. Qingji became encased in ice, leaving only his eyes visible, resembling a completely new species, an ice creature. Eluan regarded him with disdain, coldly threatening. "Humph, should you dare to continue fighting, I will ensure your demise." Eren initially intended to know when to stop, for he still had to contend with the notorious Blackbeard and Ace. However, given that Qingji had lost an arm, how could he simply cease? Even with the most amiable temperament, he was utterly enraged, filled with a murderous intent that demanded bloodshed. An icy blade formed in his hand, slashing furiously towards Eren. With a powerful punch, Eren shattered the ice blade, forcing Qingji back several meters. "If you seek death, then I shall oblige. Your demise would conveniently open the position of admiral for me." Eren brimmed with unwavering confidence, excitement bubbling within him. Yet at that moment he suddenly raised his head, furrowing his brow as he beheld a figure in the sky donning a canine mask. No, to be precise, it was Vice Admiral Karp. A forceful punch surged towards him, accompanied by flickers of dark crimson lightning, exuding an overwhelming pressure. This was Karp's fist, imbued with the formidable power of the Supreme Haki, capable of obliterating a city with a single blow. Eren did not dare to underestimate this assault. He concentrated all his control over his cells, reinforcing his right arm and redirecting every ounce of strength towards it. At that moment, the cells in his right arm felt as if they had undergone extreme compression, becoming hard as iron, with visible waves of energy pulsating from his fist. As he prepared to unleash his attack, it seemed he could generate terrifying destructive power, further enhanced by the application of armament haki. In a split second, as Karp's formidable punch approached, Eren delivered a powerful wave punch. His fist shimmered with purple light, unleashing an explosive force that effortlessly rent the air asunder. The impact of their blows collided in an instant, resulting in a thunderous cacophony, darkening the skies and causing the very fabric of reality to erupt in chaos. In the aftermath of this monumental clash, the two energies coalesced into an energy sphere, entwined with countless pulsing arcs of electricity rapidly expanding. The shadow of this expansion engulfed both combatants before it suddenly detonated with a resounding boom. The released energy surged forth, collapsing the space at its epicenter. The shockwave swept across the surrounding area, erasing the remnants of the previous battle, including icy formations and mist. 3 warships, anchored thousands of meters away, were pushed back several meters by the force, with many soldiers aboard toppling to the ground. On the deck, Genii, Smoker, and Bogart, Carp's subordinate, witnessed the clearing of mist before them and hastily grabbed their binoculars to observe the battlefield from afar. Their expressions turned to astonishment. Colonel Aaron was engaged in combat with Carp. Meanwhile, Qingji stood nearby, nursing his severed arm. It was not difficult to deduce that upon witnessing Aaron's incapacitation of Qingji, Carp had rushed in to suppress him. However, the balance of power seemed too close to label it a suppression. Did this mean that Aaron's combat prowess had reached a level comparable to that of Vice Admiral Carp? Realizing this, those on board who understood Carp's might gasped in disbelief. It appeared that one man stood invincible, gazing down upon all, especially Bogart aboard Carp's vessel. He found it hard to believe that a mere colonel could match Carp on equal footing. No wonder Aaron had managed to incapacitate an arm of Admiral Qingji. This indicated that Colonel Aaron was a dark horse, his true strength likely far more profound than apparent. Colonel Aaron, what outrageous deeds have you committed here? I initially held high hopes for you, yet you have severed Qingji's arm. What enmity do you harbor? Vice Admiral Carp was evidently incensed. In truth, at the outset in the East Blue, he had been quite supportive of Aaron, but upon hearing that Aaron had captured Colonel Smoker in Logtown, he felt it had crossed a line. He knew Smoker's character well. He would never harm civilians. Furthermore, the incident in the Alabasta Kingdom added fuel to the fire. Although Aaron's defeat of the warlord Crocodile was commendable, it had angered the world government. This inevitably involved certain intricacies. Perhaps the world government did not wish for anyone to disrupt the warlord system, or perhaps they desired to see Crocodile oppress the Alabasta Kingdom. Naturally, this could also be tied to the history of the Alabasta Kingdom, including their ancestors' betrayal of the world government. Thus, any involvement by Colonel Aaron in the affairs of the warlords was met with extreme displeasure. The higher-ups exerted pressure on Admiral Sengoku, who had to prioritize the greater good and communicated with Carp to restrain Aaron. Sengoku perceived Aaron as another extreme justice warrior, reminiscent of a Kainu, and feared that without strict supervision, he could cause significant calamity. Carp had no choice but to comply, pursuing Aaron, only to find that he was already too late. This rascal had swiftly stirred trouble by injuring Admiral Qingji. How infuriating! That was an admiral of the Navy headquarters, a significant loss at the hands of one of their own. Carp had watched Qingji grow step by step and had taken a liking to him, envisioning him as the next admiral of the Navy. Carp, can you truly blame me? From the moment he arrived, he made no distinction, demanding we clear the path, and then sought to take my woman. How could I tolerate that? Carp thought to himself that the silence was indeed characteristic of Qingji. However, the notion of taking a woman was utterly unfathomable. Qingji was not that type of person. Although Carp had seen everyone aboard Aaron's ship, he did not recognize the transformed Nico Robin, thus doubting Qingji would engage in such absurd behavior. Yet, had he known Nico Robin, Carp would have understood the underlying reasons. Regardless, you have severed Qingji's arm, and this has left me quite angry. Carp continued to unleash his potent energy, the arcs of electricity raging and tearing through the air, intensifying the oppressive atmosphere. Unfazed, Aaron felt a sense of injustice. This was decidedly unfair. Qingji, inferior in strength, had lost an arm, and now Carp sought to confront him. Yet, had he been weaker and nearly defeated by Qingji, Carp would surely not have intervened against Qingji. As this thought crossed his mind, Aaron felt a surge of anger. The high-ranking officials of the Navy were, at their core, merely a network of connections. Very well, since I, a mere colonel, am deemed unworthy, I shall take this opportunity to fully experience the strength of Vice Admiral Karp and ascertain just how far apart our combat abilities truly lie. A smirk crept upon Aaron's lips. Truth be told, though the power granted by the Supreme Haki was fearsome, Aaron prided himself on his formidable physical prowess. His bones were over 100 times harder than steel, making him capable of withstanding great force. Time ticked away, and for 3 continuous minutes, neither party showed any inclination to relent, with Aaron exhibiting no signs of defeat. Both Karp and Qingji were profoundly astonished. Aaron's strength had evidently reached an impressive level, indicating he had become a formidable force. However, just at that moment, the thick ice beneath Aaron's feet could not withstand the overwhelming force exerted by Karp, leading to the emergence of countless fissures. It seemed that Aaron would soon be sent plummeting into the depths of the ocean by Karp's formidable punch. Colonel Aaron, do you yield now? Have you come to recognize your mistakes? If you persist in your obstinacy, I shall not hesitate to plunge you into the abyss below, allowing you to reflect on your actions, Karp admonished sternly. Upon hearing these words, Aaron's fury intensified. Did Karp intend to coerce him into submission? Vice Admiral Karp, I have always respected you as a hero and a senior figure, and I have held back my true capabilities. Yet, you wish to force my hand? Very well. Let us see if you possess the prowess to do so. Taking a deep breath, Aaron's gaze turned wild as he began to harness the power of his devil fruit, quietly activating his ability to devour cells. He forcefully absorbed the domineering energy radiating from Karp's fist, specifically the power of Conqueror's Haki. Karp quickly sensed something amiss. His Haki was being forcibly absorbed by Aaron. A sharp intake of breath escaped him as he realized the terrifying implications of this power. In an instant, his scalp prickled with foreboding, eager to understand this nefarious manipulation. Before long, Aaron had consumed a portion of Karp's formidable Conqueror's Haki, and, astonishingly, he transformed that absorbed power for his own use. A surge of Conqueror's Haki erupted from Aaron, causing Karp's arm to bend slightly, clearly indicating that he was at a disadvantage. Karp, recognizing the shift in power dynamics, forcibly withdrew from the confrontation, retreating to the side. Aaron's overwhelming strike detonated hundreds of meters away, fracturing the surrounding space. Witnessing this, Karp felt a renewed shock. Alas, I am growing old. I cannot compete with the rising tide of the younger generation. He glided across the frozen sea towards Aaron, realizing that if brute force was ineffective, a gentler approach was necessary. He recalled that Aaron possessed significant healing abilities, capable of regeneration even from the loss of a limb. However, Aaron's impulsiveness was evident. Despite his formidable strength, ignoring the larger picture would only serve to create powerful adversaries. One could not confront colossal forces single-handedly. Sometimes, it was prudent to know when to withdraw. Karp's meaning was clear. He believed Aaron's temper was too fierce, his murderous intent too pronounced, and that he could not endure even the slightest grievance. This was not a favorable trait. Vice Admiral Karp, you jest. I understand the importance of the bigger picture. Yet such insufferable provocation is intolerable. Even for a man, Aaron retorted defiantly, believing he had done nothing wrong. Was strength not the ultimate measure of worth? If he stood tall with his power, what fault lay therein? Moreover, if Karp feared no one, why should he? If necessary, he could simply walk away, seeking to establish his own path, even uniting pirates and the Navy against a common foe. His vision of absolute justice seemed appealing. Karp's eyes brightened at Aaron's resilience and refusal to back down. He found it admirable. Yet, he cautioned, Admiral Akiji, despite our differences, he is still one of our own, a fellow admiral. Must he be so ruthless? You sever an arm without consideration. This is not advisable. Perhaps we should allow him to regenerate? I shall mediate the misunderstanding, and I will ensure that no one is unjustly favored. Karp solemnly assured as he summoned Akiji. Despite being an admiral, Akiji held great respect for Karp, considering him a mentor, albeit unofficially, as his true teacher had been the former Admiral Zephyr. Mr. Carp, Akiji approached respectfully. Meanwhile, Aaron remained aloof, perceiving Akiji as a madman. Akin to a kainu, a violent fanatic with a warped mindset. Carp chuckled. Relax, everyone. Come, tell me what misunderstandings have arisen. He turned to Akiji. I heard you froze the sea to block Colonel Aaron's path without uttering a word. Is this true? Indeed, Mr. Carp. I acknowledge my coldness and impulsiveness in that moment. Akiji replied sincerely. His decision to intervene stemmed from witnessing Nico Robin's appearance on the warship, believing such an event was trivial regardless of allegiance. This is where you erred. While you are an admiral, you cannot act so arrogantly. Do you wish to confront me in this manner? Carp admonished with a tone befitting an elder. Mr. Carp, there are reasons behind these actions. Akiji attempted to explain, but was interrupted. To err is human. Apologize. I despise those who wield their position to oppress others. You should first apologize to Colonel Aaron, Carp insisted. Akiji felt he had done nothing wrong and expressed his regret. I apologize, Mr. Carp, but must take my leave now. I will remember today, for some actions are simply incorrect. Colonel Aaron, your methods will have consequences. We shall see. With that, Akiji departed, having made up his mind, disappearing on his bicycle into the distance. Carp was left stunned. Akiji had shown a rare display of temper. Yet, Akiji's steadfastness indicated that Aaron had indeed committed an unforgivable offense, at least in Akiji's eyes. Carp narrowed his wise gaze upon Aaron. What precisely transpired before him? If even Akiji finds it unforgivable, the entire Navy, even the world government, may not overlook this. Do you grasp the peril you face? At your young age, possessing such formidable power, your future is boundless. Yet do not stray from the righteous path. Carp spoke earnestly, imparting caution and wisdom, fearing that Aaron's youthful exuberance might lead him to irrevocable disaster. One must understand that in this world, no single individual holds absolute authority. Aaron, however, dismissed Carp's warning. He yearned to declare, Are you instructing me on how to act? Is there truly no one in charge? Is an emu of the world government a dictator? I intend to become the man who supplants emu. However, considering Carp's good intentions, he merely smiled. It seems that this is not such a significant matter after all. It was merely an inadvertent act that led to you, whom you refer to as the son of the devil, becoming my woman. The son of the devil? Carp was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. You are referring to Nico Robin, aren't you? Indeed, her name is Nico Robin. Honestly, her figure is truly remarkable. Carp's expression turned grave, unsure of how to address Aaron. How could he remain so nonchalant in the face of such a momentous event? It is no wonder that Akiji cannot forgive Aaron. Does this not hasten Nico Robin's demise? Aaron, you must seriously contemplate this matter. If the world government and the upper echelons of the Marine headquarters discover that your woman is the son of the devil, Nico Robin, you might find yourself unable to remain in the Marines. Should you choose to protect her and resist, you will be at odds with the world government and the Marine headquarters. While the reasoning is sound, what can I do? As a man, one must take responsibility for his woman, mustn't he? Furthermore, I believe the world government's order to eradicate O'Hara was a grave mistake. Aaron remained steadfast in his sense of justice. Carp, recalling the incident, understood it was indeed a mistake. Yet what could be done? The existence of the world government contributes to a certain order in the world, imposing necessary constraints. Thus, there are both positives and negatives, making it difficult to act against the world government in the grand scheme of things. Chapter 92. Nico Robin's Uncontrollable Happiness. Very well, Aaron. Upon your return to the Marine headquarters, be sure not to mention Nico Robin, nor should you bring her back to the headquarters. You may settle her in the Sabati archipelago. Rest assured, I will keep this confidential. Truly, the Marine headquarters needs individuals like you who possess a unique charm. Carp stated earnestly. Aaron smirked slightly. Is it genuine need, or is it a concern about opposing the world government and the Marine headquarters, creating chaos in the current world? Perhaps it is a bit of both. But so what? If I have done nothing wrong, and it comes to that, I will bear no psychological burden or regret. Subduing so many pirates could be seen as merit, yet in a moment's thought, it could also transform into my own power. Very well. At least Carp did not attempt to claim my woman outright. I shall heed your advice this time and arrange for Robin to be situated in the Sabaody archipelago. Aaron smiled humbly at that moment. Carp felt satisfied. Despite Aaron's stubbornness, he was not entirely obstinate. That is good. By the way, Aaron, how is my grandson? I heard he is setting sail and that you have taken him under your wing. What is the outcome? That rascal. Has he abandoned the life of a pirate to become a marine? Carp asked eagerly, longing to witness the transformation of his grandson, Luffy. Unfortunately, your grandson was rescued by the Revolutionary Army's dragon. What? Carp's face turned red with anger, his fists clenched tightly, seemingly wishing to leave a mark on Dragon's face. With Luffy now in Dragon's hands, given Dragon's nature, he would likely either indulge Luffy's pirate dreams or turn him into a revolutionary. Realizing this, Carp suddenly calmed down. Family matters should not be aired publicly, and there were some things he preferred not to elaborate on. However, rest assured, Carp, I will certainly retrieve Luffy for you the next time I encounter him. At present, he has not committed any grave offenses. So even if he is imprisoned and impelled down, it would merely serve as a stern lesson. Once he comes to his senses, he could be released at any time. Aaron smiled nonchalantly. Carp frowned, suddenly feeling uneasy. What does Aaron mean by that? Is he sending him to impel down? Is he setting a trap for his grandson? Ahem. Well, it is up to you, but please be gentle with him. In due time, I will ensure he receives a proper lesson. Carp, having experienced Aaron's strength firsthand, understood that he was undoubtedly a formidable being. Even if he exerted his full effort, he felt he could not suppress Aaron. Upon returning to the warship, Aaron and Carp enjoyed a delightful lunch together. Afterward, Carp showed no intention of leaving the ship, but chose to follow Aaron and his crew as they proceeded onward. Excuse me, Colonel Aaron, I apologize that my presence has led to Carp's surveillance of you. Nico Robin approached, biting her lip in genuine apology. Surveillance is inconsequential. I am not afraid of him, Aaron replied calmly, gazing at Robin. However, I took your previous words seriously, so you need not wait another month for your response, correct? Nico Robin's heart raced, her cheeks flushed. Well then, this time, you have offended Admiral Akiji on my behalf, and even clashed with Vice Admiral Carp. I am truly touched. I understand that I have nothing to offer you in gratitude. All I can do is pledge myself to you. Therefore, as long as Colonel Aaron does not mind that I am the son of the devil, who brings misfortune, that would suffice. Tears glimmered in Nico Robin's eyes. At this moment, she genuinely felt a profound sense of protection from Aaron. After so many years, no one had ever defended her so fiercely. She realized that Aaron, who now protects her, truly cares for her and seeks her assistance, and she willingly embraced it. Faced with Nico Robin's openness, Aaron felt immense satisfaction. She was a beautiful woman who understood gratitude. Henceforth, remember this. From this day forward, you, Nico Robin, shall be my woman, Aaron, and I will bring you unparalleled happiness and joy. Moreover, to ensure we have an unforgettable experience tonight, how about I assist you in unlocking your body's potential right now? Generally speaking, unlocking potential can enhance one's combat prowess tenfold or more. Upon finishing his words, Aaron took Nico Robin's delicate hand and led her into the cabin. Nico Robin felt a sudden wave of anxiety, wanting to break free but ultimately surrendering. After all, this was a path to becoming stronger. Nami and the others were currently aboard the flying ship, arranging their respective cabins. They unanimously decided that this flying ship would be a sanctuary for them girls. Aside from women, only Aaron would be permitted aboard. Enel stood on the deck of the warship, tearfully gazing at the flying ship soaring above, which he had originally crafted to traverse the endless expanse. Alas, it had now become someone else's bridal gown. Moreover, after witnessing the battle between Aaron and Admiral Akiji, as well as Vice Admiral Carp, Enel felt increasingly reluctant to harbor thoughts of betraying Aaron or fleeing. Inside the cabin, Aaron began to assist Nico Robin in unlocking her bodily potential. The following day, Nico Robin nestled in Aaron's embrace, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness and tenderness, unlike anything she had ever experienced before. With a powerful support by her side, she no longer feared being captured at night and did not suffer from nightmares. Aaron, I truly thank you, Nico Robin said, tracing a finger across Aaron's chest, filled with affection. It could be said that she had completely lowered her guard against Aaron, enveloped in a profound and uncontainable love. Ha ha, this is merely the beginning. In the future, I will ensure you experience happiness and joy every day. However, you must heed my words. Your current status is somewhat sensitive, but once I possess sufficient strength, I shall take you to the sacred land for a delightful excursion. Aaron expressed his affection. He is now quite enamored with the splendid figure of Nico Robin. Their exchanges are filled with generosity and charm, which he finds irresistible. Most importantly, she has bestowed upon him the invaluable gift of her pristine self, ensuring that he shall cherish her even more in the future. Well, I will listen to you. Nico Robin replied, her cheeks flushed, behaving with a demure innocence akin to that of a young girl. It is evident that she relishes the comforting sense of dependency on Aaron. Although Aaron has many women he admires, she can sense that he treats each one with great care and responsibility. Indeed, a man who possesses such qualities is more than sufficient. Aaron, I actually don't mind if you like many other girls. Nico Robin couldn't suppress her surprise and immediately expressed her feelings. It is wonderful that you think that way. By the way, Nami and the others each have their own rooms on the flying boat. You should choose one for yourself as well. All right, she said. Nico Robin tightly embraced Aaron, tears of emotion streaming down her face. Aaron, you're so good to me. Why didn't you come to find me sooner? If you had, you could have enjoyed my most beautiful youth. Yet here I am at 28. Nico Robin felt a pang of melancholy, comparing herself to the younger beauties like Nami and feeling somewhat like an aging woman. Meanwhile, Aaron, at just 20, made her feel it was quite unfair. Ha ha, how adorably foolish you are. Here, age is inconsequential. It is you as a person that I cherish. Furthermore, if you wish to feel younger with my cell fruit abilities, I can make you decades younger. Would you care to try? Aaron chuckled, taken aback by Nico Robin's endearing words. It seems that once a woman falls in love, she becomes childlike in her naivety. Nevertheless, having such thoughts is commendable, and her adorably foolish nature makes her deserving of his affection. Chapter 93. I want you all to assist me in my training every morning. The sea sparkles with shimmering waves, and the rising sun radiates a brilliance reminiscent of purple clouds, almost beautiful beyond compare. As Aaron rises, Nami, Peacock Skylark, Koya, Cornice, and now Robin all tenderly attend to him. On the deck of the flying boat, Aaron decided not to engage in his usual training today. In truth, he was indeed training, albeit in a manner distinct from his usual routine. From today onward, I want all of you to assist me in my cultivation, just as you are now, Aaron declared, thoroughly enjoying the adoring attention from the young women surrounding him. Some were massaging his hands, others were kneading his shoulders, pounding his legs, and massaging his temples. Discussing life. This truly is a genuine pleasure, a privilege only a traveler could experience. Aaron, you are so annoying, being so handsome, so charming, and so capable. How can we possibly assist you in your training? Exactly. It's only been a few minutes, and we're already flustered. It will be quite embarrassing and shy. Peacock and Nami giggled, their eyes sparkling. In their eyes, Aaron is exceptionally outstanding and captivating, even radiating light, causing their hearts to flutter and their bodies to feel weak. Indeed, even a slight movement from Aaron, such as a deep breath, could send their hearts racing. Thus, they lacked confidence in assisting him with his endurance training. Ha ha! No worries, no worries. With so many of you together, it will certainly have an effect. Come now, listen to me, and try your best to assist me in my training. Perhaps it could completely alleviate the backlash caused by the devil fruit. Aaron smiled nonchalantly. In truth, he greatly appreciated and enjoyed the charming allure of the girls when they took the initiative. It was as if he had discovered a new continent, with each of them exuding a unique elegance. No, this is still too embarrassing. Yes, unless we go to a room, that would be different. What are you afraid of? No one is watching, Aaron laughed. There's someone, look, that Admiral Carp down there is using binoculars to watch us from the ship, Peacock pointed out. Oh, you're right. Wait a moment, I will think of a way to send Carp away. Aaron descended from the flying boat to the warship. Admiral Carp, what are you doing? If there is anything, you may call out, and I will come down. Aaron greeted him with a radiant smile. Ha ha, you finally decided to come down. However, My actions are merely to avoid interrupting your good fortune. Carp clapped Aaron on the shoulder, his eyes filled with admiration for how many lovely women were fond of Aaron. Ahem, what good fortune is there? I was just engaging in serious training. By the way, Admiral Carp, you're not planning to follow us the whole time, are you? Aaron smoothly interjected. I happen to be a bit free and wanted to see how you capture pirates. You would want me to leave, would you? Carp chuckled heartily. Come on, Admiral Carp, you're being dishonest. You must be trying to monitor me, right? If that's the case, it truly saddens me. I have contributed so much to the Navy headquarters, and yet you don't trust me? However, I'm not one to dwell on such trivial matters. Since you, Admiral Carp, are free, could you help me return the recently captured pirates to the Navy headquarters? I have captured so many that I can no longer accommodate them, and I'm somewhat concerned that if I do not send them back soon, something unfortunate may occur. Carp was taken aback, thinking, is he joking? With your strength, are you afraid of a few pirates causing trouble? If you want me to stop following you, just say so. Why beat around the bush? Carp rolled his eyes at Aaron. Aaron furrowed his brow, speaking earnestly. Admiral Carp, it seems you're unaware of the pirates I have captured, are you? What? ISNT, just one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile? The others are merely small fry, Carp replied casually, believing he was well informed about the pirates Aaron had captured. As for the Golden Lion Shiki, he was unaware, as Aaron had captured him in the sky. In that case, it appears your surveillance work, Admiral Carp, is not quite thorough, Aaron remarked with a faint smile. Cough, I've told you, I'm not monitoring you. I'm merely passing by to take a look. Carp felt awkward. However, from what you imply, there are pirates you've captured that I am unaware of? Of course. Bring all the captured pirates up here. Shortly thereafter, over 60 pirates, including the Golden Lion Shiki, Crocodile, Buggy, Yarlita, and Creek, were brought to the deck. Admiral Carp, look at these individuals shackled with hockey handcuffs. They're all devil fruit users. Many of them are familiar faces. Don't you recognize them? Aaron said, while observing Carp's astonished expression, finding it quite amusing. Old man, we meet again. The Golden Lion Shiki, upon seeing Carp, felt as if he had encountered a sworn enemy, harboring a desire to tear Carp apart. As for Buggy, he trembled in fear, even concealing his face, terrified of being recognized. Back in the day, Carp and Roger frequently clashed at sea, and Buggy feared that, even reduced to ashes, Carp would still recognize him. Meanwhile, Crocodile's gaze was icy and brooding. It is one thing for Colonel Aaron to be ignorant of the world's dynamics, but I must remind you, Vice Admiral Carp, that would be wise to release me. If you truly send me to impel down, I assure you that the other Shichibukai will not take kindly to your actions and will retaliate against the 7 warlords, thereby disrupting the established order. Old Sand, you had better control your tongue. What do you mean by saying I lack understanding? Do you wish to instruct me on how to act? Aaron's eyes suddenly turned cold. Old Sand's heart sank as he recalled the secrets he held, leaving him feeling vulnerable. He then suppressed his humiliation and frustration, slapping himself across the face. You bastard, Aaron. Do not push your luck. Our captain is a renowned pirate and holds the title of Shichibukai. Now he was conversing with Vice Admiral Carp. While you are merely a colonel, even if you possess some strength, your lack of discipline is astonishing. Dasbonus was displeased at the way their captain was being bullied, thinking that with a person of weight present, their captain's identity as a Shichibukai would be respected. Thus, he began to clash with Aaron. You ignorant fool. In a fleeting moment, Aaron manipulated Dasbonus's arm cells, causing a blood explosion. Dasbonus screamed in agony, cold sweat pouring down his face, daring only to glare fiercely at Aaron while falling silent. Vice Admiral Carp observed quietly, merely offering a faint smile. It is indeed difficult for me. Although Aaron is merely a colonel, I find myself at a loss against him. Besides, you are defeated subordinates of Colonel Aaron and his pirates. He can dispose of you as he wishes. If you wish to avoid death, it would be prudent to comply with him. This way, you might at least end up in prison. Upon witnessing this, Old Sand and the others quickly comprehended the situation. Even Vice Admiral Carp could not intervene in the actions of this mere colonel. Yet this is truly absurd. Chapter 94. Aspiring for the marshal's position is just the beginning. The appearances of Teach and Ace. When did you capture the golden lion Shiki? Carp could not help but inquire. Shiki had been missing for nearly 20 years. It was believed he had long since perished. Who would have thought that he had been apprehended by Aaron? This was truly outrageous. It must be good fortune. I happened to encounter him while taking a lady for a romantic flight in the sky and inadvertently captured him, Aaron replied. However, this fellow's strength is still formidable. So, Vice Admiral Carp, I must implore you to expedite his transfer to Impel Down. I have worked hard for my merits on this trip, and I am counting on them. Aaron spoke earnestly, convinced that Carp would not refuse. After all, he was the golden lion Shiki. Even though he had lost his legs and aged, there's a saying that a lean camel is larger than a horse. Moreover, Shiki's special status could not be overlooked. Now that he was in the public eye, the implications of a prison break from Impel Down would be severe. Such an event would tarnish the Navy headquarters and Impel Down's reputation, leading to a significant decline in their prestige. Very well. It is indeed necessary to send the cunning pirate Shiki to Impel Down as soon as possible. Carp began to take the matter more seriously. Shiki had been personally delivered to Impel Down by Carp and Sengoku, but 2 years later, he successfully escaped. Although Aaron was powerful, he was still quite young, and a pirate as ruthless as Shiki might be beyond Aaron's control. Aaron then transferred the 60-plus captured pirates onto Carp's warship, bidding farewell to Carp. Alas, this fellow does not want me to accompany him. As the warship sailed away, Carp stood on the deck, sighing. This Colonel Aaron is no simple character. Given his decisive and undefeated prowess, he likely aspires to become the Marshal of the Navy. Carp, as first mate, Bogart, analyzed the situation seriously. What makes you say that? Carp casually inquired. He had his own thoughts. While Aaron was indeed powerful, he had a penchant for revelry, and at most aimed for a general's position. However, the role of Marshal might restrict his freedom to indulge. Mr. Carp, it is quite evident. It appears he is frolicking amidst the flowers. Yet his primary goal remains intact. He is still eager to capture many pirates to gain achievements. Furthermore, individuals like him, at this age, will never be satisfied. Perhaps aspiring for the Marshal's position is merely the beginning of his dreams. Bogart, being Carp's strategist, provided an astute analysis. Carp sighed in response. Alas, it seems I am truly growing old. I cannot comprehend the world of the youth. He recalled his 3 grandsons. Ace chose to become a pirate, and even became someone else's son. Now, Luffy dreams of being a pirate, while the other, the last time he saw him, was developing a revolution alongside Dragon. Yet, no one was willing to join him in the Navy to uphold the world's justice. Aaron, on the other hand, harbored that sense of justice, but was too young and reckless, believing himself invincible and unafraid of anyone. Nevertheless, having captured the golden lion Shiki, the world government would likely intervene regarding the Shichibukai with leniency. Let us proceed. As long as he does not directly confront those celestial dragons, the situation should remain manageable. Generally speaking, the Shichibukai are supported by the world government, and for the Navy to act against them would equate to undermining the world order. Thus, even if a general encounters them, they cannot take action, let alone a colonel who might kill them. Do not be misled by the original narrative. The order to eliminate Gecko Moria after the Marineford War was not merely because Moria lost to Luffy, thereby embarrassing the world government. The true reason for his removal likely stemmed from Moria uncovering some profound secrets regarding the Devil's Triangle. For instance, it is highly probable that the world government concealed ancient weapons within the mists of the Devil's Triangle, which ultimately resulted in the destruction of the Lalicia Kingdom. In summary, it is inconceivable that such colossal weapons would be hidden within the Holy Land. Returning to the main point, it is clear that without the world government's command, the Shichibukai are not targets the Navy can apprehend forcibly. After Carp departed, Aaron arrived at the helm and set course for Bonero Island, proceeding at full speed towards the island. 2 days later, a flying boat, a warship, and a military vessel arrived at the coastline of the island, conducting a covert operation. Aaron, seated in the flying boat, scanned Bonero Island closely, finding no sign of Marshal D, Teach, or Ace. Clearly, they had arrived too early. Indeed, with Teach's makeshift pirate ship, How could it compete with a warship in terms of speed? Thus, he could only wait patiently for an opportunity. During this time, it was an ideal chance for Robin, Nami, and others to assist him in his training. However, each time they grew anxious, demonstrating an intense eagerness towards him. Yalan showered his affection upon them, allowing them to fully experience a profound sense of fulfillment and happiness. However, this period was not solely devoted to such matters. He also took the opportunity to instruct them in mastering the ultimate techniques of energy manipulation and relaxation. These individuals, having unlocked their physical potential, possessed remarkably strong bodies, making the learning of martial arts an effortless endeavor. Consequently, they efficiently enhanced their combat skills. 3 days later, under the watchful gaze of Colonel Anilu, he perceived a group approaching the island. The range of Anilu's heart network was extensive, encompassing several miles in every direction. Remain still and keep a low profile. If anything goes awry, I shall be displeased. Understood. Anilu was filled with a newfound understanding and reverence for this vast world of Qinghai. He regarded the island of the gods, Kongdao, as a sacred place, yet recognized that the endless sea was peppered with islands and land masses. He suddenly felt that his previous worldview had been narrow. This was the true expanse of the earth, and he must seize the opportunity to explore it. Minutes later, the notorious Marshal D. Teach and his crew arrived at Banalo Island. Foolish ace, you have dared to pursue me. Here on this island, I shall settle the score. A sinister chuckle escaped him, but I am no longer who I once was. He shall witness my true power. Marshal D. Teach exhibited a tyrannical aura, followed by a cadre of subordinates, including Beiji, Feneoka, Lafitte, Poison Q, and Zhuangzhuang. Captain, I must speak frankly. Encountering a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million on the Grand Line is quite challenging. Perhaps we should not give Fire Fist Ace any chances, but rather capture him directly to realize the first step of our grand plan, suggested Lafitte, gesturing elegantly. Rest assured, I know Ace well. He will not acquiesce, but I must put on a show, Teach replied. His intention for luring Ace here was to capture him alive. Engaging in battle at sea would not guarantee Ace's capture, rendering the endeavor meaningless. Minutes later, another pirate ship appeared on the island, accompanied by Ace and Luffy. Coronel, more arrivals. It's Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy, whom we encountered in Alabasta, reported Lieutenant Dacion. Understood. Anilu acknowledged, crossing his arms as he observed from thousands of meters above, everything firmly within his grasp. Luffy, stay on the ship. There are matters I must handle alone. It could be dangerous if you accompany me. All right, I'll wait for you, but if I need to find you, I will come to the island, Luffy replied confidently. No worries, I will be fine. I am Fire Fist Ace, the second commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, with a bounty of 550 million berries. My strength is formidable, Ace asserted with utmost confidence, dismissing Teach's capabilities due to his past as a subordinate. Chapter 95. Anilu's lesson for Luffy. Anilu. Go capture the boy in the straw hat by the shore, Anilu commanded through the Den Mushi. Understood. Anilu's wrist crackled with electricity, releasing approximately 20 million volts, targeting Luffy on the shore. Divine Judgment. With a thunderous roar, a bolt of lightning descended from the clear sky, striking Straw Hat Luffy. As the lightning dissipated, Luffy sprang up as if nothing had happened, exclaiming, "Ah, that's hot. So warm." He quickly removed his hat, noticing it was smoking, startling him into swatting away the smoke. His eyes narrowed in anger as he shouted at the heavens, "Damn it, you jerk! Why are you striking with thunder on a clear day? I haven't done anything wrong, and you almost ruined my hat." Anilu and his crew were taken aback by Luffy's nonchalance. "Anilu, weren't you boasting about divine judgment? What happened there?" Bartolomeo struggled to contain his laughter. It must have been that hat that shielded him from my lightning. Watch closely as I demonstrate the true power of this thunder god." With renewed vigor, Anilu unleashed another divine judgment, sending another lightning bolt crashing down upon Luffy, who, lacking the ability to sense the future, was unable to evade it. This time, without the hat's protection, his hair stood on end from the shock. Luffy was furious, shouting, "It's so hot. It's burning me alive." Yet, he sustained no significant damage. Haha, stop pretending. From that distance, how could you possibly harm him? You should get closer, Bartolomeo remarked, nearly in tears from laughter. It seemed that Anilu's attacks, while visually impressive, were ineffective. The soldiers surrounding them regarded Bartolomeo with a mix of confusion and disbelief. Recalling that Colonel Anilu had mentioned Luffy possessed the powers of the Gomu, and Nomi rubber. That's an insulator, right? It doesn't conduct electricity, it can only generate heat, they thought, choosing to remain silent and observe the unfolding spectacle. Luffy, now thoroughly bewildered, pondered the bizarre occurrence of lightning striking him not once, but twice. What does this mean? Is the heavens truly playing tricks on me? Frustrated, he began cursing again. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Anilu appeared before Luffy in an instant, delivering a punch that sent him tumbling over 10 meters to the shore. Luffy, momentarily stunned, felt as if a large figure had suddenly appeared in front of him, crackling with electricity. As he looked up, he realized it was indeed a formidable figure. I understand now. I was wondering why lightning struck me during the day. It was you ambushing me. You can control lightning. You must be a user of the Rumble fruit. Luffy expressed his astonishment and fascination at encountering someone capable of controlling lightning. Hey, big lady, would you like to join my crew? If so, I can overlook your earlier electrical assault and the near destruction of my hat. Luffy proposed earnestly, but instead, he was met with another divine judgment descending from the sky, resulting in a painful shock for Luffy. Ugh, you're so annoying. Please stop attacking me with lightning. You're really going to burn me alive. Anilu, infuriated, retorted, You insolent brat. Who are you calling big lady? This is thunder, not fire. Can't you feel the electricity? Electricity? What does that feel like? All I know is that it feels very hot. Luffy was momentarily stunned, suddenly realizing that he had not been electrocuted. It was evident that he had not thoroughly absorbed the knowledge from his studies, lacking even basic life skills. How foolish. The sensation of an electric shock should at least result in some degree of numbness. Enel was infuriated, deeming this to be beyond foolishness. Yet, it appeared that he had encountered a peculiar individual who was seemingly unaffected by his lightning. Was it possible that this fellow was feigning ignorance, possessing strength that surpassed even that of Colonel Arlong? The mere thought sent a shiver down Enel's spine, making him feel somewhat uneasy. There was indeed a tingling sensation, almost pleasant in its own way. However, I have consumed the Gomu no Mi, granting me unique abilities as well. Luffy wore an innocent expression, exclaiming Gomu no, as his arm elongated and struck towards Enel. Enel's eyes widened slightly in surprise. The opponent's arm truly had extended. Yet, with such a soft fist and a slow attack, did he truly underestimate me? Boom! In a flash, Enel did not retreat, but instead launched a counterattack, seizing Luffy's wrist. Channeling his electric power, the lightning coursed through his grip, transforming into a terrifying heat. Luffy cried out in agony, feeling as if his wrist was being scorched, unable to break free from Enel's grip. Consequently, his other arm extended, aiming to strike Enel once more. Upon witnessing this, Enel smirked, releasing his hold and dodging to the side. So, your body seems impervious to my divine lightning. Nonetheless, this god can still easily subdue you. Enel was confident that a single strike of lightning would inflict real damage upon his opponent. Just then, Arlong made his entrance. Hey, Enel, do you know what you're doing? At the same time, Arlong delivered a kick aimed at the side of Enel's head. Enel quickly transformed his head into a form of light or heat to counter Arlong's strike. Boom! In an instant, Enel was sent flying hundreds of meters. Despite his best efforts to defend himself, his head spinning from the impact, Arlong arrived swiftly, his expression serious. Today I shall teach you a lesson. Remember, if you possess overwhelming strength under my command, you should conclude battles swiftly rather than dawdling and allowing your opponent any chance to breathe. Do you understand? Arlong's gaze pierced into Enel's. Why, yes, I understand, Enel stammered, filled with trepidation. Internally, he was shocked. Despite activating his observation haki, he had failed to sense Arlong's sudden appearance, nor had he been able to evade the attack. Good. Now watch closely what it means to end things quickly. With that, Arlong vanished in an instant, reappearing right in front of Luffy, who was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Had he encountered that scoundrel Arlong again? Just as Luffy finished his thoughts, Arlong appeared and kicked him over 1,000 meters away. Luffy lost consciousness mid-flight. Enel was once again astonished. That lightning speed was indeed one of his abilities, yet it had been appropriated by Colonel Arlong, who seemed to wield it even more effectively. This realization struck him hard. However, that kick had been brutal. Just witnessing it was painful. Meanwhile, Marshal D, Teach, and Ace happened to cross paths. The atmosphere was tense, both sides on high alert. But as Luffy was kicked towards them, both became wary. Ace's eyes widened as he recognized Luffy, urgently helping him up and applying pressure to the Rinzone point, bringing Luffy back from his unconscious state. Luffy spat out a mouthful of blood, wiping his mouth clean. Ace, it's bad. That scoundrel colonel I mentioned before has also arrived on this island. Humph, just a mere colonel, repeatedly bullying my brother. This is perfect. I shall teach him a lesson. Ace's gaze turned cold as he looked at Teach. Flames enveloped him, and he showed no mercy towards either Arlong or Teach. Teach, if you're still a man, wait here for me. I will first deal with that little colonel, and then we can settle our scores. Ace's voice dripped with menace. Ha ha, Ace. You truly have the audacity. I'll be here waiting, but I suggest you don't get caught by the Navy, as you're now my target. Teach laughed mockingly, showing no fear of Ace or any Navy colonel. He had heard nothing of the Navy's arrival and had no intention of fleeing. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, Enel appeared before them. Within moments, he stood between Ace and Teach, his gaze fixed on Ace. Do you wish to teach me a lesson? Chapter 96, The Ability to Absorb, Ensuring Momonosuke's Suffering. You're the scoundrel who bullies my brother, aren't you? Fire Fist, Ace frowned, clearly displeased. In a flash, Enel appeared beside Ace, delivering a horizontal kick aimed at Ace's neck. Ace's pupils contracted, his body tensing as he sensed the incredible speed. Thankfully, he activated his observation haki, managing to react just in time to block the attack. Bang! However, the immense force behind Enel's kick shattered Ace's wrist, causing pain to contort his face. His entire body was sent hurtling backward, demolishing several dilapidated buildings in the process. Luffy watched in horror as Ace was severely injured by a single blow, his eyes beginning to swell with tears. But before Luffy could react, Enel teleported in front of him, delivering a slap that knocked out several of Luffy's teeth, leaving him dazed and unconscious. Stubborn fool, Enel scoffed, dismissing Luffy after effortlessly dealing with him. He then turned his attention to the restless Marshal D, Teach, and his crew, who were stunned by the display of power. Was this truly a Navy colonel? The strength and speed exhibited were equivalent to that of a vice admiral, perhaps even a top-tier one. Fire Fist Ace was no weakling, with a bounty of over 500 million berries, yet he had been unable to withstand a casual strike from this colonel. Teach and his crew felt the weight of caution settle upon them. Under Enel's scrutinizing gaze, they instinctively took a few steps back, sensing an impending flight. Marshal D, Teach, will you pirates surrender, or do you intend to struggle together? Enel's piercing gaze advanced as he approached Teach and his crew. Teach felt a sense of dread wash over him, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent. Colonel, we do not wish to be your enemies. In fact, we are prepared to assist in capturing Ace for you. Teach spoke with a hidden malice, appearing exceedingly cautious, as though ready to strike if Enel made a move. As Enel continued forward, he suddenly teleported in front of Teach, delivering a slap that sent Teach flying several dozen meters away, crashing through multiple buildings. You bastard! Are you looking for death? Beges finally grasped the situation and, in a fit of rage, hurled a punch towards Eren. Eren's gaze sharpened, and with a mere snap of his fingers, he shattered Beges' fist. Ah! Beges cried out in terror, cold sweat pouring down his face. Lafitte, startled, glared with a twisted malice, revealing a perverse intent as he unsheathed his cane sword, vanishing in a flash towards Eren's back. He executed an elegant and suave motion, adjusting his top hat with one hand while sheathing his cane. It seems you're not as formidable as you appear. You did not evade my rapid 10 strikes. Thus your arm is now forfeit. Yet, as Lafitte finished his boast, Eren swiftly seized his head and squeezed with great force. Lafitte's pupils turned white, his body convulsing, his mind enveloped in a haze. Aaron merely manipulated the powers of the cell fruit to incite a chaotic uproar within Lafitte's brain. Upon awakening, this fellow might exhibit symptoms of schizophrenia, though Aaron was unconcerned. He tossed the frothing Lafitte aside, and as for the 10 wounds on his arm, they began to heal at a visibly rapid pace upon his command. The blood that should have flowed was contained. Without his permission, even a severed limb would not bleed. "You monster! What have you done to Lafitte?" Seeing Lafitte's pitiful state, Beijis clenched his other fist, enveloping it in armament hockey, and launched a surprise attack. Aaron turned, effortlessly grasping Beijis' fist and unleashing the power of cellular degradation. Despite Beijis' enhanced defense, he could not withstand the potency of Aaron's ability. Within moments, his once sturdy fist began to rot, blood gushing forth, revealing gruesome bone beneath. "Oh, my hand! My hand!" Beijis shrieked in horror at the sight, attempting to break free. Yet Aaron's grip was unyielding. Seeing this, Poison Q, with a pallid visage, released a dark aura as he seized Aaron's wrist with his mottled, sickly hand. "Release him, or you shall pay a dire price," he rasped. Aaron's eyes turned icy as he observed Poison Q channeling the powers of his disease fruit into his hand. The power was intriguing, and he loosened his hold on Beijis' mangled arm, swiftly grasping Poison Q by the throat. "Is this the ability of your disease fruit? Fascinating. I have heard it can transform men into women. Yes? I believe this ability could be quite useful for Momonosuke. After all, a swift death would be too merciful. He must suffer. How do you know this so well?" Poison Q gasped, astonished. His power had never been disclosed, known only to his allies. I shall take this ability for myself." A hint of madness flickered in Aaron's eyes. Harnessing the powers of the cell fruit, he activated both cellular absorption and immunity. Poison Q was engulfed in disbelief and terror as he felt his own fruit's power being voraciously siphoned away. What strange ability is this? It resembles Captain Teach's, yet is undoubtedly far more terrifying. What are you doing to me?" Poison Q was now utterly unsettled, feeling as though his very essence was being drained. Aaron ignored him, intensifying the speed of absorption as his cells had already developed immunity to the threat posed by the disease ability. Poison Q convulsed violently, and within 30 seconds, all vitality was siphoned from him, leaving him on the brink of death. Aniru, watching Aaron's battle, perceived the shadows of dread. This method is too horrifying. Just recently, he had absorbed all of Aniru's lightning power, taking days for him to regain even a fraction of it. "TSK, what a waste. Is this truly all the power you possess?" Aaron disdainfully discarded Poison Q, noting that the stored disease power was far less than the lightning he had siphoned from Aniru. Fortunately, this meager amount of disease power would suffice for transforming Momonosuke into a woman. Suddenly, several hundred meters away, spirals of flames shot into the sky, forming a colossal fireball. This was Ace's ultimate move, the Great Flame Ring. Ace began to stride towards Aaron, an unprecedented oppressive aura emanating from him. Martial Teach, sensing this, altered his expression, glancing at his incapacitated allies on the ground before making a decision. "Ace, let us set aside our differences for now and join forces to eliminate this bastard. If you do not speak, I shall take it as agreement." Martial Teach was astute, preferring to leverage the strength of others to fulfill his ambitions. Teach sensed that Aaron wielded a fruit of incredible power, far exceeding his comprehension. He was filled with greed. He must possess this fruit. Teach laughed heartily, dark energy radiating from him as his hand was enveloped in shadows. With a powerful strike to the ground, darkness spread outward, consuming everything it touched, akin to a miniature black hole. At this moment, fire and darkness surged towards Aaron simultaneously. With a smirk, Aaron ignited himself, shedding his garments to reveal a well-toned physique. He inhaled deeply, activating cellular awakening and releasing his domain, which extended over 3,000 meters. He then unleashed the technique of cellular absorption. In an imperceptible manner, this force pervaded the entire domain, voraciously absorbing Teach's dark power, Ace's flame power, and even Aniru's lightning. Keeping Aniru around was intentional, as Eren intended to use him as a battery to recharge his lightning. Colonel Eren, please spare me. I truly do not wish to be consumed. It is terrifying. Aniru, frightened, transformed into lightning and hastily fled the scene. Chapter 97. Absorbing powers, stamina, and vitality. Seeing this, Teach and Ace became gravely concerned. Their abilities were being devoured by the enemy. As Eren continued to absorb, his cellular abilities swiftly grew immune to Teach's dark fruit. Meanwhile, Ace's fire abilities were easily consumed, proving to be a trivial challenge. A monster. He is even more monstrous than I, Ace declared. We must join forces and end this quickly. If he manages to absorb all the powers we release, it will pose a grave danger to us. Teach was alarmed and spoke hastily. I know, Ace replied impatiently, then added, You had best not harm my brother Luffy. He lies with you. Rest assured, our common enemy is this Marine Colonel. Teach responded. In the next moment, both launched a powerful assault on Eren. Boom! The might of the Great Flame Ring descended upon Eren, while Teach accelerated his absorption of the dark power. The two forces rapidly enveloped Eren entirely. Ha ha ha! Have we succeeded? The audacity of that scoundrel was truly astounding. Tiki, confident in his ability of the Inen fruit, believed that even if his powers were absorbed, he would surely overwhelm his opponent, leaving them with no means of escape. Ace, sensing something amiss, stepped cautiously toward the center amidst the towering flames. Uncertain if he posed a threat to his adversary, he felt compelled to verify it personally. Above, on a flying vessel soaring a kilometer high, Nami, Robin, and Jiraiya observed the battle below. Why isn't our brother fighting back? It seems as though he is allowing those two formidable forces of destruction to engulf him. One remarked with concern. Indeed, I worry for our brother, echoed another. However, Kagaya and Konis were reassured. Fear not, our brother is invincible. His recent display of devouring their abilities indicates his body has become immune to their powers. Thus, he remains unscathed. His lack of retaliation is merely a strategy to immerse himself further, allowing the onslaught of their strength to intensify. This way, he can more gratifyingly absorb a greater influx of external energy, Kagaya stated with a playful smile. Indeed, Ailuin's mastery over the abilities of the Cell Devil Fruit has reached a level beyond our comprehension, enabling him to absorb numerous Devil Fruit powers for his own use. The only pity is that he cannot absorb Jiraiya's Kankank Fruit ability. Otherwise, he could wield her powers as well. Jiraiya crossed her arms, feeling a tinge of disappointment. She had a fondness for Ailuin and wished for him to possess more of her essence. Not just her being, but her abilities as well. Ailuin can absorb my powers. On that day, I let him absorb so much, Kagaya said, her cheeks flushed with happiness. Her ability, derived from the slippery fruit, produced a slick substance that Ailuin could directly absorb into his body, storing it within his cells. Kagaya, hearing you say that makes us quite envious. But do remember to save some for us. Our fair, supple skin relies on you, Yunk said, taking Kagaya's soft hand with utmost seriousness. Indeed, it has been proven that Kagaya's fruit ability has provided us with remarkable benefits. My skin has become significantly fairer over the past few days, Nico Robin said gratefully, her eyes fixed on Kagaya. One could not deny the slippery fruit's capacity had indeed aided her, its efficacy surpassing that of countless bath products. Kagaya, taken aback by the compliments, felt a rush of warmth, as if she had been cherished by her companions. Rest assured, even if Ailuin absorbs a considerable amount, my powers will remain intact and will replenish each day. The group of enchanting women continued their cheerful banter, fully confident that Ailuin would emerge unscathed from the turmoil below. What? Ace arrived at the battlefield's epicenter, witnessing Ailuin, though besieged by flames and the Inen powers, remained unscathed and grinned at him. Ace felt a chill run down his spine. What manner of creature was this? Upon further inspection, Ace furrowed his brow, sensing Ailuin was preparing for something. Unable to strike back, thus, he unleashed a fiery punch toward Ailuin. Ailuin regarded this with disdain. Countless bones erupted from the ground, ensnaring both Ace and Tiki within a confined space. Ace's fist struck the bones, yielding no effect. Instead, pain radiated from his hand. After several futile attempts, he realized these bones were significantly harder than steel. However, he observed the bones rapidly merging, seemingly intent on sealing him within. Not daring to underestimate the situation, Ace opted for elemental transformation and swiftly escaped. Meanwhile, Tiki was not so fortunate. Although his Inin fruit was of a natural type, it could not achieve elemental transformation. The Inin powers were ineffectual against Ailuin's bones, which boasted a hardness exceeding that of steel by over 100-fold. He could only watch helplessly as the bone cage fused completely, trapping him within its confines. On the other side, Ace managed to escape the bone prison through elemental transformation, realizing he was no match for Ailuin, and chose to flee with Luffy. As Ace approached, intending to grab the unconscious Luffy and make their escape, several skeletal limbs slithered out from beneath Luffy, ensnaring Ace entirely. In that moment, Ace's eyes widened with fear. He had failed to achieve elemental transformation. Simultaneously, the surrounding flames and Inin powers were being voraciously absorbed by Ailuin, as though he were a leviathan consuming water. Moments earlier, Ailuin had refrained from such extensive absorption due to the saturation of energy within his cells. He had taken time to undergo cell division, multiplying from over 60 billion cells to more than 180 billion. This process allowed him to convert much of the previously stored external energy into usable energy for cellular division, including solar thermal energy, Enel's lightning, and the recently absorbed flames and Inin powers. As for the powers of the disease fruit and slippery fruit, Ailuin had opted not to expend them. With the increase to over 180 billion cells, Ailuin felt a qualitative enhancement in his overall vitality. He felt rejuvenated, brimming with explosive energy. His abilities to absorb, immunize, assimilate, and even enhance his physical strength had all multiplied manifold. Ailuin sensed he could potentially live for several hundred years, meaning that mastering cellular division not only bolstered one's foundational combat prowess, but also offered the promise of immortality. However, this process consumed a significant amount of energy. Fortunately, Ailuin could store energy within his cells by absorbing the powers of all things, subsequently converting it into the energy he required. After a brief interval, Ailuin's body had consumed the Inin and flame energies permeating the surroundings. Behind him, 6 or 7 bony spurs, resembling weapons, tightly bound Ace, Luffy, Tiki by his poison Q, and Lafitte in midair. Tiki, Ace, and Bias looked on in horror. What kind of devil fruit user are you? Tiki asked, his face pale. He could not fathom that such an ability existed which he had never encountered. This fruit not only forcibly absorbed abilities but also manipulated the bones within his body, alongside many other capabilities he could not comprehend. Ailuin disregarded their inquiries, taking a deep breath as he began to absorb their abilities through the bones entwined around them. Even their stamina and vitality were being relentlessly siphoned away. A chorus of anguished cries echoed in the air. Amidst their terror, they suffered the excruciating pain of being drained. Tiki's and an energy, Ace's flame energy, and Poison Q's disease energy were all being consumed. The others found only their stamina and vitality being steadily depleted. Regrettably, Ailuin was currently unable to effectively absorb all the energies from the devil fruits. For instance, the energy of Luffy's fruit cannot be devoured by him. Chapter 98, Cellular Division, can extend life to 300 years. A few minutes later, those under his control through bones had their energy, stamina, and vitality siphoned away significantly. Eren merely ensured that they would not perish. Teach, Ace, and the others all exhibited weak breaths, devoid of any capacity for resistance. To recuperate, they would require at least several days. Subsequently, Eren casually discarded them onto the ground and snapped his fingers, initiating a cellular-style fireworks explosion above. The naval soldiers waiting on the shore swiftly approached to clean up the battlefield. Upon seeing the pirates sprawled on the ground like a puddle of mud, their respect for Eren's power intensified. They secured them with sea-stone handcuffs and maintained strict supervision. Aaron offered a pointed reminder before returning to the flying vessel hovering a kilometer high. Nami, Robin, and others surrounded him, expressing their concern. Brother Lewin, are you all right? However, their beauty flushed a rosy hue, appearing exceptionally charming, seemingly influenced by Aaron's charisma, rendering them weak in the knees. Although he bore no injuries, the backlash of his fruit's power would henceforth be over threefold in strength. Aaron gazed ardently at the beautiful women before him. He was neither exaggerating nor boasting. The enhancement was indeed over 3 times greater. The number of cells in his body had increased more than threefold, resulting in a corresponding surge of hormonal factors, surpassing the strength of ordinary individuals by over 100-fold. Thus now, standing so close, even a mere smile from Aaron could cause Nami and the others to feel euphoric. Their legs weak and their bodies languid. Even the slightly older women, Hinata and Robin, found themselves unable to resist Aaron's aura, their breaths quickening involuntarily. They were utterly captivated, as if their bodies possessed a mind of their own, yearning to entwine with Aaron in a fervent and profound manner. With alluring, peacock-like eyes, they gazed at him. Brother Lewin, you seem even more handsome and alluring. I share that sentiment. It feels as if my entire demeanor has elevated. I feel somewhat unworthy of you. Nicole, Robin admitted shyly. To be honest, I have elevated my life level, and I will elevate you all in due time. Aaron was well aware that the enhancement of his aura stemmed from the tripling of his cellular count, granting him the potential to live for at least 300 years. This equated to an elevation in his life level, akin to the disparity in aura between humans and deities. The beautiful women were suddenly captivated, growing increasingly fond of Aaron. Let us proceed. I require your assistance. Aaron's voice resonated with an alluring magnetism. Upon hearing this, Nami and the others found themselves unable to resist, displaying a demeanor of obedience and compliance. After several days of blissful contentment, Aaron finally felt at ease, both physically and mentally. As for Nami, Robin, and Hinata, now thoroughly entranced, they lay languidly in their respective chambers, utterly fatigued, reluctant to rise. They would need several days of sleep to recover. The phone worm rang again. Previously, Aaron had not answered, but now that he had concluded his matters, he picked it up. What is it? Colonel Aaron, we have finally reached you. Marshal Sengoku requests your immediate return to the Navy headquarters. Do you know the specific reason? Aaron inquired of Lieutenant De Xiong on the other end. Apologies, Colonel Aaron, but Marshal Sengoku did not provide further details. All right, I understand. We shall return to the Navy headquarters. However, our course has not deviated, has it? No. We are still on track, but we will pass through the Devil's Triangle Sea in about an hour. Understood. Let us maintain this direction. Aaron hung up the phone worm, pondering the Devil's Triangle. Perhaps he could conveniently capture Moria. However, he decided to first return to the Navy headquarters. Shortly after, the phone worm rang again. This time from Ji Yuan. Aaron, have you missed me? If you were by my side, I would ensure you would not want to get up. How bold of you to be so direct. Are you not concerned someone might overhear? Rest assured, there is no one nearby. It is quiet. Aaron chuckled, knowing the beautiful women were resting in their rooms, exhausted from 3 consecutive days of work. By the way, Ji Yuan, has something happened at the headquarters that prompted Sengoku to summon me back? Oh, I just wanted to remind you. Sister, he has become aware of our situation, and she also knows about you and the peacock. It seems she instructed Sengoku to call you back to the Navy headquarters. Ji Yuan could not help but chuckle, seemingly eager to witness how Aaron would explain himself to Sister He. Cough. Will she not be furious with me? Aaron felt a jolt of apprehension. It would indeed be challenging to explain to He, given that he had taken both her granddaughter and sister. However, this information was undoubtedly leaked by Vice Admiral Karp, which was utterly unacceptable. He lamented that he should have taught Karp a stern lesson last time, draining him of his hockey. Do not worry. I will intervene on your behalf. Ji Yuan suddenly expressed her concern. But it seems your courage has diminished. You should have anticipated this when dealing with the peacock. Ji Yuan, are you implying you are feeling jealous? To be honest, a little, but it's fine. After all, the fertile water should not flow to outsiders. If someone benefits, it should be you. Your thoughts unexpectedly bring me joy. Aaron laughed. It's good that you understand, but return soon. You've been away for so long. It's time for you to fulfill your responsibilities to me. Ji Yuan lamented, but to Aaron's ears, it sounded like a playful pout. Understood. I will seek you out immediately upon my return, ensuring you are unable to leave your quarters for several days. After hanging up the phone worm, Aaron refrained from disturbing Nami and the others' rest. Instead, he made his way to the warship. Over the course of 3 days, Teach Ace and Poison Q had regained some of their fruit powers. Upon Aaron's arrival, Teach and the others regarded him with fear akin to encountering a demon. Ace, however, threatened angrily that he would not let Aaron off easily. As allies of Luffy, they vowed to defeat him sooner or later. Aaron dismissed them with disdain, offering no words, and directly absorbed the recently regained powers of the three. In no time, they were once again drained. Bastard, you demon, may you meet a terrible fate. Ace's face turned pale, his voice weak. What fate? I live more abundantly than anyone else. As for you, it seems you may not have the opportunity. With that parting remark, he departed. An hour later, as the warship neared the Devil's Triangle Sea, Aaron instructed them to navigate around it, avoiding deep entry. However, he returned to the flying vessel, entering the aerial region of the Devil's Triangle Sea, where darkness enveloped the area and the compass lost its magnetic direction. Nevertheless, Aaron activated Cellular Awakening. The range of Cellular Awakening has now expanded to a radius of 10,000 meters. With this extensive perception, progress has become remarkably smooth. However, after delving deeper for half an hour, Aaron sensed the presence of a life form ahead. Could it be that the world government is indeed concealing some secrets here? Chapter 99. The transformation of him into a dragon as a traveler. Aaron has long suspected that the Devil's Triangle's sailing domain harbors unspeakable secrets. In the original work, 3 enormous silhouettes appeared in this treacherous sea. However, he speculated that these were not monstrous creatures, but rather projections cast from above. The source of these shadows, he felt, bore a striking resemblance to the form of Lord M. If it truly is I'm, then the timing of this appearance in the Devil's Triangle aligns closely with the moments depicted in the original narrative. Intriguing indeed. Aaron leapt into the air, soaring 5,000 meters high. Within his perception, life forms emerged within this altitude range. At 5,000 meters, a massive flying vessel lay hidden within the black mist, occupied by 3 individuals. Suddenly, they sensed someone approaching. Who could it be? Among them, a middle-aged woman clad in knightly attire, still possessing an alluring charm, erupted in a circle of blue flames as she charged into the dense fog. Yet, in the next instant, she was struck back by a fist imbued with lightning, blood staining the corner of her mouth. Aaron's languid voice echoed, "Ah, how marvelous this place is, yet your vigilance is sorely lacking." With that, he burst through the clouds, his feet treading upon the void, unleashing a powerful wave that dispersed the clouds within a radius of hundreds of meters. He beheld 3 figures, 2 clad in black knight uniforms, 1 male and 1 female, and a leading woman adorned with a tall crown and a flowing red cape that enveloped her entirely, exuding an air of noble elegance and icy detachment. In that moment, Aaron understood. 2 belonged to the Order of the Divine Knights, while the other was undoubtedly him. What lay beneath them must be the formidable weapon capable of obliterating the kingdom of Luyuosha. Naval Colonel? The man wielding a knight's sword stared at Aaron in disbelief. You cannot be mistaken. I am indeed a colonel of the naval headquarters. But who are the 3 of you? Pirates? And what is that colossal object beneath your feet? Is it connected to the countless ships that have mysteriously vanished in the Devil's Triangle over the years? Aaron crossed his arms, unperturbed in the face of the 3. His current strength instilled him with confidence. Having devoured so many dark powers from Blackbeard Teach, he could now unleash dark abilities. In terms of physical prowess, he felt assured that none could surpass him, unless him could transform into a dragon and wield the powers of one, which would indeed give him pause. Otherwise, no human strength could pose a threat. Just as Aaron finished his inquiry, a wave of murderous intent, almost suffocating, descended upon him. However, it was but a fleeting moment. As he activated his cellular respiration technique, he felt utterly unencumbered. Kill him, Im commanded. Understood. The The two members of the Order of the Divine Knights sprang into action. One, enveloped in flames, likely an awakened Zoan-type devil fruit user, exhibiting some degree of flight, launched a blade towards Aaron. The other, standing firm, unleashed a powerful sword strike, the blade gleaming ominously. "How dare you defy the Navy? Clearly, you are not virtuous souls, and I shall not show you any mercy," Aaron scoffed, choosing not to reveal their identities. He sensed that doing so might lead to a dire confrontation. Yet, he could not help but admire Im's beauty. The potent hormones within him stirred restlessly. If only he could control Im and claim her, it would be an exhilarating conquest. With his fists clenched, Aaron was eager to test the limits of his newfound strength. Thus, he faced the dual assault from the Divine Knights, blocking their attacks with his arms. The force of their strikes resonated through him, sending him staggering back several meters before he regained his footing. Yet, the resilience of his bones remained unshaken by their might. "Is that all you've got? Now it's my turn." Aaron perceived their combat abilities to be akin to that of a vice admiral, hardly a cause for concern. In an instant, his cells surged with energy, and he unleashed a surge of lightning to aid his movement. With blinding speed, he appeared before the female Divine Knight. "My lady, you seem far too captivating to be an ordinary pirate." "What?" Her pupils widened in shock at his incredible speed, noticing the lightning emanating from him. Could he be a user of the natural-type thunderfruit? Without a trace of compassion, Aaron delivered a punch imbued with conqueror's haki. She raised her blades in defense. But the force of his strike was overwhelming, sending her hurtling hundreds of meters away. In that moment, the weapon in her hands trembled as pain coursed through her arms, leaving her utterly astonished. How could a mere naval colonel possess such formidable strength? Is he possessed by Vice Admiral Garp? But it was clear that he was not. "You seek death," the other middle-aged man exclaimed, leaping into the air, his knight's blade raised high, cleaving through the sky with a massive arc. Aaron unleashed two bone spikes from his body, crossing them to block the incoming strike. Sparks flew as metal clashed against bone. "What?" The man was incredulous, unable to believe that his attack had been thwarted. The hardness was astonishing. It felt as if he had struck bone. But what kind of devil fruit ability was this? Aaron offered no reply. At that moment, Im, who had remained passive until now, finally made her move. She pointed a finger, launching a shadowy arrow towards Aaron. As Aaron's cells awakened, the entire 10,000-meter radius was under his acute perception. In an instant, he projected another bone spike from his back to intercept the arrow. Upon collision, a burst of sparks erupted, yet Aaron was propelled back several meters, struggling to maintain his balance upon the void. "Huh, it seems your strength far surpasses that of the two. How intriguing. I relish the opportunity to capture the king before the thief." Aaron resolved to test Im's capabilities. Activating his lightning speed, he landed atop the massive object. Im unleashed a barrage of black arrows in an attempt to intercept him, but Aaron's speed was too swift, allowing him to evade them effortlessly. Meanwhile, the two Divine Knights resumed their assault. "You two are quite bothersome," Aaron remarked as he unleashed a torrent of lightning, paralyzing them in an instant, but it was but a fleeting moment. Aaron's bone spurs pierced through their bodies, and the spurs were barbed, causing them to hesitate in their attempts to break free. Aaron merely activated his cellular phagocytosis ability, continuously absorbing their vitality and blood essence. In less than 10 seconds, they lost their combat capabilities and were finally released. At that moment, Im completed her transformation, revealing herself as a dark red giant dragon, adorned with wings and engulfed in flames, distorting the surrounding void. Suddenly, she swung her tail, sending Aaron flying. The impact felt akin to being struck by a mountain. Aaron sensed an overwhelming force. This was the power of the dragon, likely surpassing even that of a giant. Im, now a dragon stretching 500 to 600 meters, spread her wings wide, and with a gentle flap, she darted towards Aaron like a streak of black light. Chapter 100, Making Him His Woman. Im's speed was astonishing, and in an instant, she caught up with Aaron, her colossal claws gripping him powerfully, intent on crushing him. Flames scorched Aaron, but while the fire posed no threat, the formidable power of the dragon caused his flesh to tear. This, however, did not concern Aaron. as a user of the cellular fruit ability, he could easily regenerate his flesh. The only fear he had was the hardness of his bones, which even Im's dragon strength could not overcome. Hey, I say, if you wish to crush me, then you're merely dreaming. Also, I do not enjoy being handled by anyone, so might you release me? Aaron's calm voice echoed. To be honest, you appeared more pleasing before your transformation. This dragon form of yours is rather disappointing. Upon hearing this, Im's eyes turned crimson. Had she been teased? Had her beauty been coveted? Enraged, dark red arcs of electricity surged from her body, unleashing her overwhelming conqueror's haki. The force within her claws intensified explosively, and at that moment, even Aaron felt a sense of pressure, as if his bones might be crushed. He could only manipulate the lubricant stored in his cells to easily escape. This was a capability he had absorbed during his previous exchange with Koya. When this lubricant was secreted, it could approach zero friction. Thus, the harder Im tried to destroy Aaron with her claws, the less effective her force became. Aaron slipped away like an eel. In a flash, he found himself atop Im's dragon head, tightly grasping her horn. Im roared in fury, attempting to toss Aaron aside, but he clung to her as if rooted. Engulfed herself in raging flames, but Aaron instead ignited with pure solar flame. In that moment, the two powers clashed, neither able to overcome the other. Im dove down, landing on a dark, sunless island, and aimed her dragon head to smash against a massive rock, hoping to crush Aaron. Yet, Aaron remained steadfast, as if he were anchored. Stop struggling. In your dragon form, you hold no advantage over me, Aaron remarked, a bold thought crossing his mind. Im truly was stunning, a paragon of beauty, alluring and noble. If he could win her over, the world government would surely bend to his will. Aaron always believed that through constant interaction, he could make anyone fall hopelessly in love with him. Thus, he unleashed an explosion of hormonal factors from every cell in his body. A surge of tangible, blood-like hormonal essence erupted from Aaron, quickly enveloping the front half of Im's body. As a dragon, her breath was powerful, and she instinctively inhaled a great deal of it. Im was acutely sensitive to this force. The robust hormonal essence overwhelmed her, and she immediately recognized its scent. You disgusting creature, what vile substance are you releasing? Im zitet, fanning away the hormonal essence with her dragon wings. Nevertheless, the air within a radius of thousands of meters was thick with Aaron's scent, causing him to absorb a significant amount of his essence, triggering a reaction within her body. She felt a fever, not from flames, but from a burning desire. You filthy, despicable fiend, I shall kill you. Im's enormous dragon eyes blazed crimson, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire upon the sea, creating a billowing cloud of steam. In an instant, Im reached the ocean's surface, hoping to dissipate the effects of Aaron's essence through the steam. Yet, she underestimated the terrifying potency of his essence, over 100 times that of a human's. It's futile. Your heart is already in disarray, even if you hold your breath. You cannot escape the influence of this power entering your body. The hormonal essence Aaron released could be controlled, as it was a tangible form of cellular matter, incredibly fine, merely solidified due to its density. Under Aaron's manipulation, the essence burrowed directly into Im's body. Im, transformed into a dragon, was so vast that it was effortless for the essence to penetrate her. In that instant, she felt increasingly troubled. She could hardly resist the urge. What a joke! Having been single for over 8 centuries, and having only ever loved another woman, Lily, she now found herself attracted to this being. At that moment, she longed to dive into the sea, but as a user of the devil fruit, she dared not. I shall tear you to pieces. Abruptly reverted to her human form, finally freeing herself from Aaron's grasp. Aaron was momentarily speechless, left with only a couple of strands of red hair. Yet, he had indeed been clutching Im's horns. Im, with her majestic dragon wings, maintained her alluring figure as she flew through the void. Aaron observed Im's rosy cheeks, clearly affected by his hormonal essence. However, her figure was striking, perfectly curvaceous and undeniably impressive. In her dragon woman form, she was both fierce and beautiful. Aaron couldn't help but swallow hard. Im's beauty surpassed even that of the Empress. Her aura was impeccable, befitting an immortal. Seeing the fiery gaze Aaron directed at her, Im's fury boiled over. It was the first time someone dared to covet her body, and it was a death wish. She immediately unleashed her domain, a realm of illusion where mist swirled. Within this space, she could confuse her opponent's perception, making it difficult to detect her presence. Though the domain only extended a radius of over 800 meters. Compared to Aaron's cellular awakening domain, it was pathetically weak. Since Aaron's cellular awakening had increased his cell count by over 18 billion, his domain now spanned a vast 10,000 meters. In the next moment, Im appeared behind Aaron, launching a heart-piercing attack. However, Aaron remained unaffected by her illusions or her speed. With a smirk, skeletal armor emerged from his back. The clash between Im's dragon claws and Aaron's skeletal armor produced dazzling sparks. Aaron seized this opportunity to release a copious amount of hormonal factors. Although Im evaded initially, she still inhaled a breath of it, which intensified her discomfort. Seizing the moment of Im's distraction, Aaron unleashed his subtle abilities, enveloping Im within their grasp. Im immediately sensed an alluring pull, coupled with a sensation that restrained her powers. At that moment, Aaron approached him, reaching out towards her. "You are so beautiful. If you would consider being my woman, I might contemplate overlooking your earlier offense against me." He spoke slowly, his presence saturated with a potent hormonal aura. "How dare you insult me?" Im retorted furiously, unleashing a terrifying wave of conqueror's haki, sending a palm crashing towards Aaron, distorting the very fabric of space. Aaron deftly dodged, simultaneously snapping his fingers. Instantly, a vast array of cellular explosions erupted, releasing a deluge of hormonal essence. Im, caught in the midst of it, found herself overwhelmed, desperate to flee to avoid an impending catastrophe. Yet, Aaron would not allow her escape. Now that he had stumbled upon Im's secret, he had no intention of letting her slip away. Instead, he resolved to escalate the situation, daring to transform Im into his own woman, perhaps even winning her genuine affection in the process. Thus, Aaron pursued her relentlessly, manipulating the cellular factors to heighten Im's primal desires. "You wretched man, I will not let you off easily," Im cried, feeling a conflagration of longing within her, a novel sensation of fear blossoming in her heart. You possess quite the composure for a woman. If it were another beauty in your stead, she would have succumbed long ago. Yet, your resistance only fuels my excitement." Aaron taunted, relentlessly chasing after her. Im felt utterly exasperated, as if she had encountered a madman, but soon she could no longer endure, collapsing upon the desolate island. "What is there to fear? To be my woman should bring you joy," Aaron declared, advancing step by step. Im retreated unsteadily, her face a mask of dread. "You, do not come any closer. As long as you do not lay a hand on me, I can fulfill your other desires," she finally confessed, fear gripping her tightly. Her state was one of overwhelming desire. Should Aaron draw near and touch her, she feared she would be unable to resist any longer. "I desire nothing else but you as a person. Can you grant me that?" Aaron replied, "Of course. If you converse with me just once, I will release you. Otherwise, you shall find it impossible to escape my grasp." As he spoke, he unleashed a fearsome wave of hormonal factors, enveloping him entirely. At this moment, resisting was futile. These factors, under Aaron's control, burrowed into Im's very being, rendering her incapable of defense. "You will not escape unscathed." Im's face flushed, filled with anxiety and terror, unable to fathom the events that were about to unfold. Yet, as she beheld Aaron's relentless advance, her body began to betray her, softening in response to his approach. Indeed, there existed an undeniable allure between the sexes. With a slight smirk, Aaron activated his super speed, instantly closing the distance to embrace him, her form delicate and fragile in his grasp. "Ah, you seek your demise. Release me at once. What is your filthy hand doing?" Im exclaimed, startled. "Is that so? Yet your resistance seems feeble, and your body appears increasingly compliant before me. Given your intense reactions, could it be that you are an untouched maiden, preserving your purity? If that is the case, I have stumbled upon a tremendous fortune. I shall ensure your utmost happiness, Aaron declared, cradling Im in his arms. Though Im's mind was clouded, a flicker of rationality remained, yet her body surrendered to its desires, even responding eagerly to Aaron's advances. Filled with indignation, she found it incomprehensible that a mere naval officer could ensnare her, a dignified sovereign of the Void Throne. Despite the officer's formidable strength, his methods were despicably vile. Driven by a malevolent heart, do not lay a finger on me, or I will ensure that your entire family, indeed everyone from your hometown, meets their doom, Im threatened, her voice weak yet fierce as she clenched her beautiful silver teeth. Huh, you dare to threaten me? It seems you require a proper lesson. Let me assure you, I am quite formidable. Aaron chuckled at Im's final defiance, dismissing her threats with a wave of his hand. He had encountered many beautiful women, each with their own personalities, and in time, they all came to adore him. Do you know who I am? Im's voice softened, her face flushed with desire, her gaze sultry. Yet deep within, a fragment of reason urged her to resist, lest she succumb to the vile man before her. She attempted to declare her noble lineage as a celestial dragon, but Aaron, entranced by her alluring demeanor, silenced her with a kiss, sealing her pleas with his lips. Im struggled with all her might, but found herself utterly powerless, her consciousness fading into oblivion. Hours later, a flying vessel appeared overhead, with voices calling out for Aaron, none other than Nami and her companions. They had recently repelled an attack from 2 members of the Divine Knights, yet upon discovering Aaron's absence, they took to the skies in search of him. Hearing the voices, Im snapped back to reality, urgently attempting to push Aaron away, her demeanor shifting dramatically. You wretched man, you truly have, Im stammered, unable to complete her thought. What is it? Has it been hours, and you still wish to maintain your pretense of dignity? Aaron replied with a nonchalant smile. Yet, he could not deny the undeniable allure of Im, a woman who had preserved her purity for over 8 centuries, captivating him entirely. In truth, he found himself at a loss for words, unable to refute her allure, though he shot her an irritated glance. Well, that was your choice to be despicable. It was not my will. Furthermore, you must hasten to let Mu depart. Should anyone discover her in her current state, she would surely seek vengeance upon you. Mu wishes to keep her existence hidden from others and desires even less for them to witness her present deplorable condition. The urgency in Mu's demeanor is palpable. Aaron sighed, resigned. Well, since she is indeed my woman, I shall naturally consider your feelings. Besides, I previously mentioned that you could leave afterward. Aaron halted and released Mu from his grasp. Mu bit her crimson lip, her vigilance apparent. Turn around quickly and do not look back. Very well. I am truly at a loss with you. Despite our profound understanding, are you truly too shy to allow me a lingering glance? Aaron feigned exasperation as he turned away. Yet inwardly, he reveled in his triumph. Today has been exhilarating. In less than 10 seconds, Mu had completed her transformation and soared away as a colossal dragon, leaving behind a parting remark for Aaron. You scoundrel! Wait and see. I will ensure you pay for this. Aaron chuckled at the sight of Mu's retreating figure. Huh? Does she dare to threaten me? Does she wish to be tamed? Chapter 102. Robin is quite understanding and supportive upon hearing this. Mu was so startled that she nearly plummeted from the sky. However, she soon flew even faster, her heart racing with trepidation. This scoundrel is truly terrifying. If it had not been for the sudden arrival of others, she would have begged for mercy. The mere thought of pleading for mercy now fills Mu with embarrassment. Yet, reflecting on the incident, she finds herself blushing. It seems as though a door to a new world has been opened. She never anticipated that being with a man could bring such happiness and joy. She had once deemed these matters trivial, scoffing at them. Yet now she finds them utterly irresistible. How infuriating that she should think this way. That scoundrel must be poisonous. Mu, regaining her composure, was astounded by her recent thoughts. Her anger surging. That scoundrel has offended me. He has sullied me. Upon returning, I shall devise a way to erase him from this world entirely. Not long after Mu's departure, Aaron returned to the flying vessel. Ah, Brother Lewin, you have finally returned. We were worried you had encountered danger and gone missing. Koya, Cornus, Robin and others rushed over. Rest assured, I merely went to explore this place. Aaron affectionately ruffled Koya and Cornus's hair. However, Gina immediately crossed her arms and pouted. Oof. Aaron, you are not being truthful. Gina can smell another woman's fragrance on you. Upon sniffing, Aaron confirmed that indeed there was a distinct scent reminiscent of lilies. All right, I concede. During my exploration of this region, I encountered an extraordinary beauty and engaged in a fierce battle with her. She was quite formidable. The others instantly understood. Nami and the others glanced around. So, where is this extraordinary beauty? Why hasn't she come out for us to meet her? Nami thought, still skeptical about the claim of an extraordinary beauty. They were determined to see for themselves to be convinced. She has already departed. Your arrival forced our battle to an abrupt end, but she was exceedingly shy, which is unacceptable. I must ensure to have a proper conversation with her in the future, so she cannot remain so bashful. Aaron expressed with a hint of dissatisfaction. Could be the Empress? Gina suddenly inquired, her curiosity piqued. To become an extraordinary beauty. It is likely that only the world-renowned First Beauty, Empress Boa Hancock, could fit the description. No, it is not her. Then who could it be? The others were instantly filled with curiosity. Aaron, naturally, would not disclose Mu's existence to them and deftly shifted the topic. You all seem to be in high spirits once more. How about this? Whoever can endure the longest shall receive my revelation. Aaron's gaze intensified. Nami and the others immediately grew anxious. Run. It truly is going to be disastrous. The group promptly fled in disarray. Aaron stood dumbfounded, filled with a deep sense of resignation. Am I truly that fearsome? I do not devour people. Robin, you are the only one who remains. You have not fled. Upon seeing Robin stay put, Aaron swiftly embraced her. Robin felt herself soften, playfully scolding, Brotherlin, please spare me this time. To be honest, I have yet to recover. Nevertheless, rest assured, regardless of the circumstances, I will still assist you, Brother Lun. Before Aaron could grasp the situation, he noticed Robin squatting before him. Aaron swallowed hard, thinking to himself, good gracious, Robin truly knows how to take care of him. Meanwhile, in the Devil's Triangle Sea, Moonlight Moria stood by the window for quite some time, gazing at the sky, his eyes reflecting profound contemplation. Indeed, there exist formidable entities above. It appears I must devise a method to ascend. After observing some enormous shadows moving for several hours, Moonlight Moria commanded his subordinates to find a way to investigate. The following day, upon waking, Robin felt pain in her jaw. When she saw Aaron, she could not help but shyly lower her head. What is the matter? Aaron inquired with concern. Robin had truly been commendably supportive the previous night. It is nothing, Robin whispered. Really? You cannot conceal it. All right, I understand. It's just that my jaw feels a bit sore. Robin's face flushed crimson. I apologize for causing you trouble. However, I possess the abilities of the cell fruit, granting me the power to heal. If you experience any discomfort, simply inform me, and I shall remedy it. Aaron gently cupped Robin's face, utilizing his optimization ability. Robin felt the warmth of his healing power, and soon the pain in her jaw dissipated. Is it better now? Aaron asked with concern. Yes, it is all better now. Robin smiled shyly, feeling quite embarrassed. Yet, despite this, she found joy in Aaron's concern for her, deeming it all worthwhile. She would do anything to assist Aaron. After breakfast, they returned to the Sabaody archipelago. Aaron arranged for the women to stay on Tree Island number 13. All right, you all should remain here on this tree island and refrain from wandering about until I return. Understood? Here is a transponder snail for you. Contact me if there is any urgent matter. Aaron addressed Koya, Cornus, Nico, Robin, and Nami. Yes, we understand. Koya nodded obediently. Brother Lun, do not worry. I will protect them well, Nami assured him thoughtfully. Very well. I shall return to the Navy headquarters with the peacocks now. Upon returning to the Navy headquarters, Aaron's warship had also made its way back to the inland sea. Lun go. I shall return first to gauge Grandma's thoughts, Conke remarked, feeling a sense of tension after Aaron explained the purpose of their return. All right, but do not be too reckless, Aaron cautioned her. Rest assured, I am no longer a child. I have matured into a full-fledged adult, Conke replied, her cheeks flushing with a hint of admiration for Aaron. Bartholomew, sorrow. Take some of the brothers and covertly protect Koya and the others on Tree Island 13 in the Chambord Archipelago. Understood, Colonel Aaron, Bartholomew replied instantly. Gathering all his comrades from Rotown. Dashyong, you must head to Impel Down and arrange for the capture of Teach and Ace. Very well. But should we also include that rascal Luffy? This time, he must be taught a lesson, so do not concern yourself with Vice Admiral Carp. After all, we are the Navy, and with Luffy associating with Ace, he is undoubtedly a pirate now, Aaron stated solemnly. I understand. At that moment, Shizuyuin was approaching the dock. Earlier, Aaron had communicated with her, informing her of his anticipated return. Aaron, you have finally returned. Shizuyuin exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, I have returned, Aaron said with a slight smile. Noting Shizuyuin's alluring figure, reminiscent of a perfectly ripe peach. So, you finally decided to come back. Why not hurry back home to prepare for my arrival? Shizuyuin whispered seductively in Aaron's ear, playfully pinching his waist. Chapter 103. Carp Silence. Both grandsons captured? Boldly wrapping his arms around Shizuyuin's waist, Aaron chuckled softly. You should be the one to hurry back, all fragrant and waiting for me. By the way, be mentally prepared. You do remember what I mentioned that day, don't you? Feeling flustered in the presence of onlookers, Shizuyuin quickly pushed Aaron away, feigning ignorance. Huh, did you say something last time? I don't recall anything at all. In truth, Shizuyuin was acutely aware of Aaron's implication regarding the days that had kept her confined to her room. Yet, she hesitated to admit that she had been prepared all along. Well, you will find out soon enough. Just to ensure it remains etched in your memory, lest you forget again, Aaron teased, not revealing his understanding. Shizuyuin's face was now flushed, her gaze evasively darting away, clearly aware of his meaning. By the way, I must first meet with Admiral Sengoku to report on the individuals we captured. Indeed, you should go ahead. I will prepare a sumptuous lunch for you. So you will have the energy, Shizuyuin murmured softly, her heart brimming with unprecedented anticipation for her time with Aaron. Your culinary skills are quite remarkable. I have always looked forward to them, Aaron remarked, giving Shizuyuin's ample posterior a playful pat. Stop it. There are many people watching. You shouldn't act this way in public. After all, I am older than you. It makes me quite embarrassed, Shizuyuin protested shyly. All right, I will be more mindful next time. That is more like it. But Aaron, after not seeing you for a while, I've noticed your charm has grown exponentially. Being patted by you brings me immense joy, Shizuyuin said with a smile before running off, her allure lingering in the air, leaving many Navy personnel envious of Aaron's prowess in charming the Vice Admiral. Once Shizuyuin had departed, Aaron made his way into the Navy headquarters building. At that moment, in Admiral Sengoku's office, Carp was also present. Ah, Colonel Aaron, when did you return? Carp chuckled, seated in his chair while munching on senbei. I have just returned, Aaron replied modestly. Well, you seem to have done well, knowing to report to me at the first opportunity, Admiral Sengoku remarked with a slight huff. Both exasperated and impressed with Aaron. Admiral Sengoku, your words leave me quite bewildered. However, I captured a considerable number of pirates on this outing. I must report to you, for these are significant achievements. Aaron was aware of Sengoku's annoyance, likely stemming from the incident involving Admiral Akiji's lost arm. Good heavens, from your tone. It seems you have captured quite a few pirates since I left, Carp expressed with keen interest. Pray tell, who have you apprehended? I have a feeling you will surprise us once more, Sengoku added eagerly. Colonel Aaron, do share the names of the pirates you captured. I will ensure your merits are duly noted, Sengoku encouraged, brimming with anticipation. Aaron had previously captured the infamous Shiki the Golden Lion, providing a significant surprise. Aaron cast a sympathetic glance at Carp, as the captured pirates included Ace and Luffy, both of whom had a direct connection to Carp. What is it? Why are you looking at me like that? I am a Marine Admiral, you know, Sengoku remarked in confusion, sensing an unspoken dilemma. All right, I'll be straightforward. After Vice Admiral Carp left, I passed by an island and discovered a horde of pirates, capturing them all in one fell swoop. Among them were Marshal D, Teach, Fire Fist Ace, and Luffy, totaling 6 individuals. What? You captured Fire Fist Ace? Sengoku exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. He is a rising star among the New World pirates. The 2nd Division commander of the White-Beard Pirates, with a bounty exceeding 500 million berries. Wait, there is also a Luffy? Which Luffy? Sengoku suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, casting a wary glance at Carp. Carp, doesn't your grandson go by the name Luffy? I believe I've heard you mention him, Sengoku queried. Carp, now devoid of appetite for senbei, inhaled deeply, his mind racing with thoughts of the trouble Ace and Luffy had caused him. Little did he expect their capture would occur so swiftly. As their grandfather, Carp harbored a deep concern that they would be ensnared by the Navy while traversing this perilous path. If that were to happen, their lives would be irrevocably altered, for the Navy would never allow them to escape. Especially Ace, whose status as the 2nd Division commander of the White-Beard Pirates rendered him a particularly valuable target. Should the Navy or the world government wish to target Whitebeard, Fire Fist Ace would serve as an optimal bait. Currently, the atmosphere in the New World was fraught with tension, poised to erupt into chaos at any moment. I sincerely hope Ace does not fall into their clutches. Carp thought silently to himself. The Warring States Marshal observed the silence of Carp and concluded that this Luffy must indeed be Carp's grandson. Humph, Carp, as a hero of the Navy headquarters, how could your grandson choose the path of piracy? Is this not a profound dereliction of duty? Have you not instilled in him the principles of our Navy's justice? Otherwise, how could he possibly opt for a life of piracy? Warring States was momentarily consumed by anger. What was he to do now? Surely, he could not simply release Luffy. Carp felt a surge of frustration, but this ire was directed inward. He could not comprehend why his own son had chosen the path of the Revolutionary Army. Moreover, of his 3 grandsons, 2 had become pirates. None had followed in his footsteps to become a righteous Navy officer. Enough of this. I am not asking you to release them. You are the Navy Marshal. Handle the situation as you see fit. They chose their own path and deserve to be captured. Warring States suddenly remembered that Port Gasti, Ace was also Carp's grandson, though not by blood, having been raised by him since childhood. Warring States found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps this was a heavy blow for Carp. Marshal Warring States, Luffy is someone I brought from Windmill Village. I have always been educating him in our ideology. However, he escaped while I was away, and for reasons unknown, he ended up associating with Port Gasti Ace. Nevertheless, Luffy has not committed any crimes, of that I am certain. Therefore, my suggestion is to educate him in our ideology, and he shall be released when he comes to his senses. Eren sought to provide Carp with some hope, lest he suffer the grief of losing both grandsons at once. So, it is as you say. Then let us proceed with Luffy's situation according to your wishes. Warring States' eyes brightened. This was indeed a commendable suggestion. After all, he is Carp's grandson, and as long as he has not committed any grave offenses, it would be unjust to execute him. Focusing on ideological education is the best course of action. Carp, you have heard this. Therefore, as his grandfather, you should counsel him, lest he make a grave mistake in the future. Sigh, this is truly vexing. I need to take a walk. Carp sighed and prepared to visit Impel Down to see Port Gasti, Ace, and Luffy. After he departed, Marshal Warring States turned to Eren and remarked, "You truly are steadfast and incorruptible, capturing both of Carp's grandsons in one fell swoop. Yet, you have done nothing wrong, so do not worry about the consequences." Warring States spoke earnestly. "Indeed, I am aware of that. By the way, you mentioned a pirate named Marshal D. Teach, correct?" "Yes. It seems he was also part of the White-Beard Pirates previously." Chapter 104. Conke. Grandmother, do not confront him. You cannot defeat him. I am aware that according to intelligence, this individual's ambitions are considerable, having concealed himself within the White-Beard Pirates for decades. Furthermore, the devil fruit ability he possesses is quite dangerous. Of course, in stating all this, I acknowledge your significant contributions this time. However, your recent actions have left me quite uneasy. Warring States gazed at Eren with a hint of depth, seemingly expecting him to admit fault to temper his fiery temperament. Eren furrowed his brow slightly and smiled. Marshal Warring States, I have not committed any wrongdoing. Not committed any wrongdoing? I can overlook your direct execution of the colonels in the East Sea, but how do you explain the loss of an arm of Admiral Akiji? Warring States' demeanor turned serious. One colonel managed to incapacitate an admiral. Failing to provide an explanation for this would lead to discontent among the higher-ups of the Navy headquarters. Even if the world government learned of this, they would not easily let it slide. Marshal Waring states, "You should inquire with Admiral Akiji about this matter." Naturally, if he is deemed unfit for the position of admiral due to the loss of an arm, I can take responsibility for that, as I am always ready to assume the role of admiral at Navy headquarters. After all, I am quite confident in my own abilities, Aaron offered with self-assurance. Waring states was momentarily taken aback. This fellow is rather arrogant, isn't he? What did he consume on his way here to become so presumptuous? To speak so openly? Was he making a wild suggestion? However, even with merit, attaining the position of admiral is not so simple. There are several candidates prepared to take over. Unless the world government personally names you, it is unlikely. Very well, you may return for now. Waring states, unable to make any commitments at that moment, decided to dismiss him. Very well. Aaron was unconcerned. If not given the position of admiral, he could simply incapacitate a few more admirals. Alternatively, bypassing the role of admiral altogether and directly becoming the marshal of the Navy headquarters would not be a bad option. At this time, Conque returned to the residence of Vice Admiral Crane, a standalone apartment building of 3 stories. Humph, so you finally decided to come back? Crane glared sternly at Conque. Conque, with a hint of guilt, stuck out her delicate tongue. Hee, I just missed you, Grandma, so I returned early to see you. Conque held Vice Admiral Crane in the highest regard. You are skilled with flattery, but it will not work this time. I am well aware of your situation. Do you truly wish to drive me to my grave? Grandma, please do not be angry. The truth is, I genuinely like Aaron. Without him, I cannot imagine living on. Conque clung to Vice Admiral Crane's arm, feigning innocence. What aspirations do you have? He is merely a man. How can you say you would not want to live without him? Crane was still seething with anger. Grandma, you do not understand. Aaron is incredibly handsome, exuding charm. His strength is formidable, and he possesses a sense of justice. He treats me with great tenderness and responsibility. When it comes to Aaron, Conque became unabashedly enthusiastic in her praise. Stop. You see, you have truly lost your mind. Do you not know that Shizuku and Aaron are already together? That lad Aaron is indeed skilled at disguising himself. Even I was deceived into thinking he was a respectable young man. The thought of this infuriated Vice Admiral Crane. What kind of nonsense is this? Conque and Shizuku have both become Aaron's women. This is utter chaos. Upon hearing this, Conque's confidence faltered. Grandma, please do not be angry. I am aware that Sister Shizuku is with Aaron, but who says he cannot have multiple wives? Aaron is so remarkable, though. I meant his abilities. Not that he is physically strong. It is not wrong for him to desire several beloved women, is it? Conque nervously explained. See? I told you. You have truly lost your mind. Shizuku is my recognized younger sister. When did she become your elder sister? Vice Admiral Crane took a deep breath. Grandma. I have not admitted to anything. Therefore, she can only be my sister. Besides, you could simply choose not to recognize her, and then it would not be chaotic, would it? Upon hearing this, Vice Admiral Crane was utterly enraged. Conque, you tell me honestly, how far have you and that scoundrel developed? Oh, well, if all goes well, you might soon be a grandmother. Upon hearing this, Vice Admiral Crane stood up abruptly. Such a major life event, approached so recklessly. No, I must go and incapacitate that scoundrel. Grandmother, please do not act impulsively. I am not a child, and besides, you cannot defeat him. I do not wish for you to be harmed. The peacock tightly embraced General He. Meanwhile, Yunk returned home, only to be dragged by a kainu to the training grounds. Instead of diligently training at the Navy headquarters, you wander about aimlessly. I wish to see just how much you have grown. Yunk felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, fearing that her relationship with Aaron would be discovered by her stern father. To quell his wrath, she insisted, I have not been idling. My time away has made me significantly stronger. Even you cannot easily teach me a lesson now. Thus, Akainu personally tested Yunk's martial prowess. After a fierce battle, a crowd of onlookers gathered, all in awe of Akainu's ferocity. Such a ruthless man, even against his own daughter. Fortunately, Young's combat skills were remarkable. It seemed she had utilized Colonel Aaron's ultimate techniques to evade danger multiple times. However, after several rounds, Young's temper flared. Pouting, she exclaimed, "Enough. Are you done? You've been beating me for ages. In the past, I would lose after just 2 or 3 rounds, but now it has been over 10 rounds, which proves my growth. Moreover, you are being too harsh. Do you even realize you have hurt me? Are you truly my father?" In her rebellious spirit, Young was quite endearing, leaving Akainu at a loss. "Humph. Thankfully you have improved. Otherwise, I would have had to teach you a proper lesson." Akainu scoffed, yet inwardly. He felt satisfied with Young's substantial progress and solid foundation, evidently aided by Colonel Aaron. Quite commendable. I must find an opportunity to speak with this junior. Moreover, this junior's approach aligns with my ideals. He embodies the true essence of the Navy. In a huff, Young declared, "I detest you," and stormed off. Yet her heart felt uneasy. "You should invite Colonel Aaron over for a meal to express your gratitude," Akainu remarked casually. Upon hearing this, Young's spirits lifted. Hee, that sounds delightful. Yet, she pondered, if the formidable Sakazuki found out, would he not strike me down? The thought sent shivers down her spine. She could not dare mention her relationship with Aaron. Chapter 105. Humph. Now you understand my worth, do you not? Upon returning to his quarters, Aaron found Shiwan embodying the essence of a devoted wife. Clad in a pink kimono, her makeup impeccable, she gracefully knelt to remove Aaron's shoes and replace them with comfortable slippers. Rising, she attentively removed his Navy Justice cloak and suit jacket, hanging them aside. Aaron smiled gently, touched by her thoughtfulness. "I appreciate it," he expressed, pulling her into an embrace. Shiwan beamed, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. "The bathwater is ready. Please wash up quickly, as dinner will be served soon. I have prepared a yukata for you, and if you need a back scrub, just call for me." "Indeed, it is you who cares for me," Aaron replied with gratitude. Shiwan smiled lightly, a sparkle in her eyes. "Otherwise, I am far more mature than those naive young maidens." "Haha, that is undoubtedly true, and you possess a far greater feminine allure." "Humph, I'm glad you recognize that." Shiwan chuckled, merrily returning to the kitchen to continue her tasks. After a refreshing bath, Aaron emerged to the enticing aroma of a sumptuous lunch. Truly, being pampered in such a manner is quite delightful. After enjoying the lavish meal, Aaron willingly assisted Shiwan in tidying the kitchen. As their genuine affection blossomed, they became increasingly open with one another, igniting a passionate interaction in the kitchen. 2 days later, Aaron and Shiwan finally ventured outside. Contrary to Aaron's earlier concerns, Shiwan did not shy away from the world due to his fervor. Instead, after 2 days of nurturing life, she felt fulfilled, happy, and content, radiating positivity. Witnessing Shiwan's joy brought Aaron immense pleasure. Ultimately, being able to satisfy one's partner is a source of great pride and contentment. Furthermore, nurturing a woman is essential for her to remain vibrant and renewed each day. Today, Aaron observed that Shiwan seemed more radiant and youthful than ever, exuding an enchanting charm. "Aaron, you promised to take me to the Sabeti archipelago to visit them. Therefore, you cannot suddenly create an issue and leave me behind." Shiwan walked alongside Aaron, wishing to link her arm with his. However, in the Navy headquarters, surrounded by acquaintances, she felt it would be awkward if they saw her so attached to him. They would surely think, has she changed so much, becoming so clingy to Aaron? Is this still the same domineering Shiwan? Fear not, what is there to hide? Besides, I have ensured you are well fed and trained you to be so considerate. You would not blame me for bringing back so many beautiful maidens, would you? Aaron was far bolder than Shiwan. Here in the residential area of the Navy headquarters, not within the main building, he confidently wrapped an arm around Shiwan's waist. Shiwan's heart raced, her pulse quickening. Instinctively, she wanted to pull away, yet ultimately, she surrendered. After all, she was indeed Aaron's woman and had no reason to fear others' opinions. Conversely, being held so possessively by Aaron filled her with happiness and pride. In her eyes, Aaron was an exceptionally admirable man, tall, handsome, and possessing formidable strength. Any woman would feel blessed and fulfilled to have a husband like Aaron. Shiwan's eyes sparkled with happiness as she gazed lovingly at Aaron, then boldly linked her arm with his. My husband, you truly understand me better now. So you finally comprehend my worth, do you not? Shi-Yuan playfully teased, her eyes glimmering with affection. She genuinely did not mind Aaron having other women, as long as he loved her in return. According to Aaron, Shi-Yuan had been thoroughly trained to be obedient. Is that not wonderful? After all, you're my woman. A grin graced Aaron's lips. By the way, regarding the matter with General He, would you like me to handle it? No need, I can manage such matters myself. My husband, you have far too many responsibilities. Do not concern yourself with trivialities. Moreover, it is simpler for me to handle matters between women, Shi-Yuan replied with understanding. Ha! That works for me. Aaron felt at ease with Shi-Yuan. She constantly cared for him. Perhaps this is the advantage of having a Ji-Yuan who is around 10 years older than oneself. Aaron, I finally see you out. Suddenly, the adorable Yunhuan appeared. Her cheeks flushed with courage as she boldly faced Aaron. Although she and Aaron were quite familiar with each other, there were times when a few days apart would leave her feeling nervous and shy upon their reunion. Hello, Ji-Yuan Jejia, Yunhuan said, her voice trembling with anxiety as she bowed respectfully to Ji-Yuan. Understanding that Yunhuan was also one of Aaron's, Ji-Yuan released Aaron's wrist and teasingly remarked, It's only been a few days, and you already can't help but think of Aaron? Yunhuan's heart raced, and she awkwardly replied, I suppose I did think of him. But, Ji-Yuan Jejia, you won't be angry, will you? Yunhuan cautiously inquired, hoping fervently that Ji-Yuan would not be upset, as that would ease her fears in future encounters. Rest assured, I am not angry. Aaron is also mine, but he is yours as well, is he not? Ji-Yuan said gently, thinking that such a cute girl like Yunhuan, who had become Aaron's, must be cared for. Oh, Ji-Yuan Jejia, you are so kind, Yunhuan exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with tears, convinced that she had not misheard. All right, in the future, should you wish to find Aaron, feel free to come to my residence, even if it means not returning home at night. Understood, Yunhuan promised. Touched by Ji-Yuan's kindness. Ji-Yuan Jejia, from now on, you will be like my elder sister. Ji-Yuan patted Yunhuan's head, thinking how incredibly adorable she was. And how could such charm not captivate her husband? Look how happy you are, Aaron chuckled. Of course, I feel like I can be open about it now. Yunhuan grinned. By the way, Aaron, my father asked me to invite you for a meal at our home. When are you free? A meal? It wouldn't be a trap, would it? Aaron paused, surprised that Akainu would extend such a formal invitation. A trap? No. You don't think my father has found out about us, do you? Yunhuan giggled. Actually, he doesn't know yet, as I haven't dared to tell him. He is too fierce, and I fear his wrath. Well, do you want him to know? If you do, I will tell him. After all, you are mine, and I must take responsibility for you, Aaron said earnestly. Yunhuan felt immense joy at Aaron's sense of responsibility and relaxed further. No need for now. I think it's better he doesn't know yet. She was still worried that if her father clashed with Aaron, it would be difficult to manage. All right, I will defer to your wishes. So aside from that, your father wants to thank me for helping you grow stronger, right? Aaron guessed immediately. Yes, that's right. So I came to ask when you would be free, so I can report back to him. How about 3 days from now? Aaron suggested, recalling his upcoming trip to Sabeti Archipelago and the need to accompany Nami and Robin, which would take several days. Got it, Yunhuan acknowledged. But, Aaron, where are you and Ji-Yuan going? Is it to Sabeti Archipelago? Indeed. Can I come along? Of course. You can even stay out all night if you wish. Are you ready for that? Aaron replied with a gentle smile. Yunhuan's face flushed crimson as she softly said, If you don't want me to come back, then I certainly won tea. She added, Moreover, I have prepared for you every day, as you're truly my favorite. Hearing this, Ji-Yuan felt a wave of emotion, realizing that Aaron's charm exceeded her expectations, observing how utterly devoted Yunhuan had become, living solely for Aaron. Chapter 106, Slaying the Celestial Dragons. What is there to fear? The Sabeti Archipelago is indeed bustling with diverse people, creating a lively and vibrant atmosphere. Upon arriving at Tree Island number 13, Aaron and his companions made their way directly to the temporary residence of Nami and Robin. As soon as they spotted Aaron, their spirits lifted and they were filled with joy. During Aaron's absence, they had been listless, eagerly anticipating his return. Even Nico Robin missed the comforting presence of Aaron by her side. Thank you for waiting, everyone. Allow me to introduce someone. This is Jiyuan Zhongjiang, who is also my first woman. You will all refer to her as Jiyuan Jijia from now on, understood? Aaron requested gently. He hoped to avoid any awkward situations. Should one arise, he would not dislike it, but would certainly discipline them until they begged for forgiveness. Understood. We've met Jiyuan Jijia. Nami and the others replied, feeling a mix of nervousness and formality upon learning Jiyuan was Aaron's first woman. No need to be shy, sisters. We're all family now, so let us get along well, Jiyuan said warmly, fully supporting Aaron's affections. As the eldest, she felt a sense of responsibility to care for these lovely younger sisters. Observing that they were all young and innocent beauties, she resolved to ensure they would not suffer while accompanying Aaron. By the way, have you all eaten yet? Jiyuan inquired with concern. Not yet, but mostly because we don't have much of an appetite, Nami replied, being more outgoing, unlike Kaya and Cornus, who were exceedingly shy. Ah, that is understandable. In a new environment, it is natural to feel unfamiliar and lack appetite. However, I believe you all still miss Aaron, right? Jiyuan said with a smile. Of course, we definitely miss him, Nami boldly asserted. Aaron realized Jiyuan's assessment was accurate, especially for Kaya and Cornus, who were delicate girls that had never traveled far before. Reflecting on this, he felt a pang of guilt towards them. Jiyuan, take them out for a meal, and then you can help them pick out some lovely clothes, Aaron instructed. I was thinking the same thing, Jiyuan said with a knowing smile, appreciating Aaron's thoughtful nature. Nami and the others felt elated at Aaron's suggestion, believing that it showed he cared about them. Before long, the group arrived at Tree Island number 40, where they found a seafood restaurant, enjoying a delightful meal and a bit of wine together. After dining, Jiyuan took them shopping, purchasing clothing and other items as Aaron had instructed, by whatever they liked, as money was no object. Having recently made a fortune in the EC, Aaron was eager to demonstrate his sincere feelings for them by accompanying them throughout the shopping spree. However, he had to admit that accompanying girls shopping was truly exhausting. As a user of the self-root ability, he found himself weary, which was quite absurd. It seemed that no matter the world or how powerful one was, accompanying girls on shopping trips was always a tiring endeavor. After 4 full hours, the multitude of beautiful women had just finished their shopping spree. Yet Robin felt a pang of sorrow. Otherwise, they would have ventured to another tree island. The women's garments and adornments from Xiangbidi were not only numerous in style, but also exquisite, as they were crafted from the finest pieces from various nations. Thus, Nami, Koya, and Cornus, having never encountered such beautiful clothing, were utterly captivated. Aaron, thank you for accompanying us on this shopping trip. We had so much fun, Koya said, mustering her courage to speak softly. As long as you are happy, Aaron replied with a warm smile. Cornus, eager not to be left behind, expressed her admiration as well. Aaron, you must be tired. How about I give you a foot massage when we return? That sounds delightful, he replied. Oh, you all are starting to compete. Are you? I shall give Aaron a full-body massage, Nami declared, placing her hands on her hips, exuding confidence. Robin, noticing the lively atmosphere, couldn't help but chuckle and shake her head, feeling a sense of warmth among her sisters, completely devoid of loneliness. Observing Robin's laughter, Aaron quietly remarked, I find myself missing your skills. However, before he could finish, Robin turned crimson, flustered by his words. Yin Xiao rushed ahead, returning with a plethora of Tong Hulu to share with everyone, inadvertently alleviating Robin's shyness. Aaron, burdened with their many purchases, was continuously fed Tong Hulu by their joyful gestures. Onlookers couldn't help but feel envious, mistaking Aaron for merely a subservient figure, assisting this group of beauties. Little did they know, he was the cherished one, which only deepened their envy. What kind of being could warrant such attention from so many lovely women? Just as their jealousy peaked, the crowd suddenly parted, retreating in haste, with those unable to escape kneeling. Ji Yuan swiftly instructed Nami and the others to move aside and leave promptly. She had no desire to kneel. Sister, why are they all kneeling? Who are those people in the center? Nami couldn't contain her curiosity. Those are the celestial dragons, nobles of the world with immense status. Even our Navy headquarters is subordinate to them. However, we should leave quickly to avoid trouble, Ji Yuan cautioned, particularly concerned for the beautiful girls. Aaron, unfazed, responded, "Do not fear, just stand behind me." He contemplated having dealt with him and questioned why he should fear mere celestial dragons. "Aaron, are you sure it's all right?" Ji Yuan asked, unable to suppress her concern. "Rest assured, it will be fine. Trust me. All right, I will follow your lead." Ji Yuan understood Aaron's intent and realized that escorting Koya and the others away would also attract the celestial dragon's attention. At that moment, 2 guards from the celestial dragons approached, accusing Aaron and the others. "You fools, why do you not kneel before the celestial dragons?" Aaron's gaze turned icy, imbued with lethal intent. The guards were momentarily taken aback. Sensing an imminent threat, "I am a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, and these are my companions. Do you not possess the wit to recognize this?" Ji Yuan interjected coldly. Upon hearing this, the guards reconsidered, acknowledging their status. However, as the palanquin bearing St. Charlos and St. Shalulia passed by, Shalulia's attention was drawn to Aaron, captivated by his formidable presence. "Halt!" The bearers immediately stopped. Shalulia glanced at Aaron's companions, her disdain evident. "A repulsive bunch. Seize those women and kill them, but capture that man alive. Wait, those ordinary women are intriguing enough to serve as my slaves for a few days. Let us capture them first. I shall decide their fate later." She smirked, while Charlos, with a vile grin, added, "You are acting rather repulsively. What amusement can be found in these lowly creatures?" The siblings exchanged contemptuous remarks. "2 foolish pigs daring to disgust me. I deem you worthy of death," Aaron sneered, his eyes brimming with menace. "How dare you trash offend me?" Charlos fumed. Shalulia, equally enraged, bared her teeth in fury, unable to tolerate the insult and threat from a commoner. "Seize them and tear them apart to feed the dogs." Yet, before her command could be executed, Aaron unleashed his invisible domain, exerting control over the cellular degradation of the 2 celestial dragons. Within moments, their agonized cries transformed into a grotesque puddle of gore. Onlookers, horrified by the scene, fled in terror, apprehensive of the consequences. "Let us depart. The stench is unbearable," Aaron remarked nonchalantly. It was merely 2 celestial dragons. Their demise is inconsequential. However, plans would need to be rearranged for Nami and the others. Chapter 107. You are too weak. Call Admiral Kazuru. The brutal and bizarre murder of the 2 celestial dragons quickly became a sensational event, spreading throughout the island of Xiangbedi in less than 10 minutes. Many secretly applauded the act, while simultaneously fearing its repercussions, their hearts filled with trepidation. The station's scientific unit, led by Captain Warpeach, swiftly mobilized a team of numbered pacifists and the notorious Bartholomew Kuma to apprehend Aaron and his companions. Intelligence gathered indicated that the most likely culprits were Aaron and Ji Yuan. "Aaron, this situation has escalated. We should ensure Nami and the others are taken to safety," Ji Yuan advised, aware that the ensuing conflict would involve not only local soldiers, but also the advanced forces from Navy headquarters. "Yes, please escort them," Aaron nodded, recognizing that a confrontation was inevitable. In truth, as long as Nami and the others did not encounter an admiral or certain vice admirals, they possessed enough strength to protect themselves. However, facing overwhelming numbers could lead to their capture. "Nami, Robin, head back to the ship and summon Enel and Bartolomeo," Aaron instructed. "Understood, but what about you? Aren't you coming with us?" Nami asked, her concern evident, although she was unaware of the gravity of killing a celestial dragon. The fearful expressions of those around her indicated the seriousness of the situation. Remaining by Aaron's side might hinder his actions. "Rest assured, I am fine. There are certain matters upon which I must unequivocally express my stance. Even if I were to slay the Tenryu Bito, I would not flee in fear. However, if they intend to apprehend me and bring me to justice, it remains to be seen if they possess the capability to do so. Moreover, should the Marine headquarters no longer accommodate me, I shall depart openly and with great assertiveness." Aaron exudes a commanding presence, unflinching and captivating. The women present are utterly enthralled by him, their hearts racing. "Let us proceed. We shall heed Aaron's arrangements." Nico Robin is acutely aware of the grave consequences of killing a Tenryubito, yet she does not allow the prospect of a fugitive life to instill fear within her. On the contrary, her trust in Eren has only deepened. A man who dares to confront the oppressive forces of darkness is one whose promises to her are undeniably genuine. Furthermore, Eren's actions were motivated by the desire to protect them, as he eliminated 2 Tenryubito to safeguard them from harm. Otherwise, falling into the hands of the Tenryubito would indeed be a fate worse than death. Contemplating this, Nico Robin feels a surge of joy and gratitude. Eren is truly benevolent and responsible towards them, especially in his fierce desire to protect them, which underscores his sense of duty as a man. Upon this realization, a blush graces Robin's cheeks, her gaze shimmering with emotion as she slightly bites her lip. Eren, please return swiftly. I am prepared for what you mentioned earlier. How exhilarating. Nami and the others glance at Robin, sensing something amiss. Is Robin perhaps indulging in a secret treat without them? They begin to press her for answers, with Nami growing bolder. Robin, please confess, have you been sneaking something? This is rather inconsiderate. Are we not good sisters? Would it not be better to share good things with everyone? Robin, faced with their inquiries, feels her face flush with embarrassment. How is it that their words strike so precisely, leaving her unable to retort? Yet, the shame and awkwardness are overwhelming, considering the nature of the matter. Alas, how can one even discuss or share such things? My goodness, I would rather be silenced. However, Ji Yuan seems to understand immediately, suppressing a chuckle and stepping in to diffuse the situation. Enough of this nonsense. We must depart. After seeing Ji Yuan escort Nami and the others away, Eren leaps onto a massive vine. After a brief interval, War Peach Maru and several numbered pacifistas, along with the actual Kuma, surround Eren. A throng of onlookers has gathered as well. Colonel Eren, we kindly request that you accompany us. The recent demise of 2 noble Tenryubito on Sabaody Archipelago is a grievous matter, and you are a significant suspect. Therefore, we ask for your cooperation in our investigation and request that you return with us to the Marine headquarters. War Peach Maru, wielding a dual-bladed axe and clad in a red apron, regards Eren with utmost seriousness. I did not expect the scientific team from Marine headquarters to recognize a mere colonel such as myself. This truly surprises me, Eren replies with a faint smile, showing no concern about being taken in. War Peach Maru's brow furrows. I certainly know of you. Although your time at headquarters has been brief, you have made quite a name for yourself. I see. However, while you may know of me, it appears you do not truly understand me. Let me clarify. I was the one who killed those 2 Tenryubito, and even if Fleet Admiral Sengoku were present, he would be unable to prevent my actions. Do you know why? I am eager to hear your explanation. War Peach Maru's expression remains stoic, his disdain for Eren's demeanor evident. He thinks to himself how audacious this rogue is, capable of killing Tenryubito without regard for the consequences. Yet, what a loss it would be for Marine headquarters to lose such a promising asset. It is quite simple. Those who dare to act arrogantly before me, should they not align with my will, must perish, even if they are Tenryubito. As a Marine, I pursue true justice, not the justice that serves the Tenryubito. Therefore, were they dare to control my life and covet my women? Eren rises, suddenly appearing before War Peach Maru. I suggest you refrain from meddling, as you lack the qualifications to challenge me. You are simply too weak. It would be best if your superior, Admiral Kizaru, were to come instead. War Peach Maru is taken aback. Such incredible speed, he did not even have time to react. Had Colonel Eren chosen to strike at that moment, he would likely have sustained serious injuries. Yet, why does he feel so displeased? Is he truly being underestimated? With so many spectators around, does he not care for his own dignity? Can he truly be intimidated? I apologize. I am merely fulfilling my duties. Should you resist, I will have no choice but to act against you. As for my superior, Admiral Kizaru, I have already notified him, and he should be on his way. The deaths of 2 Tenryubito is a matter of such gravity that I cannot handle it alone. Naturally, he reported to Marine headquarters immediately, as well as to Admiral Kizaru. However, I must advise you, Colonel Eren, to abandon your resistance. It may be more advantageous for you. Indeed, Discussing this with you has proven futile. It seems you all truly regard the Tenryubito as your masters. Aaron's gaze sharpens, his expression shifting to one of barely contained anger, as the other party seems entirely indifferent to the reasons behind his actions against the Tenryubito. Thus, all this talk seems to be akin to playing the lute to a cow. It implies that they believe it is entirely acceptable for the Tenryubito to control his life at will and covet his women. Truly outrageous. Chapter 108. Learning Kuma's Abilities. Unable to be repelled. Sensing Aaron's shift in mood, Warpeach Maru cautiously retreats a few meters. Observing this, Aaron points, unleashing a formidable blast of energy that ignites in a visible blaze. Warpeach Maru swings his axe in defense, yet is instantly sent sprawling several meters back, his arms tingling from the impact. He gazes at Aaron in shock, his mind racing. Is this the power of a mere swing from Colonel Aaron? Truly formidable. Nevertheless, he must still subdue Colonel Aaron. Pacifistas seize him at once. Faced with the attack of the numbered pacifistas, Aaron remains utterly dismissive. They are merely mechanical bears. Within the realm awakened by his cells, their movements have slowed to a crawl. The laser beams they emit are easily evaded by him. With a mighty stomp, Aaron's foot crashes into the ground. The entire tree island number 40 trembles and vibrates. Panic ensues among the onlookers, who gasp in fear. What terrifying strength! One stomp can shake the entire island. Such raw power is likely invincible. Warpeach Maru, unwilling to take any chances, activates his Kinbunchika Haki to sense his surroundings. Suddenly, the ground fractures, revealing a terrifying upheaval. What is this? Warpeach Maru's eyes widen as he notices something moving rapidly beneath the surface. His first instinct is to think of enormous serpentine creatures, yet he quickly realizes they are not snakes. It is indeed the immense root system of the red trees. Yes, the roots, which were manipulated by Aaron after activating his fruit ability, came under cellular control. Quick evade, Jean Tamaru urgently commanded. However, the numbered entity, Pingy Jui, reacted sluggishly, still scanning for dangers. Consequently, it was ensnared by numerous massive red tree vines that erupted from the ground. Feeling threatened, Pingy Jui unleashed a laser barrage at the vines, only to find itself entwined into a twisted shape, smoking and rendered inoperative. How infuriating! In an instant, these human weapons were obliterated. The destructive power he wielded was truly terrifying. Jean Tamaru began to seriously suspect that Aaron possessed some form of plant manipulation ability, perhaps the ability to grow fruits. In any case, the pressure was immense, making it exceedingly difficult to contend with. Beside them, the real Bartholomew Kuma remained remarkably composed, showing no inclination to intervene. Go! With a thought, Aaron continued to command the enormous vines, launching an assault against Jean Tamaru. The latter, not daring to underestimate the situation, wielded dual blades with all his might. However, with a single strike, he vanished, completely submerged by the giant vines. Bartholomew Kuma, please lend me a hand. From deep within the chaotic mass of vines, Jean Tamaru's cries of anguish soon echoed. Bartholomew Kuma snapped back to reality, compelled to take action. He removed the glove from his right hand and unleashed a powerful push attack against the colossal vines. Observing this, Aaron teleported directly in front of Kuma, a smirk gracing his lips. Bartholomew Kuma, your opponent is me. At this moment, Aaron was genuinely eager for Kuma to engage, as he was highly intrigued by the latter's abilities. He was confident that through battle, he could learn Kuma's techniques. Aaron believed it would not be overly challenging. Kuma's fruit ability, the Nikyu no Mi, could be considered a subordinate fruit to his cellular fruit. In a microscopic sense, the paw is composed of countless cells. At this moment, Kuma could only launch his powerful push attack against Aaron, compressing the surrounding air into a vacuum. Upon sensing this, Aaron's eyes lit up with understanding. Thus, he emulated Kuma's palm, forming a thick paw pad. The principle behind Kuma's attack was to strike the air rapidly using his fruit ability, creating a formidable shockwave. At this moment, Aaron utilized his cellular ability to similarly strike the air within the vicinity at high speed. Those around them were left bewildered, unable to comprehend Aaron's actions. Why was he attempting to learn Kuma's attack techniques? As Kuma observed Aaron mimicking his assault, he was momentarily taken aback. What manner of creature was this? The very techniques he controlled were so effortlessly replicated by him. Boom! The two clashed with a resounding slap. The shockwaves from their respective air blasts collided, resulting in a deafening explosion that twisted the entire space with heat. The onlookers were swept away by the force, drenched in cold sweat, trembling in fear. My goodness, how terrifying! We must retreat, keep your distance. The danger was palpable. It felt as though they had shattered the very air and space itself. At the center of the battlefield, Aaron stood unwavering, his formidable physique allowing him to withstand the terrifying shockwave. After all, the density of cells within his body exceeded that of others by more than 3 times, amounting to over 18 billion cells, and his bones surpassed steel in hardness by over 200 times. Who could easily shake him? On the contrary, Bartholomew Kuma was sent flying over 20 meters, struggling to regain his balance. His entire arm trembled, the paw pad bleeding profusely. However, this strike invigorated Kuma, sharpening his focus for the ensuing battle. Are you finally getting serious? He clenched his injured paw, and in an instant, it returned to its pristine state. Aaron did not find this remarkable. Mastery of the Nikku no Mi does not allow for healing. Such an approach would be a waste of fruit ability. Anyone could develop some healing capabilities. Nevertheless, Kuma's fruit ability had strayed from that direction. If he had developed it towards enhancing physical strength, his might would have been truly fearsome. Regrettably, Kuma had ventured into dealing damage or compressing air. Particularly in terms of air compression, he had made impressive advancements, enabling spatial target displacement. To speak frankly, Aaron was deeply intrigued by the ability of spatial displacement. Although he understood the theory of compressing the air into space, he had yet to realize spatial displacement in practice. He now sought to have Bartholomew Kuma unleash his spatial displacement attack upon him by leveraging the cellular perception and the accompanying cellular memory function. He could swiftly master the ability of spatial displacement, essentially a technique to send someone flying thousands of miles away with a mere slap. At that moment, despite Bartholomew Kuma's enormous and cumbersome appearance as the real entity, his movement speed was remarkably swift, and he had already vanished from sight. Suddenly, he appeared behind Aaron, compressing the surrounding air and striking towards him. Aaron's lips curled into a smile. Excellent, this strike has finally arrived. However, as Kuma's palm descended, he was taken aback. Why didn't he fly away? Unbeknownst to him, Aaron had manipulated his bone cells, driving 2 bone spikes deep into the ground from the soles of his feet to stabilize his position. Chapter 109, Emu's Request, the power deployed from headquarters. In that moment, having genuinely sensed Kuma's ability to launch someone into spatial displacement, Aaron merely contemplated for 3 seconds. With his peak understanding, he comprehended the technique. Even now, relying solely on his powerful cellular memory, the instinct of his physical form allowed him to execute the ability to send someone flying into spatial displacement, akin to Kuma's technique. Of course, his success was largely attributed to the hierarchical relationship between their fruit abilities. Thus, supported by his profound comprehension, mastering it became rather effortless. Kuma, at this moment, was somewhat incredulous. He seized the opportunity when Aaron showed no intention of countering to strike again. Yet again, he failed to displace Aaron. A frown formed on Kuma's brow, indicating the extraordinary balance Aaron possessed. Slowly, Aaron turned around, eager to express gratitude for the new abilities he had gained. However, he refrained from saying it overtly. Bartholomew Kuma, the peril you chose to impose upon me is generally immense. However, considering your daughter Bonnie, I may spare your life this time. I might even assist you. Aaron's gaze lifted, exuding a sense of confidence, as if he had already strategized a decisive victory from afar. Upon hearing the name of his daughter, Bonnie, Kuma's expression momentarily froze. Seizing the moment, Aaron unleashed his ability to send Kuma flying, his palms striking downwards. Though Kuma reacted swiftly, it was too late to prevent it. With a wave, Kuma vanished in an instant. The onlookers surrounding the scene were left utterly speechless. Astonishingly, Colonel Aaron had successfully utilized the power of the Great Bear to obliterate it from sight. Countless naval soldiers had also arrived at the periphery, witnessing this spectacle with growing trepidation. They had long heard tales of Colonel Aaron's extraordinary talent for comprehension, his ability to develop and master skills, create martial techniques, and learn hockey as if with a mere glance. Many had thought these claims were exaggerated, wondering how such a prodigious individual could exist. However, having witnessed it with their own eyes, they found themselves at a loss for words, thoroughly convinced. What should we do? Should we attempt to apprehend him? One soldier proposed, only to be met with caution from another. We shouldn't act recklessly. We are no match for him. Approaching would be futile. Indeed, let us wait for our superior, Admiral Kizaru, to handle Colonel Aaron. For now, they resolved to observe and record every move of Colonel Aaron. The surrounding naval soldiers dared not act hastily, each adopting a demeanor of mere bystanders and idle observers, claiming they were not his equals. Yet, with Admiral Kizaru as their superior, everything began to make sense. Kizaru was notorious for his lethargy. It was as if he were deliberately taking his time, especially since he had yet to arrive at the scene despite the considerable passage of time. Surely, he was not simply slacking off. If not for his speed and abilities, he would have been there long ago. After launching the Great Bear into oblivion, Colonel Aaron seemed unfazed, choosing to remain on site, eager to gauge the response of the higher-ups at the naval headquarters. Should they support him, aligning with his cause, he could remain within the naval headquarters, utilizing its resources to uphold his vision of justice. Conversely, if they condemned him for the deaths of two detestable celestial dragons, he would undoubtedly feel a profound sense of disappointment, leading him to depart from the Navy. In that case, he would embark on a path of justice with even greater freedom. At the Holy Land, the 5 elders were seething with rage. How audacious to kill 2 celestial dragons, the world's aristocracy, in broad daylight. This was a severe affront to their absolute authority. Infuriatingly, it was once again Colonel Aaron, who had previously disrupted the order of the warlords of the sea in Alabasta. He should have faced severe punishment then. Such reckless behavior rendered him unworthy to serve the world government. He was disobedient and of no use. They ordered his immediate capture and public execution, a fitting spectacle to demonstrate to the world the dire consequences of offending the celestial dragons. As the 5 elders fumed in their chambers of power, a poised middle-aged woman from the Knights of God entered. Had Aaron been present, he would have recognized her as the woman from days prior, from the skies above the Devil's Triangle, from whom he had drawn substantial strength and vitality. "Lordum summons you to the Void Hall," she announced. The 5 elders exchanged glances, aware that the incident had garnered Lord Im's attention. They wondered if she would be furious about this development. Upon arriving at the Void Hall, the 5 elders respectfully knelt on one knee. "You must already be aware of the major incident that transpired in Sabaody," one of them ventured. "Rest assured, we will handle this matter with utmost urgency, preventing any further escalation." The formidable figure of Im sat upright on the Grand Void Throne. Naturally, she was informed about the events in Sabaody, but she had not anticipated that it would involve Colonel Aaron once again. The last encounter at the Devil's Triangle had left her feeling violated, having lost her purity to him, a burden she could not easily dismiss. As she recalled the incident, a faint blush crept on her cheeks, prompting her to chastise him inwardly for his beastly behavior. Despite her inaction against Aaron since her return, it was due to the lack of an opportune moment. She could not execute him without a valid reason, as that would reveal her high-ranking status within the world government. Now, however, the opportunity to strike had finally presented itself. Yet, she found herself perplexed. In the days following her secretive return from the Devil's Triangle, she had been filled with wrath, vowing to eliminate Aaron. Now, inexplicably, her fury had diminished, replaced by a reluctance to deliver a fatal blow. Perhaps it was because he was the only man to have taken her purity, and the memories of their shared happiness were difficult to erase. To kill him now would seem too lenient. Im simply wished to ensure that he was captured, but he must remain unharmed. The 5 elders were left bewildered by this instruction. Must he be unharmed? What does this mean? They sensed that Lord Im held a particular interest in Colonel Aaron, but they dared not inquire further, nor did they risk meeting her gaze, lest they perceive the subtle blush of intrigue upon her otherwise cold visage. Once the 5 elders departed the void hall, they promptly issued orders to Admiral Steelbone to mobilize the Navy in pursuit of Aaron. They emphasized that he must not only be captured alive but also remain intact. Although Admiral Steelbone was taken aback by this unusual requirement, he understood that capturing a formidable opponent often resulted in injuries. Nevertheless, he relayed the directive to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku, overwhelmed by the demands, found himself speechless. They wanted him captured alive and unscathed? These old fools had no comprehension of Aaron's true strength. According to the serious assertions of Garp, Aaron's current combat capabilities surpassed that of either himself or Garp. Thus, the task of capturing Aaron without harm was undoubtedly a monumental challenge. Admiral Kizaru finally arrived on the scene, leisurely adjusting his sunglasses as he surveyed the devastation before him. What colossal monstrosities are these? The ground is utterly ravaged. It appears quite terrifying, he remarked nonchalantly. The soldiers, hearing Kizaru's voice, were momentarily taken aback. How could he express fear? They longed to remind him that he was an admiral, one of the Navy's highest combatants, and should not be intimidated by such colossal vines. They hoped he would not be too modest, as the onlookers might misconstrue his demeanor as genuine fear. Admiral Kizaru, you have finally arrived, they announced. Colonel Aaron has openly confessed to the heinous act of taking the lives of 2 Tenryubito. Captain John Tamaru was swiftly dealt with by Colonel Aaron, leaving us in uncertainty regarding his fate. Bartholomew Kuma was directly obliterated from existence. The soldiers murmured amongst themselves. We, on the other hand, dared not act recklessly, awaiting your arrival to handle the situation. Listening to this, Kizaru felt a throbbing headache. Who had these subordinates learned from? They were relying solely on themselves. Had they considered the peril of confronting a creature like Aaron, hoping for assistance? Kizaru sensed that capturing Aaron would undoubtedly be a most arduous task. The battlefield lay in ruins, a testament to Aaron's formidable methods. Yet, now that he was present, Kizaru would not remain idle. Though he enjoyed lazing about, there were times when he would exert himself. To be honest, I held great expectations for you, Aaron, at the Navy headquarters. I believed that in a few years, we might stand shoulder to shoulder in the same position. Alas, I never imagined you would commit such a dreadful act. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. For those of the world nobles, the Tenryubito, Kizaru transformed into countless motes of light, coalescing on the battlefield, speaking slowly. What the world nobles, the Tenryubito? The fact that I did not annihilate their entire family is already a courtesy. Aaron responded dismissively. Kizaru, however, would not exert his full strength. He was merely there to observe, clearly unconcerned. Yet, Kizaru, do you believe I was justified in slaying 2 Tenryubito? If you think it was a righteous act, I might show mercy when we engage in battle. Aaron remarked with an indifferent gaze. Though his tone was audacious, it bore an undeniable weight. In an instant, several enormous red vines erupted from the ground, twisting like colossal dragons, encircling Aaron, poised to strike at a moment's notice. The previously submerged Captain John Tamaru was hurled before Kizaru. His form diminished considerably, his complexion pale, as if his very essence had been drained. Aaron had manipulated the cells to siphon John Tamaru's vitality through the vines, rendering him temporarily incapable of fighting. It was terrifying. Captain John seemed utterly drained. Indeed, he had once been quite rotund, yet now appeared even slimmer than us. This development was even more dire, for Jean Tamaru had a close relationship with Kizaru, referring to him as uncle. Kizaru would undoubtedly not forgive Colonel Aaron lightly, as his repeated transgressions posed a significant threat. The soldiers under Kizaru felt emboldened by his presence. Yet before Kizaru's arrival, they had refrained from even uttering Aaron's name, let alone daring to judge his actions. Kizaru gazed at the fallen John Tamaru. To be truthful, he initially did not recognize him. In his memory, Jean Tamaru was a corpulent figure, nearly resembling a meatball, while the individual before him was far too emaciated, barely reminiscent of his former self. Uncle, you must be cautious. The opponent's methods are formidable, the weakened Jean Tamaru managed to utter, having successfully shed over 300 pounds. Could it be that you truly are Jean Tamaru? Kizaru inquired as he assisted him to his feet. Jean Tamaru felt a peculiar despair after a battle. He had become so unrecognizable that even his uncle failed to recognize him. Uncle, surely you jest. You cannot truly not recognize me? Jean Tamaru coughed. How could that be? You simply transformed so dramatically that I nearly failed to respond, Kizaru replied. Someone, quickly take Jean Tamaru for treatment. With that command, Kizaru felt an inexplicable surge of anger. In truth, he bore no animosity towards Eren for slaying the Tenryubito. He even found it somewhat admirable. Yet, what had transpired with his subordinate was utterly unacceptable. A being that once weighed over 600 pounds now seemed to be barely 200. What enmity could have led to such a depletion? Noticing Kizaru's expression turn grave, Eren offered a feigned apology. I sincerely apologize, Borisolino. It seems I inadvertently took the liberty of assisting him in his weight loss. You wouldn't hold it against me for meddling, would you? Ah, as expected of Colonel Eren, you remain confident in your abilities, addressing me with such composure. Yet, I sense an undertone of reproach in your words. Kizaru responded. Let me clarify. As long as the Order of the World Nobles, the Tenryubito, exists, and I remain an admiral of the Navy headquarters, you have violated the law today by disrupting the world order. Very well. You imply that the justice of the weak is not permitted to exist, correct? Eren's fighting spirit surged as he boldly spread his arms. One hand unleashed the dark power stored within his cells, while the other released the stored lightning energy, igniting his body in pure flames. The enormous vines surged toward Admiral Kizaru in an overwhelming assault. The current manifestation of Colonel Eren was indeed terrifying. Kizaru's expression turned serious, devoid of any disdain. As the colossal vines advanced menacingly, he transformed into countless points of light, disregarding the assault and swiftly closing in on Eren. Eren unleashed the full potential of his cell fruit, employing 3 energy-laden cell shields to absorb the dark power, lightning energy, and fiery essence. He then forcibly fused the 3 energy-filled cell shields into one. This amalgamation of 3 energies was immensely taxing on Eren's cellular abilities. In a matter of moments, Kizaru effortlessly broke through the onslaught of vines, positioning himself above Eren. With a flourish of his fingers, he intertwined his hands, preparing to unleash a formidable attack. The Hakishaku Kogu upon Eren. Seeing this, Eren grinned wickedly, compressing the fused tricolored energy sphere further until it shrank from the size of a basketball to that of a crystal ball. The terrifying energy remained contained within the invisible cell shield, rendering its internal reactions undetectable. Borisolino, I truly appreciate receiving the answer from you. Thus, from this moment forth, I shall choose to depart from the Navy headquarters. However, before I leave, the name Eren shall resonate throughout the world to proclaim that I am henceforth the embodiment of justice. So, I wish you the best of luck, Borisolino. I hope you survive. With that, Eren casually hurled the tricolored energy sphere away, propelling himself into a spatial shift. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Kizaru remained poised in the air, gathering energy for his Hakishaku Kogu, momentarily stunned by Eren's actions. Yet there was no time to react. He then witnessed the tricolored orb strike the ground, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of destructive power. A stone the size of a head was instantly reduced to dust. In the blink of an eye, this destructive force erupted, engulfing him and the entire battlefield in light and energy. Chapter 111. The Admiral's Might, sensing opportunity, arises minutes later. The battlefield was marred by a gaping chasm over 1,000 meters in diameter, with torrents of seawater surging forth from beneath. As the explosion erupted, the entire Shangbodi Islands trembled violently, instilling a profound sense of dread among countless individuals who feared the islands would sink. Presently, within the confines of the battlefield, only the Admiral Huang Yuan, having undergone elemental transformation, survived, his attire disheveled, his body marred with wounds and blood. He hovered momentarily in the void, gazing at the immense crater below, now being filled by the encroaching sea, a truly terrifying sight. Huang Yuan felt a lingering fear. The sudden emergence of such a vast pit raised the question of who could withstand Alan's might. The explosive force was laden with destruction and devastation, nearly inflicting severe injury upon him. Had it not been for the timely elemental transformation, he would have sustained far worse than mere superficial wounds. At this moment, numerous individuals arrived at the scene, witnessing the colossal pit that connected to the ocean, displaying overwhelming terror. They were utterly oblivious to the specific events that had transpired, and it seemed no other involved parties were present. Suddenly, thousands of naval soldiers led by Admiral Akainu, Admiral Akiji, and Vice Admiral Gaji hastened to the site to establish control. Their astonishment was palpable upon witnessing the changes at Tree Island number 40. Was this truly the aftermath of the battle that had occurred merely minutes ago? Whose doing could this be? Could it possibly be the work of Admiral Huang Yuan? As Akainu and the others approached, Admiral Huang Yuan descended before them. Akainu held a certain admiration for Alan, believing their temperaments to be somewhat alike, and envisioned a future of collaboration leading to greatness. However, the unpredictability of fate had led to Alan's temperament surpassing his own. The act of slaying a celestial dragon transformed Akainu's admiration into a measure of respect. The audacity to kill a celestial dragon in broad daylight was a testament to Alan's fiery nature. It was something Akainu himself could never achieve. What of Alan? You haven't killed him, have you? Akainu inquired, while Admiral Sengoku had specifically instructed that, regardless of the cost, Alan must be captured alive and unscathed. Akainu promptly sought information from Huang Yuan regarding Alan's status. Huang Yuan, exasperated, shrugged his shoulders, expressing his frustration that Alan had grown so formidable, and yet they demanded he be captured without harm. He grimaced, stating that Alan's strength was terrifying. He had nearly been defeated by him. The revelation left Akainu, Vice Admiral Gaji, and the soldiers astounded. Did Admiral Huang Yuan really come close to being defeated? They wondered, was he not being overly modest? As a user of the Pika Pika no Mi, possessing the power of light, how could he have been so nearly vanquished? Simply surviving was commendable. Only Admiral Akiji remained unfazed, thinking that such an outcome was entirely expected. After all, how else had he lost his arm? This indicated that Alan genuinely possessed the strength to threaten any of the three admirals. Do you still doubt me? Huang Yuan's irritation grew as he sensed their disbelief. This damage was wrought by Alan in a single strike, with a radius exceeding 1,000 meters. I was the sole survivor. Thus, it could be concluded that Alan's prowess was on par with their own. Akainu acknowledged Alan's formidable strength, but remained excessively proud, firmly believing he remained the strongest among the three admirals. While Alan might pose a threat to Huang Yuan, Akainu did not believe he could endanger him. The soldiers were left reeling from the revelation that Alan had attained admiral-level strength so swiftly, truly a frightening prospect. Once they regained their composure, they felt fortunate that Alan had managed to escape. Otherwise, they would have been mere pawns caught in the ensuing chaos. The individual most affected by this was Vice Admiral Gaji, who felt as though he had been doused with humiliation. He had anticipated seizing this opportunity to teach Alan a lesson, only to discover that Alan had grown to such an extent. Where could he vent his frustration now? Everyone at the naval headquarters knew of his years of sycophancy towards Vice Admiral Shahoin, which had been rendered moot by Alan's emergence. Consequently, he became the subject of ridicule among those in the know. Despite his discontent, Gaji found solace in the fact that Alan had finally left the naval headquarters. After all, having killed a celestial dragon, he could no longer remain. From this point forward, without Alan, Gaji believed he could once again express his affections toward Shahoin. He firmly believed that one day, she would be moved by his unwavering devotion. This thought made Vice Admiral Gaji chuckle lewdly. Huang Yuan frowned at the sudden outburst of laughter. What was this fool chuckling about? Was he mocking Huang Yuan for being chastised by a mere colonel? Vice Admiral Gaji, what is so amusing? Huang Yuan queried. Gaji, regaining his composure, replied, I was merely reflecting on some personal matters that brought me joy. Akainu cast a glance at Gaji, perceiving him as a mere sycophant whose face was thicker than castle walls, surely believing he could now pursue Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. Unbeknownst to him, Vice Admiral Shahoin was likely already entangled with Alan. At the very least, Their close relationship had recently become the talk of the town, with many details unearthed, such as the fact that they had been living together, only emerging after days apart. The implications of their time together were all too clear. The surrounding soldiers quickly grasped the situation, casting pitying looks at Vice Admiral Gaji, silently acknowledging his intent to resume his role as a humble sycophant, eager to curry favor with Vice Admiral Shahoin. Yet, one could not deny that she was indeed beautiful and affluent. Who could resist her allure? Especially since becoming Alan's partner. She had become even more captivating, her charm undiminished. Perhaps this transformation only fueled Gaji's excitement as a desperate sycophant. Meanwhile, Admiral Akainu dispatched personnel to scour the Shang-Bodi Islands for Alan's whereabouts. He communicated with Admiral Sengoku via Den Den Mushi, indicating that Alan might have already vacated the islands before their arrival, urging Sengoku to prepare for what lay ahead. A sigh escaped Sengoku's lips. But just as he hung up with Akainu, urgent communication from Impel Down arrived. It reported that Colonel Allen's behavior had become erratic, suggesting a potential rebellion. He had released numerous notorious criminals confined within the 6th level of Impel Down. They requested that the naval headquarters swiftly deploy admirals for assistance. The guards at Impel Down were initially unaware that Allen had killed a celestial dragon, now deemed the Navy's most wanted criminal. Thus, Allen, having made his way to the Shang-Bodi Islands, had become self-sufficient, utilizing his spatial transfer ability. To his surprise, he found himself at Impel Down. Allen thought to himself, now that he was no longer a Navy colonel, how could the pirates he captured benefit the world government and the Navy? Seizing the opportunity, he entered Impel Down. The guards did not stop him, mistakenly believing him to be a colonel from the Navy headquarters, and they even recognized him. He had captured the legendary pirate, Golden Lion Shiki, and had thus become well known in Impel Down. Consequently, even if he had never been to Impel Down before, these guards somehow recognized his visage at a glance. Upon seeing him, they displayed a certain degree of respect. Han Bonnie, Domino, and Little Suddy eagerly welcomed Aaron. In particular, Han Bonnie appeared exceptionally eager to please. "Ha ha, Colonel Aaron, your unexpected arrival has brought great honor to Impel Down. I must treat you to fine wines and exquisite dishes. There's no need for that. I am pressed for time. First, take me to see Golden Lion and the others." "Certainly, no problem at all. You need not accompany us. Allow these two lovely ladies to lead the way." Aaron cast an impatient glance at Han Bonnie. All right." Han Bonnie was taken aback, feeling somewhat disheartened by the apparent disdain. "Cough, cough, Domino, Little Suddy, ensure that you take care of Colonel Aaron. He is a legendary figure from the Navy headquarters and will undoubtedly be a pillar of support in the future." There was no need for Han Bonnie's reminders. Little Suddy, clad in a tight-fitting pink outfit, had already enthusiastically linked her arm with Aaron's. Her infatuation was palpable, as she could hardly contain her desire to be close to him. From the moment she laid eyes on Aaron, she was deeply captivated by his potent masculine charm. Even Domino, the vice warden in uniform, found herself similarly entranced by Aaron's allure, becoming somewhat dazed just from gazing at him. Aaron, recognizing the reactions of the two women, felt a sense of helplessness. He had just battled Admiral Kazuru, expending a great deal of his cell fruit abilities, which had resulted in a significant backlash of hormones within his body. He was now striving to maintain control. Otherwise, should he release all of it, it wouldn't take but a few seconds for Domino, Little Suddy, and all the women in the vicinity of the prison to collapse, overwhelmed by desire. However, he wore a slight smile. He thought it might be better to take advantage of the situation to ensnare both Domino and Little Suddy. Thus, he loosened his grip on the hormonal factors, allowing them to emanate from his body more intensely. As Little Suddy and Domino led Aaron towards the depths of the prison, they inhaled the rich essence in close proximity, their greed for Aaron growing ever stronger. In no time, the trio reached the 6th level. Golden Lion Shiki, Crocodile, and Fire Fist Ace were all imprisoned on this level. "Aaron, you finally arrived. Hurry and have them arrange a better environment for me." Golden Lion Shiki exclaimed, his eyes brimming with anticipation. He had previously assisted Aaron significantly and had been promised a less torturous existence in Impel Down. "Enough chatter. I am here to offer you a chance at life." "What opportunity?" Golden Lion Shiki's brows furrowed, fearing for his life. Listen carefully, I can take you out, but from now on, you must follow my lead. If you refuse, I will kill you without hesitation. Aaron smiled enigmatically. Golden Lion Shiki was taken aback, his frown deepening, but he quickly regained his composure, his eyes lighting up. Are you serious? Indeed. Ha ha ha. To be honest, the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were not the sort to be complacent. Therefore Golden Lion Shiki, will follow you and work alongside you. Golden Lion Shiki fully acknowledged Aaron's strength and agreed readily. Aaron used sheer brute force to remove the chains binding Golden Lion Shiki. Ha ha, I like your audacity. Golden Lion Shiki could hardly contain his excitement at the unexpected freedom. Come on, think of a way to remove these sea stone handcuffs. Aaron narrowed his eyes, swiftly severing Golden Lion Shiki's wrists. Golden Lion Shiki cried out in agony. What the hell are you doing? My hands. Be quiet. I'm not taking your life. Aaron shot a cold glare at Golden Lion Shiki before utilizing his cell optimization ability to regenerate Shiki's severed arms. What? This? Golden Lion Shiki's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the miracle. In under 10 seconds, his severed wrists had regrown. Let us go. I need to find a few more people. Aaron stated calmly. Golden Lion Shiki, now fully aware of Aaron's capabilities, felt a surge of determination. He believed that Aaron could also resolve the issues concerning his missing limbs. Aaron, if you're seeking to gather strong allies, I can assist you. After all, there are many powerful pirates imprisoned on this 6th level. Aaron did not respond to Golden Lion Shiki, stepping out of the cell. Outside, Domino and Little Suddy were stunned. Colonel Aaron, you all? They were astonished to see Golden Lion Shiki released, even the sea stone handcuffs removed. Was this truly a release for Golden Lion? Aaron smirked slightly, suddenly unleashing a terrifying surge of hormonal factors that materialized into a dense red mist, swiftly enveloping them. If you two are willing to follow me, do not resist. I assure you, you will both become my women in the future. Without waiting for their response, he hoisted one over each shoulder, as their reactions indicated they had been thoroughly captivated, lost in obsession. Wow, you really are impressive, Golden Lion Shiki remarked in astonishment, witnessing such an extraordinary display. After all these years, he had only seen women enchanting men to capture them. He never expected to witness a man ensnaring women so effortlessly. Aaron soon found Crocodile, employing the same method to liberate him. Are you planning to lead us in an escape? Crocodile looked at Aaron in confusion. Enough chatter, just follow me. Golden Lion Shiki impatiently interjected, eager to demonstrate his worth to Aaron. Aaron did not feel the need to explain. He held the secret of old sand in his hands. Crocodile would understand the necessity of cooperation. Next, he sought out Fire Fist Ace, directly stating, I can offer you a new life, but from this point onward, you must work for me, and you can no longer be a pirate. Do you accept? Fire Fist Ace looked at Aaron with disdain. Who do you think you are? Despite being captured and reduced to a mere prisoner, I, AIC, shall never relinquish my dream of becoming a pirate, even if I find myself in the depths of hell. Furthermore, how naive and laughable of you to think I would join you in your endeavors. Mark my words, AIC, shall forever follow my father, by Huzi. Very well, sure G, silence him and take him away. No problem. How utterly ridiculous to think you can force me into submission. Alas, your efforts shall prove futile here. Let it be known, even if you possess my body, you shall never possess my heart. What utter nonsense. Give him a thorough beating. Aaron felt a wave of disgust. Fire Fist AIC had an inflated sense of self-worth. Little did he know that after rejecting the proposal to join him, Aaron had lost any regard for AIC's value. Capturing him now was merely a means to establish authority in the world. Just as Aaron was about to leave, a formidable presence emanated from the depths of the corridor. You are indeed a bold individual. Dare you engage in a wager with me? Upon hearing this, Aaron vanished in an instant, carrying 2 young women on his shoulders, and with a few quick flashes arrived at the very end. It is the devil's progeny, de Gulasi Balete. Speak. What do you wish to wager with me? A smile crept upon Aaron's lips as he discerned Ba Le's intentions. Waiting Ba Le tes pupilles. Every cell in his body was fervently urging him to escape. His desire for survival was palpable. In Chapter 113, as we forcefully advanced through the city, devouring the venom, I heard everything you said to that fellow. You imply that you can lead people out of the prison known as Push City, correct? Indeed, my audacity stems from my confidence in facilitating their escape. Ha ha, splendid. Now, let us wager. If you manage to rescue me, we shall engage in battle. Should you triumph over me, I, Balete, will follow you from henceforth. If you fail, grant me my freedom. Balete proclaimed boldly, brimming with the spirit of high stakes and camaraderie. Ah, such a wager is most agreeable. Very well, I accept. Aaron was well aware of Balete's nature. He followed the strong. As for defeating Balete, Aaron felt confident enough to take the risk. Perhaps he could gain the allegiance of such a formidable ally. Thus, Aaron released Balete. However, after being imprisoned for over a decade, Balete appeared significantly weakened. Observing this, Aaron generously utilized his cellular optimization abilities to create a substantial number of blood cells for him. Balete buzzed, noticing the vitality returning to his previously desiccated form, swiftly regaining a portion of his strength. Is this a method of restoration? Surely, it must be a manifestation of Aaron's fruit-based powers. Fascinating indeed. Fear not. When we battle outside, I shall ensure you are restored to your peak. And we shall engage in a fair contest. When you work alongside me, I require your unwavering loyalty. Aaron remarked calmly. Very well, you possess admirable resolve. I am beginning to acknowledge your worth. Balete found Aaron to be a true man, appreciating his forthrightness and reliance on absolute strength. Let us depart. I shall lead you out of Push City. Aaron held no interest in the other prisoners within, despite the presence of several powerful pirates, as they were all treacherous and unworthy of rescue. Upon returning to the 4th level, an army of guards began to encircle Aaron and his companions, and the alarm throughout Push City was raised. Colonel Aaron, what are you doing? Vice Director Hanbai and I inquired with evident wariness. To be honest, he felt utterly bewildered. Were not Jean Shurzi, Shurji, Shakaluo Kuda Air, and Firefist AIC all captured by Colonel Aaron? Why then was he leading them out? Colonel Aaron? Alas, I am no longer a colonel of the Navy headquarters. What? You're no longer? How is that possible? Hanba and I was taken aback, having received no communication from headquarters. Thus, it seemed Aaron truly intended to break into the prison. Balete, eager to escape, suddenly launched an attack on the surrounding guards. With one powerful punch, he dispatched a multitude of guards on the spot. Jean Shur, Zi, Shur, Ji, and Lao Sha, recognizing Aaron's lack of restraint, understood what to do. Particularly, Shur Ji put in even more effort. Balete, you scoundrel. Are you trying to steal my glory by initiating the attack? You are mistaken. I merely wish to give these fellows a good beating before we depart. They have certainly made my years here quite unbearable. Balete grinned menacingly, exuding an overwhelming aura of combat, with Lao Sha and Shur Ji joining the fray. The trio advanced relentlessly, requiring no assistance from Aaron. You fools, you will come to regret this. Hanbai and I trembled, paralyzed by fear, unable to engage in combat, and merely called for more guards to reinforce their ranks. As the battle erupted within the prison, they passed numerous cells housing pirates and criminals. Hoping to be liberated by Aaron and his group, they expressed their willingness to serve loyally in exchange for freedom. Yet Aaron remained unmoved. A bunch of worthless scum did not merit his assistance. Amidst the chaos, however, Buggy's eyes lit up as he began to stir up further turmoil. Together with the wax fruit user, Jia Air Dinua, they engraved keys to unlock several cells, liberating numerous pirates and criminals. As Aaron and his companions forged ahead, they soon encountered the warden of Push City, Ma Jeluan. Aaron, you dare to rescue people from my Push City. You are courting death. He unleashed a torrent of purple venom, surging like a river towards the corridor. Lao Sha prepared to counter with sand, but Aaron stepped forward, still carrying 2 young women on his shoulders. Allow me. Aaron extended his hand, activating his cellular absorption ability while simultaneously engaging his immune response. Initially, The purple venom coursing through him brought immense pain. Yet this agony triggered Aaron's innate instincts and spurred rapid production of cellular immunity. Within a minute, his cellular abilities had effectively neutralized the toxic effects of the venom. At that moment, Aaron proceeded to consume voraciously. Before long, he had absorbed all the venom released by Ma Jielun. What? Many guards were shocked, their minds reeling at the sight of Aaron devouring the warden's venom. What manner of creature is this? Ma Jielun's venom is reputed to be the deadliest. Once contaminated, one faces certain death or grievous injury. To think it posed no threat to him, but instead was completely consumed. Magellan became increasingly incredible. The venom he exuded failed to pose any threat to his adversaries. The extensive use of his devil fruit abilities resulted in a tumultuous churning within his stomach, prompting an urgent desire to seek relief in the restroom. Nevertheless, he resolutely contained himself. He could not allow this motley crew to escape. Otherwise, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Magellan, you must hold on. I have already summoned assistance from the Navy headquarters. I believe that within a matter of minutes, a vice admiral will arrive to aid us, Hanbani reminded him, secretly reveling in the impending doom. Magellan, your time is up. It seems you will not be able to detain them. Ultimately, this will be your failure. You will be removed from your position as director, and I, Hanbani, will seize the opportunity to ascend as the true director of Impel Down. Magellan cast a cold glare at Hanbani. Once I deal with them, I will take great pleasure in addressing you. Do not think I'm unaware that it was you who facilitated their entry. Hanbani felt a pang of panic. Indeed, he had been the one to let them in. But wasn't it a natural course of action? Who could know how he had so swiftly fallen from the rank of colonel at Navy headquarters? At this moment, Magellan unleashed the full potential of his Doku no Mi abilities, summoning several toxic dragons to assault Aaron and his companions once more. Aaron, however, dismissed the attack with disdain, vanishing in an instant and delivering a powerful kick that sent Magellan crashing into the wall. Aaron did not relent. A radiant energy emanated from his palm as he drew in Magellan from a distance, seizing him by the throat and activating his cell-devouring ability to absorb Magellan's toxic powers. Aaron opted not to kill Magellan. He intended to keep him around for future exploits. With Magellan drained of his vitality and strength, Aaron carelessly tossed him aside into the rubble. After casting a glance at the trembling guards, he swaggered toward the exit. Naturally, the guards dared not intervene, sensing the overwhelming dread emanating from Aaron and his companions. Upon exiting, Shiki the Golden Lion immediately sought to commandeer a naval vessel for his escape, but Aaron intervened. Mastering his cellular control, he concentrated his energy, manifesting a crimson dragon that lifted everyone skyward towards the skies above Sabaody Archipelago. Just days prior, Aaron had made arrangements. Should Nami and the others encounter insurmountable danger within the Sabaody Islands, they were to take to the skies in a flying vessel to await his return. Surely, they were now waiting above for his safe return. Shortly after Aaron and his companions departed, Admirals Akinu, Kizaru, and Akiji arrived aboard several warships at Impel Down. At that moment, numerous prisoners were emerging in a frenzy, driven by the instinct for survival, launching an unprecedented assault on Navy soldiers and seizing military vessels. The guards within Impel Down were rendered ineffective against the relentless tide of escaping convicts, particularly with Magellan temporarily incapacitated and the losses of Shiryu and Domino weighing heavily on them. Consequently, several naval ships anchored nearby were commandeered, allowing numerous pirates to make a hasty retreat. Furiously, the admirals resolved to regain control of the situation. Kizaru and Vice Admiral Gaku split off to pursue the fleeing pirates, while Akiji instantly froze the waters surrounding Impel Down, extinguishing any hope of escape for those remaining pirates. Akainu stormed into the depths of Impel Down to exert his formidable authority. Meanwhile, within mere minutes, Aaron ascended to an altitude exceeding 5,000 meters above the Sabaody Archipelago. The flying vessel crafted by Inaru awaited him there, landing gracefully on the gilded deck. Nami, Yuhua, Gion, Koya, Cornus, and Robin quickly gathered around him. Aaron, you have finally returned safely. We were so worried about you. Rest assured, how could anything happen to me? Yet indeed, This time you had cause for concern. I made a trip to Impel Down and executed a prison break, Aaron replied nonchalantly, offering them a gentle smile. By the way, these two are the guards from Impel Down. I have mesmerized them, and I will address a few matters with them first. All right then. The women blushed at his words, fully aware of his implications. However, they were accustomed to it. After all, they all held feelings for Aaron. Thus, they accepted and supported whatever he chose to do. Aaron led the two women into the third level of the flying vessel, still under the influence of hormonal cellular factors. Domino and Shiryu remained deeply captivated and dazed by Aaron, now willing to heed any of his commands. Hours later, the matter was swiftly resolved. Aaron emerged, while Domino and Shiryu had returned to their normal states. However, their hearts were filled with complexity as they pondered their next steps. Although they had become Aaron's, they had been taken away from Impel Down. Should they return? Domino, what do you think? Should we go back to Impel Down? Shiryu hesitated, still fond of her work there. Are you foolish? You are now one of Aaron's. Why would you return to Impel Down? He just orchestrated a prison break. Do you wish to stand against him? Domino's cheeks flushed. She realized that she could simply follow Aaron. After all, she was now his. How could that be? Aaron has me utterly enchanted. I feel as though I have fallen in love with him. Thus, I do not wish to leave his side. Well then, shall we go out? It seems there are many people outside. However, the thought of stepping out felt awkward, exposed in broad daylight. Oh, it's rather embarrassing. Shiryu feigned shyness. Let us tidy ourselves up and go out to meet everyone. We will inevitably encounter them again, Domino decided. Soon, they emerged to find Aaron surrounded by numerous women. Although they were somewhat prepared for this, it still left them feeling somewhat displeased. Come, let me introduce you. These are all my companions. Aaron beckoned to Domino and Shiryu. The two boldly approached and offered gentle smiles to Nami and the others. Hello. Hello to you as well. We shall be good sisters from now on, shall we not? Nami exclaimed with delight. Absolutely, Domino replied earnestly, casting a deep gaze at Aaron, unable to forget the joy and happiness he brought her. As the beautiful women exchanged introductions, they began to familiarize themselves with one another. Meanwhile, Shiki, Inaru, and others engaged in conversation, having some prior acquaintance. Gion approached Aaron, expressing her concern. Aaron, what shall we do now? Are you returning to Navy headquarters? I shall not return, given the magnitude of recent events. My sole desire now is to remain by your side. Furthermore, who among the personnel at the Navy headquarters is unaware of our connection? If I were to stay there, they might exploit my relationship with you to their advantage. How amusing, indeed. Aaron, feeling reassured, embraced Yuan. Yet, it will be arduous for you to wander with me. But trust me, it shall not be long before we find stability. In truth, having you by my side fills me with immense joy and happiness. Yuan nestled within Aaron's embrace, savoring his warmth, and felt a profound sense of contentment. As for returning to the Navy headquarters, she had no intention of doing so. As Aaron's woman, she chose to stand with him. Having been candid with Aaron for so long, she understood his character. Should she return to the Navy headquarters now, she might lose Aaron, effectively failing to support him and standing against him. Thus, for the sake of her lifelong happiness, Yuan resolutely chose to follow Aaron. Moreover, Aaron had done nothing wrong. The celestial dragons were insatiably greedy, behaving like rabid dogs, treating people as if they were nothing, and they deserved their fate. By the way, I should inform you of my future plans. Very well, whatever you decide, I shall comply, Yuan nodded. Soon, Aaron summoned everyone. As for Barrett, he remained distant, as he was not aligned with Aaron's side. However, aboard the ship were Zoro, the Golden Lion, Crocodile, Enel, Vaughn, and a host of his beautiful companions. This time, having slain 2 celestial dragons and forcefully breached Impel Down, we are now in a state of irreconcilable conflict with the Navy headquarters and the world government. However, I do not fear this. I even intend to establish an organization of greater strength. An organization, you say? Fascinating. Preferably one that opposes the world government and the Navy headquarters. Pray tell, what kind of organization do you envision? The Golden Lion was filled with anticipation, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the Navy headquarters. I aim to establish the Organization of Divine Retribution, to enact true justice. Our targets shall encompass pirates, the Navy, the world government, and various formidable forces. In essence, wherever there is oppression, there shall be our presence. You shall be the founding members of my organization of divine retribution, the sharpest spear. Furthermore, you may scout for qualified individuals to join our ranks. What say you? Does anyone oppose this, or wish to depart? Aaron gazed calmly at the crowd. To be frank, even if some wished to leave, they would not dare to do so. We stand united, declared Ziwan, Nami, Robin, and the other women of Aaron without hesitation, feeling immense pride and happiness that their husband, Aaron, was undertaking something truly magnificent. No matter how arduous this task may be, they would unwaveringly serve as Aaron's steadfast support. Chapter 115. The Golden Lion Shiki regains his peak power. Zoro began to express his intent, wishing to become a member of the Organization of Divine Retribution. For him, joining this organization posed no conflict with his ambition to become the world's greatest swordsman. And you? Aaron looked towards the Golden Lion, Crocodile, and Enel. Enel's eyes lit up. The name Divine Retribution suits my title as the God of Thunder. Thus, I am willing to join. Ha ha! I'm also willing. The Golden Lion laughed heartily. Do not look at me. You know I have no other choices, Crocodile lamented. Very well, since all are willing, remember your words. Should anyone betray me, they shall find themselves in a dire predicament. Additionally, as members of the Organization of Divine Retribution, we shall only pursue justice, judging and punishing the wicked. Let us not harm the innocent. Moreover, our primary targets will be the strong and powerful forces. Aaron solemnly reminded them. That said, do we not feel a lack of manpower? Should we not seek out more powerful individuals to join us? The Golden Lion proposed. For we are targeting all the scoundrels of the world, and with only a few of us, executing our missions may lead to exhaustion. Fear not. I have it all under control. Stronger individuals will join us in due time. As for you, Golden Lion, I have significant tasks for you ahead. You shall be responsible for establishing the headquarters of our Organization of Divine Retribution. Is that agreeable? Rest assured, this is entirely within my capabilities. I will locate numerous islands to elevate into the sky, crafting our headquarters. By the way, could you assist me with the issue of the ship's helm on my head and my broken legs? The Golden Lion cautiously inquired. Very well. I can first assist with the helm on your head. We shall address your legs later. Upon hearing this, the Golden Lion was immediately exhilarated. I understand. You need not worry. I shall remain loyal to the organization. Enough. I'm not concerned about your escape. Moreover, as long as you perform your duties well, I can ensure your continued existence. It is merely a matter of whether you can seize the opportunity. To be candid, I'm a user of a cell fruit, and I have developed the ability to extend life by several hundred years. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their pupils widening. What? Live for several hundred years? Are you serious? Shiki, at what age was your peak power? Aaron inquired slowly. The Golden Lion snapped back to reality and responded eagerly. 50 years at that time. I battled my opponent for 5 consecutive days and nights without rest. While it may be somewhat exaggerated, to fight for 5 days and nights requires considerable stamina and energy. Upon hearing this, Aaron extended his hand to activate his cell fruit ability, controlling Shiki's cells to optimize them, infusing vitality into them. Simultaneously, he increased the number of cells within his body. Soon, in less than a short while, Shiki's appearance visibly transformed, rejuvenating at an astonishing rate. In no time, Shiki appeared to be 50 years old once more. Those present stared in shock, unable to deny Aaron's prowess, realizing his methods were indeed formidable. No wonder Aaron possessed such confidence and audacity to slay the celestial dragons and directly oppose the world government, the Navy headquarters, and numerous pirates and factions. This ability was nothing short of miraculous. While many fruits could seemingly grant youth, it often merely resulted in superficial appearances. However, Shiki's rejuvenation represented a profound restoration of vitality. Nearby, Barrett watched in disbelief, his thoughts becoming somewhat convoluted. He pondered whether to align himself with Aaron. The Organization of Divine Retribution seemed promising, and if he could live for several hundred years, he would have ample time to become stronger. With this in mind, Barrett felt compelled to make a decision. Aaron, forgive my boldness, but I too wish to join your organization of divine retribution. Barrett grinned broadly. What? No longer wish to spar with me? Sweat. What is there to fight about? If someone like Shiki is willing to join forces with you, I'm certainly serious. Barrett chuckled. There's no rush for a fight. We can spar whenever we have the time. Shiki cast a sidelong glance at Barrett. You're clearly intrigued after hearing Aaron mention the possibility of living for centuries. Aren't you? Familiar with Barrett, Shiki knew he was a formidable figure from the days of the Roger Pirates, definitely strong, yet still slightly inferior to himself. Indeed, I am intrigued. Are you not as well? Barrett boldly admitted, showing no fear of Shiki and even eager to engage him in combat. Back in the day, it was Roger who faced off against Shiki, leaving Barrett without the opportunity to battle him and unaware of who would prevail. A fine addition to our organization, the Tianfa, would be Barrett, but you understand the rules, right? Aaron inquired, looking at Barrett. I comprehend. You need not worry about that, Barrett assured, thumping his chest. Seeing this, Shiki refrained from further comments. After all, he was in high spirits today, feeling rejuvenated, as if decades had been taken off his age, invigorated with newfound strength. However, if only he could remove the helm from his head, his combat prowess would truly be restored to its peak. With the helm affixed to his head, he was unable to harness the power of Haushikahaki. Shiki turned his hopeful gaze toward Aaron. What are you staring at? It's all healed. Just remove it. Aaron replied. What? It's healed? Are you sure it can be removed? It won't cause bleeding, will it? This thing has fused with my brain. Pulling it out now seems dangerous. I won't die, will I? Shiki expressed his profound concern. Removing such an object was no trivial matter. Utmost caution was required. Don't underestimate my cell fruit abilities, Aaron retorted, dismissively swearing. During the cellular optimization, he had already separated the helm from the cells it had merged with, ensuring no issues would arise. Haha, Shiki, you coward. When did you become so afraid of death? And to think you doubt Aaron. You're quite disappointing, Barrett mocked, promptly extracting the helm from Shiki's head. Shiki felt a dizzying sensation, a chill coursing through his mind as he suddenly felt lighter without the helm. After several seconds, the dizziness subsided. He quickly touched his head and turned to Barrett. Wait, you actually pulled it out? What else would I do? Aaron said it could be removed. What is there to fear? Barrett replied. Get lost. I wasn't afraid. I intended to remove it anyway. Shiki shot back, though internally he felt elated. With the helm gone, he felt no pain, and the wound on his head was rapidly healing. Come on, Barrett, let us find a place to spar, Shiki exclaimed, eager to unleash the long-dormant power of Haushikahaki. Let us fight. It would be a good opportunity to establish our ranks within the Tianfa organization, Barrett concurred. The mention of ranks caught the attention of Enel and others, realizing this would define their status and identity within the organization. Chapter 116. The rank battle of the Tianfa organization, gathering the warlords of the sea without hesitation. Shiki, Enel, and Barrett approached Aaron, requesting a location for their duel to establish their standings within the Tianfa. Aaron readily agreed and suggested they also choose imposing code names. As they discussed their names, Enel grinned. Hee, I shall be known as the Thunder God. Thunder God? Such audacity. Then I shall be the Demon King, Barrett declared, emanating an aura of terror. Damn, you two bastards have chosen mighty names. What should I choose? Shiki exclaimed in frustration. Ha! I think you should take a name to commemorate your hairless head, Barrett teased. How about Flying Rooster Head for you? Get lost. You two underestimate me. Once we find a place, I'll show you who the true king is. Shiki retorted angrily. Days later, Aaron and the others arrived in the new world on a deserted island. After 3 days and nights of fierce combat, Shiki, Enel, Barrett, Zoro, Crocodile, and Bartolomeo finally established their rankings. Aaron naturally stood as the foremost in the Tianfa organization, directly dubbed Tion. His female companions were designated as Tion 1 or 2, etc., their status only beneath Aaron. Following them was the FA organization, comprised of Shiki and his peers, ranked according to their combat strength. Their ranks were as follows. Barrett, the Demon King, Shiki, the Lion King, Enel, the Thunder God, Crocodile, the Sand King, Zoro, the King of Hell, and Bartolomeo, the king of worship. Their rankings reflected their respective prowess. I can't believe I, the Thunder God, am ranked below you two old geezers. Though I'm not pleased. Your Haushiko haki is indeed formidable, capable of shattering even my thunder, Enel remarked, arms crossed, torn between pride and humility. After all, his so-called mind network held no advantage against Barrett and Shiki, especially without mastery over Busashoku and Haushiko haki. You have some potential, kid. Even without mastering Busashoku and Haushiku, you have developed thunderous techniques that are nothing short of terrifying. With a bit more effort, a single bolt of thunder could obliterate an entire city, Shiki praised, patting Enel on the shoulder, secretly admiring his fruit abilities. Facing Enel's lightning strike, thunderstorm, and Thunder God had instilled a deep sense of pressure in him. Had Enel mastered Busashoku and Haushiku, even he and Barrett might not have triumphed. Haki is the true measure of strength in this world. What good is a well-developed fruit ability? Barrett countered dismissively. Moreover, mastering Haushiku haki requires one to possess the qualifications of a king, not merely declare oneself a Thunder God. Qualifications of a king? But I, the Thunder God, have always possessed divine qualities. Enel proclaimed confidently. Thus, I will soon master the Busashoku and Haushiku you speak of. Anyone can boast and make grand statements, Barrett scoffed, turning towards Zoro. King of Hell, I see great potential in you. Your future achievements could be remarkable. Though your current strength pales in comparison to ours, your solid foundation, unwavering will, and innate talent suggest that with time, you shall become a formidable powerhouse. Zoro nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your recognition, Demon King. At this moment, Eren approached, clapping his hands. Your ranking battle was impressive, quite exhilarating. I almost felt compelled to join in. However, I sense a strong rivalry between you, so I propose that your rankings be reassessed every 5 years. Moreover, many like-minded strong individuals will undoubtedly join our Tianfa organization, and we must provide them with an opportunity to establish their ranks, Eren stated calmly. Leader, your suggestion is agreeable, but 5 years from now I, Barrett, will only grow stronger and will maintain my position, Barrett replied, exuding confidence. He even felt a stirring desire to challenge Eren to a duel. Though a hint of uncertainty lingered within him, compounded by the exhaustion from 3 days and nights of battle. Well, it's good to have such confidence. It is this spirit that will ensure our invincibility and our fearlessness against any formidable opponent. Now, let us find a suitable location and dedicate some time to establishing our stronghold and organizational power. Meanwhile, the Marine headquarters had already quelled the unrest that impelled down that very day. However, some pirates had successfully escaped, leading to significant losses for the Marine headquarters. In the conference room, Fleet Admiral Sengoku clenched his fists tightly. He was immensely frustrated, unable to comprehend how someone he had trusted so deeply, like Eren, could lack such foresight and, in a fit of anger, kill a celestial dragon, leaving him utterly disappointed. Furthermore, the chaotic escape had compounded the situation, and he had been reprimanded by higher authorities multiple times. That scoundrel Eren is nothing but an ungrateful wretch, completely disregarding my feelings, Sengoku seethed, slamming his fist onto the table. On the side, Garp appeared rather pleased, noting that at least his 2 grandsons were safe and not an impel down. Eren could have been our Marine headquarters successor, but his reckless nature knows no bounds. However, I have come to understand the circumstances surrounding the deaths of the 2 celestial dragons. To be frank, in such a situation, taking action is quite natural, but to take a life is indeed excessive. I concur with Mr. Garp's perspective. The current predicament is a result of certain celestial dragons' penchant for trouble. Otherwise, these events would not have transpired, Akainu, the Admiral, stated, siding with Garp. Alas, this incident has escalated beyond normalcy, and the death of a celestial dragon is a matter of great significance. For now, let us adhere to Fleet Admiral Sengoku's directives. Vice Admiral Tsuru acknowledged, fully aware of Sengoku's challenges and the pressure he faced. By the way, Vice Admiral Tsuru, I believe that Vice Admiral Guion has been taken away by that scoundrel Eren, Rear Admiral Gaji interjected. Perhaps, but she is unlikely to return to the Marine headquarters. Suru replied slowly, without displaying anger. In her view, Guyon's departure was the safest course of action. Gaji was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the implications. However, Suru offered no further remarks, leaving him unsure of how to respond. Well then, I have received directives from the world government to issue a global bounty on Aaron and his associates, yet we must capture Aaron alive. As for others associated with him, they are to be eliminated without mercy. Additionally, we shall assemble all members of the 7 warlords of the sea to partake in this capture mission. Fleet Admiral Sengoku declared with a commanding presence, choosing to uphold the world government's dignity through earnest action. Chapter 117. Im's Anticipation and Fear in the Holy Land Mariewa. Within the Grand Hall of Emptiness, Im sat upon a towering throne, exuding an unparalleled authority that instilled a profound sense of pressure. She was furious, genuinely enraged. She desired Aaron, yet her subordinates had failed her, allowing him to evade capture and vanish without a trace. It was incomprehensible that the entire Marine headquarters could not apprehend a single individual, resulting in significant losses at Impel Down, where numerous captured pirates had escaped. Lord Im, we sincerely apologize. We did not anticipate that Aaron would possess such formidable strength. We believed that a mere colonel would be powerless against the might of the Marine admirals. Yet his capabilities rivaled those of our top commanders, one of the subordinates lamented. Indeed, Lord Im, according to intelligence from the Marine headquarters, Aaron is said to control a wide array of abilities, having even learned the spatial transfer technique of the warlord Kuma on site. Not only did he send Kuma flying, but he also vanished in an instant, making it impossible for Admiral Kizuru to pose a threat to his speed, another added. The 5 elders at this moment were drenched in cold sweat, kneeling before her and offering continuous explanations. They were filled with trepidation, for it was the first time in many years that Lord Im had displayed such anger. However, they could not fathom why Aaron had captured her attention so profoundly. Was there some unspoken secret between Aaron and Lord Im? It appeared that she intended to deal with him, yet wished to avoid causing him harm, thereby complicating matters significantly. By the way, Lord Im, the Marine headquarters has provided further information about Aaron. It is reported that he possesses exceptionally powerful healing abilities, capable of even regrowing severed limbs. One of the elders remarked, "Oh, he can regrow severed limbs?" Im said, slightly taken aback, and after a moment's contemplation, she declared, "In that case, let us exert all our efforts to capture Aaron without concern for his safety." Im was resolute in her desire to gain control over Aaron swiftly. While she did not wish to kill him outright, she intended to imprison him and subject him to torment. She could never forgive him for daring to commit such audacious acts against her, an affront to her divine status. Yes, Lord Im, we shall make arrangements immediately. Without this constraint, capturing Aaron should prove significantly easier, an elder assured her. Remember, you must not disappoint me this time, or the wrath of Im is something you cannot bear, Im said coldly, her aura suffocating the 5 elders. As Im retreated into the garden, she extended her slender fingers, gently caressing a few butterflies, yet her mind drifted back to that island and the audacious acts Aaron had committed against her. Soon, a flush rose upon her exquisite visage. "Humph, that scoundrel has caused me great distress," she seethed, placing a hand upon her abdomen. "If I were to bear a child because of this, I shall ensure you suffer a fate worse than death." Imu felt a twinge of fear mingled with anticipation. She was aware that every month during these particular days, she would receive her scheduled visit. However, this time, there were no signs to indicate such an occurrence, leaving her to ponder whether she might be expecting a child. If that were the case, what should she do? To give birth or not? This dilemma weighed heavily on Imu's mind. As half a month passed, the news of Aaron's actions in Shambodi, his clash with the celestial dragons, and the turmoil he caused in Impel Down had reached countless powerful individuals and organizations. The Morgans organization, notorious for its reach, would undoubtedly seize upon such sensational news, ensuring it was broadcast worldwide. The first to learn of the incident were the 4 emperors, followed by the Shichibukai and various kingdoms. Upon hearing the news, Members of the Whitebeard pirates scoffed at the Navy, recognizing the internal strife that was unfolding. Nevertheless, they expressed admiration for Aaron, acknowledging him as a man of true character and spirit, unafraid even of the celestial dragons. Whitebeard Edward sighed, acutely aware of the dwindling time before him. He cautioned everyone, noting that individuals like Aaron, should they be part of the Navy, would pose a far greater threat. If they ever encountered him, he would undoubtedly exert every effort to capture them. Thus, they must avoid provoking him. Otherwise, they would face unimaginable consequences. The fact that he had escaped the Navy headquarters and evaded capture by the world government indicated his formidable strength. Father S.'s words resonated. However, now it seemed that the immediate threat might not be significant. After all, he was no longer part of the Navy and might find himself at a dead end. Possibly opting to become a pirate instead, Marco contemplated aloud. He even considered the possibility of inviting Aaron to join the Whitebeard pirates, believing such a decision could fortify their strength and ensure stability in the face of their father's illness. Furthermore, with Aaron now a wanted man, only the four emperors would possess the audacity to accept him. Marco, you're still too young, Whitebeard admonished. Some individuals, even if no longer part of the Navy, would disdain becoming pirates. Many choose the Navy precisely because their loved ones have been harmed by pirates, or they harbor a deep-seated aversion to the lawlessness exhibited by pirates. Yes, father, you are right. I was merely speculating, Marco replied, sensing Whitebeard's concern. It was evident that Marco's disdain for the celestial dragons had led him to momentarily admire Aaron for his audacious act of defiance. Beside them, the sword-wielding Bista spoke softly. Indeed, I understand. By the way, have you heard any news about Ace? Just a few days ago, that arrogant fellow Shanks came to instruct me on my duties. Reflecting on it now, it is quite irritating, but I'm growing old, and I must think things through more carefully. Therefore, it is imperative that you find Ace quickly. We are in a turbulent time, and the Navy may mobilize to capture Aaron. If Ace encounters them, trouble is inevitable. Yes, father, we have already contacted underground organizations to locate him. As soon as we receive news, we will arrange for Ace's return. At that moment, Diamond Jozu approached. Father, we have spotted a warship ahead, but it appears to be filled with a group of pirates clad in prisoner garb. They seem to be escapees from Impel Down. Ha ha ha, Whitebeard laughed heartily. Those failures have some audacity to venture into these waters. However, this sea cannot accommodate other pirates. Drive them away. Understood, father. However, Diamond Jozu soon returned with a twist, bringing Buggy and Straw Hat Luffy aboard the Moby Dick. Father, take a look at this fellow. He nudged Buggy forward. Whitebeard squinted his eyes, his memory rekindled. Oh, this is intriguing. It's a young lad from Roger's ship. I never imagined you would grow so much after all these years. Whitebeard found the situation amusing, especially since Shanks had visited him recently, and now Buggy, the young lad who was once inseparable from Shanks, had appeared. As Shanks' strength had become immeasurable, Whitebeard wondered how Buggy had fared. Buggy, drenched in cold sweat, felt utterly intimidated by Whitebeard's formidable presence. He couldn't help but inwardly curse Luffy for dragging him into this predicament. After all, it was Luffy who insisted on coming to Whitebeard's territory to inform him that Ace had been captured by Aaron. Unexpectedly, Whitebeard recognized him, which made Buggy feel somewhat esteemed. At this moment, he could not afford to show any weakness. Otherwise, kindness could easily lead to exploitation. Indeed, I am that so-called young lad from years ago. However, decades have passed, and I have grown significantly stronger. You would do well not to underestimate me. Moreover, I am here to assist this young man, as he is Ace's brother. Luffy, gazing at Whitebeard, felt a swell of pride for Ace. This is Ace's father, the Supreme Four Emperor Whitebeard. He truly exudes strength, dominance, and an indomitable presence. Ace's brother, you say? I see. Ace has mentioned having two brothers. Whitebeard's authoritative smile held a keen gaze as he scrutinized Luffy. Luffy felt an intense pressure, a terrifying aura emanating from Whitebeard. Regaining his composure, he declared, Whitebeard, I did not come here to fight. I am here to inform you that Ace has been captured by Aaron. What? Ace has been captured by Aaron? Marco's expression shifted to one of alarm. But why would Aaron, no longer part of the Navy, capture Ace? Luffy, please elaborate on the situation for us. Marco urged, maintaining a calm demeanor. Luffy recounted the events surrounding Ace's capture, detailing everything to the members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Do you all understand? Even though Aaron is no longer part of the Navy, he remains an incredibly dangerous individual. Do not harbor any false hopes thinking that Aaron's departure from Impel Down with Ace means they are safe. Buggy interjected seriously, showcasing his perceptive judgment as if he could see through it all. Whitebeard's brow furrowed deeply. Having navigated the treacherous seas for so many years, he sensed the genuine peril Ace faced this time. Marco, issue a command to search for Aaron and Ace with all our might. Understood, Father. Rest assured, we will bring Ace back, Marco pledged. As the foremost power among the four emperors, they possessed an extensive and efficient underground intelligence network throughout the New World. No matter what transpired at sea, there was little that escaped their notice. Afterward, Luffy and the others departed. Luffy turned to Buggy, expressing his intent to seek out Shanks while simultaneously searching for Ace. However, Baki had no intention of accompanying Luffy. He first sought a location to modify the appearance of his warship, transforming it so that it no longer resembled a military vessel. This alteration would allow him to sail freely across the seas. Ultimately, in deference to Shanks, Baki delivered Luffy to Water 7. Luffy, remember this. I have done these things for you, and now you owe me 10 billion berries. When you strike it rich, do not forget to repay me. Moreover, this is Water 7. Whether you can procure your own pirate ship depends on your own capabilities. Farewell. I shall see you again when you have wealth. With that, Baki abandoned Luffy in Water 7 and departed with his entourage, his mind set on treasure hunting. During his release of numerous prisoners, many had claimed to possess hidden treasures, eagerly awaiting Baki's search for them. Upon arriving in Water 7, Luffy was ecstatic to discover that it was a hub for shipbuilding. Indeed, Baki was a trustworthy ally. This place specialized in crafting vessels. Wonderful. I must quickly acquire a pirate ship to search for Ace and Shanks, was Luffy's immediate thought. 3 months later, the world government assembled the Shichibukai to scour the globe for Arlong, but to no avail. The Marine headquarters experienced the same lack of success. Arlong seemed to have vanished without a trace. The upper echelons of the Marine headquarters were aware that Arlong had taken the Golden Lion Shiki with him. Thus, they feared that unless Arlong chose to reveal himself, finding him would prove exceedingly difficult, reminiscent of Shiki's decades-long concealment. Nevertheless, they persisted in their search, revealing to countless pirates the dire repercussions of offending the celestial dragons. During this time, another significant event occurred. Following the absence of Crocodile from the Shichibukai, Marshal D. Teach secured a replacement position, becoming the new Shichibukai. Ha! Although that scoundrel Arlong is detestable, we owe him a debt of gratitude for slaying a celestial dragon and creating such a stir, redirecting the focus of the world government and Marine headquarters. This has allowed our Blackbeard crew to regain our footing and successfully join the ranks of the Shichibukai. Teach proclaimed as he and his crew feasted on meat and drank merrily. Captain, this is indeed a blessing in disguise. Thanks to that fool Arlong. We have even added new crew members. Ha! Burgess laughed heartily. At this moment, they officially became the Blackbeard crew, setting their sights on becoming the 5th Emperor, as their ranks were now sufficient. Their recent expedition to Impel Down had successfully recruited several notable members, including Jinbei, Katarina, Avalo, St. John, and Baskerville. This newfound strength enabled them to negotiate with the world government, allowing Blackbeard Teach to assume the position of Shichibukai, simultaneously aiding in the capture of Arlong. Teach planned to become a Shichibukai, provided him with ample time to prepare for his ambitions of becoming the 5th Emperor. On Sabaody Archipelago, the Kuja pirates, led by the Empress Boa Hancock, arrived. Sister, why have we returned here? I thought we were heading back to Amazon Lily? Sandersonia inquired, perplexed. Arlong disappeared from Sabaody. Perhaps the most perilous location is also his safest refuge, the Empress replied, arms crossed, captivating and ensnaring countless pirates with her beauty. However, should anyone show her disrespect, she would not hesitate to petrify them. What did she fear? A being of such ethereal beauty would be forgiven for any action, would they not? Even if she were to take a life, those souls in hell would still absolve her. Such was her invincible confidence. Sister, your reputation is unmatched. Yet, what if the person we seek is not present? Impossible. I must find him. I must see him with my own eyes at least once. The Empress's cheeks flushed, causing Sandersonia and Marigold to exchange concerned glances. Moreover, the Empress had recently been seen on the ship, gazing at Arlong's wanted poster, clearly fixated for quite some time. Sister, could it be that you harbor some unusual feelings for this Arlong? Marigold could not help but ask, pondering if she had indeed fallen for someone. After all, Arlong had slain a celestial dragon, and upon hearing the news, they had all rejoiced and admired him, for they loathed the celestial dragons with great fervor. And no, I merely wished to see the man who could kill a celestial dragon with my own eyes. Nothing more, the Empress retorted defiantly, though her heart raced at the thought of Arlong's deed. 2 years later, amidst the rescue of Zifa, time had flown by since Arlong and his companions had vanished. In the New World, at the new Marine base, Arlong, Shiki, Enel, and Barrett appeared in the skies. At that moment, a fierce battle raged below. Several Marine warships, with thousands of soldiers led by Admiral Kazuru and Admiral Akiji, were intent on obliterating the new Marine base under Zifa's command. Captain, it seems we have arrived at just the right moment, Shiki remarked, a cigar in his mouth, observing the chaos below with a sardonic smile. Indeed, our timing is impeccable. However, this situation is even more advantageous for us, Arlong replied. For the past 2 years, they had kept a low profile, focusing on constructing the headquarters of their organization. Heaven's punishment. Although Shiki's abilities allowed for the relocation of numerous islands, crafting a dozen islands took nearly 2 years to complete. According to Shiki, Arlong's standards for the base were excessively high, leading to an extravagant design akin to a celestial palace. Yet, Arlong contended that a well-constructed headquarters would elevate the prestige of their organization. Shiki and the others agreed, for after 2 years of labor, their headquarters was indeed magnificent and could be moved to any location. Thus, wherever they went, their headquarters would follow. Below, the battlefield blazed with fury. Admiral Zifa found himself restrained by Admiral Kazuru, while those willing to join Zifa in the new Marine were suppressed by the Marine forces. Zifa, surrender. If you hand over the explosive rock and return to Marine headquarters with me, this conflict can be avoided. Your soldiers will not perish in vain. Kazuru, possessing the power of the Pika Pika no Mi, had the upper hand in speed over Zifa. After a fierce exchange, the battle raged on. Zafa was somewhat out of breath, burdened by the heavy sea stone pulverizer affixed to his right arm, which weighed several tons, rendering him both sluggish and heavily encumbered. The explosive rock is absolutely not something I can entrust to you, nor could I ever return to the Navy headquarters, he declared, his expression sharp with disappointment towards the Navy headquarters. Over a year ago, one of the warlords of the sea, Moonlight Moria, had inexplicably lost his title at the hands of the world government. To his astonishment, Whitebeard too became the new warlord of the sea, a development that struck him profoundly. Whitebeard too was the very pirate who had severed his arm and caused the deaths of many of his students. The Navy headquarters was well aware of this fact. Yet Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the high-ranking generals offered no objections, allowing the world government to elevate Whitebeard too to his current position. It must be said, the current world government and Navy headquarters are utterly deplorable. 2 years ago, Alun, such a promising talent, was disgusted away by you. I never imagined that a year later, you would manage to drive me away as well. Quite impressive indeed. Today I declare, if the world government and Navy headquarters insist on making me their enemy, I shall use this explosive rock to obliterate your headquarters. Upon hearing this, Huang Yuan pouted, a hint of disdain in his voice. Teacher Zafa, you must know that you're no longer my match. After all, you have grown old and should enjoy your twilight years. Why must you struggle so? Moreover, your current thoughts are truly alarming. Therefore, I must stop you and retrieve the explosive rock. Rest assured, Teacher Zafa, Fleet Admiral Sengoku has instructed me to spare your life. With that, Huang Yuan unleashed a barrage of light projectiles from his Hakushaku Kogu, maintaining a safe distance while seeking to exhaust Zai Fa's resolve. Zai Fa struggled to lift the sea stone pulverizer, firing a multitude of bullets to intercept the incoming light projectiles. Meanwhile, Zai Fa's students, including Ai and Binzi and Xiozhua, found themselves surrounded by a group of specialized Navy soldiers and suffered severe losses. What to do? These soldiers were undoubtedly the very ones trained by Colonel Aluan back at the Navy headquarters. Their physical prowess was formidable, unmatched among elite soldiers, capable of taking on 10 foes single-handedly. It was infuriating. If they were continually restrained by these Navy soldiers, they would be unable to assist teacher Zai Fa. Indeed, Zai Fa's opponent was Admiral Huang Yuan, whose speed afforded him a distinct advantage, putting Zai Fa in peril. Excuse you. And the others felt a collective anxiety for Zai Fa. Everyone, surrender and cease resistance, and we will have reason not to engage you. Otherwise, we will be compelled to execute military orders without mercy, proclaimed the leader, the newly appointed colonel of the Navy headquarters. He was none other than Captain De Xiong, who had remained behind when Aluan departed. De Xiong had since ascended to the rank of colonel, and his unit was assigned under Admiral Akiji. Furthermore, you have no choice in this matter. Not only has Admiral Huang Yuan arrived, but Admiral Akiji is also present, though he is yet to intervene. What? Upon learning that Admiral Akiji was also present, Ai In, Binzi, and Xiozhua fell into despair. Yet soon, their fighting spirit reignited. With no retreat, we shall become even more fearless, striving to carve a bloody path. Xiozhua declared passionately. Alas, if that is the case, we have no other option. Attack, shouted Captain De Xiong, leading a relentless charge of over 100 men. Observing from above, Aluan deemed it time to act. If he did not intervene soon, Zai Fa's soldiers would all perish. Go save Zai Fa. Oh, and someone must intercept Admiral Akiji, Aluan instructed slowly. I shall take care of Zai Fa. That fellow's speed may be swift, but my thunderous lightning is equally rapid, Inalu exclaimed with excitement. Over the past 2 years, he had successfully mastered the power of Busashoka Haki, enhancing his combat prowess. Very well, Aluan nodded. Kakik, I shall handle that brat Akiji. He may be on the sea, but I can fly. You will find him rather difficult to tackle, Shiki the Golden Lion remarked as he soared towards Akiji's direction. You can remain on the flying vessel, Aluan instructed Barrett, then descended towards Ai In and the others who were encircled. Aluan and his group now donned matching platinum-colored robes with high collars, emblazoned with the characters Tian Fa. In the blink of an eye, Aluan appeared in the air, hovering 100 meters above, each step causing the void to tremble, radiating waves of energy. At that moment, both the Navy soldiers below and Zai Fa's men halted, gazing in astonishment at Aluan above. Chapter 120, Inalu's Thunderous Welcome. Truly a pig team member, seeing Aluan, Colonel De Xiong and the soldiers erupted with excitement, calling out to their leader. Youngsters, it's been 2 years. I never imagined you would still remember me. Aluan replied as he landed and surveyed his former subordinates, noting their growth, though their advancement seemed somewhat sluggish without his guidance. Aluan, we shall always remember you. You will forever be our commander and leader. Observing their heartfelt emotions, Aluan could not help but smile slightly. Indeed, they are truly the personnel I once trained. However, I am no longer an officer of the Navy headquarters. I now lead my own organization, known as Tian Fa, dedicated to upholding absolute justice in the world. Are you willing to follow me and join Tian Fa to deliver righteous judgment and adjudication to the entire world, regardless of any faction? Upon hearing this, De Xiong and the others felt a surge of fervor, eagerly responding. Aluan, we have been waiting for your return, hoping you would take us with you. Now that you have finally returned and are willing to bring us along, we are more than willing to follow you. Haha, splendid. From this day forth, you shall be members of Tian Fa. Aluan promised, we will soon provide you with the attire of our organization. Yes, Leader Aluan. All the Navy soldiers responded respectfully. They held little affection for the Navy headquarters, but felt deep admiration and respect for Aluan. Aluan turned to AI in Bin Zi, Xiozhua, and the others. My friends, I come to invite you to join Tian Fa, where we shall not only hunt pirates, but also pursue those within the world government and Navy headquarters who are morally blind. Will you lend me your strength? Aluan invited with a gentle smile. Ai, In, Bin Zi, and Xiozhua were momentarily taken aback. They exchanged glances before Ai and spoke. Mr. Aluan, first and foremost, thank you for saving us. However, this matter is not ours to decide. Whether we join Tian Fa or not, we must heed teacher Zay Fa's wishes. Haha. Well, you all should prepare yourselves mentally. Meanwhile, my men have already gone to assist Mr. Zay Fa. Over here, with Zay Fa, Admiral Huang Yuan unleashed a barrage from his 8-foot Xiongguyu, leaving Zay Fa bloodied and gasping for breath. Teacher, I hope this is your final display of stubbornness. For this is indeed your last chance. If you do not surrender the explosive rock, I shall be compelled to take drastic measures, starting by severing your sea stone mechanical arm that holds it. As Huang Yuan spoke, he concentrated photons in his hand to form a Tenkanjian sword. With Zay Fa's stamina nearly depleted, Huang Yuan felt emboldened to engage him in close combat. Even the sea stone arm no longer posed a threat. Fa, panting heavily, struggled to lift his sea stone arm, making it impossible for him to continue the fight. Suddenly, a thunderbolt descended from the heavens, striking towards Admiral Huang Yuan. With remarkable speed, Huang Yuan evaded the attack. Ha ha ha, with me, the Thunder God, you cannot capture anyone. Enelu appeared above Huang Yuan, clad in a platinum robe, with several Guyu drums floating behind him, unleashing thunder from his outstretched hands. The sky darkened with swirling clouds and flashes of lightning upon his arrival. It must be said that Enelu's entrance was indeed imposing. Huang Yuan squinted, suddenly alarmed. A user of the Thunder Fruit? Now I recall who you are. You were once a subordinate of Arlong aboard his ship, a defeated foe who later pledged allegiance to him. So, your appearance implies that Arlong has arrived as well? Realizing this, Admiral Huang Yuan became increasingly cautious and vigilant. However, he did not regard Enelu, the Thunder Fruit user, as a significant threat. Scanning his surroundings, Huang Yuan's brow furrowed as he noticed a flying vessel hovering 800 meters above. Could it be that Arlong was watching from there? Boom! At that moment, the sounds of battle erupted from the sea, accompanied by a chilling air that froze the very heavens. Then, 2 colossal ice lion heads rose majestically from the ocean's surface. Yet, before Huang Yuan could react, he pondered whom Admiral Akiji was battling, and whose ability was manifesting these lion heads. A soldier rushed to the scene in a panic. However, upon seeing an additional figure present, his anxiety escalated. What is happening? Huang Yuan inquired gravely. Reporting to Admiral Huang Yuan, the wanted criminal Arlong has appeared. He has incited the soldiers who were once under his command to betray us. Upon hearing this, Huang Yuan felt the situation becoming increasingly dire. Arlong had truly shown himself, and those soldiers were no weaklings to be swayed so easily. Things were growing more troublesome. Remaining here could lead to significant complications. Ah, what is this? The Thunder God has yet to begin, and already you, Admiral, are frightened? Enelu cackled, displaying his arrogance before anyone other than Arlong. He immediately conjured a 30-million-volt Thunderbird, launching it at Admiral Huang Yuan with a powerful flap of its wings. Regaining his focus, Huang Yuan wielded the Tenkanjian photon sword, cleaving the Thunderbird in two. Although lightning exploded around him, Huang Yuan remained unharmed, merely experiencing a slight tingling sensation. Enelu transformed into a flash of lightning, suddenly appearing before Huang Yuan, delivering a punch imbued with lightning and haki towards his chest. However, Huang Yuan had long since prepared his 8-foot mirror, swiftly shifting his position multiple times in the air. Enelu's punch missed, and he erupted in fury. It seemed he was constantly being pressured by Barrett and Ski, and now against an enemy he felt similarly toyed with. Bolts of lightning crackled around him, and the drums behind him thundered ominously. "You scoundrel, I shall strike you down," Enelu declared, waving his hand as thousands of thunderbolts rained down upon Admiral Huang Yuan. Unwilling to take any chances, Huang Yuan chose to elementalize and retreated towards Akiji, instructing the soldiers. Notify everyone to board the ship and withdraw. Soon, Huang Yuan reached Akiji's battlefield. Akiji, we cannot afford to engage a formidable enemy. Prepare to retreat. Akiji, understanding that Huang Yuan was also entangled with a powerful foe, realized there was no need to continue the fight. He used his freezing abilities to form a row of ice peaks, evading the lightning and blocking Ski's pursuit, swiftly returning to the warship. Ski, intent on giving chase, was met with a barrage of Enelu's lightning, shattering the ice surface and obstructing his advance. You bastard, Enelu, come out here. At this point, Ski turned and roared at Enelu. Enelu soon appeared before Ski, frowning. What do you want? Are you chasing someone? My thunder will not strike you, will it? Besides, you know my heartnet ability is as stable as can be. Stable my foot. If I hadn't dodged quickly, I would have been hit. Ski retorted, utterly exasperated, unwilling to waste further words with Enelu, who was nothing but a hindrance. Fine, if I must report, I will. The captain never insisted on capturing them this time. Meanwhile, Arlong approached ZFA, surrounded by his group. Teacher, are you all right? Ein and the others inquired with concern for ZFA. Do not worry, I am fine. But what about you all? We are fine, thanks to Mr. Arlong's timely arrival. Otherwise, we would have faced dire consequences. Ein cast a shy glance at Arlong. Her cheeks flushed, for he had long been her idol, and now meeting him in person made her heart race uncontrollably. Chapter 121. ZFA restores his peak combat power. ZFA noticed Ein's reaction and was taken aback, surprised that she could blush for someone. It was noteworthy that she rarely displayed such emotions towards any man. Could it be that Ein had fallen for Arlong at first sight? Nevertheless, Arlong's charm and charisma were undeniable. Even ZFA, an old man, found him immensely likable. Of course, if I truly had feelings for Arlong, it would be a blessing. With someone as formidable as him by her side, I would undoubtedly be safe. Arlong, thank you so much this time. Otherwise, my students and I would have been annihilated. ZFA expressed his heartfelt gratitude. He sighed internally, realizing that after dedicating his life to the Marine headquarters, they were now willing to cast him aside. Ironically, it was his former proud students who had come to oppose him. A trivial matter, yet perhaps it is a stroke of fortune that Mr. ZFA was fortuitously encountered by us. Aaron smiled. To be candid, my purpose in coming here is to invite you to join our organization, the Tion FA. ZFA furrowed his brow and inquired, what is the Tion FA organization? Mr. ZFA, you should know that I am not one to cower before authority, nor do I fear any malevolent forces or authoritarian regimes. Thus, the purpose of establishing the Tion FA organization is to uphold justice in the world and to adjudicate those who cannot distinguish right from wrong. Whether it be pirates, the Navy headquarters, the world government, or the various kingdoms, all are targets of our organization. In essence, wherever injustice exists, wherever evil lurks, and wherever miscreants reside, there shall the Tion FA organization be found. However, as vast as the world is, our organization is in its nascent stages and lacks sufficient manpower. Hence, we seek like-minded individuals to join us. Aaron stated with poise. Upon hearing this, ZFA's eyes brightened with a sense of appreciation. Having such aspirations and putting them into action brings me great solace. Indeed, this era belongs to the youth. In light of this, I, an old man, shall join your Tion FA organization and accompany you on part of this journey, ZFA declared earnestly. Although he referred to himself as an old man, he was brimming with youthful vigor. After speaking, he turned to his students, Ein, Binzi, and Shiozua, and asked, what about you? Surely, you do not disapprove of your teacher's decision? Rest assured, teacher, the mission of the Tion FA organization is far more noble and grand than merely becoming a new navy or hunting pirates. We are genuinely elated that you can lead us into the Tion FA organization. Binzi and Ein responded earnestly. Very well then. Aaron, you may decide how to arrange our group. All are willing. I trust that you will treat each of them with kindness. Fear not, Mr. ZFA. That is a given. However, I believe it is best for you to personally guide your students. Me? I fear I am too old and uncertain of how long I can lead them. In truth, ZFA thought that Aaron and his companions would be far more capable of leading them safely. Do not worry, Mr. ZFA. With a righteous powerhouse like you, I would never allow you to languish in old age. To be frank, I am a user of the cell fruit, capable of enabling limb regeneration and aiding others in reclaiming their youth, Aaron asserted confidently. At this moment, the Golden Lion Shiki interjected, ZFA, we are all comrades now, and I harbor no grievances against you. Just look at me. I'm a testament to the aid of our leader, Aaron. The helm of my ship has been restored, and I have regained over 20 years of youth, returning to my prime combat age of 50. ZFA had long observed the transformation of the Golden Lion Shiki and was astonished to discover it was all due to Aaron's abilities. Thus, was Aaron preparing to assist him in regaining the peak of his power like the Golden Lion Shiki? If so, that would indeed be splendid. In an instant, ZFA felt a surge of anticipation. If he could return to his prime, he would be able to execute even more justice. No longer hindered by his age or the cumbersome sea-stone crushing machine that had weighed him down. Had it not been for the assistance of Aaron and others, his students would have struggled to protect themselves once again. Leader Aaron, if this is indeed possible, I implore you to assist our teacher ZFA. Whatever you require of me in return, I shall gladly comply. Ayn said immediately, her voice tinged with urgency. She held ZFA in great esteem, considering her life to be a gift from him. Without his guidance, she would have perished at the hands of pirates. In her heart, she regarded ZFA as a father figure. Rest assured, as a member of the Tion FA organization, I shall provide aid to anyone in need, regardless of who may be injured in the future. Mr. ZFA, would you be willing to relinquish the sea-stone arm crushing machine? If so, I can restore you to your prime and assist you in regenerating your limb, Aaron inquired. In his view, ZFA's use of the sea-stone crushing machine was excessively burdensome and detrimental to his overall combat effectiveness. ZFA, fully aware of the weight of the several-ton crushing machine he bore, recognized it subdued devil fruit users, yet it was undeniably cumbersome. Furthermore, if he were to regain his peak power with healthy hands and feet, what need would he have for the crushing machine? I choose to restore my arm, ZFA declared decisively. Very well, let us commence. In less than 5 minutes, ZFA's age stabilized at just over 50, and his severed arm was entirely removed and regenerated at a visible speed. The onlookers were awestruck, witnessing what seemed like a miraculous spectacle. Even the Golden Lion Shiki and Enel, upon witnessing it again, were left in awe of Aaron's formidable abilities. Of course, the others, while incredulous, were also puzzled. Even ZFA himself was astonished. He felt as though his shoulder had been entirely flattened without a hint of pain. Teacher ZFA, that must have been painful, right? I could not help but ask, assuming he was enduring it stoically. Not at all. Strangely enough, I felt no pain whatsoever, ZFA chuckled. Rest assured, as a user of the cell fruit, I can not only manipulate cellular regeneration and blood coagulation, but also control nerve cells to inhibit the sensation of pain, effectively providing a localized anesthesia. Therefore, there will be no sensation at all. Well then, Mr. ZFA, it is complete. I have also reinforced the musculature of your arm, so it is now even stronger than your original. Aaron concluded nonchalantly. Thank you, leader, ZFA responded respectfully. Despite being a senior, in this world, strength is revered, and the rules of the organization must be upheld. By the way, Mr. ZFA, the explosive rock is exceedingly dangerous. I shall take it and place it in a secure location. You have no objections, I trust? None at all. It is within the sea-stone crushing machine. However, please exercise caution when handling it, ZFA advised. Now, what need have we for explosive rocks? We have found an organization united in purpose, which is far more reliable than anything else. Chapter 122. Luffy's ship is the hidden version of the king of the underworld. Following this, Aaron engaged in further discussions with ZFA. He prepared to publicly execute Ace in 1 month's time, thereby definitively announcing the existence of the Tion FA organization and its purpose to the entire world. Upon hearing this, ZFA felt it was an excellent idea. This would signal that the Tion FA organization's stance was not merely rhetoric. It is noteworthy that Fire Fist Ace is the second in command of the Whitebeard Pirates, a figure greatly valued by Whitebeard. To publicly execute Fire Fist Ace is tantamount to initiating a trial against the formidable Whitebeard's influence. The existence of the Tion FA organization will undoubtedly gain greater authority in the world through this event. In due course, the world will become a more peaceful and harmonious place due to the presence of the Tion FA organization. Rest assured, my leader, I shall make every effort to arrange everything and will immediately command the construction of the execution platform. Very well, I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. Furthermore, I will assign Barrett to assist you. His ability to merge with the powers of the fruit should facilitate the rapid establishment of essential infrastructure here. Barrett? Zifa did not expect even Barrett to have reformed, willing to join the Tianfa organization. Aaron truly possesses remarkable organizational skills. Moreover, it now seems the existence of the Tianfa organization is profoundly enigmatic. At the very least, they are all formidable individuals. Any one of them could stir the entire ocean. Indeed, with his presence, things can proceed more smoothly and efficiently. Zifa concurred. Then I shall take my leave. I will arrive here a day in advance. After making the necessary arrangements, Aaron retained Barrett and departed on his flying vessel, accompanied by Shiki and Enelu, heading back to the Tianfa organization's headquarters. The Tianfa organization is situated in the New World, hovering 10,000 meters above the Aegean Islands. There are a total of 12 colossal islands, each boasting a diameter exceeding 1,000 meters, with the largest island measuring a remarkable 8,000 meters across. These islands are interconnected by massive chains and equipped with wind bells, which, after all, were present on his wife Koni's Sky Island. Aaron had procured many of these and decided to install them on the islands, allowing the floating islands to traverse freely. As Aaron departed, Zifa noticed Ein gazing at the sky and kindly remarked, "Ein, if you have someone you admire, do pursue them boldly." After all, exceptional men are rare and often sought after by many women. If you do not act swiftly, you might find him belonging to others. Ein, blushing and feeling guilty, replied, "Teacher, I do not have someone I like. I must be on my way." With a chuckle, Zifa thought to himself that Ein truly seemed to have developed feelings for Aaron. Upon returning to the headquarters, Aaron instructed Nami to guide the entire Sky Palace Islands towards Zifa's island. However, due to the enormous size of the Sky Palace Islands, even with the wind bells and Shiki's gravity cancellation, their movement remained slow. It would take at least 11 or 12 days to reach Zifa's island. Of course, to expedite their journey, Nami could manipulate the winds to increase their propulsion. Over the past 2 years, Nami had just returned from her trip to the small sky island of Visalia, where she honed her skills in weather perception and control. Now, she had mastered her abilities and felt increasingly confident in her manipulation of the weather. After arranging for the movement of the Sky Palace Islands, Aaron set off in his flying vessel, accompanied by Robin and Koya, towards the nearest nation, the Liluoxia Kingdom. He intended to locate a newspaper office to assist in disseminating news about the Tianfa organization, which would publicly execute the Pirate Ace in half a month's time at the New World Navy Base, a branch of the Tianfa organization. In less than half a day's time, Aaron arrived at the Liluoxia Kingdom. Strolling through the streets, he was quickly captured in photographs, as he was quite the celebrity, having once slain a celestial dragon. Although he had been in hiding for 2 years, various newspapers had been tirelessly seeking his whereabouts, eager to create a sensational story that would captivate the world. However, this time, Aaron was also seeking them out. "Come forth. I have come specifically to engage your esteemed Morgan's newspaper in a matter." Over the course of 2 years, Aaron had grown immensely powerful, though he himself was uncertain of the extent of his strength. With the awakening of his cells, he could envelop the entire Liluoxia Kingdom in an instant. In this domain, he possessed a godlike perspective over every individual. Behind a wall, a person attempting to take covert photographs suddenly felt an inescapable sense of being locked onto, causing them to break into a cold sweat as they stepped forward. Inform Morgans that within 5 days, I expect your publication to announce the Tianfa organization's public execution of Fire Fist Ace on May 18th, ensuring the entire world is informed. If you execute this well, I shall offer a reward. Failure, however, shall bear its own consequences. With that, Aaron left a final remark and took Robin and Koya for a leisurely stroll. The individual who had been clandestinely photographing Aaron finally exhaled in relief before hastening back to the newspaper office to relay the message to President Morgans. Upon hearing the news, Morgans was instantly exhilarated. Wonderful. After 2 years, this prominent figure has re-emerged, and with such a significant announcement, it is simply splendid. He promptly instructed all newspapers worldwide to report this news with the utmost urgency, and do provide a detailed account of the Tianfa organization's formidable nature. Morgans was so eager to travel to the Luluoxia kingdom to witness Aaron in person and engage in a more detailed conversation, especially considering the current status of the Tianfa organization, about which his newspaper had scant information. Unfortunately, he was currently in Water 7, where an intriguing incident had occurred involving the discovery of the design for the legendary ship, the Pluton, which had been destroyed by an individual named Frankie. Moreover, this same person had constructed a pirate ship during the past 2 years, sailing alongside Straw Hat Luffy into the open sea. The most exhilarating aspect was that Straw Hat Luffy had confronted Marine Admiral Carp in Water 7, shouting for his grandfather not to hinder his dreams. Meanwhile, sailing across the sea, Luffy was overjoyed with his new ship, but knew he had more pressing matters to attend to. He needed to find Shanks in the New World, locate Ace, and deal with Aaron decisively. 2 years prior, upon arriving in Water 7, he fortuitously encountered Frankie, who agreed to help him build a magnificent pirate ship through a persuasive exchange. Subsequently, he met the legendary Rayleigh, who offered to train him. After witnessing Rayleigh's extraordinary abilities, Luffy decided to follow him for training. Now, having acquired considerable skills, he returned to Water 7 just as his pirate ship was completed. Thank you, Frankie, for crafting such an exceptional ship. I shall name it Thousand Sunny. No need for thanks. It was your sincerity and kindness that moved me. Besides, you have helped me resolve numerous troubles in the past, so I shall honor my promise, Frankie replied earnestly. It is worth noting that this ship was the last he would ever build, so he hoped Luffy would treat it well. After all, this vessel was extraordinary. If upgraded, it could serve as a counterbalance to the ancient battleship Pluton. Thus, it could transform into a formidable war vessel, capable of obliterating entire islands with a single shot. Chapter 123. The public execution of Ace shocks the world. Several days later, Morgan's newspaper exhibited remarkable efficiency. One cannot deny that Morgan's, the king of news, truly deserved his title. In a momentous day, countless factions, including the Four Seas, the New World, and various kingdoms, received a singular piece of news. Luffy and Frankie, aboard the Thousand Sunny, arrived at the Sabaody archipelago. Before venturing into the New World, Luffy sought an audience with his mentor, Rayleigh, who had promised to introduce him to a trustworthy ally. At that moment, he overheard the chatter surrounding Arlong, igniting his curiosity about the man's whereabouts. However, upon hearing that Fire Fist Ace was to be publicly executed by Arlong, Luffy's eyes blazed with rage. Arlong was a scoundrel, daring to pass judgment on Ace. How could such a person be worthy of being Makino's man? Ace had been raised by Makino, and if she were to learn of this, her heart would surely break. Did Arlong not consider her feelings at all? Luffy was perplexed. As Makino's partner, Arlong could have spared Ace. Why did he choose to target him? Calm down, Luffy. First, we should meet with Rayleigh, as you suggested. ISNT, he the right-hand man of the Pirate King. Roger? His formidable strength could facilitate your rescue mission at the 10 Punishment Organization S branch. With his assistance, it would likely proceed smoothly. The Whitebeard pirates would certainly join in the effort, and together, you would prevail effortlessly. Frankie opined, recognizing the immense power of the Whitebeard pirates, the apex of the 4 emperors in the New World, whose influence was feared even by the world government and the Marine headquarters. Rescuing Fire Fist Ace from the 10 Punishment Organization would be a trivial task. As for the 10 Punishment Organization, Frankie candidly admitted he had never heard of them, deeming them a mere fledgling force with little threat. However, he was aware of Arlong, infamous for having killed a celestial dragon 2 years prior, yet ultimately escaping the clutches of the Marine headquarters and lying low for 2 years. Clearly, his strength was not as formidable as rumored. Unbeknownst to Frankie, the narratives he had encountered were mere embellishments from the world government and the Marine headquarters, which had diminished Arlong's reputation to that of an unrefined brute, whose actions were ignoble, having ambushed the unsuspecting celestial dragon while masquerading as a Marine colonel. All right, I understand. Let us proceed to meet with Rayleigh, Luffy resolved. Suppressing his fury. For 2 years, he had longed to confront Arlong, who had obstructed his path since the day he set sail from Fusha village, hindering his journey to becoming a pirate. Otherwise, he might have amassed numerous companions and even reached the New World to meet Shanks by now. Soon, they arrived at the 13th Tree Island, where Luffy encountered Rayleigh. Luffy, you've arrived rather swiftly. However, I presume you're already aware of Ace's predicament, Rayleigh remarked, setting aside his work with a grave demeanor. Yes, I am aware. Therefore, I intend to venture to the 10 Punishment Organization S branch to rescue Ace and confront Arlong, Luffy declared with unwavering determination. While I cannot dissuade you, I must caution you that Arlong is exceptionally powerful. Exercise caution, Rayleigh advised. By the way, this is Gecko Moria. I fortuitously saved him at sea, and now he is willing to collaborate with you in your quest to reach the New World. Of course, if you possess the means, you may persuade him to become your ally, Rayleigh introduced with a smile. Moria, arms crossed, replied haughtily, What? Mr. Rayleigh wishes for me to become his companion? That is utterly impossible. Please refrain from mentioning it again. I shall only temporarily ally with him. I will certainly part ways afterward. He emphasized that despite the demise or disappearance of his former crew, he would reorganize his own pirate crew and seek vengeance. Who can predict what lies ahead? Do not speak so definitively. Luffy possesses a certain charm that attracts companions, Rayleigh chuckled dismissively. His intentions were also to assist Shanks, who had entrusted Roger S. Hat to Luffy, indicating his choice of Luffy as a successor. Luffy must overcome a significant obstacle to truly rise, and that obstacle was Arlong. Upon hearing this, Luffy felt a sense of foreboding regarding Arlong, who had obstructed his progress since Fusha village, preventing him from aligning with his true destiny. Luffy now required robust allies. Otherwise, he would struggle to meet Shanks' expectations, let alone establish himself in the New World. Luffy remained silent, his mind solely focused on rescuing Ace. Master, will you accompany me to the New World to save Ace? Luffy implored, gazing expectantly at Rayleigh. Rayleigh hesitated for a moment. Very well, I shall accompany you on this journey. I'm also curious to see what Arlong relies upon to attempt to control the World S Order. If he truly intends to do so, does he not consider that I might wish to pass judgment as well? Such youthful arrogance, lacking awareness of the World S vastness. Unbeknownst to Rayleigh, Ace was the son of Roger, and he was simply displeased with Arlong S overreach. The 10 Punishment Organization was merely a nascent form of another world government. Wonderful. With you by my side, I'm certain I can rescue Ace, Luffy exclaimed joyfully, finally in the mood to converse with Gecko Moria. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters, Admiral Sengoku appeared markedly worn after 2 years of strain. I trust you are all aware that the instigator behind the world government's pressure upon us for the past 2 years, Arlong, has finally made his appearance. Moreover, upon his arrival, he thwarted our efforts to capture Zephyr and that new faction of the Navy, which we do not recognize. It is apparent that Arlong holds us in contempt. Therefore, we must seize this opportunity to apprehend Arlong and eradicate his 10 Punishment Organization. This time, I shall lead the charge myself, Sengoku declared, clenching his fists, preparing to secure his glory before retirement. After this matter concludes, I shall relinquish my position as Fleet Admiral, Sengoku remarked, casting a meaningful glance at the 3 admirals. Akiji, Kizaru, and Akainu understood Sengoku's implications. He was signaling them to perform admirably, as their actions would influence who would succeed him as Fleet Admiral. Kizaru seemed indifferent, pondering the burdens of the position. However, Akainu and Akiji exchanged glances, sparks igniting between them, both realizing that Kizaru would not vie for the title. leaving only the two of them to contend for supremacy. "I will not let that scoundrel Arlong escape," Akainu asserted with simmering anger, unable to forgive Arlong for his actions against his daughter. Despite already having a vice admiral, he had still allowed his daughter to become pregnant, a situation utterly intolerable. Young finds herself expecting a child, the offspring of Eren, which naturally incites the wrath of Akainu. He is consumed with anger, yearning to personally exact vengeance upon Eren for daring to inflict such harm upon his daughter. A despicable act indeed. A decision is quickly reached. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Garp remains silent, yet his clenched fists reveal his pent-up frustration. Upon reflection, he cannot shake the feeling that Eren has been deliberately targeting his family. 2 years have passed, and this rogue has even brought forth Ace for public execution. Is this not an incessant provocation of his patience? In Chapter 124, titled Im's Beloved Daughter, a gifted prodigy within the holy land of Mariewa, it makes her long-awaited appearance following news of Eren. The five elders, however, perceive a subtle shift in Im's demeanor. She seems somewhat different from her usual self, although they cannot pinpoint the change. A careful observer would notice that Im exudes less of her former authority and coldness. Unbeknownst to the five elders, Im's absence over the past 2 years has been devoted to nurturing her child. As a mother, she has awakened to her maternal instincts, which have softened her once formidable presence. Eren has reemerged. On May 18th, he intends to publicly execute Fire Fist Ace at the Punishment Organization's branch. Informs one of the elders. Im is already aware of this development. Mobilize the Navy headquarters with full force. If we fail to apprehend him this time, we shall seek a new admiral, she asserts with conviction. The five elders, albeit surprised, recognize that Im's patience has reached its limits. It is true that Admiral Sengoku is aging and could indeed retire. However, they express concern. The punishment organization established by Eren has severely challenged the standing of our world government. What are your thoughts on this? The elders are perplexed, observing that the punishment organization has emerged to judge pirates, the Navy, the world government, and numerous kingdoms. Why does Im not erupt in anger? Shouldn't she order the eradication of the punishment organization? Though its headquarters remains elusive, its branches could certainly be eliminated. Im comprehends the elders' bewilderment and their underlying intentions. Since bearing Eren's child, her feelings toward him have grown complex. She does not wish to eliminate Eren. Rather, she seeks to control him. Yet, she must not let the elders perceive her actions as overly unusual. After some contemplation, she responds, "Since you seem to have that inclination, let us employ that particular resource. I wish to conduct a verification." With an air of authority, Im declares, "As for whether Eren will perish, I know him well as my partner. He will not succumb easily. When I invoke that power, it will facilitate my control over him." Moreover, she is untroubled by the notion of Eren posing a genuine threat to her, especially with their child still under her care. "Im, your reputation precedes you," the five elders exclaim in realization. The activation of that resource will undoubtedly amplify the world government's deterrent strength. After all, since Eren killed a celestial dragon 2 years ago without being apprehended, the authority of the world government and the celestial dragons has diminished significantly. Remember, do not let him down this time. We must capture Eren alive for her. Indeed, the elders respond respectfully, recognizing that Eren possesses something of great value to him. This hints at the existence of immeasurable secrets within him. Yet, they remain oblivious to the fact that Im and Eren share a daughter, whom they have named Ymir. Im returns to her sanctuary, where a delightful little one, resembling Eren, joyfully rushes to her. "Mama, I want a hug." Although Ymir is only 2 years old, she is remarkably intelligent and gifted, having learned to walk and speak without instruction. "All right, Mama will give you a hug." Im lovingly lifts Ymir into her arms and heads toward a swing, where they both delight in swinging together. "Where's my daddy?" Ymir queries, having asked this question multiple times. Curiously, Im realizes she has never mentioned her father's existence, yet Ymir possesses knowledge of what a father is. When Im inquires how she knows about her father, Ymir's response astonishes her. "I just know." She even mentions that images of her father occasionally appear in her mind, which leaves him in disbelief. Yet, She is certain that she has kept Yware isolated from anyone other than herself. For the past 2 years, she has solely raised her. Thus, there's only one possibility. Erin's unique bloodline has awakened certain memories and abilities within Yware as she grows, all undeniably linked to Erin. Yware, your father is a scoundrel. For 2 years, he has not visited us. You must always stand by my side and never allow him to bully me, understand? Gently instructs. Yes, I understand. Mama, you need not worry. If he dares to bully you, I will help you fight him. Look, I have mastered lightning. I learned it overnight. With her tiny hands, Yware conjures lightning, demonstrating a remarkable command over the power. Im's eyes widen in astonishment. Indeed, she has inherited Erin's abilities. She distinctly remembers that Erin possessed the power of lightning. Yet, that is not all. Yware also possesses formidable supernatural abilities, able to harness energy and condense matter. In Yware's memories lies a power called Nyen Nung, which Im cannot comprehend but recognizes as an inheritance from Erin. This realization deepens Im's intrigue regarding Erin. After all, if their offspring is already this formidable, then if she were to have more, the throne of the world's ruler would remain unchallenged. Yware, you are so obedient and impressive. It seems I shall truly need your protection in the future. Come, let us go eat. Since the birth of her daughter, Im's life in her sanctuary has become less solitary and more fulfilling. Yet, she occasionally reflects on Erin, the scoundrel who dared to take away her innocence for over 8 centuries. Simultaneously, the 4 emperors are equally astounded. The audacity of the punishment organization is astonishing. It appears they are preparing to make enemies of all. Among them, the most enraged are the members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Old man, we have searched for Erin for 2 years, and he has finally revealed himself. It seems Ace has suffered at his hands all this time, Diamond Jozu exclaims, seething with rage. What kind of person is Erin to dare execute a brother of the Whitebeard crew? He is truly courting death. If he had not hidden these past 2 years, we would have torn him to shreds already. Whitebeard, upon reading the newspaper for Morgan's, bears a deeply somber expression. Generally, any news reported by Morgan is undoubtedly authentic and credible. This time, Erin has thoroughly enraged me. I shall make him aware that Whitebeard is still very much alive. Anyone who dares to touch my people will find themselves cast into the depths of hell. Marco, take action and gather all forces of the White Group to obliterate the Tianfa organization and rescue my son, Ace. Yes, father. We have awaited this day for far too long. Indeed, that mere Erin, barely in his 20s, is exceedingly arrogant, showing no deference to his predecessors. Members of the White Group fear nothing. As long as Whitebeard stands, they believe themselves invincible in the New World. Chapter 125. Sabo blocks the path, daring to threaten? 3 days later, Erin, accompanied by the exceedingly joyful Robin and Kaya, prepares to depart from the kingdom of Reluca. The two bear a significant responsibility, as only they can assist Erin in resolving his issues. The pressure they endure is palpable. It can be said that both are now utterly fatigued, feeling as though a mere touch from Erin would send a jolt through them. Erin, I'm somewhat fearful of you now. It seems I should bring more sisters along next time. Just Kaya, and I this time proves to be a bit overwhelming, Robin shyly admits, contemplating how difficult it is for Kaya, who struggles even to walk, given her frail nature. However, Kaya feels immense joy at the prospect of aiding Erin. Being with him daily fills her with happiness, despite the exhaustion. Haha, very well. I shall be more mindful next time, Erin chuckles, feeling somewhat helpless, acknowledging his own strength. Typically, once a battle commences, it seldom concludes in under 10 hours, which is certainly beyond the endurance of Robin and Kaya. Just then, 2 figures appear before them, obstructing their path, as if they had been waiting for quite some time. They were Sabo, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, and Miss Claire of the Revolutionary Army. Mr. Erin, I have awaited you for quite some time. This time, I refrained from damaging your hovering vessel, because I wished to converse with you, hoping for a pleasant discussion, Sabo stated, his expression devoid of emotion. Clearly, having heard of Fire Fist Ace's impending public execution at Erin's hands has ignited his fury. He yearns to engage Erin in combat, but perhaps due to his position within the Revolutionary Army, he opts for dialogue, hoping to settle matters peacefully. Oomph. Do you truly believe you can damage my vessel? Aaron scoffed. The domain of cellular awakening enveloped the entire kingdom of Reluca. Should any suspicious individual approach his vessel, he would sense it instantaneously. Moreover, his vessel now harbored a ship's spirit capable of evading danger independently. Mr. Aaron, do not underestimate me. Though you are formidable, I possess my own confidence, Sabo retorted. However, the audacity of a mere second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army is quite remarkable. Even that fellow dragon does not intimidate me. You know? Additionally, I must remind you that, as of now, you are not within the scope of my Tianfa organization's targets. However, should you obstruct my decisions, I will regard you as one and the same with those I oppose. When the Revolutionary Army falls at your hands, it will be quite a spectacle. Aaron's disdainful smile did little to conceal his contempt. Mr. Aaron, the affairs of the Revolutionary Army are not within your purview, Sabo replied with a dismissive grunt, clearly displeased with Aaron's arrogance. Enough of this idle chatter. If you wish for me to release Fire Fist Ace, you may depart. Of course, you may threaten me to release him, but it will depend on your capability to withstand the repercussions. Suddenly, Aaron's tone turned grave. Claire interjected naively, Mr. Aaron, you harbor a sense of justice, and although Fire Fist Ace is a pirate, not all pirates are malevolent. I believe Sabo's brother Ace is a good person. Therefore, I implore you, Mr. Aaron, to release him. Furthermore, if you aspire to uphold global justice and peace, you might consider joining our Revolutionary Army. Our mission fundamentally aims to eradicate the sources of evil in this world. Importantly, we have spent decades preparing, amassing hidden forces across the globe that you cannot fathom. Claire spoke with utmost seriousness. Aaron was left utterly bewildered. Was Claire truly suggesting that he join the Revolutionary Army? How naive. Yet, it also suggested the vast power the Revolutionary Army had accumulated worldwide. Miss Claire, it would be prudent not to instruct me on how to conduct my affairs, lest you provoke my ire and come to understand my true might, Aaron warned with an air of authority. What a farcical notion to think he would join the Revolutionary Army. Little did they realize that while the Revolutionary Army may appear to champion noble causes, their conflict with the world government would result in countless innocent lives lost due to this struggle for power. Thus, the actions of the Revolutionary Army could not be deemed entirely righteous. Their so-called success is merely the exchange of a portion of lives for the illusion of justice. Such methods are wholly unacceptable to Aaron. Therefore, one day, his Tianfa organization shall judge the sins of the Revolutionary Army. You, how can you be so arrogant? Claire exclaimed in anger, feeling that her intentions were noble, yet Aaron chose to threaten her. To speak of maintaining the order of global justice is merely a facade. Perhaps Aaron himself is a hypocrite. This was merely a means to satisfy his own vanity under the guise of righteousness. Sabo, do you wish to engage me in combat? Aaron's eyes narrowed, an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from him, enveloping the skies above the kingdom of Reluca in ominous darkness, stirring the winds and creating an atmosphere of tension. Sabo was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of Aaron's power. Even the aura he emitted could influence the very environment. How strong could he possibly be? Yet, there exists the possibility that this display is merely for show, an empty facade. Sabo resolved to take the risk and test Aaron's true abilities, intending to report back to their leader, Dragon. Engaging in battle is not my aim. I merely wish to ascertain Mr. Aaron's true strength to determine whether you are qualified to publicly execute Fire Fist Ace. If not, I would advise you to temper your eagerness to prove yourself, lest you play with fire and get burned. However, as soon as Sabo uttered these words, Aaron's gaze turned icy. In a flash, he appeared before Sabo, pointing a finger toward his forehead. Sabo's pupils dilated in shock. He felt a surge of adrenaline as the terrifying sensation of impending death washed over him. What was happening? It was as if continuing to be attacked in such a manner would lead to his demise at the hands of his assailant. In a moment of desperation, he swiftly executed one of the Navy's 6 styles, the shave, to evade the impending threat. The Navy's 6 styles were learned from the hands of the Revolutionary Army's Dragon, who had once served in the Navy. His exceptional talent enabled him to master these techniques. Aaron was somewhat taken aback to discover that it was indeed one of the 6 styles from the Navy headquarters. Yet, he scoffed, deeming it still too slow. In an instant, Aaron reappeared behind Sabo, this time delivering a powerful slap aimed at him. What? Sabo turned his head, only to find that Aaron had anticipated his position, having somehow arrived behind him first. In the next moment, Sabo attempted to evade again, but for some inexplicable reason, the space around him felt solidified and constricted, preventing him from successfully executing the shave. He was unable to swiftly step upon the air beneath him. It was as if the air within the surrounding space had become pressurized and heavy, no longer allowing him to tread as effortlessly as before. Naturally, Aaron had employed the ability he learned from Kuma, compressing the space within a 3-meter radius, making it exceedingly difficult to step upon the air. Sabo felt a sense of despair wash over him. He sought to increase the force of his footing, but there was no time left. Instinctively, he raised his hands to shield his ears. With a thunderous roar, Aaron's slap struck the compressed air, creating a massive explosion upon impact with Sabo's head. The distortion in the void reverberated, shaking objects within hundreds of meters. Nearby, Crow was propelled several meters away by the explosive force. Sabo, too, was sent flying over 300 meters, crashing through several brick structures. The battle that unfolded captured the attention of many, yet none dared to utter a word. It was evident that Aaron was a formidable presence. With a few swift teleportations, Aaron stood before Sabo, who lay amidst the rubble, clutching his head and wailing in agony. Despite having activated his armament hockey for partial defense, the pain in his head was excruciating, as if his skull had shattered, and a deafening ringing persisted. Blood streamed from his orifices, and he had lost hearing in his right ear. Although not impressive, you managed to survive my strike. You possess some ability. It seems fate has spared you for now, Aaron remarked disdainfully. Moments ago, he had harbored murderous intent towards Sabo, aiming to end his life. However, due to Sabo's armament hockey defense, his head had not exploded upon impact. At that moment, Crow rushed over. Upon witnessing Sabo's state, she was struck with fear and began to cry. Sabo, are you all right? Please don't scare me. Thankfully, she retained her composure and refrained from recklessly attacking Aaron, understanding that any further aggression would only lead to doom for both herself and Sabo. Return and inform Dragon to keep his minions in check. They should no longer attempt to instruct me in my duties. Otherwise, the next time we meet, I shall eliminate each one I encounter. Aaron coldly declared before departing with Robin and Koya. He leapt into the sky, where a concealed flying vessel emerged from the clouds, under the control of the ship spirit, and set course for the Tiangong Islands. In the Lu Xia Kingdom, Sabo's condition was dire. Crow hastily contacted the members of the Revolutionary Army hidden within the kingdom to provide immediate medical assistance. She was deeply concerned that Sabo might perish due to the severity of his injuries. Meanwhile, members of the Morgan's news agency, who had captured the recent events, prepared to report the incident to their chief, Morgan's. Days later, the world received alarming news. Aaron, the leader of the Tian FA organization, had encountered Sabo, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, in the Lu Xia Kingdom. A disagreement escalated into a fierce battle, culminating in Aaron delivering a devastating blow that left Sabo gravely injured, thus swiftly concluding the confrontation. This revelation sent shockwaves across the globe. While many remained unfamiliar with Sabo, they were aware of Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, a notorious figure and the world's most wanted criminal. Consequently, it was assumed that Sabo, as Dragon's second-in-command, must possess considerable strength. However, the fact that he was so easily dispatched by Aaron indicated the depths of Aaron's power. He was indeed a dangerous individual. Having dared to kill celestial dragons, establish the Tian FA organization, challenge the Marines, and threaten the Revolutionary Army, placing him on par with the enigmatic and perilous Dragon. Upon learning of these events, Dragon, Carp, and Luffy were consumed by fury. First Luffy, then Ace, and now Sabo. Particularly Carp, who was convinced that Aaron was deliberately targeting him. This is outrageous. Meanwhile, the officers of the Revolutionary Army vowed to eliminate Aaron and dismantle the Tian FA organization. The sudden emergence of the Tian FA organization had undeniably impacted their revolutionary efforts. However, Dragon remained composed, urging everyone to remain calm and prioritize the larger picture. With the attention of the Marines and the world government focused on the Tian FA organization, the Revolutionary Army should seize this opportunity to make final preparations for their endeavor to overthrow the world government. Chief, while your words hold merit, Sabo remains unconscious, and we cannot swallow this grievance. It would be better to take this chance to join forces and annihilate the Tian FA organization, one of the commanders, Crow, asserted, suppressing his anger. Although there was logic in his words, the location of the Tian FA headquarters remained unknown, rendering it an inopportune moment for such action. Rest assured, I shall hold Aaron accountable for this, Dragon assured. Meanwhile, in Windmill Village, the village chief and others, holding posters, were filled with mixed emotions upon learning that Sabo had been gravely injured by Aaron. Why did they have to fight among themselves? They are all our people. To them, whether it was Sabo, Ace, or Aaron, they were all connected to their village. Sabo and Ace had grown up in Windmill Village, while Aaron was the partner of Makino, the village's owner. The outside world is truly complex. I wonder how this will all unfold. If only Aaron were in Windmill Village now. Perhaps Miss Makino could plead on Ace's behalf. In the bar, Makino, the owner, had also seen the posters. She had longed for Aaron and made it a point to keep abreast of any news about him. However, she was taken aback by the tumultuous events he had endured over the past 2 years, transitioning from a Navy officer to a world-renowned fugitive, and now a figure judging the world. As for Ace and Sabo's predicament, she felt conflicted. She wished to advocate for them, yet as Aaron's partner, she had developed a deep understanding of him. She believed that regardless of the circumstances, there must be a rationale behind Aaron's actions, and he would not act unjustly without cause. Therefore, Ace's public execution must have been the result of his deeds as a pirate, which were surely heinous. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for Aaron, a person of justice, to target Ace in the hometown of Koya within the village of Zilabu. The butler, Meili, along with a group of bodyguards, stood within the estate, gazing at the posters. Our grandfather Aaron is truly remarkable. Indeed, our esteemed grandfather Aaron is exceptional. Madame Koya must be even safer and happier than we can imagine. In the kingdom of Alabasta, Father, I wish to venture into the new world to meet Aaron. He is my man, and I have missed him dearly for 2 years. Princess Vivi was preparing to set sail, but her father disapproved, deeming the outside world too perilous. If someone as formidable as Aaron has become a world-renowned fugitive, one can only fathom the treachery that lies beyond. Enough, Aaron is at a critical juncture. You must not cause any disruption that could affect him. Upon hearing this, Princess Vivi could only respond with a resigned She felt her father was not mistaken, but blamed her own weakness, wishing she could be stronger. Seeing his daughter Vivi so despondent, Cobra, her father, could not bear it and offered comfort. Do not fret, just wait a little longer. Once the time is right, your father will certainly permit you to set sail in search of him. Father, you promised. No deceiving now, Vivi replied, filled with anticipation. She dreamed of Aaron, unable to forget those blissful nights spent together. Chapter 127. Blackbeard and his companions felt a sense of urgency. Before long, the day of execution arrived. The Navy headquarters had already reached the waters of the Punishment Organization's branch. Sengoku, Karp, Admiral Akiji, and Admiral Akainu were present, while Admiral Kazura chose to remain at headquarters. After Sengoku's arrival, he prepared to suppress the Punishment Organization, but upon noticing the strength of their ranks, he regained his composure. After all, he had not anticipated that the personnel of the Punishment Organization comprised formidable pirates. Zephyr, the Golden Lion Shiki, Barrett, Crocodile, and a powerful individual wielding the Thunder Fruit. Damn it, I underestimated them. I never expected Aaron to rally such powerful allies in just 2 years. Had I known, I would have summoned the warlords of the sea. Sengoku was filled with indignation, regretting not eliminating Aaron during his time at Navy headquarters. If not, the Navy headquarters would not be facing such a significant threat now. Should the Punishment Organization become widely known, the Navy would be seen as a mere joke. How can the Navy, which has upheld world justice for so long, Still be surrounded by pirates committing heinous acts? Yet, the punishment organization emerged to confront the four emperors, truly maintaining world peace. Sengoku could not deny this, for the existence of the four emperors was tacitly approved by the world government, intended to keep other pirates in check. Thus, as long as the four emperors did not commit outrageous acts, the Navy headquarters would refrain from annihilating their forces. Admiral Sengoku, I propose we report to the world government and issue a demon-slaying order. Akaina declared with absolute justice. We should utterly destroy that island, leaving only Zephyr and a few arrogant fellows, making them easier to handle. It is not that simple. Zephyr, Golden Lion, Barrett, Enel Crocodile, Aaron, and Gion. With just these few formidable individuals, we cannot manage them one-on-one. Sengoku calculated meticulously. Having been a marshal for so long, he prioritized the bigger picture. Moreover, Aaron possessed the ability to unlock the potential of soldiers or anyone, thereby enhancing their combat capabilities. Thus, even in a direct confrontation, the soldiers under Aaron's command would likely surpass their opponents. This time, my sole objective is Aaron, Karp stated solemnly. If the Navy headquarters was to execute Ace, he would have no reason to intervene. However, if Aaron dared to execute Fire Fist Ace, he would have every reason to save Ace and confront Aaron. All right, I will leave Aaron to you. However, Karp, you must remain composed. Now is not the time for us to act. We must find the right moment. Indeed, the Whitebeard crew would undoubtedly come to rescue Fire Fist Ace, and their strength should not be underestimated. Waiting for them to clash before striking at the punishment organization would make it much easier. Admiral Akiji agreed, hoping that Vice Admiral Karp would not act impulsively. For Aaron's strength was truly unfathomable, and he worried for Karp's safety. After all, Akiji held great respect for Karp, regarding him as a mentor despite Karp not officially accepting him as a disciple. In his youth, Akiji had learned much while following Karp and was grateful for the skills Karp had willingly imparted. Do not worry, I am not old yet. Karp crossed his arms, standing tall and confident in his abilities. Meanwhile, numerous forces and pirates in the New World were converging toward this location, observing the commotion from a distance. Jack, the Drought from the Beast pirates, piloted his ivory ship representing Kaido. Lord Jack, we cannot advance further. The waters ahead will likely become a battlefield. What is there to fear? Jack, am not afraid of their battles. Get closer. I want to see clearly. From this distance, I can barely see anything. Drought Jack crossed his arms, arrogantly dismissing everyone except for the formidable Kaido. Before long, the Blackbeard pirates also arrived. Teach, Shiryu of the Rain, Burgess, Lafitte, Poison Q, and Van Oka were present. It was clear that a few members had not yet arrived, likely remaining at Hive Island to guard. During Aaron's disappearance over the past 2 years, the Blackbeard pirates had developed rapidly, forming alliances and hunting down devil fruit users. As a warlord of the sea, Teach's ambitions had evidently grown beyond mere satisfaction. Perhaps he awaited an opportunity to claim the throne. Captain, this time we must find a way to eliminate Aaron. That scoundrel nearly ruined us last time. Lafitte's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Indeed, I want to see whether his power is truly greater than mine, Burgess declared, filled with indomitable energy. Although he had not consumed a suitable devil fruit previously, over the past 2 years, he finally acquired one that suited him, the strength fruit. Therefore, he was confident in facing Aaron. Ha. I will not let any opportunity slip by to take down Aaron. That rascal left me in a miserable state last time. And even now, the memory makes me shudder. Teach would not forget how Aaron had devoured his devil fruit energy, making him feel an unprecedented threat of death. He believed that unless he eliminated Aaron, he could not realize his dreams and continue to advance. Captain, we should remain vigilant. Although our strengths have increased, Aaroness might have as well. In the absence of a perfect opportunity, it is prudent for us to refrain from rash actions, lest we invite our own downfall. Furthermore, observe the naval vessels stationed at the headquarters. 7 ships have arrived, forming an imposing array akin to that of a demon-slaying decree. Yet, they have yet to engage with Ailuin and his cohort, which suggests they harbor trepidation towards him or possess knowledge of the formidable powers wielded by Ailuin's group, making it challenging even for their forces to contend with them. Q, with a serious demeanor, cautioned. Indeed, your assessment is astute. Thus, we must await an opportune moment, which I believe will present itself soon. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates will surely not remain passive while Iluin executes Ace, especially my father, Whitebeard, who values loyalty above all. He genuinely regards Ace as his son and may well risk everything to save him. At that time, we shall not only eliminate Iluin, but you will also assist me in acquiring Whitebeard's fruit ability. Of course, this is contingent upon the absence of an opportunity to seize Iluin's power, Blackbeard greedily remarked. 2 years ago, he sought Whitebeard's fruit power, but upon witnessing Iluin's abilities, he coveted Iluin's power first, followed by Whitebeard's. Chapter 128. I am Shanks. Would you grant me a favor? Blackbeard. You speak of Iluin as if he is merely a trifling matter, but I will find the chance to sever his head. After acquiring the power of the transparent fruit, Uzixiliu has become increasingly perilous and self-assured. Blackbeard's eyes gleamed with delight. Splendid. Let me witness the true extent of your power after you obtain the fruit ability. However, Bagus was not pleased. Shilio, it is a matter of priority. I must be the one to strike Iluin down first, so you must assess the situation. Bagus, with a provocative gaze, regarded Uzixiliu, whom he deemed a despicable and dangerous rogue, and felt compelled to confront him disrespectfully in front of the captain. Uzixiliu, with a cigar in his mouth, retorted, Let us see who can kill Iluin first. Just then, Blackbeard and his crew were drawn to the appearance of the Red Force. After all, the Red Force is a vessel belonging to one of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks and his crew, all of whom are formidable individuals devoid of fruit abilities. In Blackbeard's eyes, the crew of the red-haired pirates posed the greatest threat to his ambition of becoming the 5th emperor. Naturally, with the prospect of acquiring Iluin and Whitebeard's fruit abilities, the red-haired crew seemed less threatening. Why do these fellows appear everywhere? Bagus, with a pair of underpants on his head, expressed his irritation. Truly, fortune favors me. Shanks, that meddlesome fellow, will surely not allow Iluin's Heaven Punishment Organization to persist. At that time, the rascal Iluin will face us all. Blackbeard was instantly exhilarated. He not only understood Ace and the Whitebeard Pirates, but also recognized Shanks as a hypocritical character. After all, Shanks has spent the past 2 years safeguarding the order of the New World. How could he permit the Heaven Punishment Organization to infiltrate? Bagus and the others began to revel in their misfortune. Bagus boasted that perhaps they could even eliminate Shanks and his crew. However, at that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. It seemed as though a colossal entity had devoured or obscured the sunlight from the heavens. Across the vast ocean, everyone looked up, eager to discern the nature of this phenomenon. Seconds turned into minutes, until a behemoth emerged from the clouds. What are those? Islands? Could this be the headquarters of the Heaven Punishment Organization? Such immense arms, with dozens of islands floating and moving through the sky, made the task of destroying the Heaven Punishment Organization exceedingly formidable. Indeed, suspended in the air, it is likely that few could pose a threat to them. That is undoubtedly the handiwork of the Golden Lion Shiki. It is utterly detestable. Both the Navy and pirates were left in shock and fury. They increasingly felt that the threat posed by the Heaven Punishment Organization was insurmountable. Until it was eradicated, they would find no peace. Before long, the Heavenly Palace Islands, a dozen in number, arranged in a precise formation, hovered 1,000 meters above the ground. Iluin, with Fire Fist Ace in hand, stepped through the void, descending towards the islands below. On the islands stood an imposing platform, crafted expertly, thanks to Barrett's fusion fruit ability, for the execution of Ace. Leader, you have finally arrived. Those rascals can hardly contain their impatience and are eager to strike, Barrett announced eagerly upon Iluin's arrival, as if awaiting his command to charge forth and deliver punishment to the pirates and Navy alike. Fear not, for today our Heaven Punishment Organization is destined to instill awe across the entire world. Regrettably, many powerful factions from a new world have yet to arrive. Iluin glanced around, noting that Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin had not personally come, nor had the Vinsmoke family, among others. Hence, he decided to delay the public execution. at least until the main characters arrived, such as the Whitebeard pirates, Luffy, Sabo, and their ilk. Alwyn, the founding of your Heaven Punishment Organization is, to me, a farce. Despite your formidable strength, you shall never contend with those who wield dominion over the world. Your Heaven Punishment Organization will meet its inevitable demise today, Ace declared vehemently, harboring long-standing resentment and defiance against Alwyn. He aspired to uphold world peace, to judge and condemn others. How presumptuous. You are merely a man on the brink of death. Yet, I recognize your discontent. However, before your demise, I shall ensure you witness the multitude gathered today, who will be utterly powerless against my Heaven Punishment Organization. After all, my might surpasses your wildest imagination. In my eyes, you are naught but a swarm of ants. Upon finishing his words, Alwyn took a step forward, standing solitary hundreds of meters away, facing the countless factions assembled upon the sea. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I welcome you to witness the public execution of the first individual by my Heaven Punishment Organization. This signifies that we hold considerable weight in your hearts, whether as a threat or as a result of our righteous endeavors, Alwyn declared with a serene smile. However, at that moment, Admiral Sengoku stepped forward, his voice heavy with authority. Alwyn, you possess great audacity. 2 years ago, as a colonel in the Navy, you murdered 2 celestial dragons, and now you have established the Heaven Punishment Organization, treating our Navy with such disdain. Are you not? Alwyn narrowed his eyes as he regarded Admiral Sengoku. How shall I put it? Admiral Sengoku is not without his flaws. While he is a figure who has led the Navy through an era, some of his actions are, in Alwyn's view, unforgivable. One such incident is the O'Hara incident, where he acted as the executor of the demon-slaying decree. Alwyn believed that as an admiral, he could not have been unaware of the truth behind O'Hara, yet he ultimately aided the world government in its obliteration. That catastrophic event claimed an unimaginable number of lives. Furthermore, there is another matter that deeply disappointed Eren regarding the actions of Warlord Sengoku. In a bid to uphold his own image of righteousness, he shamelessly defamed Ace's mother, Lugio, suspecting that the surviving child was part of a conspiracy. Consequently, Lugio, in her desperate attempt to shield her unborn child from Sengoku's malevolence, endured a grueling 20 months of pregnancy before daring to give birth. One can only fathom the immense suffering she must have endured. Setting aside the fact that Lugio was the wife of Roger, viewing the situation solely from the perspective of a vulnerable woman, one cannot help but conclude that Warlord Sengoku's actions were utterly reprehensible. How pathetic Sengoku to be so inept. In your relentless pursuit to protect the world government and its despicable celestial dragons, you have become so submissive that you dare not oppose their tyranny. Moreover, heed my words, whatever actions your Navy headquarters are capable of undertaking, our organization, TNFA, is equally capable of. Conversely, we shall dare to undertake what you would not even consider. Should anyone attempt to impede TNFA's public execution of the violators today, they shall be deemed the principal antagonist obstructing our organization in its quest to uphold global justice, and will face judgment from TNFA. Eren stated unequivocally. Sengoku, incensed, gritted his teeth. Eren showed him no respect, proving to be a truly insolent junior. At that moment, Shanks suddenly interjected. Eren, I have heard of your exploits. However, while your organization, TNFA, may sound noble, the individuals within it are nothing but brutal and heartless pirates. To be frank, what you term justice is merely a facade for your own ambitions, is it not? Additionally, as one of the 4 emperors of the New World, I do not wish to witness the disruption of our world S-order. If that were to occur, the era of rampant chaos would be upon us, and countless innocents would suffer as a result. Therefore, I implore you to disband your organization, and in doing so, grant me, Shanks, a favor, would you? Eren was taken aback by Shanks' audacity. Where did this rogue derive such confidence to speak so brazenly before him? A favor? With furrowed brows, Eren activated his Soru, vanishing in an instant and reappearing before Shanks, delivering a powerful strike. Yet Shanks, possessing the foresight of observation hockey, chose not to teleport, but swiftly drew his weapon, Griffin. unleashing his signature technique, divine avoidance. The clash of their powers reverberated through the atmosphere, unleashing a terrifying force that caused the very void to tremble. The unleashed energy transformed the surroundings, inciting a tempest that roiled the sea. Onlookers were taken aback, utterly unprepared for the fierce confrontation that erupted between Aaron and Shanks, which was anything but a trivial skirmish. Beckman and others were equally astonished. Aaron was indeed formidable, capable of compelling their captain to resort to divine avoidance in defense. Notably, Aaron had not been defeated. Rather, it was Shanks' use of divine avoidance that thwarted Aaron's blow. Witnessing Shanks employ such a technique, Sengoku and Garp exchanged glances, recognition dawning upon them. This move undoubtedly invoked memories of Roger's swordsmanship. The potency of divine avoidance was such that even they would have to exert their utmost effort in its presence. For now, they refrained from discussing the extent of Shanks' formidable strength, which had ascended to such heights that he could wield such tremendous power. Instead, they pondered the implications of Aaron's overwhelming might, realizing that they would need to join forces to confront him effectively. However, just then, a fleet of pirate ships emerged upon the horizon, led by the massive vessel, Moby Dick, commanded by Whitebeard himself. "Ah, they finally arrived," Aaron scoffed, retracting his power and hovering above the Whitebeard pirates. Shanks' expression turned icy. It was the first time someone had so openly disregarded him. "Indeed, you are formidable, but you're not insurmountable." Shanks let out a cold huff. After their recent encounter, he recognized that a one-on-one confrontation would pose a challenge. Yet with so many allies present, capturing Aaron and his crew would be entirely feasible. Ignoring Shanks, Aaron focused on Beckman and the others, who promptly inquired about their captain's well-being. "Captain, are you all right? What of Aaron's strength?" "Everyone, exercise caution and give your all. Do not underestimate him," Shanks instructed solemnly. The sense of danger Aaron exuded was far more profound than mere appearances suggested. Despite the casual nature of his strike, Shanks had glimpsed the future without full resistance. He would have suffered grave consequences. The sheer ferocity of Aaron's latent power was staggering. It seemed that today would indeed be a challenging battle. But it was also a momentous occasion, as the Whitebeard pirates had finally arrived. In light of these circumstances, they could momentarily unite as allies against Aaron and his crew. Beckman, puffing on his cigar, acknowledged the strength of his comrades, but remained skeptical that Aaron and Barrett could contend with such a formidable assembly. "Gulalais, are you all right? Your father has arrived," boomed Whitebeard, standing resolutely at the bow of the ship, his massive figure commanding attention, wielding the legendary weapon, Yuru, with an indomitable presence. "Father, I'm fine. But you shouldn't have come. These people are madmen," Ace responded, tears welling in his eyes. Though he anticipated his father's arrival, he feared that Whitebeard's health would deteriorate due to the confrontation, as Aaron and his crew were not ordinary foes. They were exceptionally powerful adversaries. "Gulalala, my foolish son, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I stand by while anyone dares to bully my child? And remember, I am Whitebeard. Anyone who dares to harm you shall be cast into the depths of the sea," Whitebeard thundered, the strength of a warrior resonating within his fists. At that moment, a white orb of light coalesced around his right fist. The multitude gathered on the ocean recognized this as the manifestation of the power of the Tremor fruit. Anxiety gripped their hearts. If they were not cautious, they could very well meet their demise in the depths of the sea. After all, the destructive potential of the Tremor fruit in the hands of Whitebeard was capable of annihilating worlds, shaking the heavens, the earth, and the very air itself. In no way an exaggeration. "Alas, dear father, please be cautious. Aaron, that scoundrel, has gathered formidable allies like Barrett, Jinshitsi, Enel, Shiko, and Zifa. Their strength cannot be underestimated." Ace, overwhelmed with emotion, wept loudly, sensing that Whitebeard was truly risking everything this time. "Rest assured, my son Ace with father here. No one shall execute you." Witnessing Ace's tears of gratitude, Whitebeard felt that this perilous venture to save him was worth it, even if it meant death. It would be justified. "Heh, Whitebeard, do you truly consider yourself a significant player? Were it not for me, you would have perished 2 years ago," you know? However, today, it seems your demise is inevitable. Aaron crossed his arms, gazing down at Whitebeard, dismissing him as a mere flicker of life, his tone audacious. Gururara, so you're Aaron? Youthful yet arrogant. It appears you have never faced the harsh realities of society. Had you appeared a few years earlier, I would have surely taught you a few lessons to help you understand that the power of the new world is not something you can easily shake. A few years earlier, you say? Haha, you overestimate yourselves. You have spent your entire lives reaching this point, while I have become invincible in just over 2 years. What you possess to belittle me? Aaron brimmed with confidence, eager to declare that this group of unsophisticated bumpkins was utterly ignorant of the true power of external enhancements. They could not fathom the might of one who had attained the pinnacle of wisdom through such enhancements. Gururara, is that so? Alas, in my eyes, you are merely a nouveau riche, a jester, entirely oblivious to genuine power. Aaron, dare you accept my challenge? Whitebeard stood tall and imposing, like an indomitable mountain, a presence that could not be surpassed. His sons and daughters behind him brimmed with pride and admiration for their father, who was undeniably formidable. What do I have to fear? It's time for your pitifully lingering existence to meet its swift end, lest you become a nuisance. After all, your Whitebeard crew has only fueled the ambitions of many pirates. Hence, I consider myself fortunate to be able to eliminate you all in one fell swoop. Such arrogance. Thinking you can take us all down? How dare you utter such words? The sons of Whitebeard on the ship scoffed in disbelief. Whitebeard, this fellow is quite formidable. Perhaps we should join forces? Shanks said gravely. He understood Whitebeard's condition. During their previous encounter discussing Ace, he had already sensed a decline in Whitebeard's strength. Hey Shanks, your opponent is me. I hear your swordsmanship is impressive. Why not let me witness it? Jean Sheetsy floated over to Shanks, determined not to let him interfere in the battle between Aaron and Whitebeard. Shanks frowned, realizing that Jean Sheetsy had gained substantial benefits from being with Aaron. Is this newfound confidence a result of you regaining your peak strength? Shanks noted Jean Sheetsy's age of around 50, his head devoid of the ship's helm target, his legs intact, and his hands wielding both Sakura and withered wood. He had no choice but to take him seriously. Jean Sheetsy was a madman, undeniably powerful. Nevertheless, Jean Sheetsy, I advise you not to associate with Aaron, or this time you will be beyond salvation. Furthermore, you alone are no match for us, Shanks said expressionlessly. Bah, if you can't speak wisely, then remain silent. You were just a child during my epic battles with Roger. After a mere few decades, you become so arrogant? Do you truly believe my peak strength is something you can shake? Jean Sheetsy, with his peak power and Aaron, an indomitable monster by his side, feared nothing. Being with Aaron offers numerous advantages, and as long as he displays his worth, he stands to live for centuries. Thus, he would not hesitate to obliterate the world government, let alone deal with a mere junior like Shanks. Meanwhile, Enel approached the Navy. Gentlemen, I will be watching over you. Do not think that your numbers can intimidate me. Otherwise, I, the Thunder God, shall become quite excited. Having mastered hockey, Enel's strength had grown significantly, making him even more arrogant. Moreover, he had learned the essentials of combat from Aaron. Never underestimate an enemy, be they strong or weak, and unleash your full power without hesitation. Hesitation can lead to dire consequences. Therefore, he was ready. Should these Navy forces dare to intervene, he would unleash Raijin or Manrajan. This rascal can fly. Dealing with him is indeed troublesome. Fleet Admiral Sengoku furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat outmaneuvered. Had he known, he would have brought Admiral Kazuru along. After all, he anticipated that Aaron's side would have so many who could soar through the skies, complicating their battle strategy. Barrett stood atop a newly formed peak, fixating his gaze on Blackbeard Teach and his crew. The implication was clear. Blackbeard and his gang were his targets. Just one man, and he thinks he can threaten us? Vegas crossed his arms, looking at Barrett with disdain, seemingly challenging him to come closer. Barrett grinned maliciously, thinking he would be the first to strike down this scoundrel. Zifa stood on the execution platform, ready to carry out Aaron's orders regarding Ace's execution. Whitebeard stared at Aaron, and then immediately struck the void with a powerful punch. Boom! The air trembled and split apart, causing the sea to rise and fall violently. Everyone on the ocean braced themselves. However, this was merely the residual force. After all, Whitebeard's primary attack was directed at the airborne Aaron. Aaron smiled faintly at this. Finally, he had the opportunity to personally observe Whitebeard's Gura no Mi ability, and his body instantly felt the vibrations. Every cell within him resonated with the tremors. Yet, for Aaron, there was no threat. As a cell fruit user, he could manipulate his cells to vibrate in harmony with this power. Is this all? Aaron scoffed. Whitebeard and the others were astonished. How could he remain unaffected? Was this strike too weak? I have heard your physical form is remarkably resilient. I underestimated you. In that case, let me see your limits. Whitebeard forcefully drove the Ama no Murakumo into the deck, his fists clenched, a white energy shield forming around his knuckles. He then drew in a breath, channeling all his strength, and struck the void to his left with one fist and to his right with another. The immense power of the tremors made the very earth tremble violently. Within a certain radius, the air was torn apart, fissures rapidly forming and heading toward Aaron. In response, Aaron mimicked Whitebeard's strike against the void, albeit without the special glowing sphere. Merely the power of the Gura no Mi, while formidable, it relies on a corporeal body to manifest. Such power I can easily replicate. Let me see whether your Jun Li Lang is truly formidable, or if the seismic force generated by the simultaneous vibration of my over 100 billion cells is more powerful. Over the past 2 years, Aaron has undergone a tenfold enhancement, increasing his cellular count from over 100 billion to more than 1 trillion. With a thunderous roar, Aaron's cells surged into vigorous motion, channeling the energy of the vibrations into his fists, which then erupted in a mighty strike against the void. Instantly, the air rippled visibly, and the very fabric of this world trembled under his might, fissures rapidly racing toward Bavadu. As the two seismic forces collided, the void erupted into a black hole of energy. The atmosphere became chaotic, with the ocean heaving violently and islands tearing apart. Countless individuals at sea were threatened by towering waves reaching thousands of meters high. The pirate ships occupied by Bahujic and his crew were also in peril. At the naval headquarters, before anyone could register their shock, Qingzhi acted first, unleashing his freezing powers to solidify the towering waves. Meanwhile, Shanka utilized his swordsmanship to cleave the waves into segments, averting disaster. Huizhi activated the power of the Anan Goshri, absorbing the overwhelming sea. Baihuji once again wielded his Jun Li to mitigate the wave crisis on his side. However, soon everyone on the sea began to make their way toward the island, eager to reach the shore. After all, Aaron possessed a similar Dunjun Guashrinoni, making their presence at sea highly precarious. The battle was on the verge of ignition. Yet, Aaron's target remained solely the members of A. In his view, the resolution of An's presence would signal the end of resistance from others, compelling them to cease their struggle against him. Thus, Aaron resolved to conclude the battle swiftly. It was time to unveil his true power. Chapter 130. 16 Mighty Dragons Intercepting the Holy Flame Old Man. Let us carve a path. The ice which Fudibori piloted her icebreaker toward the island. Their objective was to reach the island and rescue Thu, and now seemed an opportune moment with combat already underway. Aaron's threat was naturally being contained by their Laudia Bahuduk. Go, I shall handle this scoundrel, Buju declared, casting a glance at her and the others. Understood, old man, but do exercise caution. I am well aware of the enemy's capabilities, Ma expressed with concern, fully aware of his father's condition. After this battle, regardless of the outcome, it was apparent that Laudia would be pushed to his limits. Marika, you must save Itho. I will stay back to assist Laudia, stated the resolute Renan Chowda, his body enveloped in a layer of diamond, ready to shield Laudia from harm. Good. Now I can rest easy, acknowledge the urgency, and swiftly soared toward the island. Aaron paid them no mind, as he was determined to resolve this conflict swiftly. Bai Huja, with your frail body hanging by a thread, do you presume to obstruct me? Are you underestimating my might? Aaron sneered down at Bai Huja, who had just struck the void twice and was still gasping for breath. Is that all? That is rather feeble. He taunted. Huh, what of it? As long as I can keep you occupied for just a few breaths, that is sufficient, Bahuja retorted undeterred. Although he recognized Aaron's strength, he believed Aaron was still not capable of instantly overpowering him. Oh, is that so? Then come, receive my punch. Aaron ascended to the heavens, transforming into a streak of fire, appearing at an altitude of 10,000 meters. He then unleashed a punch directed downward. However, as he descended, his fist grew increasingly larger, reaching diameters of 100, 500, and even over 1,000 meters. The sky darkened ominously, casting a shadow that obscured the sun as something colossal plummeted toward the earth. All those charging toward the island halted, gazing skyward, acutely aware of the overwhelming pressure that sent instinctual signals of dread coursing through their bodies. Some even felt their eyelids twitching. What is that? Is that a fist? My heavens, how could it be so immense? Both the Navy and the pirates were seized by a wave of terror, their legs trembling as though the heavens were collapsing upon them. At that very moment, 战国, Kapu, 青雉, Truchen, 白胡子, 马尔科, 乔子, 黑胡子, 山克苏, and Jiekerol gazed up in unison. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal fist continued to accumulate energy, sending shockwaves rippling through the void. Ah, our leader is truly mad, employing such a technique. It seems he intends to obliterate the entire baton in one fell swoop. Jin Shuji grinned. He had witnessed this technique before, a year prior. Aaron had annihilated a sizable island with a single punch. The sheer force was such that even he, Ilu, and Jofa combined would struggle to contend with it. This punch, as intended by Aaron, expanded the cells within his fist while compressing the entire arm to concentrate the force. Once unleashed, it would be insurmountable, and the more it was compressed, the more devastating the subsequent explosion would be, capable, perhaps, of shattering planets. Who says otherwise? However, we won't be threatened, will we? Ai Nilu, enveloped in crackling lightning, underwent thermal transformation, rendering him immune to physical harm in order to mitigate the forthcoming shockwave's impact. That should be the case. Aaron's strength derives from his cellular power, and he can control the extent of his own power. Surely he wouldn't mistakenly harm us, Sakurlo Kuradar stated seriously, manipulating sand to envelop himself in a thick layer. Wow, our leader is so impressive. Following him is undoubtedly the wisest decision of my life. He gazed upward with admiration. He was positioned near the execution platform, employing the barrier fruit's power to prevent pirates and navy from breaking through. The era of Baihujuk is about to conclude. Aisu, it is time for you to depart, Ulfar remarked impassively. He loathed pirates, believing that this path was entirely justified. This was the embodiment of fearless justice. Moreover, Aaron had previously explained to him that the reason the four emperors of the New World maintained their dominance was due to the world government's desire for their elimination to remain unfulfilled. As long as the upper echelons of the Navy continued to appease the world government, they would never stand a chance against the formidable pirates of the New World. Only the Tanfa organization could truly establish a just order, unyielding to any obstacles. At that moment, Su was left dumbfounded. He stood on the execution platform, witnessing the colossal fist descending from the heavens. With each segment it fell, the sky quaked violently, instilling an unshakable sense of oppression. At this moment, Isu felt despair, anxiety, and trepidation gnawing within him, holding his breath. He wondered if Laodea would be in danger, if Laodea could withstand this. Oh no, Laodea, we must assist you. Several captains, including Ma, immediately turned back, intending to join Baihuju in withstanding the impending impact. However, Baihuju, filled with fury, exclaimed, "You fools! What are you doing? Hurry and save Aisu. Are you starting to underestimate me as well? Listen well. Such feeble attacks pose no threat to me." Marco and the others hesitated, but ultimately charged toward the island. Fully aware that it was over, their father was surely doomed. With his current frail state, he could not withstand such a terrifying assault. Aaron was indeed a despicable scoundrel. Having grown so powerful, that punch could likely obliterate an entire island, erasing everything within a 10,000-meter radius. With this thought, Marco quickly turned his gaze toward Shanks, Blackbeard Teach, Sengoku, and the others. Everyone, lend a hand. Otherwise, you too shall face peril. After alerting them, Marco and the others hastened their advance toward the island. Shanks, Blackbeard Teach, Sengoku, and Jack the Drought, among others, dared not underestimate the situation. The scope of Aaron's attack was far too formidable. Even they could not gamble on whether Whitebeard could endure it. Thus, in such dire circumstances, they chose to act in resistance. As for the likes of Shiki the Golden Lion, Barrett, Enel, and Crocodile, their subordinates would keep a watchful eye. Consequently, Carp unleashed his full power, radiating red lightning as he clenched his fist and executed the Galaxy Strike. Shanks remained ever the master of evasion. Blackbeard Teach silently summoned his immense power. Whitebeard, giving his all, swung his blade, channeling his devil fruit abilities into the weapon while also employing advanced hockey. However, as he unleashed this technique, blood flowed from his mouth, clearly indicating that his exertion had surpassed his physical limits, and his life was now in countdown. Jack the Drought and his pirates found themselves at a loss, feeling somewhat extraneous. This was the first time Jack felt out of place, and he was thoroughly displeased. Let us storm the island and slay anyone who displeases us. I need to vent my frustrations. Jack was fearless, having faced colossal foes in the original narrative without flinching. Naturally, he was now arrogant enough to disregard Aaron's formidable punch. Lord Jack, perhaps we should retreat. This place is utterly terrifying. Indeed, with so many powerful figures targeting one individual, our landing here might be perilous. Jack's crew, overwhelmed by the ominous atmosphere and the tremors in the air, felt their legs weaken under the weight of dread. They longed to express their concerns, fearing that Lord Jack's reckless pursuit would lead them to their doom. Bah, what is there to fear? Push forward to the island. Jack growled, embodying his brash nature. Lord Jack, our numbers are few. Why not let them weaken each other first before we strike? A clever crew member suggested with a quick mind. Oh, harvesting all seems appealing. Why did you not propose this sooner? Just then, Aaron's colossal fist, having undergone 100 cycles of cellular compression for explosive force, erupted instantaneously. Boom! It collided with the retaliatory force below. The sheer power of Aaron's punch was overwhelming. Despite their combined efforts, Whitebeard and the others found themselves unable to withstand the force due to their footing being on the sea. In an instant, the ship could not endure, breaking apart under the strain. They were then engulfed by a single punch. In the next moment, countless waves, resembling mountains, surged toward the island. Those who did not participate in the battle, including Marco and the others, were caught off guard and swiftly submerged by the waves. Quick, block the tidal wave. Barrett, Shiki the Golden Lion, Crocodile, and Bartolomeo all sprang into action. They could not allow the monstrous waves to drown the island, for many members of their organization remained. Thus, Barrett activated his fruit ability, raising a formidable wall composed of countless stones. Shiki unleashed his float fruit power, summoning massive lion heads to rise alongside him. Crocodile utilized his sand fruit powers to conjure walls of sand. Bartolomeo released barriers for protection. In an instant, the scene resembled an apocalyptic struggle against overwhelming odds, with humanity pouring their utmost efforts into resistance. Meanwhile, many pirates and Navy personnel on the sea were swept away by the deluge. However, on the Navy's side, Admiral Akiji was fortunate to activate his Ice Age ability just in time. Sengoku, Carp, Akainu, and numerous Navy members survived within an ice pit about 100 meters deep. Otherwise, they would have been completely submerged. As for those aboard Whitebeard's ship, they faced total annihilation, with many pirates being tossed about helplessly in the sea. Blackbeard's crew found themselves drenched and disoriented in the water, yet they were propelled toward the island by the current. Shanks and the others experienced the same fate, swept ashore by the turbulent waves that rose hundreds of meters high. Jack and his crew vanished without a trace. Minutes later, the sea finally began to settle. The fortunate pirates and Navy personnel who washed ashore gasped for breath, expelling seawater, their faces a mix of shock and disarray. Meanwhile, Barrett and his companions were drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted. That was grueling. Aaron's punch was terrifying, and blocking those waves proved to be quite taxing, Shiki remarked. Ah, our leader Aaron is indeed formidable. He truly deserves his title. Yet I feel utterly drained. The rest is up to you powerful figures, Bartolomeo. Significantly weaker than Shiki and the others, collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. Zifa stood atop the execution platform, his heart tumultuous with emotion. With Aaron as the leader of the Tianfa organization, this world was destined to witness their establishment of a new order. Just that single punch was something that no Yonko or Admiral could ever counter. Ace felt as though he had endured the end of the world, unable to believe how overwhelmingly powerful Aaron was. Despite so many intervening, they were swiftly dispatched. Furthermore, with his father now in the sea, a devil fruit user, he would likely have already sunk. And with so many of Whitebeard's crew swept away by the waves, their fates were surely grim. Oh, father, it's all my fault. I brought this upon you. Ace lamented, his heart shattered with regret. He should never have left the new world to chase that scoundrel Teach, or he would not have encountered this madman Aaron. Ace wept bitterly, engulfed in despair. Aaron, I curse you to an untimely demise. Ace glared at the seemingly unthreatened Aaron above, his eyes ablaze with rage. Do you truly believe that individuals like me meet such fates? Aaron opened his arms, absorbing the sun's warmth from this realm, instantly casting it into darkness. Yet, all light converged behind Aaron, rendering him a figure of luminescence, both sacred and grand. In that moment, countless witnesses were left in awe, realizing Aaron had become a force to be reckoned with. A mere thought could obliterate the world, yet another could illuminate its shadows. Now, to slay Aaron was arguably more challenging than vanquishing several rocks. One breath had plunged the realm into darkness. They even felt as though Aaron's actions were drawing energy from the very fabric of this realm into his body. Just a moment ago, they sensed their physical strength and vitality uncontrollably siphoned away, gravitating towards Aaron's direction. At this very moment, Aaron showcased a formidable aspect of himself, growing stronger with each passing battle. ZFA, it's time. Execute Ace, Aaron commanded. Understood, ZFA replied. Ace, however, was engulfed in despair, feeling as though Aaron bore a divine semblance. How could this be? Without a hint of emotion, ZFA raised his blade and executed Ace. Meanwhile, the ship, Wanliang Wang, remained anchored in the distance. Luffy attempted to intervene, but was halted by Rayleigh. They had witnessed the immense power of that punch and felt utterly powerless to intervene. Master, let me go. I must save Ace, or he will die. I cannot bear to watch him be executed. Luffy cried, his eyes filled with tears. That bastard Aaron is ruthless. He is not joking. Luffy, if we go, we will be walking into a trap. You have no idea how many powerful adversaries are present, all of whom Aaron has crushed with a single strike. Besides, Ace has already been executed. We are too late. Upon hearing this, Luffy's heart raced, veins bulging as he teetered on the brink of rage. I must go and kill Aaron. Rayleigh, witnessing this, swiftly knocked Luffy unconscious, needing him to regain his composure. Sigh, that is indeed Aaron. His power is truly terrifying. Even if Roger were here, he would not be his match. It seems this world is on the brink of chaos, and no one is willing to compromise easily. Just as Rayleigh and the others were about to depart, ominous clouds gathered above the island, stretching for miles. Within the pitch-black layers, something colossal appeared to be moving. Everyone looked up. Hey, Inaru, did you unleash the thunder? Jean sure frowned. Inaru, bewildered, replied, I haven't had the chance to act. That storm is not under my control. Could it be Miss Nami's doing? Or perhaps the leader has absorbed the heat from this realm, causing subsequent changes? Aaron furrowed his brow. Indeed, there was something enormous within the clouds. However, since it was neither Inaru's nor Nami's manipulation of the weather, only one possibility remained. A weapon that had previously obliterated the Lu Xia kingdom in the original tale, known as the Holy Mother Flame. Realizing this, Aaron felt the situation had become precarious but decided to attempt an interception. In an instant, she materialized on the execution platform, channeling all the energy within her cells to summon 16 colossal dragons, dispersing them towards the heavens. Among them were fire dragons, thunder dragons, dark dragons, blood dragons, water dragons, and more. At that very moment, 16 massive beams of destructive light descended from above. The Holy Mother Flame was intercepted mid-air by the 16 dragons, erupting into a terrifying display of power that swept across the realm. The void was rent asunder, and the overwhelming energy storm left everyone on the island struggling to maintain their footing. Jean Shur, Barrett, Inaru, Crocodile, Zfa, and others were stunned and incredulous. How could there still be someone capable of forcing their leader, Aaron, to exert his full strength? This was unfathomable. Whose power was this? Was it from a Marine headquarters, or the world government, or perhaps another faction? Crocodile furrowed his brow, encased in layers of sand for protection. Could this be some legendary ancient weapon? What? An ancient weapon? Is it the king? Barrett exclaimed, astonished. During his time with Roger, he had certainly heard of the 3 ancient weapons. It was said that any one of these ancient weapons possessed the power to annihilate the world. If it were indeed an ancient weapon, it was likely the king. Crocodile, the former queen of Amazon Lily, had left her island to acquire the ancient battleship Poseidon, even disguising herself as a man to conceal her identity and better secure Poseidon. She was well aware of the existence of the other 2 ancient weapons. So, it seems the Marine headquarters or the world government is launching a surprise attack. How despicable. Thankfully, our leader Aaron is unafraid otherwise. We would have been in dire straits just now, Jean Shur remarked. The 16 beams of destruction had completely enveloped the island. Had they struck the ground, the entire island would have surely sunk into the sea in an instant. Meanwhile, on the sea, Shanks and his crew were taken aback, not expecting such terrifying power to be lurking in the shadows. Yet, it seemed they intended to capture them all. However, they had not anticipated that Aaron, having just subdued the entire area, possessed such incredible power. 16 dragons. What kind of strength was that? Kaido's single azure dragon was already the most formidable creature across land, sea, and sky, touted as invulnerable and impossible to kill. And Aaron? He had unleashed 16 dragons from his very being. How powerful must he be? He truly was the strongest creature across land, sea, and sky. Captain, what shall we do now? Should we continue to attack them? Beckman inquired of Shanks. At this moment, Shanks wore a grim expression. The world government even sought to obliterate him. This was going too far. Let us go. We are leaving. I must pay a visit to the Holy Land, Mariehua, Shanks declared, determined to seek answers. Understood. Shanks and his crew chose to retreat swiftly. Their pirate ship remained afloat, as a crew member had been tasked with protecting it, preventing it from sinking into the sea. After all, as pirates, their ship was paramount, especially during battles. If they were to lose their ship while at sea, their survival as pirates would be jeopardized. Meanwhile, on Blackbeard Teach's ship, Burgess addressed Blackbeard. Captain, what are we to do now? Shall we launch a surprise attack? Aaron must be weakened after expending so much energy. However, Jean Shur and the others seem to be unaffected. If you plan to seize Aaron's fruit ability, we will distract the others. Burgess was fiercely loyal to Blackbeard Teach, believing more than any other crew member in Teach's ability to fulfill their dreams. Blackbeard, however, remained cautious, deeply intimidated by Aaron's might, which had already frightened him today. Moreover, Blackbeard sensed that to threaten Aaron, only such power would suffice. Naturally, he also believed that the ominous force above was an ancient weapon, a devastating instrument controlled by the world government. It is evident that only ancient weaponry poses a threat to Aaron at this moment. This is due to Aaron's extreme state of weakness in his efforts to resist the terrifying destructive energy beams from the 16 paths. Alas, Barrett, the formidable Jean Shur, Golden Lion Shiki, and Zfa are all in peak condition, seemingly restored to their utmost combat prowess. It would be unwise for us to engage in battles where victory is uncertain. By the way, have you noticed Whitebeard? Blackbeard Teach is still preoccupied with the thought of Whitebeard's fruit ability. No, he was at the center of Aaron's attack earlier, and is likely already lost to the depths of the ocean. Poison Q replied, Never mind, I have actually changed my mind. Whitebeard's fruit is of little consequence. I must reconsider another fruit ability. Blackbeard Teach's gaze deepened as he recalled Aaron's ability to wield the tremor powers, making it evident that the tremor fruit now seemed less appealing. Even if obtained, it would not pose a threat to Aaron. It appears I must acquire that fruit. Blackbeard Teach's eyes were fixed upon Aaron. Although Aaron was significantly drained of strength, he did not feel entirely powerless. The greatest threat he faced stemmed from the backlash of the fruit's ability. With his energy depleted, the terrifying hormonal factors within his body could no longer be effectively suppressed. These tangible hormonal factors surged forth from Aaron like a torrent of blood energy. Aaron found this immensely uncomfortable and yearned to release his pent-up desires. Over the past 2 years, his hormonal factors had surpassed 1,000 times that of an ordinary person. It can be said that as long as he wished, no female being could resist his allure. Furthermore, had Aaron not been sufficiently powerful, the presence of such overwhelming hormonal factors would likely have filled his surroundings with females. ZFA and some soldiers sensed the potent hormonal energy. They were not afraid, as this force had no effect on them as males. However, when confronted with this energy, they were instantly struck down, feeling utterly overshadowed by Aaron's masculine prowess. Nearby, Shakiyaku Dar, upon witnessing this, felt her legs weaken and her heart race with anxiety. You all keep an eye out. I need to use the restroom. Being a woman, or rather, not fully transformed into a man, she felt flustered in the face of Aaron's charm. ZFA, seizing the opportunity, turned to Ein and said, "Ein, please assist Captain Aaron for a moment." "Oh, certainly." Ein's face flushed instantly. Within the organization, she had long heard of Aaron's reaction to the fruit's backlash, which rendered him exceedingly virile. Thus, many women surrounded him, helping alleviate his burdens and allowing him to find ease. Otherwise, the pent-up energy could lead to agitation, rage, or even bloodlust. "Captain Aaron, allow me to take you to my room to rest." "All right," Aaron replied calmly. While he could endure, he did not wish to persist indefinitely. However, it seemed that Ein alone would not suffice to alleviate his predicament. "Enel, please summon Ji Yuan and the others to find me," Aaron instructed. "Oh yes, right away." Enel snapped back to attention, realizing what was required, and promptly flew to the celestial island several hundred meters above. Aaron then lifted Ein, and with a few quick teleportations, they vanished from sight, arriving at Ein's room in the base. "Ein, thank you for your assistance. Rest assured, I will take responsibility for you," Aaron expressed with gratitude. "It's nothing. Besides, I actually hold a fondness for Captain Aaron. Thus, being able to assist you brings me great joy," Ein confessed. Her cheeks flushed. "Additionally, if Captain Aaron remains well, he can more effectively lead us in maintaining world peace, correct?" Ein's heart was captivated by Aaron's charm, leaving her with only thoughts of him. In that moment, the two began to share an intimate exchange, and Ein felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. It was evident that it was not solely Aaron's allure that attracted so many gentle and obedient young women. The experience of being with Aaron brought an unprecedented joy. With Aaron's temporary departure, Blackbeard Teach and his group chose to seize the moment to leave. However, Blackbeard Teach laughed heartily upon witnessing Aaron hurriedly carrying a girl away. Thinking to himself that Aaron indeed experienced a backlash from the fruit's ability, amplifying his own desires. This realization made it clear how to find a means to restrain Aaron. The fruit ability of Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, possessed the power to captivate and allure. Once he mastered this fruit's ability, controlling Aaron and ensnaring him would become significantly easier. Let us depart swiftly. Unforeseen events may arise. Meanwhile, the clouds above began to dissipate, and the massive entity, having unleashed the Holy Mother-S fire, swiftly took flight. After all, revealing a devastating weapon was not permissible. It remained a secret. Upon witnessing the immense Holy Mother-S fire, the scientific defense warrior, Saint Satan, was utterly astonished. This was beyond comprehension. Aaron had single-handedly intercepted the colossal destructive force of the Holy Mother-S fire. One must understand that this was a weapon capable of obliterating an entire kingdom's domain in an instant. Satan hurriedly reported to Lord M. "Lord M, it's a disaster. We failed to destroy any of them. Not even the island was detonated. The destructive power was completely intercepted in mid-air." "What did you say?" At that moment, it was occupied with the child. Little Ewerer was quite understanding. During the communication, she remained silent. Upon hearing Satan's report, Im could hardly believe that even the restored ancient weapon could not contend with Aaron. She had anticipated capturing Aaron this time to deal with him properly, yet once again, her plans had fallen through. She could not help but feel both anger and disappointment. How was it intercepted? Did you see clearly? Im inquired, forcibly maintaining her composure. Reporting to Lord Im, Aaron is simply too powerful. Strangely, he unleashed 16 massive dragons from within his body, each resembling a living creature. Upon hearing this, Im was not surprised, as she had already witnessed Aaron's prowess in this regard. Moreover, little Ewerer could also manipulate the energy within her body to condense various animals. Lord Im, there is another matter. The Marine headquarters, the Whitebeard pirates, the Red-haired pirates, and the Blackbeard pirates have all been subdued by Aaron alone. It seems that the personnel at the Marine headquarters are no match for him. Should we allow them to retreat and reconsider our strategy? Yes, let them retreat. Im replied coolly before abruptly ending the call. Mother, is Aaron my father? I heard about the 16 dragons. Little Ewerer looked up at him innocently. As Imu gazed upon the lovely Ewerer, a gentle expression adorned his face as he embraced her. Indeed, Aaron is your father, he affirmed. But why are you going after him, mother? Fear not. That fellow is formidable and poses no threat to him. Besides, I merely wish to bring him back. And then you shall have the opportunity to see him, came the reassuring reply. Ah, I see. However, father can manipulate energy and summon 16 colossal dragons, which is quite impressive. Is that so? How many can you summon now, Ewer? Hee, I can summon one, albeit a rather small one, and I feel quite exhausted afterward. Fatigue is quite normal, considering your tender age. As you grow, your strength will undoubtedly increase. She had wholly inherited Aaron's bloodline memories. Thus, she possessed many of his abilities. Given sufficient time, Ewer would evolve into a being as powerful as Aaron. At that juncture, who could threaten them? Mother and daughter united? Even Aaron would have to concede. After all, would he have the heart to be ruthless against such a delightful daughter? Meanwhile, Admiral Sengoku received orders from the 5 elders to initiate a retreat. However, upon seeing only Ace's lifeless body on the execution platform, Carp was consumed by rage and attempted to confront Aaron. Yet, Sengoku firmly restrained him. Are you mad? Barrett, Shiki, and the others are still unscathed. And you have witnessed Aaron's power. If you truly wish to go, I will not allow you to do so alone. We shall all go together. But we will undoubtedly face defeat. Sengoku began to employ moral persuasion. We have already suffered significant losses. Many soldiers have narrowly escaped death and lost the will to fight. Moreover, you have already lost one grandson. Do not forget you still have another. We cannot allow Aaron to capture him. You must be prepared. Sengoku's words struck at Carp's vulnerability, prompting him to regain his composure. Indeed, we must retrieve Luffy. He cannot continue roaming the seas. That scoundrel Aaron has already made a name for himself. Next, we should aim to sweep through the New World and judge the righteousness of all factions. Thus, Sengoku, Carp, and the others reluctantly chose to retreat. Even Akainu refrained from acting impulsively this time. Meanwhile, several pirate ships from the Whitebeard pirates emerged from the sea, one of which was the Ice Witch's icebreaker. On board, only a third of the crew remained, all in silent mourning for their fallen captain. They had failed to rescue Ace and were now bereft of the spirit to continue fighting, wishing only to return and bury their father. Although vengeance was on everyone's mind, Aaron's overwhelming strength rendered them despondent and incapable of resistance. For a time, no one voiced their dissent or spoke of returning to avenge Ace. Alas, everyone, let's bide our time for now. There will be opportunities for revenge, Marco sighed. The Whitebeard pirates had effectively disbanded and needed to hasten back to protect their homeland. Aaron and his group, the Judgment Organization, would soon sweep across the globe, initiating their so-called righteous judgment. The world was on the brink of chaos. Chapter 132. The Empress perished from anxiety in the blink of an eye. Half a month passed. Morgan's newspaper reported to the world the execution of the pirate, Fire Fist Ace, by the Judgment Organization, complete with detailed coverage and images. The report depicted scenes of the Navy headquarters and various pirates in the New World being suppressed by the Judgment Organization. Notably, the 4 emperors of the New World, including Whitebeard, had perished in this conflict. Although the images lacked clarity, the news caused an uproar worldwide. Numerous factions began to feel a sense of urgency. They finally recognized the looming threat. With the Judgment Organization in play, their situations had become precarious. According to Morgan's report, the Judgment Organization sought to establish a new world order based on absolute justice, aiming to judge and arbitrate all factions. Consequently, fear and anxiety took root in their hearts. In Wano country, Lord Kaido, the drought disaster, Jack has returned, reported Quinn at Onigashima. Kaido, sipping on his drink, stepped outside and beheld Jack's return. Initially, he had feared that Jack's entire crew had perished, given the lack of communication. Why have you returned only now? Kaido inquired darkly. My apologies, Lord Kaido. Half a month ago, when the Judgment Organization publicly executed Fire Fist Ace, Aaron's methods were too powerful. We were caught off guard before we could intervene and were subsequently cast into the sea. Fortunately, I managed to survive by clinging to a piece of driftwood. The transponder snail was destroyed long ago, Jack explained, visibly frustrated. What? You were affected before you could even act and nearly drowned? Is that what you're saying? Quinn exclaimed in disbelief. Jack, known for his fearlessness, was surprisingly subdued in acknowledging reality. Indeed, that is the case. But I do not find it shameful, as I was not the only one affected. The Navy headquarters, Sengoku, Carp, Akainu, Akiji, the Whitebeard pirates, Shanks, and Blackbeard were all in the same predicament. Jack asserted confidently. However, this revelation left Kaido astounded. Could it be that so many powerful individuals could not threaten Eren and the Judgment Organization? Thus, Kaido pressed Jack for more detailed information. As the others listened, they gasped in astonishment. Could Eren truly be that powerful? Had he subdued such a multitude of formidable pirates with a single punch? Did this imply that they were not the strongest beings on land, sea, and air, but that the opponent was? I suspect you are exaggerating, perhaps frightened into silence. Next time I encounter this Eren, I shall challenge him to a duel. However, it is good that Fire Fist Ace is dead. Someone, inform Yamato that Ace has perished. I wish to extinguish any lingering hopes she may have. Understood, Kaido. I shall proceed at once, Jack replied, eager to take a moment to enjoy the entertainment at the brothel after such a taxing departure from Wano. Simultaneously, back at the Navy headquarters, Sengoku and the others had returned for over 10 days. Upon his return, Carp submitted a request for retirement, yearning for a more liberated existence. He wished to find Luffy and bring him back to Fusha Village. Seeing Carp's enthusiasm, Sengoku also submitted his retirement request, having previously conspired with Carp to retire together. The world government received the retirement applications from Carp and Sengoku. Although it was quite frustrating and there was an urge to express discontent, approval was ultimately granted. At such a critical juncture, it was imperative to maintain harmony. However, a condition was set. Sengoku must select a suitable successor for the position of Fleet Admiral before retiring. Naturally, Sengoku's focus turned to the 3 admirals, Kizaru, Akiji, and Akainu, allowing them to make their own decisions. Kizaru promptly withdrew from the competition for the Fleet Admiral position, while Akiji and Akainu engaged in a decisive battle at Punk Hazard. Simultaneously, the world government initiated a global recruitment drive for the Navy headquarters, aiming to bolster its upper echelon of combat prowess. With the departure of Sengoku and Carp, the Navy headquarters elite forces were significantly diminished. After leaving the Navy headquarters, Carp set sail on his dog-headed battleship in search of Luffy. Before departing, he visited Sabiti Archipelago and sought out the Dark King, Rayleigh, inquiring about Luffy's whereabouts. Having previously fought Luffy in Water 7, the foolish boy had mentioned that he had been training under Rayleigh for the past 2 years. Thus, Rayleigh might very well know Luffy's current location. Upon learning of Carp's resignation from the rank of Vice Admiral, Rayleigh remarked that Carp was no longer accountable to the Navy headquarters, nor vice versa. Additionally, concerned for Luffy's safety, Carp was informed that Luffy was now in the New World. Consequently, he, along with his aide and his 2-year mints, Kabi and Meibo, set sail for the New World once more. Carp mused, frustrated that Luffy chose to train under the old man Rayleigh instead of him, wondering if Rayleigh's haki was superior to his own. As he departed, witnessing Rayleigh's smug demeanor made Carp want to vent his anger, feeling a mix of disappointment and concern for Luffy. Shortly after Carp's departure, Arlong arrived at Sabiti Archipelago aboard his flying boat, accompanied solely by male companions. The women, including Shi-Wan, were left behind at Sky Island, exhausted from their endeavors. Meanwhile, Enel, the Golden Lion, and Barrett remained at the headquarters of the Judgment Organization, prepared to heed his commands. However, Arlong brought along Bartolomeo and his entourage, as well as Zoro and his two companions. While these individuals possessed potential, their strength required further cultivation under Arlong's guidance. On island number 13, Arlong activated his cellular awakening, instantly enveloping the entire Sabiti archipelago and pinpointing Rayleigh's location. Upon locating him, Rayleigh felt a sense of dread upon realizing it was Arlong. Was he here to pass judgment? Yet, having already retired, it seemed unreasonable to drag past events into this situation. Chief Arlong, what brings you here? Rayleigh inquired, attempting to maintain his composure. Mr. Rayleigh, there is no need for alarm. I do not intend to judge you for assisting someone aspiring to become a pirate in mastering haki. Such actions are quite common. Arlong replied with a casual smile. However, I hope you can help coat my ship, as I intend to journey to Fishman Island. Of course, I will compensate you fairly. Our judgment organization values principles. Rayleigh, resigned, understood the implications of Arlong's words. His instruction to Luffy on haki had only served to propel Luffy further along the path of piracy. While Arlong did not intend to judge him this time, it was a warning, albeit a lenient one. After making arrangements, Arlong informed Zoro and Bartolomeo, "You two wait here. I will return once I finish a few matters." This journey to Fishman Island was primarily to acquire Princess Shirahoshi's powers over the Sea Kings. With Shirahoshi's abilities, the Sea Kings could serve as transport, greatly enhancing the efficiency of the Judgment Organization's operations across the world. Additionally, Arlong planned to confront the world government, intending to show him a thing or two. It was time to reveal that he was already aware of her identity. How ruthless this woman was, plotting to obliterate him with a weapon as formidable as the Holy Flame, despite being one of his own. It was only fitting to deliver a warning, instilling fear in her. However, not long after setting off, Arlong was recognized by many on Sabiti Archipelago. Both pirates and marines gasped in fear, anxious about facing his judgment. More intriguingly, Arlong overheard a battle unfolding nearby. Quickly, at Tree Island number 50, two groups of warlords are clashing. What? Who are they? It seemed to involve Blackbeard Teach and the world's most beautiful woman, Boa Hancock. How dare they bully our empress? They are courting death, Arlong remarked, activating his cellular awakening to sense the ongoing battle. It appeared to have just begun. There was something intriguing about Blackbeard Teach's intentions. He seemed to covet Hancock's fruit. However, Arlong had already set his sights on Hancock. A sinister smile crept across his face. Having not pursued Hancock for some time was not due to a lack of affection. Rather, she was already his, so there was no need for urgency. Besides, he was not short of women, but he desired them all. On a certain street of Tree Island number 40, Hancock and her sisters found themselves surrounded by Teach and his crew. Ha ha ha. Empress, surrender. I do not wish to kill you. I merely desire your powers and you as my woman. Despite Teach's greed, Hancock stood firm. Just because you are a hideous creature does not mean you can dream of having me. Listen well, my man is none other than Arlong. She lifted her chin, disdainfully gazing at Teach and his crew. However, upon mentioning Arlong, her demeanor shifted to one of shyness and infatuation, revealing her deep feelings. In the last 2 years, Hancock had inquired incessantly about Arlong's whereabouts, but news had been scarce. Recently, however, she had heard of his appearance in the New World and his public execution of Fire Fist Ace, prompting her to hastily depart from Amazon Lily to join him, only to encounter the detestable Teach on the way. The revelation of Hancock's admiration for Arlong stunned everyone present. Who would have imagined that this proud woman, who typically looked down on men, held such affection for Arlong? It was evident that her feelings were quite intense, as mentioning his name sent her into a reverie. Teach and his crew found themselves in a precarious situation. Was it possible that Hancock truly had a connection with Arlong? If this is related, their actions against Eluan's people now could prove perilous. What should we do, Captain? Could she truly have a connection with Eluan? If we harm his woman, we might not have any chance to develop further. Duke pondered seriously. In his view, their black group still required time to grow and prepare. For instance, Blackbeard Teach. In his quest for the Hades warship, their pirate vessel and formidable weapon must act with caution. They could not draw the attention of Eluan's organization prematurely. Blackbeard Teach hesitated momentarily. Although they could certainly capture the Empress now, the sheer number of people in Chambord was intimidating and the news would likely spread rapidly. Cursed Empress. Just wait and see. Blackbeard Teach clenched his fists, ultimately deciding to bide his time. Let us go, we must leave quickly. For some reason, my eyelids are twitching violently. A wave of unease washed over Blackbeard Teach. He felt a sense of disquiet upon hearing Eluan's name. This was unsettling. It was all Eluan's fault for instilling in him a lingering fear that had yet to dissipate. It seemed the only course was to seize the ancient weapon. The Hades warship. Only with the ancient weapon in hand could they contend with Eluan. As for the Empress's abilities, they could seek an opportunity later. Thus, Blackbeard Teach and his crew left in haste. The Empress frowned. Are they leaving just like that? I thought they would meet their doom today. After all, Blackbeard Teach and his band were becoming increasingly dangerous, especially with their fruit abilities, which were no longer a secret. The surrounding crowd was equally astonished. However, someone remarked, it seems Blackbeard Teach was intimidated by Eluan. Indeed, it's possible the Empress truly has ties to Eluan. After all, the Empress is breathtakingly beautiful, the world's most stunning woman. It is unlikely she has no connection to the formidable Eluan. The Empress felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. Yet, recalling her fruitless 2-year search for Eluan, she felt a twinge of disappointment. Thus, she yearned even more to venture into the new world. Sonia, let us hasten to the new world. I can scarcely wait to see Eluan. Oh, fine, Sonia replied helplessly, sensing her sister's impatience. She had never met Eluan, yet she was already infatuated, neglecting food and sleep for thoughts of him. This infatuation stemmed from 2 years ago when she heard of Eluan slaying 2 celestial dragons, which left her heart racing. According to Granny Jami, her sister had developed feelings for Eluan, and if left unchecked, it could threaten her well-being. Thinking of this, Sonia and Galit cautioned, Sister, do not rush. Remain calm, or it will be detrimental to your health. Indeed, if your health falters, Granny Jami warned, you may not even meet Eluan. Oh, spare me. I am strong enough not to perish, the Empress retorted, her cheeks flushed, speaking with an air of assertiveness. Just then, Eluan appeared. Dressed in a golden robe with a high collar, he possessed a strikingly handsome visage, his features sharp and well-defined. Upon seeing him, the Empress thought, is this not the one I yearn for day and night? Her heart raced, quickening to the point of almost overwhelming her. Sonia and Galit, witnessing this, snapped back to reality. Ah, sister, what is wrong? Oh no, her heartbeat has ceased. Eluan was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that, even before he exerted his powers, the Empress lost her heartbeat? What an absurdity. Chapter 133. The Empress confesses, I long to be your woman. Please step aside. I must see. As a user of the cell fruit, for Eluan, halting a biological heart was a trivial matter. With a mere flick of his hand, he could revive her in seconds. All is well. Sonia and Galit quickly regained their composure. Unsure of what to do, they turned to Eluan for assistance. Eluan placed his hand gently upon the Empress, focusing on her heart's cells to induce cellular pulsing. After merely a dozen pulses, her heart resumed its rhythmic beating. It's beating again. Sister's heart has returned. Wonderful. We were nearly frightened to death. They quickly helped the Empress to her feet, eagerly expressing their gratitude to Eluan. Thank you, Lord Eluan, for your assistance. It was nothing, merely a trivial task. However, your Empress's reaction was rather exaggerated. Did she truly become breathless at the sight of me? Eluan remarked, bemused. He understood that the Empress was easily flustered. In the original narrative, even when Luffy, that fool, struck down a celestial dragon, The Empress would often clutch her heart, her face flushed, struggling to breathe. How much more so when it was he who not only killed celestial dragons, but also possessed an irresistible charm. The suddenness of his appearance must have overwhelmed her completely. Lord Eluin, the truth is, our sister adores you. Indeed, just now, your sudden arrival must have caught her off guard, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Sonia and Galit spoke, slightly embarrassed. Their sister's display was exceedingly fragile, or perhaps too love-struck. It was evident that she could develop feelings for Eluin without ever having seen him in person for 2 years. At this moment, the surrounding onlookers were utterly astounded. The notion that the Empress could be so flustered by Eluin's presence was nothing short of preposterous. Yet, Eluin truly was remarkable. With a mere gesture, he had revived the Empress. No wonder he dared to slay celestial dragons. Such prowess was indeed extraordinary. The Empress opened her beautiful eyes, gazing at Eluin before her, and felt her nerves spike once more. It was as though she were dreaming. How could this be so astonishing? Moreover, it was entirely unexpected, his appearance so sudden. Surely, she should have prepared herself to present herself before Eluin after a bath. You need not be so anxious. I shall not harm you, Eluin assured, waving his hand to assist the Empress with cellular respiration. Consequently, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, and despite her nerves, her heart was no longer under pressure. The Empress, blushing profusely, found herself devoid of her usual aloofness and cold demeanor, transformed into a gentle, charming presence. Very well, Lord Eluin, I shall heed your wishes. This transformation left Sonia, Galit, and the surrounding spectators utterly astonished. The Empress had changed so dramatically. Such behavior is not typical for them. Generally, they would look down upon any man maintaining a cold demeanor. Yet, in the presence of Eren, they seemed to exhibit a demeanor akin to sycophants, reminiscent of those who fawn over the Empress. It feels almost like gazing into a mirror. However, the envy they harbor towards Eren is palpable as they find themselves captivated by him, even the renowned Empress, the most beautiful woman of the seas. It is worth noting that the Empress possesses the sweet fruit ability, which is designed to ensnare any man. Yet, it is Eren's allure that has ensnared her heart. Just moments ago, they conversed, with the Empress asking, "You have sought me for 2 years? I wonder what this means?" Eren, with a gentle smile, inquired. The Empress, blushing and nervous, confessed, I have feelings for you, Eren. I wonder if I could become your woman?" After uttering this, her cheeks flushed deeply as she gazed at Eren with great anticipation, for this day had been long awaited. She did not wish to let such an opportunity slip away. Eren was momentarily taken aback. How bold of the Empress to express her feelings so openly, especially in front of so many witnesses. Sonia and Jarrett, witnessing Eren's silence, began to worry he might decline. They urgently interjected, "Lord Eren, our sister truly has feelings for you. Upon hearing about your defeat of 2 celestial dragons, she could not help but be moved. If you do not accept her, she may perish from longing for you. Please, grant her the honor of being your woman. Our sister is widely recognized as the most beautiful woman of the seas and has never shown interest in anyone before." Both fixed their serious gazes on Eren. However, as they observed him, they couldn't help but feel their hearts race at his striking handsomeness. Yet, they were acutely aware of their own shortcomings and knew they could never compare to him. Otherwise, they would have been as humble as their sister, willingly offering themselves to Eren. At that moment, the onlookers held their breath, feeling as though their worldview had shattered. Was this truly the allure of Lord Eren? Even the Empress was humbly beseeching him to accept her as his own. How infuriating! They were consumed by envy and jealousy. "Well then, Empress, you shall be my woman from this day forth. However, I have many women by my side. I wonder if that will trouble you?" Eren stated earnestly, though internally he was exhilarated. The Empress was momentarily startled, but quickly came to terms with it. In her eyes, it was only natural for someone as charming as Eren to be adored by many. She immediately shook her head, saying, "I do not mind, as long as I can be with you, Eren." "Excellent. I am glad to hear that. Come, stand beside me," Eren replied with a slight smile, wanting to give the Empress a taste of sweetness, lest he be perceived as indifferent. Nervously, she approached him, and Aaron enveloped her in his embrace, her figure delightfully soft. The Empress trembled at the sensation, feeling utterly enraptured. Without any mental preparation, she found herself silenced by Aaron's kiss. Her mind went blank, forgetting where she was or what was happening. Yet, a profound sense of satisfaction and joy filled her heart, making her feel as though life without Aaron was unimaginable. Sonia and Jarrett covered their mouths, unable to suppress their astonishment, but they were also filled with a sense of romance. Lord Aaron is truly remarkable. The onlookers, however, were filled with envy. Had I known, I wouldn't have watched. Ultimately, the Empress became Aaron's woman, and it would not be long before she assumed a prominent role by his side. Such thoughts brought a pang of sadness. After all, the Empress was recognized as the most beautiful woman of the seas. Previously, they had boasted about being willing to serve her. Yet now they found themselves unable to even attain that. As Aaron kissed her softly, he savored the Empress's softness and sweetness. It must be said that every woman possesses her unique charm and essence, and the Empress had successfully captivated him. Thus, he cradled her in his arms, seeking a place to rest for the night and engage in a deeper conversation. The next day, the Empress lay in Aaron's embrace, enveloped in unparalleled happiness and fulfillment. She could hardly fathom that she was truly with Aaron and had developed such an intriguing bond. The joy and contentment were overwhelming. She adored Aaron so much that she would willingly face death for him. "My lord, I wish to be with you forever. May I?" she asked, reluctant to think of a time when Aaron might leave her. "Of course, as you are now my woman, you shall also be a part of my Tianfa organization," Aaron replied, cradling the soft Empress in his arms, feeling immensely pleased. To his surprise, the Empress remained untouched. The rumors surrounding the celestial dragon slaves were unfounded. How delightful! The Empress, feeling quite satisfied, began to feel sleepy. By afternoon, she awoke, freshened up, and then Aaron took her out for a meal. With Aaron's nurturing, the Empress blossomed into an even more enchanting beauty, exuding a newfound femininity. After their meal, Aaron prepared to visit the world government. "Empress, please wait for me at island number 13. The location is at Rayleigh's Coding Factory. There will be members of the Tianfa organization present." "My lord, what about you?" The Empress clung to Aaron's arm, reluctant to part, yet aware that she had to be obedient. "I must settle some matters with the world government, which may involve combat, so it would be unwise to bring you along." "Very well, my lord, please take care of yourself. I shall await your return, and then I will continue to serve you," the Empress shyly replied, her delicate face flushed with crimson. The happiness brought to her by Aaron made her unable to contain her anticipation, yearning for more. Rest assured, I shall return promptly. However, you must prepare your heart, and not act as you did last night," Aaron teased as he playfully pinched the Empress's nose. "Indeed, I understand," she retorted with a hint of playful annoyance, while inwardly vowing to exert herself this time, adhering to Aaron's wishes. Whatever Aaron instructed her to do, she would comply without shyness or resistance. The Empress's newfound resolve seemed to be a result of Aaron's influence, as her heart and body began to favor him. In less than 10 minutes, Aaron, perched upon the head of a colossal dragon, arrived above the sacred land of Mary Joa. As he descended, the masters within Panga's city immediately took notice. Members of the Divine Knight Order, the 5 elders, and even deep within the flower realm sensed his presence. With a bold demeanor, Aaron landed in Panga City, swiftly surrounded by countless guards. Numerous celestial dragons gathered to witness the spectacle. "Who is this audacious intruder? Do something, seize him, and feed him to the dogs," exclaimed one particularly rotund celestial dragon, clearly a fool. With narrowed eyes, Aaron unleashed his power, and in an instant, the foolish celestial dragon exploded on the spot. The onlookers, terrified, displayed typical cowardice. "He killed someone. Call for help. We must eliminate him immediately." The celestial dragon, panicked and desperate for protection, sought to neutralize the threat. The guards promptly launched an assault on Aaron. As Aaron awakened his cells, all surrounding refuse underwent cellular degradation, their bodies oozing and rotting, dying in pain and terror. In less than 10 seconds, the 500 to 600 individuals present were reduced to pools of blood. Soon after, the members of the Divine Knight Order and the 5 elders arrived on the scene, their fury palpable upon witnessing the carnage. Aaron, you have the audacity to wreak havoc here? Do you truly believe yourself invincible? With no hesitation, the 5 elders and the members of the Divine Knight Order prepared for battle. However, Aaron merely smiled with nonchalance. Stepping forward, he appeared beside Saint Satan, swiftly severing one of his arms. You are but an ant. What right do you have to speak to me? Remember, I have come solely for that woman. Should you lack the foresight to recognize this, do not blame me for disregarding him's face and utterly destroying your sacred Mary Joa. Aaron's overwhelming display of power left the onlookers stunned as Saint Satan was disarmed. Moreover, Aaron's knowledge of Im raised eyebrows. Could it be that Aaron is acquainted with Lady Im? The 5 elders and the Divine Knight Order members hesitated, refraining from rash actions. Deep within the flower realm, Im was observing everything. Little Wearer, watching from the surveillance screen, was elated. Mama, Daddy is here. I want Daddy. Im inhaled deeply, realizing that Aaron was aware of her existence. It seemed he had recognized her long ago in the skies above the Devil's Triangle. This thought ignited a flicker of anger within her. She had underestimated Aaron, who had cunningly deceived her all along. Allow him in. Im's voice resonated in the ears of the holy saint of Fegalandu. Ah, Aaron, please follow me. Lady Im has granted you permission to meet her. Aaron cast a disdainful glance at the elderly figure with a moon-like head. You must be the holy saint of Fegalandu, correct? TSK. You appear even weaker than I had imagined. By the way, your descendant attempted to kill me on the day I publicly executed Fire Fist Ace. Such audacity. If I encounter him again, I shall certainly finish him off. Aaron folded his arms with a grin, stoking the flames of enmity. The holy saint of Fegalandu remained expressionless. You failed to kill him last time. How could you possibly succeed next time? This demonstrates that your strength is not absolutely invincible. Haha. If it weren't for your world government launching the saintly flame and conducting a surprise attack, how could they have escaped? Aaron laughed maniacally. Forget it. There's no need for you to escort me. What status do you hold to accompany me further? As he awakened his cells, Aaron sensed the presence of 2 individuals deep within. To his surprise, there were 2, one large and one small. What could this mean? Upon arriving in the depths of the flower realm, Aaron passed through 2 illusory chambers and found himself before a grand door of white jade. As the door swung open, it felt as though he had entered another realm. The azure sky and white clouds loomed above, with a vast expanse of lush grass and an array of blooming flowers, predominantly lilies, while bees and butterflies flitted about. Daddy! In an instant, a little girl clad in a small red dress rushed toward him, wrapping her arms around his leg and sweetly calling him Daddy. Aaron was momentarily taken aback. Daddy? Upon closer inspection, he was astonished. The resemblance was uncanny. So, the last time he had been with him, she had given birth to a daughter? If that were true, it must be said that Im was formidable. After all, none of the girls who frequently surrounded him had borne him children, despite him having had several opportunities without exerting control over the cells. Who are you? Aaron gently lifted the little girl, unable to resist asking her tenderly. My name is Xiao Yuer. I am your precious and adorable daughter, the little girl exclaimed, clearly delighted by his presence. Ha, I knew it. No wonder you resemble me so closely. You are indeed my beloved daughter. What a lovely name you've been given. From now on, you shall be called Yue. Aaron playfully teased as he affectionately pinched Xiao Yu's nose, growing increasingly fond of her. Truly, the bond of blood was undeniable. How shameless. This is Im's daughter. How could she bear your surname? Im interjected sternly. Oh, Xiao Yu, do not listen to him. You shall only be called Yu. Understand? Im insisted, her seriousness evident. Xiao Yu turned to look at him, her little eyes wide with curiosity. She pondered why her mother seemed strange. She had missed her father so dearly when he was away. So why was she angry now that he was present? Perhaps it was because her father had been gone for too long, which made her upset. Or could it be that her mother wished to experience the feeling of being coddled? Contemplating these thoughts, Xiao Yu felt she understood. After all, her mother often spoiled her, which was indeed very pleasant and joyful. Daddy, why don't you comfort Mommy? While you were away, she missed you very much. Mother has mentioned several times that she dreams of calling your name at night. Upon hearing this, Yulun furrowed his brow and cast a glance at Imu. Is it really that exaggerated? Has Imu truly been conquered by him? If so, that seems rather swift, given their brief encounter. In truth, Yulun found himself preferring a touch of defiance. After all, the women around him were excessively compliant, to the point that his taste had become somewhat dulled. He yearned to experience the thrill of resistance. Should Imu truly be as his daughter described, his interest would wane significantly. However, it must be said that Imu was growing increasingly beautiful, retaining her elegance while becoming even more alluring and gentle. Imu felt a surge of anxiety. Surprised by Yu Er's words, that little sprite, hadn't they agreed to stand by her side? Why, upon seeing that scoundrel Yulun, did she immediately side with him, effectively betraying her mother? When confronted with Yulun's inquisitive gaze, Imu's cheeks flushed, her eyes darting away as she turned her face to the side, biting her exquisitely silver teeth. Feeling guilty, she muttered, "Humph, do not look at me with such eyes." Yu Er merely misunderstood. I have dreamt several times of wanting to kill you. At this, Yulun burst into laughter. He relished Imu's stubbornness and pride. It promised a delightful encounter. Ha! Then I can rest easy. I feared you might fall for me. After all, how could you possibly harbor affection for someone you wished to eliminate with the flames of a saint? It is entirely normal for you to dream of wanting to kill me. Imu, upon hearing such words from Yulun, felt her guilt dissipate, replaced by a surge of anger. So, are you here to kill me today? She replied coldly. Yulun gently set Yu Er down and said, Little Yu, please stand a bit further away. Yu Er pouted, glancing between Yulun and Imu, unsure of what to say, eventually sighing and crossing her arms. Adult matters are truly complicated. This remark not only left Yulun momentarily speechless, but also stunned Imu. It felt strangely unfamiliar. Was this truly the tone of a 1-year-old? Yulun even entertained the notion that this little one might have been possessed by an outside spirit. After all, he was a traveler himself, albeit a transmigrator, yet it was not outside the realm of possibility for a later soul to swap places. Himepe, Yimu, is this the child you are raising? Look how mature she has become. Have you forced her into many inappropriate tasks for her age? Yulun remarked with a hint of seriousness. He despised adults imposing their thoughts and desires upon children. This is not your concern. This is Mu's daughter. Though she appears mature, it is merely a reflection of her intelligence and understanding, Imu retorted, summoning a few arrows resembling demonic tails, aiming them at Yulun, imbued with formidable armed hockey. Yulun grinned at this display of defiance, casually flicking a finger to send Imu's arrows soaring away. Is that all? He scoffed, as he unleashed a beam of electromagnetic energy from the limits of his cells. With a thunderous roar, the seemingly delicate bolt of lightning pierced through the sacred grounds of Mariewa, demolishing countless walls. Ultimately, it did not cease until it reached the outskirts of Panga City. The 5 elders and the Knights of God, upon hearing the commotion and witnessing the destruction, were left in utter shock, unable to fathom the sheer power of Yulun. It was evident that the battle within was fierce, yet the outcome remained uncertain. Though Yulun was immensely powerful, Imu was not to be trifled with. As an immortal, her strength was unfathomable, and there were few who could harm her. Within the flower realm, Imu was filled with rage towards Yulun. That scoundrel was indeed ruthless. Judging by the power of that attack, it was evident he intended to kill her. Yulun, you have thoroughly angered Mu. Imu transformed, revealing her dragon form as a mythical beast, possessing the formidable regenerative capabilities of a salamander and the destructive powers of a dragon. In an instant, she morphed into a colossal dragon. Jai Luene, Anfast, Mirlismaid. Imu, are you certain you wish to unleash your dragon form here? Should a conflict arise, your flower realm and the entirety of Panga City will cease to exist. As if I need your permission, Imu retorted with a snort, unleashing a torrent of flames from her dragon jaws. Alas, I initially intended to engage you in a battle until you were utterly defenseless, after which I would provide you with some training. However, upon seeing our daughter, I have altered my approach. I shall refrain from using excessive force. but some instruction is indeed necessary. Yaluan extended his hand, utilizing his cell-devouring ability to consume Imu's flames entirely. He then approached Yuer, lifting her up as he prepared to leave. Seeing this, Imu quickly returned to her human form, still exuding sensuality, and rushed to block his path. "What are you doing? This is Mu's daughter. You cannot take her away." Yaluan scrutinized Imu, noting her rising anger, and smiled. "Whether I take Yuer away depends on your actions. What do you want me to do?" Yumu asked, head bro furuing. Internally, she felt a twinge of panic. She could tell from Yaluan's piercing gaze that he was once again coveting her body. In terms of beauty, Imu held immense confidence, believing no woman in the world could surpass her radiance and perfect figure. After all, she had maintained her allure for 8 centuries, far beyond what women of merely a decade or 2 could achieve. Do you not think such anger warrants a fitting punishment alongside a bit of training? Yaluan continued with a teasing smile. You scoundrel. If it weren't for your despicable tactics last time, do you think you could have succeeded?" Imu's words were defiant, yet deep down, she yearned for more. After all, Yaluan had taken away her purity of over 800 years and had introduced her to pleasures she had never known, opening a door to a new world. "I admit, last time was indeed so. However, this time, I wish to avoid such methods. I require your active cooperation. Otherwise, I shall leave with my daughter." As he spoke, Yaluan discreetly activated his fruit ability, manipulating Yuer's cellular memory to ascertain whether she had been possessed. From the delicate memories of the moon, Aaron acquired all the recollections from the moment she was conceived by him until the present. It is evident that the moon has not been possessed. Her maturity and understanding primarily stem from the inheritance of his bloodline. After all, as a fruit ability user, his cells have evolved to encompass cellular memory. Hence, it is entirely natural for her, as his descendant, to carry some of his cellular memories within her. Furthermore, it was unexpected to discover that him not only cherishes the moon deeply, but has also spoken in her dreams on several occasions, expressing her longing for him. She lamented about the heartless man and mentioned that, despite being forced, he never intended to take responsibility, among other sentiments. After absorbing these memories, Aaron felt a twinge of compassion for him. The strong demeanor she currently exhibits is merely a facade, a pretense for the sake of appearances. Subsequently, the moon underwent a sleep-induced optimization, slipping into a deep slumber. This enhancement would last for a day or 2, during which it could completely assist her in a transformative rebirth, unlocking her potential like never before. "Scoundrel, what have you done to our daughter?" Im exclaimed, her pupils dilating as she saw the moon fall into an unexpected slumber, urgently referring to her as our daughter. "Well, the moon is also my daughter. How could I ever harm her? I merely needed to attend to some serious matters without her witnessing it, so I let her sleep for a couple of days," Aaron replied, and with that, he vanished from sight, placing the moon back in her room to rest. Im hurriedly followed, channeling her healing abilities, only to discover a powerful, gentle force within the moon, aiding her in her transformation. Im immediately understood. This must be the technique Aaron had employed at the Navy headquarters, capable of unlocking physical potential and significantly enhancing strength. Realizing this, Im felt a sense of relief, yet her emotions were complex. That scoundrel, Aaron, indeed shares a deep affection for their daughter, just as she does. "All right, now we must attend to serious matters," Aaron said, lifting Im's chin. Im instinctively took a step back, feeling guilty. "What serious matters? You better not get any ideas. Im is not someone you can just touch at will. The last time you did something to Im, I chose not to pursue it for the sake of the moon, as I did not want her to grow up without a father. Although you say that, I have gleaned everything from the past 2 years through the moon's memories. So what are you pretending for? You clearly desire me, especially after that forced encounter," Aaron retorted. "Scoundrel, you dare to invade the moon's memories?" Im blushed with indignation, unable to suppress her anger as she attempted to strike Aaron. However, her blow was easily deflected, and he pulled her into his embrace. Im's form was soft and fragrant. Despite her resistance, she felt powerless. Once held by Aaron, her body became limp, filled with delight. "Scoundrel, you better let me go. You cannot treat me like this," Im said, her breath audible, her fair cheeks flushed with color. Aaron, invigorated by her response, took him outside to a lush meadow. Having realized that Im constantly yearned for him since their last encounter, he understood that her earlier attempts to capture him and her use of the Holy Mother-S flame were simply efforts to keep him close. With this realization, Aaron thought it was time to shower him with affection. 2 days later, their outward discord had completely dissipated. Im, who had previously been stern and easily angered, now willingly nestled in Aaron's embrace, her eyes radiating warmth and happiness. Aaron, do not think that this means I have forgiven you. My forgiveness lasts only as long as you are by my side. Once you leave, my forgiveness ends, Im playfully scolded. She felt she had genuinely fallen for Aaron, and her possessive desires were uncontrollable, wishing for him to remain by her side. Yet, the thought of Aaron's formidable strength left her feeling helpless and unwilling to let go. It is impossible for me to stay by your side indefinitely. I have many matters to attend to. However, you may accompany me, Aaron said, holding him close. It must be noted that this woman was remarkable, being an ability user of the salamander fruit in its dragon form, possessing extraordinary regenerative capabilities, making her resilient. If not for his time constraints, he could easily spend 10 days or even half a month with him, and she would be fully satisfied, unlike the others. See, I knew it, Im said, feeling a mix of annoyance and helplessness, fearing that Aaron might not seek her out again. Hey, Mom and Dad, when did you two reconcile? Suddenly, the moon, rubbing her eyes, approached. Im instinctively broke free from Aaron's embrace, feeling a bit embarrassed. Don't say that. I haven't reconciled with him. It's just temporary. Oh, temporary? Well, that is still good, hee. But Mom, you seem even more beautiful, like a flower nourished with nutrients, becoming more vibrant, the moon said with a cheerful smile. Upon hearing this, Im's face flushed crimson as she pinched the moon's cheeks, saying, Oh, you, Moon, are you mocking your mother? No more speaking about reconciliation. Chapter 137. I Want Your Daughter, by Xing, to become my woman. Im and the moon began to play together. Aaron observed them for a moment, noting that when I was gentle, she was truly extraordinary. Yet, he could not take her away, as she could not relinquish her authority as the world king. Im, come here. I need to discuss something important with you, and I hope you will comply. Otherwise, I will have to punish you severely, Aaron called out. Im immediately ceased her playful banter with the moon. What is it? Im wondered, not anticipating what Aaron wished to discuss, but the thought of punishment made her heart soften, for she had come to understand the nature of Aaron's punishment. Could you please speak appropriately? The moon is still here. She is quite perceptive, Im gently reminded Aaron. Ahem. All right. I will be more considerate next time, Aaron replied with a mild smile, realizing the need for discretion in the presence of a child. Come here, Moon. Let Daddy give you a hug. Yay. The moon exclaimed, eagerly reaching out for Aaron's embrace. Im, however, was protective. Aaron, you cannot have any ideas about taking the moon away from me. She was carried for 10 months. Without her, I would not have survived. Im stated seriously. Aaron understood, knowing the moon was a part of him, cherished and nurtured for so long. Therefore, even though the moon was also his daughter, he felt he had no right to take her away. In this regard, Yaren comprehends him, for after all, Yim is indeed his woman. Rest assured, I genuinely wish to embrace Yuera affectionately before my departure. Even if I were to take Yuera with me, I would also want you to accompany us. However, since you do not wish to leave with me, I shall not impose my will upon you, Yaren declared with righteous conviction. Upon hearing this, Yim breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a flicker of joy within her. Yaren is quite agreeable. It seems that engaging with him more frequently might persuade Yaren to remain by my side. Yim mused joyfully, while Yaren shared a delightful conversation with Yuera. Indeed, she is remarkably intelligent, a testament to the bloodline and some cellular memories she has inherited. Very well, when you grow up, I will take you to explore the world. For now, you should stay here with your mother, as you are still too young to wander about. Yes, I understand. I will be obedient. Ayue is exceptionally perceptive, realizing that if she were to follow Yaren, her mother would be left alone. Moreover, Yuera is more reliant on Yim. As for Yaren, he is merely a paternal figure by blood. Otherwise, How could she feel such affection for someone she had never met before? All right, Yaren. It is best if Yim holds you where. Look at your sturdy arms and well-defined muscles. I fear you might inadvertently hurt Yuer while embracing her. Yaren was left speechless. What is wrong with having well-defined muscles? Although, as a self-rootability user, he could easily adjust his musculature, Yaren preferred to showcase pronounced lines and contours. He certainly did not want to be misidentified as a pretty boy or a delicate man. At this moment, Yaren could only watch as Yim cradled Yuer in her arms. Sigh, regardless of the type of woman, they all cherish their daughters. Is that not stating the obvious? Yuer is the apple of Yim's eye. And since you are not her biological father, how could you possibly understand Yuer's significance to Yim? Yim shot Yaren a glance. Ahem, what about my position in your heart? Yaren casually inquired. You're somewhat dispensable, but if you were to remain by my side, perhaps I could grant you 1/3 of my affection. Yim replied playfully, unable to suppress a hint of shyness. She intended to sound aloof, yet upon reflection, without Yaren, it felt as though something essential was missing. Haha, 1/3 is still something to cherish. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. If you wish to be with me forever, then abolish the slave system. I believe, as my woman, you would not desire to place me in a difficult position, would you? Yaren smiled gently at Yim. Yim's beautifully elongated eyelashes fluttered slightly, and truthfully, she felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks. I'm not your woman. I belong to myself. However, I can agree to your condition. Though such matters are deeply entrenched, and even if I wish to abolish them, it is quite challenging for those beneath me to comply. Ha ha ha. Your response pleases me greatly. That is sufficient. Yaren affectionately tousled Yim's hair. In an instant, Yim was rendered speechless. What does Yaren perceive her to be? She is a woman who has lived for over 800 years, not a mere child. Nonetheless, Yaren's gentle touch felt rather pleasant. Having said that, Yaren departed without further ado. It took him a while to regain her composure. With a playful peck, remarked, Mama, since Daddy has left, are you not going to see him off? I shall not see him off, treating me like a child. Yim replied with a hint of pride. Yuer, ever so adorable, chimed in Mama. You are clearly very happy inside, while Yuer, how did you know that? Of course I know, for I am a part of you, Mama, and I understand you best. Upon hearing this, Yim felt her heart melt. Truly, there is nothing quite like one's own daughter. With a peck, Yim showered Yuer with affection. Since Daddy has kissed this cheek, when you kiss me, it is as if you're kissing Daddy indirectly. Yim felt a flush of embarrassment. Yuer is far too perceptive for her own good. Yaren strode confidently out. The 5 elders and the Knights of the Divine were left in disbelief. How could nothing have occurred? They had assumed Yim would have dealt with him. Yet, they dared not intervene, for anyone who could emerge unscathed from Yim's presence was of a different caliber. Shortly thereafter, after Yim had organized herself, she summoned the 5 elders and the Knights of the Divine to the Void Grand Hall. Greetings, Lady Yim, they said with utmost reverence. The purpose of your summons pertains to Yaren, a man of considerable strength, one whom even I find challenging to contend with. His organization, the Tianfa, has gained substantial influence, and with him involved, it may prove impossible to eradicate them. Therefore, I have negotiated a cooperative agreement with him, one of mutual non-interference. Yet he demands the abolition of the slave system. You may deliberate on this matter as you see fit. Regardless of your choices, I shall support you. That is all I wish to convey today. The 5 elders and the Knights of the Divine exited the Void Grand Hall, each absorbed in their thoughts. Among them, a few were enlightened and willing to support the abolition of slavery, while others felt their interests were threatened and harbored considerable dissatisfaction. Although they maintained respect for Yim, their frustration was directed at Yaren. Merely a Tianfa organization. Lady Yim claims he is formidable, yet I find it hard to believe he possesses true strength. Indeed, in my view, human strength is limited. Only through the fusion of humanity and technology can one attain true power. Now that Lady Yim has implied we may act as we wish, it presents an opportunity to unleash that power. The saint of science and martial arts, Satan, narrowed his eyes sharply. The saint of agricultural martial arts, Peter, furrowed his brow and remarked, I believe we should closely monitor the current trends and could actively support the abolition of slavery to seek a new alternative system. Otherwise, we face not only pirates and revolutionaries, but also the Tianfa organization. What is there to fear? The pirates can be left to the Navy headquarters, while the Tianfa organization will be dealt with by the Seraphim. Precisely, should we concede this time, the Tianfa organization will only become more audacious. Furthermore, what foundation does the Tianfa organization possess? They are merely a group of somewhat capable brutes. Satan and the other three opposed the abolition of slavery, believing they could simply confront the Tianfa organization. Peter could no longer persuade them, for he could not deny the power of the Seraphim. Meanwhile, Yarn returned to Island No. 13. Rayleigh had already coded his flying vessel. Upon seeing Yarn's return, the Empress was filled with joy, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at him. "Husband, may I accompany you to Fishman Island?" "Of course," Yarn replied, enveloping the Empress in his arms with practiced ease, feeling the softness of her form. "By the way, what about your two sisters?" "My lord, I sent them back to Jioshi Island yesterday," the Empress replied with a hint of unease. After all, sending them away meant she did not wish to stay with along. "I see. Then let us depart," Along said, leading the Empress, Zorro, Bartolomeo, and several companions onto the flying vessel, submerging beneath the waves towards Fishman Island. Several hours later, they arrived at Fishman Island, which was currently embroiled in turmoil. The death of the protector, Whitebeard, had led to collusion among pirates and rebels, resulting in rampant lawlessness. Fishman Island was in a state of chaos. King Neptune of Ryugu Kingdom was overwhelmed, dispatching troops to capture and defend. His three princes had all gone out to quell the rebellion. "Who are you?" "The entrance to Fishman Island is temporarily closed. Please leave," some pirates and rogue soldiers declared, sealing off the entrance and mounting a defense. Those inside could not exit, and those outside could not enter. Upon witnessing this, the Empress became indignant. Daring to block her lord's path was a grave mistake. Utilizing her sweet fruit ability, she captured them. "I command you, open the passage, or face suicide." "Very well, we shall open it." The captives, unable to resist the Empress's beauty, acquiesced. "My lord, we can proceed," the Empress exclaimed joyfully. "I'm gratified. However, your beauty belongs solely to me." "Do take care next time," Along remarked. "Understood," the Empress replied, taken aback by his affection. It seemed Along cherished her greatly. Once inside Fishman Island, Along activated his cellular awakening ability, gaining awareness of all movements within the island. It seems this trip has proven fortuitous. I can engage in a transaction with King Neptune." Along mused, his spirits lifted. "My lord, what transaction?" "Quite simple. King Neptune has a daughter named Princess Shirahoshi, reported to possess a beauty comparable to yours. Who do you think a woman of such allure should be with?" The Empress paused, surprised. "Princess Shirahoshi's beauty rivals mine? I have heard of her, but to hear you say so makes it seem true. What troubles you? Are you not pleased?" "I am merely contemplating that such beauty should not be wasted on others. It is best for her to become your woman," the Empress shyly replied. She knew better than to act recklessly. Along's strength was formidable, and she could not contend alone. Moreover, Along already had many women, so adding one more would matter little, as long as he was content. "Haha, your thoughts are indeed commendable. Of course, I desire Princess Shirahoshi as my woman for another reason. She possesses the power of the Sea King." "What?" the Empress exclaimed, astonished. "The Sea King's power? I have heard of it. It is said to be one of the three great ancient weapons. Whoever wields it commands all sea kings, truly is sovereign of the seas." "My lord, if she possesses the Sea King's power, she must certainly become your woman," the Empress affirmed. "Indeed, I agree. This power, if not in our hands and instead exploited by those with ulterior motives, could threaten the entire world," Along stated earnestly, though anticipation stirred within him. "A mermaid? I have yet to experience such a delight. Zorro, Bartolomeo, you may pursue your own endeavors, and let the inhabitants here become aware of our organization, Tianfa. However, you must be swift. I shall soon clear the area." "Yes, leader," Zorro and Bartolomeo replied, setting off. Along then proceeded with the Empress to Ryugu Kingdom. Wherever they went, within 10 meters, everyone fell into a deep slumber. It was a simple matter of controlling their cellular nerves to render them unconscious. Of course, those with strong willpower could resist, but the soldiers of Fishman Island were too weak. "Who are you?" King Neptune inquired as he observed the audacious entrance of Along and the Empress. However, upon recognizing them, he was taken aback, standing from his throne. "It is Along of the Tianfa organization and the Empress Boa Hancock. How could I not know you? It appears that Along and the Empress have come. May I inquire about your intentions?" Neptune asked, his tone serious. "Do not be alarmed. I am here to assist you," Along replied. Neptune frowned. "You wish to help me resolve my internal and external troubles?" "Indeed, but I have a condition. I desire Princess Shirahoshi as my woman. In this way, your Fishman Island will be under my protection. Furthermore, Princess Shirahoshi has awakened the Sea King's power, which I require to aid the Tianfa organization in establishing a new world order. What do you think? You may ponder my request, but I hope you do not narrow your options." Along spoke calmly. However, Neptune was in turmoil, unable to suppress a bitter smile. Once a person becomes weak, they have no choices left. With internal strife and external threats, now Along coveted his daughter as well. At this point, he felt utterly powerless to resist. Nevertheless, he held some hope for the Tianfa organization. Yet, the notion of Along claiming Princess Shirahoshi as his woman was something Neptune could not acquiesce to. "Along, if you wish to utilize Princess Shirahoshi's power, I can consent, but for her to become your woman. Truthfully, I am conflicted as she is still young." Along smiled knowingly. "Young? I believe she is quite mature. Besides, in this world, only she and I are a fitting match." Faced with Along's insistence, Neptune found it difficult to refuse outright. Along's might had already shaken the entire world. "Very well, Along. If my daughter is willing, I shall agree. That is acceptable. I shall address your internal and external issues shortly. Now, lead me to meet Princess Shirahoshi," Along said with a playful smile. Neptune underestimated his charm. Princess Shirahoshi was a naive beauty, easily swayed. Outside the shell tower, heavily guarded, the soldiers saluted respectfully upon King Neptune's arrival. "What is the current situation? Has that scoundrel continued to harass Princess Shirahoshi?" "Your Majesty, the harassment has become increasingly frequent. Today alone, she has been disturbed no less than 20 times, with threats and temptations of all sorts." These are the notes that were passed along, a soldier reported, presenting arrows tied with notes bearing ugly handwriting. Angered further by the contents, Neptune seethed. "How infuriating! Those despicable rodents, should I catch them, they shall meet a gruesome fate. A mere wretch dares to covet the daughter of this king, yet fails to reflect upon his own worth." Upon witnessing this, Aaron merely smiled faintly. "King Neptune need not be enraged. Once the illustrious Bai Shing becomes my woman, all your concerns shall be effortlessly resolved. After all, when I take action, regardless of who it may be, even those lurking in the shadows, should I wish for their demise, they shall not see another moment," Aaron declared with imposing authority. King Neptune felt a jolt of surprise. Such arrogance was striking, yet was uttered by Aaron, rendering it beyond dispute. "Then please, Leader Aaron, my daughter Bai Shing resides within. However, she may be somewhat shy." "No matter," Aaron replied confidently. "I have encountered countless women, and almost none have remained indifferent to me. Without doubt, she too shall be drawn to my unparalleled charm." He longed to assert that as long as your daughter is a female being, she would inevitably be captivated by the allure he exudes. Upon entering the shell tower, they found the ground littered with arrows. Princess Bai Shing had taken refuge inside a colossal shell. Hearing commotion outside, she peered through the shell's crevice and saw her father, instantly feeling a sense of security and immense joy. It was only in the presence of her father that she felt safe. However, just as she prepared to emerge, she noticed two figures following him, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Sensing no danger from their presence, she hesitated to approach, as they remained strangers to her. As a natural possessor of the unique and powerful Kinbunchika haki, Bai Shing could perceive the auras of others, directly assessing whether they posed a threat. This heightened sensitivity was also the reason for her greater fears. However, she felt no menace emanating from Aaron or the Empress. Leading her to discern that they would not harm her. Leader Aaron, you see, my daughter is timid and shy. Hence, I fear there may be no opportunity to inquire if she wishes to be your woman. King Neptune spoke with an apologetic tone, though inwardly he relished this sentiment. For he desired nothing more than to keep his cherished daughter close. Ah, you underestimate me. You haven't even asked, yet you already presume to know? Aaron shot a glance at Neptune, recognizing his intent to obstruct his pursuit of Princess Bai Xing. Yet, he was determined to prevail, convinced that Bai Xing would find it impossible to refuse him. Princess Bai Xing, would you like to venture on a land? Do you wish to live without fear of intimidation? Do you aspire to grow and become a true woman? If so, come forth to me, and should you agree to become my woman, I can fulfill your desires. Upon hearing this, Neptune was thrown into a state of alarm. What a masterful grip Aaron had on Bai Xing's aspirations. Clearly, he had done his homework prior to his arrival. After all, Bai Xing's lifelong dream had been to explore the land, free from threats, and to mature into an independent being, much like her three brothers, rather than remain a timid star. Princess Bai Xing, captivated by these thoughts, eagerly opened the shell and emerged, undeterred even by her pet shark tugging at her tail in an attempt to prevent her from approaching Aaron. Outside, Bai Xing still felt a tinge of shyness and anxiety, uncertain of how to approach Aaron, especially since she did not even know his name, leaving her unsure of how to address him politely. Observing her hesitation, the Empress stepped forward. Are you the little sister Bai Xing? Come now. We are all family from this moment on. You may call me elder sister henceforth. This gentleman here is Aaron, our husband. Do you understand what husband means? Once you become his woman, you shall refer to him in that manner. Bai Xing's cheeks flushed at the unfamiliar terms, as she had little understanding of such notions. The Empress's warmth, however, made her feel nervous, for she had never encountered anyone outside her family who treated her with such kindness. Then I shall call you elder sister from now on, Bai Xing said softly. Her spirits lifted as she felt she had gained a friend. At that moment, Aaron approached, raising his gaze to Bai Xing, noting her impressive stature. She must have been 14 to 15 meters long, and her features had developed in an extraordinary manner. Contrary to Neptune's claim of her being small, it was evident that Bai Xing was anything but. Yet, only he possessed the ability to conquer her beauty. Aaron, capable of altering his size at will, could easily match her immense form. Upon being observed, Bai Xing felt herself grow anxious once more and stammered, "Husband." Aaron smiled warmly at her innocence, finding the simple princess Bai Xing refreshingly endearing, though somewhat naive in her readiness to be won over. Neptune, taken aback, wondered why Bai Xing would call him husband, realizing she likely did not comprehend the implications of such a title. After all, she had spent her years in fear and isolation, confined to the shell tower. With a sigh, Neptune felt a wave of sorrow and guilt for the hardships Bai Xing had endured. Aaron, although Bai Xing may not fully grasp these concepts, she has spoken, and thus I grant my consent. However, I must consider her happiness, so certain matters cannot be hastily decided, Neptune stated with gravity. Oh, I wonder what further requirements King Neptune may have. Naturally, you must formally wed my daughter. I wish to host your wedding on Fishman Island, and I must witness you consummate your union. Aaron grinned with delight upon hearing this. Ah, King, your consideration is truly commendable. In that case, I shall entrust the arrangements for my wedding with Princess Bai Xing to you. With that, he activated his domain, enveloping all of Fishman Island within its sphere. Since we are to celebrate a wedding and welcome Princess Bai Xing, allow me to present a gift. King, do you wish for the rebel forces and colluding pirates of Fishman Island to be eradicated entirely? Or shall I merely issue a warning that leads to the demise of a select few? Just a word from you, and I shall make it happen, thus resolving the troubles of Fishman Island. Neptune was taken aback. You can accomplish this immediately? If so, let us only claim the lives of a portion of them. However, that scoundrel who is tormented by Xing must surely perish. Very well, as you wish. In an instant, with a mere thought, Aaron caused half of the insurgent forces and colluding pirates within Fishman Island to succumb to death. In the next moment, Aaron teleported outside, hovering above the ground, and proclaimed, "Listen well, I, Aaron of the Heavenly Punishment Organization, shall wed Princess Bai Xing in 3 days' time. if anyone dares to set their sights on Yurandao again, it will not be met with mere warnings as before, but rather with an unequivocal death sentence. In that moment, the rebels among the crowd at Yurandao realized why. In an instant, several individuals had exploded into nothingness. It was none other than Aaron from the Tianfa organization. Who would have expected that in just 3 days, he would be marrying Princess Baixing? This meant he would become family with Neptune, did it not? Such a situation would undoubtedly deter any pirates or villains from scheming against the Dragon Palace. That would be tantamount to courting death. Who is Aaron from the Tianfa organization? He is the one who has slain celestial dragons and executed Fire Fist Ace of the Whitebeard pirates publicly. Even when the entire Whitebeard crew came to rescue him, they ultimately perished. This is enough to illustrate the terror of the Tianfa organization. Damn it, who would have thought that that old fool Neptune would resort to such a ploy, marrying off his daughter to Aaron? Hody Jones, the leader of a new Fishman pirates and the instigator of this rebellion, was surrounded by thousands, all of whom had just inexplicably perished. This struck fear into the hearts of everyone present, rendering them too terrified to act recklessly. Boss, what should we do now? I've heard that Aaron from the Tianfa organization employs extraordinarily terrifying methods. Just now, we lost 1/3 of our forces in an instant, and we are now down to around 100,000 from 150,000, remarked one of Hody Jones' subordinates. How infuriating to lose so many lives in the blink of an eye. I wish I could slap that bastard to death for ruining our plans. Moreover, he is a human. Hody Jones clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, wishing to tear every enemy apart. Just then, a barrier suddenly enveloped Hody Jones, propelling him in a specific direction. Boss, what is happening? His comrades exclaimed in confusion. Hody Jones felt a chill run down his spine. This was not a commotion he had caused, but rather, someone was controlling him. He desperately attempted to break free, employing Fishman Karate and Fishman Jiu-Jitsu, but all in vain. What the hell is this? Who is behind this? Hody Jones was both furious and anxious, fully aware that this was undoubtedly the work of Aaron from the Tianfa organization. How vexing. Did he somehow learn of my earlier insults? Upon seeing the Dragon Palace, Hody Jones confirmed everything. Indeed, it was Aaron's doing. The next moment, he was thrown outside the Dragon Palace. Neptune, Aaron, and others were present. You must be Hody Jones, the instigator and leader of the internal strife at Yurandao. However, I am indifferent to that. What I require is for you to disclose the whereabouts of Vanderdecken 9. I may spare your life. The overwhelming pressure caused Hody Jones to break out in a cold sweat. He had never felt such a terrifying presence, even in the depths of the abyss. The colossal sea kings had not instilled such fear in him. Thus, even someone as stubborn as Hody Jones, who harbored a deep-seated hatred for humans, ultimately chose to compromise for the sake of survival. Vanderdecken 9 is hiding in the sea forest, most likely within the sunken Noah. Upon hearing this, Aaron stepped forward, already hundreds of meters away. King Neptune, I leave him to you. Soon, Aaron exited the protective barrier of Yurandao, walking directly along the seabed. The notion that a devil fruit user would fear seawater was non-existent for him. In fact, he could absorb seawater, assimilating its energy for storage. This meant that Aaron could absorb the sea prism stone elements from the seawater, incorporating them into his physical strength. Arriving at Noah, Aaron quickly sensed Vanderdecken IX's location, deploying cellular degradation to reduce him to a mere puddle of blood. What a fool to covet his woman. He deserved no pity. Aaron surveyed the enormous Noah, which was as vast as an island, reputed to be capable of accommodating the entirety of the Fishman race. However, Noah had been damaged. To repair it, it would need to be brought to the surface and fixed by the giants. He could have Baixing summon the Sea Kings to carry Noah to the surface. Once repaired, they could transport all the fishmen and return to the land to live. Time passed swiftly, and after spending 2 days at Yurandao, King Neptune organized the decorations and preparations for the wedding once the internal and external troubles were resolved. My dear, I am so envious. Baixing can marry you right away, and I want that too, the Empress murmured as she nestled into Aaron's embrace. Ha, why are you jealous again? Rest assured, as my woman, I will take responsibility for you all. If you desire it, I will visit Jioshi Island and marry you in your homeland. However, The citizens of your nation have remained at Joshi Island. That cannot continue. Policies must change to encourage more interaction with the outside world. I will obey your wishes. The Empress was overjoyed, and she thought only of staying by Aaron's side, no longer wanting to manage Joshi Island. Yet, she did not wish to relinquish her position to anyone else. So she said, "My dear, I wish to have a child. Is that all right? That way, when our child grows up, they can inherit my throne and become the new emperor of Joshi Island." The Empress said with anticipation, "All right, if you desire it. Then let us have one." Aaron already had a daughter and felt quite good about it. Having another wouldn't be a problem. "By the way, my dear, there is a high likelihood that the child I bear will be a girl. A girl is wonderful. If it were a boy, it would surely bring me trouble. Well then, my dear, I shall serve you now." Moments later, Aaron gasped in surprise. He had not anticipated that the Empress would become increasingly proactive and skilled. Thus, through the long, endless night, the two indulged in their affections. Chapter 139. The Wedding Night with Princess by Xing. The next day, Aaron was still resting with the Empress when he was awakened by the three princes outside the door. Simultaneously, a maid delivered the wedding attire he was to wear that day. Formality was essential. The Empress carefully dressed Aaron. "My dear, you look good in anything. But the main reason is that you are simply too charming," she said with a smile filled with affection. "Haha, I'm glad you think so. Let us go. It's time for us to head out. By the way, please check on Bai Xing. She is quite innocent and may not understand some things. Teach her a bit in advance." Aaron laughed heartily. I understand. I'll make sure to teach her everything." The Empress's cheeks flushed as she suddenly whispered question. "However, dear husband, Bai Xing Mei is a mermaid, measuring 13 to 14 meters in length. Do you have a solution for this?" The Empress's implication was already quite evident. Aaron gently pinched the Empress's fair cheek and replied nonchalantly, "This is not a problem. I possess the ability to alter my size as well as that of others. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, the Empress was somewhat taken aback, not anticipating that her husband possessed such a remarkable skill. However, as she pondered deeper, her cheeks flushed crimson. No wonder her husband was so formidable. It turned out he could do this as well. Truly, he was worthy of her admiration. With his capability, he could indeed fulfill the wishes of every girl seeking happiness. "Yes, I understand now. Husband, let us depart. Bai Xing Mei is still waiting." Upon arriving within the Dragon Palace, King Neptune gazed at Aaron, who was adorned in wedding attire, complete with a coral flower brooch on his chest. He mused that this son-in-law was quite handsome, yet a lingering concern occupied his thoughts. His daughter, Bai Xing, was no ordinary mermaid. Even in her developmental stage, she was already 15 meters tall. Once fully grown, she could reach heights of 20 to 30 meters. Thus, he wondered if such a colossal stature would impact Aaron's pursuit of happiness. After all, Aaron, as a human, stood at only 3 meters too. Aaron, may I ask something that may be a bit awkward?" King Neptune inquired softly, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. Aaron furrowed his brow. What did King Neptune possibly mean? "Your Majesty, please speak plainly. Don't misunderstand. I merely wish to inquire whether you and Princess Bai Xing plan to have children in the future." To this question, Aaron replied, "That depends on her desires. If she wishes for children, then so be it. After all, I am quite indulgent with my women." "Oh, that is reassuring. To be honest, I too wish to embrace a grandchild. However, will there be complications if you and Bai Xing decide to have children? Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until she fully transforms in a human form in a few decades." King Neptune expressed his thoughts indirectly, attempting to be tactful. At last, Aaron understood and couldn't help but chuckle. "You needn't fret. I previously mentioned that Bai Xing becoming my woman is a perfect match. Given my ability to freely control my size, why would you still be concerned about our happiness or the possibility of having children?" Upon hearing this, King Neptune's face turned crimson with embarrassment. "Cough. You ought to have informed me of your capabilities earlier, sparing me unnecessary worries." In King Neptune's view, true love could only be established when two individuals found happiness together, enabling a lasting bond. Aaron chose not to elaborate further, instead pondering how King Neptune had managed to have children with Queen Iji, who was so petite compared to him, who stood at least 12 meters tall. The merfolk truly were fascinating beings. Yet, Aaron would soon verify this through Princess by Xing. At this moment, outside the Grand Hall, guests had arrived, showering blessings upon the occasion. Not for any other reason, but because who could deny that Princess by Xing was the most beautiful mermaid, renowned throughout their island? Even the owner of the Merfolk Cafe, Madame Shayley, came to offer her congratulations. Who would have thought that our Princess by Xing would ultimately marry a human? Indeed, His Majesty the King certainly possesses great courage to dare such a union. You do not understand. The human is no ordinary individual. He is Aaron from the Heavenly Punishment Organization, incredibly powerful. Who would dare to oppose him? Yes, it was he who resolved the internal and external troubles of our island single-handedly. I'm aware of that. Yet it still feels as though he is merely taking advantage of our plight. Exactly, it seems too obvious. Perhaps he threatened our king with the promise of marrying Princess by Xing to secure his assistance. Nonsense. Does our leader need to resort to threats? Bartolomeo interjected disdainfully. Only you merfolk remain oblivious to the true nature of the world. Let me be frank. Our leader Aaron is an indomitable force. The world government, the Navy headquarters, and the 4 emperors combined cannot match him. From my perspective, it is our king who is eager to cling to our leader's formidable stature. Moreover, our esteemed leader Aaron is the most handsome in the world. For Princess by Xing to become his woman is truly a stroke of fortune from a past life. The surrounding merfolk listened in stunned silence, wanting to argue further. However, at that moment, Madame Shayley spoke up. Gentlemen, do not be rude. Leader Aaron of the Heavenly Punishment Organization shall be an esteemed guest of our island. 2 years ago, I foretold that our island would embark on a path to prosperity due to a fortuitous event, basking in the sunlight on the land. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Madame Shayley, who does not know her? Her divination skills were akin to a glimpse into the future, with no record of failure. In the realm of the merfolk, such matters were not to be taken lightly. Madame Shayley, could this fortuitous event be the very occasion we celebrate today? Someone inquired nervously. To be honest, who among them did not dream of a broader existence on land? The living space of the merfolk island was painfully confined. However, due to the oppression and harm inflicted by humans, they lack the rights to dwell upon the surface. Indeed, my divination does not err. The joyous event I foretold 2 years ago, occurring 2 years later, must be today's celebration. Gasps of excitement rippled through the crowd. Wonderful. It seems we have misjudged leader Aaron. Indeed, he must surely be a benefactor to our island. In an instant, a wave of anticipation and excitement flooded the crowd. Bartolomeo and his companions looked on, bewildered. Is this divination truly so accurate? Did she foresee it 2 years ago? This lovely mermaid lady is quite remarkable. She is a person of insight. Would you consider joining our Heavenly Punishment Organization? We are in need of talents like you, Bartolomeo earnestly invited. I can truly join your Heavenly Punishment Organization? Madame Shayley pondered, taking a puff of her water pipe. Of course. Besides, with your beauty, there is a real chance you could become our leader Aaron's woman. Therefore, joining the Heavenly Punishment Organization should be quite straightforward, Bartolomeo asserted earnestly. Upon hearing this, Madame Shayley felt her cheeks flush. To become Aaron's woman? Did she truly possess such allure? Yet, she felt she could never compare to the beauty of Princess by Xing. And that woman beside leader Aaron was none other than the renowned Empress Boa Hancock. Ah, sir, please refrain from such jesting. I am serious. Can I truly join the Heavenly Punishment Organization? Madame Shayley pressed once more. Previously, she was unable to secure a position, while her brother, Along, was sent to impel down by Aaron. By joining the Tianfa organization, she would undoubtedly have the opportunity to rescue Along from the Navy headquarters. It is worth noting that 2 years ago, after Aaron killed a celestial dragon at Sabeti Archipelago, he caused a great uproar at Impel Down, leading to the escape of many imprisoned prisoners. What I speak is indeed the truth. As for becoming Aaron's woman, it is merely a suggestion I propose. You may contemplate it or disregard it. Bartolomeo, aware of some of Aaron's needs, thought to introduce the charming Madame Shayley to him. Very well, in that case, please ensure to recommend me for membership in the Tianfa organization. At that moment, within the palace, Aaron and Princess White Star had already commenced their wedding ceremony. Today, Princess White Star donned a beautifully tailored white wedding gown, rivaling even the beauty of the Empress herself. Particularly, White Star's physique was truly remarkable. For Aaron, this represented a fresh challenge and an unprecedented experience. However, reflecting upon it brought him great delight, for even as a 15-meter giant, he could not encounter a woman as beautiful as White Star. In this world, such a physique was unparalleled, with only White Star embodying such exquisite beauty. Soon enough, the couple exchanged vows and were ushered into their bridal chamber. White Star blushed profusely, filled with joy at the multitude of guests offering their blessings. "My lord husband, I shall return to my chamber to await your arrival," she remarked. "They said I must not wander about." "Go ahead, I shall find you shortly," Aaron replied with a gentle smile. Little did White Star know what awaited her. Nevertheless, every girl must experience a poignant moment as she matures. After exchanging pleasantries with Neptune and the three princes, Aaron eagerly returned to the bridal chamber. The Empress, sipping her wine, had come to terms with the situation, yet felt a tinge of discomfort at the thought of Aaron spending the night with White Star. Inside White Star's quarters, as Aaron entered, she immediately rose from the bed, appearing quite bashful. It was her first experience sharing a room with an unfamiliar man. "My lord husband, what should I do next?" she inquired. "My sister, the Empress, instructed me to follow your guidance," she continued innocently. "So, my lord, do you have any plans?" It seemed she was quite naive regarding matters between men and women. However, given her towering stature of 15 meters, it was understandable that her mental maturity lagged. "No need to rush. Come, let us share a drink to calm your nerves." "All right, I will heed my lord's wishes," she replied. The Empress had mentioned that though it might be somewhat painful, it would ultimately lead to immense happiness. A notion White Star naively echoed. Hearing this, Aaron felt a wave of delight, appreciating the Empress's guidance as a commendable older sister. After sharing a cup of wine, White Star coughed slightly, overwhelmed by the drink. Having never consumed alcohol before, she soon found herself lightheaded. Observing her state, Aaron harnessed his abilities to enlarge himself, transforming into a towering figure of 18 meters. "Oh, my lord husband, how have you grown so large? You appear taller than I now," she exclaimed. "Indeed, it is a natural ability of mine to alter my size at will," he replied. "Now, you must follow my instructions without resistance." "Understood," White Star obediently nodded. Shortly thereafter, she experienced the bliss and joy of being a mermaid. Naturally, Aaron reveled in the experience as well, finally having a stunning mermaid wife. White Star's physique was indeed exceptional, allowing him to enjoy an entirely new pleasure. The following day, Princess White Star awoke quite late. Even she had experienced the trials of fatigue and weakness. Aaron had returned to his normal size, resting comfortably atop the soft form of his wife. It was an exquisite indulgence. Outside, Neptune and the three princes waited anxiously, concerned for White Star. "Father, why have White Star and Aaron not yet emerged? Could something be amiss?" Neptune pondered, conflicted, but soon resolved to take a firmer stance. "When Aaron finally appears, I shall admonish him for succumbing to the allure of beauty. One must know when to stop. Should anything happen to White Star, it would surely frighten her." Neptune recalled Aaron's earlier words about controlling his body size. How large could he possibly be? It would be best if he had not exceeded reasonable bounds. "What are you all doing?" The Empress suddenly approached. She too had come to see Aaron, having waited all morning without his appearance, feeling quite distressed at the thought of being apart from him. "Ah, your timing is impeccable, dear Empress," Neptune said. "You are a woman, and even more so, Aaron's woman. Would you mind entering to check on them? We are concerned something unfortunate may have transpired." Neptune expressed his anxiety. The Empress's face flushed with embarrassment. "Am I permitted to enter their chamber? What if I were to inadvertently interrupt their intimate moment? How would I explain that to my husband? Would he blame me for being a spoilsport? Or might he even show me affection? Dear Empress, you are Aaron's partner, and we are all aware of this. So, what is there to hesitate about? Moreover, it is broad daylight, not the dead of night," Neptune reassured her. "Since you put it that way, very well, I shall go in. But whatever happens, you must not follow. The consequences are yours to bear. Also, Do not underestimate my husband. Even if he does not emerge for a day or two, it is quite reasonable. The Empress stated seriously before stepping inside, with anticipation and excitement. Chapter 140. The Empress's joy awakens the fruits. As the Empress nervously entered, she beheld the immense bed where White Star lay in slumber. White Star's physique is truly remarkable. Everything about her is grand, she thought, feeling a tinge of envy. "My lord, I have entered," she softly called out, unable to locate Aaron. Moments later, Aaron emerged from behind White Star. "Empress, I am here," he waved. The Empress was taken aback, wondering from where he had emerged. Surely, it must have been an exhilarating experience. Regrettably, she could not allow him such comfort. With this thought, the Empress felt another wave of envy toward Princess White Star. "Why do you appear dazed? Come here," Aaron beckoned with a raised eyebrow. "Oh, my lord, may I approach? May I join White Star?" The Empress timidly inquired. Of course, this place is quite cozy. Bai Xing is currently resting. Why not accompany me for a while?" Aaron wore a half-smile, already envisioning a delightful scenario, interacting with the Empress while she engaged with Bai Xing. What an exhilarating experience it would be. The Empress felt a jolt within her. What does my husband mean? Upon contemplating, her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness as she remarked, "Husband, is this truly appropriate? Bai Xing won't be upset, will she? After all, she's still resting." "Fear not. Bai Xing is quite drowsy and won't awaken. Besides, if she does, wouldn't that be wonderful?" Aaron chuckled. "The Empress will not disappoint her husband, will she?" The Empress nodded, albeit with increased bashfulness, realizing the audacity of the situation, though her heart brimmed with anticipation, feeling both honored and astonished that her husband desired to play with her. Ascending to a higher vantage point, she marveled at the magnificence of the scene. Truly, Bai Xing, the beautiful princess, was a formidable presence standing 15 meters tall. Being atop this platform was far more comfortable than resting on a mattress. "Husband, I have arrived, but what shall you do next?" The Empress spoke coyly, adopting a demeanor reminiscent of a bashful maiden, utterly defenseless before Aaron. The allure of the so-called sweet fruit paled in comparison to Aaron's overwhelming charisma and potent pheromones. The mere sound of his voice rendered her weak in the knees. "Wouldn't you agree that this is a joyous occasion? Come now, do you not desire a child? Do your utmost to obtain one." Aaron laughed heartily, acknowledging the challenge of producing an heir due to his extraordinary strength. "Very well, I shall endeavor to do so." As the Empress awakened her sweet fruit ability, time itself seemed to warp, petrifying everything around her in an instant. Even Aaron, unprepared, found himself partially encased in stone. But he quickly utilized his cellular fruit ability to counteract her petrification, restoring himself and liberating Bai Xing from her stony confines. Meanwhile, outside the door, the three princes were startled to witness the sudden petrification of the entrance, prompting them to summon King Neptune. "Father, come quickly. The house has turned to stone." What on earth has transpired? Did something happen between Aaron, the Empress, and Bai Xing? King Neptune's concern mounted as he pondered the bizarre occurrence. "Father, this force must belong to the Empress. It said she can petrify any target." Upon hearing this, Neptune sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. The prolonged absence of the trio only heightened his anxiety. "My king, we cannot allow you to enter. That would jeopardize our leader's affairs. Indeed, if our leader is in a critical moment, barging in would be highly inappropriate." Bartolomeo and his companions obstructed Neptune and the princes. "It has already been 4 days. Can our leader truly be this outrageous? I suspect something untoward has occurred inside." "Oh, it's merely the 4th day. Do you underestimate our leader?" Bartolomeo exclaimed, having been by Aaron's side for 2 years and well aware of his strength. "Our leader is indeed formidable, unbound by ordinary reasoning." "Then explain how the house turned to stone." King Neptune retorted coldly. Bartolomeo faltered momentarily, struggling for a response. "Well, you see, this might simply be a new form of play for the Empress and our leader." "What? A new form of play?" Neptune and the others were left bewildered. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Aaron, who appeared quite pleased. Bai Xing and the Empress flanked him, both blushing and unable to meet the gaze of those present. "See, I told you there was no need for alarm. Bartolomeo shot a glance at Neptune before approaching Aaron. Leader, is there anything you need arranged? The brothers have rested well these past few days and are eager to resume our duties. Very well. Let us prepare to return to the sea, Aaron replied. By the way, someone wishes to join our Tion FA organization. Who? It's a Madame Sharif, the owner of a cafe on Fishman Island. I've learned that she possesses remarkable divination skills, which could greatly benefit our organization. Bartolomeo explained earnestly. I understand. Make the arrangements. Her divination skills are indeed impressive. However, have her come to see me shortly, Aaron said nonchalantly. Right away, leader. I'll ensure she arrives promptly. Bartolomeo, assuming Aaron had ulterior motives, misinterpreted his intentions. Aaron, however, merely sought to assist Madame Sharif. In the original narrative, her divination comes at a cost, but Aaron planned to optimize her cellular health, alleviating her concerns about the price of her abilities. Of course, should Madame Sharif wish to express her gratitude, she could become his partner as well. One mermaid was already a treasure, and another would not be unwelcome. Meanwhile, Neptune and the three princes expressed their concern for Bai Xing. Did Aaron mistreat you? Sharkstar could not contain his worry. A rosy hue graced Bai Xing's cheeks as she replied shyly, Brothers, please don't fret. My husband would never harm me. He only cherishes me. Under his care, I am exceedingly happy. Oh, is that so? That is reassuring. However, if you ever feel mistreated, do not hesitate to inform your brothers or our father. We will ensure you receive justice, no matter the cost. You must not think poorly of my husband. Bai Xing protested, her tone indignant. He is exceedingly gentle with me. You do not understand, so refrain from making unfounded remarks. Otherwise, I shall be quite displeased. The princes, fearing her displeasure, quickly acquiesced, eager to maintain her affection. Indeed, this is quite right. However, I shall not converse any further with you. I wish to be with my esteemed husband. Bai Xing immediately rushed to Aaron's side, her demeanor radiating uncontainable joy. The Empress, on the other hand, treaded carefully, apprehensive about revealing any signs of irregularity. This time, it could truly be said that she was enveloped in profound happiness. So much so that her fruit ability had suddenly awakened. The thrill and ecstasy were beyond description. Before Aaron, she felt an overwhelming affection, tinged with a hint of trepidation. Yet, despite her fear, her heart was utterly captivated by Aaron. In her eyes, there was no one else, only him. It felt as though the blessings of past life had led her to such an extraordinary husband. Neptune steadied himself, pondering the petrification of the house. Aaron simply smiled and reassured him, stating that nothing else had transpired. It was merely the awakening of the Empress's fruit ability through his influence. Upon hearing this, the Empress bashfully clung to Aaron's arm and playfully chided him. Husband, you are quite mischievous. Please stop. As a lady, I cannot help but feel shy. What is there to fear? Aaron laughed heartily, embodying the carefree spirit of a strong individual, which was precisely what she desired. He was surrounded by beauty, Bai Xing and the Empress, both enviable in their own right. Indeed, I understand. It is simply that I adore you too much, which is why I say such things. Yes, I comprehend, she replied. By the way, we shall soon depart from Fishman Island. Is there anything you need to prepare? Well, I wish to freshen up, the Empress remarked, inhaling the scent of Aaron that lingered on her, which was delightful. However, after 3 days, she felt the need to cleanse herself, so that her husband would always feel close to her. Isn't it wonderful? Go ahead. Sister Bai Xing, would you like to join me? The Empress invited. Their relationship, strengthened by Aaron, had blossomed into a sisterly bond. After spending 3 days together in joyous companionship with Aaron, they had grown intimately close, sharing happiness and forming a strong partnership in caring for him. You go ahead first, Bai Xing. I have something to discuss with her. Aaron said slowly. All right, I understand. The Empress replied obediently. What is it, dear husband? Bai Xing asked, unable to contain her excitement. Please, unleash your Sea King power and communicate with the Sea Kings below, Aaron instructed. But, dear husband, Bai Xing does not know how to wield the power you speak of, she said, her face falling with disappointment at her perceived inadequacy. Fear not, I shall guide you, he assured her. All right, Bai Xing's spirits lifted again. "Dear husband, I adore you," she exclaimed joyfully, realizing that Aaron's kindness had alleviated her loneliness and made life infinitely more interesting. Though they had not ventured outside in these few days, each day had been filled with joy and fulfillment. "Now, follow my instructions. Call upon the Sea Kings with your heart." Bai Xing closed her eyes, concentrating earnestly on summoning the Sea Kings. In no time, a multitude of Sea Kings emerged from the depths surrounding Fishman Island. A dozen, even hundreds appeared, stunning the inhabitants of Fishman Island, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over them. After all, some of these colossal Sea Kings measured 5,000 to 6,000 meters in size, a truly intimidating sight. Naturally, they feared that these creatures might attack the protective barrier of Fishman Island, putting both fishmen and merfolk in grave danger. At that moment, Bai Xing opened her eyes, startled, and exclaimed, "Dear husband, it seems many Sea Kings are speaking to me, declaring that I am their queen and respectfully inquiring what I require." With a look of bewilderment, she turned her sparkling gaze towards Aaron, seeking clarification. "You are remarkable, Bai Xing. You grasped it so quickly. Remember, you are the absolute sovereign of this ocean, and all Sea Kings within it heed your every command, for you are the Sea King, the ultimate ruler of the seas. Now, instruct them to drag the Noah's Ark to the shores of Elbaf." Aaron spoke gently. The plan to place Noah's Ark among the giants of Elbaf was primarily to utilize their strength in repairing the damaged vessel. The shipbuilders of Water 7 would require a decade or more to restore such a colossal structure, but with the aid of the giants, the time could be significantly reduced. "Understood, dear husband. I shall relay your command," Bai Xing responded eagerly. Thus, she conveyed Aaron's instructions to the Sea Kings. They were taken aback, surprised that their queen wished to repair the Noah's Ark. "Your Majesty, are we truly to restore it?" they queried, recalling that the inhabitants of Fishman Island had once lived on land but had fled to the depths aboard Noah's Ark to escape peril. Now, with the prospect of resurfacing, would this not pose a threat to the Fishman race? "Dear husband, they are asking if we are truly going to repair it," Bai Xing inquired of Aaron, fully trusting his judgment above all else, even that of King Neptune. "Indeed, with Noah's Ark, your people will be able to inhabit the land once more." "Oh, we can live on land. That is simply marvelous," Bai Xing exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over. "I know what to do. I will tell them to ensure that Noah's Ark is delivered to Elbaf for repairs." With that, Bai Xing animatedly communicated with the Sea Kings. Naturally, they would not defy their queen's will. Soon, 1,000 Sea Kings were seen gripping the immense chains, making their way toward the Elbaf seas. The commotion shook Fishman Island as if an earthquake had struck. As the inhabitants witnessed the Noah's Ark being towed by these enormous creatures, they were left in utter disbelief. What is happening? How can the Sea Kings move such a massive vessel? What could this mean? Madam Sharif, what is your take on this? Could it be related to our Fishman race moving to live on land? Some of the fishmen and merfolk began to speculate. "I have heard legends that this enormous ship could carry over 100,000 of us away," they chattered. "Perhaps so," Madam Sharif mused thoughtfully, fully aware that the Ark was damaged and required repairs to be seaworthy once again. Should things go awry, it is possible that the Ark was taken by the Sea Kings to a location for repairs. At this moment, Bartolomeo encountered Madam Sherry. "Madam Sherry, our leader warmly welcomes your participation. However, you must first meet with him privately to discuss certain matters." Upon hearing this, Madam Sherry wondered if she was overthinking the situation. "Very well, I shall go immediately. Wait, you must accompany me. I will lead you to our vessel, as we are about to depart from Fishman Island. The leader should already be on board." "All right, let us proceed." Madam Sherry had nothing of importance to convey to the cafe, as arrangements had already been made. "By the way, I need to find someone who is directionally challenged. Can you manage on your own? The vessel is in that direction." Bartolomeo pointed, internally lamenting Zorro's lack of navigation skills. It was rather absurd for someone of his age to be so directionally impaired, often returning lost after outings. Having just come from the ship, Bartolomeo had not seen Zorro aboard, fearing he had once again lost his way. Since arriving at Fishman Island, Bartolomeo had retrieved the lost Zorro no less than 5 times. Half an hour later, Bartolomeo finally found Zorro. I knew you would get lost again. However, how did you end up with all these bruises? I encountered a formidable opponent. Their martial arts were quite impressive, resulting in this. Oh, is there truly someone strong on Fishman Island? Though their physical capabilities surpass ordinary humans by tenfold, they remain mere novices in our presence. Bartolomeo was perplexed, as both he and Zoro had undergone potential enhancement by Arlong, significantly boosting their physical prowess. Logically, they should be stronger than these fishmen. How is it possible that Zoro was bested? I heard he goes by Jinbei, the most powerful entity on Fishman Island. Jinbei, you say? Well, no matter how strong he is, he cannot compare to our leader. Nonetheless, the strongest here can only slightly suppress you, indicating that Fishman Island is rather weak. By the way, we have a new girl on the ship. Interested in some interaction? Oh, wait, would you like to have your fortune told? Bartolomeo raised an eyebrow, humorously suggesting, fortune-telling is all nonsense. I trust in my own abilities, Zoro replied calmly. I knew you would say that. Yet this time, it is the leader who has high hopes for her, claiming her divination skills are exceptional. Upon hearing this, Zoro's interest piqued. Very well. I shall inquire as to when I may meet the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro thought of Mihawk and instinctively tightened his grip on the cursed sword at his waist, exuding an aura of readiness. Hee, I must ask, why do you wish to compete with him? Are you certain he is the world's greatest swordsman? In my view, our leader is the true swordmaster of this world. No, the leader is simply too powerful. His swordsmanship transcends this realm. Thus he does not count. Zoro spoke earnestly. Moreover, according to Arlong, if one cannot defeat Mihawk, they should not challenge his swordsmanship. Thus, Zoro yearned for a clash with Dracula Mihawk. On board the vessel, King Neptune and the Third Prince, along with several others, came to bid farewell. Now aware that Arlong intended to assist their Fishman clan in adapting to life on the surface, they had grown notably warmer in their demeanor. Father, Shirahoshi wishes to see the surface, but do not worry about my safety. My husband is exceptionally capable. Sister Shirahoshi, we understand, but do enjoy yourself on land. The Third Prince sincerely remarked. Understood. Arlong, I entrust my daughter to your care. Please treat her well. Furthermore, should you return in the near future to guide us to the surface to live, I would be immensely grateful. King Neptune spoke earnestly. There is no need for concern. It is a trivial matter, Arlong replied casually. Moments later, the vessel swiftly departed from Fishman Island. Inside the cabin, Madame Sherry entered Arlong's quarters. I have come to meet you, Leader Arlong, she said, maintaining a respectful composure, though internally she felt an overwhelming nervousness in their solitude. Madame Sherry, I must admit, I am quite surprised you wish to join the Heavenly Punishment Organization. However, do you mind if I send your brother to Impel Down? Arlong observed her with a gentle smile. This mermaid possessed an appealing figure. Given the opportunity, she could be quite captivating. It seems nothing escapes the leader's notice. However, you need not worry. My joining the Heavenly Punishment Organization comes with no ill intentions towards you. I wish to work diligently within the organization to secure my brother's release from Impel Down, Madame Sherry affirmed with resolve. Hee. It appears you hold our Heavenly Punishment Organization in high regard, which is already sufficient. The more you contribute to the organization, the more I can personally assist in liberating your brother from Impel Down and granting him another chance. However, his transgressions are quite severe. Even if the Heavenly Punishment Organization had not intervened, he has taken countless lives in East Blue. Thus, the weight of his sins is considerable. Therefore, if you wish to save him without facing judgment from the organization. Before she could finish, Madame Sherry promptly declared, Rest assured, leader, I will ensure a significant contribution to the organization. Excellent. Your determination is commendable. I have decided to assist you with an enhancement that will grant your cells greater vitality. This way, you may engage in divination without endangering your life. However, remember that this ability must solely be employed to serve the needs of the Heavenly Punishment Organization. Arlong stated, After all, unlimited divination without contributing to the organization would be meaningless. Thank you, leader. Madame Sherry was astonished. The power of Arlong was indeed formidable, capable of bestowing such gifts. Now, please step forward, Arlong instructed. Yet, Madame Sherry hesitated, feeling an overwhelming nervousness, for Arlong's charisma was too potent, and she feared becoming flustered in close proximity. Leader, might it be possible to remain a few steps back? To be honest, your charm is quite overwhelming. I find it hard to withstand, Madame Sherry said awkwardly. Haha, you are quite honest. I appreciate your candor. However, I understand your sentiments. You are not the first to express how intimidating my charm can be. Arlong extended his hand, performing the cellular enhancement from a distance. Instantly, Madame Sherry's cells seemed to be infused with tenfold vitality, radiating exuberance. In terms of appearance, she appeared to have rejuvenated by at least a decade, presenting herself as an even more alluring figure. Certainly, the most astonishing aspect is that after undergoing optimization, Madame Xia Li unexpectedly transformed in front of Aaron, ultimately achieving her final humanization. Her fishtail evolved into human legs. Aaron was taken aback by this remarkable transformation, as he had not anticipated her complete metamorphosis into a human form. Moreover, her physique was nothing short of exquisite, boasting an alluring silhouette with curves in all the right places, long legs, and a slender waist that could only be described as perfect. He felt a surge of ambition to make her his own, confident that any woman aboard his vessel would inevitably develop affections for him within a short span of time. He expressed gratitude for the leader's assistance, while Madame Xia Li felt a sense of joy, relieved that despite her initial concerns about joining the Tianfa organization with her fishtail, Aaron's intervention had facilitated her evolution. How do you feel now? Aaron inquired, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Is the life backlash you experienced during the divination completely alleviated? Yes, leader, I feel unprecedentedly at ease, she replied. Good to hear. By the way, could you perform a divination for me regarding Guanyue Tazizi's whereabouts? Aaron was preparing to execute his plan against Tazizi, whom he had loathed in his previous life, and now finally had the opportunity to confront. Of course, leader, Madame Xiali responded, promptly retrieving a crystal ball from her bosom, her cheeks flushing with shyness. Aaron observed, astonished by the wonders of femininity, marveling at how such an object could be concealed within her attire. The sheer capacity of the space was astonishing. Feeling bashful, she averted her gaze from Aaron, fearing that a mere glance would render her weak and unable to rise, leading to further embarrassment. She concentrated intently on her divination, and within a few minutes, she completed it seamlessly, devoid of any backlash, thanks to her robust vitality. Did you locate him? Is he on Ice Fire Island? Aaron inquired, concerned that his alterations to the original plot over the past 2 years could have affected subsequent developments, particularly regarding Tazizi's location. Leader, I divined that he is indeed on Ice Fire Island, but he is accompanied by formidable entities, she cautioned, having sensed some impending danger. That is acceptable. As for the formidable presence, it poses no threat to me, Aaron reassured her. Understood, leader. You may leave now. I can see that your resistance is exhausting. However, there is no need for you to resist so earnestly, as you are a member of the Tianfa organization, and you will understand my forthcoming inquiries. Aaron spoke gently, perceiving that Madame Xia Li would eventually become one of his women. I understand, she stammered, her mind slightly muddled, before adding, I shall take my leave now. Very well, Aaron replied, a slight smirk revealing his awareness of her flustered state. A few hours later, they returned to the surface of the New World seas and instructed the crew in charge of the vessel to navigate towards Ice Fire Island, as marked on the map. Meanwhile, on Ice Fire Island, Caesar was engrossed in his experiments, collaborating with Don Quixote da Flamingo. However, the existence of the Tianfa organization had instilled a sense of anxiety in Caesar, prompting thoughts of escape. Unfortunately, da Flamingo had assigned personnel to monitor him, complicating his situation. Recently, one of the experimental subjects had escaped from the lab, but Caesar lacked the motivation to pursue it. This subject, of course, was Guanyue Tazizi, who had consumed an artificial devil fruit infused with the genetic material of Kaido of the beasts. Amidst the vast flames of Ice Fire Island, Tazizi gazed at the colossal fire dragon and asked, Are you saying you can teach me how to attack in dragon form? Indeed, you are a dragon, and thus capable of launching attacks. Otherwise, it would diminish the prestige of our dragon lineage, the fire dragon asserted. Are you suggesting I am incapable of helping you? Tazizi queried. I need to learn some offensive techniques, as the prospects of battle are daunting, but I must grow stronger for my own protection. He recalled the formidable beings from the laboratory. Without strength or combat skills, capture would spell disaster. Very well, but before I teach you to fight, I require your assistance with a task, the fire dragon stated, its gaze fixed sternly upon the diminutive dragon form of Tazizi. What kind of task? If it's too dangerous, I cannot assist, Tazizi stammered, visibly trembling under the dragon's intense scrutiny. Fear not, it is not overly difficult. There's a half-human body embedded in my hind head, causing me great discomfort and even revulsion. You must extract it, otherwise I shall remain in distress, the fire dragon explained. A half-human body? Tazizi felt chills at the thought. May I inquire if it is still alive? Indeed, it is alive, which is quite extraordinary. Yet it is utterly revolting to have it residing in my hind head, emitting foul odors. Enough talk. Hurry and assist me, or you will be deemed ungrateful. Considering I previously saved you from your enemies, the fire dragon insisted. With that, the colossal fire dragon gently clamped its jaws around Tazizi's dragon form. Upon seeing the enormous maw, Tazizi turned pale, nearly fainting, but the dragon disregarded his fear and tossed him into the air, catching him perfectly with its head. Young master, are you the young master Tazizi? I recognize your voice. I am Kineman, your loyal retainer. Kineman's lower half spoke through a series of flatulent sounds. Upon hearing Kineman's voice, Tazizi was relieved, having grown accustomed to the odor, and quickly implored, Kineman, please save me. I cannot remain here any longer. It is utterly terrifying. You must take me away from this place. It is akin to hell. Rest assured, young master, I shall certainly lead you away from this place. However, first, you must extract my lower half from the back of this great dragon's head. What? Extract it? How do I do that? I am terrified. I cannot do it. Why has this happened to you? Can you truly protect me? Tazizu's face was a picture of despair, trembling with fear, utterly incapable of assisting Jinwyman in leaving. Instead, lamenting Jinwyman's perceived inadequacy. Do not weep, young master. My body has been dismembered by an adversary, an individual with formidable powers and ruthless methods. My head is currently in a research facility, while my upper body is trapped in an extremely frigid environment, nearly frozen. My lower half, the legs you see, is affixed to the back of this dragon's head. All you need to do is extract my body from this dragon, and then I will retrieve my upper body and head, allowing us to escape. Jinwyman explained earnestly. You still have to search for the other parts of your body? How troublesome. I am exceedingly frightened alone. Cannot you simply take me away immediately instead? Tazizu expressed his bewilderment. Jinwyman, unfazed, replied, Young master, I must first reclaim my body to ensure your safety. If we encounter any malefactors, I would be unable to protect you. However, if you are fearful alone, you may accompany me to find my body. But this may indeed be perilous, for my head appears to be in a rather formidable location, frequented by many individuals, including a terrifying madman. Upon hearing this, Tazizu furrowed his brow. If it is dangerous, then it is even less acceptable. Cannot you simply take me away without retrieving your upper half? After all, you cannot die from this. Alternatively, you may deliver me to that individual's Wowu, and I could command his people to rescue your upper body, Tazizu selfishly suggested. Jinwyman, though resigned, recognized the merit in Tazizu's words. Yet, his unwavering loyalty to the Kazuki clan prevented him from abandoning his quest. Very well, young master. You must serve as my eyes so that I may lead you from here and then locate Zwowu. Yes, that is acceptable. You may assist me in extracting my body. It is affixed far too tightly for me to free myself. Alas, how vexing it is that everything falls upon me. Tazizu complained. There is no choice, young master. It is indeed affixed too tightly, Jinwyman explained with a sigh. Reluctantly, Tazizu aided Jinwyman in extracting his head. After an immense effort, they finally liberated Jinwyman's lower half from the dragon's grasp. Once freed, Jinwyman promptly led Tazizu away, who, in the form of a small pink dragon, followed closely behind, the lower half of Jin Wyman trailing along. Jin Wyman, however, was still capable of sensing the life force around them through his Kenbunchiku haki. With the absence of any monstrous presence at the dragon's rear, he finally felt a sense of relief and prepared to instruct Tazizu on how to unleash the dragon's attacks. To his astonishment, however, the young master had already fled. What a fool! Such a splendid opportunity to grow stronger. Yet he chooses to flee instead of learn. The dragon decided against pursuing them and closed its eyes to slumber. Jin Wyman, wait for me. I cannot keep up. Tazizu gasped, breathless. Young master, your stamina is woefully inadequate. Once we reach Zhuwu, I shall train you, Jin Wyman remarked. Well, is it not your fault? If your body were intact, you could carry me away. Tazizu retorted, displeased. Very well. You speak the truth, young master. Jin Wyman conceded, his loyalty compelling him to acquiesce to Tazizu's whims. Shortly thereafter, Aaron and his companions arrived at the island of ice and fire. Chief, the individual is in that direction, but I cannot ascertain their precise location, Lady Shaley reported respectfully. Nevertheless, you have performed admirably. I shall take it from here, Aaron declared, unleashing his cellular awakening, instantly enveloping the entire island in his formidable perception. I have found him. Indeed, I see that scurrilous fool. I yearn to exact my vengeance upon him. Within moments, their airship approached the vicinity of Tazizu and Jin Wyman's lower half. Who are you? Jin Wyman inquired. I am Jin Wyman, a formidable entity. It would be wise for you not to provoke us, lest I am forced to respond unfavorably. As he spoke, Jin Wyman utilized his Kenbunchiku haki to sense the malice emanating from Aaron and his companions, particularly from Aaron himself, who bore ill intent towards Tazizu. What foul stench! What manner of creature are you? Do you truly communicate through flatulence? The Empress exclaimed, pinching her nose in disgust. Aaron swiftly struck Jin Wyman's lower half with a powerful blow, causing an explosion of blood missed upon impact. Such decisive lethality and overwhelming force astonished not only the Empress, but also Lady Shaley and the others accompanying Aaron. Bartolomeo, however, was filled with admiration, utterly exhilarated by the display of power. Zoro maintained his composure, though he inwardly mused that the disparity between himself and Aaron was widening, despite his relentless efforts. Yet, he vowed not to relent, believing that one day he would catch up. Tazizu was paralyzed with fear, his pupils nearly leaping from their sockets. Initially captivated by the beauty of the Empress and Shirahoshi, he now found himself retreating in panic. Meanwhile, within the experimental facility, Jin Wyman's head was drenched in cold sweat, issuing various anguished cries, uttering phrases that bewildered the laboratory personnel. What is happening? Before long, Caesar was summoned to investigate the situation. Lord Caesar, this head is in distress. Suddenly crying out, drenched in cold sweat, and turning pale, claiming that the young master is in danger, a staff member mechanically reported. Caesar frowned, having initially disregarded the head's plight, but now deemed it necessary to inquire further. It appears that your other body parts are encountering some issues in certain locations. You must release me at once. My young master is in peril, and I must rescue him. Jin Wyman gritted his teeth, speaking painfully, for he was, in essence, devoid of his lower half, enduring immense agony. Oh, who is your young master? Perhaps I could be of assistance, Caesar inquired, his interest piqued by the mention of Jin Wyman's young master. Jin Wyman understood that he could not reveal the identity of the young master to these ruffians. Yet there was nothing more perilous than the young master confronting those individuals. Thus, he could only say, my young master is still a child. Wait, you say he is a child? Yes, indeed. He is merely a child, not yet 10 years old, and he is currently in danger. I hope you can save him. Afterward, whatever you require of me, I shall comply without resistance. Rest assured, we are quite caring towards children, came the response. Quickly tell me what this child looks like, and I can arrange for his rescue. I beg you, my young master is an 8-year-old boy with his head shaved clean except for a top knot at the back. Jin Wyman hastily described the appearance of Tazizu. Upon hearing this, Caesar felt a sense of recognition, as it seemed to be the very brat who escaped from the laboratory. To his astonishment, This was the young master with the peculiar head. By the way, my young master has consumed something that allows him to transform into a pink dragon. Please ensure that you do not miss him during the rescue. Jean Weimin suddenly added, "What? He can turn into a dragon?" Caesar exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. This meant that the fruit had indeed been consumed by that rascal and had evidently succeeded. But why did Vegapunk claim it was a failure? Was he deliberately misleading the world government? Caesar's mind raced, and he suddenly realized the implications. So that's it. Vegapunk would never allow such a formidable artificial ability to be released, threatening the entire world. That must be why he labeled it a failure, he thought. Feeling a surge of madness, he had to capture the young master himself and immediately flew toward the base. Meanwhile, Tazizu sought to escape, but found himself ensnared by Aaron's telekinetic grip. "Humph, I came specifically to find you. Do you think I would let you get away?" Aaron scoffed. However, he had no intention of allowing Tazizu a swift demise. He would ensure the boy experienced unbearable suffering. "Ooh, it was Jean Weimin who spoke to you like that. You should seek him out. He informed me that one part of his head and upper body was in a laboratory, while another was in a frozen wilderness," Tazizu pleaded, terrified for his life. "Do you think it was Jean Weimin who brought you trouble?" "Wrong. Jean Weimin is dead because of you. You, a wretched creature, are not worth lamenting. Of course, you must be blamed for being a descendant of Guangyue Yutian, inheriting his lecherous and greedy traits." Truly disgusting, Aaron spat, his hatred for the Guangyue family evident. Tazizu, trembling, quickly uttered, "I was wrong. I should not have looked at the woman beside you. I should not have felt any desire." Upon hearing this, Aaron unleashed a powerful slap, utilizing his control over the forces, instantly shattering Tazizu's teeth. "Ah!" Tazizu screamed, the sound piercing and anguished. "My teeth, they're gone. It hurts so much. How can you treat me like this? I'm just a child. Are you devils?" I merely glanced at the woman beside you. Tazizu, dazed from the blow, spoke without thinking. Aaron then directed his wrath towards the other subordinates, prompting more cries from Tazizu. "What are you doing? It hurts. Please, spare me. I'm truly just a child." Tears streamed from Tazizu's eyes, flowing freely. Aaron, incensed, retorted, "Still a child? Get out of here. You are already in your 20s. How can you still claim to be a child? Truly disgusting." Just then, a boisterous voice echoed from behind. "Release that child and let me handle this, or I will annihilate all of you." The newcomer was none other than Caesar, who had rushed over, now regarding Tazizu as a precious asset. With Caesar's arrival, a cloud of gas trailed behind him. Aaron turned, casting a disinterested glance at Caesar, whose overwhelming murderous intent caused Caesar to break into a cold sweat. He quickly halted, staring wide-eyed at Aaron, fear creeping into his heart. "Why is my body trembling? Why does my soul feel such dread?" He pondered. "I never expected to encounter the leader of the Heavenly Punishment Organization, the man who defied the celestial dragons and the world government, even obliterating much of the Whitebeard pirates. Aaron, I cannot believe it is you." Caesar stammered under the immense pressure, his voice faltering. To him, Aaron was far beyond the likes of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Thus, he decided to feign innocence before Aaron, hoping to distance himself from Doflamingo. "My lord, would it not be best to eliminate him? He seems quite troublesome," the Empress suggested, her gaze soft yet satisfied as she looked upon Aaron's face. Meanwhile, Princess Shirahoshi observed curiously, as it was her first time on land. Upon hearing the suggestion of annihilation, Caesar panicked. "That cannot happen. I must lower my stance and explain myself. Lord Aaron, had I known it was you, I would not have dared to disturb your affairs, even if I had 10 more lives. This is merely a misunderstanding. Consider me as heir. My gas at home was left on, and I must return immediately." With that, Caesar intended to make a hasty retreat, entirely lacking the confidence to confront Aaron. What a fortuitous coincidence. I shall consider this as your surrender to the Heavenly Punishment Organization. I may spare your life, but you have committed numerous heinous acts that warrant punishment. Tell me, what sort of punishment do you deem fair for your transgressions?" Aaron inquired, his voice steady and uncompromising. Caesar felt a chill run down his spine. "Oh no, why is my luck so wretched today?" he lamented. Yet, he knew it was all due to Tazizu, Had it not been for him, he would not have encountered Aaron. This is a death wish. At that moment, Caesar's expression was more desperate than sorrowful. Lord Aaron, I am innocent. This was all coerced by Doflamingo. My heart is in the hands of someone named Law. I had no choice. If I did not assist them in their experiments, they would kill me. Caesar quickly concocted an excuse. Aaron, observing his cunning demeanor, pointed, and Caesar's leg exploded into a mist of blood. Ah! He screamed, completely caught off guard, unable to resist, as he lost a limb in an instant. Humph, do you question my judgment regarding your crimes? Did you think I was unaware of the countless heinous acts you committed in the name of research? However, this matter is of little concern to me. After all, the inhabitants of this island were merely prisoners, serving as a means for your scientific and pharmaceutical research, a final redemption before their demise. Yet, in pursuit of your studies on SAD, you have unleashed a realm of death, contaminating the very air we breathe. Furthermore, you have engaged in experiments of gigantification with Big Mom, subjecting countless innocent children to your madness. Upon hearing this, Caesar felt an immediate chill. He had not anticipated that Aaron had uncovered the entirety of his transgressions. With a thud, Caesar fell to his knees, pleading, I acknowledge my wrongdoings. But sacrifices are inevitable for the sake of great science. I am willing to face judgment, yet I beseech you, Chief Aaron, grant me a chance to live. Caesar displayed a remarkable awareness, recognizing he could not contend with Aaron and thus chose to surrender rather than resist. After all, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. How could he possibly stand against Aaron? Moreover, Aaron was backed by an organization whose members included not only contemporary pirates, but also legendary figures from the era of Roger, each one a force far superior to him. Since you are so sincere, I shall grant you an opportunity. This little creature is called Peach Boy. I harbor a profound disdain for him, yet I wish for his torment to be prolonged rather than swift. If you can devise methods to inflict suffering upon him that satisfy me, I will consider sparing your life and allow you to continue your research with the advanced technology one provide, including support in biotechnology, Aaron stated coolly. Caesar's eyes flickered with surprise. Could it truly be this simple? Inflicting torment was indeed his forte. Most excitingly, the prospect of receiving Aaron's support meant he could pursue his research without fear. After all, like Vegapunk, Caesar was passionate about technology, and nothing was more thrilling than the discovery of a new existence. Rest assured, Chief Aaron, I know precisely what to do, Caesar exclaimed, instantly adopting a sycophantic demeanor. In truth, upon first encountering this little creature, he felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate him with a single strike. With a sinister smile, Caesar cautiously approached Peach Boy. The latter, upon seeing Caesar, felt an impending doom. This fiend was back. You are Peach Boy, are you not? In my laboratory, there is a fellow named Kineman who refers to you as Your Highness. If you cruelly slay him, I shall grant you your freedom. What do you say? Refuse, and I shall be forced to kill you mercilessly. Caesar's gaze turned icy as he regarded Peach Boy, a palpable intent to kill radiating from him. If not for the pursuit of this wretched creature, he would never have encountered the formidable Aaron. You must be deceiving me. I would never kill Kineman, Peach Boy stammered, his face swollen and disfigured. Is that so? Then I shall proceed to torment you, Caesar retorted, enveloping Peach Boy in gas. Immediately, Peach Boy felt suffocated, his head spinning with unbearable discomfort. Caesar humbly approached Aaron, speaking with utmost caution. Chief Aaron, I invite you to visit my laboratory. I assure you that the torment of Peach Boy will provide you with great excitement. Very well, I shall remain at the laboratory for a few days, Aaron replied, not waiting for Caesar to lead the way. He boarded the vessel with his crew, swiftly arriving at Caesar's laboratory. Who goes there? Armed personnel in gas masks quickly encircled Aaron, but soon fell helplessly to the ground, their cells rendered lethargic under Aaron's control. Caesar, escorting Peach Boy, hurriedly returned and was alarmed to see his guards incapacitated. Listen well, those individuals are your ancestors. Show them respect as you enter the laboratory. They soon discovered Aaron's location, unexpectedly finding themselves in a storeroom filled with children subjected to experiments, currently undergoing a volatile process of gigantification. Chief Aaron, do not worry. I shall find a way to restore these children to normalcy, Caesar hastily assured, fearing Aaron's wrath. Aaron ignored him, instead activating his cellular fruit abilities to optimize the children. In an instant, a radiant glow enveloped the room, and the enlarged children visibly returned to their normal sizes. Mommy, Daddy, I want to go home. The restored children immediately longed for their loved ones. Caesar marveled at the rapid recovery. Chief Aaron, this is astonishing. This technique is a miracle of medicine. If I could obtain your bloodline factor for research, it would bring me immeasurable joy. Yet, Caesar kept this thought to himself, filled with admiration for Aaron. Arrange for their safe return, Aaron instructed coolly. Yes, Chief Aaron. Caesar quickly organized his subordinates to return the children to their origins. Now, it is time for your performance. I will observe the entire process through surveillance, Aaron said slowly. Understood. Caesar felt as though he bore a heavy burden. Realizing he must devise a unique and creative punishment for Peach Boy to earn Aaron's approval. Ordinary measures would likely not suffice. In contemplation, Caesar pondered how to punish Peach Boy. Soon, he called a few subordinates to inquire how one might derive satisfaction from punishing another. Boss, if someone despises that little creature, the harsher the punishment, the more they would relish it. That makes sense. So, are you suggesting I flay him alive? Caesar mused. Boss, that hardly counts as torment. If that ancestor were flayed, he certainly wouldn't let you handle it. I believe he desires you to employ methods of torture he would find distasteful, one subordinate advised. Enlightened, Caesar's eyes lit up. This was indeed a possibility. For example, boss, it must be something perverse. If that little rascal speaks in an irritating manner, feed him excrement. If he's lewd, confine him with a pig and administer a certain drug. Wow, I never imagined you were so resourceful. If I survive, I shall promote you. Caesar felt a surge of inspiration. Thus, he summoned these two subordinates to a laboratory to commence the torment of Peach Boy. In a dimly lit chamber, Aaron and the Empress, accompanied by their companions, observed the screen intently. While relishing the Empress's soothing massage, Bai Xing remained dutifully by their side. Though perplexed by the torment inflicted upon the balding Peach No Su, she resolved to share her husband's disdain for him. Meanwhile, Caesar wasted no time in subjecting Peach No Su to further suffering, bringing forth a large vat filled with rice. Upon seeing it, Peach No Su was instantly gripped by fear. You cannot treat me this way. I am but a child. Furthermore, I am a general from Wano. And if you conspire against me, my subjects will not let you go unpunished. A resounding slap echoed as Caesar struck him. How dare you threaten me, you little wretch? You have offended Chief Aaron, and your status means nothing now. Someone, put him in the vat. Let him eat, and eat to his heart's content. Yes, my lord Caesar. Peach No Su was swiftly submerged, the sounds of gurgling and swallowing filling the air. My lord Caesar, I must admit, it truly stinks. Enough chatter. Keep track of time. He must not die. I intend to torment this scoundrel for several days. Do you understand? Caesar declared, pinching his nose. Understood. The henchmen released their grip, allowing Peach No Su to struggle out of the vat. He emerged, retching and burping, appearing somewhat dazed. Have you drunk too much? Caesar taunted. Here, administer this injection to him. We need him to be lively. Caesar tossed a potent aphrodisiac, capable of overwhelming even an elephant, into the mix. Shortly thereafter, Peach No Su was unceremoniously thrown into a pen filled with wild boars. In mere moments, he began to act erratically. Caesar, having brought Jin Wyman's head to the scene, remarked, Look, is this not your young master? TSK, how comfortably he lies. Scoundrel, what have you done to my young master? You devils are truly deranged. He is still a child. Jin Wyman seethed, his teeth bared in fury at their atrocious behavior, feeling an even greater contempt for Caesar than for Kaido. Why the pretense? You people from Wano are nothing but a trivial lot. Do you truly care about such things? Moreover, your names, like Shu Shang Jun or Shu Xia Jun, are rather frivolous, are they not? You lie. We are a people of decorum. Those matters are sacred. Whether they are or not is irrelevant. Peach No Su is clearly a bastard. His father is undoubtedly a scoundrel too. Scoundrel, I will not allow you to insult my master. He is the most charming man in the world. Jin Wyman recalled Kazuki Odin, who had endured immense suffering to ensure their survival. Thus, Odin could not be dishonored by anyone. With just a glance, Jin Wyman emanated a terrifying aura of vengeance. Caesar, taken aback yet amused, grinned. Such loyalty. Perhaps I should have your young master carve you into pieces. Convince him to do so, and I shall spare his life. I can assure you he will not perish. Chapter 144. The Elephant Lord approaches. Battle with the Elephant Lord. Jin Wyman gritted his teeth at Caesar's proposition, realizing the depths of his depravity. In that moment, he looked at Caesar with a burning desire to tear him apart. Why the silence? Were you not devoted to that little wretch? What has made you afraid now? Caesar derided, finding it hard to believe such unwavering loyalty existed in this world. Do not underestimate my loyalty to the young master or my resolve. I only hope you keep your word and release him afterward. Otherwise, I shall haunt you even in death. Jin Wyman had no choice but to comply. Yet, he could not help but think that this fool was overly subservient to the Kazuki clan, perhaps even a descendant of their servants. A genetic predisposition that could not be altered. Even in death, he would remain loyal to the Kazuki family. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. Caesar smiled wickedly, though inwardly he scoffed at such oaths, viewing them as mere trifles in his scientific pursuits. Soon, Caesar commanded that Jin Wyman's head be tossed into the pigsty, allowing him a few minutes to converse with Peach no Su. Young master, I apologize. I have failed you and failed to protect you from this great injustice. Nevertheless, you must strive to survive. You are the hope of Wano's future. Do not succumb to despair, for even the faintest glimmer of light exists in this world. Upon seeing Jin Wyman's head and hearing his words, Peach no Su was overcome with emotion. Why must I bear the weight of Wano's future? If it were not for me, I would not endure such humiliation. They have forced me to consume so much filth. It is revolting. Jin Wyman, please find a way to rescue me. I cannot bear to stay here any longer. Peach no Su cried, tears streaming down his face, appearing utterly pitiable. Jin Wyman felt a surge of sympathy for his young master, acknowledging the immense injustice he had suffered. However, as the saying goes, great responsibility begets great trials. One must endure hardship to achieve success. The suffering Peach no Su faced was a necessary trial on the path to greatness. Fear not, I shall return to rescue you. Upon hearing this, Peach no Su clutched Jin Wyman tightly, pleading, hurry, take me away from this hell. No, I want you to devise a plan to eliminate everyone who has wronged me, especially that man and all his women. And those pigs, they must all perish. Driven by intense hatred, Peach no Su fell into a frenzy. Even a coward would find rage after such torment. Be cautious with your words, Jin Wyman cautioned, alarmed at Peach no Su's temperament. If the enemy were to learn of his thoughts, the consequences would be dire. Caution, I have been wrong to this extent. Once you rescue me, I will ensure that the Zhao Wu clan brings them all to justice. Jin Wyman, why are you dawdling? Hurry, Caesar impatiently reminded, young master. Do not fear. It is merely a few boars that have charged at you. As long as you are alive, that is the greatest fortune. Next, you simply need to slice me into pieces, and you will have a significant chance of being released. Jin Wyman spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Peach Boy was momentarily bewildered. What do you mean? You want me to cut you into pieces? Why? Peach Boy asked hastily. Jin Wyman then explained the situation to Peach Boy. Upon hearing this, Peach Boy's sorrow deepened. Jin Wyman, they are devils. However, I do not wish to die, so you one tea hold against me, will you? Peach Boy, fearing for his life, was now willing to do anything to survive. Rest assured, young master, my existence is to die for the Kazuki family. Thus, do not bear any psychological burdens. All right, I understand. Jin Wyman, you are a good person, and I shall remember your kindness. With a swift motion, they agreed, and Caesar, as if watching a spectacle, tossed a handful into the fray. Caesar, remember your words and swear it. I hope you do not forget. Jin Wyman cast a grim look at Caesar before turning to Peach Boy, urging, come now, young master. Just slice me into pieces, and you will be able to leave this place. However, you must venture to Zhou alone afterward. I believe you can reach Zhou without me. Jin Wyman had faith in him. Peach Boy immediately picked up the knife that had been discarded on the ground, gripping the handle with both hands, hesitating as he gazed at Jin Wyman's head. However, when he thought of the dire consequences of not escaping, he brought the knife down, blood splattering across his face. Peach Boy was startled. He had actually taken a life, and it was Jin Wyman's. Realizing this, he went into a frenzy, continually staring at Jin Wyman. Minutes later, Peach Boy had reduced Jin Wyman's head to a pulp. Caesar observed the process with delight, acknowledging its artistry. Yet he could not help but think how terrifying Peach Boy was, willing to kill the one closest to him in order to save his own life. Ironically, though he had requested to be sliced into pieces, he was instead butchered into mush. This method was truly brutal. It was evident that Peach Boy was inherently malevolent. Those who did not see through his facade would be deceived by his outward appearance. How promising he seemed. However, given his cruelty, I fear I cannot allow you to leave, so you shall continue to be punished. Bring him back and let him continue to suffer. Remember, he must not die, for there are many more activities to come. Caesar commanded, simultaneously pondering how the leader Aaron had said nothing, indicating his approval of Caesar's methods. Thus, Caesar felt emboldened and had already conceived many amusing punishments. In the screening room, Aaron, the Empress, and others watched the events unfold, feeling a sense of satisfaction in torturing someone like Peach Boy, who was both lewd and hypocritical. Days passed swiftly. Suddenly, the colossal ice fire island trembled. Aaron, lost in a gentle reverie, was abruptly awakened, a wave of energy radiating from him, causing him to be momentarily taken aback. Several massive elephant lords had arrived at Ice Fire Island. Were they here to rescue the useless Peach Boy? It made sense. In the original narrative, Peach Boy could hear the elephant lord's voice, even receiving their aid during his time in Wano. Now, Peach Boy was constantly crying out for someone to save him, attracting the elephant lord's attention, which was quite normal. Yet, could such a being truly rescue him from my grasp? What is it, my dear? The Empress, blissfully dazed, inquired as she raised her gaze to Aaron. It is nothing. Merely an unexpected guest has arrived. You all rest well. I shall return shortly. Aaron replied gently. Very well. I shall await your return. The Empress blushed, though fatigue soon overtook her, and she promptly fell asleep. My king, I heard your cries for help, and I have come to rescue you. The voice of the elephant lord echoed in Peach Boy's ears. On the brink of collapse, Peach Boy felt a surge of energy. My king? Could it be my subordinates? Are they here to save me? Indeed, I am your king. Quickly, save me by any means necessary. You must rescue me. Peach Boy exclaimed with fervor. Very well, my king. I shall come to your aid. The massive form of the elephant lord appeared near Ice Fire Island, rendering the island minuscule in comparison. Towering thousands of meters high, the elephant lord was far beyond the scale of Ice Fire Island. With a mere movement of its trunk, it approached the laboratory base and effortlessly dismantled the section. In the next moment, the elephant lord inhaled deeply, forcibly drawing the bewildered Peach Boy into its grasp. The multitude on Ice Fire Island trembled in fear at the sight of the colossal creature, many discarding their weapons and fleeing in terror, shouting, "Ah, monster! What a gigantic monster!" It was the end. They would all be devoured. Was such a colossal being truly a creature of the sea? Who could possibly contend with it? One swipe of its trunk could obliterate Ice Fire Island in an instant. Caesar nearly succumbed to being swept away by the elephant lord. What the hell is this creature? How can it be so enormous? It is a miracle of the biological world. No one's abilities could achieve such magnitude. Could they? Could it be Aaron? No. That massive creature just rescued Peach Boy. Caesar, utilizing his ability, floated in the air, hesitant to act recklessly. If that colossal being were to suddenly attack Ice Fire Island, the entire island would be split in two and sink into the depths of the sea. After Peach Boy was taken by the elephant lord, he was unceremoniously dropped into a lake on its back. Peach Boy felt as though he had narrowly escaped death, simultaneously frightened by the immense creature that had come to rescue him. How terrifying it was. Moreover, his subordinate addressed him as king. With this thought, Peach Boy conceived a bold idea. What is your name? He inquired, feeling a sense of safety. My king, I am the elephant lord, and I shall heed your commands from this moment forth. The elephant lord, I see. Then destroy this island for me. I want all the inhabitants of this island to be buried in the depths of the sea. After days of torment, Peach Boy's mind had twisted, leading him to madness. Yes, my king, as you wish. The Elephant Lord promptly complied with Peach Boy's command. Though it was evident that the Elephant Lord was merely a sycophant of the Kazuki family, it lifted its enormous trunk, obscuring the sky, and brought it crashing down upon Icefire Island. What? Upon witnessing this, Kai's immediately broke into a cold sweat, feeling an unprecedented sense of insignificance. The terrifying pressure instilled in him a profound despair. Who could possibly halt such a monstrous being with a single blow? However, just as everyone believed that Binghua Dao was destined to be cleaved in two, a thunderous sound reverberated through the void. Ailuan, stepping on the fabric of the cosmos, traversed 1,000 meters in an instant and unleashed a full-force punch towards the descending colossal nose. The clash of two formidable forces generated a powerful shockwave that swept across the surroundings. The cacophony was deafening, the sky darkened, and a vast explosion erupted. The island and the sea echoed with relentless booms. Kais was left utterly dumbfounded. Had he really managed to withstand it? Ailuan, the leader, surpassed his expectations. Resembling a deity descended from the heavens. Was this the strength that humanity could possess? To resist a creature as towering as the heavens with such a diminutive form? Bartolomeo was equally exhilarated as he could witness the battle of the Yalu leader, a rare privilege indeed. Zoro felt similarly. Each time he observed Ailuan in combat, his blood would boil, compelling him to train harder and enabling him to master numerous formidable techniques in a short span of time. The elephant's immense force did not cleave Binghua Dao as intended. It was withstood by a mere human. This revelation sent a tremor through his heart. Who could have imagined that such powerful beings existed in this age? It seemed that the adversaries faced by our king were far from ordinary. Such audacity to come here and rescue someone as if I were to be disregarded? Ailuan, having just delivered a punch, found his battle attire instantly torn asunder, revealing a sculpted physique, each muscle sharply defined. Simultaneously, a considerable amount of heat emanated from him, distorting the very void around him. This was Ailuan's way of dissipating a portion of the elephant's overwhelming force while simultaneously storing this energy within his cells. However, the magnitude of this power was so vast that the energy within his cells released an immense amount of heat instantaneously. Of course, having absorbed the elephant's strength, Ailuan was now imbued with an even greater explosive power. The elephant did not respond to Ailuan's words, but turned to ask Peach, "My king, Binghua Dao is not so easily destroyed. There exists a being of immense strength on this island, likely the mightiest in this world. Even a god descending might find it difficult to pose a threat to him. Thus, I advise the king to issue a retreat order," the elephant stated respectfully. Peach furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction. "No, with your colossal presence, who could threaten you? I see you simply do not wish to fight with all your might for me. I command you to attack him immediately. I want him to wish for death, to suffer greatly," Peach exclaimed, driven by hatred. "Very well, since it is the king's command, I shall comply," the elephant replied, launching another assault on Ailuan, its massive nose descending with a sound that split the air and a sense of oppression that enveloped the heavens and the earth. Chapter 145. Zuwu is instantly annihilated. The wind pressure generated by this strike from the elephant rendered the female emperor and her entourage below unable to open their eyes. Kais was unable to maintain his footing in midair and was thrust several hundred meters away, as if swept away by a gale. How powerful! I never imagined such a colossal creature existed in this world. It is hard to fathom how it grew to such a size and how long it has lived. Bartolomeo remarked in disbelief, his gaze intensely fixed on the elephant's attack while deploying his barrier abilities to shield against the sandstorm. I shall see what a 1,000-year-old elephant can do against me. Ailuan radiated intense heat, the scorching energy igniting into flames as he stepped forward, sending ripples of energy cascading outward. In that moment, his arm, enveloped in haki, surged with crimson lightning, and he struck once more at the elephant's returning colossal nose. The The clash of terrible energies intertwined in the air, causing the very earth to tremble. Below, the female emperor and others were swept away by the residual energy waves. Utterly defenseless. However, soon they formed cellular barriers that shielded them, lifting them into the air. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of Zhu Wu, situated upon the elephant's back, were oblivious to the events unfolding, feeling only the unprecedented tremors shaking their entire nation. What is happening? Is the elephant under attack? The leader of the knights, Pedro, became serious. Captain, we must investigate immediately, Roddy asserted, hastening to assess the situation. Simultaneously, the likes of Cat Viper, Dogstorm, and Galat also ventured forth to uncover the truth. Shortly thereafter, they witnessed the unfolding scenario. It appeared that someone was indeed battling the elephant, and it seemed the elephant was intent on obliterating the island below. Galat, while in a hot spring, stumbled upon Peach. The fur tribe harbored a deep-seated hatred for humans, so while she did not express overt animosity towards Peach, she remained exceedingly cautious. Human, who are you? Why are you in our Zhu Wu? Peach, within the healing waters, found their miraculous restorative effects significantly ameliorating his injuries. What did you say? This is Zhu Wu. Peach was astonished. Zhu was on the back of the elephant. Fortunately, he had fortuitously discovered it. Otherwise, he might have searched a lifetime without success, for who would have known such a place existed on the elephant's back? Indeed, this is Zhu Wu. But what about you? What brings you here? Speak clearly, or I shall not hesitate to act. Galat warned, her vigilance palpable. Peach, filled with pride, introduced himself. I am Peach, the son of Kazuki Odin, the future general of Wano. Are you on the back of the elephant? Peach inquired solemnly. Why, yes, indeed. Our Zhu resides on Lord Elephant's back, Galat affirmed, a sense of familiarity tugging at her memory regarding Wano, though she could not quite place it at that moment. Then this is fortuitous. Listen well, I'm a master of the one you call Lord Elephant, who refers to me as King. Your Zhu Wu is an external force for my Wano. To be precise, your fur tribe serves as vassals to the Kazuki clan. What? Lord Elephant calls you king? Galat was utterly astonished, failing to absorb the rest of Peach's declaration. Indeed, I am the king of the elephant. Currently, Lord Elephant fights on my behalf, as someone seeks to kill me. Quickly, summon your fur tribe to protect me with all their might, and descend to eliminate those vile foes. Their actions have inflicted significant harm and torment upon me. Galat felt her mind racing, but soon recollected why Wano sounded so familiar. It was a name she had heard from the lips of the rulers, Dogstorm and Cat Viper. Their existence now is entirely for the purpose of preparing to assist the Kazuki clan in overthrowing the tyrannical rule of Kaido in Wano. Upon reflecting on this, Galat's demeanor shifted to one of reverence as he spoke. Very well, I shall trust you for the time being, but you must come with me. There are matters beyond my authority that require you to converse with our two kings. Of course, if you are indeed of the Kazuki lineage, the kings will undoubtedly heed your commands. Galat stated earnestly. All right, then hasten your pace. We must eliminate those adversaries without delay. After enduring such vile torment and humiliation a few days prior, Momonosuke had vowed his heart to take vengeance upon all who had wronged him. Thus, with the strength to resist, he felt emboldened, especially with the protection of the Elephant Lord and Zhao. He was determined to act without restraint, to unleash his fury. Soon, Galat led Momonosuke into the palace of the Fur Kingdom, where they encountered the two kings. Upon sighting Momonosuke, Inu Erishur and Nico Mamushi exchanged glances of astonishment. Could it be? You are the offspring of the Kazuki clan, Momonosuke? Inu Erishur immediately recognized him. After all, during their past confrontation with Kaido, Momonosuke was not yet an infant. Indeed, that is I. Momonosuke feigned a pitiful expression, recalling the two kings who had once served the Kazuki clan in Wano. Seeing his woeful demeanor, Inu Erishur and Nico Mamushi expressed their concern. Young master, what has transpired? Why do you appear so distressed? Was the journey here fraught with peril? And are you alone? Did no other retainers accompany you? Momonosuke pretended to shed tears. Kanjuro, he was slain by a man named Eren. That wretched Eren sought to kill me as well. But the Elephant Lord rescued me, declaring me his king and is currently battling Eren. Hurry, You must assist the Elephant Lord, and whatever you do, do not approach the women surrounding Aaron. Mamanosuk spoke with fervor. Upon hearing that Kanjuro had perished and that the Elephant Lord had referred to the young master as king, Inu Arashur and Niko Mamushi were taken aback. Who could be so formidable? The inhabitants of the Fur Kingdom were, naturally, more isolated from the world than even the Kuja, as they resided high above on the back of the Elephant Lord, thousands of meters in the air. Thus, they were not privy to the tales of the sea, nor were they familiar with Aaron's identity. They did not ponder further, knowing only that someone had slain their comrade and was now their enemy. Do not worry, young master. We shall assist the Elephant Lord at once. Gallet, you must watch over our young master diligently. No harm must come to him. Inu Arashur commanded resolutely. Understood. Gallet nodded in agreement. In short order, Inu Arashur and his band of skilled warriors rushed to provide aid. Shortly thereafter, Mamanosuk began to feign vulnerability. Gallet, come embrace me. I am but a child in need of comfort. These recent events have nearly frightened me to death. Mamanosuk grinned mischievously. Gallet, upon witnessing this display, felt a wave of distaste wash over him. Was this truly the countenance of a child? It resembled more the countenance of a scoundrel taking advantage of women. With this in mind, Gallet bluntly remarked, Young master, your smile is rather lewd. It suggests you harbor ill intentions. Moreover, at your tender age, this behavior is quite concerning. He refrained from voicing the latter part of his thought, knowing well the respect the two kings held for Mamanosuk. Mamanosuk was taken aback, a flicker of murderous intent igniting within him. What did that insufferable rabbit mean? Did he find him distasteful? Simultaneously, he recalled his subordinate had also been incapacitated by Aaron, and his anger surged. Gallet, do you dare defy my orders? I am your master. Disobedience to your master is treachery against the Kazuki clan. Upon our return to Wano, I shall see you cast into the brothel. Mamanosuk glared coldly at Gallet. Gallet felt a surge of indignation, although he was a subordinate. This was too much. Just then, a tremendous tremor shook the ground, causing significant destruction to the kingdom's structures. Mamanosuk was sent tumbling toward a fire, igniting his garments. Gallet quickly doused the flames with a bucket of cold water, only to wonder if Mamanosuk was perhaps a transsexual, as he appeared to lack any notable features. Yet, Gallet's eyes widened in realization. He might be female. Surely a male member of the Fur Kingdom should comfort him? Regardless, Gallet found his first impression of Mamanosuk quite unappealing. Thus, he summoned 2 members of the Fur tribe, instructing them to comfort Mamanosuk adequately. On Hako Island, the Elephant Lord clashed with Aaron, their attacks reverberating through the air. To his astonishment, he found himself unable to threaten Aaron, who retaliated with a powerful blow that left the Elephant Lord with a bloodied nostril. Enraged, the Elephant Lord's once pitch-black eyes flared red. In that moment, he activated his haki, channeling a surge of black lightning toward Aaron. Aaron, taken aback, thought, the Elephant Lord possesses haki as well? This is formidable, and a strike is far more terrifying than before. He opted to evade the oncoming attack. Moments later, Hako Island was struck, splitting in two, and a massive wave surged into the sky. Aaron stood in midair, arms crossed, having transported the Empress and her companions back to their vessel using his cellular barrier. Impressive indeed. What a colossal creature, soaring thousands of meters high. Yet before me, it remains utterly insignificant. I can offer you a chance at survival. Become my steed and hand over Mamanosuk. Otherwise, you will not withstand my wrath. Not even if Joy Boy himself were to appear. Aaron proclaimed, his gaze filled with arrogance. The Elephant Lord's voice resonated. Human, do not be so arrogant. Mamanosuk is my king, and he has a critical mission. He must not suffer any further loss. If you dare to harm him, I will ensure your demise in these waters. With the ability to hear the voices of all things, Aaron, endowed with extraordinary talent, found it effortless to wield observation haki. Stubborn fool. Today, we shall see if you can kill me and protect your king. With that, Aaron transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the upper reaches of sky. The Elephant Lord, utilizing his own powerful observation haki, swiftly pinpointed Aaron's location and movements, even glimpsing flashes of the future. Without hesitation, the Elephant Lord inhaled deeply and unleashed a torrent of water toward the heavens, creating a colossal column that surged upward, its force seemingly capable of piercing the very firmament. Aaron remained unconvinced and unleashed the supercell devouring technique, instantly absorbing all the light from the surroundings, plunging the world into utter darkness. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a brilliant radiance erupted from Aaron, resembling a newly born sun. The formidable energy radiating from him ignited the very void around, causing it to burn in layers. He then plummeted downwards, enveloped in black lightning. This technique, a new move named Sunset's Lament, intertwined the mightiest form of assembly color hockey, empowering every cell within his being. Aaron's greatest reliance lay in the unparalleled resilience of his physical form, impervious to destruction. His body stood as the most potent weapon in existence, requiring no other armament. As Aaron descended, a massive column of water shot upwards, only to be evaporated almost instantaneously. The terrifying heat was palpable even to the Empress and her companions aboard the vessel, causing them to sweat profusely. The Elephant Lord continued to spray water, but was powerless to halt Aaron's descent. He could only urgently communicate with Mama-no-Suk, advising him to find a place to hide. The deeper, the better. Mama-no-Suk, momentarily comforted by two male members of the fur tribe, was startled by the Elephant Lord's voice. He quickly had himself taken to a hiding place deep within a cellar, roughly 10 meters down. Outside, members of the fur tribe gazed upwards, having just witnessed the sky darken momentarily, the dazzling light rendering them blind. A profound sense of impending doom washed over them. The cat viper in Dogstorm, poised to engage in battle at sea, possessed remarkable vision, allowing them to discern the threat even in darkness. They quickly connected the dots, realizing someone intended to obliterate the entire zoo. They shouted warnings to the others, but it was already too late. Everyone had momentarily lost their sight and could not escape. Every few seconds, they were engulfed by the blinding light, followed by a deafening explosion that erupted from the Elephant Lord's back, sweeping across the surroundings. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended, illuminating the sky to its zenith. At that moment, Zoe was utterly flattened, revealing a third of the Elephant Lord's back. Even the Elephant Lord let out a thunderous cry of pain, reverberating through the realm amidst the explosive cacophony. Those aboard the vessel, including the Empress, were left in shock. Witnessing the sheer magnitude of Aaron's explosive power, they realized that no one in this world could withstand such a blow. Only a creature as incomprehensible as the Elephant Lord might endure it. However, the sound of the Elephant Lord's wailing indicated substantial damage. After all, a creature of such size would not cry out so pitifully from a mere flesh wound. In agony, the Elephant Lord lashed out with his trunk against the ocean's surface, creating towering waves that surged and crashed, instantly submerging and annihilating the entire Ice-Fire Island. Simultaneously, the Elephant Lord moved swiftly in a particular direction. "Quick, follow the Elephant Lord," the Empress commanded. Bartolomeo's crew hastily took control of the vessel, pursuing the Elephant Lord. At this moment, Aaron was engulfed in flames, exuding terrifying heat. He surveyed the devastation around him with a sense of satisfaction. Yet he was astonished that the Elephant Lord's defenses were far more formidable than he had anticipated. This strike had not breached the Elephant Lord's physical defenses. It merely inflicted some minor internal injuries, easily overlooked. Through the capabilities of the cell fruit, Aaron discerned the Elephant Lord's cellular regeneration was extraordinarily rapid. Thus, the internal injuries were swiftly mending, highlighting the Elephant Lord's immense vitality. Given the colossal size of the creature, standing several thousand meters tall and over 10,000 meters long, such rapid recovery was to be expected. Aaron then activated a cellular awakening, enveloping the entirety of the Elephant Lord's back. It could be said that the life forms in that area had diminished by more than half, with only a few remaining. Just a mere sycophant of the Kazuki clan, their demise is of no consequence, Aaron remarked nonchalantly, harboring no sympathy for those associated with the despised Kazuki clan. However, he was somewhat surprised to find that Mama-no-Suk had not perished, he had been forcibly shielded by the Elephant Lord. Interesting, Elephant Lord. You seem to hold this worthless and cowardly being in high regard. The more you protect him, the more I shall torment and obliterate him, and by extension, I will come for you and all the Zo tribe, Aaron declared directly to the Elephant Lord. The Elephant Lord did not respond, but quickened his pace across the sea. Aaron was unaware of the reason behind the Elephant Lord's haste, but was certain he was heading towards a specific destination. Soon, Aaron stumbled upon Dogstorm, who had just crawled out from the rubble. Dogstorm appeared disheveled, bloodied, having been caught in the powerful explosion of energy that had ravaged the area. "Who are you?" Dogstorm queried, noticing Aaron's seemingly unscathed presence, and instinctively assumed him to be an adversary. "I am Aaron of the Heavenly Punishment Organization. Your Zo has just been obliterated by my hand," Aaron replied with a faint smile. "What? You are the one who has reduced Zo to this state?" Dogstorm could hardly believe it, contemplating the possibility that such destruction could be wrought by mere human power. Surely, the force behind this devastation must have been some ancient weapon of legend. Indeed, that is correct. But why have you done this? The people of Zo have not wronged you in any significant way, Dogstorm reasoned, noting that the Fur tribe had seldom ventured far from Zo under the Elephant Lord as protection. Is that so? Your Zo tribe is merely a concealed force of the Kazuki clan, is it not? Aaron smirked. This revelation caused Dogstorm's brow to furrow. As the king of the Fur tribe, he could not help but recognize that the individual before him posed a direct threat to the Kazuki clan. However, what perplexed Inuarashi was that the Kazuki clan seemingly had not offended anyone. Even if they were targeted, it could only be by the members of Kaido's Beast Pirates. Yet, as far as they knew, neither Kaido nor his crew could possibly be connected to the individual before him. Thus, from where did this animosity arise? Was it not baseless? "My lord, I fail to comprehend your intent," Inuarashi stated, suppressing the fury within him and maintaining his composure. He was gravely injured and unable to retaliate. His only desire was to placate this individual and prevent further annihilation of his kin. Do you not understand? I shall enlighten you further. As members of the Kazuki clan, you are the very ones I intend to eradicate. In my eyes, all from the Kazuki clan are detestable, and I will erase them from this world upon encountering them. Furthermore, Kazuki Oden's son, Momonosuke, is right within your territory. Today, your mink tribe nearly faced extinction. Blame the calamity brought forth by Momonosuke. Of course, a portion of this is also due to the actions of the figurehead. However, you may attribute all this to me, but allow me to be unequivocally clear. If you wish to survive, it would be wise to sever all ties with the Kazuki clan. Otherwise, you shall all perish today, Oren declared with a sudden murderous intent. Inuarashi felt a chill run through him, his forehead throbbing. "My lord, what grievances do you harbor against the Kazuki clan? As a loyal retainer of the Kazuki family, I have always found them to be noble, particularly Kazuki Oden, who is undoubtedly a man of great responsibility." Inuarashi was still filled with confusion, reluctant to meet an untimely end without understanding the reasons. Noble? Foolishness. That is merely your perspective. Unbeknownst to you, Kazuki Oden, that lecherous creature, took advantage of a vulnerable Kazuki Toki when he found her by the sea years ago. Is this what you call nobility? In my view, he is nothing more than a lascivious rogue. Thus, with such a scoundrel-esque bloodline, his descendants are but lecherous scamps who dare to covet even my woman. Truly a death wish, Oren said with a cold glare. Inuarashi felt an icy dread envelop him, utterly powerless against the terrifying aura emanating from Oren. Simultaneously, he found himself unable to refute Oren's claims regarding Kazuki Toki. Indeed, that incident had transpired. Oden had found Toki unconscious by the sea and brought her home to care for her, yet after a night of drinking, he had succumbed to temptation and slept with her. Ultimately, the matter had been laid to rest because Toki chose not to hold it against him. Otherwise, Oden's reputation would have been tarnished by the act of seizing another man's wife. However, this was known only to the Akazaya Nine. So, how did this individual know? Could it be that someone among the Akazaya Nine had faltered and betrayed Oden under the threat posed by this man? It seems you have begun to remember certain things. Or do you believe that the son of such a man has the right to covet my woman? Oren sneered at Inuarashi. Should the latter utter a word that displeased him, he would be executed on the spot. Inuarashi was filled with frustration. How could Momonosuke dare to desire a woman belonging to such a terrifying figure? My lord, could this be a misunderstanding? My young master, Momonosuke, is merely 8 years old. He likely does not comprehend certain matters and may have simply glanced at her out of innocence. Inuarashi said cautiously, observing Oren's reactions, testing the boundaries of the man's wrath. However, no sooner had Inuarashi spoken than Oren's gaze turned icy. He lunged forward, seizing Inuarashi's face and lifting him off the ground. Merely a group of foolish mink tribe creatures. To claim he is but an 8-year-old child. If it were anyone else, I might understand. But as one of the Akazeya 9 of Wano, how could you not know that Momonosuke has traveled from 20 years in the past to the present? Furthermore, you are truly blind to lie before me. You may as well lose those eyes of yours. With that, Oren activated his devil fruit ability, degrading Inuarashi's vision. With 2 explosive pops, Inuarashi let out a piercing scream. At that moment, he felt utterly insignificant. His sight was lost, and he was left without the strength to resist, realizing that he was entirely powerless against this terrifying figure. Unbeknownst to him, after his injury, Oren had effortlessly seized control of all his cells. It was a wonder that he could muster any strength at all. How utterly dull! You are far too weak. However, as the leader of the Heavenly Punishment Organization, I can offer you a chance at redemption. If you swear to betray the Kazuki clan and kill Momonosuke, I will spare you and your mink tribe. Otherwise, your people will perish alongside that wretched boy, Oren stated slowly. Upon hearing this, Inuarashi instinctively rejected the proposition without further thought. Ha ha ha, my lord, you underestimate my character. We of the mink tribe live and die for the Kazuki clan. To ask me to betray them, to harm the young master, dream on. You may kill me as you please, but to die for the Kazuki clan is a matter of great honor and glory. Inuarashi declared proudly, filled with a sense of pride for serving the Kazuki clan. TSK, the feudal mindset of your little nation is indeed rather frightening. These dogs are more loyal than any from other nations. It seems this is your answer. Generally, I eliminate those who are beyond redemption without hesitation. Oren calmly concluded. Suddenly, he struck Inuarashi with a swift, powerful slap, causing the latter's head to explode on impact. Shortly thereafter, Oren approached the figure of Nico Mamushi. Nico Mamushi roared with fury upon seeing Oren. You bastard! I know you are behind all this. I will kill you. He lunged at Oren. With a mere flick of his finger, Oren unleashed a blast of air, accompanied by a surge of electrical pulses, instantly piercing through Nico Mamushi's forehead. Nico Mamushi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stood frozen, breathless. Oren walked past him leisurely. Soon, signs of degradation began to manifest on Nico Mamushi's body, which started to crumble and dissolve. Next, Oren sought out Momonosuke and his protector, Carrot. Momonosuke, you truly have a charmed life. It appears your time has not yet come. In that case, I shall ensure you live. Oren disregarded Carrot, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze on Momonosuke. At that moment, Momonosuke had transformed into a pink dragon, as he would do when he felt anxious. They were currently situated in an underground cavern. Upon catching sight of Eren, Tazizu immediately felt a jolt of fear, swiftly hiding behind Galote. Hurry, Rabbit. I command you to slay him. Galote frowned, frankly admitting her disdain for Tazizu, as the little creature had been leering at her in a most unpleasant manner. However, protecting him was the will of the 2 kings, Inlin and Miao Wushash. Thus it was imperative to comply. Who are you? Why do you target an 8-year-old child? Galote innocently inquired. 8? He is far beyond that. He is now 28. Yet, he pretends to be a child merely to indulge in his lustful desires. As for why he must die, it is simply because he is Tazizu. Furthermore, he dares to covet my woman, which makes him deserving of death, Eren stated with an air of authority. Galote was taken aback. He was not 8, but 28. No wonder she felt that Tazizu's gaze was that of a lascivious old man rather than a mere child. Rabbit, do not listen to him. The terrifying explosion that just occurred was his doing. The master has informed me that your fur tribe is no more. Only a handful of your kin remain, barely clinging to life. Such a deep-seated grudge demands his death. Otherwise, it would be an affront to justice. Tazizu sought to incite Galot further. Upon hearing this, Galot's fury ignited. The fur tribe was extinguished. Half of her kin were dead, with only a few surviving. She immediately charged at Aaron, her eyes ablaze. Why have you attacked us? None of this is our doing. If you wish to kill him, then let it be him alone. Galot leapt and struck. Yet her efforts were futile against Aaron's protective barrier. He remained stationary, encased in a shield that nullified all her assaults. Chapter 147. The tormented Tazizu. Aaron observed Galot's futile attempts with calm detachment. Her level of aggression was beneath his notice. However, once this woman became unhinged, she could become a troublesome adversary. Thus he needed to restore her composure. Suddenly, several bone spikes sprouted from Aaron's body, swiftly piercing Galot as she leaped. Whoa! She screamed, blood spilling from her mouth as the bone spikes lifted her into the air, robbing her of the ability to resist. Listen well. I offer you a chance. Strike Tazizu 10 times, and I shall spare you, as well as the remaining members of your tribe. Fail to do so, and I will annihilate you all, Aaron declared, retracting the bone spikes and sending Galot crashing to the ground. Witnessing this, Tazizu began to flee in a frenzy, pretending to be a pitiful child as he cried out, "Woe is me! Who will save me? I am the future general of Wayno. The people of the Zo Fur tribe are vassals of the Kazuki clan. You must come to my aid." All of this is the doing of Aaron from the Heavenly Punishment Organization. He has destroyed the Zo kingdom and will eradicate you. Despite Tazizu's desperate cries, Aaron remained indifferent, focusing instead on the fallen Galot. What is the matter? Are you not going to act? I desire nothing more than your resolve and attitude. I have granted you this opportunity under the pretense that you were misled by the Kazuki clan. Do not squander it. Allowing the instigator, Tazizu, to continue unpunished will only invite more foolish members of the fur tribe to their demise before me. Aaron spoke slowly. Galot clenched her fists, grappling with her choices. The logical course was to heed Aaron's wishes to strike at Tazizu, thereby safeguarding the last remnants of her kin. Suddenly, a surge of electricity coursed through her, turning her skin and hair white. In an instant, she transformed into a beam of white light, pursuing Tazizu. Aaron smirked. With the emergence of the moon, the transformation of the fur tribe indeed had its charm, particularly Galot in her moonlit lion form. Master, I know not where you intend to tread, but rest assured, I shall not take Tazizu's life. Rather, I will ensure he learns that living can be more torturous than death. The voice of the master resonated, audible to both Aaron and Tazizu. Other kings? Aaron scoffed. You must be referring to Joy Boy of this era. I have long wished to encounter him, which is why I spared that fool initially. Yet, it seems you plan to seek refuge by his side, correct? How intriguing. It has been over 2 years. I wonder how much he has grown. Is he now the king you envision? Aaron pondered, considering Luffy and the Master's forthcoming objectives. The Master was taken aback. It had not anticipated that someone could possess such insight into Joy Boy and see through its intentions. Nevertheless, the Master remained silent, recognizing Aaron as a perilous entity, one that could threaten Joy Boy's existence. Thus, it was imperative to devise a means to eliminate Aaron swiftly, lest Tazizu fall victim to despair. On the other hand, upon hearing the Master's voice, Tazizu displayed a cowardly demeanor before the powerful entity. Master, woe is me. Please save me. They are pursuing me, conspiring to harm me. You must devise a way to slay them all. Am I not your king? You must protect me. In response to Tazizu's pleas, the Master expressed unwavering loyalty, rest assured. Tazizu, however, if you can awaken your true power, perhaps you can instill a sense of fear in them. Awaken my true power? But I know not how. Tazizu gasped, a blend of excitement and anxiety flooding his heart. Indeed, Tazizu, if you can awaken your Plutonian power, all terrestrial beings will rally to your defense. Additionally, there lies hidden strength, your mission. Yet this mission requires you to overcome the current crisis before fulfillment can occur, the Master earnestly conveyed. Upon hearing this, Tazizu's breath quickened. He could hardly believe he possessed such formidable support and hidden potential. It appeared he was not worthless, merely yet to blossom. With this realization, contempt began to brew within him. What was Aaron to him? Once he awakened his powers, who could threaten his existence? Surely, he would easily subdue Aaron. With this thought in mind, a wicked and lascivious grin spread across Tezu's face, envisioning a future where he would rend Aaron asunder and claim all the beauties surrounding him. Heh, you truly disregard my presence. Are you conspiring before me? Upon hearing the voice of the Elephant Lord, Aaron scoffed disdainfully. Oh, Elephant Lord, it appears you are not merely the sycophant of Joy Boy, but also a mere dog of the Kazuki clan. However, do you truly underestimate me? Even if Momonosuke awakens the true power of the king of the underworld, commanding all colossal creatures on land, can he truly pose a threat to me? Or is it that his existence, once in Wano, can activate the hidden warships of the underworld to endanger me? How laughable! The might of Aaron cannot be threatened by such trivialities. In an instant, a surge of invincibility erupted within Aaron, awakening the terrifying power of Conqueror's Haki. The black lightning produced tore through the very fabric of this realm, causing the ground within several kilometers of him to crumble. The Elephant Lord, sensing the shift in Aaron's aura, was once again struck with astonishment. He felt overwhelmed, fearing that even Joy Boy could not contend with such a formidable presence. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought. Soon he would reach another individual with true royal potential nearby. Together with this second king, it was not impossible to subdue this human. As for Momonosuke, he would have to endure some suffering, perhaps through hardship. He might awaken the true power of a king, which was not without possibility. Aaron had already manipulated his cellular nerves to overhear the thoughts within the Elephant Lord's mind. Ah, since that is the case, I shall facilitate Momonosuke's awakening of true power. I am eager to witness the true strength of the so-called king of the underworld. With disdain, Aaron vanished from his location, reappearing before Momonosuke. Upon seeing Aaron's sudden appearance, Momonosuke hastily halted, his mind in turmoil, his pupils dilated in fear, unsure of how to escape. Behind him, Galette, with her crimson eyes, pursued relentlessly. Upon noticing Aaron's emergence, Galette suddenly felt a pang of realization, worrying that her hesitation to harm a childlike Momonosuke had been perceived by Aaron. If this were the cause of jeopardizing the remaining members of the mink tribe, it would be a grave miscalculation. With this thought, Galette reaffirmed her resolve, determined to prioritize the greater good. Besides, Momonosuke was already 28 years old. He had merely been shrunk by some force. Then, contemplating Momonosuke's lecherous expression, Galette felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. Thus, propelled by this impulse, she transformed into a flash of lightning, accelerating towards Momonosuke to launch her attack. A flurry of punches and kicks ensued, and Momonosuke cried out in agony as he plummeted from the sky to the ground. Galette, have you lost your mind? I am your young master. You minks are vassals of the Kazuki clan, mere dogs of our lineage for generations. How dare you betray me and the Kazuki clan? Your ancestors shall suffer in hell for this treachery. Momonosuke raged, his psyche twisted and darkened. Galette remained impassive, unaffected by his verbal assaults. After all, her only concern was the survival of the remaining tribespeople, and she could not afford to regard Momonosuke's plight. What vassals? What loyalty to the Kazuki clan? Let them go to hell. Shouldn't she slap him harder? Aaron could no longer bear it. This scoundrel Momonosuke was still so arrogant. Had it been his words, he would have long since delivered a resounding slap that would leave him toothless. Galette promptly approached and followed through, striking Momonosuke's face with great force. With each slap, she became increasingly captivated by the act, berating him in the process. You scoundrel! You provoked him, bringing our nation of Zou to the brink of destruction. Had it not been for your lewd desires towards his women, none of this would have happened. You deserve your current state. We have no sympathy for you. Momonosuke was hit so relentlessly that he had no chance to respond, only feeling excruciating pain. Why did the Elephant Lord not intervene? Where were his guards? Had they all betrayed the Kazuki family? This thought ignited a fury within Momonosuke. He felt that they all deserved to die, yet he also felt pitiful and fearful, realizing his own power was far too feeble. If only he possessed true strength, he would not be bullied to such an extent. Ah, is this a facial massage you are giving him? Aaron observed Galette's slapping, as if she had not eaten. This was unacceptable. Momonosuke merely cried out in pain, shedding tears. Was this the suffering he wished to witness? Aaron approached, causing Galette to halt in her tracks. Upon seeing Aaron advance, Momonosuke felt as though he had encountered a devil, paralyzed by fear. Please, don't come any closer. With a swift motion, Aaron delivered a resounding slap that caused Momonosuke's teeth to scatter and half of his face to shatter. In that moment, Momonosuke felt an unbearable agony, tears mingling with blood. It hurt so much. Mother, father, save me. What era have you cast me into? With a single strike, Aaron had pushed Momonosuke's struggles to their zenith. Galette, witnessing this, was taken aback, feeling a painful twinge in her own face. She feared that another slap could very well obliterate Momonosuke's head. Suddenly, in a frantic grasp, Momonosuke picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at Aaron. Although it missed, it irked Aaron immensely. What kind of pathetic object dared to attack him? With a single stomp, Aaron crushed Momonosuke's left leg and then tore off his right arm. The pain caused Momonosuke to scream loudly, quickly succumbing to unconsciousness. Upon witnessing this, Galette felt a true sense of terror emanating from Aaron. Moments ago, she had harbored animosity towards him, yet now she dared not seek revenge. When this man unleashed his wrath, he was more fearsome than a devil. Was he even human? Why not grant the other a swift end? Oomph. You are a classic bleeding heart. Aaron cast a glance at Galette. Within the realm of his cellular fruit, any living being's cellular nerves, both theirs and his, were intertwined. Thus, the thoughts within Galette's mind were seized by Aaron. Galette gasped in shock. Had he invaded her thoughts? It seemed she could no longer afford to think recklessly, lest danger befall her. Such a being was unworthy of existence. Do you know how many people wish to slay him? By acting as I do now, an innumerable amount would commend my actions. You can understand that the more I make him wish for death, the more I am protecting the populace, and thus, I will receive countless accolades. Galette, of course, could not comprehend this. Aaron did not elaborate further. Instead, he stomped down on one of Momonosuke's legs with immense force, shattering it. Momonosuke, in his unconscious state, was jolted awake by the pain. Yet the agony was so overwhelming that he soon fell unconscious once more. Aaron then stomped on his other leg, breaking it as well. Momonosuke awoke yet again, but the past was excruciatingly painful. Yet, this was merely the inception of Peach's dreadful nightmare. Aaron utilized cellular optimization, regenerating Peach's severed arms and legs. Then, in front of Galette, he urinated on Peach, awakening him from his slumber. Peach felt deeply humiliated by this act, more enraged than by the loss of his limbs. However, upon realizing that his legs and arms were perfectly intact, he couldn't help but wonder what was happening. Was it possible that he had merely been dreaming? If it were a dream, it was astonishingly vivid. Just then, Aaron once again crushed Peach's arms and legs beneath his feet. The agony tore through Peach's very being. When he woke again, he wished for death. Just kill me if you dare. Aaron paid him no heed. He employed cellular optimization once more to restore Peach's injuries, continuing his torment. This time, however, he summoned Galette. What I just demonstrated was merely a preview. Now it is your turn. Remember, for every ounce of sympathy you show him, I will slay a member of the fur tribe. The more you torment him, the more benevolent I shall be towards your kind, Aaron reminded with a calm smile. Galette's gaze faltered. This compelled her to adopt a ruthless demeanor. All right, you must torment him 1,000 times before you can cease, Aaron added. He declared that Peach must endure a fate worse than death. Chapter 148. The fury of Luffy and Law. An entire night passed. At Aaron's behest, Galette ruthlessly severed Peach's limbs 1,000 times. The next day, golden sunlight illuminated Peach's face, which was ashen and his eyes bloodshot. He perceived everything through a crimson veil, resembling a hellish landscape that rendered him utterly despondent. Prolonged torment had distorted his very essence, causing his physique to swell overnight, transforming him into a man of approximately 28 years, albeit still a balding wretch. At this moment, Galette had become numb. After inflicting 1,000 tortures upon Peach, her initial fear and reluctance had dissipated, leaving her devoid of any feeling. Enough, you may leave now. But do not act foolishly again. Aaron waved his hand, employing the powers of the cell fruit to alleviate Galot's fatigue. She emerged from her stupor, overwhelmed by the horror of the place, and swiftly departed. Aaron watched her retreat with a smirk, sensing that he had toyed with her to the point of ruin. Alas, what a transgression, he mused. Aaron's gaze shifted back to Peach, who had inexplicably grown larger overnight, aggravating his disdain. According to the original storyline, Peach might even end up marrying Kaido's son, Yamato. Absurd. After all, what merit did Peach possess? What a useless creature. After all this torment, you still cannot awaken what you call your true power? With that, Aaron stomped on Peach's face, driving him into the ground. Peach trembled, his mind twisted and darkened, consumed by thoughts of vengeance. Clenching his fists, he transformed into a massive pink dragon, hundreds of meters long, breaking free from Aaron's foot and spiraling into the sky. I will kill you. I will devour you whole. Peach roared. Aaron, unimpressed, merely pointed, instantly piercing through Peach's body. Peach fell to the ground, reverting to his human form. Such arrogance. You cannot even awaken your true power. Let me assist you further. Since you have a perverse affinity for women, how about I transform you into one? Aaron grinned with satisfaction, formulating a plan in his mind. He extended his hand, manipulating Peach's cells to alter his physique. In no time, Peach had transformed into a woman, possessing prominent features. I will send you back to Wano, where you shall work in a brothel, servicing over 100 clients daily, Aaron declared, shattering Peach's bones and rendering him utterly helpless. Peach writhed on the ground, cursing Aaron with promises of retribution. Retribution? How could I ever face it? You have a sister, don't you? Kazuki Hiyori, is it? Huh. When you return to Wano, I will make her suffer a fate worse than death, unable to escape my grasp. With his hands clasped behind his back, Aaron contemplated how to punish Kazuki Hiyori, envisioning a scenario where she would become infatuated with him due to his powers. Just then, the Elephant Lord came to a halt. Aaron unleashed his cell awakening domain, instantly enveloping an area of tens of thousands of meters. Elephant Lord, your true aim is Luffy, isn't it? Pity, he has yet to awaken. To me, he is as useless as a rock. Or do you believe he might awaken in my presence? Aaron vanished from his spot, reappearing before the Elephant Lord's forehead, gazing down at the sea. He spotted a pirate ship, the Thousand Sunny, belonging to Luffy, and another vessel helmed by Law, the wielder of the Ope, know me, quite intriguing. Who would have thought Law would join forces with Luffy? Or perhaps Luffy possesses some mysterious charm that draws countless followers to him. Aaron recalled that in the original narrative, upon entering the New World, Luffy had attracted a multitude of followers, like Bartolomeo and others. Especially after defeating Doflamingo, his crew had only grown larger. Below, Luffy and his companions gazed up in astonishment at the colossal creature that had suddenly appeared. Wow, it's enormous. What is that? It resembles an elephant. But how could an elephant be this large? Luffy was filled with curiosity, excitement, and a desire to investigate further. Frankie, let us go take a look. It must be fascinating. Luffy grinned, radiating a natural brilliance, making it difficult to discern that he had recently endured the loss of a brother. Luffy, you go ahead. I'll stay here and watch the ship, but you should definitely bring Law along, Frankie said while repairing the Thousand Sunny. I say, how could I possibly miss out on something like this? At that moment, a blonde figure emerged from inside, carrying a plate of food. Wow, Sanji, what is this? It looks delicious, Luffy exclaimed, salivating as he reached out to grab it. However, just then, Luffy's arm suddenly bent as if it had lost all strength. Huh? Luffy and the others were taken aback, unsure of what was happening as his arm seemed to have lost control. But Sanji furrowed his brow, removing the cigarette from his mouth, sensing an overwhelming pressure. As he looked up, he saw Aaron descending from above. Aaron paid no heed to their expressions. Instead, he approached and began to savor the delicacies prepared by Sanji, who held a tray. This fish is quite delightful. It reminds me of honey-glazed beef. It seems your culinary skills have improved. Sanji, Aaron remarked slowly. My culinary skills have always been exceptional. It's just a pity you won't have the opportunity to enjoy my dishes consistently, Sanji retorted with a scoff. Despite feeling pleased by Aaron's compliment, he still harbored resentment over the lessons Aaron had imparted during their time at the floating restaurant. The reason he had left the floating restaurant for the New World was entirely due to a letter he had received from his junior disciple, Carmen. She claimed that beyond the East Blue lay a culinary paradise, abundant with ingredients that would make any chef's dreams come true. After much internal conflict, Sanji had set off alone from the East Blue, fortuitously arriving at the Grand Line. A month prior, while preparing delicacies on an island, he unexpectedly attracted the attention of pirate monkey D. Luffy. Under Luffy's earnest invitation, he became a member of Luffy's crew. After all, Luffy had seriously declared his ambition to become the Pirate King and promised to take him in search of the legendary One Piece. This fabled place was said to be filled with rare and mythical ingredients, an irresistible allure for a chef like him. Thus they joined forces. You're quite confident. While your cooking skills are commendable, there are many in this world whose culinary prowess surpasses yours, Aaron mused, recalling an old man from Water 7, Grandpa Pudding, who had once prepared a fried rice dish that left Sanji in awe. This man had even taught Sanji's mentor, Zeph, the art of cooking. In due time, Aaron contemplated inviting this old man to join his organization of divine retribution. Suddenly, Luffy's furious voice erupted from behind. Aaron, you killed Ace, and I will kill you. In an instant, he lunged forward, fists ablaze with rage. Aaron remained rooted in place, a protective barrier of cells manifesting around him. Luffy's anger intensified. He enshrouded his fists with haki and unleashed a flurry of attacks, delivering over 10 punches in mere seconds. Yet, Aaron stood unyielding, even turning to face Luffy calmly. Luffy, it has indeed been a while. But what a shame, you have ultimately become a pirate. Since that is the case, allow me to pass judgment upon you today. Even if your grandfather, Garp, were here, he would not be able to save you, Aaron declared, unless you can truly harness your power, such as the abilities of the sun god Nika Fruit. Luffy, however, understood none of this, fixated solely on avenging Ace. Enough with the nonsense. I will avenge Ace and kill you, he roared. Despite his relentless assaults, he failed to breach Aaron's defenses, leaving him frustrated and unconvinced of his defeat. With a sudden leap into the air, he bit down on his fist, magnifying its size and covering it with haki before launching himself down towards Aaron. At that moment, Frankie, startled, warned, Luffy, watch the ship. I don't care. Besides, our Thousand Sunny is the sturdiest ship. It will be fine. Luffy shouted back. Aaron shook his head, dismayed at how weak Luffy had become in just 2 years. Had he truly regressed due to the absence of a few crew members and experiences? In that case, I shall train you today and extract your potential. Let me witness your awakened form, Aaron thought, feeling a surge of battle intent inspired by the Nika Fruit's awakening power. With a sinister grin, his battle spirit surged as he pointed a finger upwards. A resounding boom echoed as two energies clashed. For Aaron, this strike required little effort, as if he had merely exerted a fraction of his strength. Conversely, Luffy strained with all his might, gritting his teeth in a futile attempt to prevail. Sanji and Frankie, both astonished, felt the overwhelming power emanating from Aaron. It was evident that Luffy stood no chance against him. Meanwhile, on another pirate ship, Law and his companions were gripped by fear and hesitation. Captain, should we escape while we can? One suggested. Yes, Captain, we can no longer continue our alliance with Luffy. He has attracted the attention of this monster, another added. Law furrowed his brow, torn between leaving and recognizing Luffy's potential. Although Luffy might be a bit naive, he had never lost a battle. Perhaps even against a monster like Aaron, a miracle could occur. Moreover, he had underestimated Luffy's lineage, realizing his grandfather was Vice Admiral Garp. Determined to assist Luffy, Law seized the moment to launch a surprise attack on Aaron. Drawing his scalpel, he aimed to sever Aaron's head, yet found himself unable to penetrate. How can this be? Is his body truly this resilient? Law gasped, startled to encounter someone who could resist his abilities without using haki for defense. I almost forgot about you. Very well, let us engage together. Perhaps I can coax out your awakened abilities. If your fruit lacks awakening power, battling you would be akin to playing with ants. How utterly dull, Aaron taunted. Law had no time to evade or react, as he was engulfed by one of Aaron's attacks. In an instant, a cellular barrier enveloped him, lifting him into the air. Law attempted to perform a surgical cut, but it was futile. Even his spatial transfer failed. The barrier was Aaron's domain, beyond his control. Aaron then flicked a finger, sending Luffy, enveloped in hockey, crashing through the air like a deflated balloon. Luffy, Sanji and Frankie cried, filled with concern. Among Law's companions, several drew their firearms and aimed at Aaron. He simply cast a chilling glance in their direction, causing them to wither away in an explosive display of destruction. No, Law's mind trembled at the sight, and in a fit of rage, he furiously slashed, eventually breaking free from Aaron's cellular barrier. He activated his spatial transfer ability, relocating the remaining crew members to a safer location, but even this would not stop Aaron. Aaron's domain of awakened cells allowed him to manipulate life itself. Yet he did not hasten to eliminate them all. I have told you, to save them, you must embrace your anger so fiercely that it awakens your devil fruit powers. Only then will my judgment upon you be entertaining, Aaron spoke slowly. As he finished his words, a pirate crawling on the leg of the Elephant Lord exploded on the spot. Damn it. Even if I don't awaken my powers today, I will charge at you again. Luo was thoroughly enraged, his eyes flickering with crimson light, hands gripping his scalpel, which was suddenly suffused with gamma rays. Your technique is commendable, but alas, you are simply too weak. Should you awaken the powers of your surgical fruit and then employ this technique, perhaps it might slightly affect some of my cells. Aaron teleported before Luo, pointing a finger, causing Luo to startle at the astonishing speed, unable to perceive it even with his observation haki. It seems that only an awakened observation haki with the ability to foresee the future could allow for any preemption. Luo instinctively reacted, wielding his curse blade, Onigiri. In defense, a powerful clash ensued, instantly piercing a hole through Onigiri. The impact rendered the blade scalding hot, yet Luo could not release his grip, tightening it instead, resulting in a foul odor of burning. At that moment, Frankie below, commanding the Thousand Sunny, launched a compressed energy cannon attack against Aaron. This strike posed no threat to Aaron, as the current energy of the Thousand Sunny was merely a trivial matter. Perhaps only when it utilized oil as a power source could it warrant some respect. Mere pirates. How predictable. You fight dishonorably, resorting to ambushes from behind, Aaron scoffed, spinning around instantaneously, unleashing a punch that resonated with cellular vibration, creating waves that disturbed the surrounding air. The ensuing collision with the energy cannon released by the Thousand Sunny nearly submerged the ship beneath the waves. However, Sanji and Frankie on board were both left spitting blood, completely overwhelmed by the immense force. Damn it, so powerful. We are no match. Frankie gritted his blood-stained teeth, filled with a sense of unwillingness, his heart stirring with a desire to upgrade the Thousand Sunny into a battleship of the underworld. Perhaps the cannon just now could have severely injured the enemy. Tweety. The Thousand Sunny is remarkably sturdy. It appears your craftsmanship is not as simple as it seems. Let me guess. This ship can be upgraded to become one of the ancient weapons, the underworld battleship? Aaron smiled nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Frankie's pupils constricted, incredulity washing over him. How could the enemy see through his secret? No one should be able to discern such a thing aside from himself, as he alone designed and modified the ship to transform it into the incredible underworld battleship. Momentarily, Frankie suspected that Aaron might be attempting to deceive him. I do not know what you're talking about, Frankie retorted coolly. What is there to hide? You are within my intangible domain. I'm aware of all your thoughts. Aaron chuckled. What? Are you still pretending to be foolish? Frankie was taken aback, disbelief etched on his face. So, what do you intend? Even if you know I can upgrade this ship into an underworld battleship, I will not grant you such power, Frankie declared with resolute determination. TSK. How amusing. Your seriousness is quite laughable. To you, the underworld battleship may seem terrifying, but to me, what is it worth? Its destructive power may obliterate an island with a single shot, but can it obliterate me? Aaron's arrogance astonished all present. How strong, how invincible must one be to possess such unshakable confidence? Meanwhile, Luffy was propelled into the sky, feeling deflated. The voice of the Elephant Lord resonated, urging him. Stahlhat Kid, Avaken quickly. You must master new powers, or you will stand no chance against the foe, Aaron. Who? Who is speaking to me? Luffy jolted awake, the voice echoing in his mind like a morning bell. Is it you? His gaze is settled on the enormous form of the Elephant Lord, and the higher he ascended, the more he perceived its grandeur. Indeed, it is I. You are the fated one I have awaited. If you succeed, I will witness certain powers within you that evoke nostalgia. The Elephant Lord was unperturbed by Aaron overhearing. To it, Aaron was evidently aware of everything, so there was no need for subtlety. It directly conveyed the message to Luffy. Am I the fated one? Luffy exclaimed, suddenly elated. Do you know that I am destined to become the Pirate King? But you mentioned I might possess powers that you long for. What could they be? Although I have grown stronger, my abilities are merely those of rubber. Despite Luffy's carefree demeanor, he could still engage in analysis at critical moments, displaying an extraordinary fighting talent. In the original tale, he often resurrected with full vigor, performing sit-ups that indicated a deeper understanding of power in a short span. The Elephant Lord inhaled Luffy into its nostrils. Luffy could not resist this overwhelming force, yet felt no fear, merely expressing curiosity. Hey, why are you sucking me in? I still need to fight. My companions are waiting for me below. Once Luffy was drawn deep into the Elephant Lord's nostrils, the suction ceased. Do not worry. I will not harm you. I simply wish to show you something, which will hasten your understanding. See something? Luffy queried in confusion, as he felt engulfed in darkness, unable to see anything, but sensed he had entered the belly of the Elephant Lord. Suddenly, a silver screen materialized before him. Huh? What is this? Luffy marveled in astonishment. The Elephant Lord remained silent, for this was a manifestation of visions projected through its mental power. These images depicted events from 800 years past, illustrating how Joy Boy had developed the sun god Nika fruit, which is now known as the rubber fruit. To the Elephant Lord, the sun fruit was all too familiar. Even hidden from the world, it could not escape its perception. It had even selected Shanks years ago, revealing a secret about the whereabouts of the sun god Nika fruit. Thus, Shanks snatched the so-called rubber fruit from CP0, intending to deliver it to Roger's son, Ace. Yet, unexpectedly, it was ultimately consumed by Luffy, or rather, the fruit had chosen Luffy. At that moment, as the Elephant Lord utilized its formidable mental prowess to continually craft vivid images for Luffy, he found himself enraptured, his blood seemingly boiling with exhilaration. The figure within those images appeared incredibly handsome, reminiscent of himself, and exuded an overwhelming strength. Moreover, the abilities displayed bore a striking resemblance to his own fruit powers. As he delved deeper into the visions, Luffy felt as though his body was enveloped in smoke. Yet, this smoke signified a fortification of his own fruit abilities, augmenting his strength beyond what he had previously known. Time became irrelevant as Luffy's lips curled into a sinister grin, brimming with self-assurance as he murmured to himself. Thus it is revealed, the so-called gum-gum fruit is merely a misnomer. The true name of the fruit I have consumed is the sun god Nika fruit. Upon awakening, it grants boundless power, infinite transformations, and unending joy. Luffy remained still for several minutes. Yet suddenly, the smoke enveloping him began to exhibit signs of transforming into white vapor, and his entire presence shifted dramatically. However, upon sensing this change, the Elephant Lord's once bright eyes dimmed, pondering within. It has failed. Why has this occurred? Is it not yet the right time? Or is it that he cannot truly awaken the latent power sealed within this fruit? Meanwhile, outside, Arlong sensed the transformation of Luffy through the Elephant Lord's nose. Turning around, in surprise, he could feel Luffy's strength has significantly increased, at least 5 or 6 times greater than before. Is this a fragment of Nika's power? Alas, the true power remains unawakened. Arlong chuckled softly, addressing the Elephant Lord. I did not anticipate you possess such abilities. However, Your method of awakening that fruit's power is misguided. Of course, I can assist you in unlocking it. In the original narrative, Luffy awakened the sun god Nika Fruit by performing sit-ups while teetering on the brink of death, revealing the willpower concealed within the fruit. Now, Arlong was eager to discern whether Luffy, in his awakened state, was truly himself or merely the manifestation of Joy Boy's spirit. Luffy heard Arlong's voice and transformed into a streak of white luminescence, darting forth with blinding speed. Arlong, today shall be either your demise or mine. I must avenge Ace. Luffy's gaze was fierce, white smoke billowing from him, resembling some ethereal substance, albeit subtly. Is this all you've got? Just a mere flicker of the sun god Nika's power. And you dare to act arrogant? As a pirate, if you are not stronger than I, you will face my judgment. Allow me to demonstrate the chasm that lies between us. Arlong clenched his fists, compressing energy from every cell in his body towards his feet. The terrifying energy around him warped the very space itself. Yet, Arlong remained unmoved. As he gradually shifted his feet, the void erupted into black holes, and the energy waves he emitted spread terrifyingly, creating a cacophony of thunder as they clashed with the fabric of space. The white smoke emanating from Luffy allowed him to hover momentarily in midair. However, against the force of Arlong's advancing steps, Luffy struggled to maintain his footing, relentlessly pushed back by the energy waves. Ultimately, it was the Elephant Lord who aided Luffy, stabilizing his form. Indeed, Elephant Lord, perhaps you should join forces with Luffy. Only then will I find this encounter truly engaging. Arlong's expression was one of amusement, utterly dismissive of both the Elephant Lord and Luffy. The Elephant Lord's eyes glowed crimson, illuminating his once dark pupils, revealing his formidable fighting spirit. Flapping his massive ears, he conjured two storms that merged into one, surging towards Arlong. Yet, Arlong advanced step by step, the energy waves from his feet dispersing the storms with ease. The Elephant Lord bellowed in fury, the sound echoing deafeningly, causing Law and Frankie below to feel their eardrums burst. However, the primary sound waves targeted Arlong. He activated a tremor within his cells, releasing shock waves to intercept. Midway, a vast area erupted into a series of explosions. The Elephant Lord swung his colossal trunk towards Arlong, the immense gravitational potential causing the void to shudder. Yet, Arlong remained unfazed, mobilizing billions of cells to rebound against the spatial distortion. With a resounding hum, the trunk, akin to a descending mountain, was effortlessly deflected by Arlong. Although this strike did not send the Elephant Lord flying, his massive form staggered a few steps before regaining balance, indicating Arlong's ability to disrupt the very essence of the Elephant Lord's enormity. At that moment, Luffy, positioned near the Elephant Lord, vanished. Arlong looked up to see an enormous fist, reminiscent of an island, descending upon him. Is this all? A mere individual lacking the mastery of conqueror's haki? I need not exert my own strength to subdue you. Arlong unleashed the electric power stored within his cells. Over the past 2 years, aside from using Enel as a power source, he had discovered a stormy realm and absorbed its tempestuous energy into his cells. At this moment, the lightning radiating from Arlong intensified, transforming the area within 1,000 meters into a tempestuous domain. From this realm of fury, a colossal thunder god manifested, and under Arlong's formidable control, it struck towards Luffy's descending fist. The sky polarized in a stark contrast, black and white flickering, enveloped in an eerie silence akin to a stellar explosion. Despite Luffy activating his armament haki, he could not withstand Arlong's thunderous blow. His fist rapidly disintegrated, vanishing into ash, while Luffy was engulfed in the explosive energy, falling unconscious, his body ravaged by violet lightning as he plummeted from the sky. Arlong, his hands clasped behind his back, remained unfazed, everything unfolding as he anticipated. He teleported closer to the Elephant Lord, gazing down upon him. Observe closely. If all goes as expected, he shall enter awakening soon. However, you have attacked me numerous times, so I must leave you with a parting gift. Allow me to mark you. Compressing his cells, Arlong radiated high-temperature lightning and darkness. his palms harder than steel. He struck downwards from a distance. The Elephant Lord, employing his armament hockey, enveloped the target area in defense. Nevertheless, Arlong's strike shattered the Elephant Lord's defenses, leaving a colossal handprint several meters deep upon his forehead. The Elephant Lord let out a pained cry, momentarily dazed. Below, Luffy was transported onto the ship by Law's abilities. Upon seeing Luffy's arm, now reduced to charred remnants, he was at a loss for how to proceed. Law contemplated waiting for Luffy to awaken. If he wished, he could provide him with a new arm for battle. Just then, a naval warship gradually emerged into the sight of the onlookers. The figure aboard was none other than Vice Admiral Carp, who was pursuing Luffy. Accompanying him were a cadre of Navy soldiers, including KB and others. "Is that Vice Admiral Carp?" the remaining crew members aboard the ship exclaimed, instinctively fearful at the sight of the pirate. They felt unfortunate to encounter a member of the 10 Punishments organization, and now Carp from the Navy headquarters. It seemed that escaping was nearly impossible. However, there was a recollection that Luffy's grandfather was Carp. Surely he would not allow his grandson to be mistreated. Frankie immediately shouted, "Vice Admiral Carp, your grandson is in peril. Aaron from the 10 Punishments organization intends to kill Luffy." Upon hearing this, Carp's gaze turned furiously towards Aaron hovering above. Aaron smirked, relishing the moment. "What perfect timing, Vice Admiral Carp. Would you like to witness your grandson awaken the powers of the sun god, Nika Fruit?" Chapter 150. The awakening ability of the Empress is extremely dangerous. Aaron, you really have too much time on your hands. With so many women around you, why must you come out to meddle with my grandson? Since resigning from his position as Vice Admiral, Carp had been tirelessly searching for Luffy in the New World. This time, leveraging his connections with the world government and Steelbone Kong, he swiftly pinpointed Luffy's location and pursued him along this route. To his dismay, he spotted Aaron, that scoundrel, bullying his grandson from a distance. Having lost one grandson already, Carp felt that losing this one would be unforgivable. "Hey, Mr. Carp, you shouldn't speak carelessly. I am not bullying your grandson. I am merely judging him. However, if Luffy insists on being a pirate, he is disregarding the 10 Punishments organization, which is tantamount to disrespecting me. He has chosen to oppose me, so I must respond without courtesy. As for opportunities, I believe you are aware that I have given Luffy several chances to reform, but it seems I'm only being slapped in the face." Aaron crossed his arms and floated slightly above Carp, speaking slowly. Carp maintained a stoic expression. Although Aaron had indeed given Luffy chances during his time in the Navy, it felt somewhat contrived. Why was he so targeted towards his grandsons among the multitude of pirates? Young Aaron, do not be overly self-assured. Your 10 Punishments organization is not recognized by the world. As long as the world government exists, it is they who dictate the order of the world. Therefore, I advise you not to act recklessly. I knew it. What so-called hero of the Navy are you? You are merely shielding your family. But it makes sense. After all, Luffy is your grandson, who would stand idly by while their grandson is judged. Yet, my will, which is justice itself, must prevail. Of course, Mr. Carp, you are free to execute your own form of justice, but the condition is that you must defeat me. Upon hearing this, Carp's lips twitched. You remain as arrogant as ever. Today, I shall have a proper match with you. I refuse to believe you have reached an invincible level. Carp, though lacking the ferocity of his younger days, still exuded an aura of experience. He leaped from a warship, clenched his fist, and dark red lightning enveloped it as he hurled a punch towards Aaron. Haki is something I possess as well, though I generally refrain from using it. Of course, one reason is that you have yet to compel me to unleash this power. However, Mr. Carp, I respect you as a master of martial arts and Haki, having battled you a few times. Therefore, this time, I intend to take you seriously. As Aaron spoke, dark lightning flickered around him, rampaging across the vast space. Carp furrowed his brow. As a seasoned fighter, he sensed the formidable power of Aaron's conqueror's Haki, rivaling that of Rock's. Yet, undaunted, he launched his fist forward. Aaron, however, did not strike with the same swiftness. His seemingly casual punch unleashed tremendous explosive force. The resulting explosion tore through the sky. Karp felt an overwhelming sense of dread as he experienced Aaron's punch, filled with confusion. This punch appeared casual, yet the eruptive force was horrifyingly immense. This was not merely a clash of fists. It was akin to an insurmountable mountain, impossibly heavy and immovable. For the first time, even Karp, the Iron Fist, felt pain in his fist and tingling in his arm. Ultimately, within 5 seconds, he was forced back by Aaron's sustained explosive power, landing once more on the warship. Karp struggled to regain his footing, retreating several steps before stabilizing himself. KB attempted to support Vice Admiral Karp, but upon contact, was also pushed back several steps. In that moment, KB was filled with astonishment. Was this truly the former Navy Colonel Aaron? He seemed extraordinarily powerful, easily overpowering Vice Admiral Karp, evidently at a disadvantage. Such a person chose to betray the Navy headquarters. It was indeed a misfortune for the Navy and a folly on the part of the adversary. The Navy headquarters had stood for centuries, upholding justice in the world. How could a newly established 10 punishments organization possess greater influence? Ha ha ha, Mr. Karp, you have grown old. Yet even in your youth, you could never have been my match. After all, my martial skills, my physique, and my understanding of martial arts transcend the limits you could ever reach. Still, your ability to endure a few seconds of my presence is commendable. In a world where hockey reigns supreme, you are indeed a top-tier fighter. It is just unfortunate that you have encountered me, and thus your fate is sealed. Aaron chuckled lightly, a hint of mockery in his tone, yet it was a reflection of confidence grounded in reality. At that moment, KB spoke up. Senior Aaron, if you are so powerful, why choose to betray the Navy headquarters? Even oppose it? Your actions will disrupt the existing order of the world and plunge it into chaos. After all, if you deplete the Navy headquarters strength, many villains will no longer be restrained, leading to countless people suffering persecution. KB spoke earnestly. Aaron shook his head. How can a weakling like you comprehend my motives? Furthermore, how much do you truly understand about my 10 punishments organization and my personal strength? KB was taken aback. He had not anticipated Aaron would utter such words. It seemed somewhat absurd and ignorant. After all, personal power cannot concern itself with those who are restless. As for the 10 punishments organization, he had heard that some notorious pirates had joined. But those were pirates, their nature unchangeable. How could they ever remain compliant? Moreover, those legendary pirates were elderly. How many years could they possibly have left? I recognize your strength, yet opposing the Navy is inherently wrong. I hope Mr. Aaron can reconsider. KB spoke, a hint of weakness in his voice. Before Aaron, he felt a profound sense of insignificance and believed himself unworthy to utter such words to Aaron. Mr. Karp, is this your new disciple? He remarked, finding the young man rather naive and adorably foolish. However, a simpleton like him was bound to be of no use. It would be better if I were to eliminate him now, sparing us future annoyance. Suddenly, Aaron's gaze turned icy. Though he spoke thus in his heart, he thought of KB, who was rather arrogant. In the original story, he had dared to venture to the island of Nine Snake to apprehend the Empress, which greatly displeased Aaron. Aaron, how dare you? Do you think our battle has come to an end? That last move was merely a test. The true battle begins now. Karp roared in fury, veins bulging on his forehead. Is that so? Then let us see if you possess the skill to stop me. Moreover, I must demonstrate my true power to your disciple. Upon concluding his words, Aaron's aura shifted dramatically as he unleashed his cell domain. With a clap of his hands, the ocean below transformed into countless droplets of water, which began to coalesce above. They continuously formed a colossal dragon, stretching thousands of meters in length, vivid and imposing, resembling a genuine divine dragon. It spiraled in the sky, obscuring the entire firmament. Below, Karp and KB felt an unprecedented pressure. Aaron stood atop the dragon's head. Can you withstand this strike? With a wave of his hand, the immense dragon descended, hurtling towards the warship below. At that moment, even if Luo wished to assist, he was utterly powerless against such vastness. If a creature of this magnitude surpassed his capacity to handle, it was beyond his means. Meanwhile, the Elephant Lord attempted to intervene in Aaron's battle, charging toward the dragon. Witnessing this, Aaron was thoroughly enraged. His gaze narrowed, filled with murderous intent. Impudent. Do you believe that a mere beast like you can truly threaten me? As his voice resonated, the terrifying power of his conqueror's haki pierced through the heavens and the earth, manifesting as a colossal energy beam that pressed down upon the Elephant Lord. In an instant, the Elephant Lord felt as if the entire sky had collapsed upon him, causing its body to sink several meters into the ground, rendering it immobile. On the other side, Karp unleashed a punch that split the galaxy, wrapped in the aura of Conqueror's haki and coated in armament haki, delivering a double haki-infused blow. The force of his punch was immensely formidable. However, the vast water dragon, under Aaron's control as a manifestation of his cell fruit ability, commanded the water molecules with ease. Resisting the impact unlike ordinary water, it persistently pressed forward. Karp threw a flurry of punches, ultimately landing 49 strikes before barely dislodging a few of the dragon's watery fangs. "Teacher Karp, let me help you," KB exclaimed, eager to assist, but was halted by Karp. "KB, you all must flee. This is beyond your capability. You are still young and have yet to grow. You must not perish here. That scoundrel Aaron has already set his sights on you, and I will do everything in my power to protect you." Just then, a flying ship appeared, with the Empress and others observing from above. "Phew, we finally caught up." However, the Elephant Lord is quite swift, Bartolomeo sighed in relief. Zoro could not help but retort, "How can you say that? If you hadn't navigated into a storm, we would have caught up to the Elephant Lord much sooner." Bartolomeo felt embarrassed and apologized. "My apologies, I am not a professional. Next time, I will certainly learn some sailing skills from Miss Nami." After saying this, he quickly changed the subject. "Your Majesty, it seems our leader Aaron has surrounded them, but some are attempting to escape. Should we intervene to stop them?" The Empress assessed the current situation. Indeed, Aaron was single-handedly surrounding these individuals while simultaneously suppressing the Elephant Lord and controlling the massive water dragon. It seemed he could not divide his attention any further. With this thought, the Empress felt compelled to alleviate some of Aaron's burdens and promptly instructed, "We shall pursue the fleeing group. I intend to capture them all." Since awakening her devil fruit abilities, the Empress had become immensely powerful and dangerously formidable. As long as her opponents were not top-tier strong, her ability would petrify them the moment they made eye contact. Additionally, the Empress possessed the domain power of the sweet fruit, allowing her to assimilate the surrounding air into her sweet power. Anyone within this range, regardless of their feelings toward her, would be petrified if they could not resist. In essence, the Empress's abilities were terrifying. Soon, she obstructed KB and the others' path. They had arrived on 2 ships, 1 warship and 1 military vessel. Now, they were attempting to escape on the military vessel, with KB wanting to return to the Navy headquarters for reinforcements. The Empress had no intention of using her beauty to ensnare anyone. She recalled Aaron's admonition not to use her allure to tempt others. Thus, in this moment, she unleashed her awakening abilities. In an observable manner, pink mist enveloped a certain range, signifying the air had been transformed into her sweet power. Bartolomeo and Zoro instinctively took a few steps back, maintaining a greater distance from the Empress. They were well aware of the terrifying implications of this move, as a moment's carelessness could lead to petrification. Meanwhile, on KB's military vessel, some soldiers loyal to Karp were stunned. "What is this? Could it be some kind of poison gas?" The person who obstructed us earlier seemed to be the Empress, a member of the Heavenly Punishment Organization. Panic set in as they realized they might not be able to escape. The Empress's power was that of the sweet fruit. Not only men, but even women would be ensnared by her capabilities. KB furrowed his brow. Though somewhat flustered, he knew he had to remain calm. "Everyone, steady yourselves and do not succumb to capture. Moreover, do not inhale this red mist. Hold your breath, and we will break through the encirclement." Upon hearing this, the people aboard the military vessel held their breaths and steadied their minds. However, in the next moment, wherever the red mist spread, their ships turned to stone. This scene left everyone wide-eyed and their minds reeling. Clearly, holding their breath was ineffective. The Empress's sweet power had unexpectedly grown to such a degree that she no longer needed to rely on her beauty to ensnare. The red mist could petrify anything it touched. Many retreated in fear, but facing the rapid spread of the mist, they were at a loss for what to do. Some chose to leap into the sea, while others wielded haki to strike at the red mist. Though this had some effect, it was evidently insufficient to contend with this petrifying ability. Consequently, not only did their weapons turn to stone, but they themselves were also swiftly petrified. KB exhibited a slightly greater prowess. Surrounded by the crimson mist, the petrifying effect was not as swift, yet he remained in a constant state of gradual petrification. For a moment, KB felt a surge of panic, frantically contemplating, what should I do? In the face of such an assault, it seemed that only the formidable power of the Conqueror's haki could provide a resolution. However, he had yet to awaken such power within himself. Chapter 151. The Alliance of Shanks and Mihawk. As he pondered, KB was swiftly petrified, and soon, the entire warship and all aboard were similarly afflicted. It is essential to note that prior to awakening her devil fruit abilities, even the likes of Major Mongoose had to resort to self-harm to maintain lucidity when faced with the alluring temptations of the Empress. Furthermore, not only had the Empress awakened the abilities of her sweet fruit, but she had also gained insights into potential development through her interactions with Eren. Whether in martial arts, haki, or the application of her devil fruit powers, she had become significantly more formidable. Lady Empress, you are truly remarkable. With a mere flick of your hand, you can petrify individuals from such a distance, and it is utterly flawless, remarked Bartolomeo with great admiration. His reverence stemmed primarily from the fact that the Empress was Eren's partner. Thus his admiration for her was a reflection of his respect for Eren. Otherwise, had she been another woman, his pride would have rendered him dismissive. Why not confine them all together for judgment? The Empress cast a glance at Bartolomeo. Indeed, I shall do so at once. Although Bartolomeo had not yet awakened his devil fruit powers, he had been associated with Eren for 2 years. His physical potential had been developed, and Eren had imparted much wisdom regarding the fruit's capabilities. With his hands crossed, Bartolomeo summoned the Void Ladder, constructing it step by step onto the warship. He and Zoro descended onto the ship, methodically transporting the petrified individuals back to their flying vessel. However, as they attempted to remove the petrified KB, they were taken aback when the layers of petrification began to crack, unleashing a surge of dark red lightning. What is this? Bartolomeo furrowed his brow. With an armament haki, or Conqueror's haki, generally, the powerful forces of armament haki and Conqueror's haki would manifest as lightning when tearing apart. Suddenly, the petrification enveloping KB exploded, and he emerged unscathed, pulsating with lightning that radiated in all directions. You are members of the Heavenly Punishment Organization, are you not? I shall not forgive you, KB declared. Having awakened the power of Conqueror's haki amidst his dire circumstances, driven by the immense pressure he placed upon himself. However, in his newfound strength, he momentarily underestimated Bartolomeo and Zoro. Are you not asking a question you already know the answer to? Do you not see the coats we wear? They bear the words Heavenly Punishment. Bartolomeo responded, somewhat surprised that KB had mastered Conqueror's haki, yet he dismissed it entirely. Zoro, on the other hand, was even less concerned. As a man determined to surpass Eren in swordsmanship, how could he regard a mere user of Conqueror's haki with any significance? To him, those lacking swordsmanship were worthless. KB cast a cold, piercing gaze at Bartolomeo, clenching his fists. He found these individuals utterly arrogant, presumptuous, and self-righteous. How could such people represent the world's justice? Clearly, it was the likes of Karp and many of the high-ranking officers at headquarters who embodied true justice, making the Navy the cornerstone of maintaining order in the world. I shall eradicate your Heavenly Punishment Organization from this world. Now, I will apprehend you, KB proclaimed, his resolve unwavering, feeling the power of Conqueror's haki surging within him. Waves of dark red lightning surged toward Zoro and Bartolomeo, yet the pair effortlessly intercepted the onslaught. Zoro, shall I deal with this foolish imbecile, or will you? Bartolomeo laughed heartily, revealing his sharp teeth like a mischievous demon. You go ahead. I typically do not engage with those who lack swordsmanship. Zoro replied with an air of indifference, displaying no interest in opponents who did not wield a sword. The overwhelming strength of Aaron's swordsmanship had profoundly influenced him, leading to an obsession with sword techniques that he believed were the only means for his advancement. Very well, I shall take care of this. After all, such a fool requires no assistance from you. Bartolomeo held great admiration for Zorro, recognizing the true strength of his swordsmanship. Having trained together previously, he found Zorro's ability to create barriers with his swordsmanship to be remarkable. In the next moment, Bartolomeo conjured a four-sided barrier, trapping KB within. KB's eyes crackled with electric energy as he tightened his fists, haki coiling around him, and he struck the barrier with a powerful punch. Yet, this once confident blow merely left a small crack on the surface. Not bad. You nearly breached my barrier, but this is only the first layer. I can reinforce it up to 10 layers, Bartolomeo boasted, his strength amplified tenfold thanks to Aaron's potential development. And what of it? I will use these fists to obliterate everything in my path, KB declared with unwavering confidence, for he had trained with Carp, using the warship as a mere punching bag. His mentor, Carp, had recognized the potential in his strikes, claiming they bore the essence of his youth. Thus, their battle commenced, each feeling evenly matched, and the contest would soon hinge upon endurance. Meanwhile, aboard the flying vessel, the Empress cast an impatient glance at Bartolomeo, pondering why she should bother with such an inconsequential character. Would it not be more efficient to join forces with Zorro and swiftly overpower their opponent? Yet, she chose to disregard that conflict and focused instead on the battle involving Aaron. Beside her, Princess White Star observed anxiously as Aaron faced multiple adversaries, worried that the colossal figure of the Elephant Lord might overpower him. Sister, should we not assist, Lord Husband? That creature is enormous. Do not fret. Our husband is exceedingly strong. You have witnessed it yourself, have you not? The Empress replied with a gentle smile, showing tolerance towards White Star, who always addressed her sweetly as sister. All right, but if Lord Husband is being bullied, I will summon the nearby Sea Kings to assist him, White Star declared indignantly, disapproving of the notion of a giant attacking a mere human. The Empress found White Star's naivety amusing. After all, how could Aaron ever be bullied? In the current situation, despite Aaron appearing solitary against the throng, he has effectively encircled them all. Not only the Elephant Lord, but also Luo and Carp find themselves under Aaron's formidable threat. The opposition is merely struggling to resist. At this moment, Bai Xing suddenly felt a surge of anxiety, high above the waves. What if her lord were to fall into the sea? Although he could float, what if he were to lose his strength? Consequently, she promptly summoned the power of the Sea Kings, inviting all sea creatures within a radius of 100,000 meters. In no time, the ocean was teeming with Sea Kings, including several colossal beings measuring 7 to 8,000 meters in length, truly a sight to behold. Meanwhile, on the Thousand Sunny, Frankie and the others prepared to set sail and escape with the unconscious Luffy. However, their path was obstructed by the Sea Kings. What should we do now? Your ship can fly, can't it? Can it fly now? Sanji, with a cigarette dangling from his lips and his brows furrowed, spoke with urgency. Of course it can, but if the Sea Kings attack us, it may not matter. The wind cannon can propel us into the air, but our altitude is limited, and several of these Sea Kings are enormous, towering at 7 to 8,000 meters. There is no point in fearing the inevitable. We must fight. Reinforcements are arriving for them, and we must preserve our lives for another day. Sanji declared solemnly. All right, let us fight. If we manage to escape this time, I will undoubtedly upgrade the Thousand Sunny and even find a way to replace its power source. After witnessing the enemy's strength, Frankie contemplated transforming the Thousand Sunny into a formidable weapon, akin to the Hades battleship. He immediately initiated a cola consumption, as 3 barrels of cola would allow the ship to soar a kilometer into the air swiftly. The Empress suddenly noticed the escape attempt of the Thousand Sunny and promptly instructed Bai Xing, Dear sister, command your Sea Kings to stop that ship. They must not escape. They are still awaiting judgment from my lord. Yes, understood, sister. Watch me. Bai Xing swiftly issued a command, and immediately, numerous Sea Kings surged forth in pursuit. One of the Sea Kings, measuring over 7,000 meters, curled its whiskers and ensnared the Thousand Sunny. Just then, a terrifying sword aura sliced through the sea, cleaving a massive opening and severing the Sea King's whiskers. At that moment, countless Sea Kings turned in unison towards the source of the sword aura, revealing a group of formidable warriors. Their arrival darkened the sky behind them, clearly exuding an overwhelming presence. The Empress and her companions also took note of the newcomers. These fellows do not come with good intentions. It seems they are well prepared this time. The Empress scoffed and immediately directed Zoro to steer the ship towards them. Zoro's fighting spirit surged as he recognized among the fleet the presence of Dracula Mihawk. Indeed, a considerable number of powerful figures have arrived, most of whom are associated with Shanks, who leads the group. Then there was Mihawk, Whitebeard too, and a massive pirate ship which bore two giants of the giant race. Eren observed the newcomers with keen interest. Your intelligence is indeed impressive. You have gathered once more to confront me? Eren gazed down at Shanks from afar, suspecting that it was not Morgans who leaked the information. After all, that bird possesses enough sense not to offend him. Ultimately, he deduced that it must be the world government. Most likely Shanks had received information from the Five Elders. Eren, today marks your demise. Otherwise, you will plunge this world into chaos. Shanks glared at Eren, particularly incensed that Eren had dared to act against Luffy, the individual he had chosen. This interference jeopardized years of his planning, and he could no longer tolerate it. No matter what, he intended to devise a way to encircle and eliminate Eren, akin to the encirclement of rocks during the God Valley incident. Haha, you truly are furious. Allow me to guess. Did you panic upon witnessing my actions against Luffy? Understandably, you have been scheming for over a decade, and if Luffy were to perish, your efforts would be in vain. However, I must say that your timing is rather unfortunate. Luffy is on the brink of awakening his devil fruit powers, becoming the embodiment of the sun god Nika. Shanks, upon hearing this, was understandably astonished. He had not anticipated that Eren would be privy to such information. Only a select few were aware of this, including one who was not human, the Elephant Lord. I'm unaware of what you were speaking. Or perhaps you were just babbling, waiting for your heavenly punishment organization to rescue you? Shanks feigned ignorance, displaying an exaggerated sense of innocence, unwilling to admit his ambitions. Eren chose to disregard Shanks and instead focused on Mihawk. So, have you come to assist him in my assassination? In response to Eren's inquiry, Mihawk merely stated with an air of authority, we will inevitably clash. Today is simply the right occasion. Eren understood, well, that Mihawk and Shanks shared an intimate camaraderie. As for Whitebeard too, he was clearly a fool, seeking fame through combat, rather than fighting for his father, Whitebeard. Upon noticing Eren's gaze, Whitebeard too glared angrily at him. Eren, you killed Whitebeard. I, Whitebeard too, shall take your life today. An old woman perched upon his shoulder chastised him for his foolishness. Haha, old woman, your actions are truly wasteful. I am not one of those emperors. My son is no weakling. Moreover, with so many strong allies. Do you genuinely believe you are invincible enough to defeat us all combined? The old woman was the true form of the clone Stussy, regrettably too aged to exhibit the beauty of her youth. Haha, regrettably. Even so, your foolish son will have no opportunity to combat me, as Zephyr will seek retribution against you. Begone. With a thunderous shout, Eren's gaze swept across them, and countless cells surrounding them began to expand rapidly. Boom! En extraordinaire explosion ensuite. Whitebeard too, still in a daze, was engulfed in the blast. At that moment, Shanks and Mihawk exchanged glances, seemingly having reached a silent agreement. In the next instant, both made their move. Shanks unleashed his god avoidance technique, while Mihawk executed an even more potent slash. This time enveloped not merely in ordinary armament hockey, but in the formidable Conqueror's hockey, causing the black blade to resonate with power, clearly showcasing its true potential. As the two forces were unleashed, the sky darkened, illuminating only with the brilliance of their swordsmanship, exuding an air of dominance that suggested their attacks could forcibly control the battlefield. Chapter 152, The Power of Time, Shanks' Hidden Strength. Two formidable sword auras. each imbued with earth-shattering conqueror's haki, surged forth, striking at Aaron with thousands of lightning-like sword energies. Aaron stood firm, stepping into the void, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Ah, I knew it. You, Ingyin Mihak, could hardly lack the conqueror's haki. Yet, alas, even if you both joined forces, you would still be no match for me." With a single step, Aaron advanced, causing the void to tremble as a powerful wave of energy seemed to manipulate the very essence of this world. This force emanated from Aaron's conqueror's haki. True conqueror's haki is the embodiment of an unparalleled will, not merely infused within oneself, but harmoniously intertwined with the surrounding realm, marking the true essence of its usage. However, even Aaron, with his prodigious talent, had only begun to glimpse this power and could not yet fully integrate the essence of conqueror's haki into the world. Nevertheless, with his immense potential, should he succeed in complete integration, he would undoubtedly become the absolute ruler of this domain, akin to a manifestation of the heavenly path. The terrifying energy fluctuations directly met the formidable sword energies unleashed by Shanks and Ingyin Mihak, as well as their conqueror's haki, in a fierce confrontation. What kind of force is this? On the ship behind Shanks, his companions were utterly astonished, struggling to comprehend the source of Aaron's might. Just a single step into the void was enough to withstand the combined force of their captain and Ingyin Mihak's attacks. Is this even human? How can one be so discouraging? This does not bode well. Aaron is truly a genius. I feel as if he has become one with this realm, as if the very world is aiding him. Beckman, biting his cigar, had entirely forgotten to take a puff in the face of such overwhelming power. What does this mean? Jesus Burgess and the others inquired. To put it plainly, the captain and Ingyin Mihak are now not merely contending with Aaron, but rather with the very force of the world itself. What? The force of the world? Jesus Burgess and the others were left bewildered, their minds swirling in confusion. I cannot explain it further. If I understood that power, I would have become much stronger by now, Beckman slowly replied, his gaze filled with turmoil, pondering whether he should intervene to assist the captain and the others. However, if he intervened, would it inadvertently hinder the captain and Ingyin's efforts? Just then, on another pirate ship of giants, two titans roared, declaring that such a battle could not be without their involvement. The two giants unleashed a combined technique, their weapons crashing together, releasing a terrifying wave of energy. The power of the kingdom. This force drove countless sea kings beneath the waves, instinctively fearing to surface. Additionally, the pervasive conqueror's haki in this realm exerted significant mental pressure on them. You two behemoths, how dare you leave Elbaf to challenge me? Do you truly believe you can shake my power? Aaron's gaze was icy as he clapped his hands together, concentrating his will, releasing the energy within his cells in a frenzied manner. In mere moments, 1,000-armed Guanyin manifested behind him. This Guanyin was not golden, but blood-red, resembling a fearsome Azura from the depths of hell. Towering above all, it cast a terrifying aura upon the world. What is that? The cigar fell from Beckman's mouth, unnoticed. Such a dreadful presence. And how many hands are there? It is truly demonic, so wicked that merely gazing upon it sends shivers down one's spine. Indeed, even Zorro and Bartolomeo were momentarily stunned, for this was the first time they witnessed Aaron unleash such a formidable technique. Zorro, gripping his sword, initially intended to rush in to assist Aaron in restraining Shanks or Ingyin Mihak. However, upon witnessing Aaron's overwhelming display, he realized that his interference would be superfluous. Moreover, Aaron's ability to summon such a powerful technique indicated that he was clearly in a state of exhilaration. Yet, the presence of individuals capable of prompting Aaron to be earnest was a testament to their formidable strength. The disparity between himself and them was still vast, necessitating further effort. Let us see how we can dismantle your flashy tricks. The two giants, oblivious to the concept of the 1,000-armed Guanyin, unleashed their ultimate technique, the kingdom, charging toward Aaron. In the next moment, Aaron raised a hand, and an enormous palm surged forth to meet them. With another gesture, a barrage of hands in various forms descended upon Shanks, Ingyin, and the two giants. experience the full force of my 108 techniques of the thousand-armed guanine. With this existence, I can contend with any number of adversaries. Damn it, how swift! It is impossible to react. What kind of joke is this? It feels as if the attacks have reached the speed of light, each palm transforming in an unpredictable manner. Beckman and the others aboard the ship were left in a daze, their hearts racing as they sweated for their captain, Shanks. The power of the kingdom unleashed by the two giants was quickly dispersed by the countless hands of the thousand-armed guanine. Despite their strength, the adage that two fists cannot contend with four hands proved true, especially when faced with the relentless assault of 1,000 hands. The attacks of the thousand-armed guanine bore the weight of conqueror's hockey. The impact was such that even a mere touch could distort and shatter the void. In no time, the two giants were rendered powerless, battered like helpless punching bags. Their cries echoed, while Shanks and Ingyen Mihuk, possessing terrifying observation hockey, had already reached a level where they could foresee the future. Thus, even in the face of the 100-style assault of the thousand-armed guanine, they evaded all attacks. Yet, their offensive had been completely dismantled, transitioning from an active to a passive stance. It was exceedingly difficult for them to launch an attack on Eren due to the lack of time. Any attempt would surely result in being struck by the thousand-armed guanine. Once struck, the terror would not be merely a single palm, but a relentless barrage of hundreds, the ceaseless blows determined only by Eren's whim. Shanks, can you hold him back long enough for me to create an opening? I want to try again, Ingyen Mihuk said sharply, his black blades still entwined with thunder and sword energy. All right, it's up to you. Shanks nodded, fully aware that Ingyen Mihuk's swordsmanship far surpassed his own. Beckman, lend me your strength as well, Shanks commanded. Captain, it's about time you spoke up. Although Beckman and the others felt trepidation towards Eren's immense strength, they feared not the formidable. Standing shoulder to shoulder in battle was a source of joy, especially as the captain sought their aid, signifying his trust in them. Thus, this was more than enough. They all drew upon their signature techniques, launching a full-scale assault to assist Shanks in restraining some of the hands' attacks. Eren regarded this with indifference. He was merely indulging them, for the combat prowess of the thousand-armed guanine extended far beyond mere strikes. Under the influence of his innate talent, Chinsho Guanine had long since experienced a significant enhancement in combat prowess. Presently, he was merely in his initial form. Yet, even in this primary state, he posed a formidable threat to the likes of Xianka Si, Ingyen, and the giants, compelling them to exert their utmost strength. Eren intended to demonstrate to them that even a slight display of his power had already reached their limits, making it abundantly clear that their extensive efforts were merely the beginning. At that moment, they would surely be engulfed by a profound sense of despair and helplessness. With the addition of the three-color hockey, Ingyen Mihawk transformed into a blade of unparalleled sharpness, merging seamlessly with the very essence of nature. His black sword became even more lethal, emitting a dazzling black light, while the overwhelming force of the Thunder King's lightning surged forth, wreaking havoc and flashing violently. Raising both hands above his head, a terrifying sword aura instantly dispersed the ominous clouds in the sky, as though a gaping void had been created in the heavens. Sunlight cascaded down upon Ingyen, rendering him momentarily divine and radiant. Soon, his piercing gaze emitted a scarlet glow as he fixed his eyes on Eren, declaring, "This strike shall be my most powerful and swiftest yet. Can you withstand it?" With that, Ingyen commanded the might of his black sword from the heavens, seemingly cleaving the world in two with astonishing speed, akin to a flash of lightning. However, in the subsequent moment, while all assumed Eren would surely be struck down and perhaps gravely injured, their eyes widened in disbelief. Eren had raised his arm, forcefully blocking Ingyen's ultimate strike. How could this be possible? In this world, nothing should withstand his blade, not even with the armed hockey entwined around it. Ingyen Mihawk's conviction began to crumble. As a master swordsman, he had always believed that true strength lay in the ability to sever all that lay before him. Yet in this moment, countless attempts to cleave Eren's arm had only managed to graze his skin. Was this truly all? It seemed insufficiently sharp, unable to sever even this mere arm of mine. which was only 100,000 times harder than the most resilient steel. Upon hearing this, Yin was left momentarily dazed. Was it possible that human bones could possess such extraordinary hardness? As Yin's strike failed once again, easily thwarted by Aaron, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. They collectively realized that Aaron was far stronger than they had previously imagined, or perhaps they had yet to elicit his full combat potential. Xianka Si, sensing the situation, wore an expression of deep concern, feeling as though he had been toyed with. Suddenly, he unleashed an unprecedented surge of power, as if time itself had come to a standstill. In a single step, he appeared before Aaron, unwilling to concede defeat, determined to pierce through Aaron's defenses. Armed with his griffin, he launched another assault aimed at Aaron's neck. Yet, despite the temporal stillness, he could not land the blow. How could this be? In this moment, he should have been unable to react. How could he have countered? As Xianka Si pondered this, Aaron's cellular instincts activated, causing formidable bone spikes to erupt from his body. Launching a relentless assault towards Xianka Si, Xianka's eyes narrowed. Aaron was indeed an enigma. Even when frozen in time, his body exhibited responses beyond instinctive reactions. This being seemed to transcend the limitations of humanity, rendering him almost immune to the constraints of this world. As Aaron's cellular instincts responded with aggression, Xianka Si hastily retreated to his original position, all of this transpiring in less than 2 seconds. Aaron furrowed his brow and smirked, realizing through cellular memory that Xianka Si had attempted to strike him moments ago. It appeared he had indeed consumed the time fruit, concealing his abilities exceptionally well. Regrettably, he had failed to breach Aaron's defenses, losing a crucial opportunity to eliminate him. The revelation stunned everyone present. What was being suggested? That Xianka Si was a wielder of the time fruit? Surely not. Xianka Si was merely a master of hockey. How could he be a devil fruit user? Even his crewmates were taken aback, gazing at him in astonishment. Xianka Si, however, spoke directly. Indeed, I am a wielder of the time fruit. Your luck is remarkable, for I could not end you in that fleeting moment. Clenching his fists, he acknowledged that today would not be the day he could vanquish Aaron. It seemed he needed to devise a method to breach Aaron's defenses or locate a vital weakness to have any chance of defeating him. With both he and Yin having made formidable attempts, it was likely that Aaron would retaliate in kind. Ah, you seem quite confident. It appears that with the mastery of the time fruit, you believe you can escape my grasp. Yet, even so, one must reciprocate courtesy. You have attacked. Now it is my turn to strike. In that instant, Qinsho Guanyin transitioned into his second form. A myriad of arms fused into a colossal hand that descended from the heavens, casting a shadow that obscured the sun, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if a colossal entity from beyond the world sought to seize the weaker beings. Xianka Si, witnessing this, felt a surge of reluctance, yet ultimately gritted his teeth and deployed his ability to traverse the future. Distorting time and space, he vanished with his companions in an instant. Aaron observed Xianka Si's escape with a knowing smirk, dispersing the colossal divine hand with a mere thought. Had they truly traversed to the future? However, transporting so many individuals at once would likely mean a brief journey, perhaps only days or months, certainly not decades or centuries. Aaron pondered with a smirk. Captain, where have they gone? Bartolomeo inquired as the vessel approached. Aaron, however, chose not to respond, for he was already surrounded by Hoshi and the Empress. Chapter 153. The Headless Courtesan Peach Boy, Too Explosive. With their departure, Aaron had no intention of pursuing them, as they were already defeated foes in his eyes. After all, to him, once one had been bested, no amount of strength or struggle could alter the fact that they would forever remain his vanquished. The next time he encountered Xianka Si and Luffy, they would face the same fate of utter humiliation. This was their final chance at survival. Should they meet again, their ignorance would invite true carnage. Let us proceed to Wano. Bartolomeo, you go ahead and bring Peach Boy to me. Aaron utilized his clapping ability to gauge distance, sending Bartolomeo on his way. Soon, Bartolomeo located Peach Boy. You've hidden well, but come along with me. What do you intend to do? Do not come any closer, or I shall not hold back." In a state of severe injury, Tanasuk found himself unable to recover in just a few days. Currently, the members of the Zou tribe, once loyal to him, no longer recognized him as their young master. With the support of Eren, they had all betrayed the Komatsu clan. With a resounding slap, Bartolomeo struck Tanasuk's face, angrily berating him. "You ugly creature, why do you have so much to say? Comply and follow me, and you might avoid further punishment. Otherwise, I will beat you to a pulp. Do you believe me?" Bartolomeo's cruelty was palpable, especially towards those despicable enough to covet Eren's women. Stunned by the slap, Tanasuk yearned to call out to Zou, yet fear held him back, afraid of further retaliation. He could only rise to his feet, weak and disoriented, stumbling forward. At that moment, Zou's voice resonated, instructing him to refrain from resisting and to follow them back to Wano, assuring him that he would aid in breaking free from their control. Tanasuk wished to respond but dared not utter a word, silently praying for Zou to uphold his promise. "Are you an ant or something? Move faster, or you'll be asking for death." Bartolomeo kicked Tanasuk, sending him flying several meters away. In pain, Tanasuk found himself unable to rise, his eyes ablaze with fury. Bartolomeo, unfazed, treated Tanasuk as a mere ball, kicking him toward the flying ship. "Captain, I brought him back. This scoundrel needs a lesson. He even dared to make me kick him here." Bartolomeo launched Tanasuk onto the ship and shackled him with sea-stone handcuffs. Eren cast a disdainful glance at Tanasuk, noting how he had grown, yet become increasingly insufferable. "Punish him for his disobedience. Where is Caesar? Let him conduct various biochemical experiments on Tanasuk." Bartolomeo replied, "Caesar is aboard our ship, seemingly engrossed in some research. After all, you did explain the lineage factor theory, right? He is currently quite excited." Eren nodded, recalling how he had indeed briefed Caesar on the lineage factor theory back at Icefire Island, essentially revealing modern blood types to him. With this knowledge, Caesar's interest surged, believing he could create superior artificial devil fruits. Consequently, individuals consuming these fruits would align with their respective blood types, significantly reducing failures. In fact, he considered them potentially more perfect and powerful than Vegapunk's creations. As Eren retreated to his chamber with the Empress and Shirahoshi, indulging in moments of bliss, the flying ship journeyed towards Wano, with a massive Zou following closely behind. Meanwhile, Luffy and his crew aimlessly sailed the seas aboard the Thousand Sunny. After a long 10 hours of unconsciousness, Luffy awakened and inquired about Eren and what had transpired afterward. Sanji and Frankie recounted the events that followed. Luffy's fury ignited upon learning that his grandfather, Garp, had nearly perished at Eren's hands, and he lamented missing the chance to fight alongside Shanks due to his fainting spell. "Captain, it's best you don't act impulsively. We should focus on enhancing our strength," Sanji advised earnestly. "Indeed, I concur. Eren's might is unfathomable. We should find a place to grow stronger," Frankie added. "As for your desire for revenge on Ace, it may require some time. After all, a gentleman's vengeance is never too late. Of course, I will also augment our crew's combat capabilities and upgrade the Thousand Sunny. Thus, we should head to this location." Frankie unveiled a navigational map, clearly marking various spots in the New World. "What place is this?" Luffy inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. "Egghead Island. It is said that Vegapunk resides there," Frankie continued. "Vegapunk is a renowned scientist, and I need his assistance to successfully upgrade the Thousand Sunny." Luffy's eyes sparkled at the mention of the greatest scientist. "All right, let's head to Egghead Island. Along the way, I will continue to fight and enhance my strength. I sense I am on the verge of unlocking the true power of the Gum Gum fruit." The next day, Eren and his companions arrived at Wano. The flying ship hovered above as Tanasuk, having endured a night of torment, found his injuries significantly healed by Eren's cellular optimization. Bewildered, Tanasuk could hardly grasp that he had nearly perished, only to be restored to full health. Was this cycle of cruel torment to be his fate? As he pondered this, Bartolomeo noticed the tension in Tanasuk's forehead and swiftly slapped him again. "What are you doing? Dare to show that vein again? As a prisoner, you must understand your position." Tanasuk inwardly wept, cursing them to suffer misfortune. "Cut out his tongue and send him to the brothel. ensuring he serves clients daily without rest. Bartolomeo comprehended the purpose of Tanasuk's optimization, realizing it was intended for such use. Upon hearing that his tongue would be severed, Tanasuk felt a terror greater than being sent to the brothel. Desperately covering his mouth, he cried out, "Zo, save me, please." Yet Zo had yet to arrive, his massive form unable to match the speed of the flying ship. Bartolomeo forcibly pried open Tanasuk's mouth. "Zorro, it's your time to exhibit your swordsmanship. If you fail to sever his tongue properly, just slice his face instead." Zorro, silent, swiftly executed a precise cut, severing Tanasuk's tongue. "Wog!" Tanasuk clutched his mouth, rolling across the deck in agony, tears streaming down his face. Ignoring him, Eren addressed the Empress and Shirahoshi, stating, "You are now members of my 10 punishment organization. The men of Wano are nothing but scoundrels, harboring a fundamental evil within. I wish to eradicate them all to prevent future threats." This proclamation left the Empress and the others stunned. Eradicate all the men of Wano? How many would that entail? This country is not small. There must be over 100,000 men here. What heinous crime could the men of Wano have committed in their ancestry? However, the Empress and her companions were merely taken aback for a few moments before they nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, my esteemed husband, I shall accomplish the task. Hee. I too have faith in you, my lord. When the time comes and someone attempts to flee by boat, I shall command the Sea Kings to attack them." "Very well. I'll leave it to you. I must make a visit to Ghost Island." In an instant, Eren transformed into a streak of lightning and vanished from the flying vessel. "Let us commence our respective missions." Bartolomeo, carrying Peach Boy, descended into the land of Wano and inquired for directions, ultimately arriving at the famed flower district. "Who is the proprietor here?" Bartolomeo bellowed, soon attracting the attention of a middle-aged woman with a painted face, who approached with a duplicitous smile. "My lord, please come inside. Which of our lovely ladies has caught your eye?" "What lady?" "Let this fellow entertain guests, and ensure that he is subjected to rigorous training without pause. Should my instructions not be followed, do not blame me for taking your life." In Bartolomeo's eyes, those who operated the brothel were nefarious individuals destined to meet their end at the hands of the Heavenly Punishment Organization. The madam, having navigated the intrigues of countless patrons for years, recognized the danger Bartolomeo posed and readily acquiesced. "Of course, my lord. As per your wishes, I shall see to it. Besides, you are graciously providing me with a complimentary lady. Oh my, look at this girl. Her figure is truly admirable. I am certain she will attract many guests." The madam praised, though internally she deemed Peach Boy to be quite unattractive, particularly noting his baldness. Yet, she was undeterred, contemplating the application of heavy makeup to enhance his appearance. As for his hair, an innovative idea struck her, one that could provide a unique sensory experience for the patrons. Thus, she led the mute Peach Boy inside and arranged for him to be shaved bald. Soon thereafter, a new sign was hung proclaiming the arrival of a bald beauty at the brothel, promising an entirely new experience that patrons would not want to miss. Naturally, the land of Wano was not devoid of those with peculiar tastes, and many were drawn to the announcement, eager to try something novel. Consequently, a long line formed outside the brothel, eager suitors awaiting their turn to engage with Peach Boy. "How is it, friend?" "Yash, the madam is quite reliable. Indeed, this is an unprecedented experience. Had it not been for the lengthy queue, I would not have been ushered out so swiftly." A lecherous man with a lascivious grin spoke, saliva pooling in his mouth as he reminisced. "The sensation is truly unlike that of any other woman. It is distinctively pleasurable. Next, prepare quickly. You have only 3 minutes. We must move swiftly, as there are many waiting behind you," the madam declared, having not anticipated such popularity. She promptly instituted a 3-minute limit per patron to maximize her profits. At that moment, inside, Peach Boy initially felt a surge of panic. However, as one patron followed another, he gradually succumbed to the situation, unable to resist, and began to accept the experience. Yet, the hatred within him grew, vowing to endure and seek vengeance, refusing to perish in such a place. In a neighboring room, a Z, having few patrons that day, was in high spirits, particularly impressed by the prowess of her new companion, who managed to entertain so many guests and alleviate her social burdens. In the evening, I must check on her and remind her not to be too reckless, lest it lead to dire consequences. Aziz harbored a disdain for the men who frequented the brothel, viewing them as nothing more than greedy and repugnant vermin. In the general's estate, a lecherous man hurriedly entered the grand hall. "General, I bring news of a delightful opportunity." Black Charcoal Kaido was engrossed in watching a dancer, a woman beside him feeding him grapes as his hands wandered. "What is this opportunity? If it is not of merit, I shall take your head." Kaido's brow furrowed, revealing a brutal glint in his eyes. "General, it is indeed a splendid opportunity." "Then speak swiftly." The man relayed the tale of the bald woman from the flower district, piquing Kaido's interest in the potential entertainment. Kaido's eyes lit up with excitement, his impatience palpable. "Quickly, arrange for an escort to the flower district. I wish to survey the people's sentiments and experience the local customs firsthand." Meanwhile, Eren arrived at Ghost Island. Upon his arrival, the formidable presence of the beast Kaido was immediately sensed. "Who dares intrude?" Kaido, wielding a massive iron staff, glared at Eren with displeasure. For to enter his domain uninvited was a direct affront to his authority. "Have you heard of the Heavenly Punishment Organization, Eren?" With a single step, Eren appeared behind Kaido, and with another, he was seated upon Kaido's throne. Kaido's anger surged, veins bulging on his forehead as he clenched his teeth, outraged that someone dared to occupy his sovereign seat. "So, you are Eren. You truly seek death." Lightning crackled around Kaido as his conqueror's haki surged, enveloping the area in a tempest of power. "You must consider the repercussions of your actions, and whether you possess the strength to be my adversary," Eren intoned gravely. He held a certain regard for Kaido, if for no other reason than the opportunity to recruit him for the Heavenly Punishment Organization. After all, Kaido had killed numerous members of the Kazuki clan over 20 years ago, subjecting Kazuki Oden to various tortures before ultimately ending his life. "I, Kaido of the Beasts, bow to no one. If you have come to demand my allegiance to your Heavenly Punishment Organization, then you shall surely perish and face my wrath." With that, Kaido vanished in an instant, a flash of lightning accompanying him as he unleashed a devastating strike toward Eren. Eren remained unfazed, even seated upon Kaido's throne, as he released countless bone spikes to coalesce into a bone fist, meeting Kaido's blow with equal force. The ensuing explosion of energy obliterated the grand hall's ceiling, and the destructive force radiated outward. In an instant, many within Ghost Island suffered from the terrifying energy, sustaining severe injuries as numerous structures were demolished. When the world is transpired, the pirates of the Beast Pirates stared in bewilderment, collectively glancing toward Kaido's residence, their hearts racing with apprehension. Such a commotion indicated a fierce battle had erupted, and the opponent was undoubtedly formidable. Even the unmistakable presence of two formidable powers, one dark red, was in a state of continuous confrontation. However, the dark red power was evidently at a disadvantage. Upon glancing towards the 6 flying sky and the 3 calamities, it became immediately apparent that the weaker assault was that of Lord Kaido. Realizing this, a profound shock surged within them. How could anyone in the Land of Darkness, on Onigashima, overpower Lord Kaido? Thus, the 3 calamities and the 6 flying sky rushed towards the battlefield. Soon, they arrived at the scene, only to witness a colossal bony fist effortlessly threatening Lord Kaido. The owner of the bony fist sat upon Lord Kaido's throne, exuding an air of nonchalance, as though merely engaging in a casual display of power. Who is that? How could they force Lord Kaido into such a predicament? The spherical figure of Quinn, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, expressed his astonishment. Quinn furrowed his brow, sensing a hint of familiarity, yet could not recall the identity at that moment. The 6 flying sky were at a loss. If even Mr. Kaido could not contend with such a powerful adversary, what could they possibly do? Rushing in would only render them cannon fodder. However, Jack promptly recognized the threat. "I can't believe it. It's that scoundrel Arlong." Jack's anger was palpable, though fear of Arlong lingered in his heart, for Arlong's strength was truly terrifying. Even he could not muster the courage to confront him directly. "What? Are you certain that is Arlong?" Quinn and the others turned their gaze towards Jack. What are you staring at? I can recognize that scoundrel, even if he turned to ashes. Jack insisted. We should hasten to assist Lord Kaido. That scoundrel Arlong's power is undoubtedly immense. And I fear Lord Kaido may not be his match. Jack's loyalty to Kaido was unwavering. He was perhaps the most devoted member of the Beast Pirates. The others exchanged glances, realizing that even the fearless Jack was intimidated by Arlong, indicating the grave danger present. Quinn then declared, "Let us proceed to confront Arlong." Thus, the three calamities and the six flying sky advanced to attack Arlong. Unperturbed, Arlong smirked, and with a mere flick of his wrist, countless bone spikes erupted from the ground, resembling white serpents, launching an assault upon Quinn and the others. Be careful. Quinn, with his keen perception, promptly warned everyone as they began to fend off the relentless barrage of attacks. The overwhelming onslaught left them in utter disbelief. Were these things? Are they bones? Are they his bones? Jack exclaimed. Did you not mention before that Arlong's fruit ability was the superhuman-type cell fruit? How can he control so many bones? Quinn could not help but scoff, contemplating whether the fool had merely witnessed a battle during Ace's execution without grasping the true nature of Arlong's abilities. It is indeed a cell fruit ability, but how should I know what these bones signify? Perhaps it is merely one aspect of the cell fruit's capabilities, Jack replied indignantly. Yet, in a fleeting moment of distraction, he found himself ensnared within a prison of bone spikes. Damn it! You think you can confine me? Dream on. Watch me charge through. Jack immediately transformed into his mammoth form, attempting to break free with his $2 billion tusks. However, his charge proved futile against the bone spikes, which pierced his tusks instead. Arlong, intrigued, activated his cell assimilation ability, absorbing Jack's tusks and integrating them into his bone spikes. Jack, witnessing his tusks become part of the bone structure, was left utterly stunned, unable to prevent it. I'll fight you to the end. Jack roared, his eyes turning crimson, his body radiating a fierce aura as he rampaged, yet his efforts remained in vain. Meanwhile, Quinn soon found himself trapped within a cage of bone spikes. Regardless of the tactics he employed, whether it be viruses or transforming into a dinosaur to unleash biological artillery, he could not shatter the unyielding bone spikes. It is essential to note that these spikes were several thousand times harder than steel. Thus, once ensnared, escape was nearly impossible. Only Jin managed to maneuver around the bone spikes. It was not that he could destroy them, but with his flaming wings, he could soar through the air to evade capture. As for the six flying sky, they were swiftly impaled by Arlong's bone spikes, suspended in midair and unable to break free. Black Maria, burdened by her femininity, struggled against the influence of Arlong's bone spikes. The pain was eclipsed by an overwhelming desire that made her feel even more uncomfortable. What is happening to me? Why do I feel this way? Black Maria exclaimed, her body emanating steam as she craved comfort from another, lest she succumb to her distress. The others screamed for Lord Kaido, calling out for help as they were ensnared. Kaido, regaining his composure, continued to clash against the enormous bony fist, his observation haki, sensing the entirety of the battlefield. His expression darkened. His elite forces, the three calamities and the six flying sky, had all been subdued by Arlong. Damn it! Kaido's visage twisted in rage, his terrifying conqueror's haki erupting with unprecedented force. And in this dire moment, he transformed into his dragon form. Empowered by this transformation, his strength surged exponentially, enabling him to push back against Arlong's bony fist by 3 meters, though he himself staggered back over 2 meters before stabilizing his stance. Arlong retracted his bony fist and stepped down from the throne, approaching Kaido with disdain. Is this all you have? I merely exerted a fraction of my strength, yet you find yourself in such a predicament. Do you truly believe you could lose to a naive brat like Luffy? Kaido was perplexed by Arlong's last comment, unable to comprehend its meaning. You are indeed strong, but you will never bring me to my knees. In his dragon form, Kaido experienced a significant power boost, allowing him to stand toe-to-toe with Arlong. Moreover, he possessed his azure dragon form, which would bestow even greater strength than his dragon form. Realizing this, Kaido felt a surge of confidence, Even if Arlong was formidable, he could not possibly be strong enough to kill him. After all, he was the strongest creature in the world, having survived multiple attempts on his life by the world government. Kaido, do you truly believe yourself invincible? This is a single bone of mine. If you can destroy it within 10 minutes, I will depart immediately. If not, I shall unleash my true power for 10 minutes. And if you survive, I may spare your life and grant you another chance, Arlong stated unequivocally. Kaido's expression darkened as he gazed at the bone spike that had suddenly emerged from the ground, roughly 5 centimeters in diameter. Is this it? Thus, how contemptuous must that scoundrel, Yaluen, be of his own capabilities? What if I choose not to listen? Kaido coldly remarked, feeling utterly insulted by Yaluen's audacity to measure his formidable presence as one of the 4 emperors with a mere bone. He truly shows no regard for dignity. In the blink of an eye, Yaluen obliterated 2 members of the Flying Six. Remember, as the weak, you currently possess no options. I offer you a chance only because you killed Guangyue Yutian 20 years ago. Otherwise, you would already be dead. Kaido's anger boiled, veins throbbing as he realized he was genuinely being threatened. Moments ago, Samu and Paijuan had exploded on the spot, transforming into a mist of blood. Simultaneously, he was astounded by Yaluen's methods, completely unaware of his actions. How could 2 individuals of the Flying Six caliber succumb to such devastation? Sensing Kaido's confusion, Yaluen extended his hand and summoned Haisa Malia to him, stating, "You are all within my vast domain. I can eliminate them at my whim, but if you wish to spare your people from demise, you will comply." Haisa Malia, shrouded in smoke and discomfort, was slung over Yaluen's shoulder, destined for treatment. After all, in Yaluen's eyes, only Haisa Malia possessed a figure tempting enough in the entirety of Wano, while the others held no allure whatsoever. Although Guangyue Rai was decent, she was but a member of the Guangyue clan, and while inheriting more of the Guangyue bloodline, Yaluen had no intention of granting her any advantages so swiftly. He would bide his time. As for Kaido's son, Dai, he, too, was commendable, yet Yaluen looked down upon him, for he chose to emulate Guangyue Yutian instead of living as a normal individual. Even in the original narrative, he was akin to the parents of Tongji. Such twisted thinking indeed. Poor Kaido, he has raised a fine son, one who assists outsiders in patricide, devoid of any filial piety. Yaluen directly transported Haisa Malia back to the palace, encasing both her and himself in bone spikes. Outside, Kaido dared not act recklessly, for his subordinates were under control. If he did not swiftly dismantle the bone spikes, they would surely be obliterated by Yaluen. Thus, he could only watch as Haisa Malia suffered at Yaluen's hands. Transforming his fury into strength, Kaido unleashed a powerful conqueror's haki, releasing a surge of dark red lightning that devastated the ground around him. It could not damage a single bone spike on the battlefield. Seeing this, Kaido, still skeptical, grasped a massive iron rod wrapped in top-tier haki, intending to destroy the bone spikes. Initially believing they would not withstand his might for long, he was taken aback to find them fortified with armament haki. Kaido felt deceived. These bone spikes were remarkably rigid, further enhanced by the armament haki. How could he possibly break them? Clearly, Yaluen's armament haki was formidable. In this battlefield alone, there were thousands of bone spikes densely clustered, resembling a forest, all enveloped in a layer of armament haki. However, Kaido's temperament would not permit surrender. The more he was underestimated, the more he resolved to take things seriously. When his dragon form proved insufficient, he transformed into a colossal dragon, 1,000 meters in length. His immense body coiled through the air, opening his massive maw to gather heat. With a terrifying breath reaching temperatures of tens of thousands of degrees Celsius. The force was nothing short of catastrophic, capable of instantly melting a mountain. Yet, upon striking, despite the tremendous force, the ground around him became a chasm. And though Yaluen's bone spikes glowed red-hot, they showed no signs of melting or damage. What? Kaido's eyes widened in disbelief. How could these bones be so resilient? Surely, being heated to such a degree would render them soft? Thus, Kaido exhaled a fierce gale, unleashing countless wind blades upon the glowing bone spikes. The resulting clash echoed like metal striking metal, yet the spikes remained unscathed. In a fit of rage, Kaido could scarcely contain himself. Time remained, and he was determined to dismantle that bone spike. Consequently, he continued to unleash fiery breath and tempestuous winds, the commotion gradually causing Onigashima to crumble. After 7 or 8 minutes, Kaido was utterly exhausted, gasping for breath, wondering if that bone spike had been reduced to ashes. Yet in the next moment, he felt a numbing sensation throughout his body. The ground around him had vanished, yet that singular bone spike persisted. At that moment, a colossal creature approached Wano, Xiangju. With his trunk, he directly aided Kaido in dismantling the red-hot bone spike, seemingly forming a temporary alliance to contend with Yalloin. Kaido did not intervene. Rather, he was astonished, for he had not expected Xiangju, who had been elusive, to appear in Wano, and to aid him at that, indicating that Xiangju was indeed adversarial towards Yalloin. Chapter 155. Devouring Xiangju, Koten Dash, and Tangji's joy as Xiangju's immense trunk descended upon Yalloin's bone. It bent and ultimately shattered into 2 segments. Kaido, witnessing this, was inexplicably shocked, not merely by the fracture of the bone, but by its extraordinary hardness. Even this behemoth, towering several thousand meters, had to exert every ounce of strength to break it. How incredibly durable must it be? Contemplating this, Kaido gained a renewed understanding of Yalloin's might, even considering the terrifying possibility that if Yalloin's bones were all of such formidable hardness, he would be unable to threaten Yalloin effectively. Meanwhile, within the bone dwelling, Yalloin was conquering Hysamelia. Within mere moments, he had rendered her utterly enamored, completely captivated by him. My lord Yalloin, do not pity me. Discipline me fiercely. Oomph. Xiangju truly has audacity. It seems he is intent on courting death. My beauty, I had not expected you to be so virtuous. It astonishes me. Therefore, rest assured, I have taken a liking to you. From this day forth, you shall be my woman. If you possess the ability, you may even bear me a son. Yalloin's magnetically alluring voice sent waves of exhilaration through Hysamelia, who felt that her fortunes had turned. Thankfully, despite her formerly reckless demeanor, she had preserved her virtue. Otherwise, she might never have gained the attention of such a formidable presence as Yalloin. Very well, my lord Yalloin. I shall henceforth be your woman and strive to bear you a child. Hysamelia gazed at Yalloin with rapturous admiration, increasingly convinced that she had struck a fortuitous stroke of luck. Although she was the proprietress of the Hanazono on Onigashima, she had remained steadfast in her virtue. Her previous closeness to Kaido had been an attempt to leverage his status for her advantage. After all, while she was a member of the Beast Pirates, her position was merely that of one of the 6 flying. Above her were the 3 disasters and Koten Dash, who could easily impose their will upon her. Therefore, intentionally drawing closer to Kaido in daily interactions was merely a ruse to lead others to believe that she was favored by the great Kaido, thus safeguarding herself. As for Kaido, he was naturally disinterested in her, for in his heart, there existed only a profound affection for alcohol, convinced that no woman could ever be worthy of him. Thus, even when she approached, he scarcely regarded her presence. Eren, upon exiting, was utterly enraged, unleashing the entirety of his Haushiko haki, causing the very heavens to roar and the ground to fracture, as dark energy consumed the realm. Only Eren's body radiated a resplendent glow amidst the chaos. With each step he took, the ground trembled as if an earthquake had struck, and the entirety of Onigashima quaked precariously. Every individual present felt an unprecedented sense of unease, as though the world were on the brink of annihilation. Kaido, witnessing Eren's advance, instinctively retreated, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Indeed, Kaido experienced an unfamiliar and overwhelming fear, a retreat born from instinct. Moreover, Eren's murderous intent was not aimed at him, but rather at the colossal Elephant Master lurking behind him. Elephant Master, do you truly believe I cannot vanquish you? How dare you interfere in my affairs with Kaido? Your demise is inevitable. Eren's voice thundered, so powerful that even Kaido could not bear it, covering his ears in distress. After all, this was a technique that harnessed the power of cellular vibration, with billions of cells within Eren's body resonating in unison, a feat of formidable complexity. Eren, A being such as yourself should not exist in this world. If you do, everything we have prepared for over 8 centuries will be rendered futile. Therefore, I must thwart you and stand against you." The Elephant Master's voice echoed, yet only 2 individuals present understood the gravity of the situation: Aaron and the jubilant Tama. "Foolishness! Your 8 centuries of preparation amount to naught. What concern is it of mine? My existence alone is testament to the erroneous nature of your endeavors. Initially, I considered your immense size as a potential asset, but now that you have defied my will, you shall instead become my source of power." In an instant, Aaron appeared before the Elephant Master, who sensed an overwhelming dread and instinctively inhaled seawater, aiming to spray it at Aaron. However, Aaron deftly evaded and materialized at the Elephant Master's nose, delivering a decisive strike. Cellular degradation ensued, and the Elephant Master's nose began to rot. In that moment, the Elephant Master invoked his Busashoka Haki in a desperate attempt to resist. Do you believe your resistance is effective? Countless bone spikes erupted from Aaron's body, piercing into the Elephant Master, incessantly siphoning its flesh and energy. Meanwhile, Aaron activated the devouring and assimilation abilities of his cellular fruit, with his cells expanding at an alarming rate. For the first time, absorbing such a colossal creature, the energy garnered from its flesh was unimaginably vast. The Elephant Master could not effectively shield itself with Busashoka Haki over such a large area, ultimately left helpless to witness thousands of bone spikes voraciously consuming its life essence. Time elapsed, and the once mighty form of the Elephant Master diminished noticeably, a testament to the terrifying capacity of Aaron's consumption. Those on Onigashima, including Kaido, felt a chill run down their spines. What madness was this? Aaron was akin to a demon, devouring the very essence of the Elephant Master. "Kaido, you ought to concede and submit. Aaron is truly formidable," remarked Black Maria, having donned her attire and unable to restrain her admiration for Aaron's prowess. Kaido furrowed his brows at Black Maria, rendered speechless. "What are you doing siding with him? Did he conquer you in mere minutes?" Naturally, Aaron's strength is beyond the comprehension of outsiders. Only by experiencing it firsthand for a few moments can one truly grasp its magnitude. Moreover, Kaido, I am now Aaron's woman. He has acknowledged me. Thus, I must inform you that, as someone who once served under you, I intend to leave Onigashima and follow Aaron. Kaido's expression turned complex upon hearing this. It was indeed frustrating to see one of his own succumb to Aaron's influence. Black Maria, you traitor. You must be terrified of Aaron's overwhelming power, which is why you chose to betray us and abandon Kaido. The 3 calamities and other subordinates expressed their disdain for Black Maria, astonished that she was such a coward. You speak bravado, yet fail to realize that your very lives are at the mercy of Aaron's whims. Why cling to a facade of pride? Aaron has spared you, indicating that you retain some value. Should you act recklessly, I doubt any of you could contend with the Elephant Master. And if he, a behemoth, is to be annihilated by Aaron, who among you possesses such courage and capability? I dare say, even you, Kaido, lack such audacity, and I suspect you're not even confident in confronting the Elephant Master. Black Maria's words rendered the 3 calamities speechless, while Kaido wavered in his resolve. Defeat was defeat. What was there to deny? Had he not once submitted to the Rocks Pirates, playing the role of a subordinate? Aaron, your actions will invoke divine retribution. You shall become the world's enemy and meet a tragic end. Joy Boy will return, and with him, all shall come back. You cannot hope to contend with them. Justice forever stands with the righteous. The Elephant Master continued to curse Aaron, feeling the emptiness within its body and the draining of its power. Even the Busashoka Haki that fortified its nose began to falter. Regardless, as long as I exist, even if the events of 8 centuries ago were to repeat, this world will still be dictated by my will. Tama, I must depart. You must survive and fulfill your mission. In its moment of despair, the Elephant Master began to impart its final instructions to Tama. Meanwhile, Tama found herself in a room, being tended to by Kaido's subordinate, Kinman, who was quite enamored with her smooth head, unable to resist the urge to pat it. Truly delightful. Upon hearing the Elephant Master's voice, Tama felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, tears streaming down her face. It was not the fear of the elephant master's peril that moved her, but rather the dread of being without protection, of having no support, compelling her to weep. "Hey, little lady, why are you crying? This is not good. Gulme, tell me what troubles you. Is it my prowess that has brought you to tears? If so, that excites me." Tama felt a wave of nausea wash over her as she was so brazenly bullied by her father's murderer. Of course, her transformation into a woman was Aaron's doing. Had it not been for him, she would have been frolicking with the beauties on Zhou. Upon this realization, Tao Jizu became increasingly embittered towards Yaluan, vowing to eliminate him first and foremost. As his tongue had been severed, rendering him incapable of speech, he adeptly mastered ventriloquism. It is worth noting that Jean Weimin was quite proficient in this art, having previously studied it. "My lord, I am but a humble girl who has been wronged." Tao Jizu feigned a pitiful demeanor, which stirred the heart of Heitan Da She, igniting a sense of delight within him. "Ah, the beauty is indeed pitiable. Yet if you wish for my assistance, how do you intend to repay me?" Tao Jizu, suppressing his humiliation and thirst for vengeance, responded, "My lord, I can bring you joy beyond compare, far greater than before." Upon hearing this, Heitan Da She contemplated, could she truly bring him greater happiness? The previous encounter had seen her reluctant. Did this imply she would now take the initiative? With this thought, Heitan Da She stepped directly before Tao Jizu. "Come now, kneel and let me ascertain the truth of your claims." Tao Jizu inhaled deeply. "Very well, my lord, I shall prove my words true. Soon." Heitan Da She gasped in astonishment. Impressive. This woman possesses quite the flair. Time passed, and Tao Jizu reveled in his own cunning. Naturally, Heitan Da She, who only sought pleasure, was equally delighted. "My lord, what do you think? Have I fulfilled my promise?" Indeed, I am quite satisfied." "Speak, what assistance do you require?" "My lord, I have a few formidable foes currently residing in Hijigua, one of whom is particularly beautiful. Allow me to sketch her for you. I beseech you to eliminate all the men, or rather, subdue them and cast them into the pigpen. As for the exquisite woman, she must meet a most tragic end." Tao Jizu resolved that if he could not kill Yaluan, he would strike at those closest to him. He proceeded to sketch the individuals he had encountered in Hijigua, including Sualong, Batualuami Ao, and of course Buyahan Kuka. I did not anticipate this woman to be so remarkable. "Very well. Once I have found and punished her, I shall reward you handsomely." Heitan Da She, unfamiliar with the Empress, promptly mobilized his forces for a nationwide search for those depicted in the drawing. Shortly after his departure, another man entered the room. It was Guang Yue Shoshi Shao. "You are Tao Jizu, are you not?" Guang Yue Shoshi Shao had initially come to inquire about Guang Yue Riha, but upon witnessing the new spectacle presented by the courtesan, he had decided to spend a few coins to observe. To his surprise, upon entering, he immediately recognized Tao Jizu. After all, the spirited glint in Tao Jizu's eyes was unmistakable, a legacy of the Guang Yue clan's lecherous spirit. "Wah, Grandpa, is that you?" Tao Jizu, too, recognized Guang Yue Shoshi Shao at once. Even without sight, the shared bloodline's lustful essence was undeniable. Indeed it is you, my grandchild. What has transformed you into a woman? Moreover, Heitan Da She just left. Are you amusing the very man who seeks to slay your father?" Guang Yue Shoshi Shao felt displeased with Tao Jizu's lack of prudence, knowing that while the men of the Guang Yue family may be roguish and lustful, they would never bow to an enemy nor compromise with one. "Wah, Grandpa, you must devise a way to save me. Someone seeks my life, and all of this is the fault of that scoundrel Yaluan." Tao Jizu wailed through ventriloquism, clinging to Guang Yue Shoshi Shao's leg as though he had found solace. "Alas, my grandchild, I currently have no means to rescue you directly. Do you not realize that hundreds await outside, eager for your service?" "What? Hundreds? Are they human? They wish to see me perish." Tao Jizu despaired, believing he was being led to his doom. "No, Grandpa, you must save me. I have had enough. For now, endure a little longer. I shall seek your father's retainers to rescue you once I step outside." With this assurance, Tao Jizu nodded. "Then, Grandpa, please be swift." Chapter 156. Annihilating all men in Hijiguaha. Xiangzhu, it seems you are destined to become my source of energy. There shall be no one to rescue you now. Typically, one would expect some to come to the aid of such a significant figure. Yet it appeared that Xiangzhu was beyond salvation. In a state of weakness, Xiangzhu's once mighty form had diminished by half, previously towering at tens of thousands of meters, now barely exceeding 8,000. Yaluan, if you possess the ability, then absorb every ounce of my flesh and energy. Xiangzhu observed Yaluan, whose form had swelled to several thousand meters, an apparent consequence of greedily absorbing his flesh. This thought incited Xiangzhu's fury, for he believed Yaluan's ambition would ultimately lead to his own demise. Amusing. I have perceived your thoughts through your cellular neurons. However, it seems you have yet to witness true grandeur. It appears that the figure you once followed, Qiao Yibo, was not as formidable as you believed. Do you think your meager flesh and power can lead to my obliteration? Observe closely what true essence is. With that, Yaluan unleashed a terrifying display of cellular capabilities. The air was filled with explosive compressions as his form diminished from several thousand meters to 1,000, then 800, 500. Yaluan roared, ultimately condensing to a height of 3 meters. At that moment, golden light radiated from his being, brimming with an energy so potent it threatened annihilation. This is exhilarating. I feel as though I could obliterate a planet with a single punch. Yaluan boasted with audacity. Of course, to claim he could destroy a planet was an exaggeration. However, obliterating a certain island was certainly within his capabilities. How is this possible? You did not explode? What manner of devil fruit user are you? Xiangzhu was taken aback for the first time. Within his understanding, only the sun god Nika fruit once wielded by Qiao Yibo was the most powerful. He never anticipated the abilities of Yaluan's fruit to be so formidable. I have stated numerous times, it is a cellular fruit. Yet, I do not believe in the notion of one fruit being superior. It ultimately depends on the user's ability to develop it. So the Nika fruit is indeed impressive, is it not? Do you understand why I did not eliminate Lu Fei? It was because I wanted him to awaken and then defeat this so-called Nika fruit. I refuse to believe that the Nika fruit is invincible. As Yaluan's golden energy surged, the very fabric of reality around him twisted and trembled. You may as well kill me. Xiangzhu sighed, seemingly coming to the realization that this era belonged to Yaluan. Moreover, Yaluan was correct in asserting that there was no absolute strongest devil fruit. The strength or weakness of a fruit depended upon the individual's capacity to harness it. Evidently, Aaron's mastery over the powers of the devil fruit far surpasses that of Joy Boy. Therefore, even if the Nika fruit were to awaken once more, it would be futile against Aaron. Have you finally come to that realization? Though it may be somewhat late, I shall grant you the honor of perishing beneath my fist. After all, your energy is beneath my notice. Let this force obliterate you entirely. Upon concluding his words, Aaron unleashed a golden fist toward the elephant god. The colossal form of the elephant god began to shatter and disintegrate, collapsing into the depths of the sea. Nearby, in the waters surrounding Wano, swarms of sea kings were stirred by the sudden abundance of flesh. Truly, our king's man has obliterated the elephant god. Now, we have ample sustenance. Indeed, it is overwhelming. We are grateful for the king's bounty. The sea kings commenced their frenzied consumption of the elephant god's flesh, relishing the succulent morsels. Aaron returned to the battlefield, yet remained shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, he radiated an aura of overwhelming might, dispersing the thick clouds that enveloped the sky with countless bolts of domineering lightning. Kaido, do you submit to me? If not, given your transgressions, though you may escape death for having slain Kazuki Oden, you shall be imprisoned for eternity. Aaron regarded Kaido with an indifferent gaze. My lord Aaron, your efforts in this battle are commendable. Black Maria approached, tenderly clasping Aaron's arm. You are quite considerate. Aaron caressed Black Maria's cheek. My lord Aaron, I am but your woman. Who else should I show concern for? Black Maria replied playfully. Indeed. Aaron relaxed against Black Maria's shoulder. Have you considered my proposition? Should you remain silent for 3 seconds, the opportunity shall vanish. Upon hearing this, Kaido inhaled deeply, only to let out a sigh, saying, "Very well, I choose to submit. But I have a humble request." He looked intently at Eren. "Speak, what is it?" Eren, uninterested in probing Kaido's thoughts, maintained his principles, respecting the secrets of each individual. "It is this. I wish for you, Lord Eren, to accept my daughter Yamato. She is a remarkable individual, capable of both nurturing and combat." Kaido, feeling defeated himself, believed that while Yamato may be lacking, he could still anticipate a strong grandchild. If Yamato were to unite with Eren, their offspring would undoubtedly inherit formidable genes, fostering aspirations of a prodigious descendant. Black Maria, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless by Kaido's hypocrisy. It was clear that he had raised Yamato as a son, yet now he referred to her as his daughter. However, some matters must be addressed. "Kaido, is it not inappropriate? What is my Eren status? Does Yamato truly measure up?" Kaido's anger flared at Black Maria's words, yet he restrained himself, recalling her current position as Eren's acknowledged companion. You merely have luck on your side. Do not underestimate me. After all, Yamato is my blood." Kaido retorted defensively. Black Maria yearned to enumerate Yamato's shortcomings, but maintained her composure, knowing Kaido's request was unattainable. "Enough. Kaido, it is not for me to say, but as one of the 4 emperors, your teachings to Yamato are simply inadequate. From what I understand, does Yamato not wish to kill you? If so, that would indeed make her a dutiful daughter, yet such a woman is not to my liking. Furthermore, you are aware of my disdain for the Kozuki clan, and your daughter dares to claim the name Kozuki Oden. How foolish. To live as another rather than oneself. Is that not repugnant?" Eren's words rendered Kaido speechless, though he felt the urge to vent his fury. "Lord Eren, allow me to descend and retrieve this ungrateful child, to teach her a lesson." "Very well, you may go." Eren, at times, displayed understanding, permitting Kaido to release his frustrations. "What of you? Are you willing to submit to the organization of heavenly punishment and redeem yourselves?" Eren addressed the 3 calamities and the remaining flying 6. Queen was the first to respond. "Lord Eren, we are willing to join the organization of heavenly punishment to atone for our sins. We shall not betray you." Given that even Kaido had yielded, they found little reason to resist. Alongside Jack, Ashura, and the Flying 6, they expressed their agreement in unison. "Excellent. I have a task for you. Capture the 9 red scabbards, as well as Kurizumi Orochi and Kazuki Sukiyaki. They're all within Wano. Additionally, in 3 days, eliminate all the remaining men of Wano. Gentlemen, do we have consensus?" Eren's sardonic gaze fell upon Jack and the others. "What? To slaughter all the men of Wano? Say for us. This is utterly excessive. How many lives must be taken?" They were momentarily taken aback. Was not the organization of heavenly punishment a bastion of justice? Were not the judgments and decrees meant for the wicked? Yet, the notion of exterminating over 100,000 men from Wano felt surreal. Is this truly serious? Are we to eradicate all the men of Wano? Queen inquired cautiously. Serious? What is there to be serious about? There is not a single decent man among the men of Wano. Allowing you to survive is already a favor, although it may not manifest outwardly. The intrinsic nature embedded in certain genes cannot be mistaken. Once Wano opens its borders, it shall become the root of sin, thus necessitating the elimination of all men. With that, Eren chose not to elaborate further and departed with Black Maria. What shall we do? Are we truly to kill the men of Wano? Jack, usually devoid of foresight, began to ponder. We have no choice. Lord Eren's strength is overwhelming. Should we refuse, we would surely face dire consequences. Besides, I trust Lord Eren's judgment. He possesses the ability of the self-fruit and may have developed insights into genetic capabilities beyond our comprehension. Thus, he perceives that the men of Wano will inevitably become the source of evil. Queen spoke solemnly, caring little for the fate of the men of Wano, focused solely on his own survival. Wano is indeed an ill-fated land, mostly due to the transgressions of the Kozuki clan. Let us proceed with our mission. After all, Lord Eren has not annihilated all the women of Wano, thus it does not equate to the complete extermination of the entire nation. Ashura remarked thoughtfully. With that, The three calamities and the Flying Six commenced their mission, setting out to apprehend the notorious offenders. The entirety of Heziguo has been engulfed in a sensational uproar, as heightened Dashin has been capturing people indiscriminately. Unfortunately, their forces are utterly incapable of apprehending Zoro, Bartolomeo, and the Empress. Taking advantage of this chaos, Guangyue Shuxiasho reached out to the Akasha 9 heroes. Upon learning that Momonosuke was working as a courtesan in the Hanazono, they were momentarily taken aback. When they heard Guangyue Shuxiasho reveal that he had been transformed into a woman and subjected to unspeakable torment, their fury ignited. How dare they inflict such suffering upon our young master? I shall ensure his demise, regardless of who stand in my way, they vowed. Now is not the time for rash actions. We must prioritize rescuing our young master, He Song wisely stated. Indeed, heightened Dashin's attention is currently diverted. We will surely succeed in liberating him, Azura Tongzi concurred. Thus, they stealthily infiltrated the Hanazono to rescue Momonosuke. Entering the establishment was rather effortless for them, as Princess Aji had maintained a connection with Guanyu Rai. However, it is somewhat shameful that their daily expenses were solely reliant on the benevolence of this one woman. This time, we shall also take the princess with us. She must not remain in such a place, they agreed earnestly. Absolutely, I share the same sentiment. Leizong and Kiku no Jo affirmed. Consequently, they split into groups, with Kiku no Jo seeking out Xiaozi and Leizong, and the others heading to rescue Momonosuke. Upon arriving at Momonosuke's location, they were taken aback to witness the throng gathered outside. Our young master is still just a child. Can he endure this? Leizong and the others thought in despair, unable to fathom the torment Momonosuke must be enduring. However, as they approached the window, they were stunned. That's the voice of our young master. Though it has changed somewhat, it is unmistakably him. Confusion washed over them as they pondered why he sounded so joyful instead of in pain. Curious, one took watch while the others broke the window and leaped inside. What they beheld was a most inappropriate scene. Get away from our young master. One of them shouted, Young master? Who are you? How dare you interrupt my enjoyment? A man, who was reveling with Momonosuke, retorted, preparing to strike, only to be slain by Azura Tongzi on the spot. Seeing this, Momonosuke exclaimed, My loyal retainers have arrived. It's wonderful, but your timing is rather unfortunate. I was in the midst of something critical when you interrupted. Leizong and the others were left speechless, though they thought. It seems our young master has truly inherited Lord Odin's legacy. I apologize, but time is of the essence, and we are concerned for your safety. Leizong expressed with heartfelt sincerity. I understand, let us leave, but do not misunderstand. I am enjoying myself precisely because that scoundrel Aaron desires to make my life miserable. I shall not give him the satisfaction of seeing me in pain, Momonosuke explained. It appears our young master has experienced significant growth in his mindset. Truly impressive, they thought, marveling at his perspective. As Leizong and the others assisted Momonosuke in escaping through the window, they were soon discovered by Jack, one of the three calamities. The remnants of the Akasha 9 heroes? This will be easy. You're all doomed today, Jack declared, launching his assault. Chapter 157. The destruction of One Eye. In Quinn's excitement, Jack charged forward with his swords, taunting, What a bunch of scoundrels. How dare you disturb respectable women? You shall pay. Leizong and Azura Tongzi were momentarily taken aback, as even Momonosuke was bewildered by the accusation. They longed to clarify, fool. I am no respectable woman. I am a man, albeit one wronged by nefarious individuals. Leizong, take the young master and escape. I will hold this madman at bay. Azura Tongzi boldly stepped forward. Recognizing that Jack was clearly injured and overconfident, he was courting death. Very well. Exercise caution. We shall regroup at the designated location. Leizong nodded, confident in Azura Tongzi's strength, knowing he would not falter against Jack, even one of the calamities. Fear not. He has already lost 2 tusks and is evidently not in good shape. Should fortune smile upon me, I may return with his head for our reunion, Azura Tongzi declared, drawing his renowned blade, enveloping it in the power of Haki, its edge turning black. He was evidently prepared to take Jack's life. With Jack, emboldened and unafraid, he reverted to his fearless disposition. Years of character would not easily be altered. The clash of their swords and hockey produced significant energy waves, causing bystanders to retreat in fear. Though such scenes were commonplace in Heziguo, where warriors were known for their combative nature. Hence, they were not particularly frightened but rather entertained, watching the spectacle unfold. The local warriors harbored deep animosity towards the beast pirates, secretly wishing for Jack's demise. They even contemplated intervening to assist in his defeat. Jack the scoundrel should indeed be slain. They agreed. If Azura Tongzi finds himself at a disadvantage, we shall rush in to help. I see no issue. After all, Jack is injured, and with our assistance, victory is assured. Upon hearing the murmurs of those wishing for his death, Jack's excitement surged, his murderous intent intensifying. These foolish creatures have no idea that in 3 days they will meet their end. However, it seems I need not wait that long. I shall slay them all now, and Captain Aaron will surely not hold it against me. After all, they are destined to die eventually. How amusing. They managed to exchange blows with me for a dozen rounds, but now I shall ensure your demise. Jack transformed into his hybrid form, a colossal mammoth-like creature with a human upper body, wielding dual blades. However, his beastly form lacked some of its previous intimidation, as 2 of his tusks had been shattered by Aaron. Yet, Jack felt it would be a mere trifle to slaughter the weaklings before him. With a swift downward slash, Jack temporarily forced Azura Tongzi back and began a massacre among the surrounding onlookers. You foolish beings, seeking death, go perish. He cackled as blood flowed freely. However, some warriors were not without merit. Esteemed one, Jack has gone mad. Let us join forces and eliminate him here. They rallied. Indeed, the beast pirates have oppressed us for far too long. We have longed for this moment of rebellion. As the Azura Tongzi observed a group of warriors, each imbued with the same fierce spirit as the beast Kaido, he nodded and joined them in their assault against the beast-human hybrid, Jack. Although Jack possessed formidable defenses, his massive size rendered him an easy target for the relentless barrage from the warriors. In an instant, his body was riddled with wounds, blood splattering everywhere. You fools have truly enraged me, Jack bellowed, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury, his entire being exuding a menacing aura. The ground trembled beneath his feet as he unleashed his wrath. I underestimated you. Now, I will show you my true power. Azura Tongzi drew the second blade from his waist, preparing to unleash his most potent swordplay, the dual-wielding technique known as the Yuqian Nindao Ryu Momo and Jikyu. With a sudden flourish, he executed the move, charging towards Jack with crossblades. The surrounding warriors seized the opportunity to launch covert strikes against Jack, inflicting even more wounds upon him. "Haha, Jack, look at you now," one mocked. "Serves you right for arriving here in such a weakened state. I must thank the one who injured you." Azura Tongzi, sensing Jack was no longer a significant threat, calculated that while he could not swiftly kill him, he could certainly exhaust him. "Thank you? How laughable. You lot are the ones facing imminent demise," Jack retorted, his laughter echoing. "As for you, Azura Tongzi, I shall eliminate every man in Wano." The mention of Lord Aaron brought a sardonic smile to Azura Tongzi's face. However, he realized that he had sustained serious injuries from Aaron's earlier attack. If this continued, he might truly perish at the hands of these ruffians. At that moment, Aaron teleported into the fray, intent on confronting Aji. It was imperative to subdue her and deliver a fitting punishment. Although the men of Wano were soon to meet their end, it did not signify the conclusion of their punishment. The women of Wano would face their own form of retribution. Isn't it said that the women of Wano excel at servitude? I shall relish the opportunity to experience how Aji serves me. Upon arriving, he beheld Jack in such a pitiful state. Pathetic. Once, you were a valiant warrior. How is it that you cannot even vanquish a handful of foes now? Jack trembled at the sight of Aaron, fear coursing through him. Lord Aaron, he felt wronged, lamenting internally that had it not been for Aaron's earlier assault, he would still be the fearsome mammoth who stood undaunted before even the marine admirals. What? You are the Aaron spoken of by our young master? Excellent, excellent. At last, I stand before you. Prepare to taste my blade. Azura Tongzi executed his dual-wielding technique. The Utianyan Dao, Ryu, Momo, and Jikyu. Aaron, however, merely raised an eyebrow. You insignificant insect. What right do you have to challenge me? In an instant, countless warriors within his cellular domain succumbed to an unperceived blood explosion. Meanwhile, the oppressive aura of Aaron forced Azura Tongzi to break into a cold sweat, his legs buckling beneath him as he collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Azura Tongzi gazed at Aaron in terror, realizing that this being was far more formidable than even the beast Kaido. Jack, annihilate him. I expect your blade to deliver a slow, torturous end. With a mere flick of his wrist, Aaron bestowed a surge of cellular optimization upon Jack, instantly revitalizing him, healing all prior wounds, and even regenerating the broken ivory. Jack felt an unprecedented reverence for Aaron. This is the deity I revere. My apologies, Kaido. I mistakenly believed Lord Aaron to be my idol. He is truly unparalleled. Fear not, Lord Aaron, I shall not disappoint you. I will ensure he meets a gruesome fate, Jack declared, transforming back into his human form, dual blades in hand, radiating an imposing aura as he advanced towards the incapacitated Azura Tongzi. Aaron, meanwhile, remained alert, his terrifying cellular awakening monitoring all occurrences in Wano. Aji had departed from the flower house, fleeing with Kiku no Joe towards Kiri. At this juncture, a group, led by Rei Zhang and Hisong with Momonosuke, was also en route to Kiri, but they were intercepted by Queen. Ah, I have been waiting for you. I knew you would head to Kiri, your hiding place. Is it? Queen, accompanied by Page One and Ultai, grinned menacingly. Rei Zhang and Hisong immediately sensed the impending danger. Even one-on-one, our young master will still have to contend with one of them. Young master, I will take on Queen, you two handle the others. But if an opportunity arises, flee. Rei Zhang stated solemnly. Momonosuke panicked. Rei Zhang, can you handle two? Young master, I wish I could. For your sake, we fear not death. But the enemy will not grant us that luxury. What negotiations are there? You shall all perish. No, this bald beauty is quite a catch. Ultai, she's yours. But leave me one alive. I wish to punish her later. Queen, a lecherous individual, couldn't help but feel thrilled at the sight of the beautiful Momonosuke. Yes, my lord. With the command given, Ultai and Page One surged towards their targets, while Queen faced off against Rei Zhang. Momonosuke, realizing he was utterly unprepared for combat, transformed into a dragon and fled. What? He transformed into a dragon? It's strikingly similar to Lord Kaido's dragon form. Queen, noticing this during the battle, was astonished. However, regaining his composure, he seethed with anger. Damn it! How dare you play this trick on me? He roared. Jean, capture that dragon. Do not let it escape. Jean, who had dominion over a certain aerial range, immediately turned at Queen's command and spotted the pink dragon, pursuing it relentlessly. Meanwhile, the battle between Rei Zhang and Hisong against Queen ensued, but both were intent on finding an opportunity to escape. Before long, Jean caught up with Momonosuke, who, startled, unleashed a torrent of flames in an attempt to fend him off. However, the flames emanating from Jean were supernatural, effortlessly disregarding Momonosuke's feeble assault. With a single strike, Momonosuke was sent crashing to the ground, engulfed in Jin's flames. Who are you? Jean inquired, furrowing his brow, surprised to find another dragon resembling Lord Kaido, albeit with a different hue. Surely, you must be a female dragon? I am a captive brought to Wano, forced into servitude in the flower capital, where I was made a courtesan. As he spoke, Momonosuke resorted to ventriloquism, feigning innocence and shedding tears. Even transforming into a human form, they were still burdened. Fearing my reckless words, they severed my tongue. Within the floral tower, my beauty drew hundreds of guests daily. That recent group sought to abduct me, wishing to confine me and have me serve them endlessly. Upon hearing this, Jean felt a surge of pity. The leader of the Aluan clan, known for his ruthless dealings with men from the land of Harmony, believed this woman would not mind being released. You should leave and find a place to hide. The next few days in the land of Harmony will not be peaceful, Jean stated coldly. Tazizu was momentarily stunned, not expecting to succeed. This person was indeed easily deceived. He turned and began to flee through the turbulent waves. Yet, at that moment, Jean felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, plummeting from the sky and becoming deeply buried beneath the earth. Ah, your misplaced compassion is amusing. How could you be fooled by such a buffoon? How have you survived until now? Eluin appeared in the air, his tone icy. Jean attempted to rise, but, despite exerting all his strength, could not manage it and instead was drenched in sweat. Leader Eluin, I do not understand. Please enlighten me. Jean still did not grasp who the dragon he had released was. That is Tazizu, the one I abhor the most. His current state is due to my punishment. However, he appears to relish receiving hundreds of guests daily. Upon hearing this, Jean realized the gravity of his mistake. He had shown sympathy for Tazizu and let him go. Yalu, your leader deserves 1,000 deaths. Please punish me. In a bid to save his own life, Jean willingly accepted the punishment. Eluin, upon hearing this, pointed out, and a supercharged electric bolt, akin to a luminous force, directly blinded one of Jean's eyes. Ah! Jean cried out in agony. His flames possessed formidable regenerative abilities, yet, at this moment, could not restore his sight. Since you are blind, you no longer require so many eyes. With that parting remark, Eluin pursued Tazizu. Help! A murder! Help! I am the son of Kogetsu Yuden. I am Tazizu, the future general of the Land of Harmony. Someone save me. Sensing Eluin's pursuit, Tazizu decided to gamble, believing that many in the Land of Harmony would still side with him. Getsu Yuden Taozu? The nearby Yamato, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anxiety, quickly activating her observation haki to locate the source of the voice and hastening towards it. Chapter 158. Yamato, as Tezuka's parent Eluin, immediately acquired a godlike perspective of Yamato. It seems this world is predetermined. Even with my interventions, those wishing to become Tezuka's parents will always appear. Eluin sneered, yet he did not fully comprehend that his interference and disruption of the original plot would allow the story to continue unfolding. The reason Yamato was here to save Tazizu was simply because he had not entirely dismantled the narrative between Tazizu and her. Help! Help! As Tazizu transformed into a long dragon, fleeing rapidly, Yamato soon caught up. Hey dragon, was it your voice just now? Upon seeing a strikingly voluptuous beauty, Tazizu felt a flutter in his heart. She seemed rather naive, indicating she would likely assist him. He immediately replied, Indeed, I am Tazizu, son of Kogetsu Yuden, and you have come to rescue me, right? I knew there were still many good people among my subjects in the Land of Harmony, willing to stand against Kaido and all threats to our land. Tazizu feigned tears of gratitude, playing the emotional card. Yamato, however, unceremoniously seated herself atop Tezuka's head and inquired, Who is pursuing you? You seem terrified. Is your enemy formidable? It wouldn't happen to be one of the 3 calamities under Kaido, would it? With an air of authority, Yamato continued, But fear not. Since you are Kogetsu Yuden's son, you are also my son because I am Kogetsu Yuden. Yamato foolishly declared, claiming to be Kogetsu Yuden and recognizing Tazizu as her son. What kind of lunatic is this? What? What did you say? You are Kogetsu Yuden? Tazizu was utterly bewildered, thinking, is this woman truly mad? How can she claim to be Kogetsu Yuden? Could she be deranged, even addressing me as her son? Yes, I am Kogetsu Yuden. Rest assured, I will protect you. You wish to confront Kaido? I can help you eliminate him. Hearing her confident tone, Tazizu was astounded. Could someone truly defeat Kaido? This implied her strength surpassed his, potentially enabling her to stand against Eluin. With this thought, Tazizu promptly asked, Mother, who exactly are you? Tazizu was rather shameless, directly calling her mother, evidently seeking to bind himself to her for support. However, considering Tezuka's nature, while addressing Yamato as mother, he likely harbored thoughts of returning home. Oh, you actually called me mother. This increases my sense of responsibility to protect you. However, listen well, I am Kaido's daughter, but I have severed ties with him. I swear to kill him. Yamato spoke without a hint of guilt, seemingly unfazed by the idea that parents are paramount. In her heart, she felt nothing but disdain for her biological father. Tazizu was left utterly speechless, even feeling a chill run down his spine. This woman was Kaido's daughter. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity at first glance. If she were indeed Kaido's daughter, he would surely remember. However, Tazizu struggled to comprehend that there were individuals in this world more ruthless than himself. While he disregarded the lives of his subordinates, he still cared for his parents. Yet, this woman appeared utterly insane, even seeking to kill Kaido. While he certainly deserved death, a daughter plotting to murder her father was undeniably monstrous. Mother, are you serious? You aren't joking with me, are you? Tazizu gulped nervously. Son, do not underestimate your mother. I am quite formidable. I swear if I did not kill Kaido, I shall not be deemed human. Surprised, are you? Or perhaps you are in disbelief. Do not forget, your father was killed by that scoundrel Kaido. The current state of our land is entirely his doing. Countless lives have been lost because of him. Therefore, as someone who once stood by him, I feel it is my duty to enact justice. Yamato stated earnestly, feeling herself quite impressive. Listen to this. This is what your dutiful son has to say. Huh. I feel like slapping him into oblivion. Thus, given the current state of affairs, do you truly believe I would allow her to become my daughter? Is she truly worthy? In Aaron's hand, a sphere of cellular energy pulsated, replaying the words exchanged between Yamato and Momonosuke. Kaido stood before Aaron, having encountered him while searching for Yamato. He felt no need for further words. The revelation that his rebellious offspring harbored such animosity towards him, even contemplating his demise, was not lost on him. While he could comprehend Yamato's disdain, the notion that she would assume the roles of both father and mother to Momonosuke was utterly despicable. Had he known the depths of her character, he would have insisted on sending her back to be remade. Kaido sighed, feeling decades older in an instant. His hopes for a promising heir had been dashed, as despite numerous warnings and beatings, she remained obstinately ignorant. You claim to be the strongest creature across land, sea, and air, yet in my eyes, you cannot even contend with a woman. How can you bear such shame? Aaron's merciless mockery pierced the air. Yet, Kaido was a pitiful figure, cursed with such a daughter. Indeed, a burden from a previous life. Aaron, the leader, declared, I shall take it upon myself to disable that wretch at once. Furthermore, I intend to consume Momonosuke alive. Kaido's wrath found no outlet, as he blamed the entire debacle on the Kazuki clan, concluding that Momonosuke deserved nothing less than a gruesome fate. Do you not find it revolting to consume such a person? One must employ methods that render life unbearable. Do you understand? In the end, resorting to lowly tactics to ensure Momonosuke's survival becomes impossible is no issue. Aaron advised. After all, consuming Momonosuke would merely grant him liberation, which was unacceptable. Upon hearing this, Kaido's understanding crystallized. The leader's wisdom is unparalleled. I now know my course of action. With that, Kaido unleashed a storm of thunder and lightning, striking out from a distance. Hey, Momonosuke, flee quickly. I shall hold him off. Yamato sensed the familiar aura of murder approaching and recognized it as Kaido's. Upon glancing back, she saw a dark cloud and crackling lightning, prompting her to act swiftly. All right, mother, you must endure. I will wait for you ahead. Once I find assistance, I shall ensure they come to support you. But you must resist, Momonosuke selfishly declared, fully exploiting Yamato's dedication. The current Momonosuke had succumbed to darkness. His thoughts no longer as transparent as before. Do not worry. You are my son, and I will protect you from that scoundrel Kaido, Yamato reassured him. With that, she brandished a massive iron rod, exuding an overwhelming presence as she summoned the thunderous techniques, vanishing from her spot to confront Kaido. Instantly, the heavens trembled, and the clash of their powers created a chaotic spectacle, neither yielding ground. You ungrateful child, to conspire against your own father for the sake of those wretched Kazukis. How dutiful of you. Kaido's heart shattered with rage. He had believed Yamato feared him and would heed his words, but it was evident now that she had irrevocably strayed. Kaido, you deserve to perish. What right do you have to govern me? And cease your incessant calling of ungrateful child. It is repugnant. I intend to end your life. Or do you wish for me to show leniency? You are gravely mistaken. I yearn to dismantle you piece by piece. I embody the spirit and soul of Kazuki Oden. Yamato declared, her intent clear. How dare you? I shall slay you, you ingrate. Kaido's fury intensified. It was infuriating to witness his own daughter embodying another's spirit and resolve. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became. Thus, the fierce exchange of blows continued between them, their movements a blur, resembling mere lines of energy. Yet, Yamato had indeed matured, thriving under Kaido's oppressive environment, proving herself capable of withstanding his formidable assaults. Kaido, on the other hand, found himself slightly winded, not from fatigue, but from sheer indignation. Yamato seemed to taunt him, deliberately provoking his ire as she declared her ambitions to become Kazuki Oden, to eradicate him, and to embrace the roles of both father and mother to Momonosuke. She even claimed that Kaido deserved death, asserting that if she were in charge, she would not hesitate to crush him or drown him in the sea, ensuring he could no longer harm the innocent of Wano. Ogre! Truly impressive. Eren, having observed the spectacle from a distance, materialized within the battlefield, clapping his hands in approval. He could no longer bear to watch as Kaido hesitated to strike down Yamato. After all, she was his progeny. Over the years, he had been strict with her, believing it was for her own good. Kaido envisioned that by conquering Wano, he would ultimately prepare Yamato for leadership. If she remained weak and unyielding, it would spell disaster. After all, weakness leads to vulnerability, as evidenced by Kazuki Oden's downfall due to his emotional frailty. Kaido had hoped that Yamato, with a resolute spirit, would not be foolish enough to sacrifice herself in such a scenario. However, he never anticipated that Yamato would twist her feelings to the point of seeking his demise. Even Kaido himself could never fathom the act of slaying a kin. If that were the case, could Yamato still stand here, growing stronger? She would have perished long ago, her grave overgrown with grass. "Who are you?" Yamato inquired, her expression darkening as she regarded Eren, recognizing him as an adversary alongside Kaido. "Who am I? Let me ponder that. Ah, yes. I am the one who killed Fire Fist Ace. I am the one pursuing Momonosuke. I am the harbinger of destruction for Wano. I am Eren of the Heavenly Punishment Organization. However, given your lack of intellect, I doubt you grasped the weight of these words." Eren scoffed, his disdain evident. Yamato, however, absorbed only one critical piece of information. "You are Eren, the one who killed Fire Fist Ace?" Her fury surged, her aura amplifying as she entered a state of awakening. The Zoan type Inu no Mi, mythical model, Deikokutten. With a burst of Conqueror's haki, the ground shattered beneath her, miles away from her position. "I will kill you." Yamato roared, tears streaming as she mourned Ace, her beloved. The realization that the one responsible for his death stood before her ignited an inferno of rage within her. In an instant, Yamato vanished, transforming into a streak of light that appeared before Eren, raising the massive iron rod to strike him down. "Watch out!" Kaido sensed the imminent danger to Yamato's life. Instinctively reacting, yet he remained silent. After all, he was not worried about Aloin, but rather concerned for Dahi. How could Dahi possibly be Aloin's opponent? Even this awakened fruit user was no match for Aloin, let alone someone like Dahi, who had only just awakened. Upon witnessing this, Aloin merely moved a finger, effortlessly blocking Dahi's terrifying full-force attack. You shall perish." Dahi, undeterred, continued to amplify his output, the overwhelming power of Haushiko Haki coiling around his weapon. Boom! 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 The force of the attack reverberated with explosive sounds. Yet, it remained incapable of shaking Aloin's solitary finger. Aloin appeared utterly unfazed. "Is that all? I expected more from you, but it seems you are even weaker than Kaido. In that case, Kaido must not have exerted his full strength when confronting you." After saying this, Aloin casually released his grip, and in what seemed a slow movement, he swiftly struck Dahi, sending him flying thousands of meters away with a single slap. Following this blow, Dahi was left teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, unable to control his body as he fell backward. The wind rushed past him in a frantic retreat. Within moments, he crashed into the towering Fuji mountain in the land of flowers, embedding himself within it, his life hanging in the balance. The tremendous noise of the impact sent tremors throughout the entire nation of Wa. Many turned their gazes towards Fuji Mountain, having witnessed something collide with it. Was it a falling star? Indeed, it was too swift and shone with a white light. It must have been a meteor. Fortunately, it did not topple Fuji Mountain. Otherwise, countless lives in the land of flowers would have been lost. Ellen, I hope that he is not dead. Kaido could not help but inquire. Chapter 159. Ria's doubts about life. Rest assured, she is not dead. However, this strike has rendered her devoid of combat capability, leaving her with merely a tenth of her life remaining. As for Dahi's matters, you may handle them at your own pace. Understood. Kaido took a deep breath, profoundly aware of Eluin's formidable strength, feeling as though he could only gaze up at his back. He followed Eluin to pursue Momonosuke, Rihi, and the others. Soon, they caught up with Momonosuke, and with a mere gesture, Eluin pierced his body, causing him to crash to the ground in agonized cries. Momonosuke did not expect that his unreliable mother would falter so quickly. Had Eluin truly subdued him in just a few minutes? Eluin, I harbor no enmity towards you. I merely glanced at your woman previously. Why must you torment me so? Momonosuke began his moral crusade. Eluin, however, was disinterested. With a snap of his fingers, he enveloped Momonosuke in a cell barrier, lifting him away. Terrified, Momonosuke raged against the impenetrable cell. Meanwhile, Kiku joined Rihi at the bamboo fence village of Kiri. Here, Komatsu Shoki was present, along with a little girl named Shoyu. Have Momonosuke and the others not arrived yet? Kiku immediately asked Komatsu Shoki. No, you're the only ones who got here early. They have yet to return. It seems their situation is dire. I have heard that Eluin's strength is unparalleled. You must have sensed the fierce battle in the land of flowers, which almost shattered Fuji Mountain. Komatsu Shoki remarked solemnly. Then you should find a safe place to hide while I go assist them. Kiku would not abandon his comrades. However, just then, Eluin appeared. Do you wish to rescue them? Regrettably, they're already lost. Eluin stood as if a divine being descended from the heavens, instilling an unprecedented sense of oppression in Kiku and the others. Struggling to draw his weapon, Kiku spoke. You must be Eluin of the 10 Punishments Organization. Why do you target us? The land of Wa has always adhered to a closed-door policy, severing ties with the outside world. We have not wronged anyone, have we? If anyone has crossed paths with you, it would surely be Kaido and his beast pirates. Why not punish them instead? Why direct your wrath at us, the true victims? Kiku questioned, his eyes burning with rage as he struggled to comprehend the situation, feeling that they were being deliberately targeted. Or perhaps you and that despicable Kaido are in league. Are you here to assist him in eliminating us? In response to Kiku's inquiries, Eluin shot him a glance. And in an instant, 2 bolts of lightning erupted from his eyes. So swift was the attack that Kiku could not react before his arms were rendered useless. Kiku screamed in agony, fully aware of the terror he faced. The sheer power was indeed more terrifying than that of Kaido. Witnessing Kiku's limbs vanish in an instant, Shoyu and Komatsu Shoki turned pale with fear. What gives you the right to question me? You only need to understand that you are a retainer of Komatsu Oden, and that is sufficient. At that moment, Komatsu Shoki grasped that Eluin's abilities were specifically aimed at the Komatsu family. Eluin, even if you are targeting our clan, we have no idea how we have offended you, Komatsu Shoki reasoned, believing that even if Komatsu Oden had sailed the seas in the past, he had never wronged anyone nor committed any grievous acts. However, as he pondered this, a troubling memory surfaced. The only misdeed he could recall was when Komatsu Toki had fainted on the beach, and Komatsu Oden had brought her home, unable to restrain his primal instincts. Although Komatsu Toki had not blamed Komatsu Oden upon awakening, the incident remained somewhat shameful. Is that so? Not long ago, your son, Momonosuke, dared to covet my woman before my very eyes. Does that not count as offending me? And your son, Komatsu Oden, had the audacity to win over Komatsu Toki? Eluin scoffed at Komatsu Shoki. If you must blame someone, direct your ire at Komatsu Oden. Princess, elder, flee quickly. I will hold him back. Kiku, having lost both arms, resolved to sacrifice himself to buy time for Rihi and the others to escape. Eluin, growing weary of the situation, reached out and crushed the air, causing countless bone spikes to erupt from Kiku's body, penetrating him entirely. Kiku faced death at that moment. Now, it is your turn. But fret not. I shall not grant you a swift demise. Aluin coldly regarded the Komatsu family. As for you, little one, you have no part in this, so I shall spare you. Aluin offered a slight smile to Shoyu, who was paralyzed with fear, having just witnessed Kiku's tragic fate. Lord Aaron, I implore you to spare us. If you grant us mercy, I am willing to do anything for you. I could serve you like a beast of burden to atone for my brother, Tazizu's offense against you. Guanyue Hayori is already in tears, completely unable to resist such a formidable foe. She can only weep in weakness. Indeed, Lord Aaron, as long as you release us, my sister, Guanyue Hayori, is at your disposal. You see, my sister is rather lovely, is she not? In terms of both figure and beauty, she is truly exceptional. Inside the cell, Tazizu is increasingly terrified of Aaron's terrifying presence. In that moment, hearing Hayori utter such words felt like grasping at a final lifeline, leading him to betray her beauty. Naturally, though Tazizu spoke those words, he felt a profound unwillingness within. That scoundrel Aaron truly deserves his fate. To think that such a beautiful existence as Hayori must be offered to him for his enjoyment. Otherwise, Hayori would inevitably belong to him. He even felt a twinge of regret. Had he known Hayori would grow to be so stunning, he should have reached out to her sooner. Even if he had committed such acts against her, as a future general of Wano, Hayori would not hold it against him. Furthermore, does not a saying go, the sweet water should not flow to outsiders? If Hayori is destined to marry another, why not let her first be taken advantage of at home? However, now, in order to survive, he had no choice but to offer Hayori. Aaron, upon hearing this, scoffed and said, Hayori, do you truly believe you can save them? Besides, look at what Tazizu just uttered. Do you know the wicked thoughts stirring in his mind? Aaron, with his cellular abilities, could hear the thoughts of everyone present. It was indeed remarkable. Tazizu, trapped within the cell, panicked. Lord Aaron, this is unjust. I was not thinking anything at all. Without even acknowledging Tazizu's voice, Aaron, in a mere instant, began to constrict the cell, causing Tazizu to feel the space around him compress. Hayori, please help me plead for mercy. You cannot bear to see your own brother killed by an outsider, can you? Tazizu felt that only Hayori could save him. Lord Aaron, please. I beg you to release him. He is still young and naive. I hope you can overlook his transgressions. Hayori pleaded desperately. After all, Tazizu was her brother, and she believed he could harbor no ill intentions toward her. He is young and naive? Do you know how old I am? I am but 20, and he must be nearly 28. Is that still young? Moreover, consider the thoughts that just crossed his mind. Look at what kind of person he truly is. Aaron unleashed invisible cells, implanting them directly into Hayori's nerves. It was as if a scene was being played before her eyes. Resonating within her mind, Hayori was immediately shocked, gazing at Tazizu in disbelief. She could not fathom that her brother was such a person, one who would use her for his own survival. But she could forgive and understand that he was merely trying to save himself. Yet, as his sister, she could not believe he would think such things about her. Hayori finally began to comprehend why Aaron was so enraged. Surely, it was because Tazizu covets Lord Aaron's women, and his twisted thoughts were overheard by Aaron through some means. Realizing this, Hayori found herself at a loss for words, as the Tazizu before her felt utterly unfamiliar. Or perhaps she truly had no brother of such disgrace. Tazizu had been compressed into a sphere, but had not perished. Seeing Hayori's disappointment in him made him feel guilty. Hayori was his only lifeline. After all, Aaron clearly had his eye on Hayori's beauty, and through her, he might be spared. Hayori, do not listen to him. His abilities are bizarre. He must be deceiving you. Upon hearing this, Hayori instinctively turned her gaze to Aaron, thinking that indeed, how could her brother wish her ill? Aaron shook his head. What a shameless individual. You truly do not shed tears until you see the coffin. I will ensure everyone witnesses what you truly are. With a wave of his hand, Aaron began to manipulate the cellular memories within Tazizu's body, compelling him to disclose everything he had previously thought. Hayori, listening, was utterly disillusioned with her brother. Even Guanyue Yoshishiaki could not help but curse Tazizu internally. This scoundrel was lost in his thoughts, even at such a moment. What a disgraceful wretch. Hiyori, you should now understand. Above all, never doubt my abilities. My cellular fruit grants me dominion over the memories and nerves of any living being. Thus, extracting the truth from him regarding his thoughts and actions is an effortless task. Therefore, if I take action against someone, they must undoubtedly be irredeemable, Eren stated solemnly. Hiyori, upon hearing this, felt utterly defenseless. The corruption within Tazu's heart was so profound that she felt ashamed. There was no need to save him. Let him perish on his own. Lord Eren, even if Tazuzu is a villain, a wretch, a pervert, and a beast, Grandfather Shishiaki is a good man. Au could not help but interject, for she did not wish for Shishiaki to die. Do you believe he's a good man? The blood of the Guanyue clan flows thickest in his veins. He is certainly no good man. Upon hearing this, Guanyue Shishiaki felt a pang of guilt. After all, Eren's methods were truly terrifying, and he harbored many secrets within. If they were revealed, what would become of him? Yet, Shishiaki thought those matters were long past. Surely Eren could not access his cellular memories to uncover them. Lord Eren, please do not wrongfully accuse me. Guanyue Shishiaki insisted. Would I falsely accuse you? Or is it that you thought the passage of time would shield you from my grasp on your cellular memories? You were just thinking that, were you not? Guanyue Shishiaki instantly froze. Eren, indeed, had a venomous nature. He could discern what he was thinking, and it was clear that no matter how much time passed, he could still access the memories he sought. Seeing Guanyue Shishiaki's reaction, both Hiyori and Au were astonished. Could it be that Grandfather truly harbored unspeakable secrets? Following this, Guanyue Shishiaki, feeling indignant, retorted, Eren, if our Guanyue clan has fallen into your hands, I accept my fate. Come, grant me a swift end. Kill me. Guanyue Shishiaki felt utterly humiliated, ready to face death. Wishing to die is not so simple. Your fear only urges me to reveal more. Eren immediately activated the cellular cage, seizing control of Guanyue Shishiaki as well. Then, he began to activate the cellular memories and neural cells, delving into the sordid happenings of Guanyue Shoshishao's mind. Simultaneously, he compelled Guanyue Shoshishiao to speak out. My son, Guanyue Yutian, found Guanyue Shi on the beach and brought her home, where he violated her. However, I found Guanyue Shi to be exceedingly beautiful, prompting me to repeatedly request an exchange with her, which she, that ungrateful woman, consistently rejected. On one occasion, I resorted to drugging Guanyue Shi, but to my dismay, that fool Yutian discovered my intentions, resulting in failure. Since then, I have harbored a deep disdain for Yutian. As for Hiyori, she is quite admirable, but unfortunately, she often finds herself in the flower capital, leaving me no opportunity to engage. Consequently, Guanyue Shoshishiao divulged an abundance of information. The present Hiyori and Au were left in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that their grandfather, father, and even their brother, the men of the Guanyue family, were such malevolent beings. Au felt as though the world had turned dark. Chapter 160. The island ship's spirits beneath Wano. Au, merely an 8-year-old girl, felt as though her life had been engulfed in darkness, her world turned upside down, unsure of whom to truly trust. Momonosuke, within his cellular confines, heard the words echoing from his grandfather Shoshishao's memories and was left speechless. He never anticipated that his grandfather could be even more deranged than himself. Having thought it was merely his own lasciviousness, it was, in fact, a family trait. His father, Guanyue Yutian, had cradled Guanyue Shi, making her his mother. Moreover, his grandfather Shoshishiao had nearly violated Guanyue Shi, as well as Hiyori and the little one before him. Reflecting on this, Momonosuke admired, yet felt no guilt. His own lechery was merely a contagion inherited from his father and grandfather. Thus, he concluded that he too was a victim. Consequently, Momonosuke turned to Eren, lamenting, Leader Eren, you heard it all. It's the fault of my father and grandfather. They are the true lecherous rascals, and I am but a victim. My lasciviousness is entirely a result of their genetic influence. Therefore, I feel innocent, and I hope you can grant me another chance. I shall strive to reform and suppress the vile and wicked thoughts within me, if you would be so kind." Upon hearing this, Aaron remained silent, but Shoshi Shao erupted in anger. "You wretched child, how dare you speak such nonsense? You cowardly creature, how many times must I reiterate? Although we, the Guan Yu family, may be lewd and depraved, we certainly do not fear death. You should learn from your father and grandfather. Have we shown any fear? Furthermore, you scoundrel, if you had not caused this trouble, our Guan Yu clan would not be targeted. If I could move, I would relish the opportunity to end your life." Shoshi Shao was utterly disillusioned with Momonosuke, feeling he was a disgrace to their family. "Grandfather, your words are rather irresponsible. Do I not share your bloodline? If so, how can you criticize me? My lewdness is a direct result of your influence. Moreover, you have lived for so long that you fear not death. I, however, am still young, without a wife, and to die like this would be a tragedy. You two are truly courting death, discussing such matters before me. But let me inform you, wishing for death is not so simple. I will ensure you suffer greatly. Are you aware of the human centipede? I will have you connected front and back." Aaron crossed his arms, feeling no sympathy for the plight of the Guan Yu family, only desiring to inflict torment. "What? The human centipede?" Shoshi Shao and Momonosuke were taken aback, realizing Aaron's intent. "Leader Aaron, could you not grant them a swift end? Do not subject them to such torture. After all, one is my brother and the other my grandfather." Hiyori was overwhelmed with compassion. Despite her anger, disbelief, and the profound disappointment in Momonosuke and Shoshi Shao's characters. Having grown up in such an environment, she possessed the capacity to accept and forgive. However, Aaron disregarded Hiyori and turned to Au, inquiring, "Would you like to join our Heavenly Punishment Organization and become a champion of justice?" Aaron spoke gently. After some hesitation, Au ultimately agreed, trusting her instincts that Aaron was indeed a good person, unlike the hypocritical Shoshi Shao. "Yes, I wish to join your Heavenly Punishment Organization and uphold justice in the world." Seeing that Aaron had ignored her, Hiyori felt embarrassed, guilty, and helpless, as she had not anticipated that the family she had always trusted could be so reprehensible. Nonetheless, she could not bear the thought of her family enduring such torment. Thus, pleading with Aaron for a swift resolution was her utmost capacity. "Leader Aaron, I implore you. I would do anything you ask. I know you must look down upon me, having grown up in the brothels, but my body is pure. I am still intact. For all these years I have sold my talents, but not my body, safeguarding myself well." Hiyori spoke pitifully. There is no need for her to lie about this. After all, would she dare to deceive? If Aaron were to verify, the truth would be revealed. "Hiyori, what reason do I have to grant them a swift end? What you have heard are merely their malevolent thoughts. In reality, far greater atrocities exist." After speaking, Aaron proceeded toward the large treehouse where Guan Yu's Shoshi Shao resided. Upon seeing Aaron approach his home, Shoshi Shao realized he could no longer conceal the truth. "Hiyori, regardless of what you see, do not trust it, for it will surely be a deception," Shoshi Shao hastily warned. After all, Hiyori was advocating for their mercy. Whether they could die a swift death depended entirely on her. You vile old man, it is evident that you have done something shameful. I refuse to believe you. You are so depraved as to not even spare a little girl like me. That is truly wicked." Au glared at him without reservation and followed Aaron. Hiyori remained silent, for she was not so naive. She wanted to see what other secrets he had kept from her and what dreadful actions he had committed. Soon, Aaron arrived in the basement. There, an array of puppets adorned the space. "Did you discern anything?" Aaron asked, casting a casual glance at Hiyori. She scrutinized the scene closely, finding it quite ordinary and not particularly regrettable. It was merely a puppet show. Au blinked as she examined the scene, also failing to discern anything unusual. "Aaron, is there a problem with these?" "Indeed, these puppets are not crafted from wood. They are fashioned from human corpses. There are over 500 puppets here, which means over 500 vibrant lives that he has extinguished. The only reason it appeared to you as a crafted puppet was that it was covered with wax paper." "What?" At that moment, both Yu and Ri were taken aback. Yu suddenly recalled that this old man had never allowed him to come down here. Once, when he attempted to descend, he was punished with several days without food. Rihi, unable to believe it, began to peel away the facade of the puppet, and was immediately terrified, retreating in haste. It was indeed real. At this moment, Rihi was consumed with rage. Grandfather, how could you be so cruel as to murder so many innocent children? Are you even human? No, you're less than an animal. He sobbed, filled with shame as a member of the Kogetsu family. Kogetsu Shoki realized that there were no secrets left and retorted angrily, "Humph. Is this how you speak to your elders? Do not forget, I am the former general of Wano, while transforming hundreds of beautiful girls into puppets. It is their honor." Shoki's distorted worldview was beyond comprehension. From this day forth, I, Rihi, sever all ties with the Kogetsu family. I shall be known as Xiao Zi. Ha ha, your blood runs with the Kogetsu lineage. You can never escape it. Shoki laughed heartily, reveling in Rihi's suffering. Enough. Xiao Zi, you do not inherit the Kogetsu blood, but rather your mother's. There is no need for psychological burdens, Eren gently reassured. Now you all leave. I must punish them. Yes, we'll go now. Brother Eren, do not let them off easily. Ensure they meet a terrible fate. Ayu expressed her disdain for Shoki and Momonosuke, pulling Xiao Zi away from the basement. If you do not kill us, you will regret it. Shoki hissed like a devil. Without his mask, his malevolence was fully revealed. Eren chose not to engage in further conversation, directly manipulating the cellular shield to collide, thus controlling the cells within their bodies to merge. Soon, Shoki found himself stitched to Momonosuke's mouth, leaving Momonosuke helplessly on the verge of tears. He felt a deep frustration. Why was he always the one suffering? Why could he not be behind his grandfather instead? Kogetsu Shoki felt a sense of relief, grateful not to be in Momonosuke's position. Thus, Momonosuke was left to endure his fate. Eren, hearing their thoughts, was genuinely puzzled by their misplaced pride. Did they truly believe that he would be unfair and allow Momonosuke to escape unscathed while ensuring Shoki faced punishment? Kogetsu Shoki, you fancy pigs, do you not? Momonosuke, you fancy dogs, do you not? The two panicked and asked what you intend to do. I must warn you, do not act recklessly. If we die, how will you continue to torment us? Shoki hurriedly warned, seemingly grasping what Eren planned for him and Momonosuke. Eren remained silent, leading them outside, where he captured a dog and tethered it to Momonosuke. Then, he acquired a pig weighing over 200 pounds for Shoki. Soon, an absurd, centipede-like amalgamation took shape. Utilizing the flying capabilities of the cellular shield, he transported them towards the flower capital, also bringing Xiao Zi and Ayu along. Upon arriving at the plaza of the flower capital, they found a multitude of onlookers. The Empress had petrified many warriors and soldiers. The warriors were turned to stone by the Empress's power, which had awakened to a terrifying degree, thanks to Eren. Any man who harbored even a flicker of affection for her would turn to stone upon meeting her gaze. Consequently, nearly all men, aside from women, had been petrified. Those who remained unturned were facing the Empress's execution, including Kaido, who lay on the ground transformed into the eight-headed serpent, having lost 7 of his heads to her petrification. Kaido, now subdued, knelt in desperation, pleading for mercy, fearing that if the last had succumbed, he would truly perish. Upon seeing Eren, the Empress's demeanor shifted from icy indifference to warmth and shyness as she approached him. Her tenderness was a privilege reserved solely for him. "My husband, you have finally returned. I miss you terribly. It feels like an eternity," she said bashfully. Eren could not help but feel embarrassed. It had only been a few hours, yet she treated it as if years had passed. Clearly, the Empress could not bear to be apart from him. "I apologize. From now on, wherever I go, I will bring you along," he affectionately promised. "Yes, that sounds wonderful, my husband. By the way, where's Hoshi?" Eren inquired. "Hoshi has gone to the sea," she replied. "Oh, what's she doing there?" She mentioned that the Sea Kings discovered something extraordinary beneath the waves, so she went to investigate. Understanding dawned upon Eren beneath Wano. What could possibly be of value? Surely it was the legendary Pluto battleship. The Pluto battleship was no trivial matter. When he had devoured the elephant god, he glimpsed fragmented images of it within the cellular memory. The Pluto battleship was a colossal island vessel, essentially encompassing the entirety of Wano. Moreover, the ship possessed a spirit, seemingly an elemental spirit of fire, controlling vast quantities of lava. However, this island vessel spirit obeyed only the commands of the Kogetsu family. Regardless, if the spirit proved uncooperative, he could simply consume it. I understand, but rest assured, Hoshi will be fine. As the Sea King, she is attuned to ancient weapons. It is only natural she would sense something beneath Wano. I comprehend, but my husband, what is this grotesque creature you have brought back? It looks rather repulsive. The Empress remarked with distaste, pondering why Wano was filled with such bizarre beings, lacking any that were conventionally attractive. They appeared almost like a collection of abominable creatures, some resembling dogs, others pigs, chickens, and cats, and even hybrids of dogs and pigs. Chapter 161. Cellular Initialization. Yamato becomes a newly born infant. My husband, what is this creature? The Empress inquired, unable to contain her curiosity upon seeing the peculiar beings intertwined together. Taozenai and his grandfather are not virtuous individuals. They are truly despicable, and thus, I must impose a fitting punishment upon them. Come, Empress. Capture a few individuals and construct a pig pen in this square. I shall confine them within, allowing all the people of Wano to nourish them. Eren spoke with a cunning demeanor. However, upon reflection, it seemed rather amusing, considering that in front of Guanyue Shoshiang lay a pig. And pigs can consume much. Can they not? Thus, Guanyue Shoshiang is certain not to perish of hunger, while simultaneously allowing Taozenai to survive. Very well, my lord, I shall commence at once. The Empress replied. Consequently, she approached several petrified men and utilized her sweet powers. There was no need for beauty. A mere waft of pink mist enveloped those around her, effortlessly capturing them. Go, immediately construct a pig pen in the center of this square. Yes, my lord. Dozens of control men began to mobilize. Meanwhile, several women nearby were taken aback by the sight of Guanyue Shoshiang and others being restrained, expressing their shock and horror. How cruel! How could this be? Upon hearing the moral condemnation from numerous women, Xiaoyu stood up, indignant. You must not speak ill of Brother Eren. The individuals he deals with are all wicked, having slain hundreds of children. This family would not even spare their own kin. They are nothing short of beasts. Yet, how could the words of a child convince the women around her? They chattered among themselves, and Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed with frustration. At that moment, Xiaoqi stepped forward. It is all true. They are villains, having killed hundreds of children, she said, her eyes welling with tears. Many women recognized Xiaoqi, the renowned courtesan. Yes, Xiaoqi is kind-hearted. She must be telling the truth. It seems these individuals are indeed wicked, deserving of their fate. Eren was surprised by Xiaoqi's willingness to speak in support of him, pleased that she had discerned the truth. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. Those who have committed wrongdoing will be punished by my organization, the Tianfa. From this day forth, each of you shall ensure they are fed with any leftovers you possess. Thus, those who come after will not perish. Upon hearing this, many found the arrangement satisfactory. Indeed, such individuals deserve to suffer, as killing them outright would be too merciful. Support for Eren swelled among the crowd. At that moment, Kaido arrived, carrying the unconscious Yamato. Leader Eren, I have returned, and I have brought Yamato. How shall we proceed? Kaido observed that Yamato still had breath. Thus he was not overly concerned for her safety, knowing well the resilience of his Oni bloodline. Yamato's Oni heritage was significantly stronger than his own. Meanwhile, the prostrate and silent Kaido Dea was astonished. What was happening? The beast Kaido before this man was showing such respect? What had transpired? This was the same Kaido he had known, who disregarded everyone. However, he had no time for such thoughts. Kaido was his ally. Perhaps he could aid in preserving his life. Kaido, please save me. I do not wish to die. Kaido cast a dispassionate glance at Kaido Dea and scoffed. Leader Eren has deemed you guilty. Therefore, you are guilty. Why should I save you? Kaido Dea was left dumbfounded. Must you be so heartless? We have been drinking companions for many years. Kaido, it is a misunderstanding. I was entirely deceived by that wretched thing. Otherwise, I would never have dared to lay a hand on the Empress. Kaido Dea wept in despair, realizing that had he not heeded the instigation of the bald woman, Taozenai, he would not be in this predicament. Humph, you deserve no sympathy. You dare to assault Aaron's woman. Who could save you now? Not even the mightiest of gods could intervene. Kaido's words plunged Kaido Day into despair. Yet soon after, Kaido Day's defiance flared. Leader Aaron, you profess to uphold justice in this world. Yet why is Kaido allowed to roam free, unpunished? His misdeeds are no less than my own. Kaido, enraged, raised his iron club, prepared to strike down Kaido Day. Kaido, do not be hasty. I can explain to him why he must not live. Aaron smiled. Kaido Day, you possess the mythical Zoan-type ability of the eight-headed serpent, a power rivaling that of Kaido. Yet your laziness condemns you to mediocrity. Furthermore, your transgressions against the Guanyue clan, particularly against Guanyue Odin and Guanyue Taozanai, might have spared you from death. However, your audacity to harm my woman has sealed your fate. Should anyone dispute this, I shall deal with them as well. Upon hearing this, Kaido felt a wave of relief. Had he not targeted the Guanyue clan, he too would have faced dire consequences for his actions in Wano. Kaido Day, filled with regret, quickly declared, Leader Aaron, I did not know the Empress was your woman. Otherwise, I would not have dared to lay a finger on her, even if I had 100 lives. He glanced at Taozinai among the crowd. That bald-headed boy. I turned him into a woman. What? Kaido Day was taken aback, realizing that this was Guanyue Odin's son. No wonder he had thought he was only dealing with Guanyue Odin and not Guanyue Taozinai. Leader Aaron, I am willing to torment Taozinai further. If only you would spare my life. Kaido Day immediately prostrated himself. The onlookers, witnessing Kaido Day's pleas, found their courage to speak. Leader Aaron, Kaido Day must not be allowed to live. This man is wicked beyond measure, and we have suffered greatly at his hands. Indeed, if he were to survive, the so-called justice would truly be a mere farce. Silence. I did not invite your opinions. Must I be instructed on my actions? The Empress cast an impatient glance at the women of Haji country, who dared to dictate how Aaron should conduct himself, oblivious to their own standing. The surrounding women were rendered speechless, intimidated by the Empress's commanding presence. In her presence, they felt an overwhelming sense of shame. For the Empress's beauty was so transcendent that it dwarfed their own modest identities, making them feel unworthy of even conversing with someone of her celestial grace. Aaron, without wasting words, directly expressed his intent, pointing a finger, sending a glimmer of tears into the body of the blackened serpent. In an instant, the blackened serpent's form deteriorated, blood cascading like a river, saturating the ground. Those around watched in trepidation, yet sighed in relief, grateful that the blackened serpent had perished. As for Kaido of the Beasts, it seemed he would not cause further chaos under the leadership of Aaron. Aaron then unleashed a beam of cellular light into Yamato's body. Moments later, the gravely injured Yamato recovered significantly and awoke. What? Aaron, Kaido? But upon seeing Aaron and Kaido, Yamato was instantly filled with rage, clenching her fists, ready to attack them. However, upon witnessing this, Kaido did not hesitate and slapped Yamato hard. Unfilial child, do you still wish to be obstinate? This statement left many women of Haji country stunned, as it seemed rather discordant coming from Kaido's lips. You dare strike me? And you are the one who remains obstinate. You assist these scoundrels in slaying Momonosuke and his kin? Momonosuke's father, Kazuki Odin, was a hero, a paragon of Haji country, a truly good man. You not only persecute him, but also his descendants? Moreover, you obstruct my rightful role as Momonosuke's father and mother. You are utterly selfish. Yamato felt hopeless, as if she had been mentally usurped by Kazuki Odin. It was all so fantastical. Enraged, Kaido delivered another resounding slap to Yamato's face, leaving her bewildered. I will fight you. Yamato immediately transformed in her full form, her body crackling with lightning, extending and wreaking havoc. Kaido, it seems the son you hoped for truly has no salvation. Perhaps it would be best to let her perish, Aaron remarked calmly. Though Yamato possessed some beauty, her venomous spirit was undeniable, especially in comparison to Kazuki Odin, which incited Aaron's desire to eliminate her. Thus, he held no interest in sparing Yamato. Kaido, despite his fury and strictness towards Yamato, hesitated at the thought of killing her, feeling a twinge of compassion. After all, Even the most detestable individuals possess redeeming qualities. The Kaido of old was contemptible, yet the current Kaido felt pity as he watched his daughter facing death, powerless to intervene. Very well, since the end is near, I shall grant her one more chance, but you must contribute more to the Heavenly Punishment Organization moving forward, Eren said slowly, allowing both Yamato and Kaido the opportunity for redemption. After all, with his mastery of the cell fruit, his understanding and manipulation of human cells had reached an astonishing level. Have you ever heard of cellular initialization? It is the process through which everything resets, starting anew. Upon hearing this, Kaido felt a surge of gratitude. Thank you, Captain Eren. I will surely contribute more. Kaido, spare me your feigned righteousness. You wish to grant me another chance? It will be better to end my life, Yamato retorted disdainfully. In the next moment, she launched an attack at Eren. However, with a chilling gaze, Eren froze the air around them, creating a magnetic field that immobilized Yamato, as if time and space had come to a standstill. Yamato was struck with shock, feeling as though her consciousness was being relentlessly erased, her body no longer responding to her commands. She couldn't even utter a word. Eren extended his hand, placing it upon Yamato's head. A mysterious and unfathomable cellular ability began to initialize her bodily cells. As this initialization progressed, Yamato's form diminished rapidly. Soon, she transformed into an infant, her mind and consciousness akin to that of a frightened newborn, filled with curiosity about the unknown world. As the magnetic field dissipated, time and space resumed their functions. Everyone present was left in a state of bewilderment, unsure of what had just transpired, as though time had been suspended. When they regained their senses, they beheld an infant suspended in the air before Eren, whose wailing echoed in the silence. Kaido, finally coming to, could hardly believe that Yamato had reverted to an infant, identical to her appearance at birth. Captain Eren, does she possess the memories of her former self? Kaido inquired, his concern evident. Rest assured, I have initialized her cells, which can also be interpreted as a rebirth of her life. She has returned to the moment of her inception. Her thoughts and awareness of this world are now blank slates. Henceforth, it is up to you to nurture and educate her. Should she grow into a paragon of filial piety, I shall have no recourse, Eren explained. Kaido, comprehending the gravity of the situation, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Captain Eren. I assure you I will raise her properly. Kaido was elated, for this opportunity to restore her to her original state was a chance for redemption. Now let us proceed. Leave no man alive in Haji country. However, let a few of these wretches remain, he commanded. Yes, my lord, I shall begin at once. Thus, a massacre of all the men in Haji country commenced, leaving only the women to survive. Blood flowed freely, and countless women were left in shock, weeping. Listen closely. This is all the fault of the Kazuki clan. Furthermore, there shall be no male presence in Haji country. Now, or in the future, Kaido's voice reverberated throughout the land. Chapter 162. The Ancient Weapon, the Battleship Spirit. After 10 days and nights, all male warriors of Haji country were slain. Under Eren's cellular awakening, no one, even those hiding deep underground, could escape his gaze. As for those who plunged into the sea, they too met their demise, for the Sea Kings surrounded Haji country, ready to consume any who dared enter the water. In the flower capital, Momonosuke and Kazuki Sukiyaki felt a deep sense of dread, their appetites waning. Momonosuke, you are the hope of our Kazuki family. Allow me to share a secret. Do you have the confidence to turn the tide? Kazuki Sukiyaki attempted to speak, but his mouth had grown on the back of a pig, forcing him to use ventriloquism. Tazizu is also a master of ventriloquism, and upon hearing this, he immediately inquired with excitement, Grandfather, what secret is this? But can we truly turn the tables? You rascal, I am asking you if you can turn the tables. Why are you questioning me? The frustration of Kogetsu Shoyaki was palpable. How could the Kogetsu family produce such a useless descendant like Tazizu? At this juncture, as a grandson, instead of seeking ways to rescue his grandfather, he was putting the onus on his grandfather to save him. Grandfather, you know it well. The likes of Eren and his ilk are simply madmen, powerful in their strength, tormenting us as if we are not even human. Furthermore, apart from the two of us, all the men in Wano Kuni are dead. They aim to transform our land into a veritable land of women. The term land of women floated through Tazizu's mind, conjuring memories of his childhood when his father, Kogetsu Oden, once lifted him onto his head and spoke of the outside world, filled with splendid sights and beautiful women, a country that was akin to a paradise for men, as it was inhabited solely by lovely ladies. So what? As long as we are alive, and as long as this country has women, we can restore Wano Kuni to its former vitality. Moreover, the secret I speak of is one that only you can wield. Once you grasp it, the entirety of Wano Kuni will be at your command, rendering the world government and the heavenly punishment organization as mere refuse. Everything hinges upon your will, determining life and death at your whim. Kogetsu Shoyaki spoke with conviction. This was indeed a secret of the Kogetsu lineage. Over the years, he had uncovered the truth, but only the one who could control the Zoko could master this secret. Coincidentally, Tazizu had previously wielded the power of the Zoko. Thus, he was evidently the one capable of controlling the secret. Upon hearing this, Tazizu was instantly exhilarated. To control the fates of all with but a thought? Grandfather, why didn't you tell me sooner? Are you trying to hoard this knowledge for yourself? Tazizu expressed his dissatisfaction, pondering that had his grandfather revealed this sooner, they would not have endured such torment. Perhaps he would currently be toiling alongside beautiful women. Do you think I did not wish to? But you were always under Aaron's watch, and I dare not take risks. Thankfully, it is not too late. As long as Wano Kuni has women and the two of us are alive, we still have a chance. Listen well, the secret lies beneath Wano Kuni, where there exists a colossal battleship known as the Hades, which can be said to hold the entirety of Wano Kuni upon its decks. The Hades is one of the 3 ancient weapons possessing the ability to annihilate the world. However, such a terrifying vessel, much like certain ships, is accompanied by a ship spirit. Yet the spirit of the Hades is extraordinary, for she embodies the very power of the Hades, and now, you must strive to awaken her. Have you not previously heard the voice of a Zoko, and even communicated with it? Yes, grandfather, Tazizu replied breathlessly, astonished to learn of such a terrifying existence beneath Wano Kuni, capable of world destruction. It seemed he was indeed the destined one, the savior. Without him, Wano Kuni could not possibly endure. Truly, those who survive great calamities are bound to reap great rewards. All right, grandfather, I shall attempt to awaken her now. But how do I do so? Fool, you are old enough. This power resides within you, inherent to your being. Focus and recall the sensations you felt when you connected with the Zoko. What strength did you perceive? Kogetsu Shoyaki said earnestly. Though he was frustrated at this moment, Tazizu was the last hope for Wano Kuni. Should he succeed, all the women of Wano Kuni would belong solely to him and Tazizu. The very thought thrilled him, instilling impatience as he felt the weight of responsibility. I understand, grandfather. I will strive to awaken her. I seek vengeance. I will slay Aaron and all who dare oppose me or threaten me. If I grow weary, the entire world shall perish alongside me. As Tazizu took a bite of Kogetsu Shoyaki's rice, his heart burned with rage. However, all of this was a result of Aaron's relentless torment. Thus, he transformed his hatred into boundless strength. At this very moment, Aaron was aboard his flying vessel, observing the crimson hue that enveloped Wano Kuni. Cherry blossoms danced in the air. Beneath Wano Kuni, indeed, lay a gargantuan battleship, constructed entirely of sea stone, which explained why it had remained undetected for so many years. After all, the presence of sea stone renders even the sea kings oblivious to it. Additionally, Wano Kuni's abundance of sea stone might be partly due to the Hades extracting sea stone elements from the sea, which were then refined and fused through the Hades' reactor. Aaron refrained from acting, maintaining control of the situation to see if Tazizu could awaken the Hades beneath Wano Kuni. However, as days passed swiftly, 5 days soon elapsed. Aaron grew increasingly impatient, finding Tazizu truly inept. Could it be that his hatred was insufficient? Just as he pondered this, Aaron suddenly perceived the heartbeat of a being from beneath Wano Kuni. Yet, Upon activating his cellular awakening, he discerned that the heartbeat did not belong to a living creature. Rather, it was a reaction of some form of energy. "My master, I have sensed your voice. Wait for me. I shall come to assist you." A voice, ancient and feminine, resonated throughout Wano Kuni. However, only Aaron and Tazizu could hear it. "Ha ha, splendid. Come forth. I command you to annihilate all who oppose me, to eliminate all who have harmed me." Tazizu was immediately elated, astonished that the heavens had not forsaken the diligent, finally awakening her. Moreover, judging by the voice, she was likely a beauty. How intriguing, yet he wondered what this ship spirit looked like. If she were indeed a beauty, as her master, he could indulge himself at will. "Grandson, have you awakened her?" Kogetsu Shoyaki inquired with excitement, for he had seen the ship spirit before, but it had remained in slumber. "Yes, grandfather, I succeeded, thanks to your revelation of this secret. Now, we can seek our vengeance." "Excellent. Truly worthy of our Kogetsu bloodline. By the way, when your ship spirit emerges, ensure that grandfather gets a good look. I have yet to experience a ship spirit myself." Oh, Tazizu was speechless, yet he could not help but admire his grandfather, who shared his enthusiasm for the ship spirits. Suddenly, a tremendous rumbling erupted as the entire Fujiyama began to erupt. With it, a flame brighter and hotter than lava surged into the sky. Her emergence instantly set the entire sky of Wano Kuni ablaze. The terrifying temperature wreaked havoc, causing the cherry blossoms fluttering in the air to self-ignite and burn. The flames that erupted transformed into a breathtaking ship spirit, standing at nearly 3 meters in height. She possessed long, elegant legs and exquisite facial features, accompanied by fiery ribbons trailing behind her. Surrounded by crimson flames, her temperature soared, as if she were undergoing a reaction of fiery energy. With a hum, she took a step forward, and the void around her crumbled in flames, collapsing incessantly. The searing power caused the ocean to rapidly evaporate. Could this truly be my ship spirit? Such beauty resembles that of a fire sprite. Yet, the heat is overwhelming. How can I engage with her? Tozosuk felt a tinge of regret, pondering whether she could contain her energy, perhaps allowing for a future interaction. "My lord, how have you transformed into this form?" The ship spirit's eyes opened, instantly sensing the awakened bloodline of the Kogetsu clan, specifically Tozosuk. As she reigned in her formidable energy, adorned in armor radiating flames, she strode confidently towards him. However, even she could not save Tozosuk, as they were irrevocably bound together. After all, the power of the cell fruit does not merely stitch together. It genuinely grows as one, leaving no trace of scars. "My lord, I cannot separate you. Doing so could lead to your demise. However, fear not, for you have awakened the primordial bloodline of the Kogetsu clan. I can protect you, at least ensuring that your lineage remains unbroken. Enough of your ramblings. Go and eliminate Aaron. He is the one who fused us together. Once he is gone, we should be able to revert to our original forms," commanded Kogetsu Shoyaki. The ship spirit, however, paid no heed, for she bore none of the Kogetsu clan's primordial bloodline. Tozosuk discerned this and insisted, "He is my grandfather. Execute his command. That is my wish." "Understood, my lord. I shall go at once." The ship's spirit ascended, soaring towards the vessel in the sky. Yet, she soon noticed flames erupting from the Fujiyama, belonging to the beast pirates, including Keidu, the Three Disasters, Zoro, and Bartolomeo, who immediately launched an assault on her. With me here, do you think you can approach our leader without passing my barrier?" Bartolomeo unleashed his barrier powers, conjuring an invisible wall to obstruct the ship spirit's path. The ship spirit dismissed him with disdain, her fiery energy surging skyward. "So, it is the barrier fruit. I have faced such barriers 800 years ago, reputed to be the strongest shield. Even I found it challenging to breach, yet your barrier is pathetically weak." Having survived the cataclysmic war, the ship spirit was not only highly knowledgeable, but also exceedingly proud, thus disregarding Bartolomeo's abilities. With a mere flick of her finger, she unleashed an energy reaction that effortlessly obliterated Bartolomeo's air gun. Wow! Bartolomeo was sent hurtling backward, spitting blood, and flew hundreds of meters away. Incredible! Be cautious, everyone. This is undoubtedly a terrifying existence. Facing her feels akin to confronting an unfathomable volcanic eruption. As he soared through the air, enduring the pain, he warned the others. At that moment, Zoro and Jin struck simultaneously, launching their full power towards the ship's spirit. In an instant, the ship's spirit unleashed a concentrated fireball reaction, akin to a solar core directed at Zoro and Jin. Boom! The explosion was immediate. Zoro and Jin attempted to wield their swords against the flames, but the energy and temperature emanating from the detonation were overwhelmingly high. They were scorched and propelled back thousands of meters, completely powerless to retaliate with just a single strike. Ha! My ship's spirit is truly formidable. Eren, you're doomed now. Those women by your side, I shall claim them. Tozosuke vowed fiercely within. With such strength from the ship spirit, Eren would surely be no match. Meanwhile, Queen was too frightened to act, having initially intended to engage, but now hesitating. Jack, however, remained his reckless self, charging forward despite Zoro and Jin being flung past him. Yet, in the next moment, the ship's spirit moved with blinding speed, enveloping Jack in a fiery embrace. The terrifying energy reaction ignited the void, and Jack's cries of agony filled the air. Ah, it's so hot. It hurts. I'm burning. Kadu, save me. Eren, help. This was the first time Jack had pleaded for help with such urgency. At that moment, Kadu unleashed a thunderous roar, transforming into lightning. Wielding his armed haki. Boom! But the flames soon engulfed him. Undaunted, Kadu activated his Conqueror's haki, unleashing crimson lightning that shattered the heavens. Amidst the sea of red light, a small domain formed around him. It appeared that his Conqueror's haki had an effect on the ship's spirit as she shifted into a humanoid combat state. Opening her mouth, she unleashed a sonic attack, a terrifying energy beam that pierced space, hurtling towards Kadu. Seeing this, Kadu's eyes flickered as he prepared his full strength, unleashing the mighty thunderclap, akin to a divine strike. Boom! The world dimmed and flickered as a terrifying energy swept across an infinite expanse of the void, leaving the sea creatures in disbelief. Chapter 163. Transcending into a black hole, devouring heaven and earth. Yet, as the shimmering energy dissipated, Kadu transformed into his dragon form, soaring through the clouds to stabilize himself in the sky. At that moment, he was gravely injured. Such power, it seems only Captain Eren can contend with her, Kadu mused, promptly flying away, unwilling to prolong the battle. The members of the beast pirates below were left in shock. No way. Did Kadu-sama really retreat? We don't understand. Kadu-sama is currently focused on raising his daughter. He has no time for a prolonged fight. Perhaps he has gone back to feed Yamato, some pirates remarked. Recent events had revealed Kadu's intent to nurture Yamato, striving to bring her to her best form. My lord, shall I give it a try? The Empress, aboard the vessel, could no longer contain her eagerness. Enough, there is no need. The energy she wields is infused with elements of sea stone, rendering your abilities as a devil fruit user ineffective against her. Besides, your sweet powers would likely have no effect. She is a ship spirit, a wondrous being claimed to have emerged from the sea, Eren explained slowly. The Empress, naturally obedient to Eren's counsel, felt a surge of happiness and warmth in her heart, appreciating his concern for her safety. Then, my lord, you must go. I adore watching you fight. You are incredibly handsome and captivating, she shyly declared. The allure of Yaluen is truly irresistible. With each passing day, the depth of affection she feels for him grows. Bai Xing, observing the Empress's affectionate demeanor towards Yaluen, experiences a twinge of jealousy unbeknownst to her. Summoning her courage, she approaches Yaluen, adopting the Empress's tone to playfully express her own fondness. My lord, I too find great delight in watching you in combat. It is utterly captivating, and it brings me immense joy. Yaluen chuckles heartily, ruffling the hair of both ladies, before stepping into the void, his very cells vibrating and resonating with the fabric of space itself. Are you the spirit of the ancient weapon, the Ming Wang battleship? What kind of spirit are you? A lava spirit, or perhaps a more wondrous manifestation of energy? Yaluen, hands clasped behind his back, gazes down from his lofty position, embodying an unparalleled majesty as he surveys the battleship's spirit below. The spirit possesses an exquisite beauty, akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Despite her ethereal appearance, she is undeniably formidable. If circumstances permitted, Yaluen would eagerly claim her for himself. Indeed, I am the spirit residing within the Ming Wang battleship, capable of commanding its entirety. You must be the Yaluen leader of whom my master spoke. It was you who transformed my master into such a state, wasn't it? The battleship spirit ascends to meet Yaluen's gaze, exuding an air of invincibility. It is evident that the spirit's essence and the battleship itself are intrinsically linked. Such immense power and an aura of supremacy are only to be expected. Rest assured, I harbor no intentions of sparing any member of the Guan Yue clan. To eliminate them outright would be an act of mercy. Thus, I shall resort to more torturous methods. Very well, then we shall be adversaries. While I perceive your strength as unprecedented, I, too, possess considerable prowess. If you release my master now, perhaps I might allow you to retain your life. Otherwise, I shall ensure your complete obliteration from this realm. Such bravado. Yaluen smirks, eyeing the spirit's alluring form and immense energy, yearning not just to possess, but to consume it. Now, let us see just how formidable you truly are. In an instant, Yaluen vanishes from sight, reappearing before the battleship spirit, delivering a powerful punch towards her forehead. The spirit, though momentarily surprised, reacts with remarkable speed, exhibiting her extensive combat experience. She readies her fist, glowing with a fierce red light, and retaliates with equal ferocity. Their fists collide, the intensity and frequency of their strikes escalating to the point where only two trails of energy can be discerned, intertwining in a fierce dance. The atmosphere flickers, and in that moment, the void shatters, the ground trembles, and the sea surges violently, creating towering waves. Hours later, the clash between Yaluen and the battleship spirit concludes. Yet neither emerges victorious. Impressive. You are indeed strong, worthy of being the spirit of the Ming Wang battleship. The spirit acknowledges solemnly. You are formidable as well. Yet even so, had you existed over 8 centuries ago, you would merely rank as a top-tier warrior. Hardly a match for the true elite, those of royal or even divine caliber, the spirit states earnestly. Is that so? It appears you are well-versed in the many secrets of this world from over 8 centuries past. However, it is unfortunate that your understanding of me is quite shallow. What you witnessed was but a mere fraction of my capabilities, merely 1,000th or 10,000th of my true strength. Ultimately, my might is contingent upon your own. I will surely triumph over you, Yaluen declares. The battleship spirit, feeling the sting of Yaluen's condescension, bristles with indignation. Oh, is that so? What you deemed as a mere display was in fact merely a warm-up exercise before the real battle. With that, she unleashes her energy, revealing a suite of armor that enhances her offensive and defensive capabilities. Ah, that must be Heilusher armor, Yaluen deduces swiftly, having absorbed much of her energy during their encounter, allowing him to analyze her capabilities. It is indeed unique, resembling a wondrous energy reactor, with her power source deriving from the elements of Heilusher found within the ocean, along with various other energy elements. You possess certain insights that compel me to question whether you are truly of this era. Could it be that you hail from over 8 centuries ago as well? Upon hearing this, many spectators are taken aback, for the implications of such a statement are profound. If beings from that time have re-emerged in this realm, who could it be? What strength might they hold? Could it truly be the Yaluen leader before them? So you are aware of who among us originates from over 8 centuries past? Of course, but to learn more, you must first defeat me. Through the might of my power, I shall extract all your secrets, the battleship spirit asserts, forming a cannon-like gesture with her hands. Energy swirling around her in a multitude of rings. She draws energy from her surroundings, condensing it into a minuscule yet immensely potent energy sphere, teeming with destructive force. Yaluen furrows his brow, sensing for the first time a power that could potentially endanger him, yet he remains unfazed. Threats do not necessarily equate to fatality. As long as a single cell of his exists, he can resurrect. I possess a similar technique, Yalin states, performing a simple motion that instantaneously extracts energy from the surrounding air, compressing it into a minuscule air projectile. The battleship Spirit remains silent, launching her devastating energy as a streak of brilliance toward Yalin. Though her attack speed is formidable, Yalin perceives it as if time has been magnified countless times. I must commend your strength. However, in comparison to me, you remain but an insect. Go. With a casual flick of his wrist, Yalin intercepts her condensed air projectile. In an instant, the two compressed energies collide, resulting in an explosion that tears the very fabric of the void, manifesting as a swirling black hole. During the explosion, Eren and the battleship Spirit fearlessly charged forward, undeterred by the forces of destruction, and once again engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand combat. In an instant, after several hundred exchanges, Eren burst into laughter, his blood surging from the thrill of battle. It had been a long time since he had experienced such exhilarating combat. Moreover, he sensed that although she was a battleship Spirit, she possessed a certain corporeal essence akin to that of a human woman. Very well, if I defeat you, you shall become my woman, Eren declared nonchalantly. After all, those who stood against him would find only a dead end. The battleship Spirit, slightly out of breath, realized that the more they fought, the stronger he became, a terrifying prospect. He seemed to possess a naturally formidable physique for combat. In a world 800 years ago, such a being would have been a harbinger of devastation, certainly a war god. It seems I have underestimated you. However, if you wish to possess me, it will depend on your capabilities. Though I am a battleship Spirit, bound by the commands of the founder of the Kogitsu clan, I will submit only to those who can defeat me, she stated. Ah, I see now, Eren replied, excitement coursing through him like wildfire. Then let me demonstrate my true power. I wish to understand just how formidable I would have been even 800 years ago. He immediately activated his holographic cell release, unleashing over 5 billion cells that simultaneously engaged in cell absorption. Under Eren's insight and mastery over his cells, each cell became a world unto itself, even a universe brimming with infinite possibilities. Open the floodgates of absorption, devour the heavens and the earth. At that moment, Eren resembled a black hole, a chasm drawing in all elemental forces around him. With over 5 billion cells absorbing energy simultaneously, though each cell was imperceptibly small, together they formed a singularity that consumed everything in its path, even the void itself. The energy from those nearby, the ocean's waters, the structures upon the ground, and the energy of the battleship Spirit were all forcibly drawn in. In that instant, countless beings felt a profound dread, sensing an unprecedented terror akin to the world's impending doom. The light of this realm was absorbed at an alarming rate, causing the energy flames surrounding the battleship Spirit to dim. What kind of monstrosity is this? The battleship Spirit's fierce brow reflected an unprecedented sense of terror and oppression. Struggling to steady herself amidst the void, she found her body inexorably drawn toward Eren. My lord, how have you offended such a being? The battleship Spirit asked, glancing at Momonosuke, who was rendered speechless. He had believed the battleship Spirit would triumph over Eren and had already mentally arranged how to handle Eren's women. Little did he expect to witness such a terrifying scene. I merely coveted his women, and now he seeks to end my life, Momonosuke lamented. What? You truly are as lecherous as your ancestors. No, awakened to the bloodline of the Kogetsu founder, you are inherently a being of lust, the battleship Spirit replied, aware of the Kogetsu clan's notorious lineage. Despite their efforts, they could never escape it. The founder of the Kogetsu clan had nearly taken her as well. Alas, perhaps this is the curse of your clan. No lineage can reign supreme over an era. Moreover, the Kogetsu clan, over 800 years ago, was not invincible, merely a royal-level force. Do you realize that this man before us possesses divine-level strength? I cannot even fathom the limits of his power. Even in the era 800 years past, he would have overshadowed the gods. Recalling the 12 royal-level warriors and 3 divine-level beings from that time, she acknowledged their strength. Yet this human before her instilled fear even in her heart. At that moment, Aaron, having absorbed an immense amount of energy, began to swell, further enlarging the black hole of absorption. As it grew, the rate of absorption accelerated. Visible matter, such as vast quantities of seawater and earth, as well as the battleship spirit, were inexorably drawn in. The battleship spirit could not resist. Her form pulled toward Aaron. Even as her energy dwindled, she sought to retreat to the depths of the earth for replenishment, yet could not escape. The battleship spirit once again executed the attack she had previously unleashed upon Kaido, forming her hands into a multi-barreled cannon that concentrated power. Simultaneously, she opened her mouth, condensing energy, and unleashed a barrage akin to a super electromagnetic cannon toward Aaron. However, Aaron's black, hole-like energy effortlessly consumed her energy attack. What? The battleship spirit was utterly astonished, feeling utterly powerless. Despite not utilizing her full strength, her previous attack had still contained 60% of her power, yet it posed no threat whatsoever to him. It seemed her only option was to return to the Meiwang battleship, but the question was how to do so. As Aaron absorbed the battleship spirit's energy attack, his own strength surged, intensifying the surrounding absorption. As the distance between them shrank, the battleship spirit was rapidly pulled toward Aaron. Fear gripped her heart. She sensed that if she were consumed by him, she would cease to exist. Thus, she threatened, "Aaron, release me, or I will summon the Meiwang battleship beneath the kingdom of darkness, and the entire Wano country will be thrown into chaos." In response to her panic, Aaron merely snorted. "Humph. Do you dare to threaten me? Do you not understand that even if the entire Wano country were to vanish, I would remain unfazed? I commanded the slaughter of all the men in Wano. Furthermore, do you think your Meiwang battleship could intimidate me? I too have beings of royal stature at my side. Countless sea kings dwell upon the surface, ready to thwart your attempts to summon the Meiwang battleship." The battleship spirit sensed the multitude of sea kings surrounding Wano and sighed, feeling a strange sense of relief, for she had declared that she would submit to anyone capable of defeating her. 800 years ago, she had been forged, and during fortunate circumstances, she had been granted her spirit form, originally serving the founder of the Kogetsu clan. She had told him that anyone who could conquer her would have her as their battleship. "My lord, I apologize, but I am not your match. I shall dissolve our master-servant bond and become Aaron's Meiwang battleship." The battleship spirit cast its gaze downward at Peach no Su, questioning what? Peach no Su was taken aback, grappling with the unreliability of the situation. "What do you mean? Aren't you the spirit of the battleship Meiwang? You have not utilized the capabilities of the battleship at all. Instead, you merely used your spirit form's abilities. Thus, you're cheating. Can you truly face the Kazuki clan with this? Is this the extent of your loyalty to us? I command you, even if it means death, to eliminate the enemy and make them pay the price. Otherwise, even the resurrection of our ancestral spirit will not absolve you." Peach no Su declared vehemently through gritted teeth. Having awakened the bloodline of the Kazuki ancestors, he felt a significant shift within his soul, as if he had become an entirely different person. "I regret to inform you that I am unable to comply. I cannot control the battleship Meiwang at this moment, as my energy is insufficient to return to my original form. Therefore, I accept my defeat and shall serve as the battleship of Captain Aaron from now on. Should you show any further disrespect to my master, I will not hesitate to act against you," the battleship spirit stated with solemnity. Upon hearing such words, Captain Aaron ceased the consumption of over 50 billion cells, thus terminating the state of cellular black hole. "Captain Aaron, from this day forth, you shall be my master. Although my first master was the ancestor of the Kazuki clan, I have always declared my allegiance to the strong," the battleship spirit proclaimed, kneeling gracefully in midair, reminiscent of a Valkyrie relinquishing her dignity to a true king. "Excellent. It appears you possess a keen awareness of your standing. Now, enlighten me about the entity that posed a threat to me over 8 centuries ago," Aaron inquired. "In response, my lord, your strength likely rivals that of divine power." "Oh, merely on par with divine power? Tell me, who in ancient times achieved such divine might?" Aaron pressed further. "In antiquity, there were 3 gods: the sea god, The god of chaos and the sun god. The battleship spirit replied deferentially. Ha ha ha, how amusing. The sun god, merely Joy Boy, can be considered a god? Is he merely lowering the standards of divinity? Aaron scoffed, unable to suppress his disdain at the mention of Joy Boy. He felt an overwhelming aversion, akin to witnessing Monkey D. Luffy in a foolish state after awakening the Nika fruit. To label such a being as possessing divine combat prowess seemed to diminish the very essence of divinity. In truth, Joy Boy was quite formidable over 8 centuries ago. The battleship spirit replied awkwardly, sensing Aaron's discontent towards the sun god. Formidable? To what extent? Did he gain the ability to transform into the sun after awakening the Nika fruit? Aaron queried. Indeed, my lord. The ability to become the sun is the ultimate state achieved after awakening, she explained. I see. It seems Luffy will endure for some time yet. And what of the god of chaos? Aaron could not contain his curiosity, pondering if it could be Im. However, he recalled that Im did not seem to possess such overwhelming strength. Their last encounter had not revealed a power that reached the level of divinity, unless Im had been concealing their true strength. If Im had indeed withheld their power, it would imply that they had deliberately allowed Aaron to overcome them, perhaps even orchestrating the birth of a daughter. Contemplating this, Aaron felt inclined to believe it could be true. After all, he had released a terrifying cellular hormonal aura directed towards Im during their confrontation. My lord, I am currently unaware of the adversary's location, but I can sense her continued existence. Those who ascend to divine strength do not perish. Even if they die, they will resurrect after a certain period, either by reconstructing their bodies or by inhabiting a new form, the battleship spirit stated earnestly. For the sea god once proclaimed, gods do not die. As long as this world exists, they will persist. Even in reincarnation, they will awaken their true memories and return, becoming even more powerful than before. Very well. Since you are unaware of the god of chaos, it appears you have been asleep for quite some time. However, do you know whether the god of chaos is male or female? Aaron sought clarity on whether Im was indeed the god of chaos. Within Im's void palace, numerous fire dragon lizards adorned the ceiling, reminiscent of the dragon lizard motifs found in a certain kingdom's sacrificial church, symbolizing the life-giving and chaotic deities. Presently, the devil fruit consumed by Im was indeed the dragon lizard fruit, with its first form resembling a dragon lizard, while the second form resembled a western dragon. My lord, among the known entities of the god of chaos, he is a handsome man. A handsome man, you say? Very well, perhaps I have overthought this. Aaron had not anticipated the god of chaos to be male, while Im was female. Of course, it was possible that she was disguised as a man, considering the description of a handsome figure. However, this matter required further verification. Lastly, who is the sea god? My lord, the sea god is most likely Princess Shirahoshi. If she awakens the memories of the sea god, she will embody the reincarnation of that divine being. Are you suggesting that the Sea King is most likely the sea god? But the Sea King is not necessarily the sea god, correct? Indeed, my lord. That is approximately the implication. Understood. Now, I command you to take control of the battleship Ming Wang and advance with me. Yes, my lord. But I may need a few days to recover before I can depart. That is acceptable. Your destination is Elbaf. Await me there. Yes, my lord, I comprehend. The battleship spirit nodded respectfully before transforming into a streak of fire and vanishing into the earth. Everything seemed to revert to tranquility, yet it felt as though the calm had not truly returned, for Wano began to slowly ascend, as if revealing its true visage. Let us proceed to the next location. Aaron departed with the Empress, Shirahoshi, Xiaozi, and Ayu, leaving behind Zoro, Bartolomeo, and Kaido of the Beast to join them later aboard the battleship Ming Wang en route to Elbaf. However, as Aaron piloted the flying vessel towards Dressrosa, he unexpectedly encountered members of the Blackbeard Pirates and the Straw Hat Pirates. How intriguing. I did not anticipate these two would be traveling together, he mused, observing Blackbeard Teach and Luffy both heading towards Wano. Blackbeard, are you certain that ahead lies Wano, where significant assistance can be found? Can we even acquire enough power to threaten that scoundrel Aaron? Luffy asked earnestly, his desire to eliminate Aaron burning within him. Indeed, That power lies directly beneath Wayno, and I'm fully aware of it. Currently, the only being capable of awakening her, aside from one person, is you, Blackbeard affirmed. Heihuzi Dichi possesses an extraordinary understanding of historical events, akin to possessing a cheat code, as he seems to automatically comprehend nearly everything. Consequently, he is aware that beneath Wayno Kuni lies a warship known as the Mingwang. Should he gain control of it, not only could it threaten Elon, but it could also enable him to dominate or even annihilate the world with formidable ease. However, once awakened, that vessel must be under my command, he cunningly declared. Not a problem. As long as it allows me to vanquish that scoundrel Elon, everything can be yours, he replied with laughter. Excellent. In truth, Luffy, we are quite fated to be together. Why not join forces afterward? Together, we could dictate the fate of this world. We might even divide the realm between us. Blackbeard is aware of certain secrets concerning Luffy, particularly the signs of Luffy awakening the sun god Nika. I have no interest in ruling the world. My sole ambition is to become the Pirate King. Huh, your dream remains so naive. To be merely the Pirate King is to aim too low. However, sharing all this with you is of little consequence. When the time comes, you will naturally understand my intentions, Blackbeard said, his gaze penetrating as he regarded Luffy. Luffy could be his lifelong fate, yet he could also represent the other half of his quest for strength. Just as their discussion intensified, Elon unexpectedly appeared on their ship. I never anticipated you two would ally. Yet, with your paltry strength, you believe you can confront me? Huh, come at me. I can hardly be bothered to kill you. Or perhaps I look forward to seeing you grow powerful enough to threaten my existence. And Luffy, your strength is woefully inadequate. If you do not awaken soon, I shall show no mercy when I encounter your grandfather, Shanks, and eliminate him outright. Even Yuta shall become my woman, hopelessly enamored with me. Elon's words served to provoke Luffy, who is desperately in need of motivation to awaken the powers of the Nika fruit. Moreover, while Nika is indeed real, it is not the ultimate strength. The true power of the fruit within you is that of the sun. Do your best. Do not let me down. Until you become the sun, you will never have a chance to rival me. Elon condescended. Luffy, gritting his teeth, yearned to rush at Elon, but was restrained by Sanji and Frankie. Luffy, remain calm. He is deliberately trying to provoke you. Moreover, his strength seems to have grown. We are not his match. If he desires our demise, it would be effortless for him. Sanji and Frankie, both astute, cautioned. Luffy still felt an urge to charge forward. Yet he appeared to be saying, brothers, hold me back. I fear I might act impulsively and rush to my doom. Elon, I will kill you, Luffy declared vehemently. Humph. Save your breath, you fool. And as for you, Blackbeard, you are aware of the existence of the Mingwang warship in Wayno Kuni. How intriguing that you know so much, Elon mused, secretly questioning whether Blackbeard might be the reincarnation of the Chaos God mentioned by the ship spirit, with his soul not fully awakened, hence possessing multiple personalities. If Blackbeard is indeed the reincarnation of the Chaos God, then the legendary rocks must also share that essence. Thus, Blackbeard's soul may harbor three souls, his own, rocks, and the true Chaos God. After all, Blackbeard's powers stem from darkness. Upon ultimate awakening, they may closely resemble the essence of chaos. Chapter 165. Blackbeard and Luffy enter Wayno Kuni instinctively. Blackbeard feared Elon, and in that moment, he became submissive. It is you, Chief Elon. I did not expect your arrival, he stammered. Do not play games with me. You still draw breath because you possess some value. Strive to grow stronger. I will deal with you all in due time. By the way, one of the three ancient weapons, the Mingwang warship, lies within Wayno Kuni. If you can, seize it. Elon laughed heartily before vanishing in an instant. After a considerable time, Blackbeard wiped the cold sweat from his brow. His heart filled with doubt about whether he should proceed to Wayno. It felt like a trap. At that moment, even his companions appeared anxious, sensing that Elon would ultimately seek retribution. However, they were perplexed. Elon seemed terrifying. So, who truly is the villain here? Captain, what should we do? The strength of our opponent is overwhelming. I feel immense pressure and lack the will to fight, one crew member expressed. What should we do? Should we hide or continue to Wano Kuni? But if he urges us to seize the Ming Wang warship, could that be a trap? Or perhaps a feast of treachery? Bayas pondered aloud, feeling overwhelmed. I shall go regardless, Luffy asserted, clenching his fists. Only someone as fearless as he could remain undeterred by threats. Rest assured, I will venture to Wano Kuni. After all, Elon does not intend to spare me. He now looks down upon me, playing with me. I must find a way to gain greater strength, so that I may contend with him. Such an existence can find me wherever I hide. That is the confidence of a true strongman. Thus, Luffy and Blackbeard's crews continued toward Wano Kuni, united in their pursuit of the Ming Wang warship. Upon arrival, Blackbeard furrowed his brow, sensing that Wano Kuni was far stranger than he had anticipated. Why is it not the isolated place I was led to believe? The sea level here is astonishingly high. Have you noticed? The surrounding waters are tinged red. What do you think this signifies? Rainy Shirlu remarked solemnly, sensing that the crimson waters were stained with blood. Upon tasting it, this water reeks foul and fishy. It appears to be the blood of some creature. One member commented as he drank the crimson liquid. Do you not sense that the air here is thick with sorrow and tears? Sanji mused, a cigarette dangling from his lips, feeling a surge of anger upon entering this land. Can you truly smell that? Your nose is sharper than a dog's, Bayas retorted, unable to suppress his sarcasm. Everyone should exercise caution. This nation is indeed rife with peculiarities. Perhaps the Tianfa organization, led by Aaron, has already conducted a thorough purge of this land, Frankie stated earnestly. Did you not mention earlier that the true ruler of this country is not a general, but rather Kaido, one of the four emperors? Given the existence of such a formidable pirate, it is entirely plausible that the Tianfa organization would undertake a cleansing here. Alternatively, it is also conceivable that the organization, in its quest to confront the members of the Beast Pirates, has inadvertently harmed countless innocents within this nation. Thus, it has led to a staggering loss of life, resulting in rivers of blood. Frankie believes that the Tianfa organization is not a champion of global justice. Rather, it is composed of brutal, merciless individuals, a band of marauding thugs. Such an organization cannot possibly uphold justice in the world. They merely seek to satiate their own lust for power. To put it more plainly, they are like idle gluttons seeking a sense of existence. Indeed, that makes sense. Yuji Kiryu nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they cautiously made their way to the flower capital of Wano country. As they roamed the streets, they inquired about the troubles plaguing Wano. Why are there so few men? However, the women they approached remained silent, seemingly too fearful to reveal the truth. It is strange. Why are these women so reticent? Suddenly, Luffy arrived at a plaza, intrigued by a large pig pen, where he spotted a grotesque creature that appeared to be a combination of a pig and a dog. The group gathered around, curious. What sort of abominable hybrid is this? It is horrifying to see such suffering inflicted upon it. It is akin to a devil's work. Just then, a voice called out, "Hey, you must be Luffy." It was Momonosuke, awakening from his stupor of eating and sleeping, who recognized Luffy as though he were savior. "Oh, you know me? Who are you?" "You look a bit odd," Luffy replied, oblivious to his own forgetfulness. However, one cannot blame Luffy for his lack of memory. After all, Momonosuke had undergone a dramatic transformation, now appearing as a 29-year-old man rather than the child he once was. "I am Momonosuke. We met before when we were allies against that scoundrel Aaron." "Oh, you are the one who looked like a perverted bald fool," Luffy recalled, impressed that he could recognize Momonosuke despite his own foolishness. It is indeed a fitting pairing of two clueless individuals in the world of pirates. Momonosuke, feeling a mix of annoyance and urgency, thought, "What do you mean by perverted fool?" Nevertheless, he needed Luffy's assistance and chose not to dwell on it. "Yes, that's me. I almost defeated that scoundrel Aaron, but his forces overwhelmed me. He did not wish for my death. He desires to make my life a living hell. I tell you, the fact that you are still alive signifies that he intends to torment you slowly. So please, save me. I have a way to defeat that ruffian Aaron," Momonosuke pleaded. After all, escaping was the priority. "All right, just wait. If you are indeed threatened by that scoundrel Aaron, I will definitely come to your aid and oppose him. But how will I rescue you?" Luffy pondered, feeling somewhat at a loss, given that Momonosuke was now seamlessly connected to both the pig and the dog. Leave it to me. It will be a simple matter, Yuji Q interjected, biting down on his cigar. Momonosuke jumped back in alarm. What do you intend to do? People can die from this. However, as he spoke, Yuji Kiryu vanished. As long as the opponent cannot see him, they will not fear his attack. Thus, while Momonosuke stood bewildered, Yuji Q swiftly struck him with a blade from both front and back. In an instant, Momonosuke was separated from the pig and dog. Ah, it hurts, he screamed, clutching his face, for he had lost both his mouth and nose. How grotesque! Did you eat feces? Lafitte could not help but retch, as the elegant man found the situation quite repulsive. Enough of your crying. You endured far worse torment. Are you now afraid of this minor pain? The tyrant king scoffed. For reasons unknown, the more he looked at Momonosuke, the more he felt the urge to strike him. Ah, perhaps you were right, Momonosuke thought, calming himself. Ultimately, it was merely a psychological fear. However, after enduring so much, he had grown numb to pain. Now, all he desired was vengeance. Momonosuke, what is the situation in Wano? Why are there so few men left? Luffy could not restrain his curiosity. They're all dead. Just days ago, that scoundrel Eren ordered the slaughter of over 1 million men in Wano. Upon hearing this, everyone present gasped in horror, an icy chill creeping up their spines. He killed over 1 million people? My goodness, that is utterly ruthless. Blackbeard Teach inquired seriously. If it were indeed the Tianfa organization responsible, he believed he might have a means to confront the arrogant Eren. That was a command issued directly by Eren, and all the men of Wano were slaughtered. Now, only I remain, along with Kaido and his crew. Momonosuke gritted his teeth. However, he felt no sorrow, for he held no pity for the other men of Wano. According to his grandfather, Kazuki Shusui, their deaths meant that all the women of Wano were now theirs. In time, creating a more prosperous Wano would not be a challenge. And the potential locations for such endeavors were endless, by wells, in trees, on shores, or by the sea. How exhilarating would that be? Luffy, did you hear? This massacre is the work of Eren from the Tianfa organization. It is utterly despicable. Once you're outside, you must inform the world and reveal that Eren is indeed a devil. This way, we will have the advantage when we confront him. Indeed, to have slaughtered an entire nation, what kind of enmity must one harbor? Such a person deserves to be hunted down by all of humanity united. Frankie added. Luffy, consumed by his anger at Eren's actions, felt an overwhelming desire to strike him down immediately. Thus, in his fury, he declared, yes, we must unite more individuals to judge and punish Eren and all those affiliated with the Tianfa organization. Blackbeard chuckled inwardly, thinking that Luffy would serve as the perfect scapegoat. How delightful. After all, this information was disseminated by Luffy, which would undoubtedly provoke Arlong further against him. It is possible that when the time comes and he senses something amiss, he might launch a surprise attack on Luffy, thereby earning the recognition of Captain Arlong. This could also be considered one of the methods of self-preservation. By the way, do you know the whereabouts of the Mingwang Zhanjian? I am aware that it lies beneath Wano Kuni. In fact, I was the one who awakened the Mingwang Zhanjian, and I nearly obliterated Arlong and his crew. However, I underestimated the despicable nature of that scoundrel Arlong. They employed a relentless strategy against the Mingwang Zhanjian, ultimately resulting in its escape from my control and its submission to that rascal Arlong. What do you mean by that? Is the Mingwang Zhanjian not a ship? From your words, it seems as though it is a person. Beijis was utterly bewildered. The Mingwang Zhanjian is no simple vessel. It can indeed be an immensely powerful warship, but it is also a person. To be precise, she is a remarkably beautiful ship spirit. Upon recalling the ship spirit's features, Momonosuke could not help but feel a pang of regret. If only she had not been conquered by Arlong, she would have been playing with him now. I see, but that makes sense, considering it is one of the ancient 3 weapons. Possessing a formidable spirit is entirely reasonable. Some pirates among us have ships that give rise to ship spirits with self-awareness, Blackbeard Teach analyzed. So, is there a way for you to summon her now? Blackbeard Teach had devised a clever plan. If he could control the ship spirit, he could easily command the so-called Mingwang Zhanjian. Rest assured, Although she is currently under the control of that rascal Arlong, as her original master, I can still summon her for a moment. However, once she appears, we must seize her immediately. With our numbers, we should be able to exhaust her and compel her to submit, Momonosuk stated earnestly. However, he secretly smirked, planning to strike when both the ship spirit and they were mutually weakened. The ship spirit would once again recognize him as her master. The first step is to establish communication with the ship spirit and then command her to eliminate all those who oppose him in Wano Kuni. Naturally, everyone present, except for Luffy, harbored ulterior motives. Thus, Momonosuk began to contact the ship spirit underground. Ship spirit, I am Momonosuk. Please come forth. Someone wishes to meet you. I implore you, grant me this opportunity. After all, I am the one who awakened the bloodline of the Kazuki clan. You cannot be so heartless. Blackbeard Teach and the others were left in stunned silence, wishing they could strike Momonosuk for his pathetic display of pleading. They had expected some formidable means, only to find him resorting to pity. Fear not, the ship spirit will surely emerge, Momonosuk said, his voice tinged with insecurity. Chapter 166. The fragmented fruit of a would-be deity, my husband. Do you truly believe it is safe to allow Blackbeard Teach and his crew to enter Wano Kuni? They might employ other methods to seize control of the ship spirit, or perhaps the ship spirit may betray you. After all, she has once submitted to the fallen Kazuki. Additionally, the ancient three deities still exist, so if one among Blackbeard Teach's crew is a reincarnation of a divine being, it could spell trouble. On the flying vessel, Arlong reclined in his chair while the Empress fed him fruit, saying, "It matters not. Even if the ship spirit were to betray me, she would merely be a fool, unable to grasp the fleeting nature of the future. When the time comes, I shall devour her, transforming her into a source of energy within my being." Arlong scoffed. In this world, few are virtuous. Thus, whatever justice he deems agreeable is justice, while that which displeases him is deemed evil. Furthermore, Arlong was curious to observe how far Luffy and Blackbeard Teach could grow. When Teach and Luffy's group arrived in Wano Kuni, conflict with Kaido and the Beast Pirates was inevitable. It remains to be seen if this so-called child of destiny still possesses a protagonist's aura. Rising from his battle with Kaido to successfully awaken the sun god Nika fruit, Arlong looked forward to it. Let us proceed to the kingdom of Dressrosa, where justice must be upheld. Of course, in Arlong's view, what mattered most was that there were many beautiful women there. Seizing the opportunity, he intended to gather them by his side. Very well, my husband, I understand. But should we retreat to our chamber? The Empress, captivated by Arlong's charm, found herself lost in thought, yet felt somewhat shy on the deck. Arlong, perceiving the Empress's intentions, smiled. Certainly, but afterward, your performance will be the focus. The Empress, hearing this, felt her fair cheeks flush with embarrassment. At this moment, beneath Wano Kuni, the ship spirit, upon hearing Momonosuk's call, could not ignore it. After all, the ship spirit had a profound connection to the ancestor of Momonosuk, the first generation. The ship spirit soared from the peak of the Vine Mountain, transforming into an elegant and alluring beauty before landing before Momonosuk and the others. Speak, what is it you seek? However, should you wish for me to betray my new master, I fear that would be impossible. Unless you wish to reclaim control over me, you must defeat me to have a chance. The ship spirit stated seriously, glancing at Blackbeard Teach and Straw Hat Luffy, surprised to sense a trace of the sun god's aura emanating from them. How can this be? Is it possible that only one of them is the true reincarnation of the sun god, while the other merely shares the aura due to prolonged association? Or perhaps the former sun god has split into two, one embodying light and the other darkness? In the ship spirit's understanding, the sun god was a true powerhouse, possessing the ability to annihilate the world, bringing light or calamity at will. Upon witnessing this, both Blackbeard Teach and Luffy felt an inexplicable sensation, as if they had encountered this presence before, yet could not recall when. It was akin to Luffy's aversion to Blackbeard Teach, a distaste that seemed to have no clear origin, indicating a deeper connection. Momonosuk gazed at the ship spirit, unable to suppress his admiration. After all, the ship spirit was extraordinarily beautiful, He secretly scoffed at Arlong for not establishing communication with such a stunning ship spirit before leaving. Perhaps he would benefit from this oversight. Upon awakening the bloodline of the Kogetsu ancestors, Momonosuke has become increasingly lecherous and unscrupulous, though undeniably, his power continues to grow. However, accustomed to his torment, Momonosuke remains oblivious to the fact that he has significantly enhanced his strength. As for the battleship spirit, I must say, Eren is hardly a commendable figure. It seems rather inappropriate for you to submit to him. Moreover, you were undeniably formidable at one point, yet suddenly appear to have weakened. I suspect you may be holding back. Momonosuke declared this with intent, eager to discern how the battleship spirit had diminished in strength. The battleship spirit, without much thought, focused solely on clarifying and proving that she had not been withholding her power. I assure you, I'm not holding back. Master Eren's strength is genuinely formidable, comparable to that of a divine entity. While I possess divine power as well, I must merge with my true form to unleash its full potential. Otherwise, I can only exert half my strength, which is merely slightly superior to an ordinary king-level combatant. The battleship spirit explained further. The reason for my sudden decrease in strength is that Master Eren has consumed too much of my power, and having been away from my true form for too long, my strength has been continuously waning. Upon hearing this, Momonosuke glanced at Blackbeard Teach and Straw Hat Luffy. You heard that, right? You know what to do, don't you? Blackbeard Teach and Luffy exchanged glances before suddenly launching a sneak attack on the battleship spirit. One wielded the power of darkness, akin to a devouring force. The battleship spirit furrowed her brow, suddenly enlightened. How despicable. Momonosuke, you are just as vile as your ancestor. However, do you truly think you can threaten me? That is utterly impossible. Although the battleship spirit had not yet regained much of her strength, she felt confident in handling Momonosuke and his companions. Instantly, she emitted a surge of Haki-infused sea stone elemental power, transforming it into a flame-like form, colliding with Blackbeard Teach's dark abilities. Blackbeard Teach frowned. Sensing the battleship spirit's power was exceedingly peculiar, completely countering his abilities. Hurry, what are you waiting for? Attack together. Did you not hear? To gain control over her, we must defeat her first. Blackbeard Teach commanded his subordinates to act swiftly. Bagus, Poison Q, Barrett, and the others all launched their assaults on the battleship spirit. The battleship spirit transformed into a flame, vanishing into the distance, only to reappear above them. However, Van Oka immediately fired a shot at the battleship spirit, empowered by Haki. Posing a threat, the battleship spirit promptly retaliated, unleashing cannon-like attacks with her hands, gathering energy to release a barrage of assaults. Upon witnessing this, Jin placed his palm on the ground, launching a massive chunk of earth at the incoming attacks, yet proved utterly futile. Ultimately, it was Blackbeard who struck. That scoundrel has indeed consumed Whitebeard's fruit ability, the Gura no Mi's power. With a resounding force, his fist, encased in a white energy sphere, struck the void, ripping and distorting the very fabric of space. The battleship spirit's attacks were similarly distorted and shattered. That power resembles that of the Gura no Mi. Does it not? I never anticipated that, after 800 years, I would witness someone wielding such power again. However, the Gura no Mi's strength is not inherently terrifying. In my battle memories, there exists more dreadful forces. Such powers possess the capacity to rend the heavens and the earth. The battleship spirit recalled a figure from long ago who nearly ascended to become a divine warrior. Having mastered the power of the Yonkatsu no Mi, whenever he unleashed his might, whether sky or sea, even the world itself would fracture into pieces. Yet, due to his overwhelming destructive potential, the three great gods united to suppress him, ensuring he would not ascend to divinity, ready to eradicate him at any moment. Just as, in the past, this world consisted of but a single landmass. The reason it now comprises countless islands in the sea is due to that ancient battle, wherein the Yonkatsu power fractured the very land. Speaking of land fracture, there lies another area in this world where the void itself has been split, revealing an entrance rumored to lead to a wondrous dimensional space. Returning to the matter at hand, the battleship Spirit faced Blackbeard Teach's Gura abilities. While her released attacks were distorted, they transformed into countless projectiles, raining down upon the ground below. Although they posed no threat to Blackbeard Teach and his companions, they nonetheless hindered their advance. After all, the resulting commotion was far too great, and the ground had become akin to a hellscape. Concurrently, on Onigashima, Kaido of the Beast was tending to his child in the Grand Hall. After all, Yamato, under Aaron's influence, had undergone a reset, reverting to infancy, along with a complete renewal of consciousness. Everything was set to begin anew. Kaido, wishing to prevent the grown Yamato from becoming an ungrateful child, devotedly cared for him, opting for a gentler, more affectionate approach rather than violent methods. Suddenly, a messenger flew into the Grand Hall, reporting to Kaido, "Sir, trouble brews in Wano. It seems someone seeks to seize control of the battleship Spirit." Upon hearing this, Kaido's brow furrowed. Who dares challenge the leader, Aaron? Are there still such brave souls? Understand that even the strongest beings of land, sea, and air have recognized the futility of resistance and surrendered. Do you know who it is? Kaido inquired. It appears to be Blackbeard Teach and Straw Hat Luffy. Blackbeard Teach? I am familiar with him. I have long thought he resembled someone from the past. Perhaps he truly is that individual. Previously, Kaido had dismissed notions of reincarnation. However, after some discussions between the battleship Spirit and leader Aaron, he sensed a connection between Blackbeard Teach and the former Captain Rocks. As for the battleship Spirit, can she triumph over them? It seems rather unlikely. After all, she has yet to recover from her battle with leader Aaron. Has she? Blackbeard Teach and his crew are formidable foes, indeed. Jin expressed his views. Humph, gather our forces. We are members of the 10 Punishments Organization. The battleship Spirit is allied with leader Aaron. We cannot allow those ruffians to set their sights on her. Yes, sir, Kaido replied. Consequently, Kaido entrusted Black Maria with looking after Yamato while he led a group to the flower capital. As Kaido arrived, the very clouds above darkened ominously. Kaido of the Beast surveyed the scene below, taking in Luffy and Blackbeard Teach and their cohorts. You possess immense audacity to cause chaos in Wano, even daring to assault those allied with leader Aaron. I command you to sever your own hands at once, and I may yet spare your lives. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise today. The formidable beast Kaido has manifested in his azure dragon form. How astonishing! It is indeed a dragon. Momonosuke, are you also a dragon? One cannot help but wonder why he resembles you so closely. Luffy appeared rather foolish in his bewilderment. He failed to recognize that Momonosuke's transformation into a dragon was a result of someone else's power. It is akin to a mere replication of Beast Kaido's draconic abilities. After all, it was through the utilization of Kaido's bloodline factor that this artificial devil fruit was developed. Luffy, this is Kaido, the very same who harassed your brother Ace mercilessly. Had Ace not been fleet of foot, he might have met his end here long ago. That detestable Momonosuke has drawn Kaido's ire. Luffy, with his simple-mindedness, was instantly enraged. Although Ace is no longer present, he would not let slip the chance to confront those who once tormented his brother. Humph, so you are Kaido, one of the 4 emperors of the New World? Yet, a wretched being like you is subjugated by a scoundrel like Arlong. It is evident you are as pitiful as one might expect. Dare you descend and face me in battle? Luffy declared, brimming with confidence. Those surrounding him were momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom why Luffy seemed capable of overcoming such a terrifying entity as Kaido. Why was that? After much contemplation, they concluded that Luffy's true aim must be to vanquish an adversary like Arlong, thus rendering Kaido unworthy of consideration. Humph, such an arrogant lad. Do you truly believe you can oppose me? Battleship Spirit, you ought to retreat and recuperate. It would be disappointing for Arlong if you proved ineffectual in his time of need. Kaido remarked nonchalantly. Very well, I shall leave this to you. The battleship Spirit nodded and prepared to depart. However, Momonosuke interjected, do not allow her to escape. Block the entrance of that mountain. Immediately, Blackbeard's crew surrounded the battleship Spirit. Momonosuke, you truly are an indomitable cockroach, but it matters little. Arlong spared your life to ensure you endure all the world's suffering. With Kaido's command, his subordinates leapt from the clouds to engage in combat. Chapter 167. The panic of the world's major powers in an instant. The battle was imminent. Ha ha! With Arlong absent, I fear nothing. We must seize the Hades battleship hidden in Wano. Blackbeard, Teach, was audacious enough to disregard one of the four emperors, Kaido. After all, his crew was not to be underestimated. Luffy, filled with wrath, surged into battle, for Kaido had nearly taken his brother Ace's life. This vendetta must be avenged. On the side of the world government, the five elders received news from Wano moments before their agents met their demise. For instance, Wano had been invaded by the Punishment Organization. The immortal beast Kaido, though furious, was ultimately subdued by Arlong. Of course, the five elders were not surprised. After all, they had long anticipated Arlong's strength, which surpassed that of any of the four emperors. However, a report from an agent, relayed through a transponder snail, sent a chill down their spines. Dressed in traditional robes, the five elders, wielding the first generation of the sword Onigiri, were visibly agitated, even enraged, their swords radiating fury. They could not fathom that the Punishment Organization would commit such heinous acts, surpassing even their own cruelty as celestial dragons. It was not merely Arlong's transformation of Momonosuke into some grotesque entity, but rather the outright slaughter of all the men in Wano. It was the epitome of a devilish atrocity. Should all the men of Wano perish? Surely, a portion could have been spared as a cautionary measure. Damn, what a scoundrel! He has utterly severed the lineage of men in Wano. Nasu Shuru, you have long since distanced yourself from Wano. You may harbor hatred for Arlong. But can you truly sympathize with Wano? That despicable place, to be honest, its destruction would matter little, would it not? After all, it is a land that refuses to adhere to the constraints imposed by our world government. The justice warrior glanced at the finance warrior, expressing displeasure at the latter's empathy. After all, those who had left Wano could only pledge their loyalty to the world government and to Lord Imu. I am aware. The finance warrior composed himself, letting out a scoff. Very well. This matter must be reported to Lord Imu immediately. The awakening of the Hades battleship is an event of great significance. Satan Saint spoke impatiently. Thus, the five elders promptly proceeded to the Void Throne. Their arrival was sensed by Imu, who had been concealed among the flowers. After traversing several illusory chambers, they suddenly emerged into the Grand Hall, ascending the Void Throne with an air of inscrutable authority. Speak, what brings you here? Imu's mood had been rather foul of late, as he found himself longing for someone, Arlong, but his whereabouts were uncertain. Lord Imu, the Punishment Organization has thoroughly judged the entirety of Wano. The beast Kaido has fallen, and the men of the Black Nation have been slain, leaving only women behind. Is there more? Imu inquired calmly, as if such occurrences were anticipated or perhaps indifferent to the demise of all in the Black Nation. Yes, an ancient weapon hidden in Wano has been awakened. Imu's interest was piqued at this revelation. Who awakened it? According to the final report from the agents, it is suspected to be the son of Kazuki Oden, Kazuki Momonosuke. It appears the bloodline of the Kazuki clan has been revived. In that case, what are you waiting for? Either capture him and subject him to severe punishment, or obliterate him directly in Wano. Imu stated with an air of authority. Yes, Lord Imu, we have already arranged for suitable individuals to proceed to Wano to eliminate Momonosuke. Who might that be? Is it the newly appointed admiral from the Navy headquarters? Yes, Lord Imu, that will suffice. Imu evidently approved of the arrangement for Admiral Greenbull to either kill or capture Momonosuke in Wano. By the way, is Arlong still in Wano? This we are currently unsure of, as our agents stationed in Wano have also been killed. Upon hearing this, Imu felt a pang of disappointment and then inquired, have you implemented the policy to abolish slavery? In response to Lord Imu, this initiative is underway. Though progress is exceedingly slow, it may take decades before we see any results. Satan Saint spoke cautiously, as he was one of those advocating for the abolition of slavery. If you do not wish to abolish it, then eradicate the Punishment Organization. Otherwise, even I will find it difficult to save you when the time comes. Imu naturally stood by Aaron's side, yet she could not overtly betray the world government. Thus, she had to navigate the delicate political waters. Though she refrained from direct involvement, she could still offer subtle reminders to those around her. Rest assured, esteemed Imu, the research conducted by Vegapunk has achieved significant breakthroughs. I believe that by deploying this formidable force, we can pose a threat to the Heavenly Punishment Organization. Very well, these matters are yours to decide. I require a period of seclusion. Imu did not wish to inquire further, as she harbored no concerns regarding Aaron's safety. After concluding her discussions, Imu returned to the realm of flowers, gazing upon her beloved daughter. Xiaoyu, do you miss your father? I do, the adorable Xiaoyu promptly replied. Mother, when will my father return? He will come back once his tasks are completed. Ah, can we go find him? No, the outside world is fraught with danger. Hence, we cannot leave. Imu immediately rejected the idea. After all, she had to protect her daughter's existence from the prying eyes of others. Revealing her vulnerabilities was not an option. Such exposure could lead to significant threats, especially considering that those with godlike powers from years past still existed in various forms. These individuals could not be easily eliminated, but their mere presence posed a threat to her. At the Navy headquarters, Akainu had ascended to the position of Fleet Admiral, seated at the head of the table. Recently, the Heavenly Punishment Organization had been quite active, meting out judgments and decisions against various factions and pirates. They show utter disregard for our Navy headquarters. We are the sole legitimate organization dedicated to maintaining world peace, Akainu declared, his tone a mixture of authority and ire. His anger towards the Heavenly Punishment Organization stemmed from Aaron's actions in dishonoring his daughter, Konke, who had borne Aaron's child. This was an affront he intended to address with Aaron. The Heavenly Punishment Organization has gained considerable power. With Aaron involved, we cannot possibly dismantle them, Kizuru remarked lazily. Having been friends with Akainu for years, he felt more at ease now that Akainu had become Fleet Admiral, often shirking responsibilities. While it's true that Aaron may be formidable, do we not possess the capability to handle the others? Akainu continued, I have already petitioned the world government for assistance against Aaron, and they have agreed. Therefore, I expect you to intercept and capture members of the Heavenly Punishment Organization at critical locations. He gestured towards the map, indicating areas where their adversaries would undoubtedly be present. Fujitora, I want you to investigate Dressrosa, where one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo, resides. The Heavenly Punishment Organization will not overlook such a figure. Akainu, cigar in mouth, deduced shrewdly. No problem. As soon as this meeting concludes, I shall depart. Fujitora, a recent recruit with the power of the gravity fruit, affirmed. By the way, has Akiji left the Navy headquarters? Akainu inquired, his gaze turning icy. He departed long ago, Kizaru replied. Humph. He abandoned the Navy simply because he was not appointed Fleet Admiral. Such a narrow-minded individual, Akainu expressed his disdain. The others present wished to voice their thoughts. Noting that Akainu had severely injured Akiji, which justified his departure, but they refrained from doing so, aware that Akainu had become somewhat arrogant since his promotion. Kizaru, I assign you the task of eliminating Akiji. If you cannot bring yourself to do so, apprehend him instead. Such a person poses a potential threat, as he has effectively betrayed the Navy. Akainu stated firmly, What? You cannot carry out the order? Do not forget our previous encounter with Zephyr, Kizaru retorted, clearly reluctant. Very well. As it is the Fleet Admiral's command, I shall comply. However, I cannot guarantee Akiji's capture, as despite his injury, his combat prowess remains intact, Kizaru argued, indicating he was unwilling to engage in a life-or-death struggle. Akainu, deeply displeased, regretted not having eliminated Akiji when he had the chance. Do you have any news regarding Sengoku and Garp? He changed the subject. Both Sengoku and Garp were esteemed veterans, retired yet still influential within the Navy's ranks. Their assistance could prove invaluable against the rapidly evolving Heavenly Punishment Organization, which included formidable figures such as Enel, Shiki, Barrett, and Zephyr. Akainu feared that the Heavenly Punishment Organization might entice Sengoku and Garp to join their ranks, which would be disastrous. Sengoku has ventured into the New World, likely in search of Garp. However, we have no leads on Garp's whereabouts, came the response. What are the emperors? What movements have they made? Beast Kaido remains elusive, and red-haired Shanks is also untraceable. However, as for the land of Wano, you should be aware that Barrett and Enel from the Heavenly Punishment Organization have made their presence known there. Furthermore, a colossal battleship, resembling a mountain, is being towed across the sea by thousands of sea kings, seemingly heading towards Elbaf. Elbaf, you say? It is likely the work of Eren. I shall personally journey to Elbaf, Akainu asserted, clenching his fist, convinced that Eren would indeed appear there. Days later, Eren arrived at the kingdom of Dressrosa aboard a flying vessel. His arrival immediately drew the attention of the Don Quixote family, with Buffalo and Baby Five taking to the skies to intercept him. Who are you? Why are you over our kingdom? Buffalo and Baby Five demanded, their hostility palpable. How dare you stand in our way? With a mere glance from the Empress, an aura of pink energy enveloped Buffalo, petrifying him instantly. Baby Five, although not petrified, plummeted alongside Buffalo. In a thunderous crash, Buffalo met his demise, while Baby Five narrowly escaped, bouncing between floors to survive. Damn it, is Buffalo truly dead? In an instant, his hands transformed into cannon barrels, unleashing a barrage towards the flying vessel above. However, in the next moment, the entire ship vanished from sight, as if it had teleported several kilometers away, hovering above the royal palace. Inside the palace, individuals such as Duofulangming, Waialiite, Tuoliboer, and Rao Ji were engaged in a serious discussion. Previously, the Beast Kaido had contacted Duofulangming, demanding his submission to the Tianfa organization, promising survival only through servitude, or facing death otherwise. To Duofulangming, it was evident that Kaido had suffered at the hands of the Tianfa organization, leading him to utter such defeatist words. Young master, did Kaido truly say that? Tuoliboer inquired, for if they were to submit to the Tianfa organization, it would contradict their desire for freedom. He must believe we still hold some value to him, hence his reluctance to see us perish at the hands of the Tianfa organization. If we willingly submit, leveraging our connection to Kaido, acceptance from them would come easily, Duofulangming expressed with evident agitation. Damn it, I awakened my conqueror's haki at a young age, believing myself destined for greatness, only to find myself utterly manipulated, with no semblance of choice. In this world, the Tianfa organization is far more terrifying than the Navy headquarters or the world government. Is the Tianfa organization truly that formidable? Ma Bai's asked, puzzled. He had only heard tales of their leader, Eren, being more fearsome than the four emperors, capable of defeating countless foes and ruthlessly slaying celestial dragons. Yet he had never witnessed such strength firsthand. Chapter 168. The woman who saves the world every day. Upon overhearing the conversation about the Tianfa organization and witnessing the palpable fear Duofulangming and the others exhibited, particularly towards Eren, Waialiite was struck with a bold idea. She contemplated that if she could summon members of the Tianfa organization to this nation, they could surely bring judgment upon Duofulangming and restore peace to the realm. Just then, she observed a vessel appearing in the sky, directly above the royal palace. Given her ability to perceive her surroundings within a 3,000-mile radius, she was taken aback. Duofulangming, did you see something? He asked with an intimidating presence. Waialiite, filled with trepidation at his gaze, responded, no, nothing. Despite her long experience navigating Duofulangming's organization, she managed to maintain her composure. You seem rather restless lately. Could it be that the notion of the Tianfa organization's justice has made you think you could threaten me? Duofulangming scrutinized her sharply, seemingly intent on dismantling her defenses. You mustn't slander me. I know little of the Tianfa organization. Besides, don't forget that I have committed many misdeeds for you. Do you truly believe that should the Tianfa organization arrive, they would spare me? I certainly do not wish to die, Waialiite replied, her heart racing with anxiety. At that moment, an overwhelming surge of power enveloped the entire Dressrosa kingdom. Not even a hint of disguise, Eren scoffed, expecting Duofulangming to at least attempt to conceal his sins. Yet, he found that Duofulangming continued to enslave numerous little people and manufactured artificial devil fruits. Duofulangming, is your perception truly this lacking? I have been in your domain for quite some time. Aaron remarked slowly. Within the palace, Duofuilangming sat with one leg draped over his throne, oblivious to the presence encroaching upon his stronghold, until he heard a voice calling his name, startling him. He realized that Wailaliite must have seen something and felt betrayed by her silence. In a panic, she rushed outside, exclaiming, "Leader Aaron, I confess. Please save this nation." The others, including Tooliboer, were momentarily stunned. What? Leader Aaron? Could it be mere coincidence? How could someone we just worried about appear so suddenly? Duofuilangming had intended to use his threads to seize Wailaliite and exert control over her, but hearing her call out to Aaron made his heart race with dread. Could it be that Kaido did not deceive me? But how could Leader Aaron arrive so swiftly? Logically, it would take at least a week to travel from Wano to here. What should we do now, young master? Tooliboer could not restrain himself from asking. Do not act recklessly. Their strength is formidable, Duofuilangming warned sternly. After all, if even Kaido bowed to them, it was clear that he could not afford to be arrogant before Aaron. He must continue to play the role of a dog. Leader Aaron, what brings you here? Duofuilangming, flanked by his subordinates, stepped onto the balcony to confront Aaron above. He felt a jolt of surprise at Aaron's audacity in coming with only a few women. Enough with the pleasantries. Kaido must have alerted you. Why didn't you heed his warning? Do you believe I pose no threat to you? I will not waste words. Prepare to face judgment from the Tianfa organization, Aaron stated impassively. You go too far. The Tianfa organization is more diabolical than we are. By what right do you judge us? Do not think we are unaware that countless lives were lost in Wano at your command. Nada Peak exclaimed impulsively. After all, their pillar of strength was the young master, and to threaten him was an unthinkable affront. Do you dare challenge my will, you insignificant creature? With a mere glance, Aaron reduced Nada Peak to a state of decay. Peak screamed in agony as blood poured forth from his body. The others, witnessing this, were left in shock. What kind of power was this? Had Aaron truly reached such heights that a mere look could annihilate a cadre member of the Don Quixote family? As Peak's body deteriorated into a puddle of blood, they realized they had no time to plead for his salvation. Fear gripped the Don Quixote family, and panic ensued. Particularly for Duofuilangming, regret flooded his heart as he lamented not heeding Kaido's warnings. Duofuilangming, do you acknowledge your crimes? Aaron inquired calmly. Leader Aaron, I confess my sins. Please spare us. He replied desperately. Only now do you realize your errors? Originally, an opportunity for your ascendance lay before you. Yet alas, you failed to seize it. However, fret not, for I shall not bring about your demise again. If you wish to survive, you must heed my directives. Aaron contemplated several commendable strategies. Pray, enlighten us. Chief Aaron, as to what they entail, inquired Doflamingo, his heart laden with trepidation. After all, he harbored no desire for death. His ambitions remained unfulfilled. It is quite simple. Take your men and assault the Revolutionary Army. The duration of your survival shall depend on your respective capabilities. Should I discover that you have not followed my commands, I will ensure that your existence becomes a living hell. In an instant, Aaron unleashed his conqueror's haki, casting the surroundings into an abyss of darkness. The overwhelming aura of dread rendered every soul in the nation acutely aware of their insignificance and helplessness. Doflamingo and his companions could scarcely withstand the pressure, collapsing to their knees. The members of the Don Quixote family present also knelt, gasping for breath. What is your decision? Aaron gestured, ensnaring Doflamingo and his associates within a cell-like barrier, suspending them in midair. Regaining his composure, Doflamingo swiftly deliberated and ultimately resolved to comply with Aaron's decree to attack the Revolutionary Army. He was confident in his inevitable triumph. Having awakened the power of Conqueror's haki from a young age, surely a sign of destiny. I am grateful for Chief Aaron's mercy, he declared, and I have resolved to act according to your wishes. Let us prepare immediately to assault the Revolutionary Army. Aaron wasted no time, directing Doflamingo and his men to commence their preparations. Yes, Chief Aaron, replied the members of the Don Quixote family, promptly following Doflamingo to the docks, ready to summon the whereabouts of the Revolutionary Army. Yet, Violetta lingered behind, gazing at Aaron with gratitude. After all, It had taken merely 2 sentences for him to subdue the formidable Doflamingo who threatened the nation. Thank you, Chief Aaron, for your intervention in saving this country. I believe that you shall usher in a new era of peace for the world. Violetta's cheeks flushed as she gazed at Aaron, captivated by the natural charisma radiating from him. It is of no concern. However, you have not been without your misdeeds, Aaron replied slowly. Violetta promptly responded, Chief Aaron, I acknowledge my transgressions, and I am prepared to accept any punishment. Even if it means serving you, I am willing. She spoke earnestly, aware that her beauty paled in comparison to that of the Empress, and even a mermaid, yet she believed herself not lacking, especially given her status as a princess of this nation. Then, you shall become my woman, Aaron stated without hesitation, taking advantage of her eagerness. Upon hearing his words, the Empress and Shirahoshi exchanged glances, scrutinizing Violetta to determine her worthiness of Aaron. After some consideration, the Empress deemed it acceptable. Violetta possesta commandable physique, standing tall and voluptuous with ample allure. Surely, her attributes would please her husband. Upon Aaron's declaration, Violetta was momentarily taken aback, but soon found herself elated. Becoming Aaron's woman was akin to firmly clasping the immense pillar of his strength. With Aaron's formidable presence, the nation would remain shielded from peril. Even in times of crisis, Aaron's might would effortlessly resolve any threats. I am honored by your regard, Chief Aaron. Rest assured, I remain virtuous, Violetta said, her cheeks a vivid crimson. Although she was no longer young, she felt as giddy as a young girl in the face of such matters. There is no need to be modest. Though the experience may be swift, not everyone can endure such intensity at the outset. Aaron's body teemed with over 50 billion cells, and the potent hormones coursing through him far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Thus, it was accurate to say that only a multitude could satisfy him. Violetta felt a twinge of embarrassment. Although she did not fully grasp his meaning, she understood enough to apprehend his intent. Do not worry, Chief Aaron. I am unafraid and will serve you diligently, she assured him. Aaron, intrigued by her understanding, responded, Excellent. Let us commence your punishment now. You have 5 days to prepare. What do you mean by 5 days? Violetta's brow furrowed, her heart racing with anxiety. Did this imply what she feared? Considering this, Violetta felt a surge of apprehension. It seemed she was destined to become entirely devoted to Aaron. The Empress and Shirahoshi, sensing the gravity of the situation, refrained from interrupting Aaron and Violetta. They were cautious not to disturb him during this period of recovery, as they held a certain trepidation toward Aaron. Thus, they were quite supportive of Violetta's genuine commitment, as it meant another ally to share the burdens of their husband. 5 days later, Violetta was enveloped in profound happiness, having become Aaron's beloved. Her thoughts were consumed by him, unable to detach herself from his allure. My husband, you are simply too wonderful. If only I had encountered you sooner, I could have bestowed upon you the beauty of my youth. Once a woman finds joy, she often expresses such tender sentiments. Indeed, that is not out of the question. I recall your nation has other young ladies, perhaps an 18-year-old named Rebecca. I believe she could serve as a substitute for your beauty, Aaron remarked with a gentle smile. Huh? My husband, you know Rebecca? Violetta had no objections. After all, why let good fortune go to waste? If her husband desired her, it was all the better. Moreover, Violetta had personally experienced the blessings of being with Aaron. It was indeed a privilege for any woman. Rebecca is of age. If she were to unite with you, she would undoubtedly find happiness, Violetta mused. If you desire her, I shall bring Rebecca to you, she offered. In truth, if she learns of your heroism in saving this nation, she will surely be enamored with you. Very well, arrange it, Aaron replied. Though I possess great strength, I endure burdens that are hundreds of times greater than those of ordinary individuals. I require someone to soothe me. Otherwise, I risk losing control. In light of Aaron's candid admission, Violetta felt a mixture of trepidation and excitement. Violet felt a profound joy within her heart. For when a man speaks the truth to you, it is a testament to the deep affection he harbors. My husband, she mused, it seems we are indeed remarkable. After all, we bring peace to the world each day. If someone as formidable as you were to lose control, this world would face utter devastation, would it not? Such a noble understanding. Aaron could not suppress his immense satisfaction. Violet was nothing short of an angel. Naturally, you and those around me are of great importance. Understood. My husband. I now know how to proceed, Violet thought, envisioning the day she would introduce suitable young ladies to Aaron. However, at that moment, 2 naval warships from the Marine headquarters arrived in Dressrosa, led by Fujitora. Accompanying him were 2 rear admirals and over 2,000 soldiers. With their arrival, the nefarious elements lurking within the country felt a palpable unease. After all, under the control of Don Quixote da Flamingo, Dressrosa was home to many individuals from the underworld and numerous pirates. Naturally, upon witnessing the considerable naval presence, those involved in illicit activities felt a twinge of guilt. Chapter 169. A giant of 10,000 meters. A meteor of 20,000 meters? Fujitora, I fear we have arrived too late. It appears Doflamingo and his crew have departed, stated a naval rear admiral respectfully before Fujitora. If they have indeed left, it seems unlikely that the 10 Punishment Organization will make an appearance here. Given their network, they may instead pursue Doflamingo and his associates. I understand, but since we are here, let's wait a few days and see what unfolds, Fujitora replied slowly. Prepare a bowl of ramen for me. After enjoying it, I wish to explore the city. Though blind, his formidable perception allowed him to sense even the meteors drifting through the cosmos. At this moment, he detected the presence of several gambling establishments within the city, and he had a penchant for such diversions, often unable to resist the allure of gambling whenever he arrived in a new locale. Yes, Fujitora, please hold on. The chef will prepare your ramen shortly, the rear admiral responded promptly. They had witnessed Fujitora's prowess and understood that his strength was not to be underestimated. He was indeed a worthy admiral of the Navy, possessing the capability to obliterate a nation with ease. The emergence of such a powerful figure as a potential new admiral brought renewed hope to the Navy, dispelling any concerns that the organization had diminished with the departure of Akainu. Within the palace, Aaron immediately sensed the presence of a formidable individual arriving in the country. Upon further scrutiny, he perceived the entirety of Dressrosa from a divine perspective. Ah, it is Fujitora. It seems the Navy headquarters is quite swift in their response. However, that is to be expected considering the pressure I have exerted upon them. Ha ha ha. Alas, even Fujitora is not my match. But it will be entertaining to engage in a little chaos. Aaron pondered amusingly, aware that Fujitora had yet to reveal his true strength as depicted in the original narrative. Should Fujitora unleash his full might in their confrontation, one could only speculate the magnitude of the meteors that could fall. Violet, please escort Rebecca back to the palace. I shall engage in a little diversion and return to help her grow, Aaron declared, embodying his insatiable desire for everything. Yes, my husband. I shall do so at once. Violet's cheeks flushed with warmth. Having spent these days with Aaron, she truly felt the joy of being a woman. Were there to be a next life, she would still wish to be a woman and to be with Aaron. The overwhelming happiness and joy were utterly irresistible. She yearned to bear many children for Aaron, expressing the depth of her love for him. In Violet's eyes, the sole way to repay Aaron was not merely by satisfying him, but by giving him numerous offspring. After all, her royal education emphasized that women should bear many children for the men they love. Surely, Aaron must feel similarly. In reality, however, Aaron was not particularly fond of children. After all, too many could become quite bothersome. A few would suffice. Hence, he had always exercised control over his cells to prevent the girls from having his children. Once Violet hurriedly departed, Aaron made his way toward the naval base. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at their stronghold. At that moment, Fujitora was thoroughly enjoying his ramen, seemingly savoring every bite. What is this? A group of soldiers observed Aaron approaching with an unmistakable air of hostility. However, as he drew closer, the naval soldiers suddenly found their legs trembling uncontrollably. The formidable reputation of Aaron had rendered countless soldiers of the Navy headquarters feeling invincible. Aaron Sensei? No, Aaron Leader? Some soldiers exclaimed in astonishment. Panic surged within them. They lamented their misfortune at encountering the leader of the 10 Punishment Organization. How they wished they had met any other member of the organization, for then they would have felt far less intimidated. Now, facing Aaron, they found themselves devoid of any thoughts of combat. After all, how could they possibly triumph over a being of such unparalleled strength? Aaron remained silent, approaching Fujitora directly. So, you are the admiral capable of manipulating gravity? Quite impressive. I have heard of your prowess. What say you to a duel? Aaron inquired, arms crossed, his eyes narrowing at Fujitora, who was still relishing his ramen. The rear admiral beside them was drenched in cold sweat. As a rear admiral, he was acutely aware of Aaron's might. Aaron leader, do you truly wish to oppose the Navy headquarters? We have upheld justice in this world for centuries. Is there truly a need to question our commitment to justice? Silence. Why do you have to speak to me? A mere glance from Aaron caused the soldier to collapse to the ground, feeling as though he had walked through the gates of death. At that moment, Fujitora finished his ramen and spoke slowly. Aaron leader, I recognize you. Who would have thought I would encounter you here? It appears that this is fate. Therefore, I accept your challenge. Let's engage in combat. However, if I emerge victorious, may I return to the Navy headquarters? I have heard of your immense power, and should an organization like the Navy headquarters possess your strength, the world would surely be a more peaceful place. No one can alter my resolve. Nevertheless, should you truly manage to defeat me, will my return to the Navy headquarters? Aaron replied, a smirk gracing his lips. In order to ensure the return of Captain Aluin to the Navy headquarters, I shall undoubtedly exert all my strength to engage you in battle. To be frank, no one has ever compelled me to unleash my full potential. This time, I wager the lives of every citizen in this nation in our confrontation. Fujitora chuckled with a hint of guilt, for without such a commitment, he could not truly showcase his entire prowess. Splendid. It is precisely this kind of resolve that I desire. I feared you might hesitate to unleash your full power for fear of collateral damage to innocence. However, rest assured, I shall confront you at an altitude of several thousand meters. Thus you may unleash your full might. Upon finishing, Aluin soared into the heavens. Countless soldiers below gazed upward, their minds echoing 2 words, formidable, 3 words, overwhelmingly powerful, 4 words, extraordinarily confident. Fujitora inhaled deeply, initiating the fusion of his Kinbunchika haki and the powers of his mind's eye. His formidable perception allowed him to sense Aluin and even the vastness of the cosmos. He sought a meteorite capable of defeating Aluin. 3 minutes passed, and beads of sweat appeared on Fujitora's brow. Yet at last, he discovered a meteorite with a diameter exceeding 20,000 meters. He dared not underestimate Aluin, for he was well aware of the legends surrounding him. During the execution of the pirate ace, Aluin had effortlessly crushed a multitude of mighty foes, including the likes of Carp, Sengoku, Akiji, Akainu, Whitebeard, and Shanks. With that, Fujitora activated his fruit's abilities, channeling them into the drawn blade of his staff. In an instant, a visible energy sphere surged skyward, piercing through the very fabric of the universe. Within his perception, it ultimately converged upon the meteorite he had selected. Aluin similarly unleashed the power of his Kinbunchiko haki. Reaching out into the cosmos, he observed the meteorite, slightly over 20,000 meters in diameter. Although not excessively large, its potential for destruction was undeniable. As the meteorite descended into the planetary body, it would be enhanced by gravitational potential. The greater its mass, the swifter its fall, and the mightier its impact. Indeed, if this meteorite cannot be intercepted, it could obliterate this nation, Aluin mused. Fujitora, it seems your strength is indeed formidable, capable of threatening the very existence of a nation. Why not join my organization, the Tianfa, and assist us in upholding justice across the world? After all, safeguarding justice is no simple task. Aluin's voice resonated with an ethereal vibration, effortlessly reaching Fujitora's ears. Fujitora replied, if you can execute this maneuver without endangering the citizens of this nation, what would prevent me from joining your Tianfa organization? There's a saying that goes, if you cannot defeat them, join them. Perhaps by joining your ranks, I could guide you back to the path of righteousness. He closed his eyes, speaking earnestly. Let us see who truly influences whom. However, I possess a clearer understanding of justice in this world than anyone else, and only I can envision what a harmonious world entails. With that, Eluin began to expand his cells. His towering form, originally over 3 meters, grew to 100, then 1,000, ultimately reaching a staggering 12,000 meters. Every cell in his body radiated a pulsating energy, sending tremors through the very void of space. As this vibration intensified, it felt as though everything became subject to his control, even as the 20,000-meter meteorite plummeted, engulfed in flames and exuding an oppressive aura that threatened to annihilate the world. When Eluin spread his colossal arms, the accelerating meteorite sank into a quagmire, its descent slowing until it floated effortlessly between Eluin's hands. At that moment, all below witnessed the spectacle. Who is that? Such a colossal giant. He has saved us. Otherwise, we would have been obliterated by the meteor from the heavens. Though Fujitora could not see clearly within the realm of his mind's eye, he perceived a form of thermal imaging, granting him greater clarity than anyone else. Perhaps the Navy headquarters was mistaken. With Eluin's strength, if he truly harbored malevolent intentions, the Navy headquarters, the world government, any nation, indeed the entire world, would have long since perished. Fujitora reflected, feeling a twinge of doubt. Perhaps Eluin was indeed enacting a greater justice than that which the Navy headquarters sought to protect. Having suspended and taken command of the meteorite, Eluin had no intention of returning it to the cosmos. This celestial energy, ablaze with flames, was an opportunity too delectable to relinquish. Thus, Eluin activated his cell absorption ability. In an instant, the massive, burning meteorite shrank at a visible rate, ultimately vanishing completely. What? The meteorite has disappeared? It has been consumed. The onlookers could scarcely fathom that such a colossal meteorite had been devoured by the giant. Yet this giant was truly terrifying, towering over 10,000 meters high, with his upper half obscured from view. Within this vastness, only Fujitora, utilizing his mind's eye, could perceive the truth clearly. To be precise, it was not merely consumed. Rather, Eluin's body had absorbed it. He could see that Eluin's interior resembled an unfathomable abyss. And if that energy were to erupt, the resultant destruction would be unimaginable. Truly, he was a monster, and it was impossible to comprehend why such an unfathomable entity existed within this world. Perhaps he was indeed the harbinger of this world's destiny. Fujitora's thoughts crystallized. Such a being was an anomaly, one that could not be defeated. The ability to consume such a massive meteorite without injury, only to grow even stronger, marked him as a true master of this world. As mere mortals, they could not grasp the heights of understanding that such a powerful being possessed. This distinction highlighted Fujitora's open-mindedness in contrast to the stubbornness of the other high-ranking officials within the Navy headquarters. Eluin had no desire to explain himself to them, and thus chose to act independently. Ultimately, reality proved that strength alone could lead and dictate everything, allowing one to fulfill their dreams. Upon returning to his original size, brimming with energy, felt an intense heat radiating from his body. He engaged in cellular respiration for a while to cool down the overwhelming temperature. However, the backlash was that an abundance of hormonal factors surged within him, igniting a powerful craving. So what now? Do your words still hold weight? If not, I shall shatter you with a single punch, for no one has ever deceived me. Eluin descended to the ground, fixing his gaze upon Fujitora. I accept the wager. I pledge to join your Tianfa organization, Fujitora declared earnestly. Fujitora, the nearby Navy Rear Admiral, was left stunned. Even Fujitora had succumbed to a change of heart. Do not refer to me as Fujitora any longer. Return to the Navy headquarters and relay the events of today to Admiral Akainu. Tung Hu Ishiao commanded with a smile, what is this? Do you truly wish to persuade me to depart from the Tianfa organization? Are you not afraid of death? As he opened his eyes, clouded with cataracts, his gaze was rather intimidating, causing the surrounding Navy personnel to tremble in fear. After all, With their leader Aluin being so formidable, who would dare to resist? Very well. We shall take our leave. The Navy soldiers promptly boarded their warships and departed. Excellent. I have a task for you. Proceed to the kingdom of Lulu Xia, and I expect you to annihilate the entire realm. Aluin spoke nonchalantly. Tung Hu Xiao was taken aback. To destroy a kingdom. How many lives would be lost? He questioned. How you go about it is your concern, but I demand to see the kingdom of Lulu Xia wiped from existence. Aluin replied with a calm smile. Tung Hu Xiao suddenly understood. Indeed, my leader, I shall attend to it forthwith. Chapter 170, Luffy's Ascendancy. Yet still engaging in sit-ups, having resolved matters with Tung Hu Xiao, Aluin returned to the palace. At this moment, Violet had brought Rebecca along. My husband, shall we step out for a while? Violet suggested, ever perceptive. However, Aluin had just consumed a great deal of energy and needed to recalibrate. He flashed a charming smile. What is there to do outside? Empress, you both should wait for me inside. Upon hearing this, the Empress and Shirahoshi's cheeks flushed, understanding his implication. Although slightly apprehensive, they obediently made their way inside. Come, Sister Violet, my husband requires us, the Empress kindly urged. Oh, Violet was instantly captivated by Aluin's charm, finding herself unable to resist any of his requests or whims. After the Empress and the others prepared themselves, Rebecca grew increasingly anxious, her heart racing as if it were her first time feeling such a flurry of emotions. Rebecca, do you know who I am? Aluin inquired gently, taking a moment to assess Rebecca's beauty, which was quite remarkable, rivaling even that of Shirahoshi and the Empress. I know, you are Lord Aluin, Rebecca stammered, her voice trembling with nerves. Haha, it seems you only know my name, but you are unaware that I am already your husband. Aluin chuckled, teasing her. Upon hearing this, Rebecca's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson, overwhelmed by shyness. As a young woman, she found such matters inherently delicate, yet she felt compelled to muster her courage. She understood that this man was the savior of her entire nation. Thus, even if he required her to become his woman, she was willing. Violet had previously reminded her that as long as she became Aluin's woman, their kingdom would be eternally protected, free from any threats. Furthermore, she would experience unprecedented joy, no longer needing to embody the role of a nation's savior, but rather live as a genuine woman. As for happiness, according to Violet's alluring words, it seemed boundless. It was said that any woman would rejoice in being with Aluin or becoming his. Lord Aluin, I know you are the savior of our nation, and it can be said that your arrival has saved us and me. Therefore, if you desire, I am certainly willing to become your woman. I fear you shall be my future husband. Rebecca summoned her courage to declare. Ah, you possess a commendable awareness. It appears Violet has elucidated matters to you quite clearly. Therefore, I am at ease. As long as you think this way, you will undoubtedly be able to accept it. Come, let's go inside. They're all awaiting you. In due time, I shall grant you access to a new world, allowing you to forget all prior hardships and embrace a fresh beginning. Yes, understood, Lord Aluin. Why still call me Lord Aluin? What should you address me as? Guyu gently patted Rebecca's head. Husband, Rebecca replied, feeling a warmth wash over her as her heart swelled with emotion. She was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by the sensation of relief that flooded her being. In Aluin's presence, she felt relaxed and secure. Let us proceed. Witnessing Rebecca's emotional state, Aluin grew affectionate, embracing her as they journeyed toward the new world. 10 days later, Aluin departed the country of Dressrosa with the Empress and others. However, his two wives, Violet and Rebecca, chose not to accompany him, as the kingdom still required their stewardship. After all, Doflamingo and his ilk could no longer wield control over the nation. Consequently, the realm returned to the capable hands of Rebecca and Violet, who would manage the subsequent affairs of the kingdom and seek out Aluin when time permitted. Aluin was pleased with this arrangement. After all, they were wise enough not to become ensnared by him, recognizing the importance of their nation. As Aluin departed, he encouraged them to diligently rebuild the kingdom, for he would rely on them to sustain him in the future, especially with the Tianfa organization needing support. Upon hearing this, the Empress and Princess Shirahoshi, concerned that Aluin might be in want of funds, immediately offer their assistance. Husband, how much do you require? My nine-snake kingdom has some resources, if it is insufficient. I could procure more, of course, by robbing the wealthy to aid the poor, but I would not act recklessly. My lord, do you need a substantial sum? Fear not. Our Fishman Island is rich in gold and jewels. In due time, Shirahoshi will support you. Aluin felt gratified by the affection expressed by the Empress and Princess Shirahoshi. Their declarations prompted Violet and Rebecca to silently compete, vowing not to be outdone by the Empress and Princess Shirahoshi, determined to earn significant wealth for their husband. After departing Dressrosa, Aluin returned to the Tianfa organization. Upon arrival, Ain, Shizuka, and the others expressed their longing for him. To maintain fairness, Aluin spent 10 days with them, ensuring their contentment. Meanwhile, figures like the Golden Lion Shiki, Enel, and Barrett had set forth to various kingdoms to commence their righteous judgments against evil. Wherever oppression existed, the Tianfa organization stood to uphold justice. Leader Aluin, trouble looms. At that moment, a soldier rushed in to report. Aluin, who had intended to relax for the day, basking in the sunlight before heading to Egghead Island, turned to inquire, "What is the matter?" "Leader, it is concerning Lord Zoro. He has sustained serious injuries." "Oh, is that so?" Aluin expressed a hint of excitement, sensing that matters in Wano were unfolding as he had anticipated. "Indeed, leader. Lord Zoro and his companions were injured by the Blackbeard, Teach, and that crew of straw hats." "Where is Sualong?" Aaron inquired. "They have been captured by Blackbeard Teach, along with Bartolomeo." "What about 100 Beast Kaido?" "His fate seems uncertain, having plunged into the magma of Wano." "I understand now. You may proceed," Aaron instructed, allowing the Empress and her companions to guard the base. It could be said that the pirate world has now commenced a genuine battle of the strong, a conflict poised to erupt among 4 factions: the pirates, the Heavenly Punishment Organization, the Navy headquarters, and the world government, and the Revolutionary Army. Naturally, the Empress and her comrades complied with Aaron's directives. Thus, Aaron set forth alone, hastening his journey. He did not require a flying vessel. Instead, he conjured a lightning dragon, soaring thousands of meters in but a second. In less than half a day, he arrived at the original site of Wano. At this moment, Wano lay in ruins, a colossal pit at its center connecting to the magma below. Under the awakening of the cells, the women of Wano remained. However, the whereabouts of Momonosuke were unknown. Indeed, they are a group of fortunate children. They can triumph against the odds. A smirk graced his lips as he vanished from his spot, reappearing within the magma below. There, Kaido was submerged, his grievously injured body unable to ascend. The magma contained a significant amount of sea stone elements, preventing him from utilizing his devil fruit powers, though he could still wield haki. Meanwhile, the 3 disasters remained. Among them, Queen had perished, his body half dissolved by the magma. In contrast, both Jack and Ashura, though gravely wounded, still simmered in the magma, yet had not succumbed. Lastly, the Flying 6, aside from Black Maria and Ultai, who were unaccounted for. The rest had met their demise, leaving only their skeletal remains. "Kaido, your defeat is quite severe," Aaron's voice echoed, awakening Kaido and the others. Upon seeing Aaron, hope flickered in their eyes. "Captain Aaron, my apologies. We were careless and were defeated by those rascals," Kaido confessed, filled with shame. "Lord Aaron, that Straw Hat Luffy is utterly monstrous. It is as though he has activated some cheat. His rapid power growth terrifies us." With each strike from Kaido, he learned Flowing Cherry, then advanced Conqueror's Haki, and finally, he performed a sit-up and awakened his devil fruit abilities. None of us could match him, and even the weakened battleship spirit was defeated and taken away, Jack lamented. It felt surreal. A seemingly weak opponent had grown to an invincible existence in such a short time. What was even more outrageous was that he had died, yet returned to life. Isn't that truly bizarre? Even more frightening was that he surpassed even Aaron. Ah, is that so? That is quite splendid. Do you understand how lonely it is to be a strong individual? I hope they do not disappoint me again. Aaron laughed maniacally. As long as he could subdue these fortunate children, the world would be at peace. Jack, Ashura, and the others were momentarily stunned, as if they realized that Captain Aaron had anticipated this very step. "All right, everyone come forth." With a mere wave of his hand, a cell barrier enveloped Kaido and the others, lifting them to the surface. Re-emerging into the light, Kaido and the others felt as if they had narrowly escaped disaster. Their gazes filled with anticipation toward Aaron. Aaron then utilized the cell optimization function, visibly accelerating their recovery. Within half a minute, they were fully revitalized. "Incredible. Captain Aaron, had you been there at the time to restore us, we could have certainly defeated them," Jack expressed regretfully, believing their grave loss stemmed partially from being worn down by relentless waves of enemies. "All right, you shall guard Wano. I will handle the matters ahead." "Yes, Captain Aaron." After Aaron's indifferent acknowledgement, Kaido and the others immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. With Aaron standing atop the lightning dragon, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing into the horizon. "I must visit Onigashima and check on my daughter. I hope she has not been discovered by them." Kaido's foremost thought was of Yamato. This time, he was determined to nurture Yamato properly, aiming to cultivate her into a woman whom Aaron would favor, facilitating their union, marriage, and progeny, thereby restoring the prosperity of Wano. As for Wano, it would ultimately be his daughter Yamato who inherited the position of shogun. Meanwhile, the King of Hell warship sailed swiftly across the sea like a towering mountain. On board, Momonosuke, Blackbeard, Titch, Luffy, and others reveled in feasting and drinking. After a few enthusiastic sips, Momonosuke yearned to seek out women. After all, Black Maria, Ultai, and his sister Hiyori had all been captured aboard the warship. "You all enjoy. I'm going to have some fun." Momonosuke feigned drunkenness. Luffy furrowed his brow and replied, "Momonosuke, I've told you numerous times not to touch them. Do you not understand?" Luffy would never stoop to bullying women and certainly would not permit Momonosuke to do so. "Indeed, Momonosuke, you useless fool. It would be best if you refrained. If Captain Aaron finds out, he will surely make you pay dearly." Blackbeard Titch, allied with Luffy, recognized Luffy's newly awakened devil fruit abilities and formidable strength. He naturally sided with Luffy, particularly as they had stirred such chaos in Wano and needed to maintain their alliance against the wrath of the Heavenly Punishment Organization. "Oomph. I say you are all quite cowardly. What is there to fear? We are already in a life-or-death struggle with that dead man, Aaron. What harm is there in playing with a few women he's been with?" Momonosuke dismissed their concerns. Although Luffy and Titch were powerful, he believed he was not weak himself, having merely concealed his true strength. "I said no touching, or I shall not hold back," Luffy declared, unleashing his conqueror's haki towards Momonosuke, causing him to feel an immediate sense of pressure. "Fine, you are strong. I will heed your words. I shall not touch anyone else. But I wish to see my sister. Is that permissible?" Momonosuke thought of Hiyori, having longed to see her. He was taken aback by how beautiful she had grown. As the saying goes, one should not let the fat water flow to outsiders. Is it wrong for me to want my own? "You scoundrel, Momonosuke, you are truly perverse. Are you merely looking to bully your sister?" Bai is bluntly criticized. In truth, even among these unscrupulous pirates, they felt repulsed by Momonosuke's predatory behavior. What do you know? Betraying me means I shall torment her severely. Do not assume that I am a soft persimmon. I have transformed from who I once was. Taoji Zuke has asserted a formidable presence, unleashing a terrifying power akin to the Conqueror's haki. After all, he has awakened the bloodline of the Kazuki ancestors. And he is no longer merely Taoji Zuke. He embodies the essence of the Kazuki lineage. It is even conceivable that once the Kazuki ancestor fully awakens, Taoji Zuke may be consumed by this ancestral spirit. Chapter 171. The Gravitational Pull of Cosmic Control. You cannot fathom the anguish within my heart. Therefore, it is best that you refrain from meddling in the affairs of the Kazuki clan. Taoji Zuke is determined not to spare Z, for her beauty has captivated him for quite some time. Were Kazuki Oden present, it is likely that even he, that scoundrel, would find a way to revisit his birthplace. At this moment, Zoro is astounded to hear that Taoji Zuke intends to harm Z. In his heart, he curses Taoji Zuke, deeming him a mere beast. and he understands why Captain Arlong would torment him to the brink of death, refusing to allow him an easy demise. Initially, Zoro felt some confusion, thinking that Captain Arlong might have been excessively cruel, perhaps harboring a penchant for torture. However, it now appears that Taoji Zook is indeed the very worst of beasts. What sort of person would dare covet a Z? She is his sister. The audacity to desire her is utterly despicable. You wretched scoundrel, if you dare lay a finger on a Z, I will ensure that your suffering is beyond comprehension, Zoro declares. The onlookers turn their attention to Zoro, who is now riddled with wounds, having been mercilessly tormented by that fiend, Taoji Zook. He narrowly escaped a fate worse than death, and were it not for Luffy's intervention, Zoro might have been reduced to nothing but a skeleton today. While it is widely acknowledged that Taoji Zook harbors a profound hatred for the members of the 10 Punishments organization, there are also the ones who have twisted his psyche so deeply. This is why Luffy has yet to cast Taoji Zook aside. Otherwise, according to Luffy's nature, he would have long since been unable to tolerate such a beast. Ha! How can you make me suffer? Even that scoundrel Arlong could not bring me to my end. Why should I fear you? Taoji Zook sneers. And you, if Luffy had not stopped me, you would already be facing a gruesome fate. In truth, he vows that he will not spare a single one of the 10 Punishments organization members. With that, Taoji Zook strides toward the chamber where a Z is imprisoned. You seek death, Zoro thinks, unable to fathom how that scoundrel could dare to offend a woman chosen by Captain Arlong. Suddenly, Zoro awakens a powerful force of Conqueror's Haki, radiating a blue hue. The demon's sword nearby seems to respond, quivering as if it is about to fly to Zoro's aid, ready to sever his chains. Luffy, Blackbeard Teach, and the others are taken aback by Zoro's sudden surge of power. This Zoro is indeed a remarkable individual, unexpectedly awakening the Conqueror's Haki in such dire circumstances. However, they reason that with so many of them present, what does Zoro's awakening matter? He is no longer their match. Enough, we are ultimately adversaries. There is little hope of stopping Taoji Zook, Luffy states with a frown, his tone cold. After all, he is also a member of the 10 Punishments organization. Remembering that a Z is the woman favored by Captain Arlong, he finds justification for his detachment. The affairs between a Z and Taoji Zook are indeed matters of the Kozuki family, and he deems it unnecessary to interfere. Clearly, Luffy himself has been somewhat twisted in his reasoning. Onlookers may attribute all of this to Arlong's influence. But such a perspective is held only by those lacking the capability to comprehend the true nature of good and evil, which ultimately lies within one's own intentions. Upon entering the room, Taoji Zook licks his lips as he gazes upon the restrained Z. Hee, a Z. Did you ever imagine you would fall into my grasp? But fear not, I shall not take your life. After all, you are simply too beautiful to waste, he leers shamelessly. One cannot help but recognize the savage nature of the bloodline he possesses. Aren't you insane, Taoji Zook? I am your sister, your own sister. How can you harbor such thoughts? A Z retorts, her forehead throbbing with rage. If our mother and father were aware, they would surely be devastated. What do I care for that foolish pair? If Kozuki Oden were here, I would ensure he understands what suffering truly is. And do not mention that worthless Kozuki Yasui. Had he been able to slay Kaido back then, I would not have endured such torment. Taoji Zook's bitterness is palpable, and he yearns to strike him as a form of retribution. A Z perceives that Taoji Zook has become a complete monster. She finally comprehends the sins of the Kozuki family. They are indeed cursed. Taoji Zook, if you dare touch me, I will immediately take my own life, she declares resolutely. She would rather perish than be subjected to the depravity of such a heartless beast. Ha, you amuse me. Frankly, your death would be a blessing. I have yet to experience such a fate, Taoji Zook exclaims with twisted delight, revealing a more fiendish demeanor. A Z feels faint, overwhelmed by terror. Could it be that, even in death, she must endure the torment of this beast? In that moment, she finds herself calling out to Arlong in her heart. Lord Arlong, where are you? Can you not rescue a Z? Can you not vanquish this monster, Taoji Zook? She cries, tears streaming down her face. Ha, praying for that scoundrel to save you? Do you think he's a deity? He has long departed Wano, and he only toyed with you. Did you truly believe he would constantly watch over you? And even if he were to arrive, you would already be. Taoji Zook's madness escalates until a voice interrupts him. Taoji Zook, you are truly a fool. Your confidence is misplaced. Do you think you have survived until now by mere chance? Arlong's voice reverberates as he appears in the sky, a powerful gravitational force emanating from his cells. Each cell, in Arlong's perception, is akin to a planet, and he himself embodies a cosmic entity capable of generating immense gravitational pull. It is no wonder that his comprehension of the universe is unparalleled. During his idle moments, he observed the cosmos, mastering the gravitational forces of the human body. Yet, only he, possessing the ability of the cell fruit, could achieve such mastery. In an instant, the entire Mayu battleship is enveloped within Arlong's gravitational domain. After all, Aaron's domain is quite extensive. It is completely synchronized with his cellular realm, which, in turn, is in harmony with the domain of cellular awakening. Therefore, even a behemoth like the underworld battleship, nearly two-thirds the size of the entire land of Wano, is now steadily ascending from the surface of the sea, drifting into the air. Even if the formidable Shiki were to arrive, he would undoubtedly be taken aback, for this resembles his own capabilities. At this moment, Peach Boy Tosuk trembled in fear upon hearing Aaron's voice, as if his very soul were being suppressed. There was no escape. Tosuk had suffered greatly at Aaron's hands. Despite his intense hatred for Aaron, he instinctively felt overwhelming dread in the face of such power. Meanwhile, outside the battleship, Luffy and Blackbeard Teach felt the weight of the impending confrontation. They were surprised that Aaron could pursue them so effectively, almost as if he had a tracking device. Was it because of the presence of AG that Aaron could locate them so swiftly and accurately? However, Luffy soon felt restless. Having awakened his devil fruit abilities, he sensed his strength had multiplied many times over. He believed he could defeat Aaron. What are you staring at? Everything is under my control. Do you think that by banding together, you can threaten me and daring to capture my woman? Wishing for a swift end is a mere luxury. Aaron laughed heartily, his gravitational force becoming even more terrifying. Soon, the underworld battleship soared to several thousand meters in the air. With a sudden release of gravity, the entire ship plummeted towards the sea. What? Blackbeard Teach and the others widened their eyes in shock. If the battleship were to fall, it would surely result in severe injuries, if not death. Luffy, hurry and summon the ship's spirit. We cannot allow the underworld battleship to sink into the sea, or we will all perish, Blackbeard urged. Luffy understood the gravity of the situation and commanded the ship's spirit to intervene and prevent the underworld battleship from descending into the depths. Master, my power alone is insufficient to prevent the vessel from sinking into the ocean, as I have only recovered two-thirds of my strength, the ship's spirit replied truthfully, glancing at Aaron above with a sigh. She never anticipated that she would have to face Aaron once more, fearing a severe beating awaited her. All right, then I shall assist you in stabilizing the underworld battleship's descent, Luffy declared, activating his Gear 5th mode. Though still somewhat unpracticed, he sprang into action upon seeing Aaron. Luffy was enveloped in white flames, resembling a cartoon character, with his body parts seemingly detached. Once he adopted this form, the underworld battleship transformed into a rubber-like substance, beginning to twist and contort. Luffy, in this mode, was exuberant, unable to remain still as he jumped around joyfully. Seeing Luffy render the underworld battleship rubbery, the ship's spirit felt reassured. Together, they would ensure the vessel's safe landing without any destruction. In that instant, the ship's spirit exerted all her strength beneath the underworld battleship to stabilize its descent. Meanwhile, Aaron rescued Bartolomeo, Zoro, Iji, Black Maria, and Runty, enveloping them in his cellular shield and bringing them before him in the air. Upon seeing Aaron, both Black Maria and Iji were overjoyed, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces. Husband, you have finally come. We thought we would never see you again. I never want to part from you again. Let me follow you always, Black Maria exclaimed, embracing Aaron tightly. Very well. You shall return to the headquarters of my organization, where no one can easily reach, Aaron replied. Thank you, Lord Aaron, for saving me. I am deeply moved and wish to repay you. May I also join the organization? Eiji gazed at him with longing, feeling that Eren was the only light in her heart from that moment on. Your resolve pleases me. Thus, you shall accompany me to the organization, Eren affirmed. Thank you, Lord Eren. Eiji blushed, feeling a profound sense of security by his side. Thank you for saving me, Leader Eren, Runny added, equally touched. Eren waved his hand, employing cellular optimization to heal their wounds. Even Zoro, who had sustained severe injuries, was instantly restored. Leader Eren, we have disappointed you by allowing ourselves to be captured and tortured, Zoro said respectfully. I too am at fault. I was too weak and shamed the organization by being bullied like this, Bartolomeo lamented, tears streaming down his face. He felt incredibly fortunate to have Eren as their protector. Enough. This was merely a test for you, one I had anticipated all along, Eren spoke calmly. However, consider this your training. You have barely met my expectations. Yes. Leader Eren, Zoro replied respectfully. With a swift motion, Eren exerted powerful gravity on Tosuk's neck. Despite having hidden behind Luffy and the others, Tosuk was effortlessly drawn upward. Luffy, Blackbeard, save me. That bastard Eren wants to kill me. Tosuk shouted in panic. Seeing this, Luffy immediately extended his arm to grasp Tosuk, preventing him from falling into Eren's clutches. Humph, so naive, Eren scoffed, intensifying the gravitational pull. Tosuk felt as if he were being torn apart, screaming in agony. Even Luffy struggled against Eren's force, ultimately merging his body with the underworld battleship. But Tosuk could no longer hold on and transformed into a large pink dragon. Though still held by Eren and Luffy, he felt somewhat better in this form and opened his mouth to unleash a torrent of dragon breath towards Eren. Is that all? Eren casually swatted away the dragon breath with a flick of his hand. What? He has grown stronger again? Tosuk was momentarily stunned, his heart racing in turmoil. I once believed I had grown stronger, only to discover that I remained unable to challenge Eren. Did you think that awakening the bloodline of the Guanyu ancestor made you my equal? Moreover, even the Guanyu ancestor himself was merely a marginal king-level combatant. Hardly a match for my divine prowess. Eren regarded Momonosuke with disdain. Today, you shall all meet your demise. Come now. Struggle with all your might, and let me witness the surprises you can offer. From this moment forth, I shall eliminate one person every minute, beginning with you, Momonosuke. Eren uttered casually. In an instant, Blackbeard Teach and his crew grew anxious. It was evident that escape was impossible. It seemed they had no choice but to fight. Captain, what shall we do now? Lafitte, no longer exuding his previous elegance, looked anxiously at Blackbeard Teach. After all, they could only hope that Blackbeard Teach would provide an unexpected twist. Within the Blackbeard pirates, the likes of Bages and others found it difficult to fully understand Blackbeard Teach. At times, he appeared to be an unfathomable enigma, while at other moments he seemed cowardly. After all, his fear of pain rendered him exceedingly cautious in the face of powerful adversaries. Yet, during combat, he often emanated a dangerously formidable presence. What else can we do now? We must unite. I refuse to believe he can remain so composed against our numbers. Surely, we can find an opportunity to defeat him. Indeed, we are all capable warriors now, wielding our unique powers. There is no one we cannot conquer when we join forces. Suddenly, Rangy Shilio revealed himself, a cigar clutched in his mouth. After consuming the invisibility fruit, his confidence surged. Moreover, with everyone attacking Eren simultaneously, the chances of him delivering a backstab increased significantly. Help me. I do not wish to perish. Luffy, for heaven's sake, do not release your grip. Otherwise, I shall truly meet my end. Luffy, command the battleship spirit to strike at that madman Eren. I can barely hold on. It feels as though my body is being torn asunder. Momonosuke, in a state of utter despair, genuinely felt the specter of death looming. Previously, he had endured torment, but he had never faced the reality of his demise. Now, with the torture ceased, he was truly on the brink of being killed. Naturally, fear gripped his heart even tighter. Battleship spirit, attack Eren without mercy. Luffy too grew serious. Yes, master. The battleship's spirit obeyed Luffy's command and soared into the sky, launching an assault against Eren. My apologies, Captain Eren, but I must strike you. It matters not. Your attack is inconsequential, yet I still hope you surprise me. Eren remained dismissive, for the battleship spirit was merely a defeated foe in his eyes. The battleship spirit then unleashed its cannon, gathering energy to obliterate Eren. Boom! In the face of such a strike, Eren merely spat. An explosion ensued. Boom! The terrifying energy erupted in the sky, creating shockwaves that shook the very void. Now is the time to act. Let us strike together. At Blackbeard Teach's command, he saw this as an opportune moment to make Eren falter beneath their combined strength. Haha! Today we shall discover who brings whom surprises. Experience our might. Bages proclaimed arrogantly, as a user of the strength fruit, though not on land. The Mingxia battleship served as their launching pad. With a thunderous leap into the sky, he launched a fist enveloped in armament hockey towards Eren. Simultaneously, the other members of Blackbeard's crew sprang into action. Poison Q unleashed the power of the disease fruit, a foreboding force sweeping toward Eren. Rain Shilio vanished from sight, evidently seeking an opportunity to deliver a lethal blow. After all, transforming from a swordsman into an assassin, he would undoubtedly opt for a fatal strike. The Tyrant King, a user of the island fruit, though not physically present on an island, transformed a portion of the Mingxia battleship into a colossal fist aimed at Eren. Catherine morphed into her form after consuming the dog fruit. Mythical Zoan, the nine-tailed fox, flames of foxfire enveloping her, exuding an aura of mystique, before unleashing a torrent of yellow flames. Saint Juan Wolf took a swig of liquor before enlarging himself, a consequence of consuming the expansion fruit. In an instant, his form expanded to over 300 meters, and he lunged toward Eren. Meanwhile, Buskair Choate belched bubbles of alcohol, simultaneously exhaling explosive flames. Upon witnessing this, Blackbeard Teach felt an overwhelming sense of pride. These were his crew, and he felt invincible. Ha! Eren, today we shall engage in a life-or-death struggle. I shall devour your fruit ability and become the true ruler of this world. Blackbeard Teach felt invigorated. After all, he realized that his previous fear of Eren had clouded his judgment regarding their capabilities. However, seeing his comrades grow stronger, he believed there was a significant chance to defeat Eren alongside Luffy and himself. Foolish mortals, do you truly think you are my equals? What grants you such audacity? Is it Liang Jingru? Eren regarded these fools with utter contempt, immediately unleashing the 1,000-handed cannon. In an instant, 1,000 arms surged forth, each capable of delivering 10 strikes per second. 1,000 arms translated to over 10,000 strikes in a mere second. The crew members of Blackbeard Teach were left bewildered, utterly powerless as they were ruthlessly struck against the Mingxia battleship. What? Blackbeard Teach's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated Eren possessing such an offensive capability. This was utterly outrageous. The 1,000-handed cannon, it was nothing short of a tangible existence, and the overwhelming pressure felt akin to that of a true deity. Time's up. 1 minute has elapsed. Now, it is time for Momonosuke to perish. Cellular degradation. In an instant, Eren forcefully seized control of Momonosuke's cellular structure, initiating cellular decay that led to destruction and death. Momonosuke watched in horror as blood began to pour from his body, an unstoppable torrent. No, please. I do not wish to die. I have yet to live enough. Momonosuke cried out in panic. Upon witnessing this, Luffy immediately released Momonosuke, fearing that if he continued to pull, Momonosuke would be torn in two. As Luffy let go, Momonosuke found himself suspended in midair. Frantically, he touched his bleeding body, only to be horrified to discover that a chunk of flesh was missing. No, Captain Eren, I was wrong. I beg you, spare me. I am but a dog. You are magnanimous enough not to bother with a wretched creature like me. Tauses's eyes brimmed with tears as he gazed at Eren. However, the sheer volume of tears caused his eyeballs to roll out. My eyes. No, please. Tauses refrained from touching his eyes, but in the next moment, his hands began to melt away. Azzy's sister, save me. I don't want to die. I beseech you, have mercy. After all, I am your brother. Please, rescue me. Tausis could only appeal to Azzy, yet she coldly scoffed. You wretched beast, you deserve to perish. Living on is the most repugnant fate. She harbored a deep disdain for Tausis. No, Azzy, I was wrong. I should not have harbored such thoughts about you. I'm nothing but a beast. Isn't that enough? Please, hurry, save me. But no one responded to his pleas. Luffy and Blackbeard could only watch in horror, paralyzed by their inability to act against Aaron's formidable powers. Unless they possessed immense haki, they might stand a chance. Regrettably, Tausis's recently awakened conqueror's haki could not contend with Aaron's overwhelming abilities. As for Bagus and the others, they were helplessly pinned to the ground or suspended in midair by Aaron's thousand-handed cannon. Tausis realized that he was truly doomed, with no hope of rescue. Thus, he began to harbor intense hatred. Aaron, you bastard! I curse you to an agonizing demise. Ha ha! I shall await you in hell. And you, ungrateful wretches, may you all perish. I will be waiting for you below. Tausis cursed Aaron and even Luffy and the others. Consequently, he was not deserving of sympathy. Those like Luffy, who initially felt pity for Tausis, were truly blind and foolish. In the next moment, Tausis met his ultimate demise. With 50 seconds remaining, who would come next? Blackbeard looked at his subordinates, all under Aaron's control, unable to escape. He turned to Luffy and said, Luffy, let us join forces and give it our all. Ha, all right. Let's commence immediately. Luffy, like a jelly figure, leaped into the air, enlarging his body, and began to strike at Aaron's thousand-handed cannon with fervor. His speed was astonishing, filling the sky with shadows of his fists. Yet, he was met with the block of the thousand-handed cannon. Thus, 50 seconds later, Luffy still failed to break through its defenses. Next, Bagus, you scoundrel. What kind of nonsense is it to wear your pants on your head? In an instant, Bagus's body began to rot. Despite his defiance in covering himself with armament haki, he could not halt his fate. Ultimately, he was reduced to a puddle of blood. Witnessing this scene, Blackbeard and the others were gripped by unprecedented panic, realizing that death was imminent. They frantically resisted, but could not break free, only able to plead for Blackbeard's help. Captain, save us. We don't want to die. Yes, I too wish to live. I still want to drink. If I die, I cannot. Blackbeard clenched his fists, unleashing his dark fruit and quake fruit powers in a simultaneous attack against Guyu. However, with a thousand-handed cannon present, each arm was enveloped in armament haki, swiftly dismantling Blackbeard's dual assaults. What? How can this be? I can accept if my dark fruit is countered. But why is my quake fruit also ineffective? It doesn't even seem to cause a tremor. Blackbeard was bewildered. Unbeknownst to him, his quake fruit's power was mitigated by Aaron's cellular vibration, nullifying its effects entirely. Ah, Captain, help! Lafitte screamed, for it was now his turn, his body fracturing, blood pouring forth, even his bones beginning to melt. Damn it, Aaron. If you have the ability, let us face each other directly. Blackbeard was engulfed in frustration and terror. He believed that if Aaron retracted the thousand-handed cannon, they would pose a real threat to him. Is this the surprise you have for me, you worthless fools? Aaron's expression turned cold as he commanded, in a fleeting thought, that all of Blackbeard's subordinates succumb to cellular degradation and death. Upon witnessing this, Blackbeard erupted in fury. He immediately absorbed Bagus's fruit ability, feeling his power multiply manifold. This newfound strength was pure and overwhelming. With a single punch aimed at Aaron, he believed he could shake the heavens, yet he was met with a counter from the thousand-handed cannon, which absorbed the impact entirely. So you don't believe, do you, Blackbeard? Aaron's face remained impassive as he delivered a brutal slap that exploded Blackbeard's head. Blackbeard collapsed to the ground, seemingly lifeless, yet the dark energy within him lingered, indicating that he was not entirely finished. Luffy, seeing this, dared not underestimate the situation, immediately enlarging himself, resembling a colossal giant, bouncing through the air. Strangely, even the void around him appeared to transform into rubber, synchronizing with his movements. Clearly, Luffy had grown rapidly, embodying the essence of the destined child. His awakened abilities had reached an astonishing level, akin to a meteoric rise. As Luffy continued to leap, not only did the void become rubberized, But even Aaron's thousand-handed cannon began to soften. Sensing this, Aaron's excitement surged. "Ha, as expected of you. Then let us engage in a brutal clash." Aaron retracted the thousand-handed cannon, meditated briefly, and then forcefully awakened his cellular fruit. His powers transformed, resembling light ions. Though it appeared that his cells were scattered, they remained a unified whole. In this moment, it became a contest of whose awakened fruit powers were more terrifying. Luffy's Nika fruit rapidly enveloped the surroundings, rendering the void rubberized in tandem with his movements. However, Aaron also awakened, transforming everything into light ions, cellular awakening enveloping the surrounding space. The two opposing forces began to vie for dominance. Yet, it was evident that Aaron's cellular transformation was far more formidable. It was no longer a competition. Rather, it was a relentless consumption of Luffy's rubberized void. Luffy, still grinning foolishly, perhaps could not control his form in this state. His movements were filled with dramatic flair, pulsating in rhythm with his heartbeat. Yet, as he sensed his rubberized void being devoured by Aaron's cellular domain, his heart began to race. The essence of the sun god, Nika, fruit manifests with consciousness, warning Luffy of the imminent danger. Upon perceiving this, Luffy immediately channels his full three-color haki, his fist merging with the void, swelling to an immense size as he strikes towards Guyu. However, Guyu remains undistracted, deeply immersed in the awakening of his cells. It is as if, in this state, he embodies the very essence of consciousness, a sensation both extraordinary and surreal, as though the entirety of the world bends to his will. Is this the phenomenon of cellular awakening? The ability to dissolve an entire world at the cellular level? Could it be that the world itself is nothing more than a single living cell? A myriad of curiosity surged within Aaron, compelling him to refrain from interruption. In response to Luffy's assault, Aaron instinctively reacts with the innate responses of his cells, engaging in a series of combat maneuvers. Thus, Luffy's colossal fist reverberates through the very fabric of the universe, landing a blow within Aaron's cellular domain. Instantly, the cellular realm shatters, yet in the next moment, the luminous cellular particles coalesce once more. Unfazed, Luffy persists in his relentless assault, his fist striking with remarkable speed, each punch erupting like detonations. Yet, even with such fervor, he fails to pose a threat to the awakened Aaron. After thousands of strikes, despite Luffy's formidable power from the Drum of Liberation, which allows for rapid recovery of his stamina, he finds himself panting heavily, exhaling clouds of vapor. What is happening? Why can I not land a blow? It feels as though my fists strike not against him, but rather against the vast ocean, my strength dissipating into the abyss. Luffy is momentarily bewildered. After all, his mind is quite simple, incapable of grasping that Aaron is merging with this realm. In essence, Aaron has become the very fabric of this world. And Luffy is not battling Aaron, but the entirety of this domain. Though this domain may be vast, it remains profoundly expansive for Luffy and humanity alike. Even if it can be shaken, as if it were to tremble the void or rend it asunder, within the confines of this realm, such effects are negligible. The void possesses a formidable capacity for restoration. Just as Whitebeard, while tearing the void with his powers, found it restored in an instant. Just as Luffy finds himself at an impasse, a voice resonates within his mind, an unfamiliar presence. Luffy, it is perilous, you must flee. What? Who are you? Who speaks? Luffy is momentarily stunned, sensing someone addressing him, the voice echoing within his consciousness. Luffy, I am the will of the sun god Nika. Your awakening has brought me forth. Luffy is astonished. Do devil fruits bosses consciousness. Can they even communicate? Indeed, any devil fruit that has undergone awakening develops a consciousness. Luffy begins to comprehend, inquiring further, "Oh, so you mean that before I consumed you, your previous wielder awakened you to this extent?" Correct, and even now, a fragment of that wielder's will resides within the fruit. However, that consciousness is perilous and should not be awakened lightly, otherwise. The consciousness of Nika hesitates, yet Luffy's curiosity is piqued. Otherwise what? If I can defeat Aaron and avenge Ace, I will do whatever it takes. Luffy declares resolutely. At this moment, Eren has become a fixation within Luffy's heart. If he does not vanquish him to avenge Ace, Luffy fears he may succumb to darkness, spiraling into rage. Moreover, should he miss this opportunity, he may never have a chance to eliminate Eren again. The rapidity of Eren's growth far surpasses the understanding of anyone. Luffy feels as though he has evolved swiftly from his own anger and hatred, almost as if he is under some divine influence. After all, even he finds it hard to believe how powerful he has become. One battle with Kaido led him to master advanced haki, and he has awakened the powers of the devil fruit, becoming the sun god Nika fruit, achieving a tremendous enhancement in combat prowess. Yet despite this, he remains unable to conquer Eren. Moreover, Eren has also awakened his fruit abilities, nullifying Luffy's advantages. Actually, my choice of you stems significantly from the influence of that dormant soul's will, the consciousness of the devil fruit size. Luffy, unable to comprehend, insists, "Stop with the vague talk and answer my question. Otherwise, what? Can you make me stronger? I need power." Luffy's excitement is palpable. Yes, but it comes at a great cost. What cost? You will become him. Him, the previous wielder of the Nika fruit? Precisely, and you share a significant lineage. For in this world, only one can awaken me. Whose lineage? Luffy urgently inquires, disliking the air of mystery. Joy Boy, a formidable being from 800 years past, rivaled the strength of the gods of this world. He awakened me to unprecedented heights, maximizing my power. How strong? So strong that he could annihilate the entire world. I do not wish to destroy the world. I only seek to kill one person. Luffy glares fiercely at the distant void, where countless golden cellular particles continue to swirl, threatening to devour the sky itself. It's difficult to say. After all, the opponent's strength has already reached a divine level, and his talent is exceptional. I can sense that he has developed the cellular fruit down a path of true invincibility. However, he has yet to complete this awakening. If acted upon swiftly, there remains hope for prevention. The will of the Nika fruit hesitates, seemingly reaching a resolution. Upon hearing this, Luffy is filled with anticipation. In that case, tell me what to do. I cannot allow him to become invincible. I must kill him, or I will not be at peace. Luffy's resolve is unwavering, for he is not one to concede easily. Should he fall to Eren, he must rise from that defeat. Otherwise, it is a matter of pride. I can awaken the dormant soul, but if you do not wish to be replaced, it is best to form a fusion with him. This way, it is akin to merging your past and present memories, allowing you to jointly wield my power. Otherwise, you will cease to exist. The Nika fruit cautions Luffy. You cannot consume me. It is I who will consume him. Bring him forth. I wish to converse. If he refuses to cooperate, he shall be my enemy, and I will harbor no sympathy. Very well. Thus, the Nika fruit calls forth the dormant power residing deep within it. In that instant, Luffy's heartbeat grows heavier, resonating throughout the vast expanse, the very world and ocean echoing in unison. Evidently, 8 centuries ago, Joy Boy developed the Nika fruit to an unimaginable extent. The sound emanating from the drum of liberation was so profound that it suggested he was at least 10 times more powerful than the current Luffy. However, it is understandable, as the present Luffy possesses only the peak of royal-level combat strength, having yet to reach even demigod status. In contrast, Joy Boy was of divine combat prowess, ranking among the 3 great deities alongside the Sea God and the Chaos God, wielding a power that controlled the very essence of life and death in this world. Luffy sensed an additional half of his soul within him, a distinct presence indeed. For those perceptive enough to feel it, the presence of this half-soul indicated that another half remained. As Luffy's body began to twist and contort, it was as though 2 souls were engaged in a fierce struggle within him. Fortunately, Luffy's rubber-like body afforded him resilience against any transformations, ensuring his safety amidst the turmoil. Kid, I sense your need for my strength. However, if you seek my power, you must yield your body to me and allow me to consume your soul. Otherwise, this conflict between us is futile. Your will is unexpectedly strong, the voice echoed within Luffy. Inside Luffy, a white spectral figure of the soul mirrored his own dramatic expression, grinning broadly. Intriguingly, it was only a partial manifestation, one eye, half a mouth, a nostril, half a face, and one ear, as if a single soul had been cleaved in two. I am who I am. You cannot consume me. Yet, I require your strength, and we can fuse. Henceforth, you shall be me, and I shall be you, together commanding this body. What do you say? Clearly, when Luffy focused, his intellect remained sufficiently sharp, avoiding any foolishness akin to that of an irredeemable fool. Indeed, I concur. Fusion seems prudent, especially with a formidable foe before us. Even at your zenith, dealing with such an adversary would be challenging. The consciousness of the devil fruit resonated through their souls. Moreover, you currently possess only half of your soul's power. How could you forcibly consume Luffy? Indeed, you make a valid point. We may fuse, but I find this young man's character quite akin to my own, which is why I am willing to merge. Otherwise, I would prefer to remain dormant, Joy Boy's half-soul expressed. Thank you, Luffy responded earnestly. As they fused, Luffy's visage transformed. Adorned with white markings, his aura shifting dramatically. He surged forth with divine-level strength, radiating white energy that soared skyward. It became apparent that someone had wished for the Cell Fruit, an ability that seemed ordinary at first glance, yet had been developed to such a remarkable degree. I sensed that this individual aimed to dominate the entire world. It was utterly reckless, treating this realm as mere cells. Should he succeed, the destruction of the world would merely be a thought away. In other words, he would become the sovereign of this world, transcending even divine combat prowess. Of course, this assessment is my own. I shall designate divine combat strength as the threshold for world dominance, Luffy proclaimed. Shall we commence? Luffy extended his palm, and instantly, a colossal fist ignited with white flames. The temperature of these flames was terrifying, capable of melting the void into a rubber-like liquid. Let us fuse and compress this power, then release it explosively, believing it can halt the cellular transformation of this world. Agreed. Luffy spoke both parts. A massive amount of white flames coalesced into a small point, about the size of a peanut, before being propelled from Luffy's hands, initiating a point-to-surface explosion in the area of cellular light ionization. With a resounding boom, the void shattered, creating a black hole spanning thousands of meters. The white flames engulfed the golden cellular light. Under the awakening influence of the cells, Alan stirred from his wondrous state, having been roused, disrupting his extraordinary sensation. Perceiving Luffy's newfound strength through cellular awareness, Alan realized his combat power had surged by several folds. He appeared almost transformed, not in a mature or composed manner, but rather more foolishly dramatic than before, prompting an urge to strike him down. Alan immediately initiated the cellular combination, dismissing the notion that such a temperature could incinerate the gravitational cells of the universe. What a jest! Unless the powers of this world were concentrated, they could threaten him. However, these powers could instead be utilized for consumption and cellular cohesion. What? Luffy exclaimed, his gaze widening, as a golden cellular particle suddenly illuminated from the black hole, absorbing the energies of the void and the flames of the sun god, Nika. Soon, Alan reconstituted his form. Oh, is that Joy Boy's half-power? He mused, intrigued. However, even fused, you remain too weak. Perhaps you should merge with the other half as well. Luffy and Joy Boy were taken aback, realizing that their secret had been uncovered. This revelation was unknown even to the consciousness of the sun god, Nika, as it was a product of Joy Boy's own creation. Chapter 174. The True Power of the Sun God. Nika. Allen was somewhat surprised. After all, Joy Boy had not manifested within Luffy before, leaving him unaware of the existence of the other half. Now that Joy Boy and Luffy had merged, Allen instinctively sensed their secret. You bastard, how did you know? Luffy Joy Boy retorted angrily, feeling violated by the intrusion into their innermost thoughts, akin to having their lives laid bare before another. What audacity! Who do you think you are? Mere ants unworthy of competing for dominance? Joy Boy was merely a relic from 8 centuries past, and you dare to act superior in this era? You truly have the audacity, Alan declared, suddenly striking out with a swift slap aimed at Luffy Joy Boy. Luffy Joy Boy's observation abilities were formidable, reaching a level that allowed glimpses into the future. Yet, even so, Alan's foresight was terrifyingly acute, and despite Luffy Joy Boy's attempts at resistance, he ultimately could not withstand Alan's blow. In an instant, Luffy Joy Boy was propelled several thousand meters away, only stabilizing in the void. Luffy Joy Boy was stunned, unable to fathom the sheer power behind Alan's strike. Despite their fusion of souls and the divine strength they now wielded, they were still unable to repel Alan's might. At that moment, the Will of the Sun Fruit inquired of Luffy Joy Boy. "Hello, I believe I just heard something. Do you possess another half of your power elsewhere? If that is the case, does it imply that I too harbor a portion of strength? After all, you must reside within my Akuma no Mi abilities to sustain your existence, correct?" The will of the Taiyang Shinika fruit was astutely perceptive, immediately deducing the implications of Aaron's earlier revelations. Luffy Joy Boy, at this juncture, chose transparency and stated plainly, "Indeed, we do possess another half of our power, and it is currently situated nearby." "What? Is that truly the case? Then we must merge swiftly, otherwise we stand no chance against each other. The Taiyang Shinika fruits will express a sense of foreboding. If you perish completely, I fear I shall be reborn in another realm, and at that time, it is likely no one will awaken my true power." At that moment, Aaron hurled the lifeless body of Blackbeard Teach towards Luffy Joy Boy. "Come now, consume your final portion of strength. I am curious to see just how formidable you two incompetent beings can become when combined. You dare to be so audacious, to speak so recklessly before me? You truly know everything, don't you? I admit, you are powerful, yet you are also exceedingly arrogant. However, those who are arrogant invariably pay a price. Since you have glimpsed the secrets of my heart, you should understand the extent of my power post-fusion." Luffy Joy Boy articulated this with conviction. "It matters not. I will strike, and you shall still meet your demise. After all, I am the leader of the Heavenly Punishment Organization, and I will not be defeated by the likes of you two miscreants. Besides, you are merely failures from 800 years ago. Even if I were to grant you 100-fold increase in power, you would still be worthless." Aaron proclaimed with undeniable arrogance. "Very well, I admire your courage. Since you are so confident, I shall complete the fusion of my other half." Luffy Joy Boy responded with solemnity. "Wait, are you implying that my other half of power is the Yami Yami no Mi ability? Indeed, your Taiyang fruit's power embodies both righteousness and malevolence. You influenced me profoundly in the past. Ultimately, I allied with the Sea God and the God of Chaos, resulting in my defeat and division into two halves. Henceforth, one half became the righteous Taiyang Shinika, while the other morphed into the so-called Yami Yami no Mi ability." Upon hearing this, the will of Taiyang Shinika seemed to recall something significant. "I always sensed a repulsion towards the Yami Yami no Mi ability. It turns out I represent the side of righteousness, while it embodies malevolence. Enough of this chatter. You must merge quickly so that I may close your eyes in death. I have others to slay." Aaron could hear the voice of the Akuma no Mi's will. "Humph, Luffy Joy Boy, commence the fusion. Otherwise, the name of Taiyang Shinika shall be overshadowed by the will of the Self-Fruit, and that is absolutely unacceptable." Clearly, the will of Taiyang Shinika was also influenced by Luffy Joy Boy, exhibiting a competitive spirit. Subsequently, Luffy Joy Boy employed the abilities of Taiyang Shinika to absorb Blackbeard Teach body. A surge of dark power emanated from Luffy Joy Boy, merging seamlessly with the white flames. In that moment, Luffy's form was adorned with black armor and white ribbons. His hair was a striking blend of black and white flames, and his eyes bore an unusual hue. Notably, the expressions on his face were starkly contrasting, one half displaying hatred and the other joy. This is the true ultimate form of Taiyang Shinika, isn't it? Quite unexpected, mused Guyu with a contemptuous smile, harboring no regard for Luffy Joy Boy. After all, Aaron had awakened and felt as though all shackles binding his body had shattered, leaving him unaware of the extent of his newfound strength. Suffice it to say, he felt immensely powerful, capable of vanquishing any existence. In fact, Aaron sensed that he had reached a state of immortality. To slay him would seemingly require the simultaneous annihilation of this world. Even if he were to perish, he would inevitably resurrect somewhere. This was due to a peculiar sensation that had briefly fused his cells with the world, though interrupted. The presence of his cells within this realm equated to possessing a portion of himself. Thus, true death was an impossibility for him. "You are indeed verbose," declared the dual-natured Luffy Joy Boy, suddenly vanishing from sight and launching an assault on Aaron. The sheer force of his speed was astounding, so much so that Aaron could not react in time and was sent flying. "Oh, this speed is impressive. It caught me off guard." "Splendid." "Do it again." Aaron refrained from resisting, for his body was composed of cells. The more intense the impact he received, the greater the strength he absorbed. In essence, Luffy Joy Boy's attempts to strike him only served to augment his power. It could be said that unless Luffy Joy Boy could absorb his cells to the point of inflicting maximum damage, his efforts would be futile. Boom! 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 Luffy Joy Boy unleashed a barrage of lightning-fast strikes, with both combatants colliding like bolts of electricity. Ultimately, after delivering 10,000 blows, Luffy Joy Boy began to gasp for breath. Aaron's physical form was riddled with wounds, yet moments later, his voice resonated through the void. Is that all you have? Is that truly your best? Such weak attacks cannot possibly threaten me." Aaron's slow, mocking tone revealed his unscathed condition. Your body has been rendered incapable of healing by my divine-level Haoshiku power, and you still dare to say such things? How hypocritical, Luffy Joy Boy retorted, arms crossed. His body suffused with two opposing forces, one black and one white. "Is that so? Divine-level Haoshiku can threaten me? Clearly, your divine-level Haoshiku is far too feeble to pose any threat." Aaron then commenced the gathering of his cells, as countless dismembered bodies in the void began to coalesce. Before Luffy Joy Boy's eyes, they continuously amalgamated. What? Luffy Joy Boy's heart sank in shock. Indeed, he had failed to pose a threat. In an instant, fury surged through him, propelling him into ultimate mode. The black and white forces within him fused flawlessly, significantly enhancing Luffy Joy Boy's power. The void began to unravel, and the seas surged as though the world were on the brink of collapse. "Aaron, it is you who has compelled me to unleash this power. In the past, when I found myself in such a state, the world began its inexorable march towards destruction. Thus, the sea god and the god of chaos joined forces to strike me down, forcibly terminating my existence and dividing my power into two parts. During their attempt to vanquish me, the sea god ultimately fell. Therefore, in my perspective, no matter how formidable you may be, you shall perish in my hands. After all, even this world cannot withstand my destructive force. Come now, infinite liberation." Luffy Joy Boy unleashed an even more terrifying force of annihilation, relentlessly shattering reality itself. At this moment, two powerful beings in this world became acutely aware of the emergence of this force. In Mary Geos, the world government, Im felt an instinctive awareness and turned towards this direction. This is not good. He has awakened, and this power has re-emerged. You err. Remain amidst the flowers. Mother must visit a certain place. If I'm not back in half a month, you should seek out your father. Im instructed. All right, but please take care of yourself. Mother, do not worry. I shall, for your error is so adorable. I do not wish to leave you. With that, Im transformed into a colossal dragon and silently chanted a spell, initiating a layer of sealing liberation. Instantly, an abundant, chaotic, elemental power radiated from her. She exhaled, and the void opened a rift of chaos, through which she flew. Simultaneously, in another location, Buggy was on an island in search of treasure when he furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. This is not good. This power. Has that day arrived again? I must intervene, otherwise the world is doomed. Buggy suddenly transformed, evidently having concealed his true existence until now. Perhaps the ship spirit referred to him, a being who nearly attained divine-level combat power 800 years ago. After all, He possessed the ability to shatter the continent with his own strength. Now, after more than 8 centuries, it is plausible that the true Buggy has achieved divine-level power. In the next moment, Buggy ceased to feign ignorance. Before his subordinates, with a mere glance, he shattered the void before him and vanished within it. What just happened? Did you see that? It seemed as though the void cracked and something flew inside. I felt it too. Impossible. You must be seeing things. Hurry. Let us continue searching for treasure. Following Lord Buggy, you shall surely only need to eat once every 3 days. Aaron had fully materialized, observing Luffy Joy Boy's power spiraling out of control. Well, this force has not disappointed me. It has begun to pose a slight threat. However, regrettably, as long as I am here, you cannot obliterate this world. Aaron unleashed a terrifying cellular power, golden light shimmering, as he began to mend the void. In that instant, the two forces engaged in a fierce contest. Luffy Joy Boy's destructive power incessantly devoured the void, while Aaron's strength utilized his cellular power to restore the world's fabric. It seems we are in for a protracted battle. Aaron smiled faintly. He was unafraid of a war of attrition, capable of absorbing any energy from the universe and converting it into strength within his cells. Luffy Joy Boy's drum of liberation, however, consumed life force. Thus, even with the blessing of the sun god Nika's fruit, Luffy could live for several centuries, yet he could not sustain a balance against Aaron. Humph. Do you underestimate my abilities? It appears you do not truly comprehend my current strength. By night, I can devour the essence of darkness, and by day, I can consume the power of the sun. Oh, I see. That is your confidence. So it comes down to the ultimate contest of our respective abilities to absorb. If that is the case, I shall unleash everything. Cellular infinite liberation, devour the heavens and earth. Aaron began to absorb all the surrounding power. Such formidable absorbing power. However, do not think you can conquer me. Luffy Joy Boy gritted his teeth, suddenly amplifying his absorbing strength. This force of absorption evidently stemmed from an evil aspect, as it began voraciously consuming solar energy. As time ticked by, 2 void rifts manifested in succession. A massive black dragon, enveloped in chaotic power, emerged from one, while Buggy stepped forth from a rift, shattering the void like a mirror along his path. Synopsis: transported to the world of One Piece. Having attained supreme enlightenment and consumed the self-fruit, Aaron defies the odds and grows stronger every moment. Disillusioned by the Navy's inability to represent true justice before the celestial dragons, he single-handedly establishes the Tribunal Department, aspiring to wield the true justice of the world.